Blue moon hung high in the sky. Lu Dong rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. The clean blue moonlight made him stay at the window, staring for a long time. Lu Dong was a mathematician. Before going to bed, he had just completed the proof of the NP tongue sticking out conjecture. As a materialist, Lu Dong did not believe that the moon could emit this kind of blue light. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire building. The players have all been placed, the game is about to begin. Eerie faction players can gain power boosts after killing all civilian players. Civilian faction players, try to identify the eerie players around you and escape the building, you will gain unexpected abilities. As for the eerie NPCs in the building, they could be opportunities or butchers. Game countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The escape of fate begins officially. Lu Dong was slightly stunned. It felt so real. Was he in a different world now? The next second, a holographic template appeared in front of Lu Dong. Civilian player, Lu Dong. Strength, 1 point, probably just a description of being weak. Agility, 5 points, faster than the average person's reaction, but far from the eerie players. Mental power, 100 points, damn it, you wouldn't blush when you lie, right? Inventory, ordinary pencil. This is the first time I've seen a new player carrying a pencil. As an unidentifiable civilian, what you need to do is identify the good people around you and escape the building as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, don't easily trust anyone. Beginner's benefit, all eerie players' physical resistance is reduced by 90%, your pencil can pierce their body. Lu Dong habitually spun the pencil in his hand, his mouth curling into a slight smile, pressing himself against the wall, twisting the doorknob of the room. At the same time, players from all major regions simultaneously opened the new players' live stream room, just because of a server-wide announcement. Shocking. The first new player with full mental power has appeared. Wow, I remember the highest base attribute was 90 points, right? Isn't that the goddess Louis Ran from Wu District? Base agility 90 points, supposedly faster than the peak of the paranormal, able to punch 30 times a second. What's strange, why do I feel something? A large number of players flooded into the livestream room, and then a large number of them left laughing, as they thought this newcomer would never survive. The Escape of Fate dungeon was an experience every new player had to go through. Usually, there were 5 civilian players and 5 eerie players, engaging in a balanced fight. Some newcomers with extremely strong base attributes could handle 1-on-2 situations. But Lu Dong's dungeon difficulty was hell level. No one believed Lu Dong could survive. In his dungeon, there was only one civilian, Lu Dong, the rest were all eerie players. As expected, geniuses don't live long. I'm out, I need to do guild tasks now. This is really a cheap deal for the eerie faction. After the power boost, next time's faction defense battles won't be easy. At this moment, Lu Dong was unaware that every action he took was being displayed fully in the livestream room. The pale blue moonlight streamed through the hallway window, evenly casting light on the floor. Lu Dong pushed the window of the hallway, but it didn't move at all. Your strength is insufficient to break the window. Lu Dong continued forward. The floor was arranged like an apartment building, with room numbers like 8801, 8803, 8805. A faint scent of violet perfume drifted into Lu Dong's nose, and he slowly moved his body along the wall, following the scent. The source of the scent came from a slightly open door, 8808, and low, gasping sounds came from inside. Save me, save me. Player? Or NPC? Lu Dong gently pushed the door open, warm yellow light flooded the room, and the scent of violet grew stronger. On the bed, a woman was bound with red silk threads. Her twin ponytails fell on her fair shoulders. The woman tightly pressed her knees together, kneeling directly on the bed. Her eyes were like pearls, soft and watery, just like a charming little neighbor girl. Lu Dong, with his righteous demeanor, vowed never to look where he shouldn't. Little brother, save me. The woman's delicate voice came again. Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a faint light, and the information from the light screen appeared again. Qin E, unknown identity. Intermediate level dangerous supernatural. Trigger characteristic, skin contact. A trigger type NPC? Lu Dong clicked his tongue. In his world, how many foolish men had been ruined by this kind of beauty delivered to their door? Either a scam or a warm greeting welcoming them to join the AZ army. Lu Dong twirled the pencil in his hand as he moved closer to Qin Yi. At this moment, in Lu Dong's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was full of disdain. Such a waste of 100 points of mental power. This idiot has no sense of danger at all. How many men have died at Qin Yi's hands? Probably over 100 now? I have to say, this scene is perfect for a late-night solo session. Bro, I'm already done. Qin Yi's eyes were filled with tears, her chin lowered, and she was already laughing wickedly in her heart. Come closer. I'll let you experience the strange power. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Qin, with teary eyes, said, "Thank you, little brother." Lu Dong, with a face full of desire, whispered, "The way you're tied up looks unprofessional, the sharp angle makes it impossible to showcase the beauty of the human body. It should be a dull angle to accentuate your curves. I can't save you for free." Sheeny blinked in surprise, her big eyes sparkling, her voice weak as she said, "If you untie me, I can promise you a condition, and even give you a rewarding side mission." Lu Dong slowly moved closer to Qin, whispering, "Then promise me, tonight." Qin showed the expression of one who had expected this, looking at Lu Dong's perverted hands, and couldn't help but move her shoulders, making them closer to Lu Dong. The next second, sharp pain made Qin's eyes widen. Lu Dong was standing in front of her, driving the pencil deep into her heart. This man, how could he do this? Qin bit her lower lip in pain, her beautiful face made her even more pitiful. Lu Dong's cold voice came, "My pencil is in your left ventricle's aorta. If I pull it out, your blood pressure will instantly burst your heart, and you'll die horribly. Tell me, how do I get out of here?" Lu Dong raised an eyebrow slightly, and above Qin's head, a blood bar rapidly slid down. 195-90. Qin stared in terror, twisting her body. "Don't kill me, I just need one more mission to level up. I'll tell you the way out. Please spare me." Lu Dong nodded non-committally. Qin quickly said, "There are 3 ways to leave this building. One is to get the landlord's key and leave through the front door. Another is to forcefully break the window and fly down, but you'll suffer 50 points of damage when you land. The last way is to leave from the rooftop. Untie me, and I can help you find." "Put." Qin's voice was interrupted by the pencil driven into her throat. She looked at the man in disbelief. He actually tricked her. He's only level 1. Why is he killing me without even taking any missions? Lu Dong sidestepped the splashing blood, slowly saying, "As a mathematician, I only listen to the necessary conditions. I asked you for the way out, not to teach me how to do it." Lu Dong quietly watched the blood spurting out, and suddenly muttered, "Indeed, the human body is the perfect mathematics, this parabolic curve change, aside from the heart, there's no other way to perfectly simulate it. You have killed Qin. You have gained 25 experience points. By killing above your level, you gain 3 random free talent points." The ordinary pencil, having absorbed Qin's resentment, evolved into a broken pencil, capable of dealing poison damage to supernatural entities, inflicting 2 points of life loss per second. Lu Dong froze for a moment, surprised. It really is a killing game, kill and get rewarded. Placing all the free attribute points into strength, Lu Dong looked at the sharp pencil in his hand and had a bold idea. Losing 2 points of health every second, if each strange life value was 100 points, he could kill one in 50 seconds. This place is simply an experience pool. Kicking Qin's body aside, Lu Dong rummaged through the bed. Generally, monsters in games drop equipment when they die. There's nothing on the bed, so it must be on the body. While rummaging, Lu Dong murmured, "Oops, I touched it, gee. Oops, touched it again." Please be aware, players, do not excessively touch the body. The silk thread binding Qin shines with an unusual light. Lu Dong pouted and said softly, "You should have said that earlier. If you did, I wouldn't have had to touch the body." Saying this, Lu Dong accidentally touched the body a few more times, then carefully untied the silk thread from Qin's body. Hidden task triggered, Qin's grudge. Note, go find the source of Qin's grudge. Players will randomly trigger different difficulty hidden storylines during gameplay. Completing hidden tasks will yield unexpected rewards, while failing to complete them will only cause regret with no other penalties. The next moment, the body in Lu Dong's hands turned into light spots, and a sorrowful voice echoed in Lu Dong's ears. "That damn landlord, making me pay rent with my flesh, why did he tie me up and not come?" A light screen appeared, and Lu Dong instantly understood the grudge between Qin and the landlord. Recently graduated Qin couldn't afford the rent. To live closer to her company and save money, she slowly started down the path of paying rent with her body. Living on the ground floor, the landlord's careless actions led her to suffocate and die. After her death, Qin turned into a vengeful spirit, punishing every man with ill intentions. Item, Grudge Silk Thread. Quality, white, upgradable. Function, containing Qin's grudge, the silk thread can slit throats and bind, but it must form a sharp angle tie to work. In the live stream, the chat exploded into chaos. Finished the book 5 months ago, and published a new book before the end of the year. 2022 is destined to be extraordinary. With the witness of group friends, I completed the proposal and marriage. During this period, I've been busy with work, and also thinking, what do I really want to write? After thinking it through, I decided to stick with writing fun, quick reads that belong in the bathroom. I want to write about friendships with bonds. And also want to take down some saintly characters in life. Anyway, this time I will tell a good story. Everyone transforms, this healer is exceptionally tough. I won't copy the introduction, just a simple chat. The setting is wasteland plus game. The protagonist, Wang Bo, is decisive and ruthless. Too lazy to beat around the bush, he just gets things done. Early stages involve growth, transitioning, and gathering companions. Later stages, he fights to conquer the world. I won't include a female lead here, because I can't be bothered to draw a romantic line. Also, I want to diversify, but it's definitely not a harem. I'll try to do a few events before the new year. Give book friends a little gift. I prepared it for my own wedding, and it feels pretty good. The format will be new book sign-ins, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th give out little gifts. If I can't reach someone, I'll postpone it. I'll notify in the book friend groups in advance. Both groups are fine. The new book group number is in the new book introduction. Enough talk, LSPs, see you in the new book. Chapter 2, Fate Escape, Encountering Strange Camp Players, Newbie Start. Impressive, how did this guy know Qin Yi's trigger method? Clearly, as long as Qin Yi touches him, she can counter-kill him. Is this the luck of a newbie? This is a hell-level difficulty Fate Escape dungeon. When I passed it, I also killed Qin Yi, but I didn't think to search her body. I was even worried about being discovered by others, and immediately left. Didn't expect to miss a big hidden task. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is perverted? When he was rummaging through the body, he kept touching the legs. While everyone was discussing, a speech bubble with a golden border appeared. It floated over the top of the live stream room. Lu Iran, this guy is not simple. His action of always sticking to the wall proves his caution. Staying close to Qin Yi while maintaining his appearance is actually to make Qin Yi lower her guard, a decisive move, and if I'm not mistaken, his weapon should be a pencil. He can precisely avoid the sternum and directly stab into the heart chamber. This guy probably isn't killing ghosts for the first time. My god. A legendary player has entered the livestream. Vice President of the Level 10 Guild, all-purpose guest, Lu Iran, the genius player of the strange world. After Lu Iran spoke, it immediately brought a huge surge of viewers to Lu Dong's livestream. A large number of players flooded into a Rookie's Task livestream. Goddess, when can you help me get some agility? Even if I die, I'd be happy. Let's take a picture, the goddess and I are both on TV. Boss, does your guild need more people? A level 20 man ready for promotion, requesting to join. Lu Iran, we don't need people. I just saw the system announcement and came to take a look. The hell level Fate Escape dungeon is a bit difficult, but it's not impossible to clear. Please analyze, boss. Prepare sunflower seeds, sit in rows on benches. Lu Iran, Lu Dong accidentally took the right path, first killing Qin Yi, who had the lowest base health, and obtained 3 clues for leaving. With his current base attributes, he should give up the hidden task and focus on the main storyline. Lu Iran, just now, the clue from Qin Yi reminded me that the landlord should have arrived, but he hasn't shown up. Something must have happened on his side. Once the landlord finds out Qin Yi is dead, he will definitely go into a rage. Lu Iran, the front door doesn't have a key and can't be opened, the windows are locked. So, Lu Dong should hurry and go to the rooftop, try to find a way to escape from the rooftop, and stay away from the landlord on the lower floor. Lu Iran's logical analysis was interrupted halfway because she saw Lu Dong in the live stream room heading straight to the building's lower floor. In the pitch-black night, the wooden staircase creaked, and with the Klein blue moonlight shining down, the entire hallway looked especially eerie. Lu Dong approached the lower floor, and the entire first floor had only one room, which must be where the landlord was. Qin Yi's information showed that the landlord should have appeared tonight, but the landlord, who had tied up Qin Yi, had not shown up. After thinking for a long time, Lu Dong tied one end of a special thread to the side of the staircase and wrapped the other end around the pencil, then moved closer to the landlord's room. The landlord's hoarse voice came from inside. Damn it, this useless thing. I've tried sildenafil, sildenafil citrate, and sildenafil. Could it be that I bought fake medicine? The strange faction said they would send the medicine, but there's still no movement. Lu Dong smiled at the corner of his mouth, so that's how it is. Then, he knocked heavily on the door and walked in boldly. The landlord was a man in his early 30s, with a greasy mushroom haircut, thick-rimmed glasses, wearing a white old man shirt on top and blue checkered shorts on the bottom. The landlord rubbed his nose and coldly said, "What are you doing up so late?" Lu Dong scratched his head awkwardly and said with embarrassment, "It's like this, landlord, last night I ate some of that stuff, and my girlfriend couldn't handle it. I'm still a bit unsatisfied. I don't know if there's any place like that in our apartment building?" Lu Dong gave the landlord a look that all men understand. The landlord's eyes sparkled, and his gaze fell on Lu Dong's lower body. He suddenly sat up straight from the couch, excitedly saying, "What did you eat? Is there any more?" Lu Dong rubbed his nose and nodded with a smile. The landlord lightly slapped the table, took out a list from the drawer, and said, "Here's a detailed contact list, everything is complete. You bring the medicine, and I'll trade with you." Ding. Triggering side quest, solved the landlord's unspoken dilemma. Lu Dong awkwardly turned his back, slowly taking out the pencil wrapped in special thread, and said softly, "I'm a bit inconvenient right now. How about you go with me to get it? I am on the 8th floor." The landlord thought for a moment. Since Chini was on that floor too, it was on the way. Rubbing his hands together, the landlord smiled and walked toward the door, looking at Lu Dong, whose walk was strange, his eyes already glazed over. "By the way, landlord, have you ever eaten a roasted live pig coated with spices? Put the pig on the roasting rack, slow cook it over an open flame, and its struggles will make the meat tight." The landlord instinctively thought about how to roast a live pig, but he didn't notice that Lu Dong, using a pencil, gently pierced his belly. Before the landlord could react, Lu Dong went straight through the landlord's pants with the pencil. Lu Dong quickly ran into the landlord's room, and the huge inertia caused the landlord to suddenly lift off the ground, facing down. He struggled, swinging his arms and legs, but his obesity prevented him from reaching the thread behind him. Lu Dong, his face red, pulled the thread with great effort, finally securing it. If he hadn't added a little more force earlier, this action would have failed completely. Taking the pencil, Lu Dong stood behind the landlord, poking his back rhythmically. A dense cluster of spots oozed out, and the landlord now had a blood-spotted tattoo of Aries on his back. To Lu Dong's surprise, the landlord actually had 500 health points. After 6 minutes of uninterrupted attack, Lu Dong finally wore down the landlord's fat body. The landlord stared with wide eyes until the last moment of his life, and in his final moments, the landlord finally realized that if he had just taken off his pants, he could have escaped this guy. But unfortunately, there was no if. You have killed the landlord. You gain 75 experience points. Side quest failed. Level up kill, you gain a strength attribute bonus. The broken pencil absorbs the landlord's obsession, increasing lead poisoning damage. The lead poison can be scraped and used, causing 5 points of health loss per second. The resentful thread absorbs the landlord's blood and upgrades successfully. It can now forcibly restrain players of equal level or lower for 10 seconds, and can restrain the supernatural for 5 seconds. Strength increased to 8 points, definitely much more satisfying. Going crazy. Lu Dong's eyes lit up. With forced restraint and his poisonous pencil, even if he couldn't kill, he could wear someone down. Lu Dong closed the door, ignoring the landlord's body, and walked straight into the room, thoroughly searching everything inside and out. 10 seconds later, the landlord's body disappeared. Lu Dong didn't find the key, but there were a few useful items. Recorded the list of apartment residents. The soul gun has 5 remaining bullets, can hit floating supernatural beings. An axe for players in the Eerie camp. Required strength, 10. 5 barrels of gasoline, bought by the landlord to burn ghosts, but he forgot to use them. Lu Dong already had a plan in mind. The main quest was to escape. Was he really supposed to follow the storyline to complete the quest? Lu Dong lay on the landlord's couch, flipping through the list of residents, noting down the room numbers marked with danger. It wasn't about being curious about which building or which phoenix, he just wanted to see if the game world would be worth it. According to the rules, the landlord's death should have cleared Qin Yi's resentment. Why hadn't the task template reminded him of any quest progress? Lu Dong crossed his legs, thinking, when a soft knock came at the door. Lu Dong was stunned. At this time, someone was actually coming to find the landlord. "Come in. Keep calm." Lu Dong, with one hand wrapped in thread and the other holding the apartment list with the pencil, maintained his lying posture. A man and 2 women entered the room. The man in the lead smiled and said, "Respected landlord, we are here from the Eerie camp to help you solve your crisis. I am Niu Hong, and these 2 are my companions Lu Mo and Li Xiang. We heard that a few rats have snuck into this apartment, and it has been causing you trouble. This is a small token of our appreciation, please accept it." The man in a suit, elegant and polite, bent down and placed a bottle of medicine on the table. On the medicine bottle, there were 4 big words written neatly, 9 flavors Remania pill. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. It was very clear that the 3 guys in front of him belonged to the strange camp, and judging from their looks, this was not their first time doing such a task, they were veterans. They mistook him for the landlord, so his character setting could not collapse. The landlord's character setting, that was to be an LSP. Lu Dong slowly lifted his leg, and said coldly, "Can 1 bottle of medicine solve all my problems?" Lu Dong did not answer either, simply kicked the ball to Niu Hong. Niu Hong smiled modestly, and nodded to the 2 women behind him. The woman wearing a yellow-brown long trench coat took off her coat at the same time. Lu Mo wore a tight little leather skirt, red sky-high heels, showing off the perfect curves. Li Xiang stood barefoot, with a delicate lowly look that made people pity her. Looking at the dazed Lu Dong, Niu Hong chuckled, "Respected landlord, they are my best gift. I wonder if you have any good weapons to lend me?" Niu Hong often did missions bringing newbies, and the strange player camp had long summarized the experience. As long as they gave this landlord a bit of female charm, he could provide the best weapons. Anyway, it was just a game. When players finished the dungeon and returned to the base, everything could be restored. Lu Dong enjoyed himself very much, leaning on Lu Mo and Li Xiang, and said slowly, "There's an axe on the table, you take it. These days the main problems are in 5 rooms on the 4th floor and room 5801 on the 5th floor, don't come back too soon." The corners of Niu Hang's mouth lifted. Sure enough, bringing 2 girls this time worked differently. This Pan Konkan really was an LSP, he even knew the exact room numbers. "Lu Mo, Li Xiang, do your best." The corners of Niu Hang's mouth lifted, and he sneered in his heart, "Pigs must be fattened before slaughter. After dealing with the rats, this time I must explore Qingyi's hidden mission well." At this time, in Lu Dong's live room, the whole screen of comments had already been filled with 666. Chapter 3 Destiny Escape, Physical Ghost Expelling. I'm shocked, what did I just see? Steel beams and change pillars. Sneak past the warehouse. Cat changes with Crown Prince. This Niu Hang is a famous mission mentor in the strange camp. The strong players he has brought out are no less than 100. In the newbie dungeon all players' levels are forcibly suppressed to level 1, could it be that their IQ is also suppressed to level 1? The crazy comments kept flooding the screen. Suddenly everyone remembered there was also a great god here, and hurriedly called Louis Ran together, wanting to see the great god's explanation. The gorgeous frame appeared again. Louis Ran, powerful mental strength gave Lu Dong the ability to cope with ease. Even if Niu Hang is an old player, he would never think that in the newbie dungeon, there would be an old-looking newbie who could solo kill the landlord and then pretend to be the landlord. Louis Ran, more importantly, this Lu Dong is also an LSP, the lust in his eyes is exactly the same as the former landlord's, it really is like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Earlier Louis Ran was curious about how strong a newbie with full mental strength would be, and when he saw him trigger Qingyi's hidden mission, Louis Ran felt jealous in his heart. After all, hidden missions are unique. Once Lu Dong triggered it, even if he did not complete it, the mission would disappear from the game world. At this moment, seeing Lu Dong immersed in the embrace of 2 beauties, Louis Ran sneered in his heart, another animal who thinks with his lower body, not worthy to be my opponent. The next second, the entire live room was full of exclamation marks. Lu Mo and Li Xiang, one on the left and one on the right, quietly leaned on Lu Dong's shoulders. According to the intel provided by Niu Hang, after the landlord finished the act, he would enter a period of weakness. Both defenses reduced by 90%, action slowed by 90%. This landlord was famous for being a blood cow, with 500 health points. In the whole newbie mission apartment he was a top existence. Fighting him head-on, there was no chance of victory at all. But after research by the experienced mentor Niu Hang, they had already mastered the way to kill the landlord. As long as they exhausted the landlord's energy, they could easily kill this mission NPC. Compared to the reward offered by the landlord, the reward for killing him and exposing his secrets is much more lucrative. Lu Mo and Li Xiang exchanged a glance, a glint of sharpness in their eyes. They came from different guilds, and naturally, both wanted to claim the reward for themselves. Before the landlord dies, they will hold back their competition against each other. Lu Dong smiled as he pulled a thread from the side of his head and casually tossed it towards Li Xiang. Forced confinement for 10 seconds. A sharp pencil burrowed into Li Xiang's lower abdomen. Li Xiang couldn't stand the pain, letting out a sharp cry. Before Lu Mo could react, she lifted her head only to meet the dark muzzle of a gun. Lu Dong whispered, "I thought something was burning, but it turns out you're just being provocative." Bang! A clean headshot, Lu Mo collapsed to the ground. Kill a player from the weird faction. Earn 10 points of hatred. Players, please note, escape the scene as soon as possible. Your reckless actions have attracted the attention of a weird faction player. Hatred points? Lu Dong smiled faintly, this sounded thrilling. In his past life, he was too busy holding a bottle of mineral water and nibbling on steamed buns while solving math problems. This time, he swore to indulge himself. Odd gets odd, even gets even Ba just took the 4th generation. Light points scattered, and Lumo's body vanished in an instant, leaving behind an angelic seal engraved with wings wrapping around the whole body. Lu Dong pressed the gun's barrel against Li Xiang, who was sitting on him, and coldly asked, "What mission were you assigned?" Li Xiang's face was full of terror. Niu Hang had told them before the mission that once the landlord was captivated by beauty, he would lose his rationality. But the man before her, there wasn't a trace of desire in his eyes. He wasn't the landlord. He was a player. Li Xiang's chin trembled as she stammered, "Find the evil players who destroy the apartment, maintain the peace of the weird world." Well, in the eyes of your weird faction, we've become the evil players. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this your first time in this dungeon?" Li Xiang calmed her emotions and, feeling the slackness of the thread binding her, slowly pressed the ring on her middle finger. This was a doll her sister had bought for her at a high price. Once triggered, it would allow the host to fake death once. Li Xiang didn't know the landlord's intentions. It seemed like he cared a lot about the mission of his faction. Li Xiang whispered, "Our guild has someone who specializes in guiding new players through missions, ensuring every new player can successfully enter the game world." Lu Dong waved his hand, interrupting her, and coldly asked, "Do you know that the frequency of someone's blinking can reveal their inner world?" Li Xiang looked at him in confusion. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and Li Xiang collapsed in disbelief, her body turning into scattered light points. This guy, why did he suddenly shoot? Lu Dong calmly said, when I first saw you, you blinked 30 times a minute, when I confined you, you blinked 50 times a minute, and just now, you blinked 10 times a minute. You must have thought of a way to make yourself safe, right? Making you safe means making me dangerous. Li Xiang's body disappeared, leaving behind a seal and a ring engraved with the word Hal 10. Lu Dong casually picked up the items on the ground. You received 2 proof tokens from a weird faction player. This is the most valuable hard currency in the civilian faction. You received a death doll ring *1, literally, a protector, helps the host die once. Lu Dong examined the unusual seal. It was a 20 centimeters diameter round design, and the material seemed to be a copper-containing metal. The main part of the seal was occupied by 12 feathered wings. As a mathematician, Lu Dong's drawing skills were also top-notch. If the materials were enough, perhaps he could make his own seal. Lu Dong picked up the apartment list from the table, wrapped the thread around his waist, with a pencil in his left hand and a gun in his right, heading toward the second floor of the apartment following the map's instructions. Earlier, he had sent Niu Hong away, marking dangerous rooms for the other party. Niu Hong was able to wield an axe, which meant his strength was over 10 points. Lu Dong was not a match for him yet. If something can make a landlord with 500 health points marked as dangerous, it will definitely cause trouble for Niu Hong. The second floor of the apartment had no one living in it, and the entire building had no private toilets. The shared bathrooms were on the second floor. Residents had to go to the second floor to fetch water as well. Just as Lu Dong was turning off the main water valve, his feet were suddenly gripped tightly by a pair of hands. Wet hair hung loosely, with bloated, white, and swollen hands gripping Lu Dong's ankles. In the live stream, a wave of comments appeared. I was startled even through the screen. How come this guy isn't reacting at all? He's so dumb. He killed the landlord but isn't even running away. The water room on the second floor, I remember there was a strange drowning incident, right? As long as you touch the water pipe, you can trigger a side mission. Completing it will give you the right to use water, but it's pretty useless, just a waste of time. Ding! Triggered side mission, the water spirit's obsession. The drowned alive beg you to investigate their cause of death. You will receive unexpected rewards. Note, the side mission might be related to the main mission, but that's just a possibility. The water ghost lifted its head, revealing eyes that seemed ready to burst out of its sockets, its voice hoarse, help me, help me. Water ghost? Low-level danger? Lu Dong's left hand trembled, a thread from his waist wrapped down and bound the water ghost. Then, with a pencil, he stabbed the ghost dozens of times. The water ghost's health bar dropped below 50, and under the influence of lead poison, it quickly vanished. Before dying, the water ghost had a puzzled expression, wondering, what kind of situation is this? A level 1 player can't even finish a simple mission? You killed the drowned strange being. Side mission failed. You gained 5 experience points. Lu Dong curled his lips. The reward was too insignificant. He directly ignored the system's notification and turned to move flammable items from the bathroom to the second floor staircase corridor. The old, unmaintained wooden stairs reeked with a foul odor. Lu Dong poured the gasoline he found from the landlord onto every corner of the stairs, then flicked a lit match. Boom! The flames instantly turned into fire snakes, spreading upwards. Black smoke rose towards the top floor, the roaring wall of fire blocking the only exit of the second floor staircase. Lu Dong moved a long bench and tied one end of the thread to the water pipe, holding the other end in his left hand. With his right hand holding a gun, Lu Dong sat calmly, legs crossed, not far from the firewall. With the gasoline's help, the entire apartment from the second floor upwards instantly turned into a sea of flames. The strange beings on the third floor immediately noticed the anomaly. They had originally thought the flames wouldn't harm them, but to their surprise, these soul-burning flames instantly burned parts of their bodies to ashes. None of the ghosts dared to face the flames directly, they all ran toward the rooftop. Niu Hong, carrying an axe, had just reached the staircase to the 8th floor when he suddenly heard piercing screams from downstairs. Hanged ghosts, headless ghosts, fat ghosts, all were running toward the top floor. Niu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. As a beginner task mentor, he recognized many of the troublesome ghosts among them. The 6 players he had killed earlier were all low-level attribute strange players. With the system's notification, Niu Hong knew he had killed players from the strange faction, but that didn't matter. After all, the fewer players completing the beginner tasks, the more rewards he could share. Niu Hong quickly ran into Qin Yi's room, and when he saw that Qin Yi, who was supposed to be bound, had disappeared, and even the thread that triggered the hidden task had vanished, he immediately understood he had been played. He realized that the landlord was most likely a player in disguise. Niu Hong clenched his fists, watching the flames rise. He twisted his ring and walked straight into the fire, heading down to face Lu Dong directly. Once again, the live stream was filled with shock. Lu Yiran had already started thinking about recruiting Lu Dong into her guild. This guy is not only meticulous, but also ruthless. Impressive, this wave of physical exorcism gets a full score from me. This guy is amazing. The mission asked him to escape the apartment, and he just set it on fire. Not doing the side missions, what kind of hardcore person is this? Cao Hong actually used the invincible ring. Isn't that an item only level 20 players can buy? Lu Iran, the ability Cao Hong obtained is that he can freely change his level limit. He can enter the beginner task at level 1, and once inside, he can level up to 20. But doing this will affect his completion score. Lu Iran, the invincible ring lasts only 1 minute. Lu Dong has the death substitute dull ring, so maybe he can still pass the beginner dungeon. Lu Iran fell silent. There is a difference between level 1 and level 20 players. If Cao Hong doesn't hold back and uses some special items, Lu Dong might not survive. Who would have thought that the genius with 100 basic spirit points, born in the civilian camp, would perish in the Fate dungeon? If he fails the beginner task, his future main quests will be greatly affected. Chapter 4, Escape from Fate. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. The firewall burned like a column. Lu Dong was sweating all over. He had already moved back with his chair several times. Turns out the movies are all lies. Watching the flames burn, apart from looking cool, it's useless. It's damn hot. Lu Dong silently complained, suddenly hearing a cold voice. Impressive, pretending to be the landlord and even fooling me. What's your name? You should be some genius cultivated by a big guild from the civilian camp, right? Such a pity, you actually encountered me. The firewall cracked open, and Cao Hong, covered in sparks, stepped out dragging a large axe. Lu Dong did not hesitate to pull the silk thread. Binding. Player level difference too large, binding failed. Wasn't this the beginner dungeon? Why is there a level difference? Lu Dong decisively shot, a bullet mark appeared on Cao Heng's forehead, and a long health bar appeared above Cao Heng's head. -50. 1950/2000. Damn, this guy's health is like a cow's. Cao Hong sneered, can you tell me, you're just staying outside the firewall to harvest those weird ones who almost got burned to death by the fire? I'm really curious, how did you guys from the civilian camp find out about Genie's hidden quest? Cao Hong said as he tore off the silk thread from his body and casually threw it into the flames. Sizzle. The grudge thread from Genie was instantly devoured by the flames. Lu Dong received a prompt at the same time. The silk thread infused with the landlord's blood blooms in the fire, and Genie's soul is freed. Hidden quest completed, player gains special ability, can ignore level restrictions and infinitely increase basic attributes. The ability is good, but the premise is that he needs to survive. Lu Dong coldly looked at Cao Hong, then directly threw the chair beside him and loudly said, bomb chair, binding space. A bomb chair? Never heard of it. This way of fighting by shouting out moves, Cao Hong froze for a moment, he chose to believe it. Cao Hong sidestepped, pulled out a mirror from his pocket, and softly called out, special effect out of control. A mirror that can nullify special item abilities shot out a beam of light, instantly enveloping the chair in midair, and then it crashed into Lu Dong. Ding! The death substitute doll temporarily deactivated. Ding! The broken pencil temporarily deactivated. Cao Hong snorted coldly, thinking Lu Dong had really thrown out a chair with some special ability, which made him use his one-time shielding item. But then the system prompt came. It's just an ordinary chair. As a beginner mentor, Cao Hong naturally had a rich inventory and a broad knowledge, but he never expected to be tricked by a little kid. On the other hand, Lu Dong also had a dark expression. Well, this is bad. Before even leaving the beginner village, he ran into a high-level player. Seems like it's really an escape from fate. Lu Dong moved to the side and immediately ran downstairs. Cao Hong sneered and chased after him, having returned to level 20. Lu Dong, confident, knew he could never escape his control. Although this was a beginner's mission and had a 90% reduction in physical resistance as a side effect, Lu Dong, whose basic strength attribute was under 10 points, could never harm him. Run if you want, but I don't see how you can escape without the apartment key. Niu Hong wasn't doing this task for the first time. The moment he entered the mission, he took the key to leave the apartment from the fire hydrant. The blue moonlight still shone brightly, but at this moment, Lu Dong couldn't care less about the moonlight. Holding the soul gun, with only 2 bullets left, Lu Dong fired straight at the closed door. Bang! A thin blood bar appeared on the door, 9950/10,000. The good news was the door could be broken, but the bad news was Niu Hong was about to catch up. The only usable gun on him had 1 more bullet, which could do at most 50 points of damage. The broken pencil only caused 5 points of damage per second. It would take at least half an hour for him to wear down the door's health. Without hesitation, Lu Dong turned and hid in the landlord's room, stacking everything movable in front of the closed door. Creak! Creak! Niu Heng's footsteps stopped outside the door, followed by rhythmic banging sounds. 3 swings of the axe, Niu Hong smashed the landlord's door open. Through the messy clutter, his eyes landed on Lu Dong, and he chuckled. I didn't expect you to still have a soul gun. Now I'm more curious, which area of the civilian faction are you from, little godsid? Lu Dong didn't respond. He had just crossed into this world, hadn't even fully enjoyed killing, nor gained any superpowers yet. Was his game experience going to end already? Niu Hong slowly took out a black laser pen from his chest and said calmly, even if I kill you now, the newbie protection mechanism won't let you die. The civilian faction will definitely find other ways to help you rise. Letting a potential enemy grow, that is not a mistake my newbie mentor would make. Although using this god medicine on you is a bit of a waste, I just feel like it's worth it. Niu Hong pressed the laser pen, and a light green beam shot through the Klein blue moonlight, directly landing on Lu Dong's forehead. Ding! The host is cursed by a mega-level curse and will never be able to level up. Niu Hong's smile widened, and he whispered, the rule of this strange game world is that experience points must reach the upgrade requirements before upgrading can improve your basic attributes. Even if you get special abilities later, without leveling up, you will inevitably become a useless person. Little trash, when you return to the civilian faction, enjoy the world's coldness. Let's see if those big-shot players from the major areas will still treat you as a godson to nurture. After saying this, Niu Hong began to swing his axe again, destroying the obstacles in front of Lu Dong. At this time, in Lu Dong's livestream, many viewers had already left. Song Yanyan, what a shame for a genius with 100 mental strength, good mindset, and wisdom. With the curse of not being able to level up, he will become useless. Zhao Wujian, old Song, why don't you stop competing for this little guy? Wow, the vice president of the level 10 guild, De Song Jiangshan, Song Yanyan, and the vice president of the level 10 guild, Zhao family emperor, Zhao Wujian, are here to watch the new player live. The last time so many big shots appeared together was probably during the faction war? It's so unfair. Why can Niu Hong, a level 20 player, still enter a beginner mission based on his ability? How can there be any fairness when we were forcefully dragged into this game world? Lu Yiran twirled the ring in her hand, rubbing her forehead. She had been paying attention to Lu Dong from the beginning, and seeing that this guy wasn't nervous at all, she felt like he still had some trick up his sleeve. Perhaps there would still be a miracle? But unable to level up meant his basic attributes wouldn't improve. Yet, his 100 basic mental strength was enough to drive some special mental equipment. The increase in level doesn't mean an increase in strength. Furthermore, exploration tasks require players with over 80 mental strength to trigger them. Lu Yiran gently bit her lip and immediately headed to the novice respawn point. At the same time, various guilds sent people to the novice respawn point. Although Lu Dong had little room for promotion, as a secret weapon with 100 points of mental strength, he was still valuable. The flames consumed Lu Dong's livestream, cutting it off, and no one believed that Lu Dong could survive. Inside the apartment burning in fierce flames, the fire had already engulfed the top floor, scorching heat destroying the coolness of the blue moonlight. Boom! With a collapse, the 8-story apartment was reduced to only the bottom 2 floors in an instant. The water supply had been shut off at the main valve, and with no water to provide, the flames began to spread downward. Lu Dong twirled the pencil in his hand. Trapped in a desperate situation, he showed no panic, carefully studying the layout of the landlord's room. There were napkins all over the floor with the scent of bactericidal liquid, and the large empty room had only one corner where he could hide. Lu Dong gripped the pencil tightly. In the narrow room, the damage area of the cow-headed long axe was greatly reduced. Maybe he could grind him to death. The next second, Lu Dong saw the cow-headed figure outside and quickly sidestepped, diving into the corner of the room. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the exact spot where Lu Dong had just been was blasted with a round of shotgun pellets. Good heavens, he actually has a gun. Lu Dong had forgotten that this guy had such a vast inventory. With so many bizarre things, it wasn't surprising that he had a gun. Lu Dong pressed himself against the wall, narrowing his eyes slightly. It had been so long, and his fire hadn't worked yet? The next second, a series of system upgrade notifications rang in Lu Dong's ears. You ignited the landlord's oil barrel, burning to death the hanging ghost. You burned to death the ghost of the orphan who died young. You burned to death the old woman's ghost, abandoned by her children. You butcher. You killed all the eerie NPCs. Overlevel kill, gain 25 experience points. Overlevel kill, gain 25 experience points. Reward, 3 free attribute points. Reward, 3 free attribute points. Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a faint light. He immediately divided the free attribute points into 2 and distributed them evenly between his strength and agility. At this moment, Lu Dong opened his attribute panel. Character, Lu Dong, Commoner Faction Player. Level 1, 200/25, you are cursed, unable to level up. Strength, 100 points, you possess the strength to bend a willow tree. Agility, 100 points, don't start running easily, I'm afraid you'll fly. Mental strength, 100 points, damn guy, you must be lying and won't blush, right? Inventory, broken pencil, scapegoat doll, temporarily ineffective, soul gun with 1 bullet left. Lu Dong rubbed his wrist. This game truly felt realistic. Such immense strength was something he had never felt in that other world. Back then, when he lifted the cauldron of a tyrant, it must have been this kind of momentum. Boom! The cow-headed figure finally chopped through the obstruction and entered the landlord's room. He walked unsteadily toward the bedboard isolation in the corner of the room, fully ready to finish off his near-death prey. With the left hand holding the shotgun aimed, the right hand wielding the long axe to cut off the escape route, the cow-headed figure sneered and said, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Lu Dong leaned against the wall. After judging the position of the cow-headed figure, he lowered his voice and said, "Isn't the wind gentle too?" Bang! Bang! The cow-headed figure raised his hand and fired 2 shots toward the corner where Lu Dong had spoken. He loved seeing the look of a genius on the brink of despair. He enjoyed torturing newcomers. The next second, Lu Dong appeared in front of the cow-headed figure like a flash of light. The narrow space limited the cow-headed figure's reaction. He never thought that Lu Dong would dare to fight back. Lu Dong's right hand tightly gripped the shotgun, while his left hand held the pencil and directly shoved it into the cow-headed figure's throat. A red damage value of 10,000 appeared above the cow-headed figure's head. Lu Dong chuckled lightly and said, "I wonder if this gentle wind is the breeze leaking from your coffin board." Ding! You killed the last eerie faction player. Please quickly escape from the cursed apartment. Please leave the game dungeon, will you? Were you a calamity in your past life? Killing so many strange creatures? You have no game rewards. I never want to see you again. Lu Dong grinned, not even looking at what equipment Niu Hong exploded, stuffing everything into his pockets, lifting his long axe, and cleaving the apartment door in half. Ding! You have destroyed all the facilities in the Fate apartment. You have earned the title, Ghost Seer. You have earned the title, Destroyer. Lu Dong's body glowed with a faint white light, and he chuckled softly, "New world, here I come." Chapter 5, Steal Lu Dong Again, Fight to the Death. The Dawnland, the newbie village resurrection point, was now filled with a dense crowd of players. A newbie player who could stir the attention of the top 3 guilds, they were very curious. The vice president of the level 10 guild, Great Song Dynasty, Song Enyan, looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, leaning against the wall, his eyelids drooping. He was the first to speak. "Zhao Wujing, Lu Iran, why not do me a favor and sell me some face in the Song district?" The vice president of the level 10 guild, Zhao family emperor, Zhao Wujing, was like a butcher slaughtering pigs, shirtless, carrying a long sword on his shoulder. He lowered his right shoulder, and with a loud crash, his sword slammed into the ground. The heavy sword sank straight into the ground as if stabbing into tofu. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. Zhao Wujing's weapon could ignore terrain. Zhao Wujing said coldly, "You and I are both level 10 guilds. Some things don't need to be hidden. In the hundreds of districts and thousands of guilds of the civilian faction, which one isn't trying hard to break through their respective regions' ruined cities? With less than 80 points of mental power, who can take on the exploration task to open the ruined city? This Lu Dong, we, Zhao family emperor, are going to take him down. Ruined city. Exploration task." The players around them had a strange gleam in their eyes. Since they arrived in the strange game world, they had already realized that tasks were of different kinds. World dungeon tasks with rich rewards, completing them could greatly increase levels. This was also the main way for players without guild support to increase their strength. But world dungeon tasks were highly random and dangerous, and the higher level the player, the greater the strange dangers they faced. In addition, there were guild dungeon tasks to improve guild base facilities. A guild's level determined the quality of items in the guild shop. Guild dungeon tasks were lower in danger, mainly helping players level up and become stronger. But after the guild reached level 10, the guild shop items couldn't meet the demands of the players, becoming useless. It was no exaggeration to say that the items in the level 10 guild shop were godly weapons for players below level 30. But for high-level players in the strange world, the guild shop items were no longer up to standard. This was why there were exploration tasks to upgrade guild bases. The exploration tasks, which most players could only dream of, required the guild to reach level 10, and the player must have mental power over 80 points to take on the task to revive the ruined city. Every time a player leveled up in the game, they would gain 10 points in strength and 10 points in agility. Strength affected health, agility affected reaction speed and skill damage. Mental power was a special attribute that reflected a player's psychological strength before entering the game and didn't change with level. To find a player with more than 80 points of mental power, top guilds promised huge rewards, including direct promotion to level 40. It was rumored that once the ruined city was unlocked, the guild base could be upgraded to a city base, and world tasks would have new breakthroughs. Items in the system shop would be greatly upgraded. Because of this, Lu Dong, with his base mental power of 100 points, became the target of competition among major guilds. Lu Iran, wearing a light brown trench coat, slowly walked out between Song Yanyan and Zhao Wujing, interrupting their argument, and softly said, "Let's leave it to skill. Let the newcomers choose for themselves." Considering the time, Lu Dong's newbie task should have failed. It should be resurrected by now. Song Yanyan and Zhao Wujian exchanged a glance, neither speaking, falling into silence. Half an hour later, Lu Dong still had not appeared. Zhao Wujian's face showed a hint of displeasure as he irritably said, "Why hasn't this brat come out yet?" Song Yanyan lightly coughed, rubbing his hands together and said, "If you're in a hurry, you can leave first." A breeze blew, and Lu Dong's whereabouts became the center of everyone's discussion in the arena. Lu Iran furrowed her brows and lowered her voice. That brat, could he have gone to the Bazaar faction? Lu Iran shook her head, rebutting herself, "No, that shouldn't be it. Niu Hong killed him. Why would he go seek more suffering?" At the same time, Lu Dong was sitting upright inside a 2-meter diameter light ring. The system's voice continuously popped up. Player task grading in progress. Side task failed, all task NPCs cleared, points deducted. Main task completed, the Fate apartment destroyed, player created the 4th method to complete the task, points awarded. Hidden task completed, item damaged, hidden task chain interrupted, points deducted. Task NPCs cleared, unable to fully evaluate player's game process, points deducted. Landlord boss killed by single-handed combat, points awarded. Are you a butcher? You've killed all the Bazaar NPCs and faction players in the task. Points all deducted. Lu Dong, feeling bored, took out the equipment dropped by Niu Hang. Sealed space ring, to unseal it, only by completely slaying its owner. Lu Dong squinted his eyes. As a rookie mentor of the Bazaar faction, Niu Hang's inventory would definitely not be lacking. Adding the curse on him, there was now another reason why Niu Hang must die. Another half-hour later, the system finally calculated Lu Dong's task score, H. Player successfully escaped fate and gained the right to enter the Bazaar world, scores lower than D earn no rewards. Player has unlocked faction selection. Civilian faction, various guilds have established bases in major regions. By completing various tasks, guild bases are developed, gradually exploring the misty areas of the outskirts. Players injured in tasks can recover at guild bases. Each player has 3 chances to die. Killing players from the Bazaar faction will earn hatred points, which can be exchanged in the shop to enhance superpowers. Bazaar faction, exchange some part of your body functions with Bazaar NPCs for immense strength, and you can enhance your strength by absorbing missing body parts. Killing is the fastest way to improve. Drawback, body parts lost in the task cannot be restored, and can only be traded with the Bazaar to recover, or by killing civilian faction players to earn evil points. Killing players within the same faction also works. Will you choose to walk with angels, or accompany demons? Lu Dong's lips curled up, this Bazaar faction was simply tailor-made for him. I choose the Bazaar faction. Player did not leave any surviving Bazaar faction players in the escape from fate, and is not accepted by the Bazaar faction. Will be assigned to the civilian faction in 5 seconds. Lu Dong's face darkened. Then why did you even ask me? Ding. Civilian faction announcement, player Lu Dong completed the escape from fate task, scoring H. In an instant, the players waiting at the newbie village resurrection point exploded. Ridiculous. What's more ridiculous than ridiculous? There's an H score? What kind of completion is that? The score doesn't matter. How did Lu Dong survive facing Niu Hong, level 20? Isn't the death replacement doll invalid? Amidst the chatter, the vice presidents of 3 guilds rushed toward the center of the newbie village. Lu Dong stood by a fountain, enveloped in a protective light ring from the newbie protection system. Within it, he wouldn't take any damage. Lu Dong didn't care about the crowd around him. He was relishing the prompt he had just received. After waiting so many years, I finally waited for the cursed player. If you want to break the curse on you, come find me, I will give you the gift of fate. This is a riddle of coordinates, let's see how capable you are. Ding. You have obtained the sealed riddle scroll, solve the question to learn the content of the scroll. Lu Dong spun his pencil with interest, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind, carefully reading the question on the scroll. How to divide 9 evenly sized pieces of bread equally among 10 people. Lu Dong said instinctively, just slice one person, then you can divide it evenly, right? A small line of text flashed at the top of the scroll. Answer: why are you so cruel? Wrong answer, you have 2 chances left. If the player fails, they will permanently lose the gift of fate. Lu Dong curled his lip and said softly, isn't this just an ancient Egyptian math puzzle? What's so hard about it? I'll give you 2 methods. One method is the law of mass conservation, mash all 9 pieces of bread together, then divide them equally into 10 portions by weight. Another method is geometry. First split 5 pieces of bread into 2 halves each, giving to 10 people, 4 pieces remain. Then divide the 4 remaining pieces into 3 parts each, that makes 12 portions, give 10 people, 2 1/3 pieces left. Then split the leftover pieces, each into 5 equal parts, exactly enough to share among 10 people. Congratulations player, you have unlocked the sealed scroll and received +1 mental power reward. Lu Dong chuckled while spinning his pencil. This reward is a bit stingy, only giving 1 point. The next second, the entire civilian faction district shook. On the mental power leaderboard, Lu Dong, who ranked first with 100 points, now had 101 points. With his own strength, Lu Dong overturned everyone's belief that mental power could not be changed. At this moment, vice presidents of the 3 top guilds stood outside the newbie protection zone, loudly offering tempting deals that made nearby players envious. Zhao Wujiang, Lu Dong. Come to our Zhao district, Zhao family son of heaven, and we'll make sure you don't have to do world quests for 3 years. Not doing world quests for 3 years means Lu Dong won't have to face the strangeness at all during that time. Nearby players had red eyes. They faced death threats all the time, but Lu Dong just entered the game and got such rich treatment. Some people are born with a titanium alloy key in their mouth. Lu Iran, come to Wu District, Omniguest, for 5 years, any task you want to do, our vice president will go with you. Lu Iran knew Lu Dong was cursed and couldn't face tasks alone for now, so she directly offered what he needed most. Nearby players were no longer just envious, they began shouting jealous curses, but this newbie had 101 mental power. Song Yanyan stepped forward slowly and said seriously, join Song District, Great Song Rivers and Mountains, the guild warehouse is yours to choose from, any task you want to do, we'll go with you. As long as your curse isn't lifted, our guild will protect you. Shocked. Silent. Everyone fell into silence. Zhao Wujiang and Lu Iran looked at Song Yanyan at the same time. Great Song Rivers and Mountains was determined to win Lu Dong, even offering full access to the warehouse. Zhao Wujiang cursed loudly, are you crazy? Great Song Rivers and Mountains gave you such huge authority? Song Yanyan narrowed her eyes and looked around. She seemed to think this offer wasn't enough. She immediately dropped the long sword at her waist and said coldly, anyone who tries to take Lu Dong again, only death awaits. Crazy. For Lu Dong, Song Yanyan was willing to break the peace. Lu Iran and Zhao Wujiang almost simultaneously messaged their guild leaders. Song Yanyan is even willing to go to war for Lu Dong. Could it be that Song District has already found the trace of the wasteland city? Inside the newbie protection zone, Lu Dong rolled his eyes. The scroll didn't mention anything useful, nor did it provide any coordinates, only one modern poem. The green spring machine was lit by thick snow. The fate in the line stays in the poem. I wait for you in a place with 4 clear seasons. Ding! You have obtained a scroll-bound item, a wooden-handled grenade filled with trinitrotoluene. Grenade, consumable item. As a welcome gift, here's a grenade that can kill strangeness, showing our sincerity. Use carefully, the power of this thing goes far beyond your imagination. Lu Dong looked at the ridiculous poetry and the hand grenade, not only rolling his eyes but also busy for a long time without knowing where to go, searching for nothing. In his impatience, Lu Dong heard the voices of 3 vice presidents outside, and he angrily shouted, it's so noisy, can't they shut their mouths? Can people kill here? The system was stunned, then immediately reminded. In the safe zone, high-level players killing low-level players will face the punishment of being erased. Moreover, killing in a non-task dungeon does not have rewards. Lu Dong raised the corner of his mouth, he was level 1. Shouldn't there be anyone lower than him? So, it should be fine for low-level players to kill high-level players, right? If there is no reward for killing, then there is no punishment, right? Getting up, Lu Dong took his first step out of the novice village. He's out. Chapter 6, Watch Me Blow You Up. The Land of Dawn, this is the name of the novice village. Every player who arrives at this bizarre world from the civilian camp will be born here. It is said to be a place of hope for civilian players to solve the bizarre troubles. The place is protected by mechanisms, high-level players cannot harm low-level players, and forcing an attack will face terrible punishments. Once, a LV-20 player killed a LV-9 player and was directly erased from the bizarre world. Since then, even if players have deep grudges, they will not attack in the Land of Dawn. The Land of Dawn has become a place for players to communicate, gathering various rankings where players can choose to publish or hide their names. At the same time, players can share insights on various tasks and methods for dealing with the bizarre here. It also offers various shops, where one can buy enticing treasures by consuming hatred points. Some players from low-level guilds still return here to buy the items they need. Naturally, many players do some trading here. Transactions between players are conducted under strict system restrictions to avoid forced selling. The moment Lu Dong appeared, he received over 999 friend requests. 101 points of mental power made him someone even the big shots wanted to curry favor with. Song Yanyan hurriedly stepped forward and extended an olive branch again. Lu Dong heard Song Yanyan's words and frowned, saying, so you all are here to watch which guild I join. The crowd laughed but said nothing, quietly watching the excitement. The three major guilds were fighting over him. At this moment, no matter which guild Lu Dong chose, he would offend the other two guilds. Enjoying the excitement is human nature. Zhao Wujing clearly received the president's instruction and boldly approached Song Yanyan, offering Lu Dong terms from his guild. Then looking at Song Yanyan, he said, "If you want war, then let's fight. Our Zhao family's son is not an easy target." Lu Yiran also appeared on the opposite side, first smiling at Lu Dong, throwing out conditions similar to Song Yanyan's promises. Then she looked at Song Yanyan, drew her short blade, and said somberly, "If it's war, then let's fight." The three vice presidents were all LV40. In battles of the same level, there would be no punishment for erasure in the Land of Dawn, but perhaps the three might be demoted. Level is not more important than the guild's exploration tasks. Seeing Lu Dong remain unresponsive, Zhao Wujing's face darkened, his whole body exuded a threatening aura. "Lu Dong, I advise you, if you don't join us, Zhao family's son, be careful when doing tasks in the future. The Great Song Dynasty can guarantee your safety. The all-purpose guest can protect you." Song Yanyan and Lu Yiran simultaneously offered promises of protection. They disapproved of Zhao Wujing's actions but knew that Zhao family's son had the strength to back their words. "Exploration tasks are more important than offending, Zhao family's son." Lu Dong frowned slightly and said softly, "Are you threatening me?" Zhao Wujing cast a contemptuous glance at the two beside him and chuckled, "If you refuse, this will naturally be a threat." "A threat, huh? Then that's easy to handle." Lu Dong looked at the three fierce-looking individuals and casually tossed out an object, coldly saying, "Watch me blow you up." Clang. The round ball fell into the arena, and many nearby players changed their expressions drastically. "Damn it, a grenade. This madman is actually throwing grenades in the Dawnland. Run." Before everyone could react, a huge explosion echoed all around. Centered on the empty space in front of Lu Dong, the entire Dawnland had only a handful of players left. The large novice village displayed a massive circular crater. Except for the invincibility circle protecting newbies, there were no other facilities around. Players with quick hands immediately teleported back to their guild base, while those slower now lay outside the Dawnland, wailing. "What kind of ruthless guy is this, to blow up the novice village? What kind of grenade is this, how could it be so powerful? The novice village, built over many years by ordinary players, is now empty? Yet the other side is level 1, and the rules have no way to deal with this guy." Lu Dong rubbed his nose. Gosh, had he known this thing was so powerful, he would have brought it to the quest. It seems like he used it for a bigger purpose. Ding. Title of Destroyer upgraded, Destruction Butcher. The hate value you earn will double. You poor soul, hurry up and choose a big area, leave Dawnland. The system's voice trembled in anger. Not far away, Song Yanyan and the other two were covered in dirt. A thin blood bar rose above their heads, each at 4,000 plus, now emptying significantly. Zhao Wujing gripped his heavy sword tightly, looking at Lu Dong, who had retreated into the novice protection circle, and said fiercely, "Very well, we've made our enemies. I, the Zhao family prince, won't let you go. Next time we meet, I will kill you." Lu Dong stepped out of the safe zone again, raised his soul gun, and fired a shot. Bang! A huge red marker appeared above Zhao Wujing's head. -1,000. This was the last bullet from the soul gun. Lu Dong didn't hesitate at all as he shot Zhao Wujing. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Dong knew full well that in this world there is no take a step back, the sea is vast. Only bearing for a moment leads to more frustration. Besides, this is just a game, right? What if one day he wakes up in bed and realizes this is just a dream? Wouldn't he regret it deeply? Lu Dong smiled broadly. He wasn't someone who would take a loss and turn back to the novice protection zone. Zhao Wujing felt wronged, holding his heavy sword, but, due to the rules, he ultimately didn't dare to strike Lu Dong. Lu Yiran and Song Yanyan fell into silence. Although they didn't like Lu Dong's actions, they had to admit this level 1 newbie was very brave. What surprised the two even more was that the -1,000 damage. Was it that the soul gun ignored defense? Or did this newbie's base strength exceed 100? How did he complete the quest? Perhaps only Niu Hong knows. Lu Yiran was a bit impressed by Lu Dong. At least when she was level 1, she only thought about developing cautiously and wouldn't think of proactively confronting a strong player. Zhao Wujing shouted angrily, "Good, if you have the skill, hide here for the rest of your life, I'll find level 1 players to deal with you." Lu Dong's body trembled. Hide? Was that last sentence actually a hidden poem? System, what major districts are there in the civilian camp? Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang. Lu Dong was too lazy to listen to this list of surnames and directly asked, "Is there a hide district?" Yes, in the northwest of the mainland, players can enjoy a free teleport after selecting a major district. Lu Dong's eyes lit up. Indeed, the verdant spring opportunity ignited by thick snow, that is the character Cao. The fate left in the poem refers to sentence. The upper and lower parts combine to form go. A place with distinct four seasons refers to the northwest. Lu Dong shouted loudly to Zhao Wejang, that bare-chested monkey, thanks. System, I choose the Hyde district. With a flash of white light, Lu Dong disappeared from the Dawnland. Zhao Wejang's expression darkened as he teleported away as well. Song Yanyan displayed a hint of disappointment, sighed deeply, and then left. Lu Yiran shook her head with a light smile, muttering interesting, and then left too. No one expected this level 1 player to be so fierce. Faced with the invitations from the 3 top guilds, he directly rejected them with a grenade and even launched an attack against Zhao Wejang. He is called fierce, yet he still knows how to retreat to the newbie protection area. He is called smart, yet in one breath, he offended 3 top guilds. Lu Dong's name instantly became the focus of discussion among numerous bloggers. Zhao Wujing returned to the guild headquarters and looked at the intelligence gathered by his subordinates. He could not help but sneer. Just a mathematician, cursed by poison, he won't have a good life in this world. Mocking himself as a bare-bodied monkey? This Lu Dong must die. At the same time, in the strange camp, in the judgment area, Niu Hong, wrapped in bandages, held his documents and spoke to himself. Is this the safe zone for commoners? Since you took my ring, don't expect to be at ease. Then, Niu Hong picked up the phone and said, Boss Tong, I took out a god seed from the commoner camp. That guy dealt 1000 critical damage at level 1. The leader of the judgment area, Tong Kue, said coldly, my 2 apprentices failed their mission because of you, Niu Hong. I give you 1 month, make them level 10. That god seed now has more troubles than you. Our judgment area is in preparation, don't stir up trouble during this time. Niu Hong respectfully hung up the phone and muttered to himself, I took out a god seed, and you give me no reward. Tong Kue, you are really too much. In the safe zone. In the game world, the strong are respected. Of course, there are also players who do not like the atmosphere of the strange world and choose to hide in a corner. The safe zone, as the name suggests, is a place to survive in chaotic times, not seeking fame. Most players who come here are of very low level, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the chaotic world. The skills they choose are mostly related to life skills. They do not like fighting. This is a remote area that has not even explored the main quest of the game world. If it weren't for Lu Dong's appearance, the safe zone might have been forgotten by many players. Various opinion leaders naturally kept an eye on Lu Dong's choices, and articles of all kinds began to flood in. The newbie starts leveling up by blowing up the newbie village. The cursed player kills anyone in sight. Shocking. The genius player with the highest mental power went to this place. Lu Dong officially declares war on top guilds. Zhao Wujing's unspeakable pain. Have you ever heard the name of the safe zone? As the dim light faded, Lu Dong appeared in a dilapidated wasteland. If it weren't for the teleportation mark, he wouldn't even recognize this as a teleportation array. Yellow sand covered the sky, with desolation all around. In front of the teleportation array, a chubby guy with natural curly yellow hair looked at Lu Dong with confusion. This place is really desolate, you can still regret now. Lu Dong nodded slightly and said softly, a gentleman makes friends not based on wealth, this place is my fate. The chubby guy frowned and said quietly, I am the only guild leader in the safe zone, Zhao Shangfei, I sincerely advise you to leave. You offended Zhao Wujing, this place cannot protect you. Flying on the grass? Lu Dong smiled and patted Zhao Shangfei's shoulder, chuckling, bro. Don't worry, the trouble I caused, I'll take responsibility, I just want to do some quests by joining your guild. Zhao Shangfei had a black line on his face and lowered his voice, you are my brother, what you did in the newbie dungeon was ruthless, the small place really can't accommodate such a big Buddha like you. Lu Dong thought for a moment, pulled out a scroll from his pocket, and whispered, it led me here. Zhao Shangfei trembled and immediately sent a message, White Taoist, come quickly. With a flash of white light, a man with a wild hairstyle and a cigarette in his mouth appeared, holding up his trousers said, I was just taking a shit, why the rush? Zhao Shangfei casually introduced, by Li Xian, one of our 6 guild members, he says if you can stay, you can stay. Bai Li Xian waved to Lu Dong without any formality, you're here, I thought you would go to the strange camp. Lu Dong nodded and said softly, I wanted to go there, but they didn't let me in since I killed off all the players from the strange camp. Bai Li Xian carefully examined Lu Dong's sealing scroll, smacking his lips, the system protects the strange camp. If you go past, you might die in a strange player's game. Lu Dong shyly lowered his head and said, not at all. Zhao Shangfei, messy in the wind, said with a straight face, is the Taoist master praising you? Why are you blushing? In the next moment, a blood bar appeared above the Taoist master's head, and the thin blood bar was even longer than Zhao Wujing's. But the blood bar was rapidly decreasing, stopping only when the last drop vanished. The cigarette butt in the Taoist master's mouth lost its shape, and he softly said, *hashtag at %yuan. Hope for a fat belly. Lu Dong wore a confused expression. Zhao Shangfei supported the fainted Bai Li Xian and chuckled, let's go, Lu Dong, welcome to our guild. Lu Dong puzzledly asked, what does a fat belly mean? What is the Taoist master talking about? Chao Shangfei explained, not very bright, just like a computer, when the RAM is too large, it will flash garbage, and the language function has some problems. In the suburbs, in a camp surrounded by a circle of small tents. Chao Shangfei shouted, brothers, we have a new member joining our Gadibio guild. Lu Dong felt a bit disoriented. Chao Shangfei, Gadibio. Chapter 7 New Partner. Chao Shangfei laid by Li Xian in the center of the camp and smiled. I haven't seen old Bai work this hard in a long time. He almost risked his life. A nurse in a white dress strolled over, holding various reagents, and said, having another episode? Weren't you going to dissuade the newcomers? How did you end up nearly losing yourself? Chao Shangfei rolled his eyes as he watched the nurse inject a syringe into Bai Lixian's artery and said, Wang Bo. Old Bai only has 1 drop of blood left, don't kill him. Don't shout, I need a pure hand of dragon 7 pairs for this. Wang Bo said while focused on his phone, he can hold on, he won't die for a while. Wang Bo gently hung in 4 bag for Bai Lixian and reinserted the needle into his arm's vein. Bai Lixian's blood volume was visibly rising. Chao Shangfei sighed in relief and introduced the young man beside him to Wang Bo, saying, Lu Dong, currently ranked first in mental strength, cursed to not level up, just like us, summoned here. Wang Bo seemed not to hear, quietly staring at his phone, murmuring, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. On the other side, a round-faced, simple-hearted man, with a string of huge Buddha beads around his neck and a knife on his shoulder, drunkenly walked over and shouted. Buddha is merciful. Gui Jun, I'm hungry, when are we eating? Chao Shangfei softly said, this is our guild's vice president, Cui Min. As you can see, he claims to be of the Buddha's path but loves to drink. The person cooking over there is Gui Jun. I must say that after coming to this strange gaming world, while there is no hunger value, having a delicious hot meal is still very comforting. Lu Dong followed Chao Shangfei's direction and looked. Gui Jun, dressed in sportswear, was tearing a wild boar apart with his bare hands. The wild boar, nearly as tall as a person, was torn in half by Gui Jun. Gui Jun, sensing Lu Dong's gaze, smiled and said, it's your first day, so sister will make you some good dishes. Xiang Yan, prepare 2 radishes for me, I'll stew some pork. Gui Jun lifted up half of the pig's carcass and began tearing off the pork chops with his bare hands. Coming. A clear voice fell as a woman in a white cheongsam danced over with a swaying waist. With twin tails, a smiling mouth, and slender eyes, she carried a faint scent of soil around her. Chao Shangfei softly said, this is Huang Xingyan. She loves to plant vegetables, and most of the vegetables we eat in our guild are grown by her. As for that wild boar, we had to work really hard to catch it with traps. Lu Dong chuckled softly. Other gaming guilds typically introduce themselves by stating their levels to showcase their strength. But this Gadibio guild is truly interesting. A drinking monk, a nurse playing mahjong, a woman in a cheongsam growing vegetables, a man tearing wild boar to cook, and a confused Taoist master who likes to talk nonsense. Indeed, not a single normal gamer in this guild. In this desolate environment, in this broken little camp, how did these people create a warm feeling of home? Chao Shangfei casually pulled Lu Dong into the guild. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Gaodbao guild. Please complete the guild tasks as soon as possible to start building the guild. While the food was still not ready, Chao Shangfei lay on the lounge chair, telling Lu Dong about the bizarre world. We are among the earliest players in this bizarre world. When we were summoned here, we also fell into a period of slaughter. Fighting against players from the bizarre faction, scheming against the civilian faction, and battling with strange NPCs. After 2 years, we had grown a bit tired, which is why we found this safe zone, or maybe we were chosen by the safe zone, but that's a story for later. When we arrived here, we discovered a bug. As long as we don't upgrade the guild base, powerful bizarre beings won't appear around the guild, and we can easily deal with wild boars and bulls. The main reason is to make eating easier. As long as people have no ambitions, life can be carefree. So, we have maintained this way of living. Lu Dong clicked on the guild construction and was astonished to find that the Gaodbao guild indeed had not completed any guild tasks. There was not even a hint of a task guide or storyline for the guild dungeon. The guild warehouse was completely empty. The downside is, essential living supplies like medicine, food, and water all need us to purchase them from nearby large areas. Of course, if you want to level up, you can do world storyline tasks, randomly match teammates, and as long as you complete the tasks smoothly, the rewards are quite rich. Oh, by the way, you can't level up. Chao Shangfei lay back on the bench, leisurely said, the seal scroll you received, we have all received similar ones, no one knows what it means, and no hidden tasks were triggered. But I suggest you focus on world tasks for the short term to see if you can gain some special abilities. Generally, when new players complete a world task, they get generous rewards. But only new players have this benefit. Being restricted to level 1 isn't such a bad thing, although you can improve your basic combat power, completing more tasks might turn you into a mobile treasure trove like Nyohang. During your task process, the bizarre world will broadcast your actions live, other players watching your stream will bring you popularity and gifts, which can be exchanged for you after completing tasks in the form of hatred points. Hatred points are the hard currency in this world, so you need to perform well. Until you have enough strength, besides world tasks, it's best not to leave this camp. Areas without the camp's protection are too dangerous for you. Lu Dong looked around, smelling the delicious food and faint scent of dirt, completely unaware of the strangeness of the bizarre world. Lu Dong's mouth curled up, saying, I have to say, this place seems warmer than I imagined. Zhao Shangfei smiled, saying softly, from today on, it's no longer just you, it's us. Welcome to the Retirement Guild Gao Bao. Gui Jun shouted excitedly, dinner is ready. Around a three-legged wooden table missing a leg, 7 people sat together. Gui Jun slapped away Chui Min's hand as he tried to steal a pig's trotter, tearing off a piece of pig hind leg meat, smiling, welcome our listed player, you are the first player in our safe zone to be listed or even to be ranked first. Chui Min, holding a wine bottle, smiled while offering a wine cup, may Buddha bless. Just because our newcomer is top-ranked, I'll offer you a cup. In one gulp, Chui Min let out a long belch and then stood up to pour drinks for everyone. In this game world, you can stay drunk or wake up anytime. As monks, we are used to staying drunk, please forgive us. As Chui Min poured the drinks, his lighter fell by Lu Dong's feet, but Chui Min seemed unaware. Bai Li woke up from a stupor, currently enjoying a feast, appearing to have consumed a lot. Wang Bo was eating meat while playing mobile mahjong, chatting casually. Everyone was busy, gossiping about various regions, which was quite interesting. Lu Dong smiled as he looked at the crowd, he envied this simple emotion. In his last life, he was always immersed in the world of mathematics, with no friends at all. Then let me grant you a peaceful death. Lu Dong murmured to himself, then continued eating meat. By the way, can hatred value be used to buy any special abilities in the shop? Huang Xingyan said gently, the most basic abilities all require 1,000 points of hatred value. I suggest that during your beginner phase, you exchange for some cheap weapons. Maybe completing world quests will also grant some special abilities. Beginners will not get bad abilities as long as they complete the quests. Zhao Shangfei added, our guild hasn't opened the shop yet, but before entering a world quest, you can buy something from a random shop. Although it's more random, it's safer than buying from other regions. Soon, they finished their meal and Zhao Shangfei laughed, Lu Dong, hurry to do your first world quest. Maybe you can break the curse on you. Lu Dong wiped his mouth, glanced at the lighter on the ground, and casually pocketed it. A lighter is something that the capable can keep. With satisfaction, he opened the system to match world tasks. Ding! Matching successful. Player enters Wanping Hospital Dungeon, difficulty, Hell level. This time, there are 5 players from the civilian camp, and 5 players from the Yuri camp. Please protect your identity and organs, do not let the opposing camp's players discover you. Main quest, escape from Wanping Hospital. Side quest, explore the bizarre origin of Wanping Hospital. Task reward, varies based on score, far beyond your imagination. Everyone watched Lu Dong leave, and the smiles on their faces gradually faded. Zhao Shangfei whispered, Taoist Bai, after spending so much life value, what exactly did you see? Bai Lixian replied softly, endless trouble, endless killing, and a clear path. Zhao Shangfei twirled a coin and said softly, the prediction Taoist Bai gave Lu Dong is hope for a fat belly. Everyone was startled, the predictions of the Taoist were always homophones plus reverse. That means, there's hope for the waste. Chui Min wiped his long knife, the smell of alcohol dissipating, is it the road to the waste city? Bai Lixian nodded gently, then looked into the distance, this place is too close to the Yuri camp. If the guild master hadn't diverted Lu Dong, our identities may have been exposed. Guests from the Heavenly Punishment Zone and Zhao Zone have already arrived. Gui Jun stretched his shoulders, smiling, it's been a long time since I've moved around. You guys do the dishes, I'll take care of this group of troubles. Zhao Shangfei's face turned dark, all out together, try to make it look like an accident, don't make it too obvious. Chui Min rummaged through the pots and pans on the ground, puzzled, where did my wind oil lighter go? Huang Xingyan laughed, old thing, you're so sly. You clearly secretly tossed it on the ground for Lu Dong, but you're still playing dumb. Chui Min chuckled and said leisurely, Buddha is compassionate, that lighter is a great evil. I hope that little ghost doesn't burn himself. Meeting his fate, I'm not as stingy as you. In the next moment, the 6 members of the guild stood up together, their powerful aura spreading out. The lowest level, Zhao Shangfei, was already level 40. Chui Min whispered, old rule, you kill the enemies, I'll clean up afterwards, try not to show up. Okay. That day, shocking news spread throughout the Yuri world. The new player Lu Dong, who was number 1 on the mental strength ranking, joined the survival zone, and the strong players of various guilds were curious about the existence of the survival zone. After sending people in, they collectively went missing. Not just the civilian camp, the Yuri camp was the same. There were even reports of 30-level high-level players falling. For a time, all regions buzzed with rumors. Soon, an article titled The Current Situation of the Survival Zone topped the forum. The survival zone gathered a large number of survival players. To survive, they did not undertake the world plot exploration tasks, which led to the entire survival zone. Still in a wild state. The Gangbao Association hasn't even opened any guild quests. Without the protection of a guild base, numerous high-level oddities roam the wilderness. The dung area might have hidden treasures, but before completing the world quest exploration, players below level 40 entering will definitely face risks. The logical explanation gained everyone's agreement. Zhao family son, Great Song Dynasty, all-round guest, all simultaneously noted the situation in the Gung area. Farming the wilderness means both crisis and opportunity. This Gung area must also be included in the main direction of the guild's development. Soon, everyone discovered that the new player Lu Dong's livestream was starting again, and many players rushed to call their friends to watch. The killing star is back. So fast to enter the world quest, does Lu Dong think too highly of himself? Wow, it's another hell level. Interesting, players from Zhao District, Zhao Family Son, and the Divine Punishment District have both sent players in. Old grudges and new ones will be settled together. In this dungeon, if the civilian camp doesn't unite, there seems to be no chance of success. Chapter 8, Wanping Hospital. This is a slaughterhouse. Since it's the player's first world quest, the store system is temporarily closed. Introduction. You wake up to find yourself in Wanping Mental Hospital. After being hospitalized for a while, you realize strange things keep happening here. Please escape quickly. Escape mission from Wanping Hospital begins. Dusk. The stinging smell of disinfectant penetrates the nostrils and deepens into the brain. Lu Dong slowly opens his eyes, looking at the pale pink walls around him, squinting slightly. This is a single room. The room is not large, resembling a hospital, yet like a prison. The entrance is a classical iron door that pushes and pulls, separated by 14 pillars. Lu Dong wears a patient gown that reads number 69, and beside him lies the long axe brought from the Destiny Escape dungeon. Rustle. The sound of rustling comes from the corner of the wall. Lu Dong grips the long axe with his left hand and clutches a pencil tightly with his right, his eyes fixed on the corner. The dirty laundry basket is moving by itself. In broad daylight. Sure enough, a hospital is an unsettling place. Lu Dong inhales deeply and slowly says, "Come out." The laundry basket stops moving, but there is only Lu Dong in the entire ward. "Come out." Lu Dong's voice rises a few degrees. The empty room still echoes no sound. All right, talking like a person and pretending not to understand. Lu Dong flips over, raises the long axe in his left hand, and strikes down. 100 points of power, swinging down the long axe. The impact is no less than a 100-kilogram person jumping down from a height. Crack. The dirty laundry basket is cleaved in two, revealing a pale-faced oddity in the corner. The man has sunken eyes, a crack at the corner of his mouth, and a clear strangulation mark around his neck. His limbs are curled up, wearing a patient gown, and the man is drenched in cold sweat. Bro, let's talk well. The oddity gulps hard. Usually, these NPCs' guiding tasks use this invisibility to create unsettling phenomena to disturb players. Then they suddenly appear, scaring players while issuing some tasks. This is the first time he has been scared by a player since becoming an odd NPC. He was supposed to issue a side quest, but this player clearly wants to kill him when unhappy. Lu Dong gently places his right hand on the oddity's shoulder, pressing down the pencil. Title: The Butcher activates. The oddity is intimidated by your strength, and it will not hide anything at this moment. Lu Dong whispers, "What's your name?" The pale-faced oddity stammers, I forgot." Lu Dong impatiently asks, "Forgot how long ago? Don't tell me fairy tales. How did you die?" The oddity replies, Suicide. Lu Dong continues to ask, "Is there anything to pay attention to here?" A flicker of doubt passes through the oddity's eyes, then it speaks. Every night at 12, no one can leave their room, whether player or NPC, strictly follow Nurse Lu's orders. Stay away from the 9th floor. Lu Dong nodded and said coldly, "Give me the reward for the side quest." The strange one wore a black line on his face. "Big brother, you haven't even completed the task. This isn't how the rules work." Feeling the suffocating vibe from the pencil, he said it was impossible, but his body was very honest. The strange one took out a flashlight from his pocket and whispered, "Take this. When it's dark at night, the secret you're looking for is on the wall." Ding! You have received a UV flashlight. At the same time, in Lu Dong's live stream room, the bullet comments began to wail. Is this it? Is this it? This is the hellish Wanquan Hospital? Back then, I was scared half to death by this side quest. Strange, it took a lot of effort to complete the side quest and get this flashlight. Could it be that 101 points of mental power still have a deterrent effect on the strange? No matter what, I just want to see Brother Dong kill. As expected of a killing star, no need to complete tasks, just demand rewards. It seems we all need to rethink how we approach these dungeons. Lu Dong got what he wanted to know, then slowly took back the pencil that was by the strange body, and asked, "Why did you commit suicide back then?" The strange hesitated and opened his mouth. When I was young, I developed a stealing habit and later got hooked on forbidden drugs. In a daze, I accidentally fell from upstairs and was dragged into this strange world. Before the strange could finish, Lu Dong forcefully stabbed the pencil into the strange's body. I hate people who take forbidden drugs the most. Ding! You killed the strange NPC. Big brother, he was just an ordinary side quest NPC, can we not kill him casually? The night was deep, and the clean blue moonlight shone through the window into the room. Following the moonlight, Lu Dong pointed the UV flashlight at the wall. Under the UV light, a line of twisted small characters emerged. It seemed that the writer was extremely fearful. Liangyan is a devil, this hospital is a slaughterhouse. Never go to the 9th floor. Run away. Lu Dong propped his chin up, then raised his long axe. Usually, when a game task warns against a place, it means there is a problem. Lu Dong slowly pushed the iron door of the room but couldn't move it. The door is locked. Maybe I can look for a key in the room, if not, I can only wait for the nurse to open the door tomorrow. Waiting? Not a chance. Lu Dong raised his long axe high and swung down, a crisp sound echoed in the hallway. Clang! Locked iron door, 9,000/10,000. With one attack, 1,000 health points were lost. Lu Dong did not stop and swung down 9 times in a row. Clang 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 clang. You destroyed the door. Lu Dong walked alone in the empty corridor, taking steps with no regard, heading straight for the 9th floor. Not far from Lu Dong's ward. 2 men were staring closely at Lu Dong's back. Tong, is this Lu Dong who angered our vice president? How does he seem brainless? Zhao Tong, wearing glasses and with a mushroom haircut, whispered, brainless? Can you break a 10,000 point health gate? Even if you could break this door, would you dare walk alone in the hospital corridor at night? Players with mental power below 30, who can withstand the strange attacks in the middle of the night? Zhao Tong asked 3 questions in a row, then opened the communicator and quickly typed. Zhao Gang, let me remind you, don't casually attract trouble. Is Zhao Wujuan's enemy our enemy too? This guy has 101 points of mental power, he's someone with a protagonist aura. Don't blame me for not warning you, if you oppose him, you won't survive to the next chapter. With a righteous look, Zhao Gang closed his phone. Although he was timid, he understood clearly that in this helpless strange world, to become strong, he can only rely on himself. If he helped Zhao Wujuan deal with Lu Dong, Zhao Wujuan would definitely reward him generously. At the same time, Zhao Wujuan, who was watching Lu Dong's livestream, had a flash of anger in his eyes. Can a level 1 player forcibly break open the hospital's iron door? It's probably that long axe's problem. Vice President, strange news came from the Erie camp. Niu Hong was killed by Lu Dong, but the details are unclear. Zhao Wujing nodded. Niu Hong likely brought this on himself. After activating the invincible ring, there's a state of weakness, and in the newbie dungeon, there's a 90% reduction in resistance. Niu Hong capsized in the gutter, so he has no one to blame but himself. That long axe from the Erie camp was probably dropped by Lu Dong off Niu Hang's body. Can't tell from this little brat Lu Dong, he has quite a bit of luck. Zhao Wujing took a sip of tea. As for Zhao Tong, that slippery fellow, suddenly sent a message via phone, must be saying something bad. Now that this mission has ended, it's time to kick this kind of slacker out of the guild. Vice President, just now Zhao Tong sent this message to Zhao Gang. In the dungeon task, non-task players cannot communicate across dungeons. But there are many capable people in the Zhao family's emperor, so naturally, some have the ability to spy. Zhao Wujing saw Zhao Tong's message, coldly said, go kick out the person who guided Zhao Tong into our guild, and sort out all players under level 30 who are close to Zhao Tong, kick them all out. At Wanping Hospital. Lu Dong evaded the eerie probing and arrived at the main door on the bottom floor of the hospital. The tightly locked door is in an invincible state, perhaps breaking some kind of restriction will open the door. Lu Dong swung the long axe. Clang. -0. Indeed, it was in an invincible state, not a bit of health was lost. In the next second, a chilling howling sound surrounded him from all directions. Lu Dong's body trembled. Evil Ghost Storm, players lose 10 health points every second. He had 1,000 health points, so he could last for 100 seconds. Lu Dong hurriedly ran up the stairs. 9th floor. The dark green emergency light flickered intermittently. This floor had no windows, and there was a strange aura permeating the entire level. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of liquid dripping came from the depths of the hallway. Lu Dong gripped the long axe and walked straight toward room 901. Interwoven tasks would complicate things. Time was limited. If he could find the boss directly, he should kill if he could, and if not, find a way to kill. This was the problem-solving experience Lu Dong learned from studying math for many years. Don't overthink it. Hesitation leads to defeat. Whoosh. A low, deep breath suddenly appeared in front of Lu Dong. It felt like being hit by a pig at 40 kilometers per hour. Lu Dong staggered back several steps, leaning against the stairway wall to steady himself. His hair stood on end, this guy's speed far exceeded his own. Run! Using the dark green light, a man in the same patient outfit grabbed Lu Dong's hand and ran down the stairs. Behind them, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed as if something was chasing them. Lu Dong wanted to look back, but the man pulling him down said coldly, "Don't look back, that thing has a binding effect. Evil ghost storm, if we don't return to the room, we'll all die." Lu Dong gripped the long axe, suppressing the urge to act. The two ran all the way back to Lu Dong's room. The out-of-breath man angrily said, "Do you know you almost got us all killed?" In the moonlight, the man across from him had bean-sized eyes and a freckled face. Lu Dong leaned against the wall, muttering, "Who are you?" "Sun Yen. One of the few kind eerie beings in this hospital. Xiao Eri, I should have informed you of my identity, right? That guy has a habit of stealing dirty laundry baskets." Lu Dong nodded. He didn't mention that Xiao Eri had already been exorcised. Sun Yen, hands on his hips, huffed, "You players just won't listen. I told you not to leave your rooms at night, but you insisted on going out. Just now, 4 players have already died." Lu Dong raised an eyebrow. There were a total of 10 players entering the dungeon, and the first night had barely passed, and already 4 were dead? While speaking, Sun Yen suddenly laughed loudly. Holding his abdomen with one hand and supporting himself against the wall with the other, he laughed hysterically, even tearing up. About 5 minutes later, Sun Yen returned to normal. If Sun Yen hadn't been halfway through his sentence, Lu Dong would have chopped him down no matter what. Sun Yen continued, "No matter which camp you belong to, if the mental power is below 30 points, never leave your room late at night. Liangyan's seal will erase the abnormal at night." Liangyan, the same name mentioned on the wall. Lu Dong remained alert. The sudden appearance of the abnormal seemed ill. Who was Liangyan? The director, a terrifying devil. Sun Yan's face showed anger as he sighed deeply. Lu Dong whispered, "What exactly happened at Wanjing Hospital?" Sun Yan slowly replied, "Long ago, Wanjing Hospital was the most popular psychiatric hospital. We were early patients. We came with hope, wanting treatment to restore our normal lives. But then, the new director, Liangyan, turned this place into hell." Ha 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 ha. Sun Yan laughed wildly again, his laughter echoing throughout the hospital. Lu Dong took a deep breath, comforting himself, endure him for the second time. 5 minutes later, Sun Yan regained his composure. Liangyan is not a psychiatric expert at all, he is merely a surgeon who treats us, the patients, as his experimental subjects. We are all wrong spirits, we were all killed alive by Liangyan. Only by breaking the restriction on the rooftop can this place be restored. Don't take the pills given to you by the head nurse. Ha 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 ha. Sun Yan laughed wildly again. Lu Dong shook his hand. Since there was no more key information, it was time to get to business. Lu Dong was about to pick up the long axe. A crisp sound of high heels approached, and a woman's deep voice said, "Sun Yan, did you skip your medication again last night? How many times have I told you that your laughing sickness must be medicated on time to be cured?" A trace of fear appeared on Sun Yan's face, then his eyes widened, signaling Lu Dong with his lips, "Absolutely don't take the pills." Chapter 9 Wanjing Hospital, The Mysterious Player. Sun Yan left Lu Dong's room, and Lu Dong quickly lay back on the bed, hiding the long axe under the blanket. The sound of high heels echoed. The nurse walked into Lu Dong's room with a tray of medication. Her eyebrows were elegantly curved, her eyelashes long, and her crimson lips flashed with alluring light. Wearing a nurse's outfit combined with the Klein blue moonlight, it somewhat resembled the opening scene from a certain movie company. A gentle, soothing voice came, "Number 69, why is your room door broken? Is your mania acting up again?" The nurse approached Lu Dong's bedside, gently touching his forehead with one hand, softly saying, "No fever, just let it out. Director Liang will cure your illness. Take your medicine and sleep well tonight." Ding. Host is forcibly imprisoned. Lu Dong realized his body had lost sensation, he could only control opening and closing his mouth, unable to make a sound. The nurse had a name tag hanging on her chest, Lu Yen. Leave a confession? What an ominous name. Lu Yen picked up a small pill and gently placed it by Lu Dong's mouth, softly saying, "Don't be afraid, the night will soon pass." Lu Dong gently opened his mouth, holding the pill without swallowing. Lu Yen raised her right hand, and the door to the room returned to its original state, locking it again as she slowly left. Lu Dong remained imprisoned, quickly spitting out the pill. A sleepless night. Morning. The warm yellow sunlight spilled over the bedside of the ward, the Tyndall effect casting a warm glow. "Attention, all customers, breakfast time has arrived. Please follow the nurse and eat in an orderly manner." Customers? What a loving term for mental patients. Click. The door opens, players may leave the ward. After moving his limbs, Lu Dong tucked the long axe behind him. After all, he had mania, so it wouldn't seem strange. Breakfast time meant he could leave the ward, which also meant he could freely search for clues. In this hell-level world dungeon task, 4 players died on the first night. Lu Dong felt it was a bit strange. If those 4 players died exploring the 9th floor too, then what danger was on the 9th floor? Why was he unharmed? Why did Sun Yan want to save himself? Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Lu Dong followed the hospital signs and did not head to the cafeteria with the patients. He avoided the strange nurse-like figures and entered the elevator, heading straight to the 6th floor. An elevator like this shouldn't be left intact. Too bad he didn't bring a hand grenade, otherwise, blowing it up would have been so simple. When he exited the elevator, Lu Dong took a wild swing with his axe and directly damaged the elevator from the inside. Ding! You have damaged the hospital elevator. All strange movements in Wankai Hospital have slowed down by 5%, and damage has increased by 5%. Lu Dong smirked. It turns out that damaging facilities could give buffs to the strange, that makes it simpler. Arriving at the 6th floor monitoring room, Lu Dong held his long axe, standing outside the door. The iron door is closed, it cannot be opened without a key. Player has triggered a side quest to find the key to the monitoring room. Perhaps the security on the 1st floor knows where the key is. Bang! Lu Dong swung his long axe directly. The huge impact sent a piercing sound through the iron door. What side quest? -100. The high damage echoed from the iron door. Closed iron door, 900/1000. This amount of health is even less than the iron door of his own hospital room. Lu Dong glanced at the long axe in his hand. Perhaps because of his strength, he could only deal 10% damage to the iron door each time. But the level of damage varies. Is this a characteristic of the weapon, or is his strength limited by the dungeon? Player's strength exceeds the current dungeon limit. Damage to physical structures is fixed at 10%. Lu Dong learned about the live streaming from Chao Shangfei. Through the livestream, others could watch him completing tasks without missing a detail. Then he would create the persona of a madman, making others too afraid to easily provoke this crazy man. Bang! Side quest failed. You have violently broken open the door to the monitoring room. 2 middle-aged men, wearing hats, rushed towards Lu Dong with angry faces. One held a walkie-talkie, while the other wielded a baton, advancing one behind the other. The older one cleared his throat, pressed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Nurse Lu, someone smashed open the door to the monitoring room." Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. He could not let this guy continue reporting the situation. 3 meters away, he could kill. Lu Dong twirled the pencil, plunging it fiercely into the nearby security guard's body. Using inertia, Lu Dong pressed down hard on the guard nearby. Then, he turned his hips sharply, powerful strength driving his body as he withdrew the long axe and struck down in midair. The guard behind him was split in 2 by the long axe. Lu Dong freed up his hands, chopping down the guard in front of him in just a few moves. The security guard with only 500 health was no match for Lu Dong. Lu Dong clapped his hands. Indeed, strength overwhelms skills. In his past life, Lu Dong did not understand any fighting skills. He only knew that the survival of the fittest exists, and everything should be used to its maximum potential. Generally, when in a fight, you just use whatever you grab nearby. No need for fancy knife and stick skills, sheer strength brings miracles. With 100 points of strength, Lu Dong undoubtedly became a terrifying nightmare in this newbie dungeon task. You have killed the security guard and the strange. Level up kill, gain 25 experience points. Level up kill, gain 25 experience points. Lu Dong picked up the walkie-talkie that the guard left behind, cleared his throat, and mimicked the guard's voice as he quickly said, "Nurse Lu, that guy has gone to the 9th floor. You all hurry and stop him." Lu Yan, who was rushing toward the 6th floor from the stairs, quickly ran to the 9th floor. The 9th floor is a forbidden area. He cannot let players discover the secret here. But the elevator just happens to be broken today. Lu Dong calculated the time and adjusted the monitoring equipment. He wanted to see what caused those 4 players to die last night. Soon, Lu Dong found the surveillance footage from last night. Like himself, 2 players who awakened in the adjacent hospital room were number 65 and number 66. They had not left their hospital room. Last night, they were observing the words on the wall in the hospital room. Evidently, each room had this warning. These 2 obedient players were quite good. Lu Dong continued to switch the surveillance. The other 2 players, numbers 67 and 68, seemed to know each other, quickly forming a team upon waking up in the hospital. Leaving the hospital room, the 2 walked together to the 9th floor. In a blind spot of the surveillance, they seemed to see something extremely terrifying, collapsing directly onto the ground. What on the 9th floor could make 2 players show such a horrifying expression? Then, Lu Dong saw Sun Yan's running figure, seemingly trying to save these 2 guys, but they had already lost the ability to act due to fear. A shadow swallowed the 2 players sitting on the ground. Thus, Sun Yan left alone, just running into Lu Dong, who had gone upstairs last night. Lu Dong replayed the surveillance video. How did the other 2 die? Suddenly, Lu Dong's body shivered. He saw the other two players. They did not spawn in the hospital room, but in the changing room. The two about to change into nurse uniforms were ambushed at the lockers. Their killers were also two players dressed in nurse outfits. One player had their eyes brutally gouged out. Another player's back was cut open, and a bloody organ was taken. Then, the two nurses saw Lu Yin, seemingly receiving some kind of task. Lu Dong squinted slightly. He roughly figured out the distribution of factions. The civilian faction players spawned in the hospital room as patients, needing to explore the strange reasons for the creation of Wanping Hospital and escape. The eerie faction players spawned in the changing room as nurses, preventing civilian players from leaving. But why would players from the same eerie faction turn against each other? The next second, Lu Dong's breath nearly froze. He saw the nurse who had gouged out the kidneys, after Lu Yin left, actually swallow those two kidneys whole. Like him, the other nurse swallowed the previously gouged out eyes. Immediately, the blood surrounding them, as if controlled, swirled around the kidney-swallowing nurse. Guided by the nurse who ate the eyes, they skillfully found another nurse who had just changed clothes, directly killing her, then swallowing her kidneys and eyes. Blood can kill too. Lu Dong recalled the introduction of the Eerie faction players. They could trade with the Eerie to gain certain abilities. These two surviving Eerie faction players, upon entering the game, first killed someone and took a part of the body, likely to activate their own abilities. At this moment, there were still 3 civilians left in Wanping Hospital, while 2 Eerie players remained. The next second, through the live surveillance from another angle, Lu Dong saw the nurse who swallowed the eyes. That guy's eyes were shimmering with a faint red light, staring fiercely at the camera. They can see me. I need to hurry. Lu Dong was startled, quickly grabbed the hospital floor plan hanging on the wall, and then wildly swung his axe, destroying the surveillance cameras. I can't let the enemy track my movements. You destroyed the monitoring room. Lu Yin entered in enraged state, damage increased by 10%. Lu Dong immediately left the monitoring room. From upstairs and downstairs, a dense sound of footsteps came at the same time. Nurse Lu, that guy didn't go to the 9th floor, the voice on the walkie-talkie was a trick, he's still in the monitoring room. Lu Yin angrily rushed down from the 9th floor, heading straight for the monitoring room on the 6th floor. The sound of footsteps was thick, with security guards and nurses, many eerie ones shouting and rushing to the 6th floor. 2 fists can't match 100 hands. Lu Dong couldn't handle so many people. Retreat. Lu Dong checked the map route, using another staircase to reach the 4th floor's archive room. The long-sealed archive room was also locked with iron chains. Without waiting for the system's voice prompt, Lu Dong quickly swung his axe, breaking open the sealed door. Rubbing his arms, Lu Dong exclaimed, "It's still convenient in the game. If it were before, climbing to the 3rd floor would leave me gasping for breath, let alone wandering around with this big axe." Entering the archive room, dust covered the floor. Lu Dong closed the big door of the archive room behind him and began to sift through the materials. The archive room had no windows. In the pitch-black surroundings, Lu Dong took out the UV flashlight given to him by Xiao Arai, using the light to sift through the materials. Suddenly, a face appeared directly in front of Lu Dong. No body, just a face. Hollow eyes floated in front of Lu Dong. The face carried a faint smell of blood, coming right at him. They were only 20 centimeters apart. That was the distance of either a kiss or a fight. Lu Dong did not hesitate, striking down with his long axe. In Lu Dong's livestream, the comments flooded in. Damn! You scared me to death. What kind of monster is Lu Dong? He has no reaction at all? He's going to chop. My brother Dong is being unreasonable again. The axe hit nothing as the face suddenly opened its mouth to speak. When did Xiao Arai steal the flashlight from me? How did it end up in your hands? The face seemed unconcerned with Lu Dong's attack. Lu Dong took the opportunity to say, "You scared me. I came to return the flashlight to you." The face's gaze locked onto the long axe in Lu Dong's hand, sensing a hint of threat. "Thank you, my father taught me to be grateful. Do you need me to help you with something?" Lu Dong stepped back from the face, sincerely offering the UV flashlight, "Then help me look up some information." The face swayed slightly, seemingly reluctant. Lu Dong raised the long axe, and the face quickly said, you say. Lu Dong snorted, stating the information he wanted to look up. The face quickly provided feedback. Patient number 69 suffers from mania. When symptomatic, he will wield a long axe and destroy everything around him, even killing strange NPCs at danger level high. This was a description of his own case. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. If this patient's case was set by the system based on player traits, it meant he could find out the personality traits of other players as well. Patient number 65, Zhao Tong, suffers from delusions. When symptomatic, he will randomly dissect others. Danger level, medium. Patient number 66, Zhao Gang, suffers from persecutory delusions. Highly likely to imagine persecution, loses rationality when in isolation. Danger level, medium. Patient number 67. Danger level, low. Patient number 68. Danger level, low. Lu Dong's eyes narrowed. The medical records for patients 67 and 68 had a low danger level. Were the two deceased players killed because their danger levels were too low? Lu Dong continued, look up the files of newly hired nurses. The face replied in a leisurely tone, 3 of the new hires died last night. Lu Dong leaned back in his chair, whispering, we need to survive. Jiang Mingho lost 1 kidney, hoping to replenish his body from Wanping Hospital as soon as possible. Level, LV4. Strength, 48. Agility, 43. Mental strength, 35. Huang Zhang, eyes stolen, came to Wanping Hospital to find the eyes of the strong. Level, LV6. Strength, 63. Agility, 65. Mental strength, 40. Lu Dong's heart trembled, these 2 guys had high levels. Chapter 10 Wanping Hospital, Terror in the Archive Room. Players of the strange camp actually needed to regain lost organs to activate their abilities. No wonder they wanted to kill their teammates first. It was to activate their own abilities. This meant that they would lose their powerful abilities if they lost those organs, which might be a good way to deal with them. Lu Dong said seriously, help me check on Sun Yan's medical record. Ding. You have triggered strange thoughts. This strangeness was related to Sun Yan? Lu Dong instinctively raised the long axe in his hand. The face clearly trembled slightly, whispering, if I don't check, will you kill me? Lu Dong remained silent. The long axe in his hand was the best answer. I know Sun Yan too well. I survive here to find Sun Yan, we just have never encountered each other. A look of relief crossed the face, a faint red glow spreading across its skin. The scent of jasmine floated in the archive room, and the face did not go through the materials, smoothly saying, Sun Yan, 28 years old, one of the earliest patients in Wanping Hospital, not true. To be precise, he is the patient who has survived the longest. He suffers from pathological laughter. It is said that before becoming a patient, Sun Yan was a genius neurologist, able to perform surgeries before he was 30, and was the perfect partner in the eyes of many girls. That day, Sun Yan was in the middle of a major brain surgery, and he did not receive the call from his wife who was in labor. Originally, he didn't need to perform surgery that day, he was supposed to be with his wife who was about to give birth. But it was an emergency surgery that only he could perform at his previous hospital. His wife wanted to see Sun Yan smile so she would have the strength to continue giving birth, but Sun Yan was unable to answer the call at that moment on the operating table. Sun Yan was the best at smiling, yet on that day, he did not smile. His wife died due to heavy bleeding from a breech birth, never having seen Sun Yan for the last time before she passed away. When Sun Yan returned, he felt deep guilt. He believed that if only his wife had seen his smile, she wouldn't have died. Thus, Sun Yan developed pathological laughter, laughing uncontrollably at random times. This was not a case record, it was clearly an autobiography. Lu Dong did not believe in love, but he respected every obsession with love. This face knew Sun Yan so intimately, it had to be someone close to him. Was this strange face Sun Yan's wife? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Dong did not pay attention to the strange fragrance. The face floated up gently, whispering, now, it's time for you to answer my question. Ding. The Jasmine Sense Strange Obsession Array has been activated, turning the archive room into a bizarre domain. The player loses the ability to move. Answer correctly, and the player can continue with the side quest. Answer incorrectly, and the player will be erased. Mission failed. Lu Dong's face turned black. No wonder the face told him such a long story, it was deliberately setting up a formation. He now understood, the Jasmine scent was this face completing the formation. It was attracting Lu Dong's attention through the story, secretly working hard to build the obsession array. What a deep scheme. I let my guard down. Lu Dong tried to move his battle axe, but his whole body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. He couldn't break through forcefully. The face said solemnly. You say Sun Yan's tragedy, who should bear the responsibility? Sun Yan says it is not him, the head nurse says it is not her, the hospital director says it is Sun Yan. If only one of them spoke the truth, who do you think should take responsibility? Logic puzzle? In the live stream, many players began to speak. What a pity, if Lu Dong had not mentioned Sun Yan, perhaps he could have left the archive room, triggering this formation. The answer to the question remains unclear to the players. Could it not be the director? My first life died right here. The director is an incorrect answer. Even if answered correctly, the explanation wouldn't work. Friends, I'm already dizzy. Is there any way to solve this kind of question? Even if Lu Dong guessed right, he wouldn't survive. Look at the ceiling of the archive room. The crowd was taken aback. As they rotated their perspective through the livestream, they discovered Jiang Mingho, wrapped in blood, had appeared on the ceiling unnoticed. Looking down at the archive room, Jiang Mingho frowned slightly. If this strange NPC killed Lu Dong, Niu Heng's ring might not drop. But facing the face's obsession array, Zhang Mingho didn't dare to make any sudden moves. The face floated in front of Lu Dong, twisting its features freely, and declared, "You have 5 seconds to think. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The jasmine sent around turned into tangible swords, ready to claim the player's life in the next second. Lu Dong softly said, "You are the child that Sun Yan never had, aren't you?" The face froze. How did he figure it out? Lu Dong continued, "You have never seen Sun Yan, yet you understand him so well, your identity can only be his son. As for your question, it must be the head nurse's responsibility." The face froze, trembling, and asked, "Why? Why is the dean not responsible?" Lu Dong said slowly, "There is a logic algorithm in mathematics called causal contradiction. Sun Yan says it's not him, and the dean says it is Sun Yan. These two conditions contradict each other. You said at the end that only one of the 3 people told the truth, which means 2 are lying, so the contradiction between one truth and one lie must be between Sun Yan and the dean. From this, we can deduce that the head nurse's statement must be a lie. Since the head nurse says it's not her, it means she should bear this responsibility." Zhang Mingho took a deep breath. Wow, the logic was so clear that even an outsider like him understood it. The face remained silent for a long time, and after a while, said softly, "So, my parents becoming like this is the head nurse's fault?" The face began to decay, and a child's faint shadow appeared in the scene, while the scent of jasmine gradually faded away. Ding! Player has successfully cracked the obsession formation, gaining reward, mental power +1. The shadow dispersed, and a gentle voice came. "Brother, you are right, my name is Sun Moli, and I was supposed to be born in the season when jasmine blooms. I have really never seen Sun Yan, I only know he loves to laugh. When I was in my mother's womb, I often heard his laughter. I haven't fully formed yet and can only rely on the obsession formation in the archives to survive. Now that the obsession is lifted, I must disappear. You are very powerful, please help me find out the cause of my mother's death, okay?" Lu Dong frowned. It seems Sun Yan's story had another layer of truth. Sun Moli said softly, "Brother, if possible, please take this petal I rely on to my mom and dad, I haven't seen them yet." The system's voice came. Sun Moli, her resentment is entrusted to the hospital, growing immersed in the archives, she cannot leave voluntarily from here. Sun Moli's obsession, to find out the truth about her mother's death and to relieve her father's obsession. The shadow gradually faded, and Sun Moli's voice came, directly sinking into Lu Dong's mind. "I can see your mission information, you have helped Xin Yi break her obsession, you can definitely help me break mine. Complete my quest, perhaps I can give you superpowers." Superpowers? The hidden task's reward turns out to be superpowers. This little ghost was actually the biggest opportunity for the whole mission. In the live broadcast room, many players were regretting, no one had expected to trigger real drama here. Lu Dong nodded. Sun Moli disappeared, and a petal of jasmine fell into Lu Dong's hand. You acquired the token of Sun Moli. Player triggers hidden task, cracks Sun Yan's predicament, and unravels Sun Moli's obsession. Note, Sun Yan thought his wife died from childbirth, he has felt guilt for years, but the truth is still buried deep. Kind, you're not. Players, please find out the truth. How could you, a big killer, possibly be kind? Sun Moli's voice echoed in the archives. "Thank you, brother, you solved my hardest problem, you can definitely help my dad. Our family is waiting to be reunited." The light and shadow dissipated. Lu Dong gently nodded. "I will find a way, if all else fails, I will, transcend Sun Yan, so you can reunite." Tick. A drop of red blood splashed to the ground by Lu Dong's feet. Without the jasmine scent, the smell of blood instantly enveloped the entire archive room. Lu Dong raised his long axe, carefully surveying his surroundings. It should be that Zhang Mingho who could control blood coming. Zhang Mingho was only level 4, his strength and agility were far less than Lu Dong's. A sound of flowing water came from behind Lu Dong. An ambush? Lu Dong immediately turned the long axe. A 360-degree turn. This way, there would be no attack blind spots. In the next second, Lu Dong suddenly froze and rolled awkwardly to the side. Where he had just stood left a large pool of dark red blood, directly smashing a pit into the ground. He had been careless and forgotten about the gap above. Lu Dong's expression was grave. This was the first direct confrontation he faced after entering the game world, after the bull's might. Although strength and agility had the upper hand, the opponent's superpowers were still unclear in their specific effects. Enemies with unknown skills are the most annoying. Lu Dong tightened his grip on the pencil and leaned against the long axe, ready for full defense. Zhang Mingho sneered and said, "Niu Hong said you are a level 1 player, how can I believe it? How can a level 1 player have such agile moves?" Zhang Mingho crawled up step by step from the pile of dead bodies in the punishment zone, so he naturally mastered many killing techniques. In the brief encounter, he had already noticed that Lu Dong was a complete novice with no understanding of tactics, but his agility stats definitely exceeded his own. A lion exerts all its strength when fighting a rabbit. The recent finishing blow had exhausted 80% of Jiang Mingho's blood. Jiang Mingho was sure that even if he faced that attack, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. But Lu Dong did it. Jiang Mingho licked his lips. He had 20% of his blood left, and if he didn't get a new kidney before he ran out of blood, he would die. He took out a bag of plasma from his chest and whispered, "I hope Niu Hang's treasure won't disappoint. I've really bled a lot this time." Plasma from the level 100 devil absorption complete. Jiang Mingho didn't give Lu Dong time to react and directly absorbed the plasma. A thin red light wrapped around Jiang Mingho's body. In that instant, his agility reached 120 points. He moved like a rabbit sprung free, and Jiang Mingho's speed surpassed Lu Dong's perception. A punch struck Lu Dong directly, and Jiang Mingho frowned slightly. His attack coincidentally landed on the axe's blade. Clang! The punch force traveled through the axe, landing on Lu Dong's hands, instantly splitting open and bleeding. Jiang Mingho narrowed his eyes. This axe is too troublesome. Using the devil's blood, Jiang Mingho erupted with superpowers, mastering the ability to control liquids, manipulating every liquid molecule, and once again swung his fist at the long axe. Swish! The long axe shattered into pieces, and Lu Dong was left with only a small pencil. Used to aggressive attacks, Lu Dong continued to defend, feeling a bit unaccustomed. In just one exchange, the opponent had destroyed his weapon. Lu Dong felt a bit angry. He was not one to be easily bullied. But Jiang Mingho's speed was too fast, he couldn't match it for now, so he decided to run. The opponent had clearly absorbed some kind of special drug, and it surely had a time limit. As Lu Dong was about to move, Jiang Mingho had already flashed behind him. Too fast. Die. Jiang Mingho solidified a segment of blood, forming a blood sword that pierced through Lu Dong's body. Put. Pain. Although it was a game, the tangible feeling of pain caused Lu Dong's body to lean forward. Lu Dong suddenly exerted force, tensing his muscles, trapping the blood sword and causing Jiang Mingho's body to pause for a moment. He turned his hand and thrust up the pencil. The broken pencil landed accurately in Jiang Mingho's lower abdomen. 2 damage values floated up from both of them almost simultaneously. Lu Dong, -240. Jiang Mingho, -200. -5, -5, -5. In Lu Dong's livestream, gasps of surprise filled the air. -200? Isn't Lu Dong a level 1? Can a level 1 player deal this kind of damage? Why is he still losing health? What a sharp pencil! Isn't Lu Dong's base attribute too high? If he's level 1, then his strength must be at least 80 points, only doubling fatal damage could reach 200. What the hell? Lu Dong's health is 1000 points. Jiang Mingho was slightly stunned. His sneak attack actually didn't take out a level 1 player in one hit? He glanced at Lu Dong, who was down by 20% health. He had only delivered 1/5 of the damage. Jiang Mingho began to doubt whether his agility truly reached 120. No, this guy has 1000 health. 100 strength points? Or special equipment that increases health? Jiang Mingho believed it was the latter. After all, the ring from Niu Hang was in Lu Dong's hands. Seeing Lu Dong's health, Jiang Mingho swiftly distanced himself and said coldly, "Not simple. A level 1 player with 1000 points of health. Does Niu Hang have so many treasures?" Lu Dong did not answer Jiang Mingho's question. He knew very well that the other side was waiting for him to let his guard down, and then suddenly attack. This move was Lu Dong's favorite. Jiang Mingho's eyes flashed with cruelty as he calculated the time. Huang Zhang and the others would arrive soon. If Lu Dong wasn't dealt with soon, there would likely be big trouble. Jiang Mingho mobilized 2 streams of blood, condensing them in his hands, crouched low, and suddenly kicked off the ground. He was going for a deadly strike. Chapter 11, Wanping Hospital, Life in Desperation. Zhao District. Zhao Wujing quietly watched Lu Dong's livestream, and when he saw Jiang Mingho swinging 2 bloody hands, he exclaimed. "I thought Niu Hang would have players from the Heavenly Punishment District help him retrieve the ring, but I didn't expect this thing to attract players from the Corrupted District and the Looting District. Jiang Mingho has come too. He used some kind of treasure specifically to target Lu Dong entering the dungeon. What a bold move. It seems Niu Hang's ring holds quite a few secrets." Zhao Wujing took out his phone, dialed a top contact, and whispered, "Contact a batch of level 40 players, get ready to cultivate the Goud region. If Lu Dong comes back alive, we must occupy the Goud Bao Guild at the first opportunity and capture Lu Dong." At the same time, Song Enyan and Lu Iran both reported Lu Dong's situation to their respective guilds. Not being able to recruit Lu Dong was not a big deal. But the appearance of players from other rare major districts of the Strange Camp and Lu Dong's World Quest dungeon raised eyebrows. These guys only rise early for profits. What exactly is in Niu Hang's ring? They even let the famous level 40 player Jiang Mingho downgrade to level 4 to deal with Lu Dong. Although the civilian camp and the Strange Camp couldn't see the content of the livestream, both sides had members engaged in the quest right now. The holder of the beginner mentor Nyo Heng's ring, Lu Dong, quickly became the focus of both sides' attention. Strange camp. How did Jiang Mingho downgrade? Did he give up a year's worth of quest experience? The players from the Heavenly Punishment District are so miserable, they directly became Jiang Mingho's sacrifice. Breaking news. Nyo Heng's ring was dropped by civilian players. Jiang Mingho must be going after this. The so-called mobile warehouse Nyo Heng actually capsized? Prepare to kill Jiang Mingho. Civilian camp. I was just admiring Lu Dong's high intelligence, but now it seems it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strong opponents, strength is still paramount. What good is 100 points of mental power? He is still going to die. Have you lost connection? Lu Dong's mental power is already 102 points. Can mental power still be enhanced? Does this guy have hacks? Why not join forces and make this kid reveal how to enhance mental power? At the same time, various guilds noticed the changes in Lu Dong's mental power. Even if they couldn't get Lu Dong, finding a way to discover the method to enhance mental power would still be useful. Thus, some guilds began to contact the Gaud Bao Guild, while others started moving towards the Gaud region. In the archive room. Under Jiang Mingho's lethal attack, no one was hopeful for Lu Dong. It was impossible for him to survive. Lu Dong awkwardly rolled forward, enduring the injury in his chest, narrowly dodging the attack. Jiang Mingho also lost his accuracy due to his injuries, causing his attack to miss. Jiang Mingho sneered as he looked at the blood on Lu Dong's back and said softly, "If you hadn't touched my blood, perhaps I still would have had to put in some effort to take you down. Although you are a novice player, I must admit, you are quite excellent." Lu Dong's face showed no expression, a drop of blood sliding down from the tight grip on his pencil. Jiang Mingho said leisurely, "No wonder Nyo Han wanted to use a mega-level curse to erase you. If you reach level 40, I will definitely not be your opponent. However, geniuses are destined to be cut down." Jiang Mingho slammed his hand down, and the blood instantly formed a circular pattern along with the wave of energy. A foul stench spread, and in the moment the formation was completed, for red branches extended out, binding Lu Dong's limbs. "You are trapped by the blood wave formation. Please escape quickly." Jiang Mingho gently combed his hair, and with his right hand, he took out a scalpel. A formation formed in the air, instantly attaching itself to the scalpel. Lu Dong squinted, gathering all his strength to fight against the restraints of the vines. Just give him 10 more seconds, and he could break free. Jiang Mingho's lips turned pale. Lu Dong's attack was causing him to lose blood continuously. This lead poison is terrifying. Severely overdrawn from blood and energy, Jiang Mingho desperately needed fresh kidneys to restore his body. Otherwise, he would be erased directly by the strange being. This is the price of being accompanied by the strange. Jiang Mingho's steps floated slightly. He lowered his voice and said, "Even if you can break free from my restraints, the sacred ritual has already been completed, so honestly hand over your kidneys to me. A friendly reminder, organs taken by the strange camp cannot be restored." Bang! Lu Dong exerted all his strength and broke the vines binding his right hand. At this moment, Jiang Mingho was at the end of his strength. His speed was quick, but his power was no match for Lu Dong. He stood behind Lu Dong. Until his body recovered, he could not be attacked by Lu Dong again. Unable to wait for Lu Dong's death, Jiang Mingho had to immediately replenish his kidneys. Lu Dong slowly raised his hand and softly said, "You want my kidneys, right?" Before Jiang Mingho could react, Lu Dong had already used his freed right hand to roll a pencil across his lower back. 2 kidneys, under the attack of lead poison, were instantly destroyed and exhausted. Jiang Mingho was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. No one expected that Lu Dong, who was clearly trapped in a deadlock, would survive by this method. How ruthless! He was so merciless to himself. Many players suddenly realized that destroying their own organs could end the mission and they could restore in the civilian camp. But if taken by the strange player, that organ could never return unless the other side died. Lu Dong provided everyone with a new method to deal with the strange camp. But how did he endure this genuine, real pain without changing his expression? Jiang Mingho's eyes were hazy. His hands had already grasped Lu Dong's kidneys, but the organs had already lost their vitality. As the blood bar emptied, Jiang Mingho fell to his knees behind Lu Dong. Ding! You killed the strange camp player Jiang Mingho. Special achievement achieved. Level 1 player killed level 40 player, gaining passive skill, burning the boats. CD, 24H. Burning the boats, when health is below 1%, clear all negative statuses. Player gains 500 hatred points. Lu Dong's face turned pale. His current health was less than 50. Player triggered burning the boats effect. Bleeding status cleared. Poisoning status cleared. Please restore health quickly. It's thrilling. If it weren't for gaining the passive skill, he would have been poisoned to death by his own lead poison. Jiang Mingho's corpse exploded nothing but a stamp. Lu Dong, feeling the pain, leaned against the wall. Although he achieved a good accomplishment, the loss was also enormous. My kidneys hurt. Slowly closing the door to the archive room, Lu Dong followed the map's instructions to find a dressing room. Lu Dong was not a doctor. Looking at the various medical supplies, he had no idea how to use them. The strange nurses coming and going outside made Lu Dong dare not linger. Taking some alcohol and bandages, Lu Dong hurriedly ran back to his room. Spreading the bandages on the bed, pouring alcohol, Lu Dong lay on the soaked bandages. After bandaging his wounds, Lu Dong directly nestled into the quilt. The tingling pain made Lu Dong grit his teeth tightly. Gentle footsteps sounded, and Lu Dong immediately tightened his grip on the pencil. 3 figures entered Lu Dong's room. Sun Yan looked at Lu Dong lying in bed inside. I knew the troublemaker outside definitely wasn't this guy. I already warned him last night, he definitely wouldn't run around. Behind Sun Yan, Zhao Gang, with a righteous look, aggressively said. Not necessarily, we just returned from the chaos in the cafeteria. For such a long time, who knows what this guy has been up to? Sun Yan frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Dong. This guy emitted a familiar yet strange aura. Sun Yan waved his hand and lowered his voice. Don't casually suspect your teammates. Our urgent task is to find a way to break the seal on the dean's office on the rooftop and restore the freedom of Wanping Hospital, so you can leave here. Lu Dong did not interrupt, sitting up from the bed, leaning painfully against the headboard. Seeing Lu Dong silent, Sun Yan assumed Lu Dong did not know what just happened and whispered. During breakfast today, someone forcibly broke into the monitoring room, 3 newly hired nurses were killed, and the entire hospital fell into chaos. Head nurse Lu is still investigating the murderer, and this is a good opportunity for us to break the seal here. Ha ha ha. Sun Yan went crazy again. 5 minutes later, Sun Yan struggled to open his small eyes, took out a map from his pocket, and unfolded it. I have discovered that, besides the bizarre thing that consumes people on the 9th floor, the reason for the strange occurrences at Wanping Hospital lies in the dean's office on the top floor. Dean Liangan regarded mental patients as experimental subjects, killing many innocent people, which is why vengeful spirits gather in Wanping Hospital. In order to validate his experiments, Liangan brought in powerful exorcists and sealed these wandering souls. We must break the seal and free the spirits from the exorcist's constraints, only then will your mission be considered successful. Ding! Player has activated main quest, escape from Wanping Hospital. Zhao Gang stood behind Sun Yan, his eyes filled with a fierce light. What have you been doing all this time? Why does your room smell so strongly of alcohol? Why are you still lying in bed? A series of 3 questions, aggressive and relentless. Lu Dong smiled faintly and replied leisurely, why don't you ask your companion where the blood on his pants comes from? Zhao Gang paused, and sure enough, turned around to see blood on Zhao Tong's pants. Frowning, Zhao Gang continued, the main quest has already started. As long as we destroy the exorcist formation on the rooftop, we can complete the mission. There's no need to take this suspicious guy with us. Sun Yan shook his head. No, to break that formation, we need at least 4 people. That's also why I went to save people after 2 civilian players died last night. That formation cannot be broken with 1 person missing. Lu Dong asked curiously, what do we need to do for this formation? Sun Yan lifted his head and laughed heartily at the headboard. Zhao Gang and Zhao Tong looked at him with disdain, while Lu Dong felt inexplicably sad. How deep must love be for a person to become something bizarre and still not forget the regrets of the past? 5 minutes later, Sun Yan recovered. Sun Yan took out a black pen and drew a square on the map, highlighting the 4 corners, and introduced. This is the 4-cornered demon-suppressing formation of the exorcists. To break this formation, we must have 4 people simultaneously shatter the soul flames at the 4 corners. I have been waiting here for many years. Most of my teammates are unreliable mental patients, and it's too difficult to communicate with them. After spending so much time with them, I even suspect that I am also sick. Zhao Gang wanted to say something, but Zhao Tong tightly pressed down on his hand, which made Zhao Gang stop. Sun Yan continued, they both listened to my words, and last night, they didn't take their medication. You didn't either, right? Lu Dong nodded gently. Sun Yan took a deep breath, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. I will take you to a place that can temporarily enhance your strength, and we will strive to break the confinement of Wanping Hospital while head nurse Lu is not here. Sun Yan cautiously led the way ahead. Zhao Gang and Zhao Tong followed closely behind. Lu Dong bit down on his back teeth, enduring the pain, as he trailed behind the 3. Chapter 12, Wanping Hospital, Zhao Tong's acting. In a corner room on the 7th floor, there was nothing unusual. When the 4 of them entered the room, Lu Dong discovered a label stuck inside the door. Execution chamber. This hospital actually has an execution chamber. Although it was daytime, no light entered this room. Sun Yan skillfully entered in the dark and lit a kerosene lamp from the corner. Beneath the dim yellow light, Lu Dong and the others were shocked by the tools on the wall. On the east wall, it was covered in various tools. An axe stained with black rust, a hammerhead, black pliers, tweezers. The rust was most likely remnants of blood. On the west wall, skulls were neatly lined up. The hollow skulls, varying in size, seemed to be watching Lu Dong and the others. On the north and south walls hung human skeletons. Lu Dong was slightly taken aback. There were 90 skeletons but 91 skulls. Was there one skeleton missing? In the corner, a pink nurse's uniform hung on a standing clothes rack. In the middle of the room, 5 wooden chairs were arranged in the shape of a plum blossom. Sun Yan respectfully bowed to the skulls and turned to introduce Lu Dong and the others. These are all my patients, referred to here as customers. After Liang Yan became the director, under the guise of treating illnesses, he took these people one by one to the 9th floor, and when I saw them again, they had become corpses in the morgue. Lu Dong felt a slight warmth in his arms. The petals given to him by Sun Moli suddenly radiated a wave of warmth. Approaching the smallest skull in the corner, this warmth grew stronger. This skull seems to be connected to Sun Moli in some way. Sun Yan continued. These customers, in fact, are usually very normal. But once we touch on the explosive points of their emotions, they fall into their own afflictions. Ha 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 ha. Saying this, Sun Yan burst into laughter towards the skull wall. As a famous doctor, I've ended up not even being able to find the bodies of my own wife and child. Sun Yan trembled all over, tears in his eyes, his laughter lingering. Zhao Gang had been following Zhao Tong since entering the execution chamber, and now seeing Sun Yan lose control, he whispered. Can this really enhance our strength? Is this weirdness trying to deceive us? Zhao Tong studied the wall ornaments carefully and whispered back, he's just a tortured soul. Didn't you receive the side quest to resolve Sun Yan's obsession? He has no reason to deceive us. Although this is a hell-level side quest, if we just avoid Nurse Lu and her people, we should be able to pass smoothly. As he spoke, Zhao Tong's gaze fell on Lu Dong. I heard you turned down all the guild invites and even blew up Dawnland? Lu Dong pondered for a moment. Was Zhao Tong trying to get closer to him? He answered nonchalantly, I was forced. Zhao Tong nodded slightly, whispering, I understand, some big guilds have been growing too fast these past 2 years, and as they crave talent, they become increasingly unscrupulous. I've long been tired of these overbearing guilds. To be honest, I'm a bit envious of you. On your first day in the game, you dared to confront those hypocritical folks. Lu Dong bit his lip to endure the pain in his lower back, his right hand clenched tightly around the pencil behind him. If Sun Yan lost control, he would be in trouble if Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang joined forces. Zhao Tong smiled as he pulled out a pair of eyes from his pocket. I know what you just did. I wasn't idle either. I dealt with the last player of the Eerie faction, Huang Zhang. This guy had strange eyes that seemed to see through the gaps in my attacks, making it quite troublesome to handle. Zhao Tong put the eyes away and continued, before we entered the mission, the guild sent a notification stating that if we found your whereabouts, we should eliminate you first. Zhao Gang's face turned shocked, so, Zhao Tong hadn't been in the cafeteria for breakfast, but had gone to kill someone. But why was he telling this secret? Lu Dong was also puzzled about what Zhao Tong was planning, so he chose not to respond. Zhao Tong laughed, I'm one of the first players in this eerie world. When we first entered the game and chose our server, there wasn't any talk of top-tier guilds. My surname is Zhao, a name passed down from my ancestors, so I naturally chose the Zhao area. At that time, the game was simple and joyful, eliminating strange creatures, leveling up, and if a mission failed, the worst that could happen was a downgrade, as long as you weren't killed. But as more players joined, this world changed its flavor. Zhao Tong moved his shoulders, hands clasped behind his back, and continued, the appearance of Zhao Wujing and his group turned the whole Zhao family emperor into a 996 work regime. Those who didn't work overtime on tasks and didn't level up would be laid off. Overbearing, aggressive, selfish. In such a large guild, as each player's power increased, civilization surprisingly began to regress towards primitive society. Zhao Gang shouted angrily, enough. What exactly do you want to say, Zhao Tong? In Zhao Gang's hand appeared a small dagger, its tip aimed at Zhao Tong's back. Zhao Tong brushed aside the hair from his face and whispered, this time I return to the Zhao family guild, I will definitely be laid off, rather than being kicked out. It's better for me to leave on my own. When I entered the game, I had already thought of all this, I just didn't expect to run into you, Lu Dong. I have nowhere else to go, so how about I just stick with you? As long as you treat me like a brother, I will work hard for you. Lu Dong lowered his voice and said, but I'm just a level 1 player. Zhao Tong shook his head, no, I watched your first task live, you defeated Chini, outsmarted the landlord, toyed with Niu Hang, working meticulously and without a flaw, decisive in action, and most importantly, you used 100 spirit power. I trust my eyes, following you will not be a mistake. If it were someone else, they might be flattered by this grand praise. Lu Dong knew well that the most ruthless means in this world was to lift someone up only to bring them down. The other party's effort to get closer to him must harbor untold secrets. Seeing Lu Dong remain silent, Zhao Tong coldly said, this is my letter of allegiance. Suddenly, Zhao Tong turned around, a scalpel flashed coldly and a line of blood appeared on Zhao Gang's throat. -100. -100. In 4 seconds, Zhao Gang fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Dong looked meaningfully at the collapsed Zhao Gang but still didn't respond or refuse. This was a strange world, there was no such thing as friendship here. Sun Yan recovered, and upon seeing Zhao Gang on the ground, his face showed anger as he coldly said, "I said, we can't afford any more player deaths. That formation requires 4 people to break." The 3 fell silent for a moment. Sun Yan then said in a low voice, "These skeletons were customers killed by Liang An's experiments. I collected their remains, and their obsessions reside deep within the bones. These undead, in search of freedom, will help you recover your bodily injuries. You two sit on the chairs, hurry up and recover. I'll go outside and find others. We must gather 4 people to break that formation." After saying this, Sun Yan turned and left the interrogation room. In the dim light, Lu Dong and Zhao Tong cautiously sat on the chairs. The next second, both of their bodies froze simultaneously. Sun Yan was not lying, this thing really could help them heal their physical injuries. A tingling feeling came from behind, like ants lightly biting the wound. After the tingling sensation, a smooth comfort followed. Player receives the blessing of the undead. For 30 minutes, strength and agility double. Zhao Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement, so this is what it feels like to break over 100 strength. Lu Dong squinted, looking at Zhao Gang's corpse on the ground, falling into deep thought. In the past, after he killed players and strange creatures, their corpses would disappear after a while. Why was Zhao Gang's corpse still here? He had not died. Zhao Tong continued to try to get closer to Lu Dong. "Brother Dong, you have over 100 spirit power, did you gain any talent abilities?" Lu Dong stood up, twirling a pencil in his hand. He roughly understood Zhao Tong's plan. This Zhao Tong might not be new to this task, or, perhaps, the Zhao family emperor had task strategies. They had known in advance that this was a place to recover injuries. Deliberately killing Zhao Gang in front of him, pretending to ally with him, is actually a move to disrupt Sun Yan's 4-person plan and divert Sun Yan away. The corpse of Zhao Gang did not disappear, indicating that this guy is still pretending to be dead. The ultimate goal of these 2 guys is still me. Lu Dong raised the corner of his mouth, intentionally leaving a flaw for Zhao Tong, and said softly, "I chose to hide in the safe zone, just to enjoy the game, not to kill and fight. Following me has no future." Zhao Tong rubbed his shoulders. He had used his active skill to kill Huang Zheng earlier, and now his skill's cooldown was still 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, he and the pretending dead Zhao Gang could kill Lu Dong. Their little act would finally be complete. Zhao Tong squinted. He hadn't lied just now, he really planned to leave the Zhao family guild. Especially after knowing that Lu Dong, who got the Niu Hong ring, appeared during the side quest of Wanping Hospital. He had told Zhao Gang his plan in advance. After all, Zhao Gang was young and did not understand the ways of adults. This is why he cooperated with Zhao Tong in this act, using a dummy to avoid fatal damage. Now, he only had 1 drop of blood left. According to Zhao Tong's scheme, as soon as his skill cooldown was over, it would be Lu Dong's death deadline, and then Zhao Gang could use the blessing of the undead to recover to full health. But Zhao Gang did not know that once Lu Dong died, he, who also had only 1 drop of blood left, would be Zhao Tong's prey. It was a plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhao Tong felt a thrill of excitement. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Tong responded to Lu Dong, preparing to buy more time. "I am tired of this strange world. I want to live a life with 1 house, 2 people, 3 meals, and 4 seasons." Lu Dong shuddered. "Good heavens, this mushroom head is a bit twisted, wanting to have a 2-person world with me?" Lu Dong turned around and said, "I just realized something. Sun Yan said this is the place of death for Liang An's experiment, but the number of skeletons and bones on the wall doesn't match." Zhao Tong was shocked. Indeed, there are strategies for the Wanping Hospital quest in the Zhao family emperor guild. But the highest score for players who completed the quest is only C grade. Could the secret to improving the completion rating be here? Zhao Tong immediately turned around to start counting the skeletons on the wall, thinking about how killing Lu Dong and Zhao Gang could also raise his score for the world quest, and he couldn't help but feel joyful. In the next second, a sharp pain came from behind. He never expected Lu Dong would sneak attack him at such a critical moment. A sharp pain spread throughout his body. The poison prompt made Zhao Tong instantly lose his ability to resist. Lu Dong stabbed him multiple times. -50. -50. Zhao Tong's health bar hit 0. Instant kill. You killed the civilian faction player Zhao Tong. No rewards for players of the same faction. The broken pencil absorbs death energy, triggering an advancement quest. Broken pencil, death energy experience for upgrade, 1/100. Death energy? It can be upgraded? This is encouraging oneself to kill players. Lu Dong pulled out the pencil from Zhao Tong's heart, the corner of his mouth lifted, sitting atop Zhao Gang's body. Lu Dong said coldly, "What do you think, if Zhao Tong had killed me, would he have killed you?" Then, Lu Dong directly inserted the pencil into the pretending to be dead Zhao Gang's body. Some things don't need to be spoken clearly, the seeds of suspicion are planted and will eventually take root and sprout. You killed the civilian faction player Zhao Gang. Broken pencil, death energy experience for upgrade, 2 out of 100. Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang appeared simultaneously at the revival point of the Zhao district. The two looked at each other, both falling into silence. In Lu Dong's live broadcast room, the screen was filled with cheers. Exciting, as expected of my brother Dong. I was almost fooled by Zhao Tong's acting. I almost shipped Dong Go and Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong said heartfelt words. The big guild is becoming less and less human. If Lu Dong killed these two guys, wouldn't he fail the quest? Chapter 13, Wanping Hospital, the taboo on the 9th floor. In the torture chamber, Lu Dong found only 2 eyeballs from Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang. Eyeballs from the strange faction can easily detect loopholes, limited to players of the strange faction. Lu Dong suddenly realized, no wonder Huang Zhang could see him through the monitor, it's all due to the power of his eyes. Jiang Mingho needed to obtain a kidney to control the blood, and Huang Zhang needed his eyes to activate the power of his gaze. Compared to the steady progress of the commoners' camp, the mysterious camp seemed to be taking shortcuts, and their exchanged abilities were exceptionally strong. Lu Dong approached the wall, took out Sun Moli's petal from his pocket, and followed the guidance to find the skull that reacted to Sun Moli. You have discovered Sun Moli's mother's skull. Sun's mother, missing her skeleton, died in agony. Perhaps giving the petal along with Sun's mother's skull to Sun Yan will yield unexpected rewards. Lu Dong picked up the skull and tucked it against his chest, then placed Huang Zhang's eyes in his pocket. He took off his patient gown and changed into a nurse's uniform in the interrogation room. Then he gently pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Now all the events were following Sun Yan's narrative. Lu Dong was very clear that stories can vary from one person to another. He couldn't just listen to Sun Yan. To uncover the truth, he had to dive deeper into the situation. The 9th floor, which Sun Yan repeatedly warned him to avoid, was clearly a breakthrough point. 9th floor. A faint smell of blood hung in the air. This floor was devoid of strangeness and sound, quiet as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Except for the blood everywhere, and the bright red handprints on the walls silently telling the unsettling past of this place. Lu Dong gripped a pencil and quietly walked toward the blind spot of the surveillance. He needed to verify one thing: what had taken the lives of those 2 commoner camp players. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass and furniture cracking came from the room and the surveillance blind spot. The sound of a vase shattering and a bedboard snapping echoed incessantly. It seemed someone was venting their rage. Lu Dong mentally plotted his escape route and slowly approached room 901. I don't want to take medicine anymore, I've had enough of this life. An eye for an eye, can you just let me die already? Room 901 was not an office, but a hospital room. Lu Dong looked through the glass and saw a familiar figure standing by the door. In a pink outfit, with slender legs, beside her was a tray of medicine. Nurse Lu Yan? Isn't this the forbidden area of Wanping Hospital? How could she be here? Who was the patient here? In front of Lu Yan, a maddened man was hanging from the ceiling fan, howling wildly. With deep eye bags and dark eyebrows. The young man's face bore some resemblance to Liang'an, whom Lu Dong had seen in the archive room. The man noticed Lu Dong outside the door, and his gaze carried an eerie power, causing Lu Dong's body to freeze. Player's mental power exceeds 30, breaking the petrification effect. Lu Dong's body shook. The 2 dead commoner players had been petrified and died because their mental power was below 30. Liang Shang's eyes changed color, filled with a hint of hope, and after making eye contact with Lu Dong, he whispered, "Save me." Player has triggered the main storyline quest. Uncover Liang Shang's secret. Please escape to a safe area quickly, your location has been exposed. Lu Yan noticed Liang Shang's change and realized someone was on the 9th floor. She immediately roared, "The rotten mouse is back, XDM, kill him." Lu Dong took 3 steps and leaped down the stairs. A piercing voice echoed behind him. The blood on the ground and handprints on the wall seemed to come alive, desperately trying to hold on to Lu Dong. With the blessing of the undead, Lu Dong's strength and agility reached 200 points. These strange beings were no match for him. -5. -5. -5. The continuous loss of health due to blood poisoning caused the strange beings to stop their pursuit. Lu Yan cursed the useless ones, and her aura suddenly surged. Lu Dong initially wanted to continue fighting the strange beings when a piercing voice struck him, leaving his body numb. You have touched the forbidden area of the 9th floor. The boss of Wanping Hospital has appeared. Lu Yan has entered a state of madness, please escape quickly. Lu Yan, level 10, strength, 240, agility, 400. You are intimidated by the boss's aura, unable to move for 30 seconds. Half a minute is enough time for the boss to accomplish a lot. Lu Yan appeared at the end of the corridor, holding a giant syringe in her hand. The crisp sound of high heels seemed to be imprinted on the heart. Lu Dong cursed in his heart. He never expected that going to the 9th floor for a mission would attract the boss. Indeed, one cannot take on missions in this game. It's still necessary to kill. Fortunately, he had the dead doll ring on him, or this mission would have failed. Lu Dong was already prepared for resurrection. In the next second, the fierce Lu Yan stood behind Lu Dong and shouted angrily. What are you players from the strange faction wasting time on? That mouse has already run to the 9th floor. Not killing him? Lu Dong's heart soared with joy. Right, he was also wearing a nurse's uniform. Lu Yin took him for a player from the strange faction. Fortunately, she was behind him and couldn't see his face. If she were in front, he would have been exposed. The angry Lu Yin seemed ready to lose control at any moment. Lu Dong's mind sparked, and he whispered, I saw them enter a corner on the 7th floor. I couldn't push that door open. The interrogation room. Those damn mice dare to go to the interrogation room, they're doomed. Lu Yin directly walked past Lu Dong, and although Lu Dong's voice sounded a bit familiar, an enraged Lu Yin wouldn't care about such trash. The eyes she carried were like something only players from the strange faction could do. Lu Yin moved incredibly fast, disappearing in an instant at the stairs. Lu Dong swallowed hard. 400 points of agility. She was faster than just a little bit. This boss seems not to be killable for now. Lu Dong turned and walked away. He knew very well that once Lu Yin discovered he had tricked her, she would be the first to turn back and find him. His time was extremely limited. Returning to the 9th floor, Lu Dong made straight for Liang Shang's room. Liang Shang, sitting despondently on the bed, suddenly burst into light in his eyes when he saw Lu Dong. Kill me, please. I'm begging you, kill me. Lu Dong, confused, tightened and loosened the pencil in his hand. What an unreasonable request. Other strange beings begged not to be killed. Why would this guy make such a strange demand? Lu Dong subconsciously asked, Are you Liang An's son? This young man, somewhat resembling the dean, suddenly collapsed on the bed and cried loudly. Lu Dong felt a bit annoyed. What's up with a man crying like that? Kill, kill. The pencil stabbed in. Clang. A light sound rang out. Lu Dong was stunned. This was the first time his attack had been blocked. Target is in an invincible state. Lu Dong rolled his eyes. No wonder this guy wished for death. It turned out he couldn't die. That's how people are. The more you can't get something, the more you want it. The strange beings are the same. Crying like this won't solve anything. He had to comfort him. Lu Dong patted Liang Shang's back and whispered, What's wrong? Why are you crying so painfully? Liang Shang rubbed his eyes and said, I killed my dad. Lu Dong was stunned. This plot isn't right. Didn't Sun Yan say Liang An was not dead? Why does Liang Shang say he killed his dad? Liang Shang sat on the hospital bed, legs crossed, softly recounting. Back then, a supernatural event broke out at Wanping Hospital, and the previous dean wanted to use an exorcist to deal with the strange beings, but my father didn't want to. He said we must dig out the reasons for the emergence of the strange. Suddenly, two nurse-like strange beings rushed into Liang Shang's room, interrupting him. Lu Dong sprang forward, grabbing the two nurses, shutting the door behind him, and stabbing with the pencil. Under the difference in strength, the two strange beings were directly killed by Lu Dong. Level skipping kill. You gain 25 experience points. Level skipping kill. You gain 25 experience points. Liang Shang stared blankly at Lu Dong. Lu Dong waved his hand and softly asked, And then? What did your father find out? Liang Shang sniffed. Lu Dong continued, Wanping Hospital was originally a mental hospital, and my father was a surgeon. So after my father took over the hospital, rumors started spreading that the strange births were due to my father experimenting on the mental patients. Lu Dong frowned slightly and asked, Then why did you kill your father? Liang Shang held his head and whispered, One time, I suffered from a serious nerve disease and needed a special nerve surgery. The doctor who operated on me, it was said, missed seeing his wife for the last time because he was performing my surgery. I felt guilty, so I went to light incense for his wife. Little did I know, from that day on, there was a voice in my head every day, urging me to kill my father. After my father took over Wanping Hospital, I believed the rumors and thought my father was conducting secret experiments. So one day, after drinking too much, I woke up to find my father dead in front of me. It must have been my subconscious reaction that killed my father. Liang Shang began to cry uncontrollably again. Lu Dong tightened his brows. It seemed too far-fetched. Perhaps someone else was responsible for killing Liang Shang's father. But Liang Shang believed he had killed Liang An because of his guilt. Sun Yan said Liang An had set up an exorcist's formation to seal Wanping Hospital. Yet Liang Shang said the hospital had signs of the supernatural even before Liang An took over. Lu Dong recalled the face in the archives. Why did that little guy say Lu Yin should take responsibility? Confused clues mixed together. Lu Dong shook his body and stared at the hidden task on his task panel. He finally untangled everything. Sun Yan had performed surgery on Liang Shang and missed seeing his wife for the last time. Liang Shang, having gone to light incense for the departed soul, was possessed by Sun Yan's soon-to-be-born child. The child thought Liang Shang caused Sun Yan to miss his appearance, thus driving his family member to death, which was why he kept hinting for him to kill his own father. After Liang Shang fell ill and was admitted to Wanping Hospital, the child's strange possession continued to grow in the archives. Lu Dong remembered the child pointed out the head nurse was the culprit, but he had only deduced it logically without knowing the actual truth. That's why he had Lu Dong help Sun Yan find peace. Liang Shang was a poor person, and so was Sun Yan. The one who killed Liang Yan could not have been Liang Shang. Lu Dong rubbed his forehead, the root of everything lay with Lu Yan. Lu Dong spoke softly, "Tell me, how can I help you?" Liang Shang rubbed his swollen eyes and said softly, "There is an exorcist's formation in the director's office. If we find Lu Yan and use that guy's blood, we can trigger the formation." Lu Dong had a dark expression. "Brother, does this task need the boss's blood?" Liang Shang's eyes fell into a lifeless state. Inside his body. Jealousy's malice, you are truly sinister. How could such a vicious plan be completed? Liang Shang, you and your father locked me here. I never said you were cruel. Once I break the restrictions here, the entire strange world will become my vassal. Lu Dong did not know that inside Liang Shang's body, another strange entity was hidden. Chapter 14 Wanping Hospital, Sun Yan's anger. Struggling internally, Liang Shang lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Dong thought it was the heavy burden of the name of patricide that tortured him so greatly. Gently closing Liang Shang's ward door, Lu Dong's gaze fell on the wall across. If not for the odd wall color, Lu Dong would have almost missed this door. On the entire 9th floor, there was not just Liang Shang's room and the blind spots of the surveillance. There was another room. Lu Dong pushed the door and entered. Ding! Player has entered Lu Yan's room. Lu Yan is sensing. Boss will return in 60 seconds. Why was Lu Yan's room on the 9th floor? Could this be the real reason to keep players away from the 9th floor? The tidy room had no dust, and on the clean desk lay a black notebook. You received the head nurse's diary. Lu Dong flipped through it but found nothing else that would trigger the system's voice, and immediately left. Calculating the time when Lu Yan would return, Lu Dong ran to the top floor. Sun Yan said that the formation that needed to be destroyed was in the dean's office on the top floor. Lu Dong did not go directly to the dean's office. He found a corner of the restroom and began to read the head nurse's diary. January 12th, today my male god smiled at me, the winter sun became warm, I really like him, I want to make little people with him. October 3rd, my male god is getting married, and the bride is not me. November 11th, I ran into a strange person. He said the world is going to be destroyed, and if I survive until the end, I won't have anything. He told me to escape from the exorcist's trap with his curse, and to find a jealous body to plant the curse. Curse. Survive. Lu Dong firmly memorized this page's content. He too had been cursed. What relationship did survival and curse have? Lu Dong continued flipping through the diary. June 3rd, that exorcist actually went to the mental hospital, the curse inside me was restless, I used that curse's special power for the first time, but the exorcist was immune to my attack. June 6th, I planted the curse in the exorcist's son's body. Only my male god can solve this problem. I can see my male god again, I can't wait. July 6th, my male god is going to have a child with that witch, I won't allow my male god's genes to go to waste. July 7th, my male god went to operate on that scumbag's son, and I took the chance to move the fetus's position. That woman had a difficult delivery, one corpse with 2 lives, my male god's genes were not wasted. July 10th, my male god is sick, he went to that scumbag exorcist's hospital, I must go too. August 1st, damn scumbag, he actually found out my secret. I must strike first, his ability can actually immunize all strange damage. August 3rd, that scumbag is amazing, he actually developed an exoskeleton that can immunize against physical attacks. It seems I still have to start with his son. August 11th, my acting is too good. That scumbag's son thinks he killed his own father. He is in despair, becoming severely manic. October 1st, I hinted to my male god about that scumbag situation. I teased him that as long as he breaks the formation, he can leave here. My male god started to take players to destroy the soul flames. As long as the soul flames are destroyed 1,000 times, that scumbag will be doomed. I am so sad. The reason my male god wants to leave here is to search for his deceased wife. I will not give him that chance. He still doesn't know, the strange thing that his wife turned into is trapped in my basement, *0. October 2nd, just 4 soul flames left, and I can kill that scumbag, and I can return to the big world with my male god. Lu Dong slowly closed the diary. Scumbag is Liang Yan, male god is Sun Yan. This name Lu Yan does not mean leaving a last word, it means remembering Sun Yan. He should have thought of this earlier. Such a straightforward love confession, he actually did not notice it immediately. Lu Yan cursed Liang Shang, and Liang Shang developed a neurological disease. Sun Yan had no choice but to operate on Liang Shang, and Lu Yan took the opportunity to kill Sun Yan's wife. Sun Yan became manic due to his wife's difficult delivery and was admitted to Wanping Hospital. Lu Yan followed him. After Liang Yan discovered his secret, he began to take action against Liang Yan. It turns out this was the source of chaos in Wanping Hospital. Everything was caused by Lu Yen. No, it feels like something is missing, let's not worry about it for now. If they leave this hospital, which big world will they return to? A strange world? Lu Dong pondered. Lu Yen seemed to be preventing patients from running around, but in fact, she was secretly promoting the destruction of soul flames, letting Sun Yen lead people to destroy the formation left by Liangyan. Lu Dong left the restroom and rushed into the dean's office. Sun Yen was anxiously pacing in the dean's office. If Lu Dong had not come here, then his plan would be ruined. Seeing Lu Dong arrive, Sun Yen breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "The head nurse just rushed into the interrogation room and destroyed our recovery equipment. Perhaps this will be our last chance to escape from here." Lu Dong nodded slightly, quickly surveying the room. 6 windows crisscrossed opposite each other, and a huge tea table occupied the main position in the room. A gentle fragrance permeated the air, refreshing the mind. On the tea table, 10 cups stood in a row. "You have discovered a secret left by Liangyan." The cups were arranged in 3 groups. The first 3 cups and the last 3 cups were almost touching each other. The 4 cups in the middle had an interval of about 30 centimeters. A strange arrangement. In his previous life, aside from studying mathematics, Lu Dong's only hobby was drinking tea. The arrangement of the teacups could be very particular, either a circle of 3 or a 9-square grid. Why were these 10 teacups lined up horizontally together? Sun Yen noticed Lu Dong was looking at the cups on the table and whispered. When Liangyan was the director, the entire Wanping Hospital was divided into 9 departments. Their daily morning meetings were held in this office. The cups on the table represent the arrangement of Liangyan's last meeting with the 9 department heads. Lu Dong cautiously asked, "How did Liangyan die?" Sun Yen looked meaningfully at Lu Dong and said, "It is said that his son killed him when he was drunk, but in the world of the strange, death is just another form of rebirth." Lu Dong fell silent. Indeed, Lu Yen had deceived Sun Yen. Sun Yen paused for a moment and continued, "What about Zhao Tong? Why isn't he with you?" Lu Dong shook his head, not sure, he might have been consumed by the strange. Sun Yen opened his mouth but didn't make a sound. He glanced at his watch and whispered, "Your injury is enough, one person should be able to do it." Lu Dong looked meaningfully at Sun Yen. How did he know his injury was enough? Sun Yen pulled down all the curtains and skillfully flipped a switch on the power panel. A beam of projected light shot straight across the tea table, hitting the white wall. The atmosphere in the room became exceptionally quiet, all sound disappearing the moment the light brightened. In the projection, a large square formation appeared. In the pitch-black room, flames suddenly appeared in the corners. Sun Yen lowered his voice and said, "The 4 directions magic array was learned by Liangyan from an exorcist. As long as this array exists, the dead strange cannot escape, and Wanping Hospital will never know peace. Because we are all strange, the soul cannot extinguish this flame. Can you help me?" Triggering plot mission. Within 30 seconds, extinguish the 4 soul flames, and the player can break the array. In Sun Yan's eyes, there was a hint of desire as he stood in front of Lu Dong, deeply bowing. At the same time, in Lu Dong's live streaming room, many players from the civilian camp were watching closely. Players who had not experienced the Wanping Hospital instance were gaining experience by watching Lu Dong's live stream. Some top guilds chose to watch the stream of a rookie because Lu Dong had killed Jiang Mingho and then Zhao Tong. They wanted to confirm one thing, whether Lu Dong killed based on the powers of the Niu Hong ring or on his own. If it was the Niu Hong ring, Lu Dong was like a moving treasure trove. Niu Heng's abilities were special, but he could only freely adjust within level 20. Once he exceeded level 20, he couldn't return to level 1. So, in 2 years, Niu Heng's level remained at 20, because he had spent a lot of time completing novice world tasks. As long as he was level 1, he could continuously redo these novice world tasks, constantly unlocking task rewards. There might be hundreds or thousands of treasures in Niu Heng's ring. At level 1, Lu Dong might have relied on these treasures to achieve basic attributes exceeding 100. Who wouldn't want to get them? Outside the garrison district, the Zhao family's prince, the Great Song Dynasty, the All-Rounder Guild, and other guilds sent players at level 40. Waiting for Lu Dong's mission to end, they would enter Godebao's territory. If Lu Dong is willing to share the bull's ring with everyone, the strength of the civilian camp may see a significant boost. Involving collective interests, the players of the civilian camp became unusually united. Some even said that Godebao should be pressured to hand over the bull's ring directly, and it shouldn't be split with a level 1 guild. If Lu Dong's performance in the mission is due to his own talent, then this level 1 player is terrifying. A level 1 player, with 100 strength, 100 agility, plus 102 spirit, isn't he unstoppable? To stand by as a strong individual is born, this strange world absolutely does not allow. I heard the top guilds have assembled to march into the Go area. Seeing that Lu Dong has finally completed the mission, I wonder what his reaction will be when he finds the guild gone. Is there a big shot who can explain how to score high in Wanping Hospital? Song Yanyan said, break the soul flame, and the seal of Wanping Hospital will be lifted. Lu Yen will enter a furious state, pulling the boss to the hospital entrance. Leaving the hospital when its health is lowest counts as completing the mission. The longer you hold out, the higher the score. My score when I completed it was D. Zhao Wujian said, if the player's health is enough, they can jump out of the top floor window, taking 200 damage upon landing, and that counts as completing the mission. I also got D. Lu Yiran said, if Lu Dong hadn't destroyed the elevator and now rushed to the elevator edge to destroy it, falling into the basement, he could trigger the protection buff from Sun Yan's wife, enhancing base attributes by 10 times, enabling him to kill the boss head-on. My agility was enough, but my strength was too low, so it took too long to kill the boss. I could reach C grade. Can this boss be killed? The many players wailed, this method of completing the mission is just too difficult. Whether it's holding out at the hospital entrance, jumping out the window, or using the 10 times attributes to kill the boss. This is far too challenging for ordinary novice players. Not to mention, Lu Dong is entering a hell-level dungeon. The boss's basic attributes will increase geometrically. 30 seconds later, Lu Dong remained motionless. What's going on? Why did he give up the mission? Although it's a bit harder for one person to do the mission, why doesn't Lu Dong go break the soul flame? Hey, this guy isn't planning to kill Sun Yan, is he? I feel like that's very likely. In the dean's office, Sun Yan looked at Lu Dong in confusion. Why don't you go break the soul flame? Lu Dong said softly, this formation shouldn't be sealing the building, but rather a formation to kill Liangyan, right? Sun Yan's eyes squinted into a slit, a chill radiating from his back, a palpable killing intent surged around Lu Dong. He's been seen through. He enunciated each word, why do you want to die? Chapter 15 Wanping Hospital, Awakening Exclusive Abilities. Clearly, if Lu Dong breaks the formation, Sun Yan can leave Wanping Hospital and go find his wife. But why doesn't this guy do the mission? Sun Yan's anger reached its peak, the hope of leaving was about to shatter. Lu Dong slightly turned his body, a ruined pencil appearing at his side. Just now, he triggered a storyline mission, the plot could be chosen to be completed or not. Having seen Lu Yan's diary, he understood clearly that this conspiracy had made Sun Yan just a victim. After a long while, Sun Yan's anger finally calmed down. Why won't you help me? Lu Dong said solemnly, my mission is to leave Wanping Hospital, not to help you destroy it. The entire event should be explored by me, not guided by you. The words revealed by ultraviolet light in the room should be the first step of your plan, right? By letting players die on the first night, you put us in a state of fear. You approached us as a patient, bringing us to understand everything you claimed happened in the past. When the preconceived notion takes shape, the player will passively follow you behind, helping you complete your tasks. Go to the torture chamber to gain the blessing of the dead, destroy the soul flame, and give the so-called freedom to Wanping Hospital. You want to find your dead wife, right? This must be your ultimate goal? Sun Yan showed surprise, this player actually knew his past. Lu Dong continued. And this soul flame is not the formation that traps Wanping Hospital, but the formation that attacks Liangyan. Sun Yan grinned, as if admiring a work of art, and exclaimed, not bad. The bizarre form of Liangyan is immune to all damage and can only be ground to death with a formation. You are much more careful than the players I encountered before. No one has ever chosen to give up at this step of attacking the soul flame. How do you know my secret? Lu Dong whispered, your son told me. Sun Yan was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed heartily. My son? My son hasn't even been born yet, how could he tell you my information? Lu Dong's provocation made Sun Yan burst into fits of laughter, falling into a frenzy of joy. After a while, Sun Yan finally calmed down. Then how do you know this formation is to kill Liangyan? Liangyan has been dead for a long time. Lu Dong pointed at the projection on the wall and said, the blockage of the teacup caused some special symbols to appear at the corners of the curtain. 3 connected teacups touching together form 3 parallel points, and 4 spaced-out teacups form 3 long lines on the curtain. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, this is the Morse code used internationally for the SOS distress signal. Sun Yan looked at the teacups, unexpectedly discovering that Liangyan had hidden such a trick. Lu Dong said solemnly, as you mentioned, this was the last time Liangyan held a meeting here, and he must have noticed the abnormalities in Wanping Hospital at that time. These teacups conveying the distress signal verify the authenticity of the diary in my hands, the truth you want is here. Lu Dong threw Lu Yiyan's diary to Sun Yan. Sun Yan slightly frowned, holding the diary with both hands, flipping through it carefully. As he read on, his small eyes widened more and more. The information recorded here far exceeded Sun Yan's understanding. Impossible. Impossible. Sun Yan collapsed to the ground, eyes dazed, hands clutching his hair tightly, repeatedly rubbing his face. Sun Yan couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. He resembled a madman, lying on the ground, laughing out loud. In the end, the real fool turned out to be himself. All of Sun Yan's past memories flashed through his mind. The girl who confessed to him with flowers, Lu Yen, seemed to be just yesterday. At that time, Sun Yan was immersed in the happiness of life, not paying attention to the affection of the little girl, hastily declining her, not wanting to leave a huge hidden trouble. Sun Yan seemed to see the painful look of his wife dying on the operating table. Everything was his fault. Sun Yan cried at times, laughed at others. He was on the brink of collapse. Warning! Sun Yan has fallen into a frenzied state and will attack nearby targets indiscriminately. Lu Dong looked at the man before him and whispered softly, "Do you know that all of this is not an accident? You want revenge, yet you have targeted the wrong person." Bang! The locked door of the dean's office was kicked open. In a fury, Lu Yen held a 2-meter-long hammer in her hands. When Lu Yen realized her diary had been stolen, she understood that Sun Yan was about to leave her. After entering this bizarre world, Lu Yen hid all her secrets in the diary. She had once been a naive and infatuated lover, but later, due to jealousy, she changed her appearance and awakened special powers under the curse's influence. From then on, Lu Yen walked down a path of no return. She plotted all the chaos in Wanping Hospital. Although Liang Yin discovered something, he did not stop Lu Yen in time, leading to such a tragedy. Lu Yen trembled all over after seeing the diary in Sun Yan's hands. "Yen, you listen to me explain." Lu Yen's voice quivered. Clearly she was about to obtain her own love, yet fate twisted her again. Sun Yan frantically tore the diary to shreds, shouting and smashing everything around him. Lu Dong hid obediently in the corner. It was clearly unwise to speak out at this moment. Sun Yan roared, Why are you so cruel? She is the love of my life. You have taken everything from me." Sun Yan crazily rushed towards Lu Yen, wildly swinging his fists like a street thug, punching and kicking without any order. He had the momentum, but Sun Yan and Lu Yen's attributes were too different. Lu Yen swung the hammer in her hand, and Sun Yan fell directly to the ground. -1,500. -450. Sun Yan, 50/2000. Sun Yan collapsed in front of Lu Dong, his health at rock bottom, falling into a weakened state. Lu Dong looked at the man before him. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. His family was torn apart. He had been deceived by his enemy for many years, and now he discovered the truth. This guy must be feeling pretty awful, right? Lu Yen's voice cracked with tears. "Horses," she said, "why do your eyes only have her? What is so good about her compared to me? I am older than her, prettier than her, more nurturing than her. I love you more than she does. I would do anything for you. Why can't I have you?" A faint red glow of blood gathered around Lu Yen. The temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Lu Yen rubbed her swollen red eyes, locking her gaze onto Lu Dong. "If we leave here, Sun Yen will forget all this. I will become the woman he loves. It's all your fault." Lu Yen stepped forward, her hands suddenly swinging the giant hammer, leaping to strike down. Bang! Lu Dong narrowly dodged, but before he could steady himself, the shaking ground from the hammer made Lu Dong stumble and fall. The entire office showed spiderweb-like cracks where the hammer landed. Lu Dong swallowed hard. This woman is fierce. What to do? So excited. In the live broadcast room. This Lu Yen must have the strength of a level 15 player, right? No wonder it's the hellish dungeon. How can a player withstand this? Not gonna lie, why do I feel like Brother Dong's eyes are shining? Lu Dong sidestepped and sprang up. Realizing the difference in power wasn't suitable for a hard block, he decided to try speed. Before Lu Dong could react, the massive hammer appeared beside him. -900. Exaggerated damage floated up from Lu Dong's side. Just a brush from Lu Yen's hammer made him lose so much health. Power and agility were suppressed all around. Lu Dong spat out saliva, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Sun Yen propped himself on his knees, blocking Lu Dong. Lu Yen stopped her attack, her swollen red eyes glistening with tears. She softly said, "Step aside." Sun Yen gathered all his strength to say, "You killed my wife. Where have you hidden her strange form?" Sun Yan's purpose for leaving the Wanping Hospital was to find his wife. Lu Yen took a deep breath, swinging her hammer. A crack spread along the wall, extending to the basement. A headless corpse appeared in Lu Yen's hands. "This is your wife who died in childbirth. If I can't have you, she won't either." Sun Yen opened his mouth and quickly spoke. "In the interrogation room, that head without a skeleton is my wife's?" Before, Sun Yen just felt comfortable in front of that skull, not realizing it was the corpse of his wife. Lu Yen sneered, "Not just her, your son's strange form is also in this hospital. I sealed him in the file room. Your family obviously is in the same building yet cannot be reunited." "I just intentionally destroyed the interrogation room and the file room. No one can reunite." Ha 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 ha. Lu Yen laughed to the sky, and the laughter grew increasingly bitter. Lu Dong patted Sun Yan's back, taking out a jasmine petal and a skull from his pocket, softly saying, "Your son is very smart. He let me help you let go of your obsession. Keep this thing safe." Sun Yan excitedly held a large and small object. His unwavering belief at Wanping Hospital was to find his wife. The fragrant jasmine petals opened in the palm of Sun Yan's hand, a strange shadow of a child playfully circling him. A skull emitted a faint light, a sweetly eerie figure appeared across from Sun Yan. The shadow raised a hand, fingers gently brushing across Sun Yan's cheek. The family of three finally met. Warm light instantly enveloped the three of them, blocking out Lu Yan's attack. Sun Yan laughed loudly, then burst into tears. The family of three was all in tears. Lu Dong softly said, "The sadness in this world should come to an end, so leave in peace." The family of three turned together, bowing to Lu Dong in gratitude. Sun Moli smiled and said, "Thank you, brother." Sun's mother leaned gently in Sun Yan's embrace, smiling sweetly, eyes full of intense happiness. Sun Yan nodded vigorously at Lu Dong, his body turning into speckles of light, contentedly closing his eyes. Lu Yan glared in anger. No way, why should he have happiness? Lu Yan raised the hammer, charging forward. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Sun Yan's family thanks you for your salvation, providing the only reward. Hidden reward, customized exclusive superpower. Scan complete, player awakens exclusive ability. Mathematical quantification ability, use mental energy to create miracles with math. Sun Yan's happiness causes Lu Yan's basic attributes to be halved. In Lu Dong's eyes, Lu Yan's swinging hammer slowed down. In Lu Dong's sight, the entire world had slowed down. A spatial coordinate system appeared, the hammer's swing traced a curve. The location of the damage caused by the hammer formed a circular area. Lu Dong spun his pencil, a smile on his lips. After being suffocated for so long, it's finally time for me to strike back. The hammerhead fell. Lu Yan used all her strength this time. She wanted to smash this detestable guy into a meat pie. Swish! It almost went right past Lu Dong's body. Bang! It was actually dodged. The trajectory of the object's movement, the radiation area of the damage, Lu Yan's basic attributes. A series of different data floated in Lu Dong's mind. At this moment, the boss battle had turned into a simple math problem in his eyes. Mathematical quantification could mark specific data for everything around them in a spatial geometric coordinate system. Manifestation allowed Lu Dong to mobilize his body to achieve his theoretical concepts based on his thoughts. Everything can be math. Lu Dong lightly jumped, evading the shock attack from the giant hammer. After having Lu Yan's basic attributes, her agility dropped to 200, although her attack frequency was fast, she couldn't escape the spatial displacement of objects. Lu Dong's blessing of the undead still had 3 minutes left, and his current basic attributes remained at 200. At the same speed, Lu Dong could easily judge the direction of Lu Yan's attack. He just needed to move half a second earlier to avoid her assault. Spinning the pencil, Lu Dong slid past Lu Yan's arm. The pink nurse's outfit was ripped apart, a black-red line of blood appearing on Lu Yan's delicate skin. -1. -5. -5. -5. Poison damage continuously surged from the top of Lu Yan's head. She cried out in pain, her eyes locking onto the pencil in Lu Dong's hand. The attack didn't break the defense, but it was toxic. This special weapon could actually harm her eerie body. But that was all. Lu Yan sneered, "You can't even break my defense, what do you have to face me?" Lu Dong's eyes flicked. Lu Yan had 2,400 health points, he had no suitable weapon, and aside from exhausting her, it seemed there was no other way. In a prolonged battle, he wasn't her match. He had to find a way. As Lu Yan took a step back, preparing to lift the hammer with her left hand. Lu Dong seemed to have predicted this, appearing a step ahead between her and Great Hammer. A sharp pencil, with a view of judgment, sliced through the air. If Lu Yan wanted to grab a weapon, she would surely be pierced in the arm by the pencil. Humph. Lu Yan did not want to be hurt by lead poison again. With a cold snort, she moved her body, bending at the waist, her right leg shot out like a tiger's tail, whistling from another direction straight toward Lu Dong's face. Her legs formed an obtuse angle, exaggerating curves, bringing forth endless spring glory. Lu Dong paused for half a second, slightly stiffened, showing respect. No time to change moves, Lu Dong squatted down to avoid the attack heading for his face. He embraced Great Hammer with both hands, lifting it up and throwing the nearly 2-meter-long hammer above his head. Lu Yan's right leg swung empty, the person spun like a butterfly, gracefully taking advantage of inertia. After a 360-degree turn, at the moment Lu Yan retracted her leg, her right leg pushed against the ground, while her left leg followed through and swung outward. Scorpion's tail swipe. An attack enhanced with centrifugal force, fierce and powerful. Lu Dong had seen through Lu Yan's attack from the start. The previous right leg sweep was just an illusion. Lu Yan's killing move was the left foot's scorpion tail sweep. A cold smile crept across Lu Dong's lips as he twisted his body in a flash, opening up a gap on the left side, and firmly hugged Lu Yan's kick. Crack! Both with 200 agility, Lu Dong was half a beat slow and failed to evade completely this time. Of course, he didn't plan to dodge. Taking it head on, he could withstand it. Crack. Minus 240. Minus 50. Minus 50. Player's ribs are broken, body speed reduced by 30%. Lu Dong firmly held Lu Yian's left leg, dragging backward to prevent her from finding balance and gaining strength. Lu Yian was also ruthless, taking to the air without hesitation, using the force from Lu Dong's hold on her left leg. Her right leg kicked toward Lu Dong's face. Rabbit kicks the eagle. Cannot avoid it. Lu Dong gritted his teeth and turned his head to the other side. Rip. A large chunk of flesh from his face connected to Lu Dong's ear was torn apart by Lu Yian's strike. Lu Dong's eyes glinted with fierce intent as he coldly said, "Now let's see how you dodge." Lu Yian was unfazed. The severely injured Lu Dong, with both hands clenching his legs, had no chance to attack. Unless he had a third hand. But why did Lu Dong have such a look of certainty in his eyes? Whoosh! A heavy sound came from above. Lu Yian suddenly recalled that just a moment ago Lu Dong had seemingly thrown the hammerhead far away to prevent her from getting it. No, he threw it into the air. Lu Dong smiled and said, "The higher the height, the greater the gravitational acceleration. Lu Yian, didn't you say I couldn't break your defense? Then let's try the power of math." In the next second, Lu Dong locked Lu Yian's legs and began to spin his body. Speed increasing, Lu Dong endured the pain of cracked bones. Facing the falling giant hammer, he effortlessly tossed Lu Yian away. Lu Yian, accelerated by centrifugal force, bumped into the giant hammer falling from above. The clash of strength caused a stunning damage response on Lu Yian's head. Minus 10,000. Lu Yian's head twisted off from the impact. Her stunning face lost its beauty in the face of death, leaving only hollow eyes. You have killed the plot boss Lu Yian. Level up kill, gain 3,000 experience points. Player gains 10 points to distribute freely among attributes. Exorcising the jealous soul, player prestige plus 10. Prestige can influence your status in the weird world. The higher the prestige, the more respect the weirdness will show you. Lu Dong's body swayed as the pain from multiple injuries continuously stimulated his nerves. The bursting wounds continued to bleed. Blessing of the undead dissipates. Having killed Lu Yian, there was no prompt for task completion. No time to examine his rewards. Lu Dong realized that his main quest was not yet finished. Liang Shang had said that the formation needed the target's blood. Hurriedly, Lu Dong collected Lu Yian's fresh blood, and then splashed it on the previous projection location. You triggered the Dean's gift. Liang Yan touched the blood of Lu Yian, and he used his enhancement ability to help you relieve the abnormal condition on your body. Player blood volume recovered. Player's torso was severely damaged. Please return to the camp for timely treatment. Swish. A light sound came, and Lu Yian's corpse disappeared from the scene. Incredible, a level 1 human can actually obtain the blood of this powerful calamity. Young man, you are very brave. A heavy voice echoed in the dean's office. Lu Dong, whose injuries healed, turned around and stood up, picking up the big hammer on the ground, asking, "Dean Liang, how can I help you escape from the formation?" Liang Yan's voice was filled with excitement. Give the tea on the table to Liang Shang, his memory will recover, and he will know how to unravel this exorcist's formation. Thank you, young man. 5 minutes later, Lu Dong brought the red-eyed Liang Shang to the dilapidated dean's office. Dad, are you really here? Liang Shang tugged at his clothes anxiously, with a hint of hope. Liang Yan's voice floated out, Child, you have suffered. Liang Shang cried loudly, then wiped his tears and whispered, I thought it was me using my abilities to kill you. I'm sorry, I will unseal you now. Lu Dong frowned slightly. Why was there a hint of mockery in Liang Shang's voice? Was it his playful nature? In the dean's office, almost destroyed by the battle, the ground was in shambles. The cups on the tea table, however, remained intact. Liang Shang stepped forward, muttering a strange incantation. The 10 cups on the table instantly shattered into dust. Liang Shang pressed his hands on the cup's powder. Blood dripped down from his hands. Taking a piece of white cloth from his pocket, Liang Shang began to draw the formation with his own blood. A blood-red hexagram formed. White light erupted from the hexagram formation. On the projection in the dean's office, a tightly closed iron door appeared. Liang Shang looked excited. Brave player, please place the demon you have confined on the iron door, and we can complete the sealing task. Liang Shang narrowed his eyes. In the mutual magic array, there was also a secret treasure exchange machine. He wanted Lu Yian to go in and retrieve that treasure for him. Then he would kill Liang Yan, and this Wanping hospital would no longer be able to bind him. Within Liang Shang's body, a strange and dark laughter echoed. This all should end. Liang Shang, you can never bind me. Lu Dong was taken aback. The confined demon? Does that mean to confine Lu Yian here? Lu Dong's face darkened. He shook his head. Lu Yian was killed by him. How could she be confined? Liang Shang tilted his head, puzzled. What are you waiting for? Complete the confinement so you can finish the task smoothly. I didn't confine that demon. Lu Dong responded bluntly. Liang Shang sneered, if you didn't confine her, how could you obtain her blood? Are you trying to reach some kind of pact with her? The aura on you should belong to the civilian camp, why would you try to be like the players in the strange camp, trading with the devil? Liang Yan's voice echoed from the formation, young man, confining the demon is the only way to revive the vitality of the strange world, don't let the devil disturb your mind. Since ancient times, demons are best at seducing hearts. Those controlled by desire will eventually fall into the strange camp. Liang Yan believed that the demon must have promised Lu Dong some great reward, otherwise, how could Lu Yan possibly provide him with blood? Liang Yan said, at that time, my strength was not low, facing the beautiful Lu Yan, I also lost my mind and fell into her trap. I didn't want to mention her name, but young man, I must warn you, the demon is not easy to deal with. Lu Yan is too dangerous, she will do everything she can to achieve her goals. Lu Dong spread his hands and said, that guy was killed by me. Liang Yan. Liang Shang. Livestream comments, Brother Dong is amazing. I can't believe he really killed the boss like this. I was grinning so much, the plot needs a boss, who knew the boss had already been taken out by Lu Dong. Everyone is laughing so hard, who is this Lu Dong? He really soloed the plot driving boss. What will happen to the plot now? Look at that strange NPC getting wrecked. Unlike the ordinary players teasing, the top guilds fell into silence at this moment. A level 1 player reverse defeated a level 10 boss. Not even top talents like Song Enyan, Lu Iran, and Zhao Wuzhang managed to do that back in the day. Every guild in Wanping Hospital has strategies, but they didn't realize the true boss was the head nurse. Of course, everyone had no chance to fight Lu Yan. Bosses like Lu Yan typically require players from both factions to join forces to defeat. But Lu Dong didn't rely on outside help, he didn't even use the treasures from the bull ring this time. With just his own power, he took down Lu Yan. What kind of genius is this? How could such a person be stuck in the survival zone? Suddenly, all the guilds held meetings to analyze this Lu Dong incident. In the dean's office, Liang Shang swallowed hard, unable to believe, did you really kill her? Chapter 17 Wanping Hospital, The Jealous Trick. Liang Yan originally planned to trap Lu Yan in the formation, but this player directly killed her. Lu Yan is a level 10 boss, with base strength and agility over 100 plus. Even if a player gained some kind of power boost, they couldn't possibly kill Lu Yan. After a long silence, Liang Shang turned to the projector and suddenly spoke, Dad, without the demon exchange, can't you leave this 4 directions magic formation? Liang Yan's voice carried a touch of helplessness, it's fine, if I can eliminate that female demon, I can stay here for a lifetime. Lu Dong stood in front of the formation, curious, is this formation hard to break? Liang Shang stood up in a daze, walked to the edge beside Lu Dong, his eyes showing a hint of nostalgia, and then softly told the story. Back in the day, bizarre phenomena occurred, the deceased could not peacefully leave this world, especially those trapped by their own grudges. So, in our time, demon exterminators emerged, different regions had different names for the profession that helped souls move on, but our goal was the same, to make this world clean. With the bizarre revival, the first to be invaded was Wanping Hospital. These mentally unstable patients are easier to control, my father and I are here to suppress the demons, which is why we became a part of the formation. I'm outside the formation, responsible for guiding and suppressing the bizarre, then trapping them in the 4 directions magic formation. My father is inside the formation, using its power to eliminate the demons. Wait. Lu Dong was shocked, did Liang Yan and Liang Shang come to this hospital at the same time? Liang Shang looked at Lu Dong's surprised expression and gently nodded, that's right, I came here years ago, and due to an incident, I was controlled by Lu Yan, imprisoned on the 9th floor. No, that's not right. Lu Dong sorted through his thoughts, according to the plot, shouldn't Liang Yan have arrived at Wanping Hospital first? Lu Yan cursed Liang Shang, and only after thinking he inadvertently killed Liang Yan did he come in here. How could it be that both father and son entered here together? The order is wrong. Remembering Liang Shang's previous heart-wrenching cry on the hospital bed, his mocking expression facing the 4 directions magic formation, and Lu Yan's office was right across from Liang Shang's ward. A terrifying thought sprang up in Lu Dong's heart. The real demon isn't Lu Yan. Lu Yan is just the plot boss. Liang Shang is the real boss. In the next moment, Liang Shang suddenly pushed hard with both hands, forcefully shoving Lu Dong into the 4 directions magic formation. The distance was too close, Lu Dong didn't have time to react and was pushed into the formation. Liang Shang shouted, Dad, this guy has a problem, you need to come out quickly. With a flash of white light, Lu Dong entered a narrow wooden room. The player enters the hidden map of Wanping Hospital, the square magic array. Please trade with caution. Trade? In a space 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, wooden furniture fills the area. In the corner, a red skull emits a faint glow. You have discovered a strange exchange machine. Commoners can bear the cost to gain unimaginable superpowers. Strange faction players can sacrifice organs to exchange for superpowers again. Treasure this opportunity, you only have one choice. Bear the cost in exchange for strange superpowers. Live stream comments. Can the story be like this? NPC pushing players into hidden maps? My god. What kind of incredible luck does Lu Dong have? It's like the tale of the old man losing his horse. Strange exchange machine, what is this? Golden borders floated by in the comments. Songyanyan, the exchange machine only appears in the hidden maps of special missions for the commoner faction. As long as you bear a certain cost, you can gain incredible power. Songyanyan, what a pity, most of the exchanged abilities disappear upon death. This hidden map in the square magic array probably cannot be exited actively. If Lu Dong wants to leave, he can only do so by committing suicide. Zhao Wujing, fool. The exchange machine has a level restriction. Level 1 players cannot activate the machine. Jealous players found some balance in their hearts. Gaining a superpower out of nowhere makes many people envious. Lu Dong approaches the red skull, and the exchange items instantly appear before him. Option 1, control gold coins for long-distance attacks. The cost is that you can never gain hate value. Option 2, can only strike once a day. The strike must be a critical hit. The cost is to numb oneself with alcohol, or else fall into uncontrollable bloodlust. Option 3, consume health to predict the future. Option 4, attack by controlling plants. The cost is to cultivate plants constantly. Option 5, double the body attack power. The cost is that you cannot use weapons. Each one is a fantastic ability, but Lu Dong wants to exchange and finds there are restrictions. Player level must be greater than or equal to level 2. Current level does not meet the requirement. Wow, is this just to let him indulge his eyes? The cost-bearing condition for the commoners faction means he can't choose any of them. Unfortunately, he isn't a player of the strange faction. Destiny seems to be toying with Lu Dong. Comments. This must be the punishment for too much bloodshed? Watching treasures right in front of you yet being unable to get them, so frustrating. Oh, I remember Lu Dong obtained Huang Zhang's eyes. With the strange player's eyes, can he exchange for a power? Wow, genius, brother. I didn't even think of that. Lu Dong did not feel overly excited or depressed. As a mathematician, he knows that when he does not meet the conditions, he will give up, not come up with ways to create conditions. Desire for what cannot be obtained does not lead to restlessness. Lu Dong looks at the pair of strange faction players' eyes he still has. These were obtained by Zhao Tong after killing Huang Zhang. He casually places the eyes into the exchange machine, not holding much hope for success. Ding! Consumed eyes, exchange successful. Player gains special reconnaissance ability. Reconnaissance can check basic information of the target with the naked eye. Note, cannot be upgraded. Lu Dong feels a heat in his eyes. It seems he has gained an incredible auxiliary skill. Looking down at the large hammer in his hands. Lu Yoyan's soul weapon, power plus 100, durability, 95/100. Special skill, shockwave surrounding forces within a 5-meter range, attack power decreases, causing terrain shaking. Wow, a big hammer directly adds 100 points of power. Lu Dong looks around, information about the surroundings quickly enters his eyes. Square magic array, a sealed space constructed with 360 demon-repelling red sandalwood, except for being afraid of fire property anomalies, ignores all strange attacks. Note, this is a good place for imprisoning people. Afraid of fire property anomalies? That means this wooden house is scared of being burned, right? It seems he brought fire. Lu Dong pulled a lighter from his chest and focused his gaze on it. Flame of the Buddha, burns all stubborn souls, fierce fire is everlasting, igniting the target will not die nor perish, limited to one use only. Note, do not use in the forest fire prevention is everyone's responsibility, the strange must also be responsible. Lu Dong rubbed his chin, this lighter was dropped by Cui Min on the ground. He originally thought it was just an ordinary lighter for smoking. The flame of the Buddha, how could he use it to light a cigarette? Or did he intentionally give it to himself? Lu Dong thought no more. The urgent task now was to leave this place quickly. Beside the wooden bed, a Klein blue horn emitted the voices of Liangyan and Liang Shang. Liangyan asked in confusion, what just happened? That player who killed Lu Yin, could he have been possessed? Liang Shang replied solemnly, I suspected him from the start. Lu Yin is a level 10 boss, how could a level 1 player be his opponent? Dad, we really haven't seen each other for many years. Brat, back then when you were willing to take on the role of an exorcist, your dad knew you would eventually stand out. If it weren't for you researching this 4 directions magic array, how could we possibly defeat Lu Yin? Liangyan laughed heartily, now that we have captured that possessed player, the Wanping Hospital can finally return to the strange world. Why hasn't the hospital's confinement been lifted yet? Liang Sheng coldly said, because I am the true strange one. The 4 directions magic array is meant to trap and kill annoying exorcists like you. Liang Shang's loud laughter pierced through the horn, extremely harsh. Panicked, Liang Yan's voice was filled with anger and incredulity as he scolded. The sound of a knife-piercing flesh came. Lu Dong immediately lit the surrounding wooden house with the flame of the Buddha. In the dean's office, Liang Shang pinned Liang Yan to the tea table with a short knife, his eyes flashing with a dark light, laughing wildly. How could you possibly be my opponents? Every inch of Wanping Hospital is my territory. Your son is laughable, daring to use his own body as a vessel to exorcise. Does he think he can subdue me this way? Ha 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 ha. I am the great jealousy strange, immune to physical damage. Even if he wants to commit suicide, he won't succeed. Your sorrow is my source of joy, J. Liang Yan's arms drooped weakly. After being in the Four Directions magic array for so long, he was too weak to be the opponent of the strange Liang Shang. At that moment, Liang Yan finally understood, the true mastermind was not Sun Yan, nor was it Lui Yan. But the strange lurking within his child, the jealousy strange. One of the 8 kings of the strange world, the jealousy strange. He was the source of all tragedies. Liang Yan's eyes were filled with despair. At this level of strangeness, how could they be a match? Liang Shang laughed loudly, one hand covering his forehead. Your child is indeed a highly gifted exorcist. If it weren't for your interference, I would have left Wanping Hospital long ago and advanced into the strange world. Look, he is still trying to stop me from killing you. Liang Shang moved his right hand forward with the short knife, his left hand choking his own throat. Liang Yan, with tears in his eyes, found it hard to imagine how much courage his son had to use his body to seal the strange. Liang Shang staggered, slowly approaching Liang Yan. The more you try to stop me, the more I will use your body to kill him. Liang Shang, I want you to witness yourself killing your own father. The short knife drew close. Soaring out. The roaring sound immediately blasted Liang Shang away. Liang Shang roared, Who are you? Chapter 18, Wanping Hospital, Vanguard of the Mysterious. Flames in the director's office soared to the sky. The huge projection was instantly consumed by fire. Centered on the tea table, flames split the director's office in half. Who are you? Your father. Lu Dong, dragging a large hammer, stepped slowly out of the flames, continuously losing -20 health points. If it weren't for his Buddhist fire, he would have been severely harmed by this guy. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, a face full of killing intent. The Buddhist fire broke the Four Corners demon suppression array, and the flames quickly spread down the Wanping Hospital building. You have used fire to break the Four Corners demon suppression array. The confinement of Wanping Hospital has been lifted, please leave quickly. Main quest completed, please escape from Wanping Hospital. Standing before the flames, Lu Dong showed no sign of wanting to leave, and coldly said, I hate sneak attacks the most in my life. With both hands rotating the large hammer, Lu Dong rose with the fire, leaping to smash the hammer down. The hammer fell like a meteor, carrying flames, crashing down. Liang Shang retracted his right hand holding the knife and gently supported the large hammer, not moving an inch. Current target immune to physical attacks. Trigger weapon special effect, shock, repel. Invincible? Who cares if you are invincible, let's have some fun first. Lu Dong disregarded everything, lifting and smashing the hammer. Liang Shang clearly had the power to kill Lu Dong with a mere gesture but was blocked by the body's owner, desperately resisting him. Thus, there was the scene of Lu Dong crazily smashing Liang Shang without causing any damage. With every swing of the large hammer, Liang Shang retreated about 1 centimeter. Apart from that, there was no other impact. Clang! Clang! For a full half an hour, Lu Dong did not stop. Even the players in Lu Dong's livestream were getting tired of it. 2 hits per second, Lu Dong just kept smashing Liang Shang for half an hour. Liang Shang's wounds had already crusted over. The barrage kept flowing. Damn, this tough guy is still smashing? I've already done it twice, and Brother Dong is still going? The most charming man is the one who lasts. This kid is too petty, getting attacked from behind and wanting to take revenge like this? What's the use? Once the mysterious force inside Liang Shang gains the upper hand, Lu Dong will be doomed. As Lu Dong continued to swing his hammer, Liang Shang was getting closer to the flames. The soaring flames devoured the air around, spreading quickly. Liang Shang's eyes widened, his patient outfit was already starting to burn. -100. -100. This flame could ignore his defenses. Being surrounded by these flames would mean death. Lu Dong sneered, so you're not invincible after all. Liang Shang frowned tightly. He couldn't die. He was one of the 8 kings of the mysterious world, the jealousy phantom. As long as he broke free from the confinement of Wanping Hospital, he could go to the world of mysteries where his kingdom lay. But a level 1 player appeared, disturbing all his arrangements at Wanping Hospital. Sun Yan had brought in to destroy the soul flame to kill Liang Yan, but unexpectedly, this little ghost saw through it and freed Sun Yan's soul. The hidden boss Lui Yan came out but was singled out by this little ghost. Worried about accidents, the jealousy phantom had thrown Lu Dong into the Four Corners Demon Suppression Array. This was a prison specifically designed for confinement. A player under level 50 could not break free. But unexpected things happened. This little ghost somehow brought such astonishing flames that could threaten him, who was immune to physical attacks. The jealousy phantom truly felt the threat of death, while the Liang Shang inside was desperately resisting. Liang Shang also sensed the fire from the outside. Perhaps this was the only way to kill the jealousy phantom. No! The jealousy phantom roared angrily, I cannot die here. Lu Dong, filled with ruthlessness, didn't care anymore. Kill this crafty bastard. Turning the doll ring, Lu Dong put down the hammer and directly rushed to hug Liang Shang, jumping into the sea of fire. The livestream barrage. How is he so brave? Alone, hero. So ruthless, directly hugging the boss to commit suicide? The scorching flames instantly made Lu Dong lose all sensation of pain. In the next moment, a brown puppet took Lu Dong's place. Jealousy's curse watched Lu Dong disappear, roaring in anger, its voice suddenly swallowed by the flames. Lu Dong appeared in his hospital room. At this moment the flames had already begun to spread downstairs. He had only one drop of blood left. This death substitute doll is really useful. I need to stock up on these whenever I can. In the next second, Lu Dong soaked the bedsheet, wrapped it around himself, and ran straight toward the dean's office engulfed in flames. The barrage was in an uproar. Why is this guy not escaping yet? I mean, he's not actually going to check if the NPC is dead, right? Why is he not afraid of dying at all? Bang! Lu Dong kicked open the dean's office door, a hint of urgency in his eyes. Liang weakly lifted his head, looking at Lu Dong's sudden appearance, his wet eyes widened. This guy, didn't he rush into the sea of flames? How did he come out unscathed? So strange. Oh right, isn't he strange too? Liang shook his head. These questions were meaningless now, he softly said. You don't need to save me, I have no desire to live anymore. Lu Dong had a black question mark face. Save you? I, Lu Dong, am the one who saves people. I came here for my weapon. Lu Dong hoisted his big hammer, running while saying, I wish you a happy next life. Liang Yan's mouth curved up, next life? In the next life, it will definitely not be so tiring. Ding! You burned jealousy's curse to death with fire. You killed the world boss, what reward should I give you? You are really too ruthless, I beg you not to enter tasks again. Level up by slaying, gain 300,000 experience. Achieved world achievement, Slayer of Curses. Slayer of Curses, neutral strange NPCs will be nice to you, actively providing you information, strange faction NPCs will attack you on sight. Don't show off easily. Lu Dong paused slightly, it seemed he had killed something extraordinary. In the next moment, Lu Dong chose to reveal the title he just received. Boom! Golden light burst forth, the glow even suppressed the fire's light. Four golden characters shot out from above Lu Dong's head. Slayer of Curses. No attribute increase, no healing effect, purely a toy for show. Lu Dong curled his lips, thinking it was something impressive. Liang Yan's eyes fixed on the big words above Lu Dong's head, he stuttered, Slayer of Curses. Do you want to become our exorcist? Effect of Slayer of Curses triggered. Hidden job quest opened. Players can accept main job transfers after reaching level 60, abilities will be specifically enhanced, hidden jobs will naturally be stronger. Lu Dong stopped in his tracks, he was only level 1, and might even remain level 1 for life. Job transfer was too far away for him. Lu Dong retorted, is it only you who can issue job transfer quests? Liang gently nodded, his mouth pulled into a bitter smile, exorcists are already a rare profession, my child sacrificed himself, most likely, I'm the only exorcist left in this world. Will you promise me to become an exorcist? Lu Dong dodged falling debris, Wanping Hospital was already on the brink of collapse in the raging fire. He couldn't let this guy die. Perhaps that group in the guild could do the job transfer quest. Lu Dong recalled the Gotabeo Society, his heart couldn't help but warm. He suddenly realized, perhaps that lighter was not accidentally dropped by Chui Min. They anticipated that he would fall into crisis, hence preparing special equipment for him? Counting money, Chao Shangfei, drunken Chui Min, rambling by Li Xian, playing mahjong Wang Bo, planting vegetables in a cheapo Wang Xingyan, and even slicing pork chops bare-handed Gui Jun. It seems everyone is not as simple as he imagined. Lu Dong pulled out the dagger from Liang Yan's body, hoisting him onto his shoulder, wrapping him in the soaked bedsheet, dragging the big hammer, and ran straight toward the stairway exit. Escaping from the sea of fire, bright lights burst forth around them. The system's voice echoed. Congratulations, player, for completing Wanping Hospital. Mainline task completed, score added. Hidden task Sun Moli's obsession completed, score added. Hidden task Liang Shang's obsession completed, score added. Exorcism of Sun Yen, score added. Plot exploration degree 100%, score added. Single kill hidden boss Liu Yin, score added. Single kill plot boss jealousy's trick, score added. Break through the four directions magical formation, score added. Side quest failed, score deducted. Burn down Wanping Hospital, kill all the weird creatures, score deducted. Snatch hidden NPC Liangyan, score deducted. Under the threat of slaughtering Weird Vanguard, Liangyan is willing to return to the guild base with you. Surviving player, one person, can enjoy all rewards alone. Ludong's live streaming room closed as the task ended, many players fell into silence. Did Ludong leave the dungeon with an NPC in the end? Can NPCs from the task dungeon also come to the weird world? In the surrounding guilds of the survival area, they instantly rushed towards the Guild of Treasures. Ox's Ring, methods to enhance mental power, looted task NPCs. Ludong had too many secrets, stimulating everyone's sensitive cells. They needed a reasonable explanation. The next second, the public announcement of the civilian camp rang out. Newbie player Ludong, cleared Wanping Hospital, clearance rating SS level. Gained the ability to shelter neutral NPCs. This news instantly ignited the entire civilian camp. Weird NPCs have never liked players from the civilian camp, and some eccentric NPCs might even kill players in the wild at random. This is also the reason why various major regions build guilds. But now, a player that can shelter neutral NPCs has actually appeared. With 102 points of mental power, Ludong instantly became the hot target of all major guilds. Before everyone could discuss in the public frequency, a world announcement resounded throughout the weird world. Player Ludong killed the world boss jealousy's trick. The task rewards for the weird camp will be reduced to 80% for the next month. Task rewards for the civilian camp will be increased to 150% for the next month. Player Ludong earns the title of slaughtering Weird Vanguard. The weird camp can kill Ludong to revive jealousy's trick, otherwise, jealousy's trick will sleep alone, waiting for a fated person to awaken it. This news instantly pushed Ludong to the peak of the game world's traffic. 1 month from now is the camp war, and the weird camp just happened to receive the buff lowering task rewards while the civilian camp received huge increases. The battle hasn't started yet, and the scale of victory has already begun to tilt toward the civilian camp. Civilian camp. Brother Dong is so powerful. I declare that Ludong is my male god. Next time Brother Dong has a task, I will definitely give him a tip. Weird camp. The survival area is right next to the curse area. Kill Ludong. Kill Ludong, save the weird master. Stop doing tasks, hurry up and kill Ludong. Chapter 19, What the hell is survival? The weird world is very restless today. So is the Guild of Treasures. Chuimin was reeking of alcohol, but his eyes were extremely clear at this moment. He stepped on the bloody long knife and said, President, the Ludong that system just reminded us, is that our guild's newbie? Chao Shangfei gulped hard, grabbed Chuimin's wine cup and drank it all down. The spicy liquor burned through Chao Shangfei's throat like a raging fire. Cough, cough. Chao Shangfei's face turned red as he turned to Bai Lixian and said, Bai Daoren, did you foresee all of this? Bai Lixian shrugged his hands and said, I wouldn't dare to predict that kid. The last time you let Ludong join our guild, I calculated our future and almost calculated myself to death. That day I saw with my own eyes, Chuimin gave his Buddhist flames to Ludong. Chuimin, with the beads around his neck, flushed red and said, My Buddha is compassionate, a monk doesn't speak falsehoods. It was you who let me drop something that day and didn't pick it up. Bai Lixian grinned and turned his head to the side and said, Then I can't intervene. It was clearly an item used to connect the waste capital task circuit. You purposely let him drop on the ground, letting Ludong pick it up, and I have nothing to say. Chao Shangfei held his own hair tightly and said, We gather here in order to explore the mysteries of the bizarre world. The originally desolate and uninhabited area is the most suitable for us. Now it's lively, just the players on the outskirts number over 100, and that's just the scouts leading the charge from major guilds. To the east is the heavenly punishment zone, and to the west is the civilian camp. Ludong's actions this time are too great, so great that we may be surrounded by tens of thousands. Gui Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Fighting against thousands? I'm already thrilled. Chao Shangfei rolled his eyes and said coldly, Do you even understand what 10,000 people mean? One spit from each person could drown you. Gui Jun chuckled and moved his wrists and ankles, saying, If a fight breaks out, it's impossible for all 10,000 to hit me at once. As long as I rely on the crowd, at most only 8 people can hit me at once. Don't worry, I'm best at chaotic battles. Huang Xingyan, smiling with a basket of vegetables, gently agreed, Those are just small fries, I can move my muscles and bones a bit this time. Chao Shangfei had a face full of black lines, wondering why these guys didn't follow the script. Are they already ready to fight? Chao Shangfei looked at Wang Bo, who was sitting upright, and whispered, Sister Bo, what do you think of this situation? Wang Bo suddenly shouted, Damn. 18 arhats, I've drawn the 18 arhats. Chao Shangfei had a face full of black lines, the elder sister was still playing mahjong. Wang Bo excitedly flailed her arms, and seeing Xiao Shangfei's bitter face, she quickly asked, "What's wrong with you, Xiao Xiao? Did you get hurt?" Xiao Shangfei sighed, "Sister Bo, you have to give us a suggestion quickly, forces from all around are going to attack us." Wang Bo questioned lightly, "Which forces are there? Why are they attacking us? Did they discover our actions the other day?" Xiao Shangfei counted on his fingers and described carefully, "Over in the bazaar camp, Lu Dong stole Niu Heng's ring, and 3 guilds from the heavenly punishment zone are coming to attack. Although they dare not cross the border, they have blocked our retreat. On the civilian campsite, many guilds led by the Hezhao family young master have sent over 1,000 people to the Go district, with the same target as Lu Dong." Wang Bo frowned, saying, "Who is Lu Dong?" Bai Lixian said with a bitter smile, "He's the little brat who drained all my life points with that prophecy last time." Wang Bo responded with an "Oh," and looked at everyone, saying, "What's there to fear? Aren't the surrounding guilds just second-rate or third-rate? The president of Zhao family young master won't come here, most who can come are ordinary players. The top-tier guys are all desperately completing the ruins exploration tasks right now, they won't have time to care about this place. Xiao Xiao, your overly dramatic crying expression is too ugly, just say what help you need." Xiao Shangfei said quietly, "I need 10,000 gold coins, then we can secure our Go to Bao guild." Wang Bo put down her phone, gently turned a ring, and a huge box appeared in front of everyone. "I thought it was a big deal, Xiao Xiao, as the guild leader, you must not lose composure easily, it causes unnecessary panic. If money can solve the problem, is it really a problem?" Xiao Shangfei's eyes sparkled with golden light as he pounced on the box, admiring mound after mound of gold coins and sighing in relief, "The crisis of Go to Bao guild is resolved. By the way, Sister Bo, did you hear the system prompt just now?" Wang Bo shook her head, crossing her arms, "I blocked it long ago, you can't hear your messages in the system, so why listen to that noise? Use your free time to think more about how to bring NPCs to your own camp, otherwise, you won't be able to progress with the ruins tasks." Xiao Shangfei nodded in agreement, hoping Sister Bo wouldn't be shocked later. At the Go to Bao guild's teleportation array, Lu Dong, wrapped in a wet bedsheet, carrying Liangyan and dragging a large hammer, slowly walked into the camp. The rich smell of blood, mixed with the scent of burnt feathers, wafted into the camp. Lu Dong looked at everyone sitting cross-legged and chuckled, the task was a bit difficult and took some time. Everyone's gaze focused on Lu Dong. His face was covered with black scabs, half an ear missing, and his whole body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The 6 people found it hard to imagine how this little guy could still be smiling. Wang Bo looked at Lu Dong with interest and softly said, "This kid is really tough on himself, there's hardly a whole spot on him." This was Wang Bo's first time actively talking to Lu Dong. Lu Dong smiled and said softly, "President, does our guild have a place to heal injuries?" Xiao Shangfei shook his head and said, "You are talking about the medical center, that is a place only level 2 guilds can possess." Huang Xinyan turned sideways and sized Lu Dong up, saying, "Sister will help you wash up." With a flick of her right hand, Huang Xinyan threw out a black seed, which hit the ground and quickly began to grow. A pitcher plant, towering over 2 people, appeared before Lu Dong. The pitcher plant opened its flower and swallowed Lu Dong in one gulp. With mildly acidic saliva, it enveloped Lu Dong completely. If it weren't for sensing that everyone meant no harm, Lu Dong would not have hesitated to tear this pitcher plant apart. In the next moment, fragrant gas sprayed out from the pitcher plant, and a flow of water circled around, instantly washing away all the dirt on Lu Dong. Even little Lu Dong was cleaned thoroughly. Huang Xinyan teased, "You were rumored to be a fierce monster, how come you act so gentle like a little sheep when you come back?" Lu Dong bit his lip, how could he dare to move with others in control? This magical pitcher plant acted like an automatic shower, cleaning Lu Dong inside and out. It even changed Lu Dong into a fresh Zhongshan suit. Wang Bo looked at the awkward Lu Dong in the center and casually sent out a soft light that instantly integrated into Lu Dong's body. Lu Dong's injuries healed at a visible speed. Wang Bo sighed, external injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries, if not dealt with within 6 hours, can cause permanent damage. Lu Dong hurriedly touched his lower back, fearing that having kept to himself in this world meant he would not be able to function anymore. Wang Bo chuckled, "Both your kidneys have been restored, so tell me, who did you bring back to our guild?" Gui Jun wanted to explain, but Bai Lixian quickly grabbed Gui Jun's hand and gently shook his head. Lu Dong said, "Liangyan from Wanping Hospital." Wang Bo asked in confusion, "NPC? What did you bring him back for?" Lu Dong responded, "He asked me to take the hidden job transfer task of an exorcist, but I am not leveled up enough, so I thought I shouldn't waste it and brought him back for everyone to use." Liangyan, feeling seasick from the bumpy ride, had just recovered and met Wang Bo's gaze head-on. "Wang." Liangyan whimpered, but was immediately silenced by a burst of soft light over his mouth. Wang Bo looked into Liangyan's eyes and softly said, "Exorcist, a decent profession. Who among you wants to transfer?" Xiao Shangfei waved his hand, uninterested. Cui Min and Bai Lixian also shook their heads. Huang Xinyan and Gui Jun didn't even glance at Liangyan. Liangyan's face was bitter. What was this? If a hidden profession were in other places, it would be in high demand. But here, he felt a sense of being looked down upon. No one cared about him at all. Wang Bo quietly said, "It can't be helped, our guild has no one to take on hidden profession tasks. Why not let him change to another place?" Liangyan said anxiously, "Wang." Under Wang Bo's gaze, Liangyan paused and said, "Players, I have now followed the Exorcist Vanguard and will live together with everyone in the guild from now on." Wang Bo chuckled softly, his lips pursed, a beautiful expression. Exorcist Vanguard? With the current whereabouts of the 8 sinister kings unknown, how could someone possibly have slain the sinister king to earn this title? Liangyan looked at Lu Dong. Chao Shangfei and others also looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was stunned, thinking everyone wanted to see his title, so he immediately revealed the flashy title of Exorcist Vanguard. Golden light burst forth, rising majestically. The rippling waves scattered. Surrounded by Lu Dong. Facing the golden light, Wang Bo suddenly stood up, his breath uneven, and he asked, "How did you kill it?" So Lu Dong recounted his encounters in the instance, describing everything in detail. For some reason, in this warm environment, Lu Dong felt a refreshing urge to share. After listening, Wang Bo was still a bit skeptical and asked Lu Dong to show the instance recording. After watching it again, Wang Bo finally believed this time. Lu Dong really had earned the title of the Slasher of the Deceptive. The Jealousy Deceptive was immune to physical damage. This kid Lu Dong had walked right into good luck, jumping into the flame of the Buddha with the Jealousy Deceptive, and then he came back to life using the voodoo doll. Lu Dong truly killed the Jealousy Deceptive, bringing back a neutral NPC. Which meant they could make further progress in the stalled exploration task in the wasteland. Wang Bo grabbed Chao Shangfei, fiercely drilling his fingers into his temple, saying, "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Chao Shangfei winced in pain and said, "The system announced it, I thought you heard everything." Wang Bo snorted coldly, stood up, and said, "At this point, how dare anyone come to create trouble? Let's squash them. Our survival zone needs to show its moves, or else everyone will bully us." Bai Lixian laughed and said, "Not surviving anymore?" Wang Bo coldly replied, "What surviving crap? Let's get to the exploration task, clear the wasteland." Lu Dong was bewildered, squinting his eyes to check everyone's levels. Chao Shanfei and Huang Xingyan, level 40. Wei Jun, level 45. Cui Min and Bai Lixian, level 50. Wang Bo, level 60. Lu Dong was shocked, how could these guys be so strong? Chapter 20, Lu Dong, Can You Pretend? On the eastern side of the survival zone. The Eerie faction's players gathered in hundreds. The death of the Jealousy Deceptive delivered a huge blow to the Eerie faction. Task rewards decreased by 20%, and it would last for a month. This loss was immeasurable for top players. Especially since a month later was the time for war between the two factions, this punishment was enough to widen the gap between top players. The outcome of the faction war was no longer suspenseful. The faction war happened quarterly, winning it could unlock many exclusive hidden world tasks for the faction. Although Eerie World players had been here for 2 years, the faction wars had only opened 8 times, and both sides had wins and losses, maintaining a balanced gap. In the last faction war, top players of the Eerie faction did not participate. Nearly 100 went for hidden tasks, taking a month to clear the revival task of the 8 Eerie Kings. The brutal clearing process still left many players of the Eerie faction feeling terrified when they thought back on it. Moreover, 5 top players were directly erased. Even the boss of the Divine Punishment Zone lost an arm during that task. Although they lost the faction battle, the hidden tasks that drained the top players of the Eerie faction yielded rich rewards, unlocking the exploration tasks of the wasteland and successfully reviving the Jealousy Deceptive. Barring any accidents, the Eerie faction would revive one of the 8 Eerie Kings early, the Jealousy Deceptive. As long as he successfully cleared the instance task and returned to the Eerie world, players of the Eerie faction would get a huge boost in power. There were even rumors that the Jealousy Deceptive would choose a successor. He would pass down the throne he once held. Every player of the Eerie faction had a chance to become a king. But now, the Jealousy Deceptive was dead. A king-level Eerie being was slain in a novice task. The revival time of the 8 Eerie Kings was indefinitely postponed. The efforts of the top players in the Eerie faction turned into shadows. More annoyingly, players of the Eerie faction also received a punitive buff. And all the conflicts focused on one person, Lu Dong of the civilian faction. How could level 1 Lu Dong kill the Jealousy Deceptive? It's only possible by relying on external help. And this foreign object, of course, is the Ring of Nyohong, known as the Mobile Warehouse. Players from the Strange Camp turned their focus towards Nyohong in the area of divine retribution. For the past 2 years, no one knew how many treasures the so-called Mobile Warehouse Nyohong had gathered. But one thing is certain, when the mission can't be completed and materials are lacking, just go find Nyohong. As long as you put out enough chips, Nyohong will definitely satisfy you. Therefore, players from the strange camp unanimously believe that the death of the jealousy creature and Niu Hang's ring are absolutely connected. Niu Hang must solve this problem himself. The boss of the Divine Retribution area, Tong Kuei, looked coldly at the Go district ahead. The chaotic mind muddling area, severed limbs and broken walls area, dirty snatch area, and broken taboos area had not sent anyone. Many major districts united to enforce pressure. It was necessary for the Divine Retribution area to resolve this negative buff effect. Entering the territory of the civilian camp and killing the level 1 Lu Dong sounds easy, but doing it is too hard. Tong Kuei felt bitter but had no way to express it. If killing Niu Hang could solve the problem, he would love to publicly dismember Niu Hang. The top players in the Divine Retribution area gathered, standing at the edge of the Go district. No one stepped forward first. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Boss Tong, the brothers admire you for leading us in missions. As part of the Divine Retribution area, we respond to your call, and we are all here today. During non-campaign battles, entering civilian territory will reduce our resistances by 50%. If we die in civilian territory, we won't even get a chance to resurrect. But until now, Boss Tong, you have remained silent, and the players you lead have not entered the Go district. The person involved, Niu Hang, has not shown himself, and this attitude does not solve the problem. Surrounding players echoed in response, some even squinted, ready for an attack. Killing Tong Kuei would also yield plenty of equipment drops. Tong Kuei smiled and flashed out, instantly appearing behind the person who spoke, the huge side slicing through that person's throat. Minus 100,000. A massive amount of damage burst forth from above that person's head. The surrounding players instantly fell silent. Is such damage something an ordinary person can inflict? In the next second, players from the Divine Retribution area scattered and fled. No one wanted to go to the Go district to seek death, and no one wished to remain here to bear the threat. Tong Kuei laughed loudly. Tong Kuei, am still too kind, letting you think I am easy to talk to. A massive field radiated outward, and the next second, the fleeing players were instantly cut in half by the scythe. Blood filled the scene, and Tong Kuei sat cross-legged at the edge of the Go district, holding a scythe nearly 3 meters tall. A rain of blood drifted, and the howling wind blew through. There were no other players from the Divine Retribution area left in the arena. Tong Kuei spoke softly. You two tell me in detail about your impressions of Lu Dong. Lu Mo and Li Xiang held up an oiled paper umbrella, softly describing. He is definitely a lecher. The desire in his eyes for women cannot be fake. But what is astonishing is his control over desire. He seems to be able to withdraw from that kind of emotion at any time. Tong Kuei narrowed his eyes and coldly said, still a decent candidate, being cursed by Niu Hang and still able to accomplish such incredible things. He is a tough person. You two go to the severed limbs and broken walls area now, exchange for superpowers, and prepare to let Niu Hang help you level up quickly. The other senior brothers and sisters will provide you with enough required items. Lu Mo and Li Xiang's eyes flashed with a hint of discouragement. The severed limbs and broken walls area requires exchanging a certain body paw. Put my right arm and Lu Mo's legs into Lu Mo's embrace. I carried Lu Mo in one hand and dashed towards the area of severed limbs and ruins. There was no one around. Tong Kuei softly murmured, Lu Dong, the big river flows east. On the west side of Go district. 10 level 7 guilds, 5 level 8 guilds, and 2 level 9 guilds gathered. At the center of the camp, Zhao Wuqing, the guild leader of the Zhao family emperor main attack team, raised his wine cup and gazed at the 17 guild leaders in front of him. Dear guild leaders, I won't say much to express my gratitude for your presence today. I am Zhao Wuqing, the brother of Zhao Wujiang, the vice president of Zhao family emperor, and I now serve as the leader of the main attack team. The faces of the 17 guild leaders showed serious expressions. How can one main attack team leader from Zhao family emperor lead this encirclement plan without giving them proper regard? Zhao Wuqing looked at everyone's expressions and said indifferently. We have found a player with 80 mental strength. Zhao family emperor is fully engaged in the exploration task of the ruin capital, and I believe that soon, the first ruin capital of the civilian camp will be established in Zhao district. The guild leaders were taken aback, revealing smiles of understanding, and everyone cheered loudly, wishing Zhao family emperor to lead the way. On the day the ruin capital is completed, our guild will fully settle in Zhao family emperor. The rise of Zhao district is imminent. Zhao Wuqing enjoyed the flattery from everyone and after a long while, said softly. This Lu Dong has a deep grudge against our guild, and the treasures within Niu Hang's ring are certainly numerous. For this encirclement battle, our guild will take 50% of the spoils, the 2 level 9 guilds will share 30%, the 5 level 8 guilds will share 10%, and the 10 level 7 guilds will share 10%. Everyone had no objections to this distribution decision. Zhao Wuqing continued, moreover, no matter who kills Lu Dong and obtains Niu Hang's ring, our guild will independently offer a 10% reward. The guild leader's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a big offer. Lu Dong is only level 1, killing him isn't that easy? Just wait and see who gets lucky and lands the final blow. The crowd laughed and the atmosphere was harmonious, but they secretly began to communicate this news with their respective guild players. Who wouldn't want their guild to gain an extra reward? Zhao Wuqing finished the wine in his cup. Just as his brother Zhao Wujiang said, as long as he gave these guild leaders some sweetness, they would surely forget themselves. Before Zhao Wuqing set off, Zhao Wujiang had warned him, the last incident in Go District may have been caused by the strange things in Go District, but we also need to guard against the guys from Go to Bao Guild. The enemy is bright while we are in the dark, do not lead the charge yourself, let these vassal guilds probe first, just give them some rewards. Who says Zhao Wujiang is only brave but lacks strategy? That is merely a persona he maintained in public. Zhao Wuqing waved his hand, ordering the departure. 18 guilds, nearly 3,000 players, marched towards Go District. Ding! The Zhao family Emperor Guild enters the territory of Go District. The Unique Myth Guild enters the territory of Go District. The Laughing Hero Guild enters the territory of Go District. The 10,000 Thoughts Pavilion Guild enters the territory of Go District. The dense series of prompts rang in Lu Dong's ears. When over 100 players from the same guild simultaneously enter into other major regions, the regional guild will receive a prompt. Lu Dong clicked his tongue, there are quite a lot of enemies, at least 1,000 players, right? Suddenly, players from Go to Bao Guild stopped in their tracks. Bai Lixian knelt on one knee, holding a handful of yellow sand, chanting words, and a faint blue light shone around him. A thin blood bar appeared over Bai Lixian's head, and his health dropped to 1/3. Bai Lixian shouted. *UN hashtag at UN and amp. Lu Bao Kubu. Chao Shangfei frowned slightly and said softly, Bai Daoren lost 1/3 of his health, indicating that this crisis is quite significant. Bo Jia, what should we do? While Lu Dong was confused, Wang Bo propped his chin and said, should we not reveal that it is Lu Dong, or should we not reveal ourselves? Lu Dong suddenly realized. Lu Bao Kubu do not reveal. So it turns out it was a homophonic and reverse prophecy. Chao Shangfei said leisurely, last time, the White Taoist calculated Lu Dong, saying that this guy is extremely unlucky. Whenever it involves Lu Dong, his health will definitely be insufficient. The White Taoist must have calculated that we cannot reveal ourselves. Wang Bo thought for a moment and said coldly, Lu Dong, could he be acting? Wang Bo didn't care whether Lu Dong agreed or not and directly stated his plan. After hearing this, Lu Dong's face darkened. Was it really his turn to do such embarrassing things? But Wang Bo's words, he had no reason to refuse. Who told you to be the lowest level? Chapter 21, Dare to duel with me? The yellow sand rolled. The sky outside the Gudabao camp was unpredictable, changing at a moment's notice. Just moments ago, there was a warm breeze for miles, hot and humid. At this moment, it suddenly turned gloomy, cold, and damp. 500 meters outside the Gudabao camp, Bai Lixian paused again, his health dropping to 3/4, his eyes showing a hint of blood red as he said. Hashtag UN%. At hashtag %Zygio. Zygio right here. Lu Dong understood this time. Following Wang Bo's plan, the six scattered, lurking around Lu Dong, along the yellow sand. Lu Dong glanced at his attribute panel. Level, LV1, 303100/100. Strength, 110, Health 1100. Agility, 100. Mental Power, 102. Prestige, 20. Hatred Value, 20. Weapon. Ruinous Pencil, ignores defense, dealing 5 damage per second, upgrade death energy experience, 2/100. Luiyan Soul Weapon, Hammer, attack power plus 100, durability, 95/100, special skill, shockwave around a 5-meter range, decreasing attack power, causing terrain vibration. Titles, Slashing Anomaly Pioneer, Destruction Butcher. Passive status, Burn the Boats. When health is below 1%, removes all negative states. CD, 24H, Cooling Down. The dungeon task from Wanping Hospital did not give Lu Dong any increase in basic attributes. The Gudabao Society did not have a shop, and Lu Dong did not have time to look at the goods. At this moment, facing the sobbing sounds around, Lu Dong felt like he was on a pirate ship. Thinking of the task Wang Bo just assigned him, Lu Dong only felt bitterness in his mouth. Why should a level 1 player endure all this? At the same time, in the guild chat channel. Huang Xinyan, will Xiao Dongdong be killed in an instant by the enemy? Wang Bo, shouldn't be, at this distance, I can replenish his health, doesn't he still have a substitute doll? Chao Shangfei, he used it up. Wang Bo, this wasteful kid, wasting such a rare item just like that? Shui Min, Buddha's compassion, that kid used the substitute doll, but died in my Buddha flame of jealousy. Wang Bo, that's a bit of a waste. Wang Bo, wait. Buddha flame, why did you give it to him? Not doing exploration tasks? Waste. Wasteful. Wei Jun, Sister Bo, didn't you watch Lu Dong's clearance video yesterday? Wang Bo, I didn't watch it closely, I was wondering why that flame looked so familiar. Jealousy's trick won't activate its special ability until it returns to the weird world. There are 1,000 ways to kill him, why waste the Buddha flame? Wang Bo, the red willow meat skewers roasted by the Buddha flame are the most delicious. Wei Jun. Chao Shengfei. Bai Li Xian. Chui Min. Huang Xinyan. Wang Bo, how about we go? If I can't have the red willow meat skewers, I'm suddenly so sad, I want to play mahjong. Ludong, Sister Bo, I can see you in the group. You have been muted by Good Abayo Guild. Ludong's face was dark. Why did he feel that these guys were so unreliable? The next second, a white light appeared in front of Ludong. He reached out to touch it. You have received Huang Xinyan's detoxifying herb. Huang Xinyan, in 30 minutes, take this herb. Sister has placed poison around, and we will give them an unexpected surprise. 3 minutes later, Huang Xinyan's eyes widened as she quickly sent Ludong a message. I told you to take it in 30 minutes, not 3 minutes. Ludong quickly replied, I want to do a surprise attack on the virus. Huang Xinyan. What the hell is a surprise attack on a virus? The next second, in the endless yellow sand, thousands of footsteps emerged. Zhao family's son led 17 guilds, crossing the edge of the Good Abayo area and arriving at the center. Zhao Wuqing looked at Ludong alone in the distance and sneered, oh, has he been abandoned by the guild? Ludong did not speak. The enemy was still 100 meters away from him, not within the attack range set by Wang Bo. Zhao Wuqing, accompanied by 3,000 men, paused 100 meters in front of Ludong. Caution makes for a long-lasting ship. Zhao Wuqing said leisurely, Ludong, hand over Niu Hang's ring and tell us how to enhance psychic power, and I can let you go, sparing your life. In the strange world, being cursed to not level up means any danger can bring you to death. Heed my advice, isn't it better to leave with your life? Zhao Wuqing paused, then continued, of course, you also need to apologize to Zhao Wujiang in the World Channel. We, the Zhao family Celestial Sun, might protect you. The surrounding guilds chuckled quietly. The Zhao family Celestial Sun had already started the exploration task, and Ludong at level 102 had become useless. If Ludong really cowered and listened to Zhao Wuqing, joining Zhao family Celestial Sun would surely lead to his death. Ludong replied leisurely, what does a bat care about a chicken feather? Which guild am I in that I care about you? Zhao Wuqing had considered 100 ways Ludong might back down, but he never anticipated Ludong would insult him. I am Zhao Wuqing, the captain of the main attacking team of Zhao family Celestial Sun. Ludong, show me some respect while you speak. Ludong sneered and shouted, what is this Zhao Wuqing and Zhao Wujiang? You can't even find them on Baidu, only on Sogu. Sogu. Zhao Wuqing, the captain of a top guild's main attacking team, was actually insulted as a dog? By a level 1 player. Fury rose in Zhao Wuqing's heart. He yelled, you little beast, today at the spawn point, I will wipe you out. Ludong ignored him and responded leisurely, still anxious? Look at your appearance, your facial features don't match, no matter how you try to hide your plain IQ. Zhao Wuqing had never been so insulted before. He angrily shouted, kill him. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 surged forward. Players at level 7 and 8 were the fastest. Who wouldn't want to kill Ludong and make a name for themselves? Everyone didn't care about who insulted whom, as long as they could kill Ludong, they would earn 10% of the treasures in Niu Hang's ring. This was an irresistible temptation. How many players worked hard on world tasks, facing the risk of death, and couldn't even gather a treasure in a month? To buy from the shop, that enormous hatred value was even more impossible. Now, just by seizing the chance to kill level 1 Ludong, a huge reward awaited. Who wouldn't be moved? 3,000 players formed a swirling yellow storm, rushing towards Ludong. Huang Xinyan had a dazed look. No way, 1,000 people attacking, and not a bit of order? Chao Shengfei scratched his head, murmuring, is Zhao Wuqing stupid? Does he really think there's no ambush? Wang Bo was still immersed in Ludong's earlier words, while, without a single curse, he had completely made Zhao Wuqing collapse. Ludong spun his big hammer and suddenly released the title Slayer of the Arcane. In 100 meters, even at full speed, it would take 10 seconds for everyone to reach him. As everyone appeared 10 meters in front of Ludong, the golden light from his title made their expressions freeze. The next second, Ludong roared, first form of Slayer of the Arcane, frenzied poison binding technique. Huang Xinyan twitched at the corner of his mouth, cursing, what kind of frenzied poison is that? The name is terrible. With hands raised, Huang Xinyan had already arranged the plants around. They instantly sprayed a dense cloud of poison mist. The poison spread dozens of meters, integrating with the dusty yellow air, suddenly paralyzing players within 10 meters of Ludong. Enemies close to Ludong instantly felt a paralyzing sense of loss of movement. With the golden title above Ludong's head, no one doubted this poison was released by him. Everyone was shocked. A level 1 player, with a title that ignored levels, could directly immobilize hundreds of people. This title was simply too overpowered. Ludong was also astonished. Was this Huang Xinyan's ability, who was planting vegetables in a qipao? Isn't it too terrifying? She can imprison hundreds of people all by herself. Fortunately, Lu Dong took the antidote in advance and is not affected by this poisonous mist, moving freely as always. The Guild of Fortune heard by Li Xian's prophecy, they cannot expose their identities, so they let Lu Dong take all the spotlight. They hid in the shadows, helping Lu Dong deal with the danger. If the enemy wants to suspect something, let them suspect the title of the Sharp Wraith Vanguard. After all, this is the first special title in the entire server. As long as Lu Dong doesn't say anything, who knows what abilities this title has. It can make players from the Wraith faction lose 20% of their quest experience in a month, and possess other special abilities, which is also normal. Zhao Wuqing stared dead at the toxic mist and said in a low voice, switch to ranged attacks. The earthy yellow mist obscured everyone's vision. The players from the civilian faction at the front, receiving messages from the guild, hurriedly retreated. Everyone took out their stock, long guns, short cannons, bows, and arrows, all aimed squarely at the misty area. Zhao Wuqing coldly said, although this is unfair to the players who entered the mist early, war always comes with sacrifices. As long as we get the bull hang's ring, all deceased players can come to me for a compensation. The guild leaders no longer hesitated and simultaneously ordered their arrows to be shot. Lu Dong called out loudly, Sharp Wraith Vanguard, second style. In black athletic wear, Wei Jun appeared in front of Lu Dong. Give me a name that's cool and awesome, or I won't help you. Facing the incoming attacks, Lu Dong shouted, Namo Amy Wu Di Guaning, sit mountain unmovable like a bell. Wei Jun's face was dark, he said, I need 4 characters, something catchy. Lu Dong swallowed hard and roared, eliminate the miasma, protect the way. Wei Jun raised the corner of his mouth, now that's more like it. Piercing arrows sharply cut through the air, and Wei Jun smashed one with a punch. Bullets howled carrying fiery serpents, Wei Jun smashed one as well. A colossal stone thrown by a siege vehicle, enveloped in thick shadows, fell everywhere, Wei Jun smashed it with a punch. Even with a variety of ranged attacks, Wei Jun was a punch all the way. His strength no matter how strong, Wei Jun's fist soared. 1 meter in front of Lu Dong became a forbidden zone for all attacks, the roaring sounds continued, but none of the assaults touched Lu Dong even a bit. As the mist dispersed, Wei Jun lowered his voice, be careful, there are a few guys over there who are pretty strong, nearly scratched my hand. Lu Dong? Sister, are you showing off or insulting people? As the yellow mist cleared, only a few scattered players remained around Lu Dong. Lu Dong and Zhao Wuqing looked at each other through the crowd. Lu Dong immediately scolded, you bold Zhao Wuqing, letting other guild members come to die, are you just reaping the rewards from behind? Do you dare to duel with me? Chapter 22, Top Understanding. No one expected that Lu Dong could remain unharmed under this kind of attack. Zhao Wuqing frowned, the title of Sharp Wraith Vanguard gave Lu Dong a powerful strength boost. Zhao Wuqing analyzed Lu Dong's title ability, a 10-meter area of group imprisonment, a 1-meter absolute defense, and still unsure if there are other additional abilities. Zhao Wuqing squinted his eyes, earlier, he had ordered indiscriminate attacks, causing significant losses to several guilds, and this behavior had affected the morale of the surrounding guilds in continuing to attack. Seeing Lu Dong unharmed while the various guilds suffered setbacks, Zhao Wuqing's cohesion instantly dropped. At this moment, Lu Dong called for a one-on-one duel with Zhao Wuqing, and if Zhao Wuqing didn't respond, he might lose the loyalty of the remaining guilds. But Zhao Wuqing knew very well, a level 1 player like Lu Dong dared to challenge him at this time, surely had some incredible backup. He absolutely cannot accept the challenge. Zhao Wuqing quietly said, his eyes cold, as for the items in Bull Hang's ring, I, Zhao family son, will provide another 20% to the guild that kills Lu Dong. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 level 9 guild leaders around them shouted loudly. Unique myth, let's charge. Laughing proudly in the Jianghu, we're in. With the 2 level 9 guilds moving, the other guild players were also unwilling to give up this opportunity. The 20% treasure reward undoubtedly stimulated everyone. Compared to the chaos of level 7 and 8 guilds, Unique Myth, and, laughing proudly in the Jianghu, clearly felt like a regular army. The meat shields pushed forward, and support buffs floated up continuously, the 2 guilds advanced steadily, step by step, closer to Lu Dong's area. 50 meters, no danger. 10 meters, the imprisoning mist disappeared. The 2 guilds spread out in an arc, surrounding Lu Dong. Lu Dong looked unharmed, but he silently murmured, Brother Cui, what's going on? Didn't you say your abilities were awesome? Why haven't you said anything? 5 meters. The 2 level 9 guilds had reached Lu Dong. Lu Dong looked around, all players were over level 20, with basic strength above 200, he knew he was not their match. At such a close distance, the 2 guilds remained exceptionally cautious, not launching a direct attack. Don't use ranged attacks, that title might provide him with absolute ranged defense. At this moment, the 2 level 9 guilds had already seen Lu Dong as a quasi-boss. Until they tested Lu Dong's abilities, they would not attack haphazardly like the previous players. Players from other guilds smartly followed behind the 2 level 9 guilds, knowing it was a war of attrition, they wouldn't act. Only when Lu Dong's life hung by a thread would they seize the chance to attack him. Zhao Wuqing squinted his eyes, he was sure that Lu Dong must still have a powerful move. Before that move appeared, he definitely would not step closer to Lu Dong. But he wouldn't remain idle either. From a distance, Zhao Wuqing called out loudly, "Aren't you quite talkative? Why so quiet now?" Everyone's attention focused on Lu Dong, and no one paid attention to Zhao Wuqing. What was a war of words? After this battle, Zhao Wuqing's infamous name would certainly spread throughout the civilian camp. A level 30 expert, occupying all advantages, actually dared not challenge a level 1 player. Zhao Wuqing had completely disgraced the Zhao family prince. The next second, a cold voice appeared in Zhao Wuqing's mind. Player silenced. Player imprisoned. Player cut off from all communication devices. Wearing an invisibility suit, Niu Hong appeared beside Zhao Wuqing, lightly patting his shoulder, and whispered, "You don't even dare to duel, you truly are a coward. Besides, are my things something you can covet? Consider it a great gift for the civilian camp." Zhao Wuqing's eyes widened. Niu Hong, the player from the mysterious camp, actually dared to come alone to the civilian camp? With duel resistance reduced by 50%. If he was killed, there would be no chance of revival. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Before Zhao Wuqing could think further, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Human nuclear bomb activated, countdown to explosion 10 minutes. A human nuclear bomb. Claimed to be able to directly kill boss under level 20. This guy Niu Hong actually implanted this thing inside his body. Zhao Wuqing desperately wanted to attract attention, but at this moment, all focus was on Lu Dong. No one cared about him at all. Niu Hong leaned close to Zhao Wuqing's ear, saying slowly, "Enjoy the joy of death, I'll come back in 10 minutes to clean up this battlefield." Invisibility treasure that could mute, imprison, and cut off communication devices, plus a human nuclear bomb. Zhao Wuqing swallowed hard. At this moment, he finally understood why guild leaders feared a level 20 player like Niu Hong. Because you could never imagine what Niu Hong would pull out of his pocket next. Niu Hong coldly looked at Lu Dong. The fact that he ended up in such a wretched state was all the fault of this little brat. He must die today. At the same time, Chao Shangfei watched the two teams of guild players in front of Lu Dong. Lowering his voice, he said, "Chui Min, wait before striking again, let this kid experience a bit more despair, it might actually be a good thing for him. The chance to stand defiantly against a crowd is not something ordinary people have." Chui Min smiled without speaking, turning to Bai Lixian, who had been frowning and silent, and asked, "Bai Daoist, why do you look so unhappy today?" With Wang Bo's help, Bai Lixian had restored some health, but now, activating his prophecy ability once more, his health was down to its last drop. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Bai Lixian said, "There must be some part we overlooked. I predicted countless times, and our outcome is always death. No puns, no flashbacks." This time, even Wang Bo's expression grew serious. The last time Bai Lixian was in this state was during their exploration task in the ruined city. Bai Lixian had predicted 3 times in a row. Wang Bo and the others didn't believe in evil and forced their way through, nearly getting wiped out. If it weren't for Wang Bo granting everyone a talent buff, the Guild of Survival would have been completely destroyed that time. Wei Jun boldly said, "That shouldn't be the case. With a bunch of level 20 players, the highest being level 30, how could they possibly hurt us? The lowest level here, aside from Lu Dong, is the president at level 40, could there really be any accidents?" Chao Shangfei wore a face full of black lines, unable to retort. Bai Lixian slightly raised his head and said, "There's no problem on the civilian faction side, I understand now, that means players from the strange faction have come and brought great disaster." Wang Bo's face grew serious, she began moving her limbs. "My talent buff's cooldown hasn't reset, I can only apply it to one person right now. Wait for any surprises, you all hurry and run, I'll hold them off." Just as Wang Bo was about to apply the buff to herself, Bai Lixian reached out to stop her. Bai Lixian pointed at Lu Dong, exclaiming, "At Yuan and #% at Yuan #luminous saint step." He was the path to survival. Cold sweat dripped from Bai Lixian's forehead as he stared intently at Lu Dong and said, originating from him, the cause and effect forms, the path of ruin, all roads open. Wang Bo didn't hesitate and directly applied the buff to Lu Dong. As Lu Dong bravely faced the scorn of the crowd, the system prompt sounded. "You have received the death-defying buff." Death-defying, the player revives with full health after dying, can mark their killers. Within 10 minutes, all attributes of the player are increased tenfold, health is reduced by 50%, defense reduces to 0, killing the marked killer allows the player to resurrect in full health, otherwise, they will lose 2 chances to revive. Lu Dong's eyes brightened, it turned out his guild had such outrageous buffs. This was simply Shao's ultimate move, die and become a boss. As long as he died, he could mark the player who killed him, then his base attributes would increase tenfold. Lu Dong calculated, that would mean he would gain 1100 strength. Equivalent to a level 110 player. Killing the marked player at the end, 10 minutes was enough time for Lu Dong to kill twice around here. As for health and defense, Lu Dong didn't care at all, with 1000 agility, who could hit him? Lu Dong looked back at the direction of the Guild of Survival and then nodded vigorously. He understood. Grabbing his hammer, he charged straight into the crowd. I'm coming to die. Chao Shengfei was stunned. Wang Bo was stunned. The players in front of Lu Dong were also stunned. This guy just charged alone? Bai Lixian was overwhelmed, his blood pressure rising rapidly. He had only calculated that Lu Dong could resolve this crisis, but he hadn't anticipated how Lu Dong would do it. At this moment, watching Lu Dong's actions, he couldn't help but blurt out a word, tiger. Wang Bo was equally puzzled. She had intended to protect Lu Dong with the death-defying buff, so he wouldn't suddenly die. Who would have thought this guy would top it off with understanding directly and start throwing himself in danger? Could it be that he really thought these players walking on the edge of a knife were easy targets? If it weren't for Bai Lixian's blocking, perhaps everyone would have rushed out to save Lu Dong by now. No one expected a level 1 player to be so fierce. Lu Dong knew he wouldn't die, and then, Deep in thought, I decided to use this opportunity to test my body movement. To see my battle limits. Lu Dong stepped forward, his mathematical ability fluctuating, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, turning everything around him into data. A huge spatial coordinate system appeared before Lu Dong, with players from 2 guilds represented as small dots on the coordinate map, each movement accompanied by a trajectory curve. Lu Dong's lips curled up, increasing his speed and boosting his kinetic energy. Suddenly accelerating, Lu Dong charged like a fierce wolf, breaking through the defense line of a level 9 guild player in front of him. The formation was a solid iron wall, but there just happened to be a blank spot between the 2 guilds. Lu Dong flashed into the area, raising his hand to swing a huge hammer. The level 7 guild players surrounding this area watched Lu Dong seek his own demise, but before they could rejoice, they were lifted into the air by the swinging hammer. With a fierce look in his eyes, Lu Dong jumped high, resembling a leaping cheetah, and suddenly smashed the hammer down. The hammer damage wasn't high, but Lu Yan's soul weapon shook as it hit the ground, sending shockwaves around. The sudden tremor caused all players to stagger at the same time. Taking advantage of this chance, Lu Dong weaved through the crowd of thousands. In the marked coordinate system, the players' movements felt as if they had slowed down dozens of times. Lu Dong moved like a nimble quarterback in a football game, jumping here and there, and no one could stop him. Catch the thief, first catch the king. Lu Dong's target was Zhao Wuqing, wanting this guy to kill him first so he could activate the dangerous life-threatening buff and then reap the battlefield. Chuimen was stunned, watching Lu Dong's skills, and after a long while, he muttered a curse, falling silent. The entire Go de Bao guild fell into silence. Chapter 23, Human Nuclear Bomb. Zhao Wuqing's eyes were filled with confusion. How dare Lu Dong? How could he charge alone into the encirclement of thousands? He was coming straight for me? Lu Dong jumped high, shouting loudly, I have a hammer to shake the sky, to turn the unfeeling into the feeling. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, Lu Dong swung his giant hammer, crashing it down onto Zhao Wuqing's head. -1. Lu Dong's attack couldn't break Zhao Wuqing's defense, deducting just 1 point of life force. As the leader of the offense team of the Zhao family prince, Zhao Wuqing's gear was naturally top-notch. Moreover, Lu Dong was just a level 1 player. The hit was not lethal, but it did make Zhao Wuqing's face hurt. If Zhao Wuqing weren't restrained, he would have had 100 ways to kill Lu Dong. But now, he could only watch this jumping clown dance around him. The faces of the 17 guild leaders turned red. If this got out, where would they put their faces? Being breached by a level 1 player, standing right before their commander. Although each guild had discontent with Zhao Wuqing's previous actions, at this moment, they were a whole, one that would be mocked by players from various districts. They must kill Lu Dong instantly. Zhao Wuqing's face darkened, and a voice rang in his ears. External force contact, human nuclear bomb initiates early, explosion countdown 10, 9, 8. Lu Dong exclaimed with excitement, come and kill me. Zhao Wuqing helplessly glanced at Lu Dong, his eyes icy, filled with deep hatred. Lu Dong was puzzled. Why didn't he fight back? Why doesn't he kill me? Could it be that he saw through my plan and chose not to kill me? Lu Dong became angry. Let you kill, and you still won't do it. Slap. A crisp sound rang as his hand clapped against Zhao Wuqing's face. Zhao Wuqing's face turned the color of pig liver. This was truly a great humiliation. -1. Human nuclear bomb activated. Boom. Thick smoke rolled as Zhao Wuqing exploded. In almost an instant, light waves expanded outward. The players from the 17 guilds didn't have time to react and were swallowed by the light waves. Wang Bo's eyes turned sharp, shouting angrily, Radiant tides, flow with me. A light enveloped Wang Bo's companions from the Go de Bao guild, instantly vanishing from the field. At the Go de Bao guild's campsite, Liangyan stared in surprise at the suddenly appearing Wang Bo and his 5 companions. The pale green glow shocked Liangyan. Nuclear radiation damage? What have you all experienced out there? The 6 people looked ashen, their health rapidly decreasing. Although they had not been touched by the explosion, the radiation from the human nuclear bomb had already affected their health, causing a continuous bleeding effect. Yet, the Gaotbao Guild had no medical facilities. At this moment, Wang Bo lay on the ground, severely injured, with no strength to heal everyone. If they could not receive treatment, they would surely die. Liangan clasped his hands together, and suddenly, a pure white halo appeared in his palms. This is the debt I owe to the Zhanggue pioneer, I will repay it today. Triggering Liangan's repayment plot, Liangan establishes a demon hunter base at the Gaotbao Guild. If the Gaotbao Guild disappears, the demon hunter base will vanish. Neutral NPCs settle in the Gaotbao Guild, granting the Gaotbao Guild exclusive building rights. The Gaotbao Guild gains 1 week of invincibility. Civilian faction notice, Demon Hunter job change is now open, coordinates Gaotbao Guild. A warm light enveloped the 6 people. Liangan danced bizarrely in the center, punching the air, hitting everyone from a distance. The pale green light was extracted from the bodies of the 6 by Liangan. The certain death of nuclear radiation was surprisingly resolved by Liangan. Liangan, sweating from his forehead, whispered, "The first removal of negative status is free, next time I will charge you. The Zhanggue pioneer owes me a big favor, I need a good sleep and will raise the entry threshold for becoming a demon hunter." The 6 survivors exchanged glances, still frightened by their near-death experience. The establishment of the demon hunter base undoubtedly informed the entire civilian faction of the location of the Gaotbao Guild. This meant endless trouble was approaching. At this moment, however, everyone was not focused on this matter at all. Wang Bo took a deep breath, saying gravely, "By Daoran, Lu Dong is not within my light's coverage, will that kid die?" Bai Li Xian's expression was serious as he shook his head. "Can't tell, that guy's luck is too dangerous. All I know is, if he hadn't stood in front of us today, we might not have had a chance to survive." Chao Shang's face slightly nodded, as no one expected Zhao Wuqing would be planted with a human nuclear bomb. If it hadn't been for Lu Dong pulling away from the rest, they might not have survived. To complete the exploration task, the Gaotbao Guild's death count was already exhausted. Whoever died would mean disappearing forever in this strange world. If Lu Dong hadn't saved Liangan, Liangan would not have helped everyone remove the nuclear radiation status and the Gaotbao Guild would have ceased to exist. Everyone was sweating coldly behind. Wang Bo angrily shouted, "The human nuclear bomb only exists in the strange faction. Zhao Wuqing was set with a nuclear bomb, so there must be a player from the strange faction infiltrating us. This person is most likely Niu Hong. Make sure to remember this debt, Niu Hong." Shui Min coldly remarked, "And what about the Yi Zhao family son? Do they really think we don't exist, sending so many people to bully us?" Wang Bo fumed, "First, let's rescue Lu Dong. We should make good use of this week's invincible guild residents to clear the ruins and establish our power, we will settle the score slowly." The 6 people quickly dashed towards the battle site. In the nuclear bomb pit. Dangerous buff activated, clearing player's abnormal status, gaining 10 times basic attributes, target, Niu Hang. At the center of the nearly 200-meter wide pit, Lu Dong crawled out, covered in dirt and grime. Damn it, it was just a slap to delete this guy, was it necessary to self-destruct? Making it feel like an artificial human, this is not fair. Lu Dong brushed off the dust from his body, thankful for the dangerous buff, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Wait a minute. Lu Dong suddenly realized that the recent system prompt didn't target Zhao Wuqing but rather Niu Hang. A cold, whistling wind blew, and a fast-approaching arc appeared before Lu Dong. There were no players, but there was an attacking arc. Dodge. With a 10 times increase in basic attributes. Lu Dong's speed was close to teleportation. Puff. Niu Hong pointed his long sword and thrust it into the pit where Lu Dong had been. With a missed strike, Niu Hang's invisible state was cancelled, and he turned back to look at Lu Dong in disbelief. A human nuclear bomb couldn't kill this guy? What speed is this? Boss, I'm in trouble. Niu Hong called for support without hesitation. Under the suppression of the camp's buff, he was no match for Lu Dong at all. For this assassination, Niu Hong took out all the treasures he had stored. Stun traps, silence spells, communication blockers, and this human nuclear bomb as well as an invisibility cloak. This was Niu Hang's last bet. Niu Hong was very ambitious, he dreamed of surpassing players like Tong Kuei and becoming a leader in his own right. But due to his pathetic abilities, he could only lower his level, and this nearly useless skill provided no help to him. So, Niu Hong began a long period of beginner's tasks. He transformed from a novice to an expert, and then to a mentor. Endless task grinding enriched Niu Hang's resources and also gave him plenty of experience. As a result, Niu Hong became a well-known odd camp player, and many big shots contacted Niu Hong to help train newcomers. Watching these newcomers surpass him one by one, Niu Hong felt very uncomfortable inside. But this time, he had a fluke during a beginner's task, provoking the ruthless Tong Kuei, the number 1 in the punishment zone, and lost his storage ring. Niu Hong knew he was standing on the edge of a cliff. If he couldn't retrieve his ring, it would mean that everything he had done before would be in vain. He would become someone else's wedding dress. Every day in the strange world, countless newcomers entered, and countless veterans died. Niu Hong did not want to live a lonely life. So, Niu Hong activated his extermination plan. Originally, he was fully prepared to not only kill Lu Dong but also wipe out the 18 guilds of the civilian camp. This time, Niu Hong saw his future glory. Just now, that strike killed 3,000 players from the civilian camp, giving Niu Hong 30,000 evil points. But Lu Dong didn't die. Not being able to retrieve his ring ruined all his plans. Niu Hong's expression turned cold. In the next moment, Tong Kuei appeared beside Niu Hong with a dark face. To be honest, Tong Kuei was unwilling to enter the civilian camp. Especially in this special place of the hiding zone, it was rumored that level 60 players had appeared before. Under the pressure of the camp buff, once he was entangled by a level 60 player, he would inevitably face a tough battle. Tong Kuei coldly said, "Have you done too many beginner tasks, and your IQ is getting lower? You can't even handle such a small matter." Niu Hong bowed his head and said nothing. The feeling of living under someone else's roof almost made him collapse. Lu Dong was like his nemesis, destined to counter him at every turn. Tong Kuei extended his hand and coldly said, "Give me the ring, and I'll let you live." Lu Dong blinked in surprise, pointed to his own nose, and said, "Are you talking to me?" Tong Kuei snorted coldly, and the huge scythe lifted up. Lu Dong shook his wrist, and with the boost of 1,100 points of strength, his hammer broke through the air with a sound like a thunder. Bang! In one exchange, the giant scythe in Tong Kuei's hand was sent flying. His left hand was directly shattered. What kind of power is this? Tong Kuei's eyes widened. Lu Dong stepped forward, fast as lightning. "What are you pretending to be in front of me?" Knowing he was no match, Tong Kuei could only pull out a secret treasure, the 8 Extremes turtle shell, completely covering himself. Lu Dong swung his hammer, sending Tong Kuei flying, flashing and following as if playing tennis in the air. Self-entertainment. Hit, catch, then hit again. Under the protection of the turtle shell, Tong Kuei didn't lose health, but being treated like a ball was very humiliating. Wang Bo and the others hurried over to support as fast as they could. If anything happened to Lu Dong, they would never find peace in their lives. In the next second, they witnessed a fantastic scene. Lu Dong was playing tennis alone in midair. Chao Shangfei opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Is that the leader of the heavenly punishment zone?" Wang Bo grabbed Shui Min's drink, downed it in one gulp, and said in shock, "It really is Tong Kuei." The usually gentle Huang Xinyan let out a "what the hell," with a face full of black lines. The Go de Bao guild was stunned. Wang Bo laughed loudly as he turned on the recording, excitedly saying, "This time Tong Kuei can really make an appearance." Bang! The turtle shell shattered. Tong Kuei looked disheveled, twisted his body, activated the teleportation talisman, and disappeared from the Go zone. Lu Dong shot a fierce glance at the direction Tong Kuei left, then crushed Niu Hong with his hand. Ding! Dangerous buff activated successfully, player resurrected. Player unlocked Niu Hong's ring. At the same time, at the resurrection points of various guilds in the civilian camp, the leaders of the guilds appeared one by one. An astonishing piece of news spread: a level 1 player challenges 18 guilds solo. Chapter 24, All parties gather for hidden missions. Big guilds bullying small guilds is not unusual. In this strange world, it is not uncommon. The Yizhao family's son is a top-tier guild, and small guilds usually do not dare to provoke them. The absolute power gap makes it unnecessary to provoke such a behemoth. Although Lu Dong had gained a large following through 2 newbie missions with his strong decisiveness in killing, everyone understood that he was merely a fleeting clown. Just like that moment for a man, beyond pushing back, he was of no other use. Having provoked Niu Hong and rejected 3 top-tier guilds, the Go de Bao guild, located in the remote Go zone, possessed a supreme treasure. Each of these 4 conditions could lead Lu Dong to be erased by the stronger players of this world. The main attacker of the Zhao family's son guild mobilized, capturing the Go de Bao guild would be effortless. In the strange world, geniuses are born every day, and geniuses die every day. Lu Dong couldn't attract everyone's attention. But today was different. The 17 guilds led by Zhao family's son were all wiped out. Players resurrected at the guild's resurrection points were all in shock. The last scene they saw was Lu Dong slapping Zhao Wuqing until he exploded. Although there was a system warning about a human nuclear bomb, Lu Dong's slap, as a level 1 player, truly landed on Zhao Wuqing's face. While the outside world debated, in the Yizhao family's son guild, Zhao Wujiang stood silently in the middle, with his just-resurrected brother Zhao Wuqing kneeling beside him. In front of the two stood Zhao Yu, the rarely seen president of the Zhao family's son guild. Zhao Yu, commanding without needing to be angry, had a square face full of fierce energy, quietly playing with a walnut in his hands. Zhao Wujiang, you entered the guild at the same time as me. Counting the players from Zhao Zone who entered the strange world at the same time, there's only you, me, and Zhao Tong left. I heard Zhao Tong's words during the mission dungeon, and I truly reflect on whether I have done something wrong over the years. Zhao Wujiang didn't dare to take a deep breath, his hands pressed tightly against his pants, his waist unconsciously bent. Zhao Yu did not blame him for not bringing Lu Dong on board, did not chastise him for Zhao Tong's intent to withdraw from the guild, nor did he punish him for Zhao Wujiang's mistake. Yet, the more Zhao Yu was like this, the more uneasy Zhao Wujiang felt in his heart. It was as if a fatal axe was suspended above his head, ready to fall at any moment. Zhao Yu spoke softly, Zhao Tong is right. I have been too focused on guild development these years and have neglected human feelings. How about this, I will find a way to make it up to you. I just obtained a piece of equipment in the mission dungeon that can suppress players' levels to 1, while basic attributes remain unchanged. You can use the guild's treasure to locate Lu Dong's next mission. When he enters the next dungeon, you can go find him to reclaim the face he has lost. In the civilian camp's territory, to be blasted to death by players from the strange camp and slapped in the face by a level 1 player, this face. If you can't get it back, don't come back. Zhao Yu lightly coughed, and the meeting room door opened, revealing the bound Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang entering the room. Zhao Yu waved his hand to the guards behind the two and then fiddled with the compass in his hand. The guidance of fate has begun, the designated players returned to level 1. Zhao Wujiang, Zhao Wuqing, Zhao Tong, and Zhao Gang all simultaneously became level 1. Zhao Yu clasped his hands behind his back and softly murmured, a large guild isn't necessarily good, at any moment, others could slap us in the face. If we can't reclaim our territory, talented young players won't choose us. I have always felt guilty toward players like you. If you kill Lu Dong and clear out the wasteland, I won't hold it against you, and I'll give each of you a store. Zhao Yu disappeared from the meeting room, and the four, Zhao Wujiang and the others, shared glances filled with greedy desire. Even Zhao Tong couldn't suppress his excitement at this moment. Having their own store in the wasteland meant they could manage their own lives. Which player in this strange world doesn't dream of having their own territory? Do some small business, use trade to escape dangerous bazaar battles, and live a prosperous life. Although the store in the wasteland was a big promise painted by Zhao Yu, in this cruel and bizarre world, it was undoubtedly the most tempting lure. What could be more attractive than a bright future? Zhao Wujiang kicked Zhao Wuqing in frustration and coldly said, pull yourselves together, this time we need to unite, kill Lu Dong, and we will surely soar to great heights in the future. At the same time, in the bizarre world, the largest marketing account of the civilian camp was fully promoting one person. Level 1 Lu Dong battles 18 guilds. Civilian God Lu Dong crushes the top of the Heaven Punishment Zone, Tong Kuei. The Complete Escape Guide, God Lu Dong shares his insights. Wanping Hospital SS Guide, Lu Dong's Unknown Secrets. Slayer Vanguard Lu Dong creates the first hidden profession in the civilian camp. Do nobles and commoners really differ? Lu Dong's Divine War. Bizarre videos circulated wildly among players. Everyone from the 18 guilds knew that they were killed by the human bomb, Niu Hang, but as media people, promoting traffic was far more effective than promoting facts. After all, this wasn't news. Many players entered with a mocking attitude toward these exaggerated titles and emerged flabbergasted. The video titles were even more exaggerated than the content. Usually, players would tag friends under videos of beautiful women dancing, but today, videos about Lu Dong were eagerly shared by the public players. Worship. Admiration. Coming to the bizarre world, most players remained ordinary throughout their lives. Just like in the original world, they worked 9 to 5, and those fortunate enough joined large guilds, dedicating their lives to contribute to the guild's construction. For the unfortunate, they perished in the bizarre world, ultimately just being mourned briefly by friends who remembered them. Everyone wants a stunning memory that can shake the world, but many only dare to dream and cannot achieve it. The appearance of Lu Dong changed the game landscape of the entire bizarre world. Why must one do side quests? Why must one listen to NPCs? Why must one endure bullying from large guilds? Fate does not have just one choice. In the bizarre world, why be so smooth? After all, the ending is death, so why not live boldly? At this moment, Lu Dong didn't even know that he had already become the faith of most lower-tier civilian players. In the Gem Guild, Lu Dong held a sharpening stone, grinding Tong Kuei's scythe while polishing Lu Yin's doom hammer. Lu Dong was very angry. He was promised that Chui Min would help him unleash a killing move, yet Chui Min hadn't shown up at all. The players surrounding Lu Dong had been blown up by Niu Hang's human bomb. Even if Chao Shangfei and Chui Min apologized again, Lu Dong wouldn't acknowledge it. That's just how Lu Dong is. Happiness is happiness, anger is anger. All emotions are on the face, anyone who comes close is a scythe. Bai Lixian wiped his pale lips. Ever since Lu Dong came to the Gaod Bao Guild, his health had never been full. At this moment, Huang Xingyan and Guijun were still asleep, and Wang Bo, exhausted, had not yet awakened. Only the three men remained in the Gaod Bao Guild, along with Lu Dong, the unfortunate one. Bai Lixian was also thankful. If Lu Dong's danger buff hadn't disappeared, he definitely would have killed Chui Min. Chao Shangfei, as the guild leader, naturally couldn't let there be a gap among the members. Holding a basin of gold coins, Zhao Shangfei stepped forward and said, "Little Dong Dong, don't be angry. At that time, I didn't let Chui Min act quickly out of concern, I thought it was a kind of training for you. You're not a good person either." Lu Dong angrily turned away. Immediately, the angrier Lu Dong became, he turned back and swung his hammer, saying, "There are over 3,000 players. If they were all killed, how many useful things could drop? You train, while I do nothing?" Zhao Shangfei was taken aback. This guy was mad because they put him in danger? Chui Min nearly choked on his drink. This killer was actually upset because he hadn't acted quickly to kill. His point of anger was that he hadn't killed those 3,000 people. Bai Lixian scratched his head. It was really a strange reason to be mad. As he calculated with his fingers, Bai Lixian was slightly shocked. He quickly sent Wang Bo a private message. "Lu Dong cannot follow us to explore the quest, it's a bad omen." Bai Lixian, "Sorry, it's an omen." Lu Dong's hammer hit the ground, waking the slumbering Wang Bo. Wang Bo glanced at Bai Lixian's reminder, then typed in the guild channel, "Why are they fighting again?" Bai Lixian quickly replied, "Chui Min didn't act in time, Lu Dong is a bit mad, hard to calm down. Wang Bo, ask him what compensation he wants. This matter is indeed our fault, we really didn't expect that human nuclear bomb." Bai Lixian paused, then typed, "He said he wants to see you wear no mirror eye sockets, a black bodycon skirt plus stockings with English letters." Lu Dong. Lu Dong didn't respond, but he did want to see it. The four men all looked towards Wang Bo's tent. The zipper was pulled aside, and Wang Bo's tent slowly revealed a crack. Chui Min put down his drink, Zhao Shangfei swallowed, Lu Dong stopped wiping the side, and Bai Lixian pressed his dry lips together. A beam of light flashed from Wang Bo's tent. Strong light flickered, players lost their sense of perception. Chui Min, Zhao Shangfei, and Bai Lixian simultaneously lost their vision, a burning sting radiated from their eyes. Lu Dong's eyes widened, a warm liquid slid across his lips. Is he bleeding from his nose? With his straight legs, the stockings made them look even slimmer. The black bodycon leather pants perfectly outlined an S-curve, a body with bumps and curves that left people in awe. Before, Lu Dong thought the Euler spiral was the perfect curve. After seeing Wang Bo's curves, he admitted his knowledge was shallow. Wang Bo was like a Bezier curve, embodying all the beauty of curves in the world. Her hair was scattered to one side, and her tousled look, combined with her still sleepy eyes, was thought-provoking. Wang Bo's right hand rested on Lu Dong's shoulder, her voice like a warm spring, flowing smoothly. "Come on, don't be angry, sister still needs your help a lot in the future." Lu Dong wanted to coldly refuse, like a domineering CEO in a drama, wrapping his arms around Wang Bo's delicate waist. But when he opened his mouth, no sound came out, like a spring teddy bear, he could only exhale with a ha-ha. Lu Dong was not a simp. But at this moment, Wang Bo made it impossible for any man to refuse. Wang Bo gently closed Lu Dong's chin and whispered, "The title of Vanguard of Slaughtering Tricks can be taken back to neutral NPCs, can you help your sister bring back an NPC to guard the guild gate?" Lu Dong nodded vigorously. Wang Bo smiled and said, "Chui Min has a hidden beginner dungeon that limits the number of players. He owes you a personal favor, consider this as repayment. Go and see if you gain anything." The blind Chui Min only felt someone roughly take something out of his arms. As he was about to stop them, his outstretched hand was filled with a soft object. Lu Dong's lips curled up as he lazily typed in the guild chat, "This is the interest. You have triggered the hidden novice quest, the lifeless military camp." In the next moment, Lu Dong disappeared from the Gao Bao guild. Chui Min's vision returned, and he looked at the black silk-like object in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. Just as he was about to ask, Wang Bo's fist suddenly struck his face. Wang Bo angrily took back the object from Chui Min's hand. She thought she had controlled Lu Dong, the pervert, but little did she know, that guy had used a sickle to tear through her socks. She was taken advantage of. She lost a pair of strange, expensive family socks. These silk-like socks were very expensive. Wang Bo's anger flared as she returned to the tent. Her face showed a smile again, "Cunning pervert, he really is interesting." Then, Wang Bo changed into new clothes and said, "Rest up, we will take Liang in to do an exploration mission tomorrow." Chapter 25, Lifeless Military Camp, kneel down for me. In a pitch-black space, Lu Dong was greeted by a white light in front of him. The empty room was silent, with no one around. Player enters hidden quest, entitled to a random strange item purchase right. Lu Dong scanned through the store catalog with a dark expression. The cheapest items cost 100 hatred points, and he only had 20 in total. There was no way to purchase anything. In the bottom right corner of the store catalog page, a red exclamation mark was flashing continuously. Lu Dong clicked on it. A beautiful woman, wrapped in 3 pieces of cloth, leapt in front of Lu Dong. She was so close that Lu Dong could already smell her fragrance. Lu Dong's eyes twitched, and the woman's information appeared in front of him. Ordinary fallen woman NPC, naively believed in full power loans, unable to escape, forced to become a full power loans employee. She will scream when frightened. Please do not engage in improper behavior. Lu Dong smiled lightly. Improper? Is killing her improper? A soft, pleasant voice came. Are you still worried about not having enough hatred points? Are you still troubled by not being able to buy the items you want? Full Power Loan Company offers personalized loan services for you. The items you want, we provide. Use now, pay later. Full Power Loan, only 1% above the market price, your personal assistant. Lu Dong looked around at the items available to level 1 players. There weren't many, so he asked. Do you have any grenades that can harm strange creatures? The woman smiled as she took out a box of grenades from the corner and said, There's nothing we can't get for you. Full power strange grenades, ignore defense, 5-second timer. You can trust us. Lu Dong took a grenade and carefully examined it. How much hatred value for this one grenade? The floating woman softly replied, only 100 hatred points, 20 grenades per box. Buy one box and get an 80% discount, plus special services. Lu Dong turned the grenade in his hand and softly asked, Are these grenades reliable? The woman froze for a moment, then slapped herself and said, No deception, we offer a tenfold compensation for any defects. Seeing that Lu Dong was about to pull the safety pin from the grenade, the woman suddenly froze, her voice becoming sharp. What are you doing? Lu Dong twisted his wrist, silently counting the seconds in his head. When only 2 seconds were left, he quickly shoved the grenade into the woman's cloth wraps. With a forceful press, Lu Dong, with his 110 points of strength, overpowered the woman, who was unable to resist. The ultimate move of the human body, using the body to block the grenade. Ah! A sharp scream echoed throughout the empty room. Using the support of a sledgehammer, Lu Dong's body swung through the air, leaping 4 meters away. He rolled and fell to the ground. 10 meters away, Lu Dong felt a gust of air rush toward him. You killed the fallen woman, freeing the soul trapped in her body. Because the player did not sign the loan agreement, the loan is invalid. You gain 19 strange grenades. Strange grenades, as the name implies, these grenades are full of tricks. They may explode or not explode. In any case, these are all methods of the Full Power Loan Company. At the same time, in the office of the lending company, a well-dressed man stared gloomily at the data on the desk. Since Lu Dong appeared, more and more players began to find ways to disrupt the loan process. The lending company, which was originally thriving, has suffered increasingly serious losses. Just now, the company's only mysterious NPC was actually killed by a player. It should be known that the lending company owes its achievements today both to familiar loan systems and the relationship with this NPC. The man smashed his teacup in anger. If Lu Dong were here, he would surely be shocked. Niu Hong was surprisingly still alive. With a furious expression, Niu Hong frantically smashed everything in the office. His ring was destroyed, the mission failed, and the gamble of last resort led to the death of 3,000 players from the civilian camp, yet Lu Dong remained unharmed. Now, he was wanted by Tong Kuei and had no way to leave this hiding place. There were too many bad things happening. His lending company was facing the risk of disintegration. If he couldn't find a replacement NPC, Niu Hong would lose everything in this strange world. After venting his frustrations, Niu Hong felt refreshed. He turned the skull on the table, and a faint light emerged from its mouth. Lu Dong, the hidden beginner dungeon Wuming military camp. Niu Hong was taken aback. This useless hidden dungeon happened to have a scroll that allowed entry. Since Lu Dong went there, he should be able to catch up. I'll buy 30,000 points worth of evil value to kill you and see how tough you really are. He opened the scroll and entered the Wuming military camp dungeon. In the civilian camp, Zhao Wucheng said softly, found him, that guy entered the hidden dungeon Wuming military camp. Zhao Wujiang quickly applied to the warehouse for items. With Zhao Yu's order, he faced no difficulties. Although he was still the vice president of the Zhao family's prince, being knocked back to level 1, everyone knew Zhao Wujiang was like a tiger that has fallen into a valley, and they naturally treated him coldly. Zhao Tong remained expressionless. He had long accustomed himself to the deceit and intrigue of this strange world, where level and strength meant everything. Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement as the 4 members of the guild simultaneously entered the Wuming military camp. Wuming military camp, rather than being a hidden dungeon, was more like a guiding dungeon. Many players did not understand Lu Dong's entry into this hidden dungeon. Players within could quickly complete main tasks by following the NPC's guidance and earn no less than an S-class rating. At first, everyone found hidden dungeons fascinating. But later, they realized that some hidden dungeons were better than others. Generally speaking, the more terrifying and dangerous the hidden dungeon, the higher the corresponding rewards. But for a dungeon like Wuming military camp, which had too much NPC guidance, the rewards were minimal. It was simply a waste of time. Moreover, the NPCs there were ridiculously strong. At this moment, in Lu Dong's live stream room. Why did this tough guy choose this hidden dungeon? Isn't this the worst hidden dungeon? Even a dog could get an S-class rating. I get it, Lu Dong must be aware that he's being watched by many players, so he plans to resolve all conflicts here. Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang are back. Zhao Wuqing is actually here too? Damn. Zhao Wujiang is here as well. All are level 1, this time it gets exciting. I wonder who the hunter is and who the prey is. You have entered Woming military camp. Main task, follow the leader and complete the task smoothly. Side task, absolutely obey military orders, reward 100 points of hatred value. Lu Dong held a large hammer in his right hand, a giant sickle strapped to his back. After a moment of thought, he frowned. This was the first time he had seen a side task that offered rewards directly. 100 points of hatred value. Having been to the store, Lu Dong knew well what this 100 points of hatred value was worth. For many newbie players, this was a huge sum of money. This was simply a fortune delivered to his doorstep. The task didn't alert him to any difficulty, and Lu Dong squinted. Could he just casually capture an NPC? Beep beep beep. The loud horn echoed all around. The blinding light faded, and Lu Dong squinted his eyes to adapt to the brightness around him. Soon, Lu Dong felt 2 unfriendly gazes. This feeling was strange. Clearly, the gazes could not be perceived, but Lu Dong distinctly felt the emotions of those watching him. Zhao Wuqing. An enemy, isn't this guy level 30? In the next moment, Lu Dong raised his eyebrows. Zhao Wuqing had turned into level 1. Zhao Wuqing level, LV1. Strength, 320. Agility, 305. Mental strength, 25. The level changed, but the basic attributes did not change. Lu Dong pressed his lips together. It seemed the Yi Zhao family prince wanted to find a way to eliminate him. In the next moment, Lu Dong was slightly stunned. Zhao Wuqing. Level, LV1. Strength, 480. Agility, 410. Mental strength, 40. Good guy, worried that Zhao Wuqing alone was not enough, even Zhao Wuqing was sent out? Zhao Wuqing sneered, made a gesture of cutting his throat towards Lu Dong, and said word by word, "You are dead." The cold voice sounded extremely abrupt in the scene. Who the hell is talking in the ranks? A round-faced officer, shouldering a rifle, marched straight toward Zhao Wuqing. With a firm kick, Zhao Wuqing fell to the ground along with 2 players behind him, both flying out of the ranks. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Dong glanced around with the corner of his eye. On his side, 3 rows of soldiers stood in formation. On the opposite side, an officer with red pistol epaulets had a watchful gaze. The officer who had kicked Zhao Wuqing walked back angrily, scolding as he walked, "Damn it, I don't even know who the squad leader of the new recruits is, not knowing the rule that no talking in the ranks. All new recruits, squat down." Lu Dong squinted, looking at the man with wide-open angry eyes. Xiong Tian, squad leader of Sharpshooter 4th Company, possessing solid military quality, skilled in individual combat, basic data unknown. Lu Dong did not step forward and squatted down in response. Not because the other's data was unknown, but because Lu Dong genuinely respected this profession. In his original world, the brave warriors who risked everything were always those soldiers. Until this moment, Lu Dong still remembered when he first heard his mentor's lecture. He said, "A shopping mall is on fire, and it will collapse in 10 minutes, with 300 people trapped inside, and 8 soldiers go in to rescue. Each soldier can save 2 people in 1 minute. How many people are left in the mall?" As a genius mathematician, Lu Dong blurted out, 140 people are left. He had never forgotten the expression of that mentor, a deep smile with a hint of tear streaks in his eyes. The answer is 8 people. This student may understand math well, but you don't understand our soldiers. That class profoundly impacted Lu Dong's life. At this moment, facing Xiong Tian's stern reprimand, Lu Dong felt a surge of yearning for military life from his past life. How could that yearning be easily forgotten? In the distance, Zhao Wuqing got up from the ground and shouted angrily, "Damn NPC, do you really think I'm a rookie?" Lu Dong's eyes displayed a look of disbelief. Zhao Wuqing indeed served as a negative example for the vast players. Not all NPCs in missions can be resisted. Chapter 26, Lifeless Military Camp. He said I overnumbered the many. Zhao Wuqing drew a long knife from his waist, and as he stepped forward, Zhao Wuqing appeared in front of him. A storm-like barrage of punches smashed Zhao Wuqing's attempt to resist completely. Zhao Wuqing fell to the ground. Xiong Tian looked at the two with a mocking gaze. Zhao Wuqing stood upright, turned to Xiong Tian and gave a standard military salute, loudly saying, "Reporting to the squad leader, this kid is my younger brother, spoiled by our parents since childhood. He shouldn't have talked in the ranks, and I shouldn't have acted rashly. We violated the discipline of the ranks, we accept our punishment." Lu Dong squinted. He originally thought Zhao Wuqing was just like his brother, a fool, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wuqing could bend and stretch. If Zhao Wuqing had directly resisted just now, they might have lost their task qualification immediately. In the military camp, defying authority is a serious crime. Zhao Wujing seemed rude, but in fact, he used the most straightforward way to resolve this crisis. Lu Dong raised the danger level of Zhao Wujing in his heart. Xiong Tian coldly said, "Have you been a soldier?" "Yes." Zhao Wujing stood up straight. Xiong Tian stared expressionlessly at Zhao Wujing, a hint of consideration in his eyes, and coldly said, "A squad leader." "Yes." A voice like a tiger's roar came from a handsome officer. Xiong Tian continued, "You just graduated from military school a week ago. Didn't you ask me how to manage the basic level? Now I answer you. Your new recruits have no rules. You are preparing equipment now. Carry 15 kilograms and run back after 5 kilometers to tell me your score." "Yes." The squad leader's eyes were bright, his face showing no complaints. Xiong Tian quickly said with a list in hand, "Now start leading the soldiers." Squad leader, Shi Chun. "Yes." A slender man stepped out from the officer line in front of Lu Dong and the others. "Your soldiers are Zhao Wuqing, Lu Dong, Lu Changmei, Wei Yangping." Shi Chun quickly ran to the side of the team and stood up straight. Xiong Tian did not look up and said, "Those whose names are called, go stand behind squad leader Shi." After Xiong Tian's strong actions earlier, there were no complaints among the crowd, and they quickly completed the class division. Xiong Tian glanced at his watch and said coldly, "These new recruits have a good foundation. Hurry and let them familiarize themselves with what they should know. Our tasks will not be few in the near future. Understand?" "Understood." All the officers shouted in unison, their voices like thunder. Xiong Tian turned around and said coldly, "First platoon stay, the rest dismissed. Gua squad, hurry up." The surrounding squad leaders led their new recruits to quickly disappear into the building. The handsome Gua squad walked up to the 3 soldiers in the first platoon and said coldly, "The company commander says our new recruits don't understand discipline, which means I don't understand discipline, Shi Chun, Li Feng, Chui Ziyuan." "Yes. Before I run back, you 3 stand in horse stance. I need to see a team that follows orders." "Yes." The 3 soldiers stood in front of their respective teams, spreading their legs apart, their thighs aligned, and their faces expressionless. After Gua squad left, Li Feng and Chui Ziyuan returned to their respective teams, saying in unison, "You all squat down." Shi Chun scanned the faces in the class and fixed his gaze on Zhao Wuqing, coldly asking, "What is your name?" "Zhao Wuqing." "Louder." "Zhao Wuqing." "Haven't you eaten? Give me a louder voice." "Zhao Wu Qing." Shi Chun stood in horse stance, his face dark as he said, "Except for Zhao Wuqing, everyone else do push-ups. You are restricted by military orders. Basic strength ineffective, players experience punishment at 100% pain sensitivity. Welcome to resist." Lu Dong and Zhao Wujing almost simultaneously placed their fists on the ground, supporting their bodies. One person gets sick, the whole family takes medicine. This is the most common discipline in the military camp. Moreover, the system also hinted at welcoming resistance, which definitely indicates a trap. With someone taking the lead, the other players did not want to step up and take the risk. After all, Zhao Wujing is the vice president of a top guild, and Lu Dong is famously fierce among the newcomers. Both troublemakers complied, who would still be foolish enough to act tough. After everyone did push-ups, Shi Chun coldly said, "I don't care how spoiled you were at home, here you are a soldier, and soldiers must follow military discipline. You, Zhao Wuqing." Zhao Wuqing looked at Shi Chun in confusion. Shi Chun coldly yelled, "When your name is called, you must answer." Zhao Wuqing looked aggrieved, biting his lower lip, weakly saying, "Here." Shi Chun, standing in horse stance, suddenly laughed, and enunciated each word, "Zhao Wu Cheng." Zhao Wuqing realized and quickly called out loudly, "Here." Shi Chun sneered, "Why are you being so cheap? You look quite smart but keep doing stupid things. If something can be done right the first time, must you do it a second time?" Zhao Wuqing felt very displeased but saw Zhao Wujing send him a message, "Don't provoke the NPCs here, they all have powers over 200. He suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, their goal in coming here is Lu Dong. Shi Chun turned to Lu Dong and coldly said, "Lu Dong?" At this moment, Lu Dong was being tortured by the pain in his arms held up by his fists. There was no flesh on his knuckles, yet they were packed with various nerves. This bone-deep pain was truly exhilarating. With a voice like thunder, Lu Dong roared, letting out a venting cry, "Here." Shi Chun smirked, admiringly saying, "Very good, nice voice. Tell me, why did Zhao Wuqing speak to you in the line? Is there some grievance?" Lu Dong remained perfectly still, quickly responded, "He brought 3,000 people to fight me. I challenged him one-on-one, but he dared not. He got angry and said I was using fewer people to bully more." Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wuqing. Shi Chun. 1 against 3,000, using fewer to bully more? From a distance, Li Feng and Chui Ziyuan also cast curious glances, both shouting at the players in front of them, "Stop squatting, get up and do some push-ups." The players from the two classes all looked miserable, clearly, they had not been watching. The pain of push-ups was far worse than squatting. Chun said leisurely, I don't care what grudges you have in the past, here is the army, and you are all in one squad, which means you are brothers. I hope you can put aside your differences. If you can't, I will now give you a chance for a one-on-one duel. Chun had not finished the second half of his sentence. This is a military camp, and you need to prove your worth through achievements in this duel. Lu Dong had already moved. Being a soldier, action is swift and decisive. You offered me a chance for a duel. If I don't cherish it, it would be too foolish. Before Zhao Wuqing could react, Lu Dong swung down a massive hammer. The sound of wind rushing through the air only gave Zhao Wuqing time to turn, but he had no chance to draw his sword. Bare hands against a heavy hammer. Lu Yan's sole weapon, the lethality is not in the power of the attack, but in the shock after contact. Boom! Zhao Wuqing blocked the hammer, but the shock left his hands numb, nearly devoid of feeling. Lu Dong, leaping in the air, had already drawn his giant sickle, the sharp blade aimed straight at Zhao Wuqing's throat. The giant sickle was Tong Kuei's weapon, wrapped in a layer of seal. Lu Dong couldn't unlock it, but it didn't stop him from using it to kill. Chun remained in a horse stance, his expression frozen, and the next moment he loudly called out, Company Commander, someone is about to die. Boom! The roar echoed across the field. Lu Dong hadn't even seen how Bear Tian appeared. With a face full of black lines, Bear Tian flashed into the scene, and with a powerful fist, struck down on Lu Dong's weapon. Lu Dong, still gripping the hammer and sickle, flipped back. -800. A massive damage number burst forth from Lu Dong's head. Wow, just the damage transferred through the weapon almost killed him instantly. This company commander's strength must be over 500. When Lu Dong landed, he smashed the ground, cracking it into pieces. Bear Tian glanced at Chun and coldly said, without the squad leader's order, these new recruits cannot act freely. Did you let them duel? Chun's face turned red as he quietly said, I had only finished half of my sentence when they started fighting. Bear Tian coldly said, you two new recruits, come to my office. In the team office. Bear Tian sipped tea, looking at Zhao Wuqing and Lu Dong standing before him, and coldly said, now, fight again. Bear Tian initially thought to curb the new recruits' eagerness, assuming that after he intervened, they wouldn't dare to fight again. But who knew? In the next second, Lu Dong's body showed no sign of pausing. He pushed off the ground with his right leg, twisting his waist, and his right fist drew a curve, directly targeting Zhao Wuqing's face. Zhao Wuqing, having suffered once, was already on guard and jumped back. Lu Dong seemed to have anticipated this, feinting with his right fist while lowering his body, swinging his left arm, the elbow drawing a semicircle, following after Zhao Wuqing. Better to take 3 punches than 1 elbow. Zhao Wuqing felt helpless. How could Lu Dong not understand human speech? The company commander's intention was clearly to use this opportunity to educate them, yet Lu Dong dared to strike? This moment of hesitation in Zhao Wuqing's mindset forced him to barely cross his arms to block Lu Dong's attack. Bang! A powerful blow directly knocked Zhao Wuqing to his knees. Lu Dong swung his right hand, and in the moment of throwing an uppercut, he changed his fist into an open palm and slapped Zhao Wuqing's face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed in the company commander's office. Xiong Tian had a dark expression and said coldly, if you move again, I'll tear you both apart. Chapter 27, Nameless Military Camp, the plot changes. In Lu Dong's livestream, it was once again a lively scene. As expected of my brother Dong, his ability to exploit loopholes is incredible. Brother Dong's top-notch understanding, you let me hit, and I just hit, so damn straightforward. What a big deal, family, I must send some gifts to Lu Dong. Look at Zhao Wuqing's miserable state, I think he will be played to death by Lu Dong. Xiong Tian said with a gloomy face, Zhao Wuqing, go out and find your squad leader, Lu Dong, go face the wall. Zhao Wuqing felt so aggrieved, wasn't I the one who was beaten? Why are you still scolding me? Where did I go wrong? In the office, only Xiong Tian and Lu Dong remained. Have you ever been in the army? Xiong Tian calmed his emotions. Lu Dong quickly replied, I thought about being in the army. Xiong Tian paused for a moment and said softly, your strikes are decisive, like someone from our troops. I can feel a special aura about you, let me see it. Lu Dong didn't hesitate and opened the title of Pioneer of Slashing the Anomaly. Golden light burst forth, and Xiong Tian stared blankly at the title above Lu Dong's head. Even the teacup slipping from his hand did not wake him. After a long time, Xiong Tian's eyes sparkled and said, so, you killed the jealousy anomaly? Lu Dong nodded without speaking. Xiong Tian's tone softened a lot. He said softly, in theory, the purpose of our nameless military camp is to resist the first wave of attacks from the jealousy anomaly. I originally planned not to rush to filter out those few cancers. Now that the jealousy anomaly is dead, perhaps those guys from the strange faction don't know yet, this might be the battle that allows us to end the fight here. Pioneer of Slashing the Anomaly. The title of Pioneer of Slashing the Anomaly triggered a hidden plot. Help Xiong Tian protect the desperate battle. Xiong Tian took a deep breath, stood up, twirled a black pen, and stared intensely at the battlefield in front of him, lowering his voice and said, "It seems our combat strategy needs to change. Lu Dong, follow me and be my communicator?" Before Lu Dong could respond, Xiong Tian blew a sharp whistle and shouted, "All squad leaders, gather in the operations room." Xiong Tian took a group of squad leaders to the operations room, leaving Lu Dong alone in the company headquarters. As Xiong Tian was leaving, he pointed at his desk. Lu Dong pondered Xiong Tian's intention and walked to his desk. "You discovered the history of the Sniper 4th Company. The Anomaly Army was suppressing everything. 4th Company was the main force to retreat and buy time. The entire company of 211 people, only one survived. The Anomaly Army revived. 4th Company took on the main attacking task. Feigned attacks broke through the Anomaly Army's positions. The entire company of 178 people, only 3 survived. In the battle of resurrecting the Jealousy Anomaly, 4th Company held the rear. The entire company of 86 people, only 16 survived." Lu Dong was stunned when he saw the end. There were 16 people in the entire company. Wasn't that exactly the number of officers and non-commissioned officers in the current company? Looking through the history of 4th Company, the battles they experienced were only fierce battles, systematic deaths, and systematic replacements. No wonder these non-commissioned officers all carried a ruthless aura of killing. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. In the past he thought task copies in the strange world should be relatively isolated. But looking at the detailed record of 4th Company's history, it was clear that it was about the repeated attacks by players from the strange faction. There were also support from players of the civilian faction. The game's task copies seem to have some connection with the strange world. What does the resurrection of the Jealousy Anomaly really mean? Lu Dong rubbed his forehead. This strange world became increasingly elusive. Suddenly, Lu Dong caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A red figure flashed outside the company window. At this moment, all the core members of the company were in the operations room, and the new player recruits were probably gathered in one place. That red figure is definitely not a good thing. A gloomy laughter came from outside the door, an enchanting voice wrapped in a hint of desire. "Come on, little baby. The enemy lurked in the shadows while I was in the light." Lu Dong stepped back, leaning against the wall, holding the big hammer across his chest. A faint voice floated from outside the door. A drop of red blood fell from above Lu Dong's head. Plop! Lu Dong suddenly raised his head, meeting the gaze of a woman whose half-face seemed corroded by sulfuric acid. The distance between them was only a finger's width. The tips of their fingers seemed to almost touch. The woman's half-body merged into the wall, holding a red high heel in each hand, swinging them to smash Lu Dong's hands, suddenly opening her blood-filled mouth wide. In the live stream chat. "What the hell? You scared the life out of me. What is this? How can there be something eerie in such a bright place like a military camp? Something isn't right. The last time we did this mission, it was just normal training, and we went on missions. There was no gathering of all the NPCs. I remember this copy shouldn't have any eerie factions. Isn't it just a few simple tasks?" It's likely that Lu Dong's title changed some kind of plot. Can't deny, Lu Dong wasn't shaken at all in front of the eerie. Is he new? My brother Dong's killing hands are steady. Facing the mouth full of a bloody stench, Lu Dong shifted his body, releasing the big hammer with his left hand, his thumb flicking the hook ring, directly shoving a hand grenade into the monster's mouth. With the momentum, Lu Dong flipped back, kicked off the wall, rolling into the corner under Xiong Tian's desk. 3 seconds later, a soft sound of puff came, and Lu Dong frowned. Good luck, you encountered a dud grenade. It seems no gunpowder was stuffed in. A shrill voice came from the wall. The earlier terrifying woman now had a face full of soot. Looking through the mirror in the barracks, the eerie saw her own face clearly. She was eerie, but she also loved beauty. This black grenade ruined her lovely appearance. Her hands plunged into the wall, and the woman's hair began to spread towards the wall. In the blink of an eye, the entire barracks fell into darkness. An oily, dirty smell filled the whole room. Lu Dong opened his jacket, pulling out the grenades that hung on the lining, throwing them one by one. Congratulations, you encountered a dud grenade. Good luck, another dud grenade. My god, what luck, another dud grenade. Lu Dong threw out 7 grenades consecutively, and without exception, they were all duds. No wonder the NPC from the lending company said fake one pays 10, there wasn't a real one at all. Feeling the eerie aura getting thicker around him, Lu Dong threw out another grenade. Bang! A violent shockwave instantly blew up the barracks. The doors and windows shattered, broken hair scattered everywhere, glaring light shot back into the room. The eerie cursed, it's actually a demonic grenade. Damn you, Nyo Hung. The woman vanished from the barracks. The next second, Xiong Tian rushed into the barracks with a group of officers. Seeing the mess everywhere, Xiong Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Damn it, the enemy has invaded our home, and we had no clue. Instructor, where the hell are the sentinels? Xiong Tian's body trembled, and then he fell silent. Shi Chun paused and lowered his voice. In the last battle, the instructor has already fallen. All the officers fell into silence. This is the battlefield, this is the camp, no one knows what will happen next second. Xiong Tian said solemnly, hurry to find that new soldier. Lu Dong crawled out from under the collapsed desk, his dark face revealing a big white tooth, saying, company leader, I can't beat that guy, I can only use this dumb method. Xiong Tian let out a long breath. Anyone could be in trouble here, but Lu Dong must not get into trouble. That Eerie probably caught the scent of the title Eerie Slayer and crept up inside. Xiong Tian's face darkened. All classes, familiarize yourselves with your weapons quickly, we will soon engage in direct battle. I don't want to see any casualties. Lu Dong, stick with me. From now on, let's. Without my command, you cannot leave me 3 meters. Lu Dong nodded, having no objection to this command. That day, Lu Dong and the other new recruits began special training. Rolling, jumping, running. Unlike the previous formal teaching, this time the squad leaders demonstrated the most direct and effective movements. Each squad leader just came down from the battlefield, having experienced life and death. They were not good at words, repeating the movements and explaining the details to the players over and over again. Many non-commissioned officers had red eyes while performing the actions, as if it stirred up some emotions in them. The players were unaware of what was happening, but only Lu Dong understood that these non-commissioned officers likely suffered from PTSD. They probably hadn't adapted to the brief peace yet, still bearing the pain of losing comrades deep inside. Yet, they continued to demonstrate for the new recruits. Teaching and passing down knowledge has always been the legacy of soldiers. A group of players with agility higher than 50 found it easy to mimic the movements. Especially Zhao Wuqing and Zhao Wujian, with their basic attributes, learned the movements with ease. As for the grudge against Lu Dong, Zhao Wujian seemed to have explicitly told a few people in the guild they hardly approached Lu Dong all day. Due to the bizarre invasion, Xiong Tian increased the patrol density of the sentries. There weren't enough veterans in the squad. Reluctantly, that night, even the new recruits had to be included in the patrol schedule. 2 non-commissioned officers took 6 new recruits as a group to patrol around the squad station. Lu Dong, due to being a communication soldier, was not assigned to patrol. That night, Lu Dong slept across from Xiong Tian. Turning off the lights, Xiong Tian said softly, did you use grenades to repel the enemy today? Lu Dong did not deny it. These soldiers who had been on the battlefield for years knew at a glance what weapon Lu Dong used. Hiding it was pointless. Yeah, I brought 19 with me. Xiong Tian paused for a moment and said slowly, most of our grenades have wooden handles. I found 9 pieces of shrapnel at the scene. You must have used a strange grenade, right? Lu Dong instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, remaining silent. Xiong Tian continued, you new recruits always bring some strange things. I'll be straightforward, the stuff you brought might have the aura of the bizarre faction. Xiong Tian sighed and said softly, in our last battle, we seized a large number of weapons from the bizarre faction, thinking they could help us retreat from the battlefield, but unexpectedly, these things made us a target for the bizarre faction. They can ignore physical defenses and directly detonate items on us that carry the bizarre faction's aura. Lu Dong replied, I will clean up the strange grenades tomorrow. Xiong Tian lowered his voice, no need, use them tonight, the enemy has already come. Chapter 28, No Life Garrison, Enemy Attack. Beep. A piercing alarm sounded. The sentry's voice thundered, enemy attack. A crowd of players had just entered the dungeon today, spending the whole day learning combat skills, leaving no time to scout the surroundings. Everyone's activity range was no more than the basketball court in front of the squad, completely unaware of the environment outside for those who hadn't been on watch. The enemy's surprise attack left them unable to tell east from west. Fortunately, Xiong Tian had given orders to prepare for battle in the operations room today. The squad leaders weren't sleeping too soundly and quickly gathered their players to prepare for defense. The sentry's alarm made all players realize the change in mission. The No Life Garrison's dungeon mission seemed to have changed. Due to the Slayer of the Bizarre Vanguard's special title effect, the mission story is altered. Main mission, defend the No Life Garrison, wait for reinforcement. Mission difficulty, Hellish Plus. All players cursed at the same time, realizing they shared the same mission with Lu Dong. Never encountered any good luck. Lu Dong's live streaming room. Damn, has Donggu become strong enough to influence the main storyline? Incredible, I was still wondering how Lu Dong would play this mission, but he directly changed the storyline mission. Wow, the hidden mission for beginners at the highest level of Hell Plus, and they encountered it. Players below level 10 don't have any record of clearing Hell Plus, right? Hee, look at the players on the same mission as Lu Dong, how many are still alive? In the Wuming army camp. In just 3 seconds after the attack, the difference between the soldiers and the players had already shown. The soldiers' first reaction was to find cover, using the corner of the dormitory to observe the external environment. Many players, however, immediately left the dormitory, peering out of the window to see the enemy attack. Gunshots rang out, and in one encounter, 16 players fell. This was still due to many squad leaders desperately holding on to the players, otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. Xiong Tian and Lu Dong were currently facing each other, pressed against the wall by the door. Xiong Tian glanced at Lu Dong approvingly and whispered, "Don't be afraid, stay close to me." From the intercom, a hasty voice came through. "Freeze! Freeze! A steel bull is approaching head-on, and there are many flies around." Xiong Tian frowned and said, "Steel bull? What a big move, they plan to break through our camp directly." Xiong Tian noticed Lu Dong's confused expression and quickly explained, "Just now was a public frequency intercom. To prevent the enemy from eavesdropping, we usually use coded language. Steel bull means a unit of around 400, and flies are small units of up to 10. Lu Dong lowered his voice, "So, what exactly is the Wuming military camp? What is its purpose?" Before Xiong Tian could respond, there was a loud crash that interrupted him. Xiong Tian took out another intercom from his pocket and quickly said, "5th Squad, on the rooftop, deploy drones, secure air superiority. 4th Squad and 3rd Squad, establish defensive positions at the front, rely on cover, prepare to counter the steel bull. 1st Squad and 2nd Squad, use high points to clear the surrounding flies." Lu Dong was puzzled. He had observed the surroundings during the day. Looking up, it was all plains. Where were the defensive positions? The next second, Xiong Tian suddenly plunged his hands into the floor, veins bulging on his forehead, and his face flushed. Wuming military camp, defensive mode. The ground trembled, and a whooshing sound echoed out. Lu Dong looked through the window in amazement, discovering that the outside environment was changing. The entire camp instantly transformed into a giant fortress. Thick sandbag barriers emerged around, and dense weapons appeared in the open space. Xiong Tian said gloomily, "Communicator, you don't need to participate in the fight, pack up all my documents on the table. These documents will be stored within you, do not take them out until absolutely necessary." Xiong Tian gave Lu Dong a deep look and softly murmured, "You might have to bear some grievances." Lu Dong decisively executed the task. A cacophony of gunfire came from outside the window. Inside and outside, it seemed like two different worlds. Xiong Tian's body trembled continuously. His ability allowed him to control the battlefield, and damage to the battlefield equated to damage to his body. Xiong Tian watched Lu Dong's back, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Half an hour later, the sounds of fire outside subsided. The enemy's attack seemed to have been repelled. Xiong Tian's intercom transmitted the casualty reports from each squad. 5th Squad expected 4, actual 4, no casualties. 4th Squad expected 22, actual 4, 18 casualties. 3rd Squad expected 20, actual 8, 12 casualties. 2nd Squad expected 20, actual 10, 10 casualties. 1st Squad expected 18, actual 18, no casualties. Xiong Tian's mouth oozed blood. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Another 40 sacrificed." All of them were new soldiers. To be precise, all were disobedient new soldiers. Although the enemy's bombardment was fierce, as long as the squad leader's orders were followed, there would be no accidents. Xiong Tian pulled his hands out from the ground and, feeling weak, approached the bed, softly saying to Lu Dong, "I will fall into a state of weakness for 4 hours. If there are enemies invading again, I can't protect this place. You must take the documents and escape. As long as you and the documents are here, our resistance will not fail. Remember, don't let anyone know that the documents are with you." You triggered a hidden mission, the farewell letter of the undefeated barracks. After Komatani's death, the player must reach Furuki Town within 2 hours. You obtained the guiding map to Furuki Town. Komatani pointed to the floor under his bed, weakly saying, "There is a secret passage here. When you escape, go through here." Komatani looked deeply at Lu Dong, fully aware that in his weakened state, he would no longer be able to protect this place. Perhaps this was the last time he would see Lu Dong. In the past, the undefeated barracks had an instructor's absolute defense for 4 hours. Komatani and the instructor could alternate their abilities to ensure the barracks' safety. The instructor's unexpected sacrifice meant that the undefeated myth of the undefeated barracks was about to be shattered. Komatani sighed and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Dong quietly activated his reconnaissance ability. Sure enough, just as Lu Dong expected, the reconnaissance ability could see all the information of the opponent despite the weakened state. NPC, Komatani, Squad Leader, a man who can influence the entire battle situation. Level, LV10. Strength, 600, do not provoke him lightly. Agility, 300, have you ever seen a running wild bear? Ability, Barracks Terrain Defense, lasts for 30 minutes after activation, weakened for 4 hours. Lu Dong pondered slightly. Every time a player's level increases by 1, their strength and agility increase by 10 points. This NPC's level seems to be unrelated to basic attributes. Thinking of Wang Bo's advice to find someone to watch the guild, Komatani seemed to be the best choice. Especially with this defensive ability, it was like a natural guardian for the guild. Lu Dong silently decided, anyone could die in this mission, but Komatani must not die. No matter what, he must bring this guy back. In the early hours of the morning, the Klein blue moonlight spilled over the earth, leaving the brutal battlefield uncleaned. A group of officers took their respective classes of players back, strengthening their vigilance while allowing the others to quickly rest and recover their stamina. By sleeping, players could recover from injuries, while NPCs could recover their health. No one knew when the enemy would enter, keeping in the best condition was all that everyone could do. Zhao Wuqing stared coldly at the company office, while Zhao Wuqing forcibly turned Zhao Wuqing's head back. All the players felt jealousy. Clearly, they were all players. Why was it that while they struggled for their lives in gunfire, Lu Dong could remain safe in the company office? No one stepped up, so no one responded. Class leader Shi Chun watched the scene and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and rest, this is not the time to fight among ourselves." Everyone dispersed. The cold night carried a strange atmosphere along with the deaths of players. Whoa whoa! A low cry came from outside the company door. Lu Dong gripped the scythe tightly, pressing his back against the bed. Were those guys coming again? Against the Klein blue moonlight, a little girl wearing a sun hat and dressed in bare overalls walked straight through the door. Lu Dong suddenly held his breath. It was eerie. The little girl seemed to be here for the first time, sitting cross-legged at Komatani's pillow, humming softly. Once, I also had a home, and there were my dear dad and mom. One day, dad got drunk and picked up an axe to go towards mom. Daddy, oh daddy, hit many times. The red blood stained the walls. Lu Dong thought it was a children's song, but the more he listened, the stranger the lyrics became. Like a mournful hum, the little girl slowly took out a small axe from her pocket, gently raising it above her head with the melody of the song. Lu Dong did not act rashly. In the corner of his vision, the little girl was in the shadow of the moonlight, making it hard for Lu Dong to see her face. Reconnaissance failed. The raised axe flashed with a cold light. Komatani must not die. Lu Dong swung the scythe he was pressing underneath him horizontally. Tightly resisted the falling axe of the little girl. Clang! The crisp sound echoed in the silent night. The little girl suddenly lifted her head, her sun hat falling behind her, revealing a face stitched with scars. Her two eyeballs hung limply, as if forcibly stuffed into their sockets, with a sunken nose and messy hair. Most terrifying was the girl's mouth, with lips that clearly did not belong to the same mouth, cracked into a strange obtuse angle. Lu Dong pressed his dry lips together. The little girl giggled and said, "Big brother can actually see me, do you also want to kiss me to gain superpowers?" Kiss? Lu Dong's face darkened. How could he even think about that? With a push of his right hand, the sickle spun, its sharp edge slicing straight through the girl's neck. Without resistance, Lu Dong frowned. The head, full of stitching marks, fell by the bed, and the little girl laughed. "Big brother is just like my daddy, always fond of chopping people." Lu Dong took a deep breath. This guy's detached head could still talk, while the body without a head continued to swing the axe down. "Let's see if you're really invincible." The sickle moved, and the little girl was dismembered. Lu Dong directly split the strange limbs apart. No blood spilled. To Lu Dong's shock, the exposed limbs of the girl were completely empty inside. Empty. Giggle. Giggle. Lu Dong used a hammer to press down on the girl's limbs, yet she kept grinning evilly. Lu Dong frowned slightly, pulled out a pencil from his waist, and stabbed it hard into the back of the girl's head. Puff. A cracking sound came, as if a layer of defense around the girl's body was pierced. Instantly, information about the little girl appeared before Lu Dong's eyes. Billion-level item cursed doll, exclusive to the weird camp. Through the hatred of the departed soul, ignoring terrain, blocking perception, a doll that kills the killer in their dreams. Note, only the bazaar that kills the target with their own hands can activate the item. Lu Dong frowned slightly. Billion-level item? I am cursed at the trillion level. Is this classification based on quantity? Items from the weird camp. Clearly, a player from the weird camp had used a rare item to eliminate Xiong Tian. Lu Dong's gaze fell on Xiong Tian as the system prompted that the item's activation condition must be the target killed by Xiong Tian himself. In other words, did Xiong Tian really kill his own daughter? But his identity shouldn't allow such behavior. You triggered a timed bomb. Ding. Bomb countdown 10. The system's alert made Lu Dong break out in a cold sweat. Goodness, fearing that he couldn't kill Xiong Tian, they even planted a bomb inside the cursed doll. Lu Dong tried to carry Xiong Tian, but the sleeping Xiong Tian felt as heavy as a mountain. Even with all his strength, his face red, Xiong Tian remained unmoving. With 5 seconds left on the bomb countdown, Lu Dong had no time to think. He immediately opened the secret passage entrance underneath Xiong Tian and threw the bomb in without hesitation. Boom! A violent tremor erupted from beneath Xiong Tian. Just as Lu Dong had expected, the secret passage was solid enough to withstand the bomb's blast. Secret passage sustained damage, losing passage space. Lu Dong. Did I just cut off my own retreat? The tremor startled the sentry, and a short alert signal had everyone ready for combat in an instant. 3 seconds later, seeing no signs of enemy invasion, everyone headed toward the source of the tremor. A row of players arrived at the battalion's front and back doors, having only one floor to cover. Guhua lowered his gun barrel, commanding a squad of players to surround the battalion's front and back doors, his expression unusually serious. Having worked with Xiong Tian for years, he knew very well that Xiong Tian would enter a weak state after using his ability. This was Xiong Tian's secret, known only to the squad leader and advisor before today. Guhua was gravely injured today. As the only remaining squad-level officer in the 4th Company, he considered that Xiong Tian might be ambushed, originally thinking that he would protect Xiong Tian after his health recovered. Guhua did not expect the enemy's assault to come so quickly. Logically speaking, when Xiong Tian activated the camp's defensive position, the surrounding terrain would change. Even if the enemy's speed was strange, it should take at least an hour to reach here. Could it be that the sentries were all dead? Guhua had no time to think and immediately signaled the 3 squad leaders to attack fiercely. Cui Zhiyuan kicked open the company door and rolled back to clear the area in front of him. Shi Chun leaned against the left wall to find a high point, while Li Feng entered from the right side of the kicked-open door, and Guhua charged in with his gun horizontally. The 3 moved one after the other, their gun barrels aimed at Lu Dong, who stood by Xiong Tian's bed. Scattered parts of cursed dolls covered the ground, with a scythe and a hammer lying next to Lu Dong. Guhua coldly asked, "What is going on?" In the next moment, the shattered limbs of the cursed dolls at Lu Dong's feet exploded with brilliant light. A flashbang. Among the cursed dolls, there were not only bombs but also flashbangs. Guhua took a big step forward, guessing the distance blindly, and crashed into Xiong Tian's body. No matter who the murderer was, this opportunity was surely something the enemy would not let go of. Lu Dong only felt someone touch his finger. In his state of numbness, he even ignored the notification sound from the system. "You have lost the bull hangs ring. You have obtained the disguise ring." Put. The sharp axe that the cursed doll had been holding struck Guhua's spine. Lu Dong felt warm liquid splatter on his face, and instinctively took a step back, positioning the scythe and hammer in front of him. A buzzing sound echoed in everyone's ears, and the soldiers who had entered the company were all deprived of their senses. Cui Zhiyuan pulled the gun bolt and rolled forward, when a fierce shout came from behind him. "Lu Dong! What are you doing?" Was it possible that the specially appointed communications soldier had problems? The company was in chaos, debris scattered everywhere. Shi Chun and Li Feng pressed their backs against the wall, their guns aimed straight ahead. Lu Dong crouched across from Xiong Tian's bed, weapon held horizontally, sealing off the space in front of him. Cui Zhiyuan saw the bloodstains on Xiong Tian's bed, and the barrel of his gun drooped straight down. The newly appointed squad leader Guhua had sacrificed. The axe sliced through Guhua's spine, splitting his upper body in two. Guhua's upper half lay on Xiong Tian's face, while the other half fell at Xiong Tian's side. Even with his body shattered, his hands still maintained a protective fist pose. Cui Zhiyuan suddenly raised his gun, aiming at Lu Dong in the corner, shouting angrily, "Why? Tell me why." Recovering from the numbness, Li Feng and Shi Chun squinted, fighting to suppress their dizziness, and stood up. Cui Zhiyuan's voice made them both point their guns at Lu Dong. The other returning soldiers, seeing the fallen Guhua, fell into silence. There was no trace of the enemy, only one person had the biggest suspicion. The communication soldier just appointed yesterday, Lu Dong. Cui Zhiyuan stepped forward, pressing the barrel of his gun against Lu Dong's forehead, yelling hysterically, "Why? Tell me why." Lu Dong, still in a haze, found someone pressing a gun against his forehead. He instinctively wanted to resist. The attack curve of mathematics materialized before Lu Dong's eyes, with no way out. If he dared to move at all, Cui Zhiyuan would not hesitate to pull the trigger. At such a close distance, Lu Dong had no chance to escape. "It wasn't me." Still not fully recovering from the dizziness, Lu Dong could only weakly speak up, feeling that all explanations at this moment were particularly pale. A player shouted angrily, "Besides you, who else could get close to the squad leader?" "Lu Dong, we really misjudged you, thinking you would help us complete the mission, but unexpectedly, you're a spy for the strange camp." Lu Dong regained his senses and squinted, looking at the players standing at the door. He did not know him. Sun Chandong. Level LV6. Strength, 63. Agility, 67. Mental power, 27. His skin was fair, slightly chubby, and his eyes held a pure, innocent look like a little puppy. Lu Dong was a bit surprised. In this chance of falling stone, Zhao Wuqing and Zhao Wujing did not come forward, but other players did. Lu Dong withdrew his gaze and spoke in a low voice, "I am not the killer, the real enemy is among us." Cui Zhiyuan pressed the gun's muzzle against Lu Dong's forehead, speaking slowly, "Whether it's you or not, you are fully responsible for Gu Pai's death." Cui Zhiyuan had small eyes, and his mouth would pucker into a point when he spoke, much like a little husband. At this moment, he couldn't provide enough evidence and found it hard to directly declare Lu Dong as the killer. Did anyone see Lu Dong act when you were just outside? Sun Shangdong was the first to respond. I saw it. It was this guy who used an axe to chop Gu Pai to death. Chui Ziyuan's gaze shifted to others, and Zhao Tong, Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Zhao Wuqing let out a cold hum and said slowly, I didn't see it, but this Lu Dong has a close relationship with the strange faction, just look at his ring. Chui Ziyuan frowned. Sure enough, Lu Dong was wearing a ring engraved with a skull. With a swift pull, Chui Ziyuan wiped the ring off Lu Dong's hand. A skull. This was the unique pattern of the strange faction. Zhao Wujing did not voice his opinion, and the other new soldiers responded one after another. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, recording the players accusing him one by one in his mind. Shi Chun stepped forward and gently raised Chui Ziyuan's index finger that was on the trigger, saying softly. After all, Lu Dong is the communication officer appointed by the squad leader. How to interrogate should be decided by the squad leader. Chui Ziyuan snorted coldly, angrily saying, keeping a guy like him is just signaling to the strange faction. We could all fall into danger. Li Feng stepped forward to persuade, Gu Pai has already sacrificed, the urgent task is to establish a good defensive formation, more internal killings will only lead to more suspicion amongst the new recruits. Chui Ziyuan angrily lowered his gun, then said, Zhao Tong, Zhao Gang, you two come down and take away his weapons, handcuff him, and lock him up in the kitchen. If he moves rashly, you can fire at any time. You are restrained by military handcuffs, strength below 200, cannot break free. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. Tonight's events were clearly a trap aimed at him. The players from the strange faction launched a first-hand sneak attack. If they could kill Xiong Tian, that would be perfect. If they failed to kill Xiong Tian, this fallback could put Lu Dong in an indefinable situation. You, Lu Dong, love to kill NPCs, right? Then let's put the blame on you and let you kill to your heart's content. A good design. Using a knife to kill someone, this shouldn't be a plan that idiots like Zhao Gang or Zhao Wuqing could come up with. Is it Zhao Wujing then? But where did he get strange faction items? Lu Dong calmed his emotions. This trap seemed harder than the main storyline mission. Shi Chun said softly, do not resist, wait for the squad leader to wake up and clear your name. Lu Dong was taken aback. Did the class leader know he was wronged? Looking at Shi Chun's eye gestures, Lu Dong suddenly realized, could it be that there are hidden NPCs from the strange faction within the Wuming camp? Under the oppression of Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang, Lu Dong was taken away from the company headquarters. Shi Chun and Li Feng exchanged glances. Shi Chun whispered, tonight is not peaceful, the squad leader is still unconscious. I suggest we don't move Gu Pai's body until the squad leader wakes up. Li Feng agreed. Everyone set up defenses relying on the camp's surrounding facilities to prevent another enemy sneak attack. The officers responded one after another, assigning everyone to their previous battle positions, and they each returned to their places. Kitchen. Zhao Gang sneered while slapping Lu Dong's face, slowly saying, aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very good at killing? Lu Dong, why aren't you resisting? Lu Dong ignored the small-minded Zhao Gang. At this moment, he was surprised to see the system messages he had previously overlooked. Was Niu Hang's ring replaced? What is a forged ring? A ring forged into the strange camp? Lu Dong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood the reason. It turned out to be a scheme within a scheme. Taking advantage of Xiong Tian's weak state, to draw out the spies hidden in the Wuming army camp? Since someone is setting up a big game, collecting a little interest should be fine, right? Turning his wrist, Lu Dong expressionlessly crushed his left thumb with his right hand. With the crushed thumb of his left hand, he slipped out of the handcuff, allowing Lu Dong to regain the freedom of his right hand. Handcuffs cannot be broken, there must always be a way. In the next second, Lu Dong spun the pencil in his right hand, coldly pressed it against Zhao Gang's throat, and softly said, what did you just say? Chapter 30 Wuming Army Camp, The Escape of the Cooking Team. In Lu Dong's livestream. It shouldn't be. Lu Dong is only level 1, how did he escape from the army's handcuffs? So ruthless. Big Brother directly broke his own thumb. If Big Brother escapes now, doesn't that confirm his identity as a spy? With Lu Dong's temperament, he would never bear being wronged. How will he proceed with the mission in Wuming Army Camp? Many major guilds now began to focus on Lu Dong. Not because of his exceptionally high mental power talent, but because this guy, with his own strength, overturned the assaults of 18 guilds. From beginning to end, there were no other forces appearing in the Go district, nor any guild showing up. Lu Dong single-handedly dismantled the encirclement of the Zhao family Sun main attacking team plus 17 guilds above level 7. He is only level 1. If this guy grows, how terrifying would that be? Many guilds that previously planned to explore the Go district have now halted their preparations to gather. Surviving from the destruction of the human nuclear bomb, what left everyone even more incredulous was that Lu Dong had previously beaten Tong Kuei and even snatched his weapon. Is this the support of external objects? Or is it the use of special abilities? What everyone is sure of is that this is absolutely not something a normal level 1 player can achieve. What secret treasure did Lu Dong obtain from Niu Hang's ring? No one knows who Lu Dong has behind him. More people are focusing on Lu Dong's title. The title of Slasher of Strange Shadows provides Lu Dong absolute defense and helps the guild control NPCs, and now it has changed the plot task. The title of Slaying the Jealous Shadow demonstrates the incredible nature of the strange world once again to the players. The more difficult the task, the more unimaginable the rewards it brings. At the same time, this also urges the top guilds in various districts to hurry and complete exploration tasks. Completing the waste capital will yield the right to gain shops and establish their own strongholds, leading to unimaginable player power improvements. At the same time, in the Strange Camp, in the Divine Punishment District. With a gloomy expression, Tong Kuei angrily slaughtered the novice players in the safe zone. For the Strange Camp, the safe zone is nothing more than a symbolic gathering point for players. Killing and looting is the norm here. Having lost face in the civilian camp and his weapons, Tong Kuei, in his fury, went on a rampage. After clearing the surface players, he chased the fleeing players into the underground. Compared to the desolation above ground, the underground appeared as a bustling underground city. Stuck at 5% in the waste capital exploration task, Tong Kuei was shocked to discover that there was a trade route leading directly to the waste capital in the Divine Punishment District. No one expected that there would be such a trade route underneath the safe zone in the Divine Punishment District. Soon, Tong Kuei figured everything out. This was because Niu Hong had controlled an NPC from the waste capital and established a trade route with the waste capital, forming an all-out loan company. Nobody expected that the level 20 novice mentor Niu Hong had another identity as an underground business tycoon. Tong Kuei's eyes turned cold. At this moment there were no living beings left underground, and the trade route of the waste capital had been closed. The seemingly obedient Niu Hong actually has such a grand scheme underground. After figuring out that Niu Hong had entered the Wuming military camp, Tong Kuei strolled closer to the closed gates of the ruined city. The massive gate, at least 50 meters high, was covered in dark and oxidized blood, countless skulls struggling on the door as if trying to escape its grasp. Suddenly, a disheveled woman fell from the city gate, her face pale. An NPC emerging from the ruins? Tong Kuei, being an experienced player, knew this could be a quest and hurried over. The panicked woman, barely clothed, was covered in fragments of grenades. Looking at Tong Kuei who approached, she exclaimed, angry. You bunch of useless freaks, you actually contacted players from other factions to harm us. Where is Niu Hong? Why hasn't he come? You smell like Niu Hong, I will kill you all. Before the woman could strike, Tong Kuei unleashed a rapid punch. His fists hit her head, and the woman suddenly vanished into a burst of white light. Killing an NPC, Tong Kuei had to admit, was something he learned from Lu Dong. You have received a hidden quest. Break into the Wuming military camp, regain the trust of the freaks. No rewards, no big benefits, but Tong Kuei trembled all over. For players of the freak faction, trying to build a relationship with the freaks was the most difficult task. Many players had died for no reason just for greeting the freaks. This hidden quest could actually help him regain the trust of the freaks. Niu Hong seemed to have entered this instance too? Tong Kuei's lips curled up. This was certainly going to be fun. Wuming military camp, the cooking class. Zhao Tong held a Type 95 automatic rifle, the gun pointing directly at Lu Dong. The scene fell into silence. If Lu Dong slightly moved his right hand, the pencil would stab into Zhao Gang's throat. It wasn't that Zhao Tong didn't want to shoot, but the safety on the gun was still engaged. Turning off the safety and pulling the bolt, these two moves would take at least half a second. Having met Lu Dong at Wanping Hospital, Zhao Tong was well aware of Lu Dong's speed. He couldn't win. At this moment, regret filled Zhao Tong's heart. Had he known this would happen, he shouldn't have agreed to Cui Ziyuan's mission. Being stuck with this great demon, how could there be a good outcome? What Zhao Tong regretted more was that he shouldn't have been greedy to wait for the follow-up plot. He could have killed Lu Dong right away and gone out to collect the guild rewards. Sure enough, hesitation leads to defeat. In a daze, Zhao Tong recalled each of the tasks he had completed over the past 2 years, all because of his indecisiveness. He had fallen short time after time at the doorstep of success. Zhao Wujiang had become the vice president, yet he was still just a level 5 player. A trace of fierceness appeared behind Zhao Tong's thick glasses. Today, he couldn't hesitate any longer. In the next moment, Lu Dong twisted the pencil and stabbed it into Zhao Gang's throat, letting the pencil's poison paralyze Zhao Tong, whispering softly. I am the communications officer of the squad leader. Don't you want to know what secret I hold? Secrets. Secrets that could push the plot forward? Zhao Tong's little finger lifted his sleeve, where his exclusive weapon, a surgical knife, was hidden. If he killed Lu Dong, he could also obtain secrets. But Zhao Gang was a bit of a nuisance. It would be better if he could get them to fight each other so he could reap the benefits. Zhao Tong pressed the muzzle forward, stepping closer to Lu Dong, whispering, Let my brother go. As long as you offer a good price, we can negotiate. A faint crimson glimmer flickered in Lu Dong's eyes. The next moment, Zhao Tong could clearly see the trajectory of the surgical blade's sneak attack from his sleeve. Taking advantage of the pencil's poison to paralyze Zhao Gang, Lu Dong countered and broke Zhao Gang's neck, hiding himself behind Zhao Gang, saying, "The secrets of the Wuming military camp, is that price not enough?" Zhao Tong smiled darkly, replying coldly, "Now, if I pull the trigger, the sergeant will be alerted, and they'll rush here immediately, then you'll be pinned with the crime of a spy." Lu Dong was completely unfazed and said, "Then go ahead and shoot. After all, Niu Hang's ring isn't on me." Zhao Tong's body visibly stiffened. He wasn't lying. Just moments ago, Cui Ziyuan had indeed taken the ring from Lu Dong's hand. If he killed Lu Dong now, he would get nothing from Niu Hang's ring. It would all be for nothing. Would Zhao Yu, the president of the Zhao family, truly let him off the hook? Zhao Tong knew very well that Zhao Yu had a reputation for being ruthless. He feared that once this mission was over, not only would he be kicked out of the guild, but so would Zhao Wujing. All those promised businesses in Baidu were just empty words. In the mouths of adults, beyond interests, what promises are there? Zhao Tong noticed Lu Dong was slowly moving towards the corner of the wall. While keeping the distance between them, Zhao Tong coldly warned, "You've offended the Zhao family, there's no good ending for you. Take my advice, let Zhao Gang go, and I can pretend tonight never happened. Anyway, the mission at Wuming military camp will end tomorrow." Zhao Tong had already gripped the sharp scalpel in his hand. If the distance closed, he could unleash his lethal skills and eliminate Lu Dong in an instant. Zhao Tong urged himself, "Lu Dong, why aren't you fighting back? Hurry up and kill Zhao Gang." Zhao Gang's eyes were bloodshot, and his injured throat prevented him from speaking. The continuous hints of bleeding made him realize his peril. -5. -5. -5. Listening to Zhao Tong's persuasion to Lu Dong, a surge of heat rose in Zhao Gang's heart. Although he disliked Zhao Tong, he recognized him as an elder in matters of life and death. In such a critical moment, he was still concerned about his safety. Lu Dong moved close to the kitchen's corner, touched the spice cart, and lowered his voice to a level only he and Zhao Gang could hear. "Zhao Gang, do you still feel grateful to Zhao Tong? Do you believe that if he kills me, you will be the first he goes after?" Lu Dong's left fingers flicked the pepper shaker from the spice cart, tossing a handful of chili powder and cumin jars towards Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong stepped forward, eyes tightly shut. At this distance, he didn't even need to see. He could simply kill both Zhao Gang and Lu Dong and then fake a scene where Lu Dong murdered Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, paralyzed, could only watch as Zhao Tong's scalpel sliced across his throat. Lu Dong hadn't lied, Zhao Tong truly would kill him. Lu Dong pushed against the wall, darted out from behind Zhao Gang, grabbed the kitchen knife from the table, and thrust it into Zhao Gang's hand. Put! Zhao Tong, with spice powder smeared across his face, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, realizing in shock that his attack hadn't hit Lu Dong. Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang fell to the ground in a tangle. Lu Dong deftly stabbed the pencil into the wound on Zhao Tong's waist, quietly watching as the health bars above the two began to drop to zero. Absorbing death energy, crumbling pencil, upgrading death energy experience, 4 out of 100. Searching the two bodies, aside from military gear, there was nothing else of interest. Zhao Tong's scalpel had also vanished without a trace. Lu Dong frowned slightly. Why hadn't their bodies disappeared, even though the health bars had dropped to zero? Without time to think further, Lu Dong slipped out of the kitchen under the cover of darkness. He had more important tasks to attend to. Chapter 31, Wuming Military Camp, The Tears of Xiong Tian. During the daytime roll call at Wuming Military Camp, there were 86 people present. After accounting for the 40 fallen players, only 16 NPCs and 30 players remained. Due to the strange ambush, the officers felt too uneasy to sleep and were now all stationed outside the building. Until the company commander returned, they couldn't let anything mysterious get close again. As for the new players, they were all inside the building now. Lu Dong's suspicious spy identity made all the NPCs wary of potential hidden spies. If these players turned against them at the posts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, the players were divided into teams of 4 and stationed at various observation points inside the building. To prevent unexpected incidents, Shirchan and Li Feng took away the players' ammunition. As long as they could hold on through tonight, reinforcements would arrive. The moonlight, a deep cline blue, enveloped the entire military camp as the night wore on, pushing human weariness to its peak. No one noticed Lu Dong quietly climbed up to the second floor of the company through the back door of the kitchen. Lu Dong always had one principle in doing things: avenge without delay, never let a grudge go overnight. As for the saying that a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, Lu Dong thought that was a bit petty. He didn't have the time to hold on to a grudge for 10 years. Using his mathematical modeling skills, Lu Dong followed his recent reconnaissance memory and took care of all the players he saw kill Gu Pai one by one. In total, there were 12 players. After excluding the 2 dead from the kitchen, there were still 16 left. The experience of the broken pencil had also risen to level 16, needing just 84 more to level up. As the only thing Lu Dong brought to this world, he was somewhat looking forward to how it would upgrade. Lu Dong did not approach Class 1, knowing full well that in his current state, he could never be a match for Zhao Wujing and Zhao Wuqing. As the first light appeared on the horizon, Lu Dong slipped back to the kitchen, tucked his hands behind his back, shoved his left hand back into the handcuffs, and leaned against the wall, pretending to be asleep. Do. The resounding reveille tore through the clouds at dawn, mingling with the rising sunlight, casting it over the entire military camp. The night's crisis was temporarily lifted. The non-commissioned officers returning from their posts let out a sigh of relief. All the players gathered in front of the building. After each class leader counted the number of their class, they fell into an eerie silence. 14 players were missing. There was no strange invasion, yet 14 players were still gone, meaning there must be something strange within the players. Xiong Tian, his face grave, listened to Shi Chun's report and turned his back to everyone, his shoulders slightly heaving. This scene revealed the pained expressions in the eyes of the surrounding officers. Time and again, the no-life military camp narrowly escaped death, time and again faced complete annihilation. This was undoubtedly a blow to those who had survived. Everyone was still a bit unfamiliar with Gu Pai. The other classes' officers perhaps didn't understand what special skills or hobbies this young squad leader had. But he sacrificed himself last night. Xiong Tian took a deep breath, wiped his face hard, turned around, and said, "Attention, right face. Forward march. At ease. Briefing." Xiong Tian saluted the crowd with a standard military salute and slowly said, "Last night, our no-life military camp successfully repelled the strange invasion. The total attendance was 86, with only 31 present. Let us observe a moment of silence for our 55 sacrificed comrades." Xiong Tian lowered his head, and everyone lowered their heads in unison. The players had only been in the game for half a day, but they had completely immersed themselves in this life of strict order and discipline. Many officers had large drops of sweat falling in front of their feet. How could they not feel sad about the new recruits from their own classes sacrificing? 3 minutes later, Xiong Tian raised his head and said, "Class 3 leader." Cui Ziyuan replied loudly, "Present." Xiong Tian took a deep breath and spoke thunderously, "You acted decisively in handling the emergency last night. I grant you a verbal commendation and command you to bring the suspect out." "Yes." Cui Ziyuan angrily took the handcuffed Lu Dong out of the kitchen. The group of officers glared fiercely at Lu Dong, wishing they could swallow him whole. Lu Dong did not resist. He understood that Xiong Tian's intention in staging this drama was to root out the real spy within the camp. At Xiong Tian's signal, Cui Ziyuan reported on the events of last night again. Xiong Tian frowned and then coldly said, "So you're saying that after the suspect was controlled last night, all the officers sealed off the outside, yet internally we still suffered 14 new recruits' casualties?" Cui Ziyuan nodded and continued, "Except for the fallen Gu Pai and the unconscious Yu, all other officers were contained on the outside, watching each other's posts. No one left that night, but..." Cui Ziyuan hesitated. Komeda frowned and said, "Hesitating, are you my soldier?" Cui Ziyuan angrily said, "Last night, Shi Chun and Li Feng, who were guarding the camp, were out of our sight. Apart from the other new soldiers, only the non-commissioned officers could make 12 new soldiers die without resistance." As the morning breeze rose, a howling sound seemed to pass over the barracks filled with craters. Komeda shouted, "Shi Chun, Li Feng. Here. What do you have to explain?" Komeda's face was filled with murderous intent. Shi Chun and Li Feng stood still like cold pine on a mountaintop, and they roared in unison, "No." "Good." Komeda snapped, "Then take Cui Ziyuan's gun." Everyone was stunned. Weren't the suspects Shi Chun and Li Feng? Why did the target suddenly change? Before anyone could react, Shi Chun and Li Feng moved in from the left and right, like powerful tigers, immediately overwhelming Cui Ziyuan. Cui Ziyuan looked bewildered and said sharply, "Squad leader, why are you arresting me?" Crack. The barracks door suddenly opened, and a handsome man stepped out slowly from the barracks. Lu Dong's eyes flashed red. Gu Hua, ability, can temporarily split the body. Level, LV9. Strength, 500. Agility, 400. Goodness. It turns out the man who was split in half yesterday actually had a special ability. At that time, Lu Dong was still puzzled that cursed doll's axe, no matter how sharp, couldn't separate a person at the spine. It turns out this was the key point of the plot. Lu Dong felt a chill down his back. Komeda had already anticipated that there would be a sneak attack last night, and he deliberately made himself leave, perhaps to test Lu Dong. If there was a problem with Lu Dong, leaving through the secret passage would likely lead to failure in reaching Shujizan. Such deep schemes. Gu Hua walked out under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, slowly bowing and saying, "Sorry to have worried you all. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Gu Hua, an officer from the 32nd Reconnaissance class of the Dinghan Military Academy." Upon hearing Dinghan Military Academy, Cui Ziyuan immediately began to struggle fiercely. Shi Chun sidestepped and slammed his elbow down, with a thud, landing on the back of Cui Ziyuan's head. A piece of skull fell to the ground. The surrounding officers all raised their guns, aiming at Chui Ziyuan on the ground. The spliced bones were a decoration used for the disguise of the anomaly. Komeda sighed deeply and said, Chui Ziyuan, the first time I fought was against the anomaly army's full suppression. When we covered the main force's retreat, you were an extra member of our 4th company, and you saved my life in that battle. There were 211 people in our company, counting you, it was 212, and you alone saved me. When the anomaly army revived, we were the main attackers, and of our 178 men in the company, only 3 survived, you, Chui Ziyuan, me, Komeda, and my instructor. After that, we fought bitterly time and time again, escaping death repeatedly, and I, Komeda, saved you no less than 10 times. As Komeda spoke, tears of hatred suddenly filled his eyes. In the last battle against the revived jealousy anomaly, we acted as a rear guard, you followed the instructor to carry materials, and you said a stray bullet killed the instructor. Ah! Komeda suddenly erupted with a full aura, angrily swinging his fists and smashing the ground in front of Chui Ziyuan. Tell me, why did you kill the instructor? Why the hell are you serving the anomaly camp? Lu Dong took a deep breath. It was such a deep plan, first saving Komeda from the pile of corpses, then becoming a trusted confidant step by step. At the crucial moment, pulling the rug from underneath, Chui Ziyuan's betrayal was indeed a true wound to Komeda. This pain, Komeda would never forget in his lifetime. Gu Hua softly said, upon receiving squad leader Komeda's request for an investigation, we immediately locked onto Chui Ziyuan. Squad leader Komeda didn't trust our investigation, so I had to resort to this desperate measure. I just didn't expect that you, this guy, would still want to drag Shir-Chun and Li Feng down with you. Chui Ziyuan let out a cold laugh. Where's the evidence? Tell me your evidence. Gu Hua frowned. He originally thought that in such a life and death situation, Chui Ziyuan would confess without prompting. He still underestimated Chui Ziyuan's patience. Gu Hua actually had no evidence, otherwise he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to put on such a show. Seeing the situation in the center of the arena stalemate, Lu Dong's heart trembled. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Get Chui Ziyuan to speak the truth. Lu Dong glanced at the other players, everyone's face was indifferent, quietly watching the show, as if only he received this task. Lu Dong whispered, I have evidence. All eyes turned to Lu Dong. Xiong Tian slightly nodded, and the officer next to him stepped forward to unlock Lu Dong's handcuffs. Lu Dong moved his wrist and said softly, after the captain was attacked last night, team leader Chui immediately mixed with other recruits to frame me, and under Zhao Wuqing's instructions, took my ring. Chui Ziyuan's eyebrows and eyes were cold, he wanted to see what this guy could say. Lu Dong continued, actually, the task I received was to assist the Fuhu town in supporting the Wuming barracks battle. My ring contained all the supplies. If the things in the ring are missing, it means that team leader Chui destroyed it last night. Xiong Tian was stunned. That ring had the aura of a strange camp. To protect Lu Dong, he had secretly replaced it with a fake ring during the chaos last night. How did it turn into a supply ring in this kid's mouth? If it weren't for the crowd, Xiong Tian would insist on seeing it. Chui Ziyuan was also stunned. He had snatched Lu Dong's ring casually, and it was clearly an empty ring, with nothing inside. Lu Dong said leisurely, I asked team leader Chui to return my ring so that I can see if the things are still inside. Chapter 32, Wuming Barracks, Sunny Day. Chui Ziyuan screamed furiously, impossible. The current situation in Fuhu town cannot send out reinforcements. You brat, you are talking nonsense. Lu Dong took out the Fuhu town map he got from the side quest, and said softly, this is the material that proves I come from here, team leader Chui, please return my ring. Li Feng casually tore open Chui Ziyuan's pants, and dingling, the round ring slipped out along the seam. Shir-Chun quickly picked up the ring, frowned slightly, and looked back at Xiong Tian, it's empty. Xiong Tian had a black line on his face, he naturally knew it was empty. The Fuhu town map was something Xiong Tian deliberately gave to test Lu Dong's identity. If Lu Dong was a player from the Strange Camp, he would definitely take this map back to report to the Strange Camp, and then it would be the Strange Camp that would suffer. He had heard Gu Pai's speculation and believed the title of Slayer of the Jealousy Strange must be fake. After all, an act as horrifying as killing the Jealousy Strange could never be accomplished by a level 1 player. According to Xiong Tian's reasoning, he was in a weak state. The only squad leader, Gu Hua, was sacrificed, and the scouts in the Wuming barracks would inevitably jump out to take power. The only surviving backbone from the last battle in the Wuming barracks, apart from him and Gu Hua, were 14 others, none of whom Xiong Tian would want to suspect. Helplessly, Xiong Tian planned such a scene with Gu Hua during the strange sneak attack. Xiong Tian did not expect that the strange scout would actually be Chui Ziyuan, while Lu Dong's identity became more of a mystery. Before Xiong Tian could respond, Chui Ziyuan laughed, this is a map to Fuhu town? This is clearly a route to the Thunder Field, you brat, are you trying to deceive me? As Chui Ziyuan's voice fell, both Xiong Tian and Gu Pai fell silent. If Chui Ziyuan had not recognized this as the path to the Thunder Field, their suspicion of him would only be at most 60%. Only Xiong Tian and Gu Hua knew about the Thunder Field. They had now confirmed that Chui Ziyuan must have a problem. Gu Hua squinted, coldly said, Chui Ziyuan, how did you know this map leads to the Thunder Field? Chui Ziyuan's body trembled, only then did he realize. Lu Dong intentionally provoked him to show a flaw. Chui Ziyuan coldly locked onto Lu Dong, muttering, Good. Good. I've been doing intelligence work for so many years, and this is the first time such a blunder has occurred. Xiong Tian, you are really lucky to have stumbled upon such a rookie, but it's a bit too late to realize my identity now, isn't it? Chui Ziyuan suddenly unleashed his strength, and his large arms bent backwards, cracking as he folded them. Li Feng and Shi Chun, who were suppressing Chui Ziyuan, instantly felt their hands lose control over him. A red light erupted from Chui Ziyuan's body. Warm, and not dazzling. Chui Ziyuan's voice echoed in Wuming military camp, sunny day. Gu Hua's face changed, he whispered, this guy is a scout from the Heavily Punishment Army's 407th Division. It seems he has the ability to expose our location. Can Xiong Lian do something about it? Xiong Tian's face also darkened as he shook his head slightly. No, my ability can only change the terrain inside the Wuming military camp. I have no way to counter abilities like Sunny Day that affect the aerial environment. Gu Hua cursed and drew his pistol, firing 3 shots in a row, each hitting Chui Ziyuan's forehead. Chui Ziyuan's body slammed to the ground, but the red light above Wuming military camp did not disappear. He. A sinister laughter echoed all around. In the red light, Chui Ziyuan's face appeared like a little devil. Xiong Tian, it's time for your Wuming military camp to be destroyed. In the eerie wasteland, the Wuming military camp was a special existence. Due to the influence of Xiong Tian's ability, they could move their position at any time and appear in the battlefield at critical moments to affect the Strange Army's attack. The Wuming military camp was one of the prime targets for the entire Strange Army. A red light fell, landing on Lu Dong's head. Chui Ziyuan laughed angrily, and you little brat, I didn't expect my meticulous plan to be destroyed by you. I will make you live in regret forever. You are marked by Sunny Day. Within the next 48 hours, you will become the main target of enemy attacks. Players cannot hide or use substitute items. Note, death will cost 2 resurrection opportunities. Lu Dong's face darkened, so this was a death mark set for him? The next moment, 2 prompts sounded again. You have completed the side mission. The player has completed a side mission for the first time, gaining an ability upgrade. Mathematical Quantification Manifestation Ability. You can consume 100 points of mental power to activate the movement of the spatial coordinate system and predict the attack trajectory of multiple opponents. Lu Dong was slightly stunned. Previously, his Mathematical Quantification Manifestation ability was mostly a passive skill that could briefly predict an enemy's next second attack trajectory. This special side mission reward actually allowed him to predict the attack trajectory of multiple opponents. The ability upgrade was quite good. Xiong Tian shouted, all units assemble. After a count, there were 31 people left in the field. Xiong Tian's expression darkened. The binding ability of Sunny Day will prevent us from moving for 48 hours and will make us the main attack target of the Strange Army. If we sacrifice, the back symbol town will lose its protection, and the Strange Army can charge in and directly take our civilian camp's front line, completely destroying the reconstruction efforts of the entire wasteland. Brothers, do you think we can lose this battle? Shi Chun and others were filled with murderous intent, roaring loudly, their faces turning red. No. 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 Xiong Tian suddenly saluted, scanning the 30 people around, and said loudly. Very well. Now that we have cleared the vermin from the camp, what remains are trustworthy brothers. I hope you can put aside your prejudices and hold the front line for the civilian camp for these 48 hours. Under Xiong Tian's command, each squad leader led players to the surrounding defensive positions. Only Gu Hua, Xiong Tian, and Lu Dong remained in front of the company. Xiong Tian looked at Lu Dong with a complicated expression. He lowered his voice and asked, did you kill Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang? Lu Dong neither admitted nor denied it. Gu Hua crossed his arms over his chest and said, although Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang look like they died together, their bodies have small circular wounds. These wounds are consistent with those of the 12 new soldiers who sacrificed themselves last night, and should have been caused by some sharp and tiny weapon. Based on my years of investigation experience, I suspect the weapon is a poison pencil, but you, kid, were using a hammer and a sickle, right? As expected from an officer in the reconnaissance unit, his attention to detail was far beyond that of a normal person. Lu Dong glanced at the red light of Chui Ziyuan swaying in the sky and retorted, didn't you just say we should unite against the outside? Chapter 33, The Lifeless Military Camp. Should we apologize to Lu Dong? Gu Hua looked at the dark sentries around in the sky where Chui Ziyuan was, then instructed Xiong Tian and Lu Dong to enter the company office to discuss further. High above, Chui Ziyuan laughed loudly, mocking the defense formation of the lifeless military camp. In 30 minutes, our vanguard will arrive here. How can you defend this place without heavy weapons? Just wait for death, I can already imagine the despair on your faces then. The players' faces turned dark. They already knew about the situation in the lifeless military camp, and with Chui Ziyuan's aerial reconnaissance, their hidden position became a joke. Without heavy weapons and with only 31 people, how could they defend the lifeless military camp? From the very beginning, this battle had a tragic definition. Zhao Wuqing and Zhao Wuzhong leaned against the machine gun position on the east side. Zhao Wuqing, with a face full of reluctance, whispered, "Why didn't you let me kill Lu Dong last night? Now look, the lifeless military camp has been exposed, and we might not even get a chance to kill Lu Dong before being devoured by the strange army." Zhao Wuzhong looked expressionlessly at Shi Chun not far away and said softly, "Last night was clearly a trap set by Xiong Lian. Believe it or not, if you had left the barracks last night, Shi Chun would have been the first to kill you." Zhao Wuqing opened his mouth but didn't make a sound, realizing his brother was telling the truth. Zhao Wuzhong continued, "If it wasn't for the fact that you've only been in the main assault group for 2 years doing some reckless things, you would have noticed that all the players who died last night were those who accused Lu Dong of murder." Zhao Wuqing was taken aback. It seemed to be the case. Zhao Wuzhong picked up a blade of grass and leaned against the side of the position, saying, "Don't worry, even though the plot has changed and the difficulty of the mission has increased, as a newbie hidden instance, there will definitely be a way to break the deadlock. There will always be opportunities to kill Lu Dong." In the company office, Xiong Tian squinted his eyes. "It should be united against the outside, but the things on you make it hard for me to trust you for now. The strange thunder from the strange camp, this ring with a strong aura of the strange camp, and that sealed sickle, who are you?" Lu Dong coldly replied, "Since the lifeless military camp is under your control, why did you still have a strange woman sneak into your office after you entered the operations room yesterday? The cursed dolls item from the strange camp should have only been triggered by killing your own child. What did Captain Xiong do?" Xiong Tian and Lu Dong were at a standoff, neither yielding to the other. Lu Dong was furious, he despised being used by others. In last night's intricate setup, it was clear that Xiong Tian treated Lu Dong as nothing but a pawn. Lu Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Or should I say, you never regarded us new soldiers as your own? We could be discarded at any time." Xiong Tian's body trembled, his shoulders shook involuntarily, clearly enraged to the extreme. Gu Hua stepped in to block the furious Xiong Tian, saying softly, "Can you show me your special title again? I'll apologize to you on behalf of Captain Xiong for yesterday's incident." Lu Dong looked at Xiong Tian in surprise. This guy is so angry, yet he hasn't turned his anger on himself. It seems my guess was correct. As long as these NPCs don't break their killing conditions, they will never take the initiative to kill me. Lu Dong displayed the title of the Decapitator Vanguard. Golden light radiated, and an air of authority shot out in all directions. Gu Hua showed shock on his face, and then straightened his back, raising his hand in salute. Gu Hua's action left Xiong Tian with a puzzled expression. Xiong Tian whispered, "What's going on? Could it be real?" Gu Hua took a deep breath and quietly said, "Top secret intel from the reconnaissance department. The jealousy deceiver died in Wanping Hospital due to the flames of the Buddhist sect. Although this news only circulates within us, seeing the real person is still surprising. Logically, there shouldn't be many ways to kill the resurrected body of the jealousy deceiver. The most important point is that killing the jealousy deceiver grants 300,000 experience, meaning he cannot possibly be a level 1 player. Now I believe it, Lu Dong bears a unique, ultimate curse. It prevents him from leveling up, so after killing the jealousy deceiver, he remains at level 1. Lu Dong frowned, this guy could actually see the curse on him. Does that mean he also has a way to break it? Xiong Tian awkwardly looked at Gu Hua, who also looked down with 10 toes pressed to the ground. Yesterday in the operations room, Xiong Tian communicated with him privately using urgency, assuring that Lu Dong was a fake. After all, even if Lu Dong killed the jealousy deceiver and gained 30,000 experience, how could he still be level 1? This is why Xiong Tian allowed the female deceiver in and also let the cursed doll in. All of this was actually Xiong Tian testing Lu Dong. Xiong Lian swallowed hard, then took out the ring he had snatched in the chaos, puzzled, then how did he get this? Lu Dong quietly said, "I killed a guy named Niu Hung in the Fate apartment and got this." Niu Hung. Gu Hua frowned tightly. "I remember Niu Hung, he was noted in the reconnaissance department's files about deceiver factions. Niu Hong and Tong Kuei are both tricky existences." Lu Dong whispered, "That scythe belongs to Tong Kuei." Gu Hua? If this were a drinking party, Gu Hua might have smiled and patted Lu Dong's back, saying, "Little brother, you sure know how to brag." But now, looking at Lu Dong's level 1 state, his face remained calm, saying that he had killed Niu Hong, snatched Tong Kuei's weapon, and even slaughtered one of the 8 deceivers, jealousy deceiver. Gu Hua pinched his thigh without changing expression, confirming he wasn't dreaming, then quietly said, "Xiong Lian, how about we apologize to him?" Xiong Lian's face turned red. He returned everything Lu Dong had lost, including Niu Heng's ring, Tong Kuei's scythe, and the big hammer. After holding it in for a long time, he still couldn't say the words "I'm sorry." Lu Dong leisurely said, "Xiong Lian, you still haven't answered my question. What's really going on with the cursed doll?" Xiong Tian fell silent. Gu Hua quietly said, With Xiong Lian's ability and military merit, he should have been promoted to at least a camp leader long ago, but he has never been able to escape his inner demons. During that battle, his family came to the front line to visit him, and the Deceiver faction got wind of it. It seems it was mostly leaked by Cui Ziyuan. During the ambush by the Deceiver faction, a gun-wielding Deceiver burst into the medical unit. At that moment, Xiong Lian was holding his daughter, comforting the brothers in the medical unit, when suddenly the Deceiver entered, pointing the gun directly at everyone inside the room. If not handled quickly, once the Deceiver opened fire, the entire medical unit would surely suffer heavy losses. Xiong Lian tried to block the gun muzzle with his chest but forgot he was still holding his daughter. Xiong Lian turned his back, remaining silent. Lu Dong understood, the trolley problem ultimately brings an unquenchable pain. Gu Hua quietly said, that Deceiver escaped the scene, and Xiong Lian has been on the front line for these years looking for that guy. Xiong Lian waved his hand and shook his head, saying, it seems now that there's no chance left. With the mark of the blazing sun, we cannot last 48 hours, Gu Hua. Let's stick to the previous plan, you clear the secret path here, and when the time is right, take our brothers and escape. Gu Pai showed a troubled expression and then gently nodded. Sometimes, being alive is the only hope for revenge. Lu Dong turned the cow horn ring on his finger and said softly, who says we can't hold on? Chapter 34, The Lifeless Barracks, Lu Dong's Choice. When Xiong Tian mentioned his past sorrows, deep sadness flowed from his eyes. He was a soldier guarding the safety of the entire civilian camp. But he couldn't even protect his own family. What made Xiong Tian deeply guilty was that even if this event happened again, he would still choose to block the gun barrel with his body immediately. He didn't have time to pull his daughter away. If Xiong Tian had been even a second slower, his brothers in the infirmary would have paid a painful price. Sometimes, wanting to do and being able to do are two entirely different things. The intense self-blame drowned Xiong Tian in sorrow, making him unable to clearly hear Lu Dong's words. The burly, dark-faced man, holding back tears, was truly heart-wrenching to see. Lu Dong understood he should say something to comfort Xiong Tian. Looking at Gu Hua's expectant gaze, Lu Dong said gently, aren't you looking for your daughter? Why don't we charge in? Gu Hua? I asked you to comfort him, not to dig your own grave. Xiong Tian was taken aback. Charge in? How is that possible? At this moment, under the mark of the blazing sun by Cui Ziyuan, the lifeless barracks couldn't even escape. How could they counterattack? In less than 30 minutes, the strange advance troops would arrive here, and the enemy's firepower would be 100 times fiercer than last night. Xiong Tian rubbed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and restored his military dignity, coldly saying, prepare to face the enemy. Lu Dong pointed to the map on the wall and said, Xiong Lian, if we hold on for 48 hours, can we escape from here? Xiong Tian shook his head and said quietly, once the enemy clearly marks our position, their numbers will only increase. The enemies along all three attack routes on the front line will come to eliminate us. It's impossible to hold out for 48 hours. Gu Hua took over the conversation, crossing his arms, and said, what if a miracle happens? If we hold on for 48 hours and the mark of the blazing sun disappears, we can rely on Xiong Lian's ability to retreat from this battlefield. Xiong Lian let out a bitter smile and said, it's useless. Cui Ziyuan's mark of the blazing sun will always follow my lifeless barracks. Unless I leave the front line, otherwise. Lu Dong's eyes lit up. Having Xiong Tian leave here was exactly what he hoped for. Gu Hua softly said, I have already sent a message to the Dingshan Military Academy. Perhaps aid will soon come to replace us. Xiong Lian has been injured for years and should go to the rear to recuperate. Xiong Tian, with red-rimmed eyes, said in a deep voice, how can I go home and face my wife and family? Gu Hua fell silent, lost in thought. Lu Dong took over the conversation and said, how about making a deal? Gu Hua squinted, leaning against the wall. He didn't believe the slaughtering odd vanguard would come here for no reason. Was Lu Dong finally about to reveal his purpose? Xiong Tian neither agreed nor refused, clearly wanting to hear the conditions Lu Dong would propose. Lu Dong excitedly licked his lips and said, I'll help you take down the strange being that forced you to kill your daughter. How about you stick with me afterwards? Impossible. I, Xiong Lianqing, am a soldier of the army. If I die, I will die for the army, and I will never set up a faction with anyone else in this life. Buzz. Golden light radiated, and the title of slaughtering odd vanguard reappeared above Lu Dong's head. In the rich light of authority, Lu Dong said sternly, I, Lu Dong, a level 1 kill cowhorn who snatched Tong Kue, shall fiercely slay the envious oddities. Stick with me, and I will eventually help you break through the odd camps. Tell me, what is the duty of a soldier? At this moment, Xiong Tian dared not look Lu Dong in the eye. The dazzling light even made it impossible for him to lift his head. His body uncontrollably replied, to protect the home and defend the country. What a great statement about protecting the home and country. Lu Dong slapped the map on the wall and said, you tell me, even if you were given a regiment of soldiers, could you infiltrate the Bazaar army? Xiong Tian stared blankly and said nothing. A regiment of soldiers was nothing but a pipe dream. If it were possible, how could the bazaar camp and the civilian camp have evenly matched forces over the years? Lu Dong continued, just being defensive will only make the enemy think you are weak. With such good military camp capabilities, it would be a real shame not to use them for offense. After a long silence, Xiong Tian ultimately shook his head. Once a soldier, always a soldier. His identity simply could not change. Xiong Tian spoke each word with emphasis, saying, even if I die here, I will be a glorious martyr. If I leave with you, that would make me a coward. Gu Hua remained silent. Lu Dong's offer was indeed tempting, but it was only under the influence of the title of the Bazaar Vanguard. Gu Hua, who graduated from the Seoul Military Academy, understood very well that once Xiong Tian chose to leave, the entire civilian camp would likely turn against him first. No one wanted to lose control of a useful weapon. Lu Dong snorted coldly and spat out 2 words, narrow-minded. Xiong Tian did not explain. Instead, he stood by the window with his hands behind his back and said, since I took over the sharpshooter squad of the Woming military camp, there have been a total of 3,111 soldiers incorporated, and 214 soldiers unincorporated. If I leave, how can I face them? Xiong Tian spread out the combat map on the table and whispered, this may be my last battle, vanguard of the bazaar, watch closely how the soldiers of the civilian camp fight to the death. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tian triggered the system notifications that rang in Lu Dong's ears. Trigger side mission, count the remaining ammunition in the Woming military camp. Trigger side mission, count the communication channels and prepare for communication. Trigger side mission, collaborate with Xiong Tian to prepare for combat guidance. Trigger side mission, clean up the meeting room. A communicator certainly has a lot to do. In Lu Dong's livestream. No wonder my brother Dong is so impressive. In the entire civilian camp, who would dare talk to Xiong Tian like this? My brother Dong even plans to directly subdue this NPC. Honestly, if Xiong Tian sacrifices himself, will this hidden mission disappear? Hurry up and forget it, this broken mission only makes people feel stifled. What rewards does it even provide? Lu Iran, there are actually quite a few reward points associated with side missions. Mainly, you need to perform well in the camp to gain a certain status. The big shot is here. Quickly tell us about the differences in these tasks. Goddess, let's take a photo first, let's sit together with our seeds and benches, and we'll listen to you. Lu Iran, if you perform well, you can leave the squad to become a quartermaster, a clerk, a communicator, a sentinel, or a cook. Each can trigger different side missions, and if you do well, there will be rewards. Song Yanyan, that's right, my storyline was during a peace era. I joined the cook team, raised pigs, and earned a 3rd-class merit, opening the merit system. So the merit system is opened here. In the entire civilian camp, there are no more than 500 players who have opened the merit system. Song Yanyan, Lu Dong became a communicator, and the urgent matter is to quickly complete the side missions, taking advantage of the Woming military camp before it disappears to gather a lot of hatred points. Lu Iran, at this time, the hatred points between players are meaningless. The loss of failing a mission is something we cannot afford. The explanations from the 2 big shots enlightened many novice players. Just when all players thought Lu Dong would calm down for a while. The next second, the entire livestream was filled with question marks as Lu Dong did not move to do the side mission but left the company heading towards Zhao Wuqing's direction. In the 1st-class position. Shi Chun frowned. Why is the communicator coming close to his position at this time? This is the main entrance of the Woming military camp. Is it really necessary to directly enter the position just to pass a message from the squad leader? Zhao Wuqing gently switched off the safety on his Type 95 automatic rifle, setting it to burst mode, his left hand resting on the trigger. Lu Dong, this madman, actually came to settle scores with him at this moment. Zhao Wujian watched Lu Dong in confusion, unable to comprehend what he was planning. Lu Dong approached the position. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Shi Chun stood up, his left hand resting on the pocket of the military dagger, his right hand stopped moving, his pinky finger flicked open the holster of his pistol. Lu Dong, does the squad leader have any orders? Lu Dong did not answer, walking straight past Shi Chun towards Zhao Wuqing. Zhao Wuqing sneered, this was a death wish, daring to stir trouble now. Shi Chun shouted coldly, Lu Dong, what are you doing? The enemy is approaching, we can't fight among ourselves. Lu Dong waved his hand, saying, I'm going to show you all the correct defensive stance. Shi Chun was stunned. What kind of nonsense was that, old man? You little rookie, who taught you to talk like that? Shi Chun's face was full of anger. Lu Dong kept moving, interrupting Shi Chun, my squad leader in the rookie team is dead, don't ask, just know he's dead. Shi Chun was left speechless, he instinctively wanted to ask who Lu Dong's squad leader was, but Lu Dong's answer caught him off guard. Zhao Wuqing wanted to fire, but the system reminded him that the position didn't have firing authority. Seeing Lu Dong getting closer, Zhao Wuqing shouted angrily, you've got guts. Zhao Wuqing's voice echoed across the empty position, all the non-coms looked over with keen interest. The 2 rookies were having a disagreement on the first day, facing a great enemy, yet they were ready to bicker. Little sure, your rookie is not bad. Chun, don't stop them, they probably won't survive this battle anyway, let them settle their grudges first. Sure, Chun's face was dark with worry. If they actually fought, wouldn't Xiong Tian twist his head off? Zhao Wuqing roared, already prepared for battle. Lu Dong nodded, passing by Zhao Wuqing, saying, nice voice, when the enemy comes, shout like that, your voice must have penetration, I really want to take you back to guard my door. Zhao Wuqing's face turned red, how could he not be angry being called a dog? And, wasn't this guy's target himself? Zhao Wujiang frowned tightly, where was Lu Dong going at this moment, leaving the camp? In the sky above, Cui Ziyuan looked with interest at the entrance of the position, seeing Lu Dong leave the Wuming army camp, he exclaimed. Ha, can't take the pressure and ready to commit suicide, ha. Go ahead, my mark out in the wild will make you stand out even more. Cui Ziyuan adjusted the bright sun marker above the Wuming army camp, the red glow on Lu Dong was even more significant than the marker of the camp. Shi Chun stood up, looking at Lu Dong in disbelief, this guy actually left the camp. Chapter 35 Wuming Army Camp, he shouldn't be a reckless rookie. Shi Chun was stunned. A group of rookie players were stunned. Many people looked at Lu Dong's back, a hint of respect in their eyes. Gu Hua, hearing the radio signal, was stunned. Xiong Tian, who was looking at the battle map, was also stunned. Anyone with eyes could tell that Lu Dong intended to draw the enemy away himself. Zhao Wuqing was furious at being called a dog, just about to respond, when Zhao Wujiang grabbed him. Zhao Wujiang disliked players like Lu Dong, taking advantage of a little talent and playing against the rules. But he had to admit, Lu Dong's actions were very manly. One person, drawing away all the dangers, Zhao Wujiang would absolutely never do that. A desperate situation reveals a person's true nature, different ways of handling a dead end show the hierarchy among people. Zhao Wuqing lowered his voice, if he goes out, won't we be able to kill him? Zhao Wujiang narrowed his eyes, softly replying, in the future, it's better not to oppose Lu Dong, with just this attitude, if he survives, the Zhao family will be in trouble. Zhao Wuqing turned back angrily, looking at Zhao Wujiang with a face full of confusion. Zhao Wujiang acted like he saw nothing and said, remember, when I brought you into the Zhao family, prince, it was because they have the broadest vision for development. But now, the guild has provoked enemies they should never have touched. Zhao Wuqing was taken aback, Zhao Wujiang's words would be transmitted to the guild through the live stream. Was he preparing to turn against the guild? Zhao Wujiang continued, previously, Zhao Tong and Zhao Gang were killed by Lu Dong, yet when they returned to the guild's resurrection point, they were kicked out. Then, they were directly pulled from the safety zone and eliminated. Did you naively think that when we return, Zhao Yu would let us go? Crack. Zhao Yu, who was watching Zhao Wujiang's livestream, instantly crushed the teacup in his hand. Zhao Yu closed Zhao Wujiang's livestream and, without a hint of emotion, said, deliver my orders, Zhao Wujiang has defected from the Zhao family, prince. Issue a guild manhunt order. A reward of 1,000 hatred points for killing Zhao Wujiang. A reward of 10,000 hatred points for killing Lu Dong. As soon as the news was released, players from the civilian camp began to stir. 1,000 hatred points mean you can gain a special ability, a chance to transform from a crow to a phoenix. Not to mention 10,000 hatred points. In the Wuming military camp, Xiong Tian was spinning the pen in his hand. After a long time, he pressed the intercom and said, everyone in position, stay alert. Anyone who leaves the camp without permission will be executed. The officers and players all smiled wryly, how could anyone leave the camp under the blazing sun's effect? Could it be that Lu Dong had a special identity as a communicator? Zhao Wujiang frowned and murmured, is the title of Slayer of Deceptive Vanguard at play here? On the other side, Ku Hua softly said, that little brat just now said we still have a chance to hold our ground. Is it because he has a powerful protective treasure in that amazing ring of his? Although that little brat was reckless earlier, according to my analysis, he shouldn't just be a hothead. Xiong Tian was studying the map and said, in such a small room, he could use a grenade to push back the long-haired ghost and clear the cursed doll. His combat ability is definitely super strong. What astounds me even more is that he broke free from handcuffs in the kitchen by actually breaking his own thumb, maintaining a normal posture while talking to us. His determination makes me feel a bit inferior. Perhaps this kid can really create surprises for us. Gu Hua chuckled and then lowered his voice, to be honest, didn't you feel a bit moved just now? Xiong Tian laughed, kicked Gu Hua lightly in the backside, and said, you little brat, after entering the Spirit Soul military school under my command, don't you understand what I mean? If I can't kill that mysterious anomaly, I absolutely won't leave the front lines. Gu Hua nodded lightly and then twisted off his own arm, turning it into one of the short-statured Gu Hua clones. I'll follow him secretly. Xiong Tian nodded, furrowing his brow as he stared at the combat map. Outside the Wuming military camp, Lu Dong ignored the dazzling red light on his body, holding the guiding map of the talisman town, and moved quickly. Cui Ziyuan had said this was a minefield. Lu Dong's thought was straightforward: if a large number of anomalies attacked the Wuming military camp, he would definitely not be able to gain a lot of hatred points. Giving so many rewards to others would be simply wasteful. The best way to monopolize the rewards was to annihilate the enemy completely. As for distracting the enemy, Lu Dong didn't even consider it. About 10 minutes later, Lu Dong arrived at an open area crisscrossed with ditches. Looking around, yellow-green grass sprouts covered the ground. A glimmer of reconnaissance light flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. Good heavens, the seemingly flat and silent grassland was filled with dangers. There were wetlands and swamps. Various oddly shaped landmines were scattered everywhere. Lu Dong cautiously felt his way forward. The spatial coordinates system appeared in his eyes, and with the help of the reconnaissance eye, he made small adjustments to the layout of these landmines. Subtle angle changes could lead to greater lethality. With the help of the coordinate system, Lu Dong spent 10 minutes completing all the arrangements. Turning the ring of Nyohong, this was Lu Dong's greatest support for daring to come here. Before, he rushed into the game and didn't even have time to check the supplies in the ring. Mysterious spiderweb can forcibly bind the target for 30 seconds. The stickiness will give the target a feeling of happiness as if in their mother's womb. Chaotic trap, a trap used to catch beasts. Its effect doubles when used on the strange. Shattered yellow talisman, an ancient talisman that can produce unexpected effects when combined with the command urgent as the law. Mini nuclear bomb, a weapon that should never be used carelessly. It can easily destroy the terrain. Lu Dong did not hesitate and directly buried the mini nuclear bomb in the soil beneath him. Good things should be used. Start time, set to 20 minutes. Then, Lu Dong quickly flipped through his inventory. This Nyohang's ring had a full 40 pages, each densely packed with 9 by 9 squares. Smacking his lips, looking at enough weapons to equip a camp, Lu Dong couldn't help but feel sorry for Nyohang for 3 seconds. If he lost this treasure, wouldn't it break his heart? The best way to safeguard a treasure is to use it quickly. Saving has no meaning, only use has value. Lu Dong excitedly rubbed his hands together. He was even a bit eager for the upcoming war. Suddenly, Lu Dong saw a pale yellow book on the last page of the ring's inventory. Words follow the law. Broken item, 3 pages remaining. A strange book, with no recorded text, seems to be missing a certain trace. Perhaps writing on it will yield unexpected effects. Lu Dong frowned slightly. A writing draft? Wielding a pencil, Lu Dong wrote. Buzz. Even in uneven rhymes, conforming to recording rules, please explain the meaning, player. Lu Dong was puzzled and mischievously wrote. Recording successful, player gains the ability of this written text. Reciting these words at the time of attack will grant an additional effect, affecting players with lower mental strength than yourself. Additional effect, causes the target player to feel numb and ecstatic, silencing, immobilizing, and preventing the use of all items for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Lu Dong gulped hard. This was a divine tool. With 2 pages left, while the enemies hadn't come yet, Lu Dong quickly wrote. 8 Gates of Duanjia, the ultimate secret of physical techniques, Night Kai. Even in uneven rhymes, recording failed. Do you also want to dance? Earth-bursting stars. Even in uneven rhymes, recording failed. 3000 Worlds Lion Song. Even in uneven rhymes, recording failed, consuming 1 page. Lu Dong's earlier joy instantly vanished as a feeling of heartache hit him. It seemed he could only write poetry? A gentleman loves wealth, but it must be obtained through the right way. Even rhymes, conforming to recording rules, please explain the meaning, player. Lu Dong's lips curled up, slowly writing, a gentleman, seeing something he likes, as long as he can obtain it, that is reasonable. Recording successful, player gains the ability of this written text. Reciting these words at the time of attack will grant an additional effect, affecting players with lower mental strength than yourself. Additional effect, attacking will randomly take 1 item from the target's possession. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Lu Dong rubbed his hands together, excitedly looking into the distance. If only he could have more of this paper, how wonderful would it be? The strange army roared in, magnificent and imposing. Gu Hua hid in a corner, watching Lu Dong's expression, unable to help but fall into deep thought. Isn't this guy a bit insane? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, placing a page between his legs, looking at his groin, chuckling foolishly? If it weren't for the strange beings attacking, Gu Hua would have to check Lu Dong's temperature regardless. In the distance, hundreds of drenched strange beings crawled on the ground, moving towards Lu Dong's direction. A piercing red light shone above Lu Dong's head, illuminating the path for the strangeness. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. Strange information appeared in his mind. Drowned ghost, a strange entity that died in water in a past life, filled with anger from past grievances, attacks all living creatures, immune to fire attribute physical attacks. His face turned pale. Purple-black lips, drowned, moving at an eerie speed extremely fast. In just a moment, they crossed the minefield. The mines belonged to fire attribute attacks, and the drowned did not even trigger the mines. Lu Dong took out a mysterious web and shot out hundreds of them in one breath, binding all the eerie ones rushing in front. The bound Eries formed an arc-shaped line, blocking the Eries behind from moving forward. Lu Dong pinched the broken yellow talisman and shouted, "Hurry," as the law commands. A dark purple stream spread out towards the center of the field. Where the stream passed, the ground turned pitch black. The drowned Eries showed a hint of fear in their eyes. They wanted to leave but were bound by the web and could not move. The purple stream quickly swept across the drowned Eries in the field. Sizzle! Black water covered the ground, with no Erie left. You have eliminated 240 drowned Eries, gaining 240 prestige points. Lu Dong's mouth curved up. Indeed, single-handedly killing these Eries brought abundant rewards. In the next second, a whistling sound filled the air. Thin hemp ropes covered the field, and black dots fell from the sky. Lu Dong looked up. Hanged Erie, no intelligence, holding onto resentment, devouring all living things. Web plus broken yellow talisman, quickly clearing the Eries, brought Lu Dong another 240 prestige. The advance force of the Erie army has been marked. Players are advised to evacuate quickly. Evacuate? Lu Dong's mouth lifted. He would never run away in this life. Come on. Chapter 36, No Life Barracks, Intercontinental Missile. The first two waves of attack, other than being a bit disgusting, the Erie army didn't have much of a powerful move. Lu Dong didn't even break a sweat, relying on just a few items. He eliminated the Erie army's testing forces. Lu Dong looked at the densely packed items in the Nyohong Ring, pondering what to use against the upcoming attacks. At the same time, due to the change in the No Life Barracks storyline mission, a new hidden mission emerged for the Erie camp. Players from the Erie camp below level 10 can sign up to eliminate the enemy's front line, remaining time 47 hours 55 minutes. The suddenly appearing hidden mission made the Erie camp burst with joy. Erie camp missions have always been difficult and complex, making it hard to find other tasks apart from world quests. World quest missions are fraught with danger, causing many players in the Erie camp to regret their initial choices. Especially new players, who could not rely on large guilds, struggled to develop on their own. The sudden emergence of this hidden mission is undoubtedly a heavenly benefit. But upon realizing the name of the enemy's front line, No Life Barracks, many players in the Erie camp fell into deep thought. Many high-level players had suffered losses in this mission. That guy named Xiong Tian could control the entire No Life Barracks, forming a comprehensive, flawless defensive position. The key is, once the No Life Barracks is surrounded, it can move as a whole. You can't catch up at all. To break through this guy's defenses in 48 hours is almost impossible. Who could be Xiong Tian's opponent? Moreover, some players revealed Xiong Tian's basic attributes, and 500 plus strength made many players daunted. Many new players with backgrounds did not enter directly, they were still observing. Soon, someone spread the news. A spy from the Erie camp infiltrating the No Life Barracks had marked the location of the No Life Barracks with bright sunlight, locking them down for 48 hours with no movement. Rumor has it that Xiong Tian had used his ability before and couldn't use his superpower again for a while. Gossip said, Lu Dong, who had obtained the Nyohong Ring, was also in this mission instance. As soon as these messages broke, the entire Erie camp was in an uproar. Under the influence of the title Slayer of Eries, their mission rewards decreased by 20%. Killing Lu Dong would help them lift this crisis. Moreover, there's also the Nyohong Ring, which made many players envious. In an instant, new players in the Erie camp rushed into the attack mission continuously. Some advanced players, although unable to enter, can provide high-level equipment and items. The task of attacking the Wuming military camp has clearly turned into an encirclement of Lu Dong by the Weird Camp. With 3 weeks left until the camp war, if the Weird Camp can kill Lu Dong, it will surely eliminate the impact of reduced task rewards. In just 10 minutes, thousands of new players from the Weird Camp flooded into the task. At the same time, the civilian camp received news from the Weird Camp, and a large number of players surged into Lu Dong's livestream. The players in the civilian camp knew that Lu Dong must not die now. Once Lu Dong dies, the restrictions on all players from the Weird Camp will be lifted. Many new players entering Lu Dong's livestream were confused. Is this the Wuming military camp? The surroundings were desolate, an open space, can it be defended? The Wuming military camp doesn't have this map, right? The next second, a vast sea of weirdness came rushing toward Lu Dong. Are all the people from the Wuming military camp dead? Goodness, what is this? The nest of the weird? What is Lu Dong doing again? Through Lu Dong's live stream perspective, many viewers felt as if they couldn't breathe. In ordinary task dungeons, seeing 1 or 2 weird creatures would scare them. But seeing thousands of weird creatures, how can one not be shocked? In contrast, where was Lu Dong showing any fear? He strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back, then took out an apple from his pocket and chewed it loudly. After all, a man who has been to the kitchen brigade wouldn't come back empty-handed. Facing countless weird creatures, Lu Dong chewed on the apple and said, I used to dislike those poor, pretentious poets, always thinking they wrote exaggerated poems because they had never seen the big scene. But now it seems that you have to experience it to truly understand the essence of those poems. The strong wind rises and the clouds fly. Strength reigns across the sea, returning home in triumph. Where can we find brave men to guard all directions? Lu Dong whimpered this poem, and the apple he was chewing fell to the ground. Time to fight. 60 meters ahead, a black mass loomed. The pitch-black weirdness moved with heavy steps, advancing step by step. Headless corpses dragged burning bottles, spilling forth a sea of fire. The sound of mines detonating echoed repeatedly, but against the tide of weirdness, it was ineffective. Perhaps Xiong Tian and Gu Hua had thought of luring the enemy here, and the minefield they set up could eliminate hundreds of weird creatures, but the mine's lethality was ultimately limited against the tide. Moans of the weird echoed endlessly. The air temperature dropped a few degrees. All the weird creatures surprisingly halted at a distance of 50 meters from Lu Dong. The next second, the weird army scattered, creating a clear path. Lu Dong frowned slightly. For these soulless weird creatures to obey commands, there must be a high-level existence within this army. Suddenly, Lu Dong's eyes moved, and several attack lines shot out from the opening in the weird army. Without hesitation, Lu Dong took out 6 iron plates from the oxhorn ring, surrounding himself from all sides. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound rang out, startling Lu Dong. The recent attacks, without relying on his agility, were impossible to dodge. Players from the weird camp arrived too? From the weird passage, hundreds of players rushed out, each holding different kinds of weapons. Rifles and cannons were all present. A volley suppressed Lu Dong, making it impossible for him to counterattack. Relying on the turtle-like iron plate defense, Lu Dong was pushed back step by step. In the distance, Gu Hua frowned slightly, hesitating on whether to rescue Lu Dong. With so many weird creatures, even if he used his abilities, escaping wouldn't be certain. No more delays. Just as Gu Hua prepared to take Lu Dong away, Lu Dong grinned and said, Do you think I'm really foolish enough to let you hit me? Whoosh! A whistling sound came from the sky, and a 10-meter-long intercontinental missile smashed down. The shockwave radiated outwards from the center of the weirdness, instantly spreading in all directions. In a radius of 50 meters, everything was instantly flattened. Lu Dong stood still behind the iron plate defense, not moving at all. The strange players who rushed in were instantly turned to ashes. A huge circular gap appeared at the front line of the strange army. Not far away, Gu Hua, who had been knocked back by the shockwave and got a mouthful of mud, looked back blankly at the lightning field. If it weren't for his speed being fast enough, he might have perished here. Where did Lu Dong get an intercontinental missile? This is a rare item that only level 20 players can get. Lu Dong hid inside the iron plate, his eyes shining brightly. Indeed, it was an impressive stock. With a 5-minute summoning time, the destructive power of this intercontinental missile was extraordinary. You killed 300 players of the strange camp, gaining 3,000 hatred points. You killed 2,000 strange beings, gaining 2,000 prestige points. You achieved a level-up kill, gaining 20,000 experience points. The strange army noticeably paused for a moment. The next second, the dense army quickly expanded forward, filling in the gaps. The big pit created by the intercontinental missile was dodged by the strange beings. Among the strange army, Niu Hong angrily smashed his fist on his gun. Just as he had expected, the last time when Lu Dong killed him in the civilian camp, he gained control of the ring. If it weren't for the resurrection treasure, he might have really died in the strange world this time. Niu Hong's eyes bled with fury. What he couldn't obtain, others shouldn't be able to either. His ring must be destroyed. Niu Hong disguised himself as a strange being and followed the army but then frowned. In the center of the army, a familiar figure stood on the watchtower. Tong Kuei. How did that old guy get into this mission? Isn't this a hidden task for beginners? Niu Hong bit his lower lip tightly. He mustn't let this guy discover him, otherwise, who knows what he might do. Then, the corner of Niu Hong's mouth lifted. He wasn't in a hurry to destroy his ring, waiting for Tong Kuei and Lu Dong to weaken each other so he could benefit from their struggle. Turning around, Niu Hong walked against the strange army towards the outside. Let them fight it out themselves. Niu Hong couldn't wish for anything more than for both Lu Dong and Tong Kuei to die. Behind Tong Kuei, a melodious voice floated over. Tong Camp Leader, is this your plan? To let the players you brought bear the bombardment of the intercontinental missile? Tong Kuei's forehead was sweating. The woman behind him possessed the strength to kill him in an instant. He initially thought it was an ordinary hidden task, little did he know it would provoke such a level of existence. Tong Kuei lowered his voice. Rest assured, Captain Lang, I will quickly deal with this little brat. Put. The woman chuckled lightly, her slender finger gently resting on Tong Kuei's shoulder. Captain Lang, it's the first time someone has called me that. Do you think small waves can match my waves? Tong Kuei held his breath, striving to keep his sanity stable. Once he lost control, he would be instantly dominated by this woman. The captain of the Heavenly Punishment Army's 407th Regiment, Lang Meixiang, was a notorious ruthless NPC in the strange camp. It was rumored that men who had seen Lang Meixiang in missions never survived. Tong Kuei lowered his voice. "Rest assured, my lord, I will personally take care of this little brat." Lang Meixiang chuckled lightly. "That's fine, I will accompany you." Tong Kuei felt a chill behind him. He was initially thinking of killing Lu Dong and escaping amidst the chaos. But he never expected Lang Meixiang wouldn't give him that chance at all. He could only look for another opportunity. The strange army advanced, and the sounds of guns and explosions erupted again. Lu Dong was pressed within the iron plate, unable to raise his head at all. The next second, Lu Dong's eyes violently shook as two curved trajectories came straight for him. He couldn't dodge. Bang! Tong Kuei's strike instantly shattered Lu Dong's iron plate defense. Puff! A huge number popped up above Lu Dong's head, -900. If he hadn't refilled his health in the No-Soul army camp, this strike would have been enough to kill him instantly. Lu Dong's eyes shifted. Tong Kuei. Level, LV 50. Strength, 580. Agility, 590. Mental power, 70. Good heavens, the leader of this heavenly punishment area has base attributes higher than an NPC. How did he get into this new hidden task? A change in the plot task? Behind Tong Kuei was a stunning woman. Although her face was covered by a white veil, Lu Dong, who has recognized women by their fragrance for years, could tell she was at least on the same level as Sister Mi. Narrowing his eyes, he saw Lang Meixiang, commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army's 407th Regiment. Level, LV 10. Strength, 650. Agility, 500. Mental power, 90. Lu Dong took a deep breath. He knew clearly that he was no match for either of these two. He had to run. Mystical spider web. Without hesitation, Lu Dong took the initiative to control these two guys and hurried to escape. He glanced around at the iron plates, feeling sorry. Obviously, this treasure was unusable. In Niu Heng's ring, there were plenty of attacking weapons, but truly few defensive treasures. This was clearly a set of defensive equipment, directly damaged by Tong Kuei, and Lu Dong was not going to take this loss. Turning his pencil, Lu Dong said seriously, "A gentleman loves wealth, he acquires it through rightful means." -1. No defense broken, forced health deduction. Mental power exceeds target, triggering success. You have obtained Tong Kuei's underpants. Lu Dong's face fell. Can I curse? In the next second, Lang Meixiang suddenly broke free from the binding spider web. With a graceful hand raised, the fragrance of plum blossoms filled the air. "Hey, handsome, why would you set a trap when we just met?" Chapter 37, Unnamed Military Camp, One-Person Counterattack? Screw your traps. The more beautiful the woman, the more trouble behind her. This is the conclusion Lu Dong has drawn from reading thousands of novels, regardless of how smart or not, no matter the size of their mountains on their chests. As long as it's a woman, it always comes with trouble. Moreover, there are some average women who often say, "Why are you so confident when you're so ugly?" Lu Dong likes beautiful women but hates trouble. A compromise would be to admire from a distance but not to play around with them. That would be the best state. Another spider web shot out. Lang Meixiang is bound by the same item, gaining resistance, control time reduced by half. Wow, so quickly gaining resistance? Fortunately, I have a secret weapon. Turning around and stomping the ground, Lu Dong activated the mini nuke he had buried earlier. With a face full of unwillingness, Lu Dong hurriedly ran backward, suppressing the howl of a wounded wolf in his heart. He had to find a place to unleash his dual combat technique, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Tong Kuei was bound. At this moment, he felt a chill beneath him, watching Lu Dong escape helplessly. It seemed that he was missing something, but he couldn't take the time to check. What made Tong Kuei curious was what Lu Dong had just done to Lang Meixiang that made the Lang regiment make such a sound. It seemed he poked with a pencil? What kind of weapon was that? How could it have such an effect? Tong Kuei, having had countless women, had never heard a sound like this before. Lang Meixiang knelt on the ground. The bizarre army that had bound her lost control and scattered aimlessly around. Many bizarre beings surrounded Lang Meixiang, greedily enjoying her enchanting scent. Tong Kuei frowned tightly. From what he knew about Lu Dong, without full preparation, he would never take risks easily. This wasn't a person to be trifled with. After damaging his own defense plates, could Lu Dong really bear to leave so humbly? A sense of foreboding rose up in his heart. The next second, a shockwave erupted from the ground. A violent roar shot into the sky. Light waves rose like pillars, soaring upward, and a massive mushroom cloud suddenly erupted. 1 second? 1 minute? 15 minutes? At this moment, the air fell into absolute silence. Time seemed to have stopped. In the arena, the only ones reacting were Tong Kuei and Lang Meixiang. Both took out their life-saving items and instantly teleported. Their reaction speed was fast, but they were still affected by the nuclear radiation. Puff! Back at the forefront of the bizarre army, both were now left with less than 100 health points. Under the influence of nuclear radiation, the two were rapidly losing health. They couldn't leave the camp, at least, they couldn't leave until the negative effects of the nuclear radiation wore off. Once they couldn't recover health, they would instantly face death. Lang Meixiang radiated killing intent, her eyes locked onto Tong Kuei, suddenly swinging out a sharp line. Tong Kuei stared blankly at Lang Meixiang, then quickly sidestepped to evade. With his basic attributes, he didn't fear the waves of Plum Blossom. With a punch, Tong Kuei blocked waves of Plum Blossom's attack and moved sideways. Taking the chance, he aimed to eliminate waves of Plum Blossom, maybe he could get some good gear. Whoosh! Waves of Plum Blossom disappeared from the battlefield. Tong Kuei struck the ground in anger. If Lu Dong's restrictions on him hadn't been lifted, he could have definitely taken out waves of Plum Blossom. Damn waves of Plum Blossom, who would have thought she had teleportation abilities? Tong Kuei's face darkened as he quickly took out supplies to restore health. In this strange battleground, no one knew where the enemy would show up next. In Lu Dong's live stream room, things were boiling over. Is that the terrifying NPC from the strange camp, Waves of Plum Blossom? What the heck? I'm rubbing my titanium alloy dog eyes. You guys are not mistaken, Brother Dong really poked Waves of Plum Blossom with a pencil. That sound. That sound. Does anyone have a recording? Join the group and press 1, I'll share the audio file for 5 points of hatred value. 11111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111Dong's ruthlessness, players were more impressed by his pencil. As long as Brother's pencil is good, even top-tier NPCs will scream. In Lu Dong's live stream room, players came and went in a flash. XDM, I'm in. Brothers, I've made it. Can someone make a face-swapping software? I want to change the audio background of my action movie. In the Thunderfield, Gu Hua appeared again at the swamp's edge, his mouth full of mud. Just now, the breath of Waves of Plum Blossom made him feel terrified. She was a powerful presence from the strange camp. Even Bear Tian would not dare to face this guy head-on. Gu Hua rushed in to protect Lu Dong without hesitation. The next second, he was greeted by a nuclear explosion. If it weren't for the Seoul Regulation Military School giving each graduate a protective capsule, even if the nuclear bomb didn't kill Gu Hua, the radiation would wipe him out. At that moment, Gu Hua, who narrowly escaped death, suddenly felt a rush of tears. Bear Company Commander, what kind of mess are you making me protect? Who uses intercontinental missiles and nuclear bombs? The roar of the earth made the position of the demonless army tremble. After an hour of being on standby, the demonless army soldiers couldn't even see a shadow of the strange. The ground-shaking sensation made everyone look towards the direction of the disturbance. The next second, the shockwave instantly engulfed everyone. Even Chui Ziyuan, who was enjoying the sunny sky, showed signs of fading. Nuclear bomb. The most terrifying weapon in war was actually used casually on the battlefield. Bear Tian's face darkened. Although this battlefield was a conflict area for both camps, using a nuclear bomb was against the agreement made by the NPCs of both camps. In the past, it was always the strange camp that broke agreements. Their civilians valued the spirit of contracts heavily. Who used such a weapon? It can't be that little brat Lu Dong. Bear Tian felt a headache coming on. Before long, Gu Hua, covered in mud, returned. Bear Tian frowned and asked, did that guy use a nuclear bomb to take out the enemy? Gu Hua sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Take out together? You underestimate Lu Dong. He's the kind of guy who first uses intercontinental missiles to disrupt the enemy's formation, then recklessly unleashes a nuclear bomb to heavily injure Waves of Plum Blossom. Right now, our Dong Ji is driving a tank, attacking the strange army. Bear Tian looked confused, like a black man with a question mark on his face. One man, counteroffensive? Gu Hua rolled his eyes and said, that kid has 100 eyes, he uses treasures from his pockets like it's flowing water, those rare intercontinental missiles and mini-nuclear bombs don't even faze him. Bear Tian strode out of the office, looking at Chui Ziyuan in the air, and coldly declared, Chui Ziyuan, let me out. Chui Ziyuan was also startled by the previous disturbance. Now, looking at Bear Tian's furious expression, he sneered. Let you out? You just wait to die here. Bear Tian snorted coldly, listen to me, letting me out is good for your strange camp. I must stop Lu Dong in time, otherwise your Tianqian army's frontline will be destroyed. Chui Ziyuan laughed mockingly, oh, my old squad leader, when did you start worrying about the Yuri faction? I just enjoy seeing you look unhappy, the angrier you get, the happier I will be. Xiong Tian exclaimed angrily, Chui Ziyuan, I've fought beside you for many years among the piles of dead bodies, I'm telling you, the situation is very urgent. If you keep dragging this out, the whole Tianqian army will be finished. Chui Ziyuan swayed in the sunlight. You can't stand me? Why don't you try to take me down? Even if you break the sky today, you still can't leave this place. Xiong Tian, with a face full of anger, returned to the office, and many players wondered why it sounded like Lu Dong was attacking the Eerie faction's base. Isn't that a good thing? Why is Xiong Tian so furious? In the office of the company, Xiong Tian looked serious. Lang Meixiang is seriously injured. She will surely lose control over the Eerie faction. Once Lu Dong breaks the defense line, those Eerie beings will scatter. Gu Hua was taken aback and asked, "Isn't that better? Wouldn't it be easier to deal with scattered Eerie beings?" Xiong Tian slammed the table. "Have you forgotten what the source of the Eerie is? They are those people who are unjust to death. Not all Eerie beings are our enemies. Many are actually kind, unwilling to fight, and just want to fulfill their unfinished wishes before dying. The Eerie faction has spent years trying to convert these kinds of Eerie beings. While some have been persuaded, most of them still hold love for this world. Like our fallen comrades." Gu Hua suddenly realized, if the Eerie faction's frontline loses control, those Eerie beings will surely head to the civilian camp to seek their origins. Given the current situation of the civilian camp, they would never spare those Eerie beings. Years of war have filled the living with fear of the Eerie. If the honorable martyrs and kind Eerie beings are harmed by the civilian camp, their anger will erase their reason. At that time, the entire Eerie faction's strength will see a tremendous increase. Gu Hua hurriedly left, shouting, "I will stop Lu Dong." Chui Ziyuan angrily watched Gu Hua's back and then froze. "Wait. Gu Hua has the ability to split, so he can leave the Wuming military camp. But what gives Lu Dong the right to leave the sunlight? Unless he has a high-level title." Chui Ziyuan's brows tightened. He recalled Xiong Tian's series of strange behaviors and the wails that recently came from the Eerie faction. Chui Ziyuan deduced a result that he couldn't believe. Lu Dong is the pioneer who killed the jealousy Eerie. Only this reason could make Xiong Tian alter all combat plans. Chui Ziyuan hurriedly sent signals through the sunlight. He did not know that outside the entire Wuming military camp, there were no Eerie beings left. All the Eerie beings are retreating in a frenzy. In Lu Dong's livestream, many top players were at a loss for words. Is this what they call using a nuclear bomb to catch a bird? In a novice dungeon, is it necessary to waste such a level of weapon? If only we could use this for our guild, we might have completed the exploration task. In the safe zone, Wang Bo sat by the campfire, feeling sore and exhausted from the battles of the exploration task. Taking a break, Wang Bo softly said, "Let's see what that kid Lu Dong is up to." Chao Shangfei's eyes nearly popped out, unable to believe, that kid is charging. Bullshit, the Wuming military camp is just a defensive type of mission. How could he possibly charge? Wang Bo rubbed her neck and then looked at Lu Dong's livestream, and instantly turned to stone. All the players of the Gaud Bao guild fell into collective silence, petrified. Lu Dong on top of the tank faced the Eeris who were fleeing rapidly, countless high-level weapons firing all around. Lu Dong sat at the center, waving and singing loudly, "In your heart, freely soaring." Chapter 38, The Lifeless Military Camp, Preparing for the Siege. In a strange camp, many new players who had been resurrected with treasures, seeing the reminder of mission failure, couldn't help but feel anger rise within them. Immediately, they began verbally attacking the civilian camp in the World Channel. In the past, this public channel brawl happened every day without stopping. On ordinary days, players from both camps would exchange greetings about each other's families. But today was different. The strange camp accused Lu Dong of lacking martial virtue, using a level 30 advanced player's item, a miniature nuclear bomb, in the mission. This not only disrupted the balance of the mission but also violated the agreement between both camps. Reasonable claims guided many naive players from the civilian camp to start attacking Lu Dong. Especially the civilian players who had been killed by Lu Dong, now also turned their anger towards him. Ultimately, it was Lu Dong who revealed the abundant treasures in the Bull's Ring during the live broadcast, making others envious. Many players in the World Channel shouted for the Go de Bao Guild to give everyone an explanation. However, the civilian camp, which had previously suffered a big loss, remained silent, not saying a word despite being part of the encirclement against the Go de Bao Guild's 18 guilds. Clearly, it was the Bull who first broke the game rules using a human nuclear bomb. But they didn't speak out. After all, they also suffered heavy losses at Lu Dong's hands. Go de Bao Guild. Bai Lixian pinched his fingers, frowning as he said, "Not good. If we don't guide public opinion in time, Lu Dong will face more and more trouble with world missions." Chao Shangfei and others understood, the higher the player level, the more teamwork was needed for world missions. Some special tasks even required cooperation between the strange camp and the civilian camp. For example, the hidden boss at Wanping Hospital, Lu Yan, if it appeared in the mission instance, the mission system setup required both sides to work together to slay it. Although the endpoints of the camp missions were different, the same enemy might lead both sides to cooperate temporarily. If public opinion continued to develop unchecked, Lu Dong's reputation would be ruined, making his future development extremely difficult. Bai Lixian whispered, we need to guide public opinion correctly now. No time, Zhang Yuan Yidianhong. Wang Bo lay in the middle of the camp, feet crossed, playing mahjong on his phone, casually saying, if that kid can cause trouble, he should figure out how to deal with the aftermath. Isn't he capable of blowing up the strange with a tank? Us stepping in would just be unnecessary. Shuimin hummed a little tune from Lu Dong's livestream, In Your Heart, Freely Soaring. Zhao Shangfei interrupted irritably, you're still singing, Lu Dong may not be able to come back soon. If public opinion continues to develop, how will that kid level up later? Taking a sip of his drink, Shuimin chuckled, may Buddha be merciful, can that kid level up? Some people being level 1 forever is a good thing. Zhao Shangfei and Bai Lixian froze for a moment, realizing it seemed true, as long as the level 1 curse wasn't lifted, Lu Dong couldn't possibly level up. A level 1 player creating such a big stir, although it would attract a lot of attention, as long as Lu Dong didn't level up, he wouldn't pose a threat. But Zhao Shangfei was worried too early. Bai Lixian frowned slightly, no, the fate of other players in the guild was dangerous because leveling up faced greater risks. Why couldn't Lu Dong level up? The danger he faced must be even greater than that faced by everyone else. Bai Lixian rubbed his forehead, saying, not good, I just calculated the development trend of this hidden instance, and it seems it will affect our external world. Wang Bo turned to Lei on his side, saying leisurely, the fun of mahjong lies in never knowing what the next card will be, no matter if it's a good card or a bad one, drawing the card gives you a chance. If you peeked at the next card, it might help one hand, but what about the next one and the one after that? By Taoist, don't let your ability limit your thinking, 30,000. Bai Lixian shuddered all over, as if he had received a pardon, breaking out in a cold sweat all over his back. Perhaps he had grown used to controlling everything over the past 2 years, facing the uneasy crisis at this moment, he was actually a bit at a loss. Huang Xingyan gently laughed while watering the flowers, Wu Jun flipped through the recipe, and Shuimin continued drinking. Bai Lixian trembled slightly, perhaps this was what life should look like. Everyone has their own choices, too much interference can have a positive effect. Bai Lixian's frown relaxed, and his heart opened up, he seemed to have an epiphany. In the next second, a white light rippled out from Bai Lixian's body. A faint wave of light enveloped everyone present. Zhao Shangfei smiled and said, great, you finally reached level 50's realm. What power have you mastered? Is it prediction? Bai Lixian's lips curled up as he softly replied, not bad, it's a decent attack ability. Boji, we can actually get past that guardian boss. Wei Jun put down the recipe in astonishment and said, don't be ridiculous. Yesterday, with Lianyan the Exorcist's support, we barely took down a quarter of that boss's health, almost leading to a team wipe. That exploration task's boss has 100,000 health. Didn't Boji say that even if her life-risking skills cooldown was done, she might not even be a match for that boss? Moreover, we still don't know what special skills that boss has. Bai Lixian's smile widened as he said, do you want to give my realm ability a try? Wei Jun laughed coldly and swung a fist, saying, if you're itching for a fight, just say so. The others raised their heads with interest, somewhat curious about Bai Lixian's realm ability. When players reach level 50, after meeting task conditions and their own understanding, they can awaken a special realm ability. Mastering a realm ability differentiates the strength of players. Many players get stuck here, if they can't comprehend a realm ability, they cannot continue leveling up. At level 50, grasping a realm ability is a hurdle for top players. In the next moment, the white light of the Guild of Gaod Bao shone brightly. Layers of words echoed in the scene. Bai Lixian spoke softly, a life for a life, desperation skill. In the next second, both Wang Bo and Bai Lixian's health simultaneously dropped to 0, leaving only 1 point. Wang Bo's breath froze, good heavens, this was simply a weapon for murder and robbery. Forcing health to 1 point means that no matter how high the defense, the next attack that lands will force a death. This was simply a shocking skill for defeating the boss. Wang Bo fleetingly waved white light to restore both of their health bars. Wei Jun, pale-faced, hadn't reacted yet, that moment was too terrifying. He was almost killed instantly by Bai Lixian. Bai Lixian was very satisfied with the result, lighting a cigarette and smiling, I need to go change my hairstyle. Wang Bo coldly questioned, Bai Daoran, what's the cooldown on that skill? Bai Lixian scratched his head awkwardly and said, a week's time. Everyone was speechless, this guy, just to show off his skill, had pushed back the guild exploration task's progress by a whole week. Knowing they could tackle the difficult boss, everyone relaxed and went about their own business. Wang Bo said while playing mahjong, in the area where the exploration task progress is at 30%, there's said to be a purification reward. I'll take Lu Dong there to see if we can lift his curse. In the task dungeon. Lu Dong, at the front line against the weird army, sat in a tank, continuously sneezing. Damn it, who's cursing me behind my back a sneeze? Lu Dong moved suddenly, hitting the launcher, and 3 tracking missiles suddenly exploded against the walls of the weird army. Bang! -3,000. -3,000. -3,000. Gotham City Gate, 291000/300000. On the 20-meter-high wall, 3 large characters stood out. Gotham Bro. You attacked the Gotham City Gate. Lu Dong glanced at the system prompt. It turned out the name was read from right to left. He thought that Lang Meixian had a crush on Brother, hence naming his base this way. The endlessly far-casting fortifications on both sides stretched beyond Lu Dong's imagination. Lu Dong knew Lang Meixian and Tong Kuei had been heavily wounded by him. Logically speaking, there should have been no strong opponents left in the city right now. Otherwise, after he had been yelling here for so long, why was there not a single response? Carrying a bamboo pole he had found on the side of the road. On the pole hung Dong Kuei's tea-back underwear, and Lu Dong had a helpless expression on his face. A gentleman loves wealth, takes it through proper means, but he was left with this useless item to touch. Who would have thought that Dong Kuei, a dignified level 50 player, would actually use such beach gear? No matter how loudly Lu Dong shouted, there was no response from the city wall of Gotham. Lu Dong was speechless. All these weapons he had were useless. Such a pity. The vast city wall stood like a deserted city, with no one and no abnormalities. The previously retreating army of anomalies shrank back into the city, and there was no sound. Lu Dong curiously observed his surroundings. Besides the city wall, there was nothing else. Lifeless. Lu Dong glanced at his stats. Wow, a tiny nuclear bomb earlier had brought him so much experience, prestige, and hatred value. Level, LV1, 413100/100. Strength, 110, Health 1100. Agility, 100. Mental Strength, 102. Prestige, 32,500. Hatred value, 13020. Weapon, Ruined Pencil, ignores defense, inflicts 5 damage per second, upgrade death experience, 16 out of 100, Lui Yan's Life Hammer, Dong Kuei Sickle, sealed. Ability, upgrade not unlocked, ignores level to enhance basic attributes, reconnaissance ability, mathematical quantization manifestation ability. Title, Anomaly Slayer Vanguard, Burn the Boats, Destruction Butcher, Hatred value doubles, invalid in the Untitled Military Camp Dungeon. At this moment, Lu Dong looked towards Gotham, his eyes shining brightly. Forget it. Attack the city. Only 300,000 health. This is a living target just waiting here, won't breaking it bring rewards? Lu Dong stood on the tank and shouted, Anomalies inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons, if you resist, I will attack the city. Seeing the silent response, Lu Dong directly began to pull out a dense array of weapons from Niu Heng's ring. Lu Dong's livestream. This is the urban area of the anomaly camp? Damn, this is the first time seeing it. Is Brother Dong starting the attack on the city now? What the hell, what is the anomaly camp doing? Why aren't they fighting back? Are we saying that Lu Dong won't really take down Gotham by himself? I don't know why, but I feel like it's very possible. The top guild of the civilian camp fell silent at this moment. No wonder anomaly camp players were cursing Lu Dong in the World Channel. This guy has already begun the city attack. The original Untitled Military Camp task was just an ordinary hidden guidance quest, guarding the camp, completing side quests, and earning some hatred value. Because of Lu Dong, Xiong Tian found the anomaly dish probe, making Cui Ziyuan use the sunny day to bind the camp, causing the anomaly army to change their target and start encircling the camp. Yet, Lu Dong, using the Slayer Vanguard title, ignored Sunny Day's binding and left the Untitled Military Camp. Cui Ziyuan, that fool, focused the mark on Lu Dong. Lu Dong, with a nuclear bomb, directly injured the Punishment Legion leader and shattered the attacking desire of thousands of anomalies. Lang Meixian's retreat let the anomalies lose their backbone for counterattacking. Under Lu Dong's endless items, the anomaly army retreated step by step. The frontline urban area of the anomaly camp that civilian camp shouldn't have discovered, Gotham, was revealed for the first time. All these coincidences seemed ordinary. But if any link had gone wrong, this miracle couldn't have been completed. Yet, Lu Dong made it happen. In Gotham, Lang Meixian frowned, gazing at the city wall. Since she was in a nuclear radiation state, she didn't dare to leave the recovery area at all. Moreover, there was Dong Kuei, a player whose strength was not inferior to hers, also quite tricky. Gotham was a city of jealousy anomalies. Without the coordination of jealous anomalies, many city wall facilities were in a sealed state. At this moment, Lang Meixian couldn't reach the city wall and couldn't grant access to the players of the anomaly camp. The NPCs of the anomaly camp also couldn't get to the city wall. Lang Meixian's head was spinning. That madman outside wouldn't really attack the city, would he? In Gotham City, at the frontline recovery station, Tong Kuei held 2 cleavers, his cold gaze fixed on the corner ahead. Come out. Niu Hong, wielding a long sword, slowly emerged from the shadows and said softly. I never expected that the top player in the heavenly punishment zone would fall to this fate one day. Tong Kuei, suffering from nuclear radiation's negative status, saw the -1000 health drop constantly flashing above his head. If it weren't for the recovery station's continuous healing, he would have been dead by now. With the two cleavers positioned before and behind him, he protected his vulnerable spots. Tong Kuei coldly responded, "I never thought that in such a strange camp, the first to encounter players from the ruins would be you." Niu Hong chuckled, licking his long sword. "After all, you have never seen me as a person, Tong Kuei. How about I kill you and level up?" Tong Kuei let out a disdainful laugh. Even though he was in a negative state, he was still a peak level 50 player. How could Niu Hong, a player at level 20, possibly hurt him? Tong Kuei stepped back half a step, kneeling forward, ready for battle. In the next moment, Niu Hong smiled and released a holographic projection. In the image, Lu Dong, sitting atop a tank, was waving a bamboo pole high, with Tong Kuei's thong dangling from it. As a strong player, Tong Kuei had a secret obsession with thongs. This was a hidden secret for many years. Suddenly being exposed like this filled Tong Kuei with shame, as if he were running in the emperor's new clothes under the watchful eyes of everyone. His breath quickened, leading to intense fury. He wanted to kill Lu Dong. Sizzle! A harsh sound came from behind him. Niu Hong, who should have been in front of Tong Kuei, suddenly appeared behind him. Mirror spin. Niu Hong watched Tong Kuei's body slide down, his expression serious as he closed the disposable item in his hand. This was the treasure he exchanged for 150,000 evil points. It allowed him to instantly teleport behind his target. If Tong Kuei had been focused, he would have never let it succeed. But in his extreme rage, Tong Kuei didn't notice Niu Hong's little trick at all. The boss of the Heavenly Punishment Zone met a tragic end at Niu Hong's hands. Niu Hong frowned slightly. Tong Kuei's body instantly turned into shimmering light beads. What a pity, without any kinds of binding items, he couldn't kill Tong Kuei in one go. Putting down the jade pendant, Niu Hong mumbled, "I didn't expect I wouldn't even need my life-saving items to kill Tong Kuei." During this mission, Niu Hong spent 300,000 evil points to buy two things. One was the mirror spin, the other was the revenge jade. The revenge jade allowed a player, when near death, to lock onto a revenge target. Both parties became physically immune for a short time, and the damage exchanged became mental damage. If one side's mental strength collapsed, then the surviving side would be invincible for 10 minutes. Niu Hong achieved his goal, killing a level 50 player beyond his level. With Tong Kuei gone, he was now the strongest player in this mission. After all, the players of the strange camp entering the task were mostly below level 10. Niu Hong picked up the two cleavers on the ground, his cold gaze directed toward the city gates of Gotham. Next, it's time to settle the score. Lu Dong. Prepare to die. The chilling alarm echoed throughout Gotham City. Tremors of unease swept among the crowd of strange beings, who gathered behind the city gates, constantly peering outside. The towering city gate blocked the curious eyes of the many. Numerous high-ranking NPCs from the strange camp appeared outside the recovery station of Lang Meixiang, continuously reporting new updates. "Captain, the enemy has officially started their siege. That guy somehow got 2 siege machines." "Captain, the city gate's health has decreased by 1/20th. At this rate, the gate will be breached in about 30 minutes. "Captain, why don't we go out of the city to meet the enemy?" "Captain, Gotham City's dignity must not be trampled." "Everyone shut up!" Lang Meixiang roared. Silence filled the air, with not a single sound to be heard. Wang Meixiang said angrily, "I can't get out now, the doors of Gotham are restricted by the jealousy enigma. I only have permission to enter and exit, but I can't activate the defense measures." The strange NPCs exchanged glances. They had heard about the previous battle. Wang Meixiang seemed to be afflicted by a negative state due to nuclear radiation, and if she left the recovery area, she would surely die. But if the city gates remained closed, would they just watch helplessly as Gotham was breached? Isn't it shameful to be strange? If this news got out, wouldn't the face of the jealousy enigma be completely lost? To begin with, the jealousy enigma had been killed and was once again caught in a cycle of revival. Their faces were already lacking in glory. Who could have imagined that the first revived strange being would end up being a joke? At this moment, if Gotham were breached, who knows how the strange world would look at them? In the Seoul recruitment next year, they would certainly not get a good opportunity. "Commander Wan, think of a way quickly." Wan Jianzhong lay in a puddle of concrete, his expression unclear. He said coldly, "This is all up to the captain, you handle it yourselves." After saying this, Wan Jianzhong vanished into a corner, leaving behind a pool of dried concrete. Wang Meixiang's voice came from inside the room. "In 20 minutes, I can forcefully activate my domain ability to grant players access to enter Gotham's walls. This is my limit. You gather the players from the strange faction and prepare them for attack. I want to remind you all of one thing: if the health of Gotham's doors falls below 20%, it will release a buff that equalizes all beings. For 15 minutes, everyone on the walls will have the same basic attributes. You several leaders had better not overstep and climb onto the city gate. If you get killed, don't say I didn't warn you." Wang Meishan lay sideways on her couch, crossing her legs, brows tightly knitted. At the peak of the jealousy enigma, they were full of bravado, standing proudly on the front line. To prevent high-level characters from easily breaking through, the buff of equal being was left on Gotham. Perhaps he never imagined that the backup he left would become a tool to counter the strange. Recalling the players from the civilian faction today, Wang Meishan slightly curled her lips. What a moment of bursting joy, what a true comfort it was. Closing her eyes, Wang Meishan savored the pleasure she had never experienced before. As for the chaos outside the room, she no longer cared. After all, there were strange beings taking advantage of her weakening power with ill intentions. If they wanted to seek death, she didn't need to stop them. The high-level NPCs outside exchanged glances, each seeing the ambition in the other's eyes. They had been bound by Wang Meishan for too long, to the point where they had forgotten how to command the world in their prime. As strange beings, if they couldn't do as they wished, wouldn't it be too boring? Wang Meishan's mention of the equal being buff was dismissed by everyone. The strange beings dispersed, starting to rally their own forces. At the same time, the strange faction was in shock. The NPCs, who usually ignored the players, surprisingly started issuing various hidden tasks one after another. Joining different factions and going out to kill enemies would lead to amazing rewards. Many strange players felt excitement, they hadn't had such an opportunity in a long time. Behind the doors of Gotham, over 10,000 players gathered within 10 minutes. Niu Hong followed behind the crowd, his lips curving up. With so many fearless souls here, he had to find a way to maximize his benefits. Carrying his ring, Lu Dong would undoubtedly be a great weapon. If he appeared at a critical moment to kill Lu Dong and save Gotham, he might even take the chance to slay a few high-level NPCs. This was an opportunity to hit many birds with one stone. Suppressing the excitement in his eyes, Niu Hong acted as the mood maker among the players. Kill Lu Dong, explode the ring, for the strange, achieve great merit. Many players waiting outside the door. Bored and with nothing to do, he joined in. The voices rose and fell, passing through the city gate, spreading outwards. Outside the city gate, Lu Dong wore a dark expression. Wow, is this a mental attack because they can't hit him? Lu Dong, who was a mathematician in his past life, often sparred with keyboard warriors in his spare time. While he readied various offensive tools to bombard the gate of Gotham, he took out a loudspeaker and exclaimed. Hiding behind the wall and talking, are you Aristotle's sister, Jenny Marley? Your little mouth is like it's smeared with laxative, always spouting nonsense. Oh, you all sound fierce even from behind the city gate. My guild needs a few vicious dogs for guarding, so come for work tomorrow? I've seen feet bound before, but I've never seen a bunch of you with bound brains, only able to yell over the wall. The loudspeaker itself is a rare item. Some guilds use it to summon all guild players when players enter missions. In the black market, a loudspeaker usable for the entire mission map was priced at 10,000 hatred points. No one expected Lu Dong to use this treasure to argue. His voice boomed like thunder, overpowering the weird faction players behind Gotham's city gate. These rookie players had no such item as a loudspeaker, and at that moment, they all turned red with anger. Each person gripped their weapons tightly, waiting to charge out and tear Lu Dong's mouth apart. In the unnamed camp, Lu Dong's voice thundered in. Xiong Tian wore a dark expression and said, Gu Hua, where the hell are you? Why haven't you brought this kid back yet? What's he doing? Trying to mentally attack the weird army? Gu Hua shrugged helplessly, squad leader, I'm running on 2 legs while that kid is in a tank. Can infantry outrun a tank? And my clone has stamina limits too. Xiong Tian tugged at his hair, this little brat shouldn't have been made a messenger, he should be a commander instead. In the position. Zhao Wuqing looked dazed, bro, is this loudspeaker really wasted like this? Zhao Wujiang shook his head angrily. Who wouldn't scold him for such wasteful behavior? But Your Chun and others were curiously smoking, shaking their heads and softly murmuring. Don't say this kid is quite cultured. He curses so harshly, and yet doesn't drop a single foul word. Zhao Wujiang. Boom. Boom. -500. -2,000. -10,000. Countless weapon attacks fell on Gotham's gate, with astonishing damage values rising up. Lu Dong had completely entered the state, his greatest regret in his past life was not becoming a DJ. At this moment, holding the loudspeaker and tossing shells, Lu Dong was having a blast. Gotham City Gate, 120000/300000. Then, Lu Dong squinted, looking at a small item in his ring. Meteor Shower, a useless item that takes 2 hours to activate. Should anyone really gamble on a meteor shower probability after 2 hours? Chuckling lightly, what a good item. Who cares if it's useful? Let's use it first. Meteor Shower, countdown to summon a meteor after 2 hours. Lu Dong seemed flamboyant, but he was actually squinting, scouting the changes at the gate. Were the weird army hiding because they feared his nuclear bomb, or was there some limitation? Finally, when the gate's health dropped below 100,000, a piece of information leapt into Lu Dong's eyes. Jealousy's restriction: without its control, the Gotham City gate will not activate various counterattack facilities. Note, when the gate's health is below 60,000, it triggers the equality buff for all. Lu Dong's lips curled up. Equality for all? I'm unbeatable in group battles. Chapter 40, Unnamed Camp, Equality for All. 90,000. 80,000. 70,000. All players from the weird faction were watching the health of the gate. As long as it dropped below 60,000, their chance to eliminate Lu Dong would come. Soon, the gate's health dropped to 60,000. In Gotham City, Lang Meixiang rested her chin on her hands and softly murmured, "How fast is this? Is this damage that a level 1 player can deal?" Sitting cross-legged, Lang Meixiang fired a red light that shot through the city gate of Gotham. A flight of plum blossom steps was opened. Lang Meixiang shouted, "Kill the enemy for me." Like a tide, strange camp players surged up the steps. After 5 seconds, the red light disappeared, and the plum blossom steps vanished. Lang Meixiang fell to her knees, her health reduced to the last bit, desperately using various healing potions. Just a little more, and she would have been gone. Lang Meixiang breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the jealousy trickster was too strong. Even though he was killed, the aftermath still brought her huge backlash. Just tearing apart the seal of the jealousy trickster brought side effects that were no less than nuclear radiation. This was her only chance to send players up the city wall. Lang Meixiang clicked on the monitor in the room. She wanted to see Lu Dong being torn apart with her own eyes. For some reason, there was still a hint of reluctance in her heart. Lang Meixiang's lips curled up, but upon seeing the two faceless figures, her expression changed instantly. Could it be that someone couldn't hold back? These 4 camp commanders, Gu Xiaotian and Chief of Staff Wan Jianzhong, wanted to rebel so soon. Lang Meixiang's body shivered, her gaze fixed on Wan Jianzhong. Would this guy come to ambush her? On the city wall, countless players appeared at this moment. As many as 2,000 people. If the space on the city wall wasn't enough, some players might have nowhere to land. Heads appeared one after another, filling the Gotham City wall, many players filled with rage, locking their sights on Lu Dong on the tank. Lu Dong smiled. As many items needed to target living beings to release, he could finally give it a try. RPG tracking bomb. Splash grenade. CT. Any instant cast throwable weapon, Lu Dong used them all. Lu Dong wouldn't give the enemy a chance to stand firm, attacking first. An overwhelming attack blocked the sky, heading straight for the players on the city wall. The indiscriminate attack knocked down a large number of players in an instant. You killed Shuri Gong. You killed Wachungu. You killed Song Ming. The system notification sounded one after another, and the hate value increased to 14,000. The city gate's health dropped below 59,000. Gotham City Gate, 59,000/300000. Suddenly, the 3 large words Gotham burst out with a rich golden light. A light circle with a radius of 50 meters instantly enveloped Lu Dong and the players on the city wall. You are enveloped by the equality buff. All players revert to the lowest player's level. After testing, all players return to level 1, strength 10 points, agility 10 points, mental power unchanged, can use their special abilities. Equality buff duration, 4 hours. Gotham City Gate enters invincible status. Attacking players beware, Jealousy Trickster has noticed your attack and will soon come. Jealousy Trickster is dead? What the hell? Are players attacking the city now? Impossible. In the golden light, all players received the system notification at the same time. Returning to level 1, the equality domain limited their basic attributes. The 2 faceless NPCs mingling among the players froze in their tracks. Lang Meixiang didn't lie to them, the equality buff really limited their strength. But being able to use special abilities, how could they fear these ordinary players? Hiding behind the players, the 2 strange NPCs chuckled as they dodged attacks, preparing to act. Without level suppression and basic attribute restrictions, many players' strength suddenly dropped a level. A few strange camp players jumped off the high wall and realized their basic attributes had changed in midair, falling to their deaths on the spot. Lu Dong smirked. How could they be so unwise? This equality buff looked like it was specially set for him. The Jealousy Trickster wouldn't expect a level 1 player to attack the city. On the Gotham City wall, a strange silence fell. Level 1 players, faced with Lu Dong's endless items, were simply being slaughtered. A player from the strange camp shouted, "Since we're all level 1, we can still kill him with a sea of people, brothers. Kill him, and the limit on our task reward will be removed. There's no need to hide anything now." After saying this, a blue light flashed in the man's hand, and a shadow suddenly connected to Lu Dong on the tank. That player shouted loudly, "Brothers, I give you the kill. Move and swap." Whoosh. The man and Lu Dong instantly swapped positions. Lu Dong was directly transported to the top of Gotham City. The player who used the ability sat excitedly in Lu Dong's tank, whispering, "Why kill Lu Dong? Isn't it better to just get a tank for free?" Hiss. The man looked down at the sound and saw a spinning grenade, puffing out white smoke. Boom! Anti-tank energy grenade detonated successfully. You killed Malong, gaining 10 hatred points. Lu Dong sneered, "Want to profit from my misfortune? Haven't you woken up yet?" In the next second, players from the strange faction screeched and lunged towards Lu Dong. Like frenzied cows in heat, they surrounded Lu Dong, screaming, "Kill!" Lu Dong decisively activated his mathematical quantification ability. His pupils narrowed like needles, and the surrounding sound stretched suddenly. A massive spatial coordinate system appeared in Lu Dong's eyes. Centered on him, the players of the strange faction surrounding Lu Dong transformed into light points on the coordinate system. Regardless of the form of attack, all turned into flight curves, appearing in Lu Dong's vision. Lu Dong frowned slightly. In 1 second, his mental power dropped by 10 points. He had to make a swift decision. Taking a step back, he bent down and withdrew. Layer upon layer of attacks swished past Lu Dong's eyes, crashing down into the empty space before him. The distant enemies, regardless of whether anyone was in front of them, roughly pinpointed Lu Dong's location and began indiscriminate attacks. Pitter-patter of explosions. In an instant, several players around Lu Dong fell down. Lu Dong took 3 steps as one and ran back into the crowd, quickly tossing down grenades from his ring. Since they came for free, why not use them? Bang! Boom! Thud! Lu Dong moved like a crazed dog, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Players around, with only 10 agility, were naturally unable to restrict Lu Dong, who could predict enemy movement trajectories. In just 10 minutes, Lu Dong's mental power dropped by 70 points, but his achievements were quite dazzling. 2/3 of the players from the strange faction lay dead on the ground. At this moment, beneath Lu Dong's feet, there were no city stones left, only countless corpses of the strange faction players. Lu Dong gasped heavily, quickly eating fruits to regain stamina. Around, nearly 600 people remained. Some large weapons had too long preparation times, not suitable for use here. 10 points of strength severely limited players' stamina. If it weren't for the treasure in the cow horizontal ring to restore stamina, Lu Dong would have long been swallowed by the sea of people. Cow horizontal hid in a distant pile of corpses, keeping his distance from Lu Dong, avoiding getting mistakenly hurt. To reap the benefits as a bystander, one must have enough patience. At this moment, Lu Dong was in the midst of a killing spree, and there was no need to touch his bad vibes. Cow Horizontal's plan was clear: let these 2,000 players exhaust each other with Lu Dong. He had plenty of recovery items in his ring, while Lu Dong's were not yet consumed. If he acted rashly, he would definitely be taken down. Cow Horizontal crouched low to the ground, suddenly seeing a layer of cement rising from underground. It wouldn't suddenly appear above Gotham City. Cow Horizontal was stunned. He suddenly recalled an NPC, Wang Jianzhong, chief of staff of the 407th Legion of the Celestial Punishment Army. His ability was to manipulate cement. Cow Horizontal had learned in a hidden mission that the new chief of staff wanted to seize the position of commander, waiting for an opportunity to make a great achievement. Slaying the odd vanguard was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Cow Horizontal came to a realization: not only players are on the city wall, but NPCs have also mixed in. Under the buff restriction of equality, facing level 1 players, these NPCs were nearly invincible. Cow Horizontal held his breath. While moving away from the cement, he dismissed any plans to damage his ring now. Without thinking, Niu Hong gasped for air, mingling among the piles of corpses, no longer making a sound. Kekakek, a sinister laugh came from afar. Finally done, Chief of Staff. What do you think I should paint on the walls of Gotham? Colorful paints were splattered around, instantly framing an area the size of a basketball court. The remaining 600 players of the strange faction were astonished to discover they could not leave this area. Boom boom. Fine concrete surged out from beneath the many corpses, instantly covering the entire city wall. Players of the strange faction attempted to escape the concrete, but found their bodies stuck to it, unable to move. You have entered the art domain of Gu Xiaotian, captain of the 407th Brigade of the Punitive Army, and cannot leave. You are bound by the concrete domain of Wang Jianzhong, chief of staff of the 407th Brigade of the Punitive Army, and cannot act. Lu Dong dodged the concrete, stepping on the corpses, and locked his gaze on the 2 faceless entities. His reconnaissance ability popped out. Gu Xiaotian, captain of the 407th Brigade of the Punitive Army. Level, LV1. Strength, 40. Agility, 35. Mental strength, 60. Ability, painting the ground as a prison. After completing a closed curve, it temporarily restricts player movement within the area. Wang Jianzhong, chief of staff of the 407th Brigade of the Punitive Army, Phantom. Level, LV1. Strength, 45. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 60. Ability, control over concrete, splash type damage. Once the concrete hardens, strength below 45 cannot break through. Lu Dong frowned slightly. What does phantom mean? Fake? Under the restriction of equality, players' basic attributes were all limited to 10 points, yet these two NPCs surprisingly exceeded 10 points. With such a difference in basic attributes within the same stage, Lu Dong's attacks couldn't even break their defenses. The good news was that neither of these two had over 500 health points, so after spending some time, they could be worn down. Wang Jianzhong clasped his hands together, layers of concrete instantly wrapping around the surrounding players stuck in the concrete. The new players of the strange faction, after a fierce battle, could hardly dodge in time, and most were immediately imprisoned. A cool breeze arose, and the concrete solidified. The players bound by the concrete had no choice but to struggle. Gu Xiaotian waved his hands lightly, and two paintbrushes floated out, colorful watercolor splattering on the imprisoned players, instantly corroding them. Amidst the screams of numerous players, Gu Xiaotian laughed loudly. How dare you compete with us for credit? Looking around, the remaining players of the strange faction numbered less than 10. Gu Xiaotian tilted his head, the featureless face carrying a hint of mockery. The next second, Wang Jianzhong suddenly shot streams of concrete points straight at Lu Dong's face and shouted, "Die for me!" Chapter 41, The Lifeless Military Camp, Bitter Battle. In Lu Dong's live stream room. Wow, this really can kill thousands of enemies. Niu Heng's ring is impressive, it allows a level 1 player to become this powerful. For real, if I got Niu Heng's ring, I could be formidable too. Looks like we're in deep trouble, with two strong NPCs, Lu Dong, no matter how good his gear, can't possibly be a match. But Lu Dong has revealed vital information, the Gate of Gotham has less than 20% health, triggering a buff of equality. Originally a simple hidden quest had been turned into a one-man show by Lu Dong. Through Lu Dong's livestream, at this moment, he faced enemies with 4 times the basic attributes, and there were 2 of them. Lu Dong could not possibly survive. The chance of a player successfully defeating a boss of the same attributes in a one-on-one situation is almost zero. Zhao family sovereign. Zhao Yu listened to the news from his subordinate and interrupted with a cold smile. A level 1 player has stirred up chaos for our Zhao family guild. Since he has no chance to live, it saves me from gaining hate points. Let's hurry up and complete the Waste City's exploration task. By the way, remember to set up an ambush. When Zhao Wujian and the others come back, take them out at the first opportunity. At the city wall of Gotham, hardened concrete, combined with Gu Xiaotian's curved entrapment, left Lu Dong with an area to move barely the size of a basketball court. Gu Xiaotian and Wang Jianzhong, clearly not their first collaboration, skillfully positioned themselves one in front and one behind, blocking all of Lu Dong's escape routes. Outside of the imprisonment, Niu Heng. Take a deep breath. If Lu Dong dies today on the city wall, perhaps he will still have a chance to retrieve his treasure. As for getting back his treasure, Lu Heng wouldn't be foolish enough to take on these two bosses one-on-one. If he kills them, how will he survive afterwards? It would be best if they all suffered injuries, so Lu Heng could take advantage of it. Surrounded, Lu Dong remained exceptionally calm. From the earlier scouting reports, Wang Jianzhong was just a phantom. The strength of a phantom shouldn't be very strong. First, take down one. Perhaps this is his only chance for survival. Based on the predicted trajectory of the spatial coordinate system, Lu Dong swiftly drew his gun, pulling out a long rifle from Lu Heng's ring. Earlier, faced with a multitude of enemies, Lu Dong wasn't skilled with firearms, and their lethality was limited, so he often used throwing weapons. But now, in a one-on-one fight, a gun became the best weapon. Fortunately, the weapons in Lu Heng's ring were all already loaded, otherwise, Lu Dong wouldn't have had time to change the bullets. Light machine gun, safety not released, toss it away. Submachine gun, won't load, toss it away. Shotgun, bolt won't pull back, toss it away. One by one, the weapons from Lu Heng's ring were summoned by Lu Dong in an instant. Earlier, in the Wuming military camp, the leaders only briefly explained how to use the Type 95 automatic rifle. Lu Dong hadn't fully mastered it. He didn't know how to use these new types of guns at all. Holding it felt like holding a fire stick. Wang Jianzhong's cement clung tightly, blocking Lu Dong's chance to approach. Gu Xiaotian was still waiting, ready to deliver a killing blow to Lu Dong. Lu Dong knew that his time was limited. Time waits for no one. He must launch an effective counterattack. Without thinking too much, Lu Dong suddenly picked up a massive Barrett sniper rifle. It had bullets. Safety off. Chambered. It could be used. But it was so heavy. Lu Dong nearly knelt on the ground. Good heavens, why is this thing so heavy? In the games from his world, why could the game characters jump with it? Squatting down, Lu Dong awkwardly aimed, directing the gun barrel straight at Wang Jianzhong. Wang Jianzhong's expression darkened. This was a large-caliber sniper rifle, capable of piercing even tanks, let alone something strange. A deadly weapon. Cement gathered all around, forming a wall of cement. The next moment, a booming sound erupted from Lu Dong's hands. A fierce recoil threw Lu Dong to the ground, forcing him tightly against the edge of the city wall. The phantom Wan Jianzhong had only 1/3 of its original strength. How could it withstand a large-caliber sniper bullet? Instantly, it was snapped in half by the bullet. Lu Dong swallowed. That was close, but he finally got a kill. Wan Jianzhong fell, but the system didn't give Lu Dong any prompt sounds. Just as expected, it was fake. Killing it didn't count. Only one left. He leaped into action. In Lu Dong's eyes, the spatial coordinate system flipped, a curve dashing straight toward him. Lu Dong rolled forward in a fluster to dodge the paint attack. Ding! You are trapped and restricted. You lose the ability to use items for 1 minute. Lu Dong turned sideways, swinging the hammer on his back, his gaze cold as he looked ahead. Gu Xiaotian held a plate of paint and said calmly, "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a small trash relying on outside things." With a faceless expression, Gu Xiaotian's voice showed no anger from Wan Jianzhong's disappearance. Gu Xiaotian casually splashed the paint around, instantly killing the remaining players. Being trapped meant death. Gu Xiaotian chuckled. "By the way, we should thank you. If you hadn't heard Lang Meixiang, we would have to wait a long time for our power grab plan." "Don't get too proud. Do you really think killing our chief of staff was the real deal? He was just a clone using a prop. His true self has already gone to kill Lang Meixiang." Gu Xiaotian twirled the brush, sketching simple features on his face. "If I kill you in front of Wan Jianzhong, I would have to share the secret treasures on you with him. I won't do such a stupid thing. So, you can kill Wan Jianzhong, and you should thank me a lot for that. I have a good heart. Do you have any last words?" Lu Dong swung the hammer high, crashing it down, roaring. "You crafty NPCs, why do you talk so much? Afraid you won't live for many chapters?" The sound of howling echoed. Gu Xiaotian gracefully sidestepped, avoiding the hammer, lifting his brush and saying, "Young man, don't be so impatient." Before Gu Xiaotian's brush could touch Lu Dong, the hammer smashed down where Gu Xiaotian stood. The wall shook, unbalancing Gu Xiaotian, who floated sideways. Gu Xiaotian frowned. This hammer had a somewhat familiar aura. He turned and kicked off the wall, shooting out his brush. He was also a battle expert. Lu Dong, who had used all his strength to swing the hammer, couldn't maintain the force and certainly couldn't block his attack. A chilling wind howled. The brush like a silver serpent shot straight towards Lu Dong from the side. Lu Dong let go of the hammer, twisting his body and swinging the scythe, crashing it down. A home run. With the ability to quantify mathematics, Lu Dong predicted Gu Xiaotian's attack, putting all his strength into the swing of the scythe, batting the brush away. The howling grew louder. This strike was even faster than Gu Xiaotian's attack. Gu Xiaotian, suspended in the air, had no way to defend. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, his hands quickly gathering to sketch a square shield in the air. Creating something from nothing. Clang! The brush instantly pierced through the newly formed shield, deeply embedding into Gu Xiaotian's shoulder. Fortunately, the shield took the first hit. Gu Xiaotian had an opportunity to twist away from the vital spot. In just a moment of confrontation, this battalion commander almost flipped over in a ditch. Gu Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. This Lu Dong seemed capable of predicting his attacks. Gu Xiaotian rolled to his feet, pulling the brush from his shoulder, letting blood splatter everywhere. He needed to end this quickly. Once Lu Dong could use items, he might fall into a tough battle. Taking a step forward, Gu Xiaotian unleashed the blood from his wound. Clenching the brush between his teeth, he moved his hands quickly, letting the blood flow. Gu Xiaotian spun his body, becoming like a washing machine, spinning rapidly in the air. The blood scattered in the air formed strands, coagulating into a tiger nearly 3 meters tall. At the same time, Gu Xiaotian's health dropped to 100 points. Gu Xiaotian grinned darkly. "It's been a long time since a player has forced me to this point." "Shut the hell up." Kneeling forward, Lu Dong used the scythe as a pivot, leaning back and raising the long hammer. Spinning his body, using the hammer's momentum, he created a swirling storm. No wonder Zhang Wuyan's big move dealt so much damage. It felt so good when the hammer spun. The blood tiger that Gu Xiaotian had painstakingly drawn didn't even cause Lu Dong harm before the hammer smashed it into blood strands. Blood splattered everywhere. Gu Xiaotian stared in disbelief at his creation. This hammer that could alter the terrain had issues. Under the buff of all beings being equal, it affected levels and basic stats without changing the strength of skills and items. Gu Xiaotian's blood painting had once even impressed the jealousy trickster, who commented it was the world's most solid. Could it really be destroyed by a level 1 rookie's hammer? Suddenly, a roar echoed from deep within Gotham. Wan Jianzhong's hoarse voice seemed to expend the last shred of his life to warn his teammates. "It's a trap. That guy is not an ordinary level 1 player, he is the man who killed the jealousy trickster." The next moment, Wan Jianzhong's voice vanished within the city. With no one around, the wind howled on the city walls. Killed the jealousy trickster? Gu Xiaotian turned around in shock, he suddenly remembered the owner of this hammer. After the jealousy trickster resurrected, the first woman he sought was Lu Yan from Wanping Hospital. This big hammer was added with the ability to affect the terrain by the jealousy trick. The identity of this little devil in front of him. He is the pioneer of the jealousy attack. Lu Dong would not give Gu Xiaotian the chance to be dazed. This battle could not be dragged on any longer. There are still 20 minutes until the meteor shower triggers. Although the system said it's a low probability trigger, Lu Dong was not willing to take a gamble. There is a paradox in mathematics. As long as there is a possibility of occurrence, no matter how small the probability, as long as it exists, there is a 50% chance of it happening next time. First, kill this guy. Lu Dong accelerated and charged out, holding the hammer handle behind his head, his abdomen arching high, making him look like a bent bow. His waist and abdomen exerted force, using his core strength. The big hammer swung in a circle, coming down in the shape of a full moon, smashing directly towards Gu Xiaotian. Gu Xiaotian, who had lost too much blood, couldn't dodge in time and stood there like a wooden puppet. He was still murmuring, he killed the jealousy trick. Boom! Gu Xiaotian was like rice cake, smashed flat by Lu Dong. Not even a scream escaped his lips before he was reduced to a pile of bones. A piece of skin stuck to Lu Dong's hammer. You killed the Captain Gu Xiaotian of the 407th Regiment. Gained 500 prestige points. Same level kill, gained 1000 experience points. Activated the merit system. The players this killing will count towards merit points. Merit points symbolize the honor of a soldier. Players can only obtain recognition from their faction after killing a certain number of bizarre NPCs. The higher the merit, the higher the actual status, and high-level merits can command NPCs of the same faction. Current merit points, 30,000/10, pending upgrade. You have gained 50 basic attribute free points. With Gu Xiaotian dead, the ability to seal items disappeared, and just as Lu Dong was about to take out items to continue the siege. Crack! The Niu Hang's ring shattered. Chapter 42, The Lifeless Military Camp. Let me plant a big strawberry for you. Lu Dong was stunned. Could it be that he used too much force and broke the ring? Lu Yoyan's life hammer only damages objects that the hammer's surface contacts, right? It broke? Is his moving treasure trove gone? Current player's mental strength is below 10 points, about to enter a weakened state. Lu Dong was startled, a wave of weakness filled his whole body. He felt that nothing mattered. And on top of that, his head was aching. In the next moment, Lu Dong's forehead bulged with veins, and intense brain pulsations echoed in his mind. Pressing his hands against his head, Lu Dong felt a buzzing all around him. A piercingly strange sound mixed with the wind created a symphony in Lu Dong's ears. The previous group battle consumed too much mental strength, and one-on-one with Gu Xiaotian, this quasi-boss, nearly drained all of Lu Dong's mental capacity. At this moment, he couldn't even walk down from the city tower. For the first time, Lu Dong realized how difficult it was to bear the weakened state from the drop in mental strength. Fortunately, Gu Xiaotian had previously cleared away the players on top of the city, and there were no enemies around. Otherwise, Lu Dong would have certainly become fish on someone else's chopping board. Lu Dong wanted to leave, but the dizziness made it impossible for him to move. In the next second, a figure wriggled out from a pile of corpses. Lu Dong leaned against the city wall. He knew clearly that this was not his hallucination, but a shadow standing in front of him, hidden among the corpses of the strange faction players. This person was Niu Hang. Niu Hang twisted two sabers and chuckled, as expected of a player who can sneak attack me. You actually killed Gu Xiaotian. Even in the same level, with these items, I could never accomplish this impossible task. Niu Hang excitedly licked the blade tip, leisurely saying, the stronger you are, the more excited I become. I will treat you like a cow and dismantle you piece by piece. Whoosh! Niu Hang thrust a knife into Lu Dong's left shoulder seam, twisting and sliding the blade. Lu Dong's left shoulder exposed human white bones. Stepping down, Niu Hang directly dislocated Lu Dong's left arm. In Lu Dong's livestream at this moment, the screen was filled with astonished shouts. Donggu is too fierce, and he actually killed another senior NPC of the strange faction? Wow! It's just relying on the universal equality buff and Niu Hang's ring treasure. What is there to boast about? This is a huge mess. Who would have thought that Niu Hang would actually appear in a pile of corpses? What a perfect opportunist. Niu Hang becoming a newbie mentor, he really is scheming. I've said it before, Lu Dong keeps killing like this, it's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Look, his mental power is drained, he can't fight back now, can he? That armchair strategist, can't he go eat and fill his stomach before coming out? So strange, why didn't Lu Dong make a sound when his arm was severed? Niu Hang violently crushed Lu Dong's left shoulder bone, twisting his collarbone along the wound. He was pissed. Usually, when Niu Hang slaughtered enemies, he loved hearing their screams and pleas for mercy. But Lu Dong gritted his teeth and didn't make a single sound. Niu Hang spat on Lu Dong's face, roaring in anger. I don't believe you won't scream. Crack! Niu Hong broke Lu Dong's collarbone with a snap, then punched him in the left rib, loudly saying, "Today, I'm going to break every bone in your body, one by one." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ribs snapping echoed in Lu Dong's ears. -10. -5. -5. No fatal injuries, Lu Dong's health slowly declined. But the pain was enough to make one yearn for death. Excruciating pain, his scalp tingled, cold sweat streamed down. In a daze, Lu Dong felt like he was back in the years of relentless studying. After 20 years of hard study, he earned the title of an ordinary research assistant, unable to even get a professional title. In 2 lifetimes, would he still be manipulated in this game world? A spark of unwillingness burned in Lu Dong's heart. The pain in his body gradually pushed him to take control, his broken pencil slipping down his sleeve. At the same time, the Gao Bao Guild members were all busy with their tasks. Bai Li Xian and Xiao Shengfei were analyzing the next exploration mission. Wang Bo was playing mahjong, Huang Xingyan was watering flowers, and Gui Jun was preparing a feast to celebrate Lu Dong's successful mission. Only Cui Min was holding a wine pot, watching Lu Dong's live stream. The next second, Cui Min put down the wine pot and calmly closed Lu Dong's live stream. He drew his long knife and directly left the guild camp. Wang Bo furrowed his brows. Cui Fengzi always had his wine with him, so why did he forget his wine pot this time? Did he drink too much and go wild? Wang Bo didn't think too much about it, turned around, and continued playing mahjong. Cui Min walked out of the camp, his eyes burning, veins covering his eyeballs. The image of Lu Dong's shattered bones burned deep into his mind. Despite constantly murmuring Buddhist chants and mantras, none of it could stop him. Cui Min reached the edge of the Gao Bao area and stepped into the punishment zone. Today, my Buddha is not merciful. At Gotham City's city wall, Lu Dong, with the last of his consciousness, allocated all 50 of his free basic attribute points to his mental power. Whoosh! A cool sensation spread through Lu Dong's brain. It felt as though he had walked through hell. Lu Dong's eyes cleared for a moment, his bloodshot eyes fixed dead on Niu Hong. "Are you done squeezing?" Lu Dong's voice only excited Niu Hong more. With one kick to Lu Dong's neck, Niu Hong laughed wildly, making a sound, "Ha! I'm going to torment you to death today, only then can I vent my anger." At the Gotham City wall, players from the strange camp couldn't come up, and strange NPCs could only watch from afar, each relying on their own abilities. Seeing Niu Hong gaining the upper hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the city gates of Gotham City were really destroyed by a level 1 player, they would never be able to hold their heads up again. In the recovery center, Wang Meixiang stepped on Wan Jianzhong's head, holding a glass of bright red blood, smacking her lips and saying, "Niu Hang is quite good, this torturing spirit, it's a bit like me." "Wan Jianzhong, your teammate is so weak." Wan Jianzhong's body had already turned into a puddle of mush. His face was completely caved in. A whispering voice came out, "Lang Meixiang. Do you know why that little brat killed the jealousy trick but hasn't reported it?" Lang Meixiang replied calmly, "Why should I report it? With the jealousy trick dead, I actually hope the city gate breaks down, so I can truly control the first city at the front. My goal has never been to conquer the civilian camp, but to become the king of that vast, bizarre world." Wan Jianzhong's head was covered in cement. Lang Meixiang continued, "I'll give you one last chance, surrender or die." After a long silence, a tiny cement mark floated out from Wan Jianzhong's head. Wan Jianzhong is willing to follow Lang Meixiang. Lang Meixiang put away the mark, lowered her bare feet, crossed her legs, and the red skirt revealed hints of spring light. "From now on, you are no longer the chief of staff of the Heavenly Punishment Army, but my male pet, Lang Meixiang. Now let me see the hardness of the cement." Wan Jianzhong stood up, layer upon layer of cement rebuilding his body. "What about the city wall of Gotham?" Lang Meixiang raised her brows and said, "No problem, Niu Hong won't let Lu Dong go. Cutting down the jealousy vanguard, it's just a joke, it's merely luck." All doors and windows were shut tight, and a spring atmosphere filled the room. On the city wall of Gotham, with one step from Niu Hong, all of Lu Dong's ribs broke. "You have entered a bleeding state. Ribs broken, movement impaired. Blood level too low, please recover quickly." Lu Dong, 1 out of 100. With 10 points of power, and only 100 health points, Lu Dong's health dropped to 1 point. Player health is down to 1%, the point of no return effect triggered. Point of no return, when health is below 1%, remove all negative states. CD, 24H. The body was able to move. Lu Dong leaned against the city wall, sneering as he suddenly thrust the pencil in his right hand. Niu Hong never expected that even in this state, Lu Dong would still be able to counterattack. -50. -5. -5. -5. Bloodlines kept emerging from Niu Hang's head. In his carelessness, Niu Hong forgot that Lu Dong's real weapon was that pencil. At this moment, entering a poisoned state, even if he killed Lu Dong, he wouldn't have time to run back to recovery. Lu Dong chuckled, I can't survive, but you won't have it easy either. Niu Hong grinned as he pulled out a small white jade, coldly stating, how could I have nothing to save my life? The vengeful white jade allows players on the brink of death to lock onto a revenge target, both parties become physically immune for a short time, and the attack damage turns into mental damage. If one side's mental strength collapses, the surviving side can be invincible for 10 minutes. Niu Hong immediately activated the jade, locking onto Lu Dong as his target. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow, not expecting this bizarre world to have such a treasure. At this moment, Niu Hong was completely unaware that Lu Dong's mental limit had become 152, with 52 points left after consumption. While he only had 15 points. Niu Hong coldly smiled, lifting the large hammer that Lu Dong dropped beside him and suddenly bringing it down. Lu Dong's health remained unchanged, but his mental strength instantly decreased by 5 points. Niu Hong frowned slightly. Even with the vengeful jade, he was in an invincible state, but the poison from the lead was causing his mental strength to drop by 1 point per second. This meant he could survive a maximum of 14 seconds. If he didn't kill Lu Dong in that time, he would still lose his life. Calmly analyzing, Niu Hong noted that Lu Dong's prior collapse was clearly a symptom of having less than 10 points of mental strength. At this moment, under his attack, Lu Dong couldn't last even a second. Swinging the large hammer, Niu Hong mimicked Lu Dong's earlier movement of smashing Geshaotian, pulling back his body and striking down with full force. Crack! Lu Dong's chest instantly collapsed. Fortunately, at this moment, under the influence of the vengeful jade, he entered a state of physical immunity, otherwise, he would have had no chance of survival from this blow. -20. His mental strength took a massive hit. Lu Dong half sat up, drawing his shoulders inward, using his broken bones to clamp tightly onto the large hammer. Niu Hong's full-force attack came just as he was exhausted, and Lu Dong bound his body, flipping over. The bones in his chest felt like exploding blades. Lu Dong directly used his own breastbone to pierce the hammer. Niu Hong did not show weakness either. If he couldn't create space, then he would just fight. Both sides brawled, fists hitting flesh. The two looked like street thugs, entering the octagonal cage, abandoning defense, and attacking with full force. In just 5 seconds, both of them looked like pigs' heads. The pain of broken bones made Lu Dong's right hand weak, unable to pull up. Relying on his ability to visualize math, Lu Dong suddenly swayed his head back and forth, dodging Niu Hong's punches. Suddenly, he slammed his head into Niu Hong's cheek. -7. Niu Hong's mental strength dropped below 10 points, entering a dazed state. Lu Dong's fat head swayed, viciously opening his big mouth, biting down on Niu Hong's throat. I'm planting a big strawberry for you. Blood vessels burst, and a stream of -1 notifications appeared above Niu Hong's head. Bloody, fierce. Lu Dong's livestream fell silent. Chapter 43, Deadly Military Camp, the city gate shatters. No one expected that Lu Dong would win this battle in such a brutal way. It seemed that Niu Hong dug his own pit. Who could have thought that someone could still flip the script like this? From now on, Lu Dong is my big brother. That was too ruthless. Lu Dong must be a dog, a vicious one at that. Grandma getting into bed, that made me laugh. Can Lu Dong really turn this around? I suddenly remembered, didn't Lu Dong summon a meteor when he attacked the city before? Impossible, bro, that thing has never been successfully summoned. Did you notice, the city walls of Gotham City started turning red? Lu Dong exhausted all his strength before finally standing up from Niu Hong's body. Hatred white jade effect triggered. You have received 10 minutes of invincibility as a reward. Invincible? What good is invincibility if he can barely move, struggling to retreat? Now, Lu Dong felt pain even in his breathing. The system didn't notify him of Niu Hong's kill. It was likely that this guy wasn't dead yet and had revived in a strange camp. Gasping for breath, Lu Dong pulled out the massive hammer in front of him. The hammerhead that pierced through his chest bore a featureless face. Lu Dong instinctively scanned Gushao Tian's face. In order to escape Kuma Tian's pursuit, Gushao Tian destroyed his own appearance in the past. Lu Dong was taken aback. The main target he came for was this guy. So he had unwittingly made a big gain. Now, he could bring Kuma Tian back. Meteor rain detects Gotham's death energy signal, summoning successful. Meteors are expected to arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Lu Dong's face turned black. What kind of mess was this? What was supposed to be a low probability had really succeeded. Lu Dong wore a dark expression. As he looked up, he found the sky ablaze with fire. Well then, the meteors were really coming. Lu Dong, unsteady on his body, leaned against the city wall. Invincibility was useless if he couldn't move. Niu Hong's ring was destroyed, and Lu Dong smiled calmly. Then, it was over. Storing Gushao Tian's face within his shattered rib cage, Lu Dong leaned against the city wall of Gotham City, looking down. Good grief, below the city wall, there were densely packed players and NPCs from the strange camp. As soon as Lu Dong appeared, there was an uproar below the city. Upon seeing Lu Dong's face, many players immediately launched long-range attacks. Miss. Miss. Lu Dong, in invincible state, feared no player attacks. These guys can't come up? No wonder it had been so long without reinforcements appearing from the enemy. The equality buff for all life on Gotham City's city walls has expired, the invincible state of the city gate has disappeared. The attacks from the strange camp players didn't hurt Lu Dong, but they inflicted significant damage to the city gate that had lost its invincibility. A group of strange NPCs angrily stopped players from continuing their attacks. If they kept this up, their own people would break the city gate. Since Lu Dong could not leave this place anyway, a malicious thought sprang up in his heart, so he leaned on the city tower and loudly proclaimed, "I laugh with my sword pointed to the sky, leaving my gall and heart on two Kunluns. Sons of the strange camp, your East Master is standing right here, who can kill me?" As Lu Dong spoke, he unleashed the title of Slasher Vanguard. Golden light shone brilliantly, reflecting off the red light in the sky. The scattered sunlight fell on Lu Dong's back. Lu Dong stood proudly like an ancient warrior, firmly on the enemy's stronghold, unmoved in the face of thousands of foes. The players from the strange camp cursed angrily, but it had no effect on Lu Dong at all. In Lu Dong's livestream, all the players were stunned. "Brother, you're so fierce. A son should be as great as Lu Dong. Get the door open for my son, the troublemaker is home. Lu Dong, I want to bury your child." The entire civilian camp erupted in cheers, many players were drawn to Lu Dong. The popularity of Lu Dong's livestream shot up, even surpassing several top guilds' live streams of exploration tasks. The invincible Lu Dong updated everyone's perception of him once again. All-powerful, all-fearless. The key was that this guy was really ruthless. How could he be so crazy when fighting? In Gotham City, many NPCs from the strange camp rushed quickly toward the restoration point of Lang Meixiang. The stronghold fell again, and the invincibility timer for Gotham City's gate ended. The equality buff did not eliminate Lu Dong. The main gate of Gotham City was in danger. What frightened everyone even more was the other identity of the attacking man. The Slayer of Jealousy, the chief slayer of the strange. At this moment, no NPC dared to underestimate Lu Dong, this level 1 player. He was someone who had killed one of the 8 kings of the strange world. "Captain, bad news. The chief slayer is unstoppable, the players who attack the stronghold are all wiped out. Captain, there seems to be violent energy fluctuations in the distance, should we inform the higher-ups of the strange camp?" Everyone took turns asking questions. Wearing a veil, Lang Meixiang adjusted her superpower, finally shifting the state of nuclear radiation. At this moment, fully healed, she radiated with intense vitality. Graceful and heroic. Lang Meixiang strode out, hands behind her back, saying, "Why be so alarmed over a mere little clown? I'm here to deal with him." The high-level NPCs of the strange camp opened a path, silence surrounded them. In the restoration room, Wan Jianzhong was left with only his upper body, barely formed into a humanoid shape with cement. Currently, he was affected by the nuclear radiation state transmitted by Lang Meixiang, making him bitter and weak, unable to get out of bed. Leaning against the headboard, Wan Jianzhong suddenly broke down in tears. Humiliation. Shame. His cement had been crushed into pieces. On the city wall of Gotham City, Lang Meixiang made a grand appearance, igniting the passion of many players. This was a rare beautiful NPC from the strange camp. Finally, there was a way to deal with that damned Lu Dong. Many strange players now had a fierce desire within them. They had already thought of ways to torture Lu Dong. Lang Meixiang frowned at the burning clouds in the sky, strange energy fluctuations she had never encountered before. Under the red light, Lu Dong, wrapped in golden light, stood high on the city wall, supported by a giant hammer and scythe. Hanging from the scythe was a pair of pants belonging to Tong Kuei. Lang Meixiang cursed, "What a shameless little thing." Lu Dong noticed Lang Meixiang's arrival, showing no signs of panic. "Little ones from the strange camp, get ready to witness the unique moves of your chief slayer." Lu Dong sneered, taking off Tong Kuei's pants and roaring, "Pants bomb." Calculating the time for the meteor to fall as per the system prompt, Lu Dong threw the pants in the air. The pants floated up with the wind, spinning like butterflies, dancing gracefully in the air. The players from the strange camp were left with bewildered expressions, asking themselves if this guy was insane for a pants bomb? Had they been attacked by a madman up on the city wall? The players from the civilian camp watching Lu Dong's livestream were also stunned, sensing an embarrassing awkwardness, their toes curling in discomfort. It felt as if they were the ones who had dropped their underwear. This Lu Dong was too outrageous. Damn pants bomb. And the one truly suffering, Tong Kuei, had already burrowed under the covers, humiliated that his underwear was treated as a bomb. Tong Kuei silently vowed, Lu Dong and Niu Hong must die. Lang Meixiang frowned as a plum blossom branch appeared out of nowhere, a branch nearly 10 meters long, crashing down on Lu Dong's head. Miss. In the golden light, Lu Dong stood invincible, with cold brows and eyes, staring at Lang Meixiang. He steadied himself with the hammer and sickle, raising the pencil in his hand and declaring, "Master Dong's pen will warn the gods ahead, do not tread here." Lu Dong squinted his eyes. He had to admit that the line he stole from that world felt really good to recite. No, it wasn't stealing. In the world of literature, borrowing is not stealing, especially since he was a mathematician. Lang Meixiang viewed Lu Dong's sharp pencil, her face slightly flushed beneath the veil. The scene of him deflecting nuclear radiation just moments ago appeared in her mind. Compared to the additional state Lu Dong had given her that day, it was truly nothing noteworthy. What kind of power does this little demon possess? The players from the Bazaar faction were all petrified. Lu Dong was simply too terrifying. Lang Meixiang unleashed her full strength in an attack, yet he was unfazed and still able to counter? Could it be that Lang Meixiang was showing off? Many players from the Bazaar faction, who had long engaged in flower picking, were very familiar with the aura on Lang Meixiang. The smell of Ba's disinfectant. The next second, Lang Meixiang shouted, "I want to see how you can hurt me besides relying on nuclear bombs." Lu Dong sneered, the sound of a meteorite arriving echoed, and he took a menacing step forward, shouting, "Let me show you the power from N-Pants, burn, N-Pants bomb." The players from the Bazaar faction, including Lang Meixiang, all turned grim. Could you be any more delusional? In the next instant, a howling sound roared from above high school. Everyone looked up at the sky and was shocked to discover a massive black sphere hurtling down towards Gotham. Lang Meixiang's face was filled with disbelief. How can something so gigantic fall and only now make a sound? Lu Dong coldly replied, "Do you not understand that light travels faster than sound?" The meteorite broke through the air, blotting out the sun, and the entire Gotham was plunged into shadow. Lu Dong declared loudly, "The N-Pants bomb will destroy all players wearing N-Pants. Savor my fury, Master Dong." As soon as the words left his mouth, many players from the Bazaar faction stopped fleeing and began to undress, taking off their N-Pants. Lu Dong himself laughed. Really, there were some dim-witted guys out there. Did they really think the meteorite was coming for that? Lang Meixiang's expression grew serious. This strike was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. The power of nature was far stronger than artificial weapons. More terrifying than a mini-nuclear bomb. She couldn't stop it. She could only retreat. Lang Meixiang understood that Lu Dong's so-called N-Pants bomb was pure nonsense, but seeing several Bazaar NPCs also taking off their pants made her curse under her breath. How did the title of the Bazaar Slayer end up in the hands of this guy, who spouts nonsense? Panicked voices rose as countless players scattered in all directions. Gotham was thrown into chaos, a complete mess. Lu Dong half sat on the city wall, his right hand in his pocket, his chest covered in shattered bones, casually holding the pencil, looking up at the gigantic meteorite. At this moment, if I had a cigarette, it would be truly badass. In broad daylight, darkness struck. The meteorite fell. The huge city gate of Gotham was violently smashed down. A wave of light erupted, spreading out from the city gate, radiating in all directions. Boom! The Jealousy Bazaar once boasted that the city gate of Gotham could withstand a 100-year attack from the civilian faction. It shattered. Chapter 44, The Lifeless Barracks, Slayer of the Bazaar and City Breaker, a chapter that was previously blocked, now supplemented. The blinding wave of light shot straight into the sky. Upon arriving just outside the city of Gotham, Guhua plunged into the ground with a face full of despair. What kind of business is this? Isn't Lu Dong just a new recruit? Why did I come to rescue him, and now I encounter an intercontinental missile, a mini-nuclear bomb, and now a meteorite? Guhua held his breath, gathering strength to burrow into the ground. The earth trembled, and everything was silent. All living things chose to fall silent in the face of the meteorite's descent. Dozens of kilometers away, the world-ending shockwave instantly swept through the lifeless barracks. The radiant sun in the air was instantly engulfed by the light wave. I won't accept it. Chui Ziyuan activated the radiant sun and immediately absorbed the explosion's light wave into the lifeless barracks. He wanted to die together with the Wuming military camp. The light wave spread out, and a group of officers turned and moved. Their actions were the same, all blocking the door of the battalion office. Anyone can die, but Xiong Tian cannot. The softness in Chui Ziyuan's heart was touched at that moment. These people seemed to have never been afraid of death. A brief hesitation, and the light wave instantly engulfed Chui Ziyuan. Before dying, Chui Ziyuan was still wondering why Lu Dong, marked by him, dared to go to the front line of the strange camp. That direction, shouldn't it be toward Gotham City? He didn't know if the efforts of his life would succeed. Wuming military camp, forget it, let them live to experience despair. Half an hour later. The aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated. Xiong Tian finally walked out of the battalion office. The moment the shockwave arrived, the sunny confinement disappeared, and Xiong Tian used all his strength to protect those near the battalion office. Chui Ziyuan's last moment of hesitation was also sensed by Xiong Tian. The shock wave seemed to have rearranged his insides. Xiong Tian endured the discomfort in his heart and rushed to the position immediately. All teams report the situation. Shi Chun's eyes turned red, staring blankly at the new recruits not far away. Not a single one survived. Instead, this group of officers once again escaped death. Li Feng said anxiously, "Squad leader, with such a huge explosion, that kid Lu Dong won't be in trouble, right?" Xiong Tian frowned and turned back. Gu Hua had fallen unconscious. Clearly his duplicate was also facing insolvable trouble. With a cold shout, Xiong Tian angrily said, "Prepare for the attack. No matter what happens at the front line, we must bring back Gu Hua and Lu Dong." Yes. The Wuming military camp headed straight towards Gotham City. Gotham City. A giant meteorite crashed directly down at the gate of Gotham City. The devastated ground was lifeless, with countless eerie players and NPCs near the gate dead or injured. Within 5 kilometers of the main gate of Gotham City, everything turned into a pit. In the massive impact crater, Lu Dong lay on his back, with his weapon beside him. The invincible effect of the hate white jade had not yet ended, and Lu Dong survived. Flipping through the system notifications, Lu Dong frowned slightly. The meteorite did not kill Wang Meixiang. You controlled the meteorite and destroyed the gate of Gotham City. You cannot receive any rewards for killing with the power of nature. You have been placed on the danger list by the NPCs of the Strange Camp. Your image will appear on the Strange Kill list. The title of Slaying Evil Vanguard is upgraded to Slaying Evil Urban Breaker. As the world's first player to break a city by himself, your authority will earn the respect of civilians, who will actively provide quest clues. Strange Camp NPCs will attack you on sight. Don't reveal too easily. As the first player in the world to independently break a city, you receive the right to independently establish a guild city. Maybe after clearing a certain ruined city, you can build a city yourself. You gained 1 million merit points. You are starting to attract the attention of various NPC factions in the civilian camp. How can you kill so many? You killed tens of thousands in one task? My head hurts, just get lost. Lu Dong lay in the pit. Although he couldn't move, the joy in his heart was undeniable. Ah, cough cough. The laughter strained his bones, sending a sharp pain through him. He had 3 minutes left of invincibility. Lu Dong closed his eyes. This was true bliss. Suddenly, a rumble sound came. Lu Dong furrowed his brows, gripping his weapon tightly. The next second, Xiong Tian with a grim face appeared at the edge of the pit, anxiously shouting, "Communicator." Lu Dong slightly raised his hand, acknowledging Xiong Tian's call. Xiong Tian's eyes widened, then he pinched his face, incredulously said, "My goodness, what kind of being are you, to survive this?" Lu Dong was both angry and amused. Why was he still hoping for his death? Moving his body, Lu Dong softly said, "The meteorite missed its target. It didn't kill me." Xiong Tian was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He clasped his hands together, wrapping Lu Dong instantly, and the next second, they disappeared from the scene. Wang Meixiang led thousands of strange troops, standing in the air before the pit. Looking at the rapidly surging military camp in the distance, Wang Meixiang raised the corners of her mouth and said, "I announce, Gotham City has fallen. The control of the Jealousy Army over Gotham has been lost. Heaven's Punishment Army's 407th Regiment, in order to recover Gotham, must rebuild the city." Yes. Wang Meixiang squinted, murmuring in her heart, "Lu Dong, I will remember you. Wait for my repayment." Half an hour later, Xiong Tian, covered in sweat, found a pre-prepared safe point and finally stopped fleeing. The rumors were indeed true. Wang Meixiang really had ambitions to establish her own city. Just now, Wang Meixiang's aura definitely had the power to kill Xiong Tian in an instant. But that guy actually let him run away? Was it because of Lu Dong? Back inside the military camp, all the officers surrounded Lu Dong. Even with the military camp beds helping to recover blood, Lu Dong's condition was extremely dangerous at this moment. His mental power was too low, half of his bones were shattered, and his left arm had disappeared somewhere. Fortunately, Gu Hua kept wrapping bandages around Lu Dong, barely managing to stop his blood loss. But Gu Hua couldn't hold on much longer, at most 10 minutes, and the bandages would be used up. Seeing Xiong Tian come in, Lu Dong struggled to sit up. The bandages that had just been wrapped suddenly burst forth with several arrows of blood. Gu Hua exerted himself, managing to push Lu Dong back down and rewrap him. Xiong Tian worriedly said, "Don't get excited. What do you want to say?" Does what you said earlier still count?" Lu Dong stared hard into Xiong Tian's eyes. Xiong Tian was taken aback. What had he said? Lu Dong said, "You said you were on the front lines for revenge, and only after getting revenge could you return home to see your family." Xiong Tian forced a bitter smile and said slowly, "The news from the Spirit Soul Military Academy was not wrong. Wang Meixiang really has plans to set up her own territory. I don't know what method you used, but I must say, you might have one great merit this time but also caused a big mess." Gu Hua frowned tightly. He had also felt Wang Meixiang's terrifying aura just now. If she always had such strength, then her tolerance of the existence of the unnamed army might be guiding the civilian faction to destroy the doors of Gotham left by the jealousy army. Gu Hua said softly, "Then Captain, you really need to think about retreating. The war here will only become more brutal. Fighting alone is not possible to survive here." Tears shimmered in Xiong Tian's eyes. He was leaving. What about his revenge? The one who forced him to kill his own daughter to protect his brothers was still among the strange army. How could he have the chance to take revenge if he left the front lines? Xiong Tian angrily clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground. He was unwilling, but the fact was, he could no longer stay on this battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Dong poked Xiong Tian, pointing at his own bandaged chest. "I have prepared a gift for you." Xiong Tian was taken aback. A gift? What gift could Lu Dong prepare when his ribs were shattered? Lu Dong spun the pencil and made a slash across his chest with his right hand. The bandages unraveled, and a face skin without a face floated down. Lu Dong didn't care about the blood splattering. He chuckled and said, "Look what this is?" Gu Hua had a black line on his face, cursing the madman, and quickly bandaged Lu Dong's wounds again. At first, Xiong Tian didn't pay attention, but when he clearly saw that face, he froze in place. "Go Xiao Tian! Go Xiao Tian!" The strange one that Xiong Tian would never forget. Even turned to ashes, he would recognize. This aura, it had to be him. It was this guy who disguised himself as a soldier using a paintbrush, sneaking into the unnamed army, almost killing all the wounded soldiers. If it weren't for his daughter blocking his gun with her body, how many officers in the field would be left alive now? Xiong Tian's shoulders trembled continuously, tears like beans sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Lu Dong becoming like this was just to help him kill Gu Xiaotian. Gu Hua, coming from the Spirit Soul Military Academy, naturally understood who Xiong Tian's enemy was. Gu Xiaotian was the 4th Battalion leader of Heaven's Punishment Army's 407th Regiment. The commander of a reinforcement camp. In terms of strength, Gu Xiaotian was even above Xiong Tian. According to internal news from the Linghan Military Academy, the leadership of the strange camp realized Wang Meixiang's ambitions and specifically dispatched Gu Xiaotian and Wan Jianzhong to divide her power. When Gu Xiaotian arrived at the front line, he broke into the interior of the Wuming army camp during the first battle and killed Xiong Tian's daughter. If it weren't for Xiong Tian receiving treatment, he might never have escaped this shadow for the rest of his life. As Gu Xiaotian grew stronger in the strange camp, Xiong Tian's chances for revenge became increasingly slim. And today, a new soldier suddenly appeared, breaking the enemy's attack, luring out the enemy's reconnaissance, annihilating the encirclement with intercontinental missiles, injuring Wang Meixiang with a nuclear bomb, and summoning meteorites to break through the gates of Gotham City. Moreover, he was the vanguard of extermination. All just to avenge Xiong Tian. Gu Huaming understood Lu Dong's intentions. He was determined to take Xiong Tian away. Gu Hua softly said, "Squad leader Xiong, how about this? I'll give you 2 choices. One is to follow me to the Linghan Military Academy, and the other is to go back and retire." Gu Hua was a soldier brought out by Xiong Tian. Although his rank was only a lowly 1.2, he currently represented the Linghan Military Academy. Xiong Tian was stunned, at a loss for words. He did not want to choose either of these 2 options. The Linghan Military Academy was not suitable for Xiong Tian, and retirement was out of the question. Gu Hua gently said, "Since you don't want to choose, just wait for military orders for deployment. By the way, the vanguard of extermination, no, the city-breaking exterminator, you should have quite a few merits by now. I can help you convert them into a rank." Lu Dong was taken aback and immediately nodded. His military achievements were worth at least 1 million. Chapter 45, Wuming Army Camp, Promotion of Rank. Lu Dong eagerly anticipated, at this moment, his 1 million merits converted into a rank should surely be higher than Xiong Tian's level. According to the 10-point merit basic experience, didn't that mean he could possibly become a Grand Marshal? Isn't the Grand Marshal able to enhance his strength faster? Niu Hong, Tong Kue, the Zhao family son. Lu Dong had certainly attracted quite a few powerful forces during this time. Lu Dong chuckled. Indeed, a man's joy is to fantasize. Gu Hua pulled out a shimmering golden medal from his bosom. On the medal, a shield was imposing, with rice seedlings as a decorative edge painstakingly carved on it. Gu Hua from the Linghan Military Academy, by the honor of a soldier, orders you on the battlefield. Xiong Tian was stunned. This item was the treasure of the Linghan Military Academy, and Gu Hua had always kept it with him. Had he anticipated this day long ago? Xiong Tian took a deep breath. According to the rules of the Linghan Military Academy, he had disobeyed military orders and would face punishment. Gu Hua did this to protect himself. Gu Hua saluted Lu Dong and loudly said, "Comrade Lu Dong, on behalf of the Linghan Military Academy, I express my sincere respect for your outstanding performance in breaking through the gates of Gotham City. Thanks to your current merit value exceeding 1 million, I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Company Commander of the 4th Sharpshooter Company in Wuming Army Camp." Lu Dong was stunned. What was this? I have 1 million merits. Only a company commander for 1 million merits? Xiong Tian nudged Lu Dong, who was lying on the bed, signaling him to accept quickly. Lu Dong puzzled, but I broke through the gates of Gotham City, why can I only be a company commander? Gu Hua was taken aback, he did not expect Lu Dong to ask this question. After thinking for a moment, Gu Hua suddenly realized and softly explained, the recognition of merit value is based on battlefield performance, evaluated for each soldier based on the battles. In the past, a new recruit had to achieve at least 100 kills, with merit value surpassing 10,000, to trigger the merit system. Following the ranks, private, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant major, and so on, step by step to become an officer, you have already jumped 6 ranks, and you're still not satisfied? Lu Dong opened his mouth, speechless, he was still dreaming of becoming a grand marshal. Gu Hua continued. This time, single-handedly injuring Wang Meixiang and breaking the main gate of Gotham City, although you have not eliminated Gotham City, your actual contribution far exceeds your current rank. That's why I can exceptionally gain 1,000,000 merit points. You need to know, even when I personally killed a strange camp commander at the Soul Binding Military Academy, I only received 2,000,000 merit points. Lu Dong sighed, his rank was even lower than Xiong Tian's, and he was just a squad leader of the 4th Company. With Xiong Tian's plan now ruined, Lu Dong asked curiously. Xiong Lian, what is your current merit value? Xiong Tian touched his shoulder insignia, looking shameful as he said, about 90 million, still less than 1 billion. Now that I have avenged my daughter, I have lost my motivation. While speaking, Xiong Tian turned to the surrounding officers and whispered. Brothers, you all know that the upper echelon has already issued the order for our redeployment. I have already stayed on this battlefield for a month. Thank you for accompanying me through this madness. I might be punished by the upper command next, so to avoid dragging you down, I suggest you follow Gu Hua to the Soul Binding Military Academy. Shi Chun and Li Feng's eyes instantly turned red, they previously thought Xiong Tian stayed back just to avenge his daughter. Now they realized he intentionally delayed everything until Gu Hua arrived to give them a better future. Gu Hua slightly lowered his head, clutching a golden medal in his hand, and said softly, according to the civilian camp's military order, refusing redeployment without cause will lead to dismissal. Moreover, the current personnel situation in the no-command military camp is insufficient for even a company's establishment. Xiong Lian, you might have to transfer. The surrounding officers were suddenly anxious. Xiong Tian was truly someone who led them through the fires of hell, how could he just transfer? Though he disobeyed orders, it was for the sake of his deep-seated revenge. Li Feng hurriedly said, the company commander just delayed accepting the order a bit, there's no need for that. Gu Hua glared at Li Feng, stating firmly, just delayed a bit? As soldiers, you all should understand the consequences of disobedience. Li Feng lowered his head, yes, disobedience as a soldier, on a larger scale, is an error against the nation. Xiong Tian's smooth transfer was already the lightest punishment. Xiong Tian softly said, even if I'm dismissed, shouldn't the 4th Company's establishment remain? Gu Hua shook his head gently, for now, he was still a member of the Soul Binding Military Academy. If Xiong Tian was dismissed, there would be no officers left in the entire 4th Company, and the whole establishment would inevitably collapse. A structure without officers, in principle, should not exist. Shi Chun discreetly nudged Lu Dong, blinking his eyes in indication. Lu Dong suddenly realized and whispered, aren't I the squad leader of the 4th Company? Does that mean I'm the company commander now? Gu Hua didn't answer, many things that shouldn't be done in principle could actually be done. He was ordered to carry out tasks as long as they adhered to the rules. Nodding slightly, Gu Hua looked at Xiong Tian and softly said, even if we keep the establishment, the 4th Company must leave this battlefield, and in a short time, we cannot replenish troops. Xiong Tian was stunned for a moment and then saluted Gu Hua. He understood that this must be a result that Gu Hua fought for at the Soul Binding Military Academy. Gu Hua couldn't speak openly, only guiding everyone in that direction. Gu Hua returned the salute and then looked at Lu Dong, saying, so, are you sure you want to take on the role of the 4th Company? Lu Dong nodded, his mind racing with thoughts on how to bring Xiong Tian back to the guild camp. Gu Hua took a deep breath and confidently said, the sharpshooter 4th Company has fought on the battlefield for 70 years. Since its establishment, there have been 108 company commanders. Except for those who sacrificed or were promoted, none have left the 4th Company voluntarily. We are a first-class meritorious company, undertaking all difficult and dangerous tasks, so in the future wars, can you come when called? Lu Dong's eyes lit up with a burst of courage, after all, he was the man who blew up the gates of Gotham, how could he lack this confidence? Come when called, fight when we come, win without doubt. Gu Hua exuded an air of heroic spirit, loudly declaring, good, what a declaration of victory. Lu Dong, I need you to draft a military order. Lu Dong's gaze was bright and intense. A great passion was ignited in their hearts. What does the military order say? Gu Hua shouted firmly, we will never let the sharpshooter 4th Company become a place of failure, and we will not let Xiong Tian take risks so easily. Xiong Tian's body trembled, and tears filled his eyes. Not leaving the military camp was his origin, how could he not see that all of this was Gu Hua's effort? Lu Dong also did not expect Gu Hua to give him such a reminder. Gu Hua almost said to send Xiong Tian to Lu Dong. Lu Dong sat up straight on the bed, raised his right hand, his upper arm level, the middle finger lightly touching his temple, and saluted with a standard military gesture. Gu Hua returned the salute, his eyes stirred, standing for a long time without speaking. No one in the room dared to breathe deeply. 5 seconds later, Lu Dong said slowly, "How about getting me some bandages? My blood level can't hold up anymore." Xiong Tian smiled as he bandaged Lu Dong, not looking up, saying, "You guys, when you go to the Dinghan Military Academy, you better perform well. Don't embarrass me." Everyone looked at Xiong Tian with red eyes, not even waiting to say goodbye. Gu Hua glanced at his watch and said softly, "Our ride has arrived, Shi Chun, gather the troops." Shi Chun responded loudly, "Look to the right, attention. Look forward. Stand easy. Stand at attention." Shi Chun turned and saluted Gu Hua, saying, "Report to the commander, the unnamed military camp sharpshooter 4th Company has gathered, expected 86 men, present 16 men, please give instructions." Gu Hua's eyes turned red as he said solemnly, "Troops stand easy, you get in line." "Yes, sir." "About face. Salute to the old company commander and the new squad leader." 14 men stood straight, their military posture standard, eyes red, tears silently falling. Thud thud thud. The sound of helicopter rotors came, and a 15-meter-long thick hemp rope fell. Gu Hua shouted angrily, "Ceremony over. Everyone, board the aircraft." Li Feng, with red eyes, was the first to climb the rope. The other soldiers looked back deeply at Xiong Tian before turning to board the aircraft. Shi Chun smiled at Lu Dong and whispered, "Don't let us down. Survive." Lu Dong grinned, "Next time we meet, I'll challenge you to a fight, and I'll beat you." Shi Chun subtly poked Lu Dong's exposed sternum, and Lu Dong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Hua said nothing and turned to leave. The farewell of soldiers has no thousand words. Lu Dong nudged the sobbing Xiong Tian and said softly, "Captain, your tears are soaking the bandage, it's losing its healing effect. You won't die, let me cry for a while, just a little while." Xiong Tian started sniffling, then sank into low sobs, and eventually burst into loud weeping. This place carried all his youth, and he had finally said goodbye to all his brothers. He had avenged his grievances, bid farewell to his brothers, and concluded his military journey perfectly. A feeling of liberation surfaced in Xiong Tian's heart. He was about to leave this battlefield with Lu Dong. Xiong Tian took a deep breath, spat twice, wiped away the tear stains on his face with his hands, and stood up straight, saying, "Xiong Tian, sending greetings to the 4th Company's acting company commander." Lu Dong said lazily, "Your voice is too loud, it hurts my bones." Pfft, Xiong Tian laughed, roughly wrapping the bandage around Lu Dong. Lu Dong's chest was exploding with bones visible, the organs inside clear as day. Luckily, this was a game world, or Lu Dong would have died several times already. With a flash of white light, Lu Dong and Xiong Tian returned to the Go to Bao Guild camp. Not reaching the treatment point, Xiong Tian could only continue wrapping bandages around Lu Dong to prevent his blood level from dropping. Lu Dong said displeased, "Be gentler, you're hurting me." "Hold on, it'll be fine soon." Xiong Tian didn't care whether Lu Dong was in pain, just focused on using the bandages to keep Lu Dong's blood level from falling. Lu Dong said coldly, "Are you trying to kill me? Can't you be a little gentler? Can't you take it step by step?" Xiong Tian replied, "You're already torn apart. If I don't use strength, it won't go in." Their voices instantly shocked the crowd. Even the well-traveled Wang Bo was speechless at this moment. What kind of fierce talk is this? Trying to kill, not gentle, won't go in? Huang Xinyan and Guo Jun curiously examined Lu Dong. Chao Shanfei and Bai Lixian exchanged amused glances. Everyone looked at Lu Dong's almost unrecognizable appearance, and the expression on their faces changed in an instant, and they all shouted in unison, "Liangyan! Save him!" Without the blood supply of the military camp, Lu Dong fainted immediately. Bai Li looked around in confusion and said, "Where did that guy Chui Min go?" The nameless military camp successfully defended for 48 hours. Main task completed, mission ends. Player promoted to communicator, points awarded. Player maliciously killed 14 players, points deducted. Player unearthed Chui Ziyuan's hidden probe, points awarded. Player activated the thunder field to repel enemies, points awarded. Player breached the gates of Gotham City. How did you do that? Points awarded. Player summoned a meteor, killing fellow faction players, points deducted. Player destroyed battlefield terrain, points deducted. Can you do something a level 1 player should do? Player activated the merit system and was promoted to squad leader, points awarded. Player took away Xiong Tian, the hidden mission of the nameless military camp disappears. Player Lu Dong, mission evaluation SSS. In the next second, the faction system's notification sound shocked all players. Chapter 46, Xiong Tian's Choice. Player Lu Dong, with outstanding performance, single-handedly breached the strange faction's gates of Gotham City. The faction war has been moved up and will officially start in 10 days. Players from the civilian faction, you will have enough time to capture Gotham City, and whoever takes the first city will gain +5 levels in faction player rank. Note, the siege time is only 7 days, after that, the gates of Gotham City will restore. The faction war has been moved up. To be precise, it has transformed into a city siege battle. Without the gate's defenses, Gotham City is like a fortress without defenses. As long as the civilian faction players occupy it, it counts as conquered. At this moment, all players from the civilian faction have fallen into a crazed state. On the battlefield in Gotham City, they can kill enemies at the fastest speed to earn merit points. The major top guilds began to summon their members for the mission, fully preparing for this war. Meanwhile, everyone also noticed that the core of the event was none other than Lu Dong. This level 1 player, who came to the strange world, shocked everyone time and time again in just a few days. At this moment, some were surprised to discover that Lu Dong's mental power had actually risen again. 152 points of mental power, ranking first. Moreover, there were not many players who had activated the merit system on the military list. But now, as everyone looked at the name of Lu Dong at the top, they couldn't help but feel discomfort. 1,300,000 merit points. What had Lu Dong done? After some investigation, everyone fell silent again. Using the meteor rain from Nyo Hang's ring, Lu Dong single-handedly blew up the gates of Gotham City. Also, some attentive players noticed, this time, no one survived with Lu Dong during the mission. Many players still holding the scrolls to enter the nameless military camp realized that their items had become ineffective. Xiong Tian was taken away by Lu Dong. This Lu Dong truly left no one alive. Not only did he kill all the players, but he also cut off the continuation of the instance. After taking the exorcist's job of Liang'an, Lu Dong had taken away another NPC. At the Gaud Bao Guild, Liang'an was surrounded by various tools. If an outsider didn't understand the situation, they might think Liang'an was a mechanic. Giant wrenches, hammers, and mallets. They took turns, and the members of Gaud Bao Guild helped Liang'an to reset Lu Dong's bones. Generally, when players return to the guild, they can directly recover at the recovery station, but Gaud Bao Guild didn't have a recovery station because they hadn't completed guild tasks. If Lu Dong wanted to recover safely, the simplest way would be to let him die. To be reborn at the resurrection point. But Xiong Tian said, if Lu Dong sacrifices now, all his merit points will return to 0, his military rank will disappear, and his sharpshooter qualification will also vanish. Fortunately, there was a healing-type NPC in the guild, and with Wang Bo constantly helping Lu Dong with his blood supply, this orthopedic surgery could proceed uninterrupted. Even so, Lu Dong's blood loss was alarming. Fortunately, he had eaten a lot of recovery items from Nyo Hang's ring before. Many of the remaining effects had gathered in his body, supporting Lu Dong's continuation of life. At this moment, everyone in the guild fell into a state of silence. Anyone who looked at Lu Dong's miserable state could imagine the deadly intensity of the battle. All the ribs were broken, the left arm completely vanished, and the shoulder blade shattered into pieces. Lu Dong's bruised and battered head was left gasping for air. Everyone listened to the early warning from the faction system about the faction war, and they fell silent. That brat really went to attack the city alone? If we gave him a team, would he dare to charge into the enemy's base? Chao Shangfei felt a toothache. What kind of disaster star is this? After several attempts, Liang'an frowned and said, not good, our power is too low to reset the bones. Lu Dong can't recover. How far is the nearest hospital? Chao Shangfei whispered, 80 kilometers. Liang'an sighed and said, that's enough for Lu Dong to die 10 times. Wang Bo softly suggested, what if we break all his bones from the root and then reset them? Liang'an rolled his eyes and said, how is that possible? Lu Dong is not only overdrawing his vitality but his potential as well. You can't see it, but his spiritual power is on the verge of collapse. If we break them, he will definitely die. Moreover, this guy has taken a lot of medication. His bones are now harder than the sharpest thing. With our power under 1,000, it's impossible to break them. Wang Bo coldly asked, then what can we do to save him? Liang'an frowned and replied, we need someone with power above 1,000 to reset his bones. The crowd fell into silence. How could anyone have power above 1,000? Wang Bo narrowed his eyes. The cooldown for the deadly buff was almost up. If all else fails, then it's death again. He just needed a target to draw aggro. Outside, Kuma, left alone in the camp, smoked cigarette after cigarette. He owed Lu Dong a huge favor, a debt he could never repay in his lifetime. Then, Kuma dialed a phone number. Hello, dear. Yeah, I killed Ge Xiaotian. Take care of yourself, I'll come to see you when I can. I might need to change jobs. After hanging up, Kuma's brows moved. He couldn't let go of his wife after all. Family ties made him want to go home, but how could he repay the favor he owed Lu Dong? Wait, the group just mentioned a doctor's name. Was it Liang'an? A coincidence with the same name? Kuma walked into the tent and, upon seeing Liang'an's face, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Liang'an. the most famous psychiatrist at Wanping Hospital, Liang'an. Years ago, Kuma's wife had developed severe mental illness after witnessing her daughter being pushed into Gu Xiaotian's gunpoint. If it weren't for Liang'an, Kuma's wife would never have been able to recover to a barely normal state. Liang'an was equally shocked. How did Kuma end up here? How did this madman leave the battlefield? Now is not the time for reminiscing, Liang'an quietly said. There's hope, there's hope. Kuma, quickly come to reset these bones. Kuma, the NPC Lu Dong brought back. The guild members made way for Kuma to step forward. After all, Liang'an knew him, so this guy shouldn't be a bad person. A faint halo surrounded Wang Bo as Kuma's mind echoed with a gruff voice. If he dies, you will also die. Kuma was shocked, looking up at Wang Bo, surprised. Wang. Wang Bo shook his head, lightly raising his chin to indicate, save him first. Kuma's power was not particularly high, only at the level of about a 50th level player. But Kuma had the ability to manipulate the entire camp. If power wasn't enough, weight would help fix it. The weight of the entire camp pressed down on Lu Dong's bones, naturally resetting each one. Crack, crack, crack. The ear-piercing sounds made everyone turn their heads away, unable to bear it. Lu Dong's rib cage blossomed like a flower, reset one by one under Kuma's pressure from the entire camp. After tremendous effort, everyone was drenched in sweat, exhausted, and finally completed Lu Dong's surgery. At last, they saved this guy. Beside them, Kuma and Liang'an were washing their hands. Kuma lowered his voice and asked, how is she here? Liang'an shook his head, deeply saying, don't expose her identity, and your wife's condition is getting worse. Why didn't you go see her first after returning from the battlefield? Xiong Tian anxiously waved his hand, saying, I haven't had the time. As he spoke, Xiong Tian took out Gu Xiaotian's face with no features. Liang'an's eyes widened, realizing something, and looked in Lu Dong's direction, whispering, could it be that kid did it? Xiong Tian gently nodded. Liang'an sighed, saying, this is fate. He saved our exorcist clan and also did you a favor. Fate has brought us together here. I have set up a transfer point for exorcists here. Through teleportation, I can move your wife here. But you have no fixed place. Liang'an looked at Xiong Tian with a half-smile. Xiong Tian, being smart, understood Liang'an's meaning. He also joined the Go de Bao Guild. Xiong Tian said softly, I actually promised Lu Dong to follow him. After saying that, Xiong Tian spread his hands, and a faint blue halo radiated from the Go de Bao Guild's base. The Go de Bao Guild's base is covered by Xiong Tian's Wuming Barracks. The Go de Bao Guild gains the ability to recruit troops independently. The Go de Bao Guild binds military position, Sharpshooter 4th Company. Players from the civilian faction can apply to enter the military camp to complete related tasks and earn merit points. This news spread rapidly throughout the civilian faction. Players became restless. What is going on? A military camp was built inside the guild? Doesn't that mean the people of the Go de Bao Guild can directly do merit tasks? Exorcist career change, military camp merit tasks, how come all the good things are in this level 1 guild? Many curious players quietly headed to the Go district, only to be shocked to find the Go de Bao Guild had disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that Xiong Tian had controlled the Wuming Barracks to make the Go de Bao Guild hide. A mobile guild? The Go de Bao Guild is going to be incredible. Inside the Go de Bao Guild, Xiong Tian respectfully asked, can I bring my wife here? From now on, I will be responsible for the safety here. As long as I live, the Go de Bao Guild will not be stepped upon by outsiders. Wang Bo stared blankly at Xiong Tian, then softly said, you owe Lu Dong a favor, you should ask him if he agrees. Xiong Tian turned back in surprise. Lu Dong held a high position. The city-slaying general was not simple. Next to them, Bai Li was calculating Chui Min's movements on his fingers, murmuring, Ingjin is also coming back. This is troublesome, that guy Chui Min has gone to the strange faction. Wang Bo was stunned and instantly realized why Chui Min had dropped his jug not long ago. He must have seen Lu Dong's livestream and wanted to stand up for Lu Dong. That stinky monk is terrifying once he wakes up. Xiong Tian, hurry. Wang Bo's voice made Xiong Tian tremble all over, and Xiong Tian instinctively asked, where to? To the heavenly punishment zone. Xiong Tian swallowed hard. The city gate of Gotham had just been breached, and they were rashly entering the heavenly punishment zone. Without much hesitation, Xiong Tian immediately controlled the entire barracks to accelerate towards the heavenly punishment zone. Huang Xianyan radiated green light around, and the surrounding plants affectionately drooped their branches, pointing a path toward Chui Min's direction along with the Wuming barracks. Xiong Tian was once again shocked. It was actually a natural attribute ability. This Go de Bao Guild is not made up of ordinary people. Inside the tent, Lu Dong suddenly got up and vomited. A feeling of motion sickness, mixed with severe chest pain, spread throughout his body. At this moment, he felt like he had undergone a full-body massage by a strong 40-year-old woman. Every joint felt like it was being disassembled. Gritting his teeth, Lu Dong stepped out of the tent and softly said, "What are you guys doing? It hurts so much." In the next second, Lu Dong was petrified. Where is this? The strange faction? The camp was rapidly advancing, and the scenery around him was wildly rushing backward. In front of the Go de Bao Guild. In a pitch-black darkness, the damp air was mixed with a pungent, fishy smell. In the next moment, a thunderous voice rang out ahead. "Today, I Buddha am not merciful." Chapter 47, Buddha says, "Today is suitable for killing." Lu Dong swallowed hard. Was that voice from the drunkard Chui Min? The once fat, big-eared, and clumsy Chui Min actually had such a fierce and terrifying scene? A string of Buddhist beads roared with power. Players from the weird faction close to Chui Min were struck down and killed. Touching it meant instant death, without exception. Chui Min moved as if there was no one in his way. This was still with the weird faction giving Chui Min a 50% damage reduction status. Lu Dong swallowed again. How strong would this guy be if he went unrestricted? Lu Dong whispered, "What's wrong with Brother Chui?" Chao Shengfei hurried forward, supporting Lu Dong, wanting to help him back to the room. There were some secrets they didn't want Lu Dong to know yet. Moreover, Lu Dong had just undergone orthopedic surgery, his head swollen like a pig, he could not be hurt again. At this moment, the members of the Gao Treasure Guild felt a bit of anger inside. Lu Dong's miserable appearance truly made them feel guilty. If it weren't for distracting Lu Dong and making him enter the hidden dungeon, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. One person surrounded by thousands, beaten into a pig's head. At this moment, everyone was filled with a surge of anger. How dare someone bully a member of the Gao Treasure Guild? Could it be that they've been too kind for too long? Lu Dong shook his head, refusing to return to the room. How could he let Chui Min face the weird faction alone? Lu Dong knew he owed Chui Min a big favor. If it weren't for Chui Min deliberately giving him the Buddha flame, Lu Dong would never have been able to ambush the jealousy weird. How could he watch Chui Min take risks alone? Even though Lu Dong didn't know why Chui Min was here. Despite the sharp pain in his chest causing beads of sweat to break out on his forehead, Lu Dong still gripped the big hammer and was ready to rush out. When it comes to fights, one must never lose momentum. At this moment, Lu Dong still didn't know that Chui Min came to stand up for him. The roaring sound resonated directly into the heavenly punishment zone. Inside the heavenly punishment zone, Tong Kuei was ambushed by No Hong, and the hidden quest failed. Not only did he lose some experience, but what angered him even more was that all the prestige he had painstakingly earned in front of the weird faction NPC disappeared. He also offended the NPC of the Heavenly Punishment Army, Commander Lang Meixiang of the 407th Regiment. Clearly, it was his own crushing game. How did it end up backfiring on him? At level 50, he was cut down by a level 20 Niu Hong. Tong Kuei gritted his teeth in hatred, frustrated both by Lu Dong's mini-nuclear bomb and by his vendetta against Niu Hong. The first thing Tong Kuei did upon returning was to destroy Niu Hang's full-power loan company. Right now, upon hearing that players from the civilian faction were attacking, Tong Kuei was furious. Good courage, let's see if I don't kill him. Tong Kuei rotated a new sickle, storming towards the edge of the heavenly punishment zone. In a short time, following Tong Kuei, hundreds of players from the weird faction gathered at the edge of the heavenly punishment zone. Along the way, Tong Kuei had also heard about this person's battle achievements. Even with the influence of the faction's negative buffs, he was still able to carve a bloody path, killing with abandon. Some low-level NPCs were also cut down by Chui Min. Chui Min? A Grim Reaper? This person must also be a player above level 50. A top-tier player. For such people, although Tong Kuei felt anger, he actually did not want to provoke them. He must clarify the reason behind this person's mass killing of more than 100 in the weird faction. In a desolate land, no players approached around Chui Min. Further ahead was the safe zone at the edge of the heavenly punishment zone. About 20 meters away, Tong Kuei frowned and said, "You have intruded into the weird faction and killed with abandon, there must be a reason for it?" Chui Min, stepping forward without stopping, coldly replied, "Buddha says, today is suitable for killing." Covered in blood, Chui Min approached Tong Kuei like a demon step by step. Seeing Tong Kuei's appearance, Chui Min slowly said, "You are Tong Kuei, your in-pants bomb is good. Blowing up the gates of Gotham City could be considered helping my little ghost, so I won't kill you. Let Niu Hong come out, I'll slaughter him and be on my way." Tong Kuei's expression stiffened. At this moment, the entire strange camp was spreading rumors that Tong Kuei wore the meteor in pants. There was a certain chance to summon meteors. After all, that day at Gotham City, Lu Dong indeed first dropped Tong Kuei's T-shaped in pants, then the meteor fell. This was the one thing Tong Kuei least wanted people to know. At this moment, when Chui Min mentioned it, it was like tearing open Chui Min's wound in public and adding a bit of salt. Without saying a word, Tong Kuei drew out his scythe and charged straight at Chui Min. Not far away, Niu Hong, also in a disheveled state, lay frozen on the grass. Lu Dong's final head hammer truly frightened Niu Hang. This was already the second time he had been killed by Lu Dong. This time it was a clear and legitimate frontal kill. Niu Hong gasped for breath. No one would have expected that cornered Lu Dong would be this terrifying. He only had one last chance to revive. At this moment, Niu Hong already had a mental shadow. Just mentioning Lu Dong made him tremble all over. The scene of Lu Dong biting through his throat in desperation was vividly in his mind. Using the secret treasure, Niu Hong revived outside the punishment zone, far from the central area. During this time, he needed to stay low. After all, he had provoked Tong Kuei, and the other party would not easily spare him. Tong Kuei's spies were all around. He had to be cautious, more cautious than ever. Before Niu Hong could recover, he noticed a fat monk with prayer beads was actually chasing from the civilian camp. Charging straight in, heading directly for him. Along the way, Niu Hong deliberately led Cui Min into a crowd of players from the strange camp. That guy was simply invincible, killing anything in sight. Even 2 NPCs from the strange camp had been killed by him. This was too terrifying. This monk seemed able to track his aura. When did he provoke such a terrifying being? Seeing the other party fighting with Tong Kuei now, Niu Hong immediately prepared to flee. Relying on the safety zone behind him, Tong Kuei shouted angrily, "You think you can kill in front of me in the punishment zone? You don't take us seriously at all. This is the safety zone of the punishment zone. No matter how powerful you are, you dream of killing here." Tong Kuei was extremely angry from the pain of having his pants exposed. In the next second, Cui Min's voice echoed in the air, "Today, my Buddha shows no mercy." Prayer beads scattered across the sky as Cui Min twisted his fat body, hovering in the air. Tong Kuei frowned. This kind of fluctuation indicated a level 50 domain ability. He wanted to block, but he couldn't block it. He was no match. Tong Kuei immediately retreated. A red light emerged from Cui Min's hand. The red arc of light suddenly shot towards the hidden direction of Niu Hong. Cui Min shouted, "You dare to hit my little ghost at Gotham City? I dare to take down your whole family. Today I'll make this safety zone unsafe for you." Heaven and earth trembled, and the sacred sound echoed. Within the arc of light, a huge Buddha phantom soared high into the sky. Golden light spread everywhere, repelling the surrounding darkness, and the bloody aura was instantly purified. The arc of light condensed into a sharp long knife that suddenly appeared. Slice! The knife light struck, and all fell silent. Nearby players, except for Tong Kuei, were all slashed to pieces by this blow. Niu Hong turned around in shock. His body couldn't move. Niu Hong lost control of himself, with tears of grievance in his eyes. "Wasn't it me who was beaten up by the fat guy in Gotham City? Didn't I just break a few of Lu Dong's bones? I was also killed by Lu Dong." In the next second, the arc of light engulfed Niu Hong. Niu Hong's last chance to revive was used up. Revived in the safety zone, Niu Hong immediately fled deep into the punishment zone. He couldn't stay in this broken place any longer. He had to leave. Suddenly, Niu Hong froze. A knife light whistled from behind, and Cui Min's attack hadn't dissipated, continuing to rush towards him. Without a word, Niu Hong immediately fled. Cui Min's voice echoed from afar, "Buddha's wrath slices through 3,000. 1 safety zone. 2 safety zones. 3 safety zones. Players, NPCs, terrain. All disappeared under this attack." Cui Min struck, directly slicing through 3 safety zones before the arc of light dissipated. At the same time, the strange camp was in shock. Did the civilian camp's NPCs come to attack the city? Such an unreasonable strike. Destroying the terrain, isn't that too terrifying? Niu Hong, who had narrowly escaped, was drenched in cold sweat. He cursed lowly, "Lu Dong, we cannot live or die together." Niu Hong, holding his wet pants, ran deep into the area of divine punishment. To be honest, he envied Lu Dong. Why was there someone to stand up for him? This world is just too unfair. Cui Min, who had unleashed this attack, held his stance but suddenly fell from the air. The side effects of using his domain ability began to show. If it weren't for Xiong Tian controlling the camp's movement speed quickly, this fall would have surely cost Cui Min his life. Cui Min, stiff-bodied, lay on the ground of the camp, eyes bright, looking at Lu Dong and saying, "No one can bully our guild members. The greater the power, the more severe the backlash." Wang Bo frowned and cast a series of healing lights on Cui Min. Well, the exploration mission hadn't continued, and Bai Lixin and Cui Min had both used their domain abilities consecutively. Wang Bo angrily said, "Why did you come alone?" Lu Dong was momentarily speechless. Was he actually blaming for not attacking together? Cui Min chuckled, I Buddha say Lu Dong is in trouble, only I can bear the karma." Wang Bo looked coldly at Bai Lixin. She didn't believe this guy hadn't calculated this. Bai Lixin looked down and said, "Without reaching Lu Dong, we can't stop the awakened Cui Min." Wang Bo snorted coldly, then softly said, "Hurry up and retreat, that last attack was a bit too much." Entering the enemy camp for slaughter at the wrong time would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-level NPCs. Xiong Tian frowned tightly and said, "It's too late, we have already been locked on." Wang Bo quickly asked, "What is the enemy strength?" Xiong Tian replied, "The commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army, Lang Meixiang. After the Gotham City gate was breached, her strength seems to have soared, approaching level 80 players." Chui Min bit his lip, softly saying, "I'll hold them off, the trouble I've caused." Chao Shangfei floated layers of coins around him, chuckling, "I'm the guild leader, let me hold them off." Falling in combat against the enemy camp means no resurrection. Wang Bo shouted sharply, "Everyone shut up. Prepare for the exploration mission." For the guild's exploration mission in the ruined city, all the guild's powers, including neutral NPCs, could enter. Everyone was stunned. This was indeed a good way to avoid being surrounded. However, for the Gaud Bao Guild's exploration mission, there was only one last chance left. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared. Everyone vanished from the field. Gaud Bao Guild enters exploration mission, 7 Hells. This is the Gaud Bao Guild's 100th exploration. Mission failed, no resurrection, the guild will lose the opportunity to explore. Chapter 48, the exploration mission begins. Chao Shangfei's expression froze. They had just reached 30% progress in the exploration mission. The final 300,000 health guarding boss was initially planned to be passed using by Li Xian's domain ability. Now, to evade Lang Meixiang's pursuit, the entire guild had used up their last opportunity for the exploration mission. Chui Min couldn't use his ability for the moment. Bai Li Xian couldn't use her ability. Xiong Tian had used up the ability of the no-life camp and was stuck in a 4-hour weakened state. Liangyan, to save Lu Dong, had similarly exhausted his powers and was also stuck in a 4-hour weakened state. Lu Dong, a level 1 player, had no combat power at all. How could they possibly get through this dungeon? Chao Shangfei sighed, "Sister Bo, there's no need to waste this opportunity. I can hold them off." Wang Bo glared at Chao Shangfei and said slowly, "Then do you want to die for nothing? Grabbing every bit of hope, isn't it the oath of our Gaud Bao Guild's establishment?" Gui Jun and Huang Xinyan spoke in unison, "We're strong too." In the dim light, the surroundings were hard to see. Lu Dong's voice floated lightly, "Old brother Chui. That knife you just used was so damn cool, it's hard to believe you Buddhist folks can be so classy." Chui Min took a sip of his drink and said, "What's so special? Back when I was at my peak, they called me the King of Hell. Once I locked onto you, whether you were human or ghost, you were all saved." Lu Dong replied, "Impressive. Can you teach me your knife skills?" Chui Min said leisurely, "Then you have to praise that knife I just used." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Dong declared, "If it weren't for you, Chui Min, the Buddhist world would be lost in eternal night." "Ah, that sounds nice. Once the mission is over, I'll teach you. Practicing knife skills is just like flying a plane, practice makes perfect, the key is." Everyone looked at them with a blank expression. Wang Bo said slowly, "Are you two trying to get yourselves killed?" Chui Min squinted, took the wine jug from Chao Shangfei, and fell silent. Lu Dong's eyes widened, "Truly, a Buddhist master, everything can lead to enlightenment. So this is how the knife skill is cultivated." In the civilian camp, the guild Go de Bao that opened recruitment for soldiers and exorcists vanished, sparking everyone's curiosity. Soon, a video from the mysterious faction shocked everyone. The video was short, showcasing a red light that annihilated 3 safe zones. From the aerial perspective, no one could be seen clearly. But 2 voices echoed through the skies. "Today, my Buddha shows no mercy. Buddha's wrath slays 3,000. The Buddhist sect." Many players simultaneously recalled another high-end force in the game. Those who desired nothing but held a strong belief. After entering the game, that group enjoyed the world on their own, not doing missions, not leveling up, just exploring and spreading their ideology. The Buddhist sect was one of them. These players rarely showed their faces, thus remained unknown to the public. There were rumors of a top guild that once tried to recruit the Buddhists, employing force, but ended up disappearing overnight. No one knew if this tale was true, after all, there were no survivors. Therefore, the Buddhist sect remained mysterious and intriguing. But today's bizarre scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ignoring terrain, annihilating safe zones. Had these Buddhist folks become powerful enough to kill anything in seconds? At the same time, players analyzed the video frame by frame and found a ripple-like trace in the corner. After processing, a shadow of a military camp appeared. Everyone was shocked. Was that the Wuming camp? The camp's appearance vaguely revealed the words Go de Bao Guild. The Wuming camp embraced the Go de Bao Guild, entering the mysterious faction to wipe out the safe zones? Thinking back, Lu Dong had indeed faced a lot of bullying in Gotham. But numerous players were puzzled. How could the Go de Bao Guild dare to? Daring to directly enter the enemy camp, ignoring negative status, and slaughtering freely. Just listening to it sounds exhilarating. Could it be that the Go de Bao Guild is some hidden power? And was Lu Dong strong just because he was the Holy Sun? Countless speculations arose. Shocking. Lu Dong's true identity, the legend of the Holy Sun. The secret behind Buddha's wrath slaying 3,000. The mournful tale of the mysterious faction. 99% of people who watched this turned it around. The secret of Tong Kue. The missing Go de Bao Guild. In the depths of the civilian camp. In the Buddhist district. A group of monks sat cross-legged. A voice resonated, Shan Yi. Your worldly disciple Chui Min is causing a massacre, disrupting the peace of the camp, handle it properly. Shan Yi was expressionless, showing neither joy nor sorrow, scanning the area. Min Ren, Min Hang, go to the Go district and bring back Chui Min. Yes. The two disappeared like lightning. Shan Yi clasped his hands together and said, Amatba, in this strange world, it is full of killings, how painful, how tragic. Dim Klein blue light streamed through the small window. In a small room, 7 members of the Go de Bao Guild and 2 NPCs stood closely together. You have entered the exploration mission, 7 Hells. Discover the path of the 7 Hells, and open the route to the abandoned city. A cold voice echoed in Lu Dong's ear. Wang Bo quietly said, This is Lu Dong and Xiong Tian's first time in an exploration mission. Xiao Chao, please explain the mission's features to them. Chao Shangfei whispered, The 7 prisons is an exploratory task necessary to reach the ruined city. According to the information we collected from various guilds, the general situation is quite similar. Wait. Lu Dong interrupted, Isn't our guild, the Godbao Guild, just a place to eat and wait for death? Bang. When did I ever tell you we were waiting for death? Wang Bo delivered a hefty smack on Lu Dong's neck. Lu Dong collapsed to the ground in pain, as if his breastbone was about to burst forth. With his hands and knees on the ground, a sticky sensation spread from his palms. It was warm but lacked any taste. Standing before, Lu Dong hadn't noticed this feeling at all. Narrowing his eyes, he received a message from the ground. Weight adhesive, measures the target's basic attributes based on weight. Is this a reconnaissance tool? Chao Shangfei helped Lu Dong up and gently explained, Previously, because of your low level, we thought you chose our guild on a whim. In fact, we are all high-level players. Lu Dong understood, you were not just high-level, but clearly top-tier. Chao Shangfei continued, We all had our own factions before, but for various reasons, we gathered here with the goal of breaking through the ruined city with our own strength. The name God Bao means that you can only collect treasures by being patient. While we seem to be living a peaceful life, we have secretly been working hard to complete our exploration tasks. Chao Shangfei rubbed his nose and chuckled, So far, we are the fastest in the 7 prisons exploration task. Everyone has their own secrets. This group, which initially made Lu Dong feel warm, had suddenly become mysterious. Chui Min's strength, Bai Lixian's predictive abilities, and the respect 2 NPCs showed Wang Bo. Lu Dong recalled Chui Min's shocking strike today and suddenly realized. Except for Wang Bo, the abilities of the remaining 5 were somewhat similar to the powers he had seen in the Bazaar exchange machine at Wanping Hospital. Chui Min's state allowed him to deal 1 strike a day, and it must be a critical hit, but he had to numb himself with alcohol, otherwise, he would fall into uncontrollable murderous desire. Bai Lixian consumed life force to predict the future. Huang Xingyan could attack by manipulating plants, but the price was the continuous nurturing of plants. This is definitely not a coincidence. Chao Shangfei noticed Lu Dong's change in expression and softly said, We all have our reasons for breaking through the ruined city. If we reveal our secrets, it's very likely our group will fall apart. Lu Dong had words on the tip of his tongue but swallowed them back. In the adult world, who can avoid a troubling matter or two? Lu Dong looked at Bai Lixian and asked, Since Bai Daorun can predict everything, why are you still stuck here? Chao Shangfei gently explained, The guild's task to explore the ruined city requires a player whose mental strength exceeds 80. The first challenge of the 7 prisons task is to endure a mental shock. Only after surviving the shock can we leave this room. After that, an NPC will guide us to the trial area. We can only move forward by completing side quests and fighting a mirror image of ourselves with equivalent power. Victory will allow us to progress 10% into the exploration task. At the 20% mark, the guild must send a neutral NPC to stall the side quest NPC to bypass certain challenges. At the 30% mark, there's a guardian boss with 300,000 health. Many tasks are difficult at the start, but once things clear up, the later steps are much easier. So, we theorize that if we kill the guardian boss with 300,000 health, we can complete the exploration task for the ruined city. So, what do you think? Chao Shangfei looked at Lu Dong curiously, and Wang Bo also fixed his gaze on Lu Dong. Bai Lixian had predicted that only by relying on Lu Dong would they have hope of entering the ruined city task. The key to breaking the deadlock lies within Lu Dong. This is also why Wang Bo resolutely chose to enter the exploration task. As for the furious Wang Meixiang outside the guild, Wang Bo did not care about her at all. Lu Dong whispered, "What will happen if we fail the mission?" Chao Shangfei fell silent for a moment and said softly, "The Guild of Treasure Seekers will disband on the spot." Lu Dong continued, "Why isn't there a store for this mission?" At this moment, Lu Dong was carrying a large sum of money, feeling uncomfortable not being able to spend it. Chao Shangfei explained, "This is an exploration mission, different from world missions. Those treasures you used during the city siege might help us push through here." Lu Dong rubbed his forehead, "Why mention things he doesn't have? The Guild of Treasure Seekers? This warm place, he didn't want it to simply disappear. But the mission in the Seven Hells seemed a bit difficult. Thinking about Chao Shangfei's words, Lu Dong felt something was off. First fight your own mirror image, then take shortcuts through side quests, and finally fight the boss. Isn't the key to an exploration mission supposed to be exploration? Why does it feel like playing DNF? Task countdown begins. 10. 9. Chapter 49, Seven Hells, Grandpa is here. A faint wave of light radiated out. Wang Bo said softly, "By Li Xian, brace your mind and prepare to face the mental impact. Close your eyes." Everyone closed their eyes simultaneously, including the two NPCs who also shut their eyes tight. You are struck by the mental impact of desire reflection. Players with mental strength below 80 should not easily open their eyes, or you will fall into chaos. Desire reflection? Is this an NPC? Lu Dong was stunned. 80? His mental strength is 152. What is there to fear? Open your eyes. Under the Klein blue moonlight, a giant human face formed. Expressionless, a pure monstrous figure, instilling fear and dread. It was like the childhood dreams where a tiny self stood next to a giant, feeling suffocated. Bai Lixian seemed to be battling the giant face's mental strength, sweating profusely. The hot head of a young man, with wrinkles of time on his face, was somewhat amusing. Lu Dong's eyes moved slightly, information about the giant face came in. Seven Hells mental instrument, detecting players' special powers and items. First examining the latent glue, measuring the player's basic attributes, then using the mental instrument to probe the player's special powers. Lu Dong frowned, he sensed this might be the source of the problem. After some time, the mental impact faded, and a creaking sound was heard. An old sliding door, seemingly rusted for years, was pushed open gently as if about to fall apart. A white-faced girl stood dazed before the door. Her face resembled the giant face from just now. With round eyes, her pupils were cold like a beast. Looking down from above, she sneered at everything. It made one feel an impulse to pounce on her. Desire reflection, attribute unknown. Side quest NPC. Dressed similarly to ancient kimono attire, with her hair pinned up, she had her hands crossed in front of her body, slightly bowing. Get ready for battle, follow me to the combat room. Wang Bo noticed Lu Dong's demeanor and didn't hesitate to give him a slap on the back of the head, lowering his voice, "Wake up. We also thought about attacking her the first time, and it ended with our team being wiped out." Chao Shangfei said softly, "Follow her, and when you get to the combat room, you'll encounter an opponent that looks exactly like you, with the same moves and equipment. If you can't kill him, surviving for half an hour still counts as passing." Lu Dong nodded slightly, stepping back to the end of the line, remaining silent. Taking advantage of no one watching, he crouched down to touch the ground. You discovered the latent glue. This thing again. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, he had understood. Everyone followed the girl as they walked slowly down the wooden corridor into the darkness. Silence surrounded them, with no visibility. Those at the back could only follow the footsteps of the ones in front. After a full 5 minutes of absolute darkness, desire reflection stopped. The faint Klein blue moonlight shone at the end of the darkness, revealing the vague outlines of the surrounding rooms. Except for Lu Dong and Xiong Tian, the others were not first-timers and naturally knew to scatter and prepare to fight their mirror images in the room. Desire reflection turned around, raising her head, her eyes glinting with a hint of bloodthirst. 9 challengers, please get ready for battle. Ha! 1, 2, 3, 8, why is there one person missing? Yu Xiangning's face showed anger as she said fiercely, "An association that does not follow the rules, your exploration task ends here." Wang Bo frowned, and Chao Shangfei turned back to check. Well, it turns out Lu Dong was missing. Injured, moving slowly? This was the first time everyone encountered such a situation, getting lost in the darkness, unable to keep up with the footsteps of the person in front. This was indeed something beginners could do. Chao Shangfei awkwardly took out a pile of gold coins from his pocket and smiled innocently, saying, "We have a new player in our association who doesn't understand the rules. Big Eye sister, can you give us a chance?" Yu Xiangning's expression remained unchanged. Chao Shangfei decisively took out all the gold coins he had, secretly keeping one for himself, and said softly, "We came in a hurry, so we brought only these." Yu Xiangning received the gold coins without changing her expression, her voice carrying a hint of anger as she said, "I'll give you a chance, stay put, I'll go find him." Chao Shangfei had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Dong's voice coming from the end of the corridor. "No need to look for me, I'm here." Lu Dong walked out from the corner, emphasizing his words, "Kill her." Gui Jun, closest to Yu Xiangning, stepped forward instantly, his fist horizontal, throwing a right straight punch like a tiger's roar. Yu Xiangning's expression was icy as she calmly took a step back, her eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, nimbly dodging Gui Jun's attack, and shouted angrily, "Seek death. You'll never get through the exploration task." Gui Jun stared at his own fist in shock, surprised that his attack could actually be dodged. Could it be because he ate too much meat at noon? Had he slowed down? Gui Jun didn't notice that a shadow of him was dancing in Yu Xiangning's eyes at that moment. Lu Dong confirmed his guess and waved at everyone, saying, "Don't move, let me duel with her, just prevent her from escaping." Lu Dong stepped to the side. Wang Bo furrowed his brow, recalling Bai Lixian's prophecy, quietly said, "Listen to him." Everyone did not hesitate, scattering apart, and in the narrow wooden corridor, Lu Dong and the woman stood facing each other. The shadow in Yu Xiangning's eyes turned into Lu Dong's form. Lu Dong raised a large hammer, and Yu Xiangning also pulled out a large hammer from behind her. Lu Dong smiled and said, "As expected, your ability is to copy, right?" Yu Xiangning's brows furrowed tightly. This was the first time someone saw through her ability upon first meeting. No matter, she had already collected everyone's information, enough to slay them all. In the next second, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her chest exploded? Why is it so painful? Lu Dong looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and said slowly, "This guy himself is the key to entering the Seven Hells exploration task. When we entered the task area, it was covered in examining glue, which could measure our base attributes by weight. And that so-called mental shock is actually this guy taking advantage of your weak mental state for a moment, analyzing your abilities and special items through your brains. The reason she made such a fuss leading you all in circles in the dark was to carefully distinguish each person's characteristics. Afterward, when creating mirrors, it was actually a process to familiarize herself with your combat styles. By understanding each person's abilities and responding accordingly, all she needs to do is lead you into traps and defeat you one by one. The so-called mirror battles, side NPCs, guardian bosses, are all smoke bombs she used to hide her true intentions." As Lu Dong's voice fell, all members of the Good Day Association fell silent. All combat strategies were exposed, and facing the unknown enemy behind, how could they possibly win? No wonder all associations were stuck here and couldn't get past. This first challenge was truly unimaginable for everyone. In other words, the stronger the powerful members in the association, the stronger Yu Xiangning's ability would be after analyzing everyone's capabilities. Once she starts defeating them one by one, there is no chance for a comeback. Gui Jun whispered, "No wonder I could avoid my attack, turns out he was mimicking me." Wang Bo narrowed his eyes, no wonder every time he felt something was off. The problem was this. If Yu Xiangning could mimic others in the scene, perhaps there would be a chance for victory. But at this moment, having mimicked Lu Dong, he never expected Lu Dong to be injured all over. Why would a guild go on an exploration mission with an injured member? Yu Xiangning felt wrong inside. This guy is playing by his own rules. Lu Dong swung his big hammer, charging straight at Yu Xiangning. Yu Xiangning wanted to block, but the pain radiating from her chest made it impossible for her to lift the big hammer. Impossible. Yu Xiangning knew very well, her current physical condition was the same as Lu Dong's. This guy's chest bone is about to crack, yet he insists on killing her? What made Yu Xiangning even more desperate was the fact that this guy was only level 1. What the hell is a level 1 doing on a guild mission? The moment the hammer fell, Yu Xiangning was already in despair. Unexpectedly, Lu Dong changed his move in mid-air, the silent pencil directly plunged into Yu Xiangning's throat. -4,000. -5, -5, -5. In less than 10 seconds, Yu Xiangning died. She died with frustration, and was speechless. A level 1 injured player would come for a 7 Hells exploration mission? You have cracked the beginning of the 7 Hells. Guild players officially enter the 7 Hells dungeon, gaining +2 mental power. The broken pencil absorbs death energy, experience to upgrade death energy, 17/100. Current exploration task progress, 0/7. The system prompt left everyone in silence. They had tried 99 failed methods, and it turns out they were all wrong. This is the official start of the 7 Hells task. Lu Dong broke the problem on his first attempt. Members of the Go de Bao Guild felt a bit of shame. Lu Dong, feeling dissatisfied, searched Yu Xiangning's corpse. After all, she was a boss, how could there be no substantial rewards? Chui Min lightly coughed and whispered, "Are you looking for treasures? Shall we search together?" Chao Shangfei chuckled and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Let's search together." Gui Jun stared blankly, "Don't just search the upper body. Lu Dong pouted and said, that side is easy to be harmed by river crabs, don't touch it carelessly. 10 seconds later. Yu Xiangning's corpse turned into specks of light, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The wooden houses exploded, like an illusion, disappearing in an instant. Silence fell, the surroundings were vast and soundless. A small path, winding and secluded. Thick bushes flanked both sides, cold and damp. The rich darkness was adorned with various colorful auroras. The wooden, decaying smell vanished. An uncomfortable feeling enveloped everyone. Wang Bo and others fell silent at the same time. The system's prompt made them ponder deeply. The direction of the previous 99 exploration tasks had all been wrong. This is the real Seven Hells. The 6 members of the Go to Bao Guild were the first players to enter this strange world, and prior to arriving at the guild, they had also done a lot of exploration tasks. At this moment, they suddenly realized that their previous explorations were all wrong. It made everyone feel powerless. Just the introductory task of the 7 Hells lost them. Without prior exploration experience, how could they possibly pass smoothly? Chapter 50, 7 Hells, Xian Village. Zhao Shangfei had a bitter look on his face, he hadn't even found the gold coins from Yu Xiangning before the corpse disappeared. He suffered a loss. A big loss. Shui Min was optimistic, surveying the environment around him, taking big gulps of drink, and said with a smile. The Buddha says, without discomfort, there is true comfort, without destruction, there is no establishment, that's the way it is. So it turns out we couldn't afford it all along, it's not that the method was wrong, but the direction was wrong. Lu Dong has guts, if it weren't for you, we truly wouldn't have entered the 7 Hells. This little monk has learned a lesson this time, let me relieve myself a little to celebrate. Shui Min cheerfully walked towards the roadside. Huang Xingyan suddenly pulled Shui Min, who was about to enter the bushes, and said softly, the plants here are extremely poisonous, my abilities are even suppressed by them, if they pierce me. I cannot save you. Huang Xingyan finished speaking, her body shook, and a black cheongsam flowed out. Wang Bo frowned slightly, Huang Xingyan liked to wear cheongsams, and facing battles of different levels, she would also change into different colored cheongsams. And the last time he saw this black cheongsam was when Wang Bo saved Huang Xingyan from the sea of blood. Hua Jun narrowed his eyes and slowly took out 8 rings from his chest. Huang Xingyan's black cheongsam was a signal for a fierce battle. Just the bushes on both sides had the power to threaten level 50 players. The road ahead would definitely be very dangerous. Huang Xingyan said softly, I'll scout ahead, Wei Jun follow behind, Bojia, please pay attention to keep me in good condition. The usually gentle Huang Xingyan, at this moment, twisted her hair up and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Lu Dong didn't used to like mature women, always thinking they were pretentious. At this moment, seeing Huang Xingyan in the black cheongsam, he couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. When young, I didn't know how good my sister was, mistaking my younger sister for a treasure. No wonder so many men are willing to give up their efforts. Xiong Tian frowned and said in a low voice, Squad leader, it seems this is the legendary road to that village. Oh? Everyone stopped simultaneously, did Xiong Tian know this place? Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Xiong Tian gestured for Liangyan to explain. As an exorcist, Liangyan was naturally familiar with these supernatural events. Liangyan picked up a handful of sticky black soil on the ground and said softly. That's right, this should be the legendary fallen village. So they came to the 7 Hells, no wonder we can't find them in the strange world. As Liangyan spoke, he crushed the black soil in his hand and casually said. The village lost in time and space bears the grievances of the dead, never entering reincarnation. Lu Dong darkened his face and kicked Liangyan in the butt. What nonsense are you rambling on about? Listening to you talk wasted 3 minutes. Though lifting his leg made Lu Dong grit his teeth in pain, he still chose to do it. Stop with the classical language and all these mysterious things, just speak plainly. Liangyan's face showed signs of frustration, he was unhappy but had no way to change it. With his hands clasped together, a unique exorcism power spread all around. The power of the exorcist dispels the illusions around. The previously dense bushes disappeared, revealing all kinds of corpses scattered on both sides. A rotten smell permeated the surroundings. Huang Xingyan realized, so it's the resentful spirits using the corpses to plant grass, bearing the seeds of the dead's obsession, rooted here. Then the black soil beneath our feet is their flesh and blood? Liangyan nodded gently, his expression serious. There have been rumors that the lost treasure was taken away by the village that fell into time and space. Now we find it before the ruins in the 7 Hells, this may not be a good thing. Wang Bo said quietly, you know about the 7 Hells? Why didn't you mention it the last time we entered a mission? Rules. Liangyan lowered his head and said, I cannot inform you of the situation in the 7 Hells before you have officially entered. Wang Bo showed his displeasure, did this guy just watch everyone's jokes before? Can you talk about it now? Liangyan opened his mouth but made no sound. Liangyan spread his hands, the setting of the rules silenced him whenever he tried to speak about details. Xiong Tian sighed and said, NPCs can choose to follow players, but the restrictions of the rules prevent us from hinting at many key things. You can only explore on your own, don't push him. The seven hells must rely on everyone to explore themselves. Liang Yan's expression became heavy as he said, if possible, I want to advise you to give up. After all, living gives you the chance to become stronger. As he spoke, Liang Yan exchanged glances with Xiong Tian and said quietly, if Lu Dong dies here, the future of the exorcists and the future of the Void military camp will be buried with him. For us, this future is only once. For you, there will also be no chance of resurrection. Dying here means truly being erased. We have pinned our hopes on Lu Dong, not wanting to lose completely. 2 NPCs. Because of the limits, I cannot introduce too much. But at this moment, the two maintained the same discouraging attitude, leaving everyone in silence. Wang Bo said slowly, according to the old rules of the guild, we will vote among the guild members. Wang Bo, Huang Xingyan, and Wei Jun all chose to continue exploring. Bai Lixian and Chui Min both chose to give up. Zhao Shangfei glanced at Lu Dong, quickly chose to give up, and then said with a serious expression, Lu Dong, the future of the Hidden Treasure Guild is in your hands now. Continuing to explore could very well lead to death. A death that cannot be revived, not entering the reincarnation. Chui Min and Bai Lixian understood that, in the current situation, they were just a burden. Continuing to explore would only add to the burden of the remaining people. To protect them, Wang Bo and the others would have to spend more energy. The strange world still has many secrets, it is not necessary to bury everything here. Everyone looked at Lu Dong together. Lu Dong took the coin that Zhao Shangfei was playing with and said, let fate decide. If it lands on the side with the design, we continue to explore. If it lands on the side with the number, we give up. It's just a 50% chance, that seems fair. With a flick of his fingers, the coin spun into the air. Everyone watched the coin closely. Bai Lixian looked puzzled, the Lu Dong in his memory should not be this kind of person. Leave it to fate? It spun. It landed. It rolled. The coin spun and stopped steadily on the ground. Number 10. Liang Yan let out a long sigh of relief. God is watching, it's a number, we should give up. Give up? Wang Bo showed displeasure, they had clearly found the entrance, how could they really give up? Facing death, was he really wavering? It's truly disappointing. In the next second, Lu Dong suddenly swung the hammer. The hammer soared and slammed down on the coin. With dozens of strikes, the white bandage on Lu Dong's chest was instantly soaked with blood. -20, -20, -20. Player enters bleeding state. While everyone was in shock, they rushed to stop Lu Dong. What is this guy going crazy about? Wang Bo snorted coldly, this little brat couldn't possibly have a mania? Using this method to escape from the result he didn't want to see. As everyone pushed him away, Lu Dong suddenly burst into laughter, leaving them confused. Chui Min and Bai Lixian looked at the dented ground, both falling into deep thought. This guy, it's old Lu. Lu Dong said leisurely, I am not crazy. Now look at that coin again, is it a number? Or a design? Huang Xingyan shook his head with a wry smile, this little brat is really outrageous. A perfectly fine $10 coin was smashed into a cracked flower pattern. Zhao Shangfei looked sad, he suddenly regretted lending the coin to Lu Dong. How can someone conflict with money? Bai Lixian said softly, alright, defying fate to change destiny, entering the strange world for too long has indeed made us forget what life should be like. Even if it's left to fate, it should be the destiny we want to follow. Lu Dong, you are young, yet you have profoundly taught us a lesson. Lu Dong pouted, getting up from the floor, murmuring in his heart, damn, in that world, breaking coins is against the law, I finally fulfilled my childhood dream of making flowers on a coin. As for Bai Lixian's explanation, Lu Dong didn't hear it at all. Lu Dong rubbed his nose, his health points still 1/3 left, turning his head to Wang Bo and said, Sister Bo, I'm losing health too quickly. Wang Bo raised her hand to deliver a great healing slap on Lu Dong's neck, damn, a little healing. Just as Lu Dong was about to lose his last drop of blood, Wang Bo slowly emitted a healing white light, raising Lu Dong's health points. Lu Dong said proudly, since it's the design side, then let's continue exploring. People. Isn't it better to be a little free? Holding back, stiff, pretending. How tiring. Since we want to explore the ruins, let's not always think about retreating. Everyone adjusted their moods, Liang Yan also felt it was inappropriate to stop them, and they walked slowly along the small road towards the village ahead. Yellow earth walls separated the small road. You have discovered Shiyan village. This is a happy village, full of joy, only joy here. Start exploring Task 7, the first ring of hell, explore Shiyan village. Liang Yan stepped back cautiously, the village filled with laughter seemed incredibly dangerous in his eyes. The crowd stood at the scattered entrance, the endless laughter echoing all around. Ha ha ha. There are outsiders. Quick, go see. Don't go empty-handed, bring our gifts. Accompanied by laughter, a group of barefoot children ran towards Lu Dong and the others. Some carried watermelons, some held 2 frogs, and others tugged at a person's arm. Wang Bo and Huang Xiainian stepped forward. They absolutely could not let strangers get close in this unfamiliar environment. Moreover, this group of children was carrying a lot of remnants in their hands. Their expressions serious, the stunning faces of the 2 women showed a hint of coldness. The laughing children stopped 10 meters ahead of everyone. Ha, there are people who can't laugh. Ha ha ha. Ege, the strange person who can't laugh has come again. Ha, let me play for a while. A child holding a long-haired skull, around 10 years old with a tender appearance, walked out from the crowd with no clothes on his upper body. Ha, do you want to become toys too? Huang Xiainian raised her hand and threw out 2 seeds. Before the seeds landed, the child laughed wildly. Ha ha, beautiful sister, why do you throw things casually? Can't you just laugh? A beam of purple light instantly enveloped the child and shot out. In the next second, Wang Bo and Huang Xiainian, who had solemn expressions, were both petrified. Before the Gao Treasure Club could even enter Xian village, 2 top combat members had already been turned to stone. Wei Jun's face tightened. He quickly moved from the back of the group to the front, standing protectively in front of the petrified women. Chapter 51-7 Hells, Shiwa. Wei Jun's expression was emotionless, his fists filled with a mighty force. The child who emitted purple light laughed heartily, shouting, "What a big pancake face this sister has." Wei Jun was taken aback. How could such a young child use such foul language? Even if the face was big, there was no need for such mockery. Wei Jun sneered, "How about I let you taste the pancake?" Stepping to the side, Wei Jun unleashed his right punch with a thrusting motion. Wei Jun's right fist condensed wind. The force of the punch became a tiger's head, howling as it enveloped the earthen wall at the entrance of Xian village. Crack! The crumbling earthen wall at the entrance of Xian village was smashed to pieces. Swish! A row of earthen walls collapsed simultaneously. The group of children scattered like birds and beasts, hiding into the village. Wei Jun calmly said, "Come, taste if the pancake sister is delicious or not. Why are you running?" In the distance, a child laughed loudly. "Ha, she is angry, the pancake face is angry." Wei Jun could not stand the mockery about her face. Her face showing anger, Wei Jun was ready to unleash her power. The child who had been mocking suddenly paused, released purple light again, and Wei Jun was instantly turned to stone. Following Wang Bo and Huang Xiainian, the last strong-membered Wei Jun was also petrified. Liangyan clasped his hands over his head, weakly saying, "I said, why provoke this village when there's nothing to do? Can't we just go home alive?" Xiong Tian was speechless. The fighting strength of the Gao Treasure Club was now reduced to only Chao Shangfei. Chao Shangfei anxiously pulled at his hair, wondering what to do now. No way in, no way out. Before they could even grasp the situation, they had lost 3 powerful members. The child in the distance shouted loudly, "Ha, everyone come see, there's a money lover here, filled with so many gold coins." Chao Shangfei liked money but hated being called a money lover. With a dark face, before he could speak, purple light shot out and enveloped him, instantly petrifying him in place. Liangyan's face was filled with despair. This was completely over. Remote petrification, an invincible ability, what's the point of exploring at this rate? Shui Min took a sip from his jug, smiling without saying a word. Bai Lixian softly said, "Got it?" Shui Min nodded, "I get it, but I don't know how to break it." Liangyan, listening to their puzzling conversation, patted his thighs anxiously. "What are you 2 talking about at this time?" Bai Lixian softly said, "As long as you keep smiling, you won't be petrified by the purple light when enveloped, but I don't know how to remove the petrification state." In the next second, the purple light enveloped Liangyan, and Liangyan hurriedly revealed a bitter smile. Although it was ugly, he really had not been petrified. Lu Dong softly said, "So that's it." With one step forward, Shui Min and Bai Lixian watched Lu Dong's back, both falling into silence. They saw the limitations of this child's ability but couldn't break through. What should Lu Dong do? The child shook his head and said, "Ha, there's also one with bad kidneys." Lu Dong laughed lightly on the surface, but cursed silently, "You have bad kidneys, your whole family has bad kidneys." The purple light circled, and the child made a silly face at Lu Dong, saying, "Ha, to treat kidney deficiency with no sugar, just use." Cursing? Lu Dong had never suffered a loss. Lu Dong faced the child and laughed loudly, "Ha, you thin little brat, why don't you have a bit of pig-like shape?" The purple light whistled out, passing through Lu Dong's body. Lu Dong was not petrified and was safe and sound. The child's mouth still curled up, saying, "Ha, trouble, they saw through my ability." Lu Dong imitated the child's laughter and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, little kid, did you forget who I am?" The familiar laughter made the child stop running and echo, "Ha ha ha, who are you?" Lu Dong raised his mouth, laughing heartily, "I was also from Shiyuan village long ago." "Did you memorize ancient poems?" "Ha ha ha ha." Leaving home at a young age, returning as an adult, how can I tell which is the male and which is the female? Shui Min choked on his drink. Bai Lixian rolled his eyes in annoyance. What the heck are you pretending to be a scholar? Was it an earlier guest of the village? A group of children grinned at Lu Dong, filled with curiosity for this laughing guest. With caution, the children slowly approached Lu Dong. Lu Dong sat in front of the collapsed earthen wall at the village entrance, laughing heartily. Ah! I didn't expect our village to change so much after not coming back for so many years. Ha 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 ha. That little kid who emits purple light, what's your name? I've never seen you before. Ha 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 ha. Lu Dong imitated the children's laughter frequency, looking benevolent. The children looked at Lu Dong in delight. The same rhythm of laughter allowed them to find a sense of closeness. This person really seems to be from the village. A child pinched his nose and giggled. My name is Shiwa. When my mom gave birth to me, she laughed to death. They said I inherited the legacy of laughter, so they named me Shiwa. What should I call you, big brother? Lu Dong paused, chuckling lightly. My full name is Nyo Hong, you can just call me Nyogo. Lu Dong understood that the people who had been petrified by Shiwa's purple light earlier were all because they did not smile and showed other emotions. As long as he followed the laughter rhythm of these children, he shouldn't be affected by the purple light. At this moment, Lu Dong seemed like a returning old friend, telling the children interesting stories from far and wide. In just a short while, Lu Dong successfully integrated into the children's group. Taking this opportunity, Lu Dong's gaze swept over each child. The children of Shi Yuan village are born to love to laugh and can only laugh. The current children admire you greatly, perhaps visiting their homes will yield new discoveries. Nearly 50 children, all at level 1, yet their basic strength was 100. Without tools, fighting in groups would be a disadvantage. Lu Dong dismissed the idea of killing these little guys and pondered how to deal with them. Only know how to laugh? That really is a kind of sorrow. In the distance, Shui Min watched Lu Dong, who was frequently laughing within the crowd, and said softly, what a social genius, he has already infiltrated the enemy center. The Buddha didn't say wrong, to integrate into a group, one must first become the same person. Bai Lixian smiled wryly. We saw through the secret that if you don't laugh, you will be petrified. Why can't we do it as skillfully as this kid and switch expressions? Shui Min said thoughtfully. The Buddha said, all beings have form, all beings have no form. Xiong Tian was confused and asked softly, what does this mean? Bai Lixian took over and said, either a born actor or a pure fraud. After a long time, Lu Dong pointed out to the people outside the village. The children ran out laughing toward the crowd. A group of 6 or 7 people lifted the petrified individuals and began carrying them toward the village. Under Lu Dong's subtle gaze, Chao Shangfei and the others chose not to resist and allowed the children to knock them down and carry them into the village. In the guild channel, players in the same instance could communicate with each other using their systems. Wang Bo, Lu Dong, what are you up to this time? How come these little brats are listening to you? Gui Jun, P, let me go, today I'm going to chop these little brats into pieces. Huang Xi Nian, I get it. Is it because in this village, you have to keep smiling at all times to avoid being petrified? Bai Li Xian, let's just observe for now and see if Lu Dong has any tricks up his sleeve. Gui Jun, oh, these little brats are saying that we are prisoners brought back by their big brother, and they're going to roast us over a fire and eat us. Shui Min, well, why don't you try breaking free? Gui Jun / my strength is below 1000, I can't break free from the petrification state. Chao Shangfei, what kind of profession was Lu Dong before? How come he speaks so precisely and convincingly? Wang Bo, probably something like a phone scammer. At this moment, Lu Dong completely ignored the guild channel. He had quietly entered a room by the roadside, based on the system's prompts. In that room, Lu Dong found a large number of wind-dried limbs. They had the distinct shape of human beings. Lu Dong checked a few other rooms, all filled with wind-dried limbs of people who had been petrified. The room was packed with corpses. Holding back the acidic bile in his stomach, Lu Dong continued to smile, careful not to let these little brats notice anything unusual. No one would expect that these seemingly harmless smiling little brats lived in such an environment. Shiwa, swaying his body, led the way ahead. He was the leader of this group of children. Shiwa was very happy. It was a matter of pride for him to welcome guests who had been away from the village for a long time. The village chief and the others wouldn't return until nighttime. He was going to use the best food to treat the guests who had come back to their homeland. Brother Nyo, what was that line of poetry you said earlier about the love between a man and a woman that they can't escape from? Lu Dong raised his head and smiled, saying slowly, the monkeys on both banks keep crying, startling a flock of gulls and egrets. Shiwa slowed down his laughter. How can the sound of monkeys scare the gulls and egrets? The children, just over 10 years old, loved hearing these kinds of slightly colorful educational stories. This was also why Lu Dong had earned the children's respect. He had so many stories stored up. Lu Dong rubbed his nose and laughed loudly. Poetry, the most wonderful part is how each word paints a picture. The sound of monkeys is like a wah-wah noise. Shiwa's eyes sparkled with excitement, he could now picture it. He got the feeling. No wonder Brother Nyo was so knowledgeable. He had to treat him well today. In the guild channel, there was a wave of question marks and slashes. Lu Dong silently muttered to himself, "Sorry, my Chinese teacher. I'm just speaking nonsense for the sake of it." At the center of the village, a giant human face statue stood firmly in place. You have discovered the token of Xian village. Destroy it to complete the trial of the 7 pits of joy. 10,000/10,000. With 10,000 health points, Lu Dong's strength was only 100, so it would take at least 100 hits to destroy it. The exaggerated, wide mouth glanced at the slanted eyes, and even a few drops of tears were present at the corners of the eyes. This smile was just like the second most commonly used emoji in the VX chat box. Shiwa proudly said, "Brother Nyo, do you recognize him?" Lu Dong instantly slapped his thigh and laughed in the classic 3-step laughter style of Stephen Chow, gasping for breath as he laughed. "Ancestor, I'm back. I'm back to our Xian village." Lu Dong's act dispelled Shiwa's last trace of doubt. Shiwa whispered, "Brother Nyo, we've already placed your spoils here. Since you're back in the village, I have to prepare something good to treat you. The village chief and the others won't be back until tonight, so don't complain about my stock. Players, please hurry and destroy the statue. Once the village chief returns, Xian village will be devoid of life." Shiwa shook his head as he retrieved a pale object from a nearby room. The long, hairy leg. Lu Dong smiled on the surface, secretly assessing this leg. The muscle lines were distinct, the hair follicles dense, and the slender Achilles tendon. It was very likely the leg of a basketball player. This man-eating Shaohan village really has a rich inventory. Every household has plenty of people's limbs. Where did they get these things from? Lu Dong excused himself for not returning home for a long time, following Shiwa to circle around the village, without getting any useful information. He only discovered a few stinky latrines. Do I really have to keep waiting? At this moment, Shiwa had already lit a bonfire and started roasting that human leg over it. "Brother Nyo, let me show you my cooking skill." Even the village chief praised it endlessly. Even Bear Tian, who was used to seeing corpses on the battlefield, was now very uncomfortable. These children smiled as they handled the corpse, skillfully as if they were getting dressed. "I can't bear to look anymore." Chao Shangfei also frowned. What will happen when it's done roasting? Will Lu Dong eat it too? Thinking about how this kid Lu Dong was ruthless to himself, Chao Shangfei swallowed hard. This guy probably really would eat. Lu Dong rubbed his hands, excitedly saying, "Shiwa, get one of your little brothers to lead me. I need to use the toilet and clear my stomach before eating." Shiwa twirled the human leg in his hands and laughed aloud. "Arrow, quickly take big brother to relieve himself." Shui Min and Bai Li exchanged a discreet glance. Was this kid finally going to act? The sturdy Arrow, just over 10 years old, had a chubby body and waddled as he walked. "Brother Nyo, there are no toilets nearby in our village. The cleaner latrines are a kilometer away, which is a bit far." Lu Dong smiled and replied, "The farther, the better, less noise that way." Arrow grinned, "What noise?" Lu Dong responded, "I've not eaten well the past few years, my poop and fart stink, and I'm afraid of embarrassing myself." "Ha ha ha." Arrow maliciously smiled, "Brother Nyo, I've caught your secret. You owe me a boy-girl story when we return, or I'll tell everyone your secret." Lu Dong smiled reassuringly, patting Arrow's head, whispering in his heart, "Don't worry, you won't make it back." The latrine was filled with flies, king of the land. Arrow pinched his nose, unwilling to get close. Lu Dong quietly entered the latrine, calculating the angle of a right-angled triangle, taking down the heavy hammer behind him and hanging it at the top of the latrine. The unhealed injury on his sternum made Lu Dong wince in pain. Arrow heard the noise and maliciously said, "Brother Nyo, are you pooping or eating?" Lu Dong ignored him, enduring the stink, placing the sickle across the latrine door. "Eat, today, I'll let you eat to your heart's content." Lu Dong suddenly shouted. "Arrow, I forgot to bring toilet paper." "Brother Nyo, just use your finger, and wash your hand after you come out." Lu Dong. "Arrow, do you want to hear the boy-girl story? I have an unfiltered version." Arrow hesitated for a long time, wiped a leaf, and grinned as he walked into the latrine. Bam! Arrow didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped over the sickle. He fell right in front of Lu Dong. Arrow got up with a look of disgust but realized Lu Dong wasn't in the pit. Lu Dong chuckled, "You also came to eat poop?" Arrow noticed Lu Dong's smile vanished, and his voice trembled. You're not laughing anymore." "Ah, you tricked us, you're from the outside." Lu Dong grabbed Arrow by the neck and forcefully pulled him forward. The sickle acted as a lever, flipping Arrow and sending him straight into the latrine pit. Lu Dong poked Arrow's nape with a pencil. -100. -5, -5, -5. Arrow's face changed, hands bracing against the edge of the latrine, ready to jump out. Lu Dong gently lifted the heavy hammer, the hammerhead whistling down under gravity. Thud. The hammer fell heavily onto Arrow's head. Arrow sank deeply into the yellow mud. You have killed Arrow from Shaohan village, make sure his body is not discovered. Lu Dong pulled out 9 strange grenades from his pocket, tied them together with his belt, and placed them by the load-bearing wall of the latrine. Soon, Lu Dong ran while laughing loudly, not good. Arrow fell into the toilet. Lu Dong's voice came closer from afar. Shiwa, who was pouring sauce on the barbecue, smiled with confusion. What meat doesn't have spice? Arrow fell into the toilet. Out of breath, Lu Dong kept smiling as he reached the center of the village, gasping, hurry, hurry to save Arrow. Shiwa put down the legs he was holding and stood up, saying, ha ha ha, this foolish guy, you 5 keep an eye on the big brother's loot, the rest follow me. Lu Dong strode up to Chao Shangfei, glaring, don't think about destroying this statue, it is a treasure of our Xian village. Bai Lixian lifted the corners of his mouth, understanding. Chui Min nodded like a chick pecking at grain, understanding. Everyone left. Go to Bayo Guild channel. Bai Lixian, 5 people, can we take them out in seconds? Chao Shangfei, we can't let them scatter, we need to concentrate them together. Chui Min, are you a pig? A level 40 player can't handle a level 1 NPC? Chao Shangfei, asterisk big brother, my abilities require gold, and entering the exploration task was too sudden. I only have 1 gold coin left, which was broken by Lu Dong. Wang Bo, we relied too much on abilities before. Next time we find an opportunity, we must strengthen your physical attack power. Suddenly, Lu Dong, who had just left with the crowd, stopped in the distance and shouted, you guys, beat up that curly-haired yellow fat guy, damn it, how dare he insult me. Then, Lu Dong followed everyone to the dry toilet. Chao Shangfei? 5 kids quickly surrounded him. Guild channel. Wang Bo, don't rush to attack, wait until they are far away. Chao Shangfei, but it hurts so much, these kids are targeting my private parts. Shiwa chuckled, big brother's ears are so sharp? Lu Dong smiled slowly, forced by life, hunted for years, if my hearing isn't good, I'll suffer, ha ha ha. At the dry toilet. 45 children and Lu Dong approached, many children kept smiling, but their eyes were squinting. They usually didn't want to come here. It was too smelly. A month-old sock mixed with the rotten smell of stinky eggs. Shiwa laughed while scratching his head, he was good at killing and excellent at slaughtering, but he had never had any experience in saving lives. Lu Dong quickly stepped forward, everyone take off your belts, tie them together, and wait for me to bring the belt in to save Arrow, and everyone pull together. Shiwa shivered, this was the big brother. He stood up at a critical moment. In just a short while with Lu Dong, Shiwa learned a lot of things. The children connected the belts, and Lu Dong quickly arranged them by height, holding the belt, directing a chubby boy to hold tight at the end of the line. Lu Dong took the other end of the belt and strode into the dry toilet. He quickly tied the belt to the opposite window of the dry toilet and shouted, Arrow, hold on, don't give up, big brother is coming. Shiwa hesitated for a moment and followed into the toilet. Seeing Lu Dong squatting by the toilet, holding a lump of something, Shiwa felt puzzled. Lu Dong calmly said, Shiwa, you're right on time, Arrow has already slid down the cesspit. I'm too big to crawl in. Shiwa lightly bit his lip and then stepped forward. Brother Nyo said, enduring hardship leads to greatness. Shiwa laughed heartily, brother Nyo, watch me. Lu Dong lightly said, Shiwa, be careful, there might be sharp things inside, don't get hurt. Shiwa didn't think much and directly plunged his hand into the yellow mud. Lu Dong gently scratched Shiwa's arm with a pencil. -10. -5, -5, -5. Brother Nyo, I think something scratched me. Lu Dong laughed and said, scratched? Of course, it will scratch you. Otherwise, do you think I brought you in here for what? The hammer dropped, Lu Dong stood behind Shiwa, and it slammed down. Shiwa fell into the cesspit, head down, making it hard for him to breathe. Lu Dong's voice came from behind, in your next life, be a good person, read more, or else whatever others say, you will believe, which is ultimately not good. Shiwa realized he had been tricked, it was already too late. He opened his mouth to speak, but that thing filled his mouth. Don't let that guy go. A rich purple light burst around Shiwa. In my name, I curse the one called Nyo Hong, turned to stone for a day. Shiwa's passive skill can directly curse an enemy based on their name. The purple light whizzed through Lu Dong's body, without a scratch. Shiwa was stunned, this guy, even his name was a lie. Pulling the pin from a grenade, Lu Dong threw it into the latrine. Quickly running out of the latrine, Lu Dong shouted, oh no, Shiwa fell in. Everyone hurry in to help, I will hold you. Shiwa was the king of the children. The children rushed in without any hesitation. Save the big brother. After all, they were just kids, and no one noticed how suspicious Lu Dong's actions were. They were all anxious about Shiwa's safety.
The next second, a booming sound erupted.
Among the 9 hidden bombs, 3 were real. The load-bearing wall exploded, and the latrine collapsed suddenly, with the children having no way to escape. You killed a child of Xiang village.
Gained 40 experience points.
You killed Shiwa of Xiang village.
Gained 1000 experience points.
You solo killed the boss of Xiang village, rewarded 3 points of mental strength. In the strange camp, Niu Hong, who was cautiously doing the dungeon task, was preparing for a massacre. Suddenly, he was petrified by a purple light from afar. You have been hit by Shiwa's cursed petrification smile, unable to act for 24 hours.
Niu Hong was filled with rage. Damn Shiwa, damn petrification smile. Beginner's task failed, the player will face punishment. Niu Hong wept bitterly, what the hell is happening?
Lu Dong twirled a pencil, quietly gazing at the sight of the latrine.
7 hells? Xiang village. The joy of children's ignorance, is it the root of human emotions?
This first level is not difficult, as long as one sees through Shiwa's petrification ability, staying smiling will keep them safe. The challenge is to enter the village and break the statue. Direct combat, who knows what will happen.
Soon.
Chao Shangfei and the others broke the statue in the center of the village. Congratulations, the God of Wealth Guild completed the first ring task of the 7 hells, Xiang village.
Progress, 1/7.
The 9 were simultaneously teleported to a narrow room. A black wall appeared in front, with a pearl glowing upon it.
A voice rang out.
In the beginning, man is inherently good, and peace comes to the world. In the beginning, man is inherently evil, and personal nature brings great disaster to the world.
Sin of the 7 hells 1, the ignorance of children.
The voice slowly faded in the room, and the black wall suddenly cracked into light points, merging into everyone's bodies.
Whoosh! Golden light enveloped everyone, and the upgrade prompt shocked them all. Wei Jun's petrification status was lifted, and she exclaimed excitedly, I leveled up.
Players of the God of Wealth Guild all leveled up at that moment. Leveling up removes all negative status from the players and refreshes all skills.
A powerful state. This is one of the reasons why players level up slower after reaching level 20. Wang Bo squinted his eyes, what a guy, forcibly leveling up while ignoring experience points.
She was a level 60 player with unimaginable experience to level up, yet she leveled up by 1.
What about Lu Dong?
Lu Dong, looking very displeased, curled his lips.
Level cursing resisted, player level up failed. Player's outstanding performance, rewarded strength +5. Agility +5. Healing bodily injuries, your bones are like this, doesn't it hurt? Are you even human? Still alive.
No level up, but all bodily injuries were healed. All skills refreshed.
Still a level 1 Lu Dong, with his hands in his pockets, feeling exceptionally relaxed. The benefits of this exploration task far exceed those of world tasks.
Chao Shangfei lightly coughed, pretending to say, thank you all for your outstanding performance. We completed the task in Xiang village smoothly, and I hope the next 6 levels will go well.
Wang Bo kicked Chao Shangfei aside and said coldly, the command for the next task goes to Lu Dong. Everyone had no objections. Although this kid sometimes spoke unreliable, he was quite good at doing tasks.
At this moment, Chuimin pulled Lu Dong and humbly asked, parking to love the maple at dusk, startling a flock of gulls, where is this from? Lu Dong whispered, in the land of dreams, drifting with no roots. The second ring task of the 7 hells begins. The white light faded, and everyone returned to a narrow path. Chao Shangfei whispered, so far, the known information is that the 7 hells may have 7 rings, the task objective is unclear, the task rewards are unclear, everyone should be careful when using domain abilities. Wang Bo stood at the front of the group, looking into the distance and said, if our guess is correct, this stage should be about anger.
Chapter 53 7 Hells, Hall of Fury. Boom! Boom!
The sound of drums echoed distantly, drifting from beyond the horizon.
Following the path, they walked forward without obstruction.
At the end of the road, a magnificent hall appeared before them. The red walls gleamed golden like the midday sun, blinding everyone momentarily.
Chao Shangfei swallowed hard, so much gold.
It turned out to be a building made of gold. The grand city walls rose to the sky, soaring into the clouds. On the platinum walls, golden dragons were intricately carved, vividly lifelike, as if about to break through the wall. This was far beyond anything in Gotham by countless levels. As they approached, they noticed spots of white jade holes in the city walls. Within the holes, black and gold arrows glinted coldly. The path led to the main gate, above which, about 9 meters high, hung a plaque inlaid with purple gold and jade, ornately carving out 3 large characters. Hall of Fury. Amid their shock, the group quickly regained focus. The urgent task was to explore the second ring task of the 7 hells. Liang sighed deeply, saying, the Hall of Fury, once the most glorious appearance of that vanished village.
With his hands clasped, a surge of exorcising power suddenly emerged.
Everyone held their breath, for before the Hall of Fury, there was a massive wall of corpses piled high. There were at least 10,000 bodies laid out here.
Liang quietly said, "The Hall of Fury, the center of the former capital of the Yellow Emperor, once the core city of the commoners, later destroyed in a war among the masses."
Liang fell silent, and Wang Bo didn't ask more questions. Clearly, this was all Liang could share within his capacity.
Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed. The giant temple doors slowly descended, towering above like a 10-person height, majestically opening wide.
A voice aged and resonant echoed through the scene. "Royal ministers, ascend the hall to receive your titles."
Quietly, phantoms began to appear before the hall.
Some were simple-clothed scholars, carrying scrolls and boxes, strolling forward. Others were generals in heavy armor, galloping on tall horses, sword in hand. A throng of souls streamed into the Hall of Fury.
Having learned from the earlier ordeal in Happy Village, Wang Bo and the others now followed Lu Dong closely.
They certainly did not want to be petrified again for no reason. Bai Lixian whispered, "It seems to be a historical relic task."
Zhao Shangfei exclaimed, "Historical relics? Damn, isn't this one of the most troublesome types of task relics?"
Only Bai Lixian had experienced a historical relic task among the crowd of the Baogong Society. Min mused, if it's a historical relic, without knowledge of this history, any wrong choice may alter the development of history, and one could be erased. This second ring task of the Seven Hells is a bit too difficult. Bai Lixian's eyes gleamed with wisdom. My prophecy ability stems from historical relic tasks, risk means reward, perhaps my abilities can be enhanced here. Bai Lixian was about to calculate a prophecy when Lu Dong coldly said, "If you don't hurry to enter the hall, the doors will close." The 9 people sprinted, rushing in just as the doors were about to close behind them.
For gigantic pillars, around 9 meters tall, held up the Hall of Fury.
The ground was made of massive, flawless white jade. What a scene filled with golden splendor! In the center of the hall, a dragon throne stood empty, with 2-meter-tall figures silently stationed around the hall. The court officials stood still, and behind the 10 by 10 formation of figures, there were 9 empty spaces. Lu Dong slightly nodded in signal, and everyone lined up at the end of the queue. You have entered the Hall of Fury. Pay respects to the Yellow Emperor, carefully restrict your words and actions.
Exploring the source of anger. The system's ambiguous hint left everyone puzzled.
Bai Lixian stood still and immediately began to calculate. During this time, his health dropped rapidly several times, and Wang Bo quickly cast a white light. Fortunately, Bai Lixian could predict, and everyone carefully observed their surroundings, quietly communicating through the guild channel.
Zhao Shangfei, Bai Daoren, what do you say? Sister Bo has already healed you 3 times, what's the prediction result? Bai Lixian, escape means death. Waiting here means death. Gui Jun, how about we just kill these guys? Bai Lixian, certain death. Wang Bo, let's just wait and see.
Lu Dong had a dark expression, the beefy men around were all level 100. He could only see the levels of these NPCs and could not see their base attributes at all. Thinking about those NPCs in bare field, being level 10 but having the base attributes of a level 50 player.
Level 100 NPCs could not be resisted, okay? This quest is quite tricky. The next second, a loud duck-like voice echoed. My emperor ascends to court.
The ministers simultaneously slapped their long sleeves and knelt down, bowing their heads and shouting. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. The members of the Lord Treasure Guild imitated the NPCs, maintaining their posture and kneeling in worship.
Zhao Shangfei, damn. How could Lu Dong's movements be so standard? Cui Min, Xiaodong, let's wait and see what plot unfolds, don't rush to kill the emperor, okay? Lu Dong, how could I possibly do that? Gui Jun, you might. Huang Xingyan, very likely. Wang Bo, should I temporarily revoke Lu Dong's command? Lu Dong wore a dark expression, he was decisive in battle, but that was because he had confidence to win, okay? Moreover, there were level 100 NPCs all around. Lu Dong was fierce but not foolish. Deeply understanding the power within a feudal palace, Lu Dong knew very well that this royal city was a forbidden place where every word and action could not be taken lightly. The palace novels that were popular back then, like Little Swallow, taught many young people a wrong history. Perhaps many young people with knowledge from that era traveled back to ancient times, and before they could implement grand plans, they were directly attacked by the palace eunuchs. This was the palace, where there was no such thing as freedom of speech. Here, the emperor is the king of heaven, making the rules without a second thought. Defying the emperor means making a serious mistake. Lu Dong wore a confident smile. Guild channel. Cui Min, this kid's expression. I believe he really wants to kill the emperor. Gui Jun, should we run separately or together? Lu Dong. All ministers, rise. A grand voice echoed as a square-faced man, dressed in a yellow robe, strode up to the high seat with a commanding presence. Imposing, his aura was overwhelming. Emperor, level 100. Don't you like to kill NPCs? Why not try your hand?
Lu Dong ignored the system's teasing. It wasn't that he wouldn't kill, the time just wasn't right. The emperor spoke grandly, delivering a nutritious opening speech, briefly mentioning 3 points, each subdivided into 3 small points. Like a college student's graduation thesis, raising a question, putting it into practice, and summarizing recent work. Fortunately, Lu Dong had received 20 years of quality education early on and had long mastered the skill of dozing while standing, otherwise, he would definitely be bored to death. After a long time, the emperor suddenly cleared his throat. Everyone simultaneously looked up, their eyes locking onto the emperor. The emperor had just spat blood. Sharp-eyed individuals did not miss this detail. Perhaps this was the key to the exploration mission. The emperor sighed deeply, using his dragon robe to inconspicuously wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth. All ministers are the ones who helped me build this nation. For my great Huang dynasty, you have made remarkable contributions. I have been forgetful lately. Could you all tell me the most important thing you have done for the great emperor dynasty? The emperor lightly pointed with his right hand, and the marshal general in the center bowed and said, I, a humble servant, have maneuvered through various states, causing them to lack unity against the might of the Huang dynasty. The man beside him, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, stood holding a 3-meter-tall crescent-shaped spear without parting from his weapon. I, as your loyal minister, have known your majesty since the wild grass days, cutting down the lords to establish the Huang dynasty, slaying the various nations, clearing away the disrespectful dogs in the world for you. Emperor Huang laughed heartily and said loudly, I must have accumulated 1,000 years of fortune to have such civil and military officials supporting me. My great Huang dynasty has today's success. I still want to hear about the deeds of the other ministers. The ministers spoke one after another from left to right. I abolished 1,000 kinds of writing, unifying them into our Huang dynasty's characters. I dismissed the 100 schools of thought, upholding Confucianism alone. I unveiled the principles of mathematics, calculating the ratio of the circumference to the radius of a circle, approximately 3.1. I unified the measurement units, placing our Huang dynasty as supreme. I discovered talents and created many inventions like papermaking, the compass, gunpowder, and printing. All 91 ministers had finished speaking. The Gota Begangui 7 members simultaneously received a system prompt. Gota Begangui, please note, you must respond positively to the emperor's question, in accordance with the current era's logic, proposing real inventions that solve Huang dynasty's issues, and may need a live demonstration. There are 2 neutral NPCs present. Players need to answer the emperor's question on behalf of the NPCs. Pay attention to the etiquette in your answers. Please answer carefully. Failure to answer will result in mission failure. As for contributions to the great Huang dynasty, who can answer? Wang Bo was speechless, turning to look at Gui Jun. Gui Jun and Huang Xianyan shrugged their shoulders. Liangyan and Xiong Tian shook their heads helplessly. Shui Min scratched his head. He studied Buddhism, but the minister just said Confucianism was to be upheld alone. If he spoke up, he would surely die. Chao Shangfei wore a bitter expression. He wanted to mention his knowledge of gold coins, but the previous financial minister had already spoken about the unity of arithmetic and currency rules. He was also of no use. Bai Lixian kept pinching his fingers, sweat beading on his forehead. He continually predicted responses based on his thoughts. His health points plummeted rapidly. The outcome of his predictions was always the same, death. After a long silence, Emperor Huang looked up at the ministers in the back and said loudly, Dear 9 ministers, why aren't you speaking? My Huang dynasty does not raise waste. If you cannot produce a single answer, I may have to. Bai Lixian bit his lip hard, unable to calculate. These courtiers of the Huang dynasty were the pick of the crop, all gifted individuals. They had exhausted all possible answers. How could they respond to this question? Bai Lixian understood very well that the hardest part of historical relics instances lay in historical and cultural etiquette and manner of speaking. How could one casually fabricate answers in a feudal era's logic? Emperor Huang frowned slightly, showing displeasure, and the sturdy men around him raised their blades simultaneously. The hall fell silent, the air thick with killing intent. Guild Channel. Wang Bo, Bai Daorun, what now? Wei Jun, shall we fight? Chao Shangfei, we cannot win, the palace doors are closed, there's no way to escape. Shui Min, may Buddha be merciful, perhaps our fate awaits this catastrophe. Liangyan and Xiong Tian sighed softly, they should have retreated. In the next moment, Lu Dong stepped forward, cupping his fists and raising his hands above his brows, saying loudly, I have 9 accomplishments, may I speak for the 8 beside me as well? Chapter 54, 7 Prisons, it's over, it's over. Emperor Huang watched Lu Dong with great interest, lightly saying, Ancient etiquette? This minister seems unfamiliar. I am curious, why do you want to speak for those 8? Lu Dong maintained his posture, speaking in a deep voice. Us 9 rose from the desert, receiving the emperor's great favor, thus we have the qualification to enter this hall. In our early days of battle, my 8 comrades were tongue-tied, only I can speak for them. Emperor Huang squinted, slightly raised his hand, and the sturdy men around him sheathed their swords. The murderous aura in the hall diminished slightly. One man speaking for 9, if you miss a single word, I will wipe out your 9 clans. Minister, raise your head. Lu Dong raised his head, calm and composed, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Wang Bo and the others were sweating profusely, not daring to speak. At this moment, everyone's lives rested in Lu Dong's hands, a slight mishap could lead to certain death. Emperor Huang observed Lu Dong's fearless demeanor, even showing traces of a smile, asking in confusion, I ask you, why are you so joyful? Lu Dong replied loudly, today should hold nothing to rejoice, however, to receive the emperor's dragon inquiry. The minister was overjoyed. The Yellow Emperor smiled. The people of the Treasure Public Society were stunned. What a great liquor! This kid Lu Dong has such a skill? The Yellow Emperor laughed heartily, good. Then I want to hear what achievements you can speak of for these 8 people. If it does not please me, I have already said there will be punishments. Lu Dong strode forward, walking to the back of the line, pointing at Huang Xinyan, and called out loudly. This person is named Xinyan, skilled in sowing and harvesting in the fields. With her here, the food production can increase tenfold. The Yellow Emperor gazed at Huang Xinyan, dressed in a black qipao. Despite her unusual attire, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. A special feeling. Huang Xinyan also frowned, wondering why she felt such closeness. The Yellow Emperor remained silent for a long time, a glimmer of white light appearing in his eyes. Bai Lixian shuddered all over, this was the same mental wave as his prophetic ability. The Yellow Emperor could also predict. While the Yellow Emperor was in a daze, Lu Dong had already walked past 7 people. He stood by Wang Bo's side and loudly said, in the world of medical immortals, Wang Bo has authored the Compendium of Materia Medica, treating soldiers of our army and healing the suffering of countless people in society. The Yellow Emperor came back to his senses and suddenly voiced, words alone are not enough. Such remarkable medical skills, how can you prove it? Lu Dong moved the scythe behind his back and it whistled out. Around him, 2-meter-tall muscular men simultaneously drew their swords, and 3 eunuchs suddenly flickered into the angry heart hall. The grass and trees seemed to be soldiers, startling the officials. The Yellow Emperor squinted his eyes, this Lu Dong did not say a word and directly slashed his own chest. The injury was deep enough to see the white bone, shocking everyone. Lu Dong wore a calm expression, as if feeling no pain at all. Just this calmness made the Yellow Emperor regard him more favorably. Many ministers, who were from martial backgrounds, fell silent. Such a deep wound, without timely treatment, would certainly lead to death from excessive bleeding. In the next moment, at Lu Dong's signal, Wang Bo cast a gentle white light. The wound on Lu Dong's chest healed at a visible speed. The Yellow Emperor laughed loudly, good. Since this lady is a healer, she deserves a position in the court, and I shall not pursue the crime of women not attending court. The imposing muscular men around finally sheathed their swords. Wang Bo, Huang Xinyan, and Gui Jun all squinted their eyes. The 3 women were truly filled with murderous intent. Had they not known the Yellow Emperor's identity, they would have given this average-looking man a piece of their mind. What a male-dominated society. The Yellow Emperor said leisurely, including you, there are still 2 people left. If there are more similar achievements, they will not count. Lu Dong lightly patted Chao Shangfei's shoulder and declared loudly. This person is our great Huang dynasty's #1 scholar. The poems he has written are known far and wide, sung by the people, no one is unaware. In an instant, all the literary ministers in the court turned their gazes towards Chao Shangfei. Almost half of the ministers in the hall were from literary backgrounds, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. Even the current prime minister would not dare to claim himself as the most talented in literary skills. There is no #1 in literature, this is the only thing that difficult scholars agree upon. Who doesn't feel that their writing is the best in the world? The Yellow Emperor interestedly examined Chao Shangfei and lightly laughed, I have 3,000 scholars in my great dynasty, there are countless talented poets and writers. If this person can produce a poem that will be remembered through the ages, I will acknowledge him. Public channel. Chao Shangfei, Lu Dong. I say your ancestors, I can't write a poem worth a damn. Lu Dong, don't worry, I've got this. During his compulsory education, Lu Dong memorized quite a few poems, but he couldn't recite them completely. Many poems with similar rhythms ended up getting mixed together. But there was one poem Lu Dong could recite in full, one that overshadowed the prosperous Tang dynasty for 1,000 years. Lu Dong stepped boldly towards Cui Min and called out loudly, bring me wine. He grabbed the wine jug and tilted his head back to drink deeply. At this moment, countless passions and blood surged within him. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, rushing to the sea and not returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall mourn for white hair, mourning like black silk turning to snow by night? With just these 4 short lines, the literary ministers who could kill with their eyes were all shocked into silence.
The Yellow Emperor's eyes subtly shifted.
It was as if layers of images had appeared before him. Lu Dong shook the wine flask, wanting to recite passionately under the influence of the alcohol, but the drink was so strong. Like fire, it burned in Lu Dong's throat.
Life is meant to be enjoyed, do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. I must have some use in this life, even if I spend a fortune, it will come back.
Lu Dong staggered and fell to the ground, the hammer and sickle behind him scattered all over. His voice sobbed as Lu Dong struggled to rise, unsteadily bumping into a group of scholars. Slaughter sheep and butcher cattle for joy, one must drink 300 cups.
The great hall was silent, Lu Dong's slightly drunk voice echoed in the hall. The lingering sound wrapped around like music.
Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only drinkers leave their names.
The poem seemed to cut through time and space, instantly pulling the Yellow Emperor back to the battlefield of his early years.
The world was in chaos, heroes rose from the grass. They fought, they bled, after triumph, they drank and celebrated. Suddenly, the Yellow Emperor held his forehead, tears welling up in his eyes.
He hadn't lost control in a long time.
Lu Dong swayed, his voice continuous, this poem, engraved in his genes, he would not forget even when drunk. 5 colored horses, fur worth thousands, call my sons to exchange for fine wine, let us ease ancient sorrows together. His voice echoed like a bell, abruptly halting. In the hall of anger, no one spoke. The military generals felt parched, wishing they could snatch Lu Dong's wine flask and drink deeply. In a daze, they seemed to see themselves with the soldiers they lived and died with, indulging in a feast. The scholars fell into silence.
In perfect rhyme. Meticulous and clear, each word powerful and grand. With hearts unconvinced, yet resigned.
One voice spoke, and 100 birds fell silent.
Chao Shangfei was full of shock, as if he had newly recognized Lu Dong. He typed incredulously in the guild channel.
Chao Shangfei, if I could write such a poem in the Huang dynasty, my Chao family would surely put my ranking at the very top.
Gui Jun, haven't you memorized Li Bai's poems? Did it all go to your head? Chao Shangfei, pancake. Gui Jun, oh, just wait for it. In the hall of anger.
The Yellow Emperor could not pull himself back for a long time, sighing deeply. His gaze settled on Chao Shangfei, and he said loudly, come here, reward 100 taels of gold, this poem deserves a reward. Chao Aiqing, after court, write this poem out for me, it must be the foundation of my Huang dynasty poetry.
Chao Shangfei's face fell, he couldn't even read big characters, let alone write.
But holding the heavy 100 taels of gold, Chao Shangfei's face lit up instantly.
Gold is wonderful. I'm rich now, then I can conquer everywhere.
Lu Dong burped and fell into a deep sleep. Liang indiscreetly cast a light that removed Lu Dong's drunken state. The Yellow Emperor led the applause, and the officials all applauded together. Lu Dong broke out in a cold sweat, goodness, he actually drank himself into a state of confusion. Lu Dong stood up amid the applause, clapping along with everyone, lowering his voice to ask Chao Shangfei beside him.
What was I just saying? Chao Shangfei? Good.
The Yellow Emperor exclaimed, I may not know how to write, but your poem has shown me a grand scene.
This is the 8th matter, so what is the 9th?
Lu Dong blinked, feeling confused at first, then suddenly sober up. He organized all of the Yellow Emperor's words in his mind. He suddenly realized. The Yellow Emperor's intent was not to inquire about the merits of the ministers, his repeated threats to execute himself were clearly excuses to kill. Lu Dong took a deep breath, the Yellow Emperor was spitting blood, days numbered, could it be that he feared someone would rebel? Was this hall of anger not a feast of loyalty? After a brief thought, Lu Dong stood firm again and said. My lord's achievements are not in the people, nor in the Huang dynasty, but in the ages to come. The Yellow Emperor sat upright, softly saying.
Aiqing knows that I most dislike people who talk nonsense?
If you speak recklessly, I will surely kill you. Lu Dong's heart shook slightly, once again verifying his suspicion that the Yellow Emperor had made up his mind to kill today. Lu Dong stepped forward, approaching the minister who had earlier discussed the ratio of circumference to radius.
Quietly said, this gentleman.
Lu Dong paused, suddenly forgetting how to address a court official in ancient times. He was unfamiliar with this person's position, he certainly couldn't say, hi, friend? After struggling for a long time, Lu Dong finally said, comrade, what is the significance of the ratio of the circumference to the radius you mentioned?
Wang Bo. Chao Shangfei. Xiong Tian. Totally confused, what the heck is a comrade?
The Yellow Emperor chuckled lightly and said, ancient people believed the sky was round and the earth square, with the mother ball at the center of all things. In fact, the principles of the universe do not revolve around the mother ball, the universe is vast and unimaginable. The ratio of the circumference to the radius is considered the foundation of our dynasty's teachings for thousands of years.
Did you not say earlier that your invention could also be passed down for a millennia? What do you mean by this question?
Lu Dong was suddenly shocked. The world indeed was different, and so was the understanding. He thought he would have to spend a lot of time explaining the fallacy of the round sky and square earth, but it seemed he could skip to the good stuff. Lu Dong said slowly, I know the precise ratio of the circumference to the radius to 40 decimal places. Impossible. The scholar blushed, as if he had heard a shocking absurdity. Calculating the ratio of circumference to radius is so complex that I have spent my whole life and countless resources and effort just to calculate it to 3.1. Utterly ridiculous. If you knew the precise value to 39 decimal places, we could even measure the size of the universe. You fool, what nonsense are you talking? Do you really believe you are some kind of genius? Lu Dong narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the pencil. Cui Min was stunned. Oh no, this guy is about to kill. Chapter 55, The 7 Prisons, A Bowl of Fine Brew. The Yellow Emperor laughed lightly and said, My dear minister, there is no need to be angry. When you first told me that the round sky and square earth were a fallacy, I was also quite shocked, wasn't I? In the debate of numbers and reasoning, the truth is what matters. There is no need for such anger. Please listen to him explain it carefully. The scholar pouted with anger and said, I want to hear how you calculate the precise number. Lu Dong rubbed his nose and fixed his gaze on the scholar's eyes, whispering, You insult me, yet I must tell you how to calculate? How about we make a bet? What shall we bet on? I will gladly participate. Lu Dong excitedly licked his lips and said, Let's bet our lives. Chao Shangfei stood there in shock. Wang Bo was dumbfounded. Even the Yellow Emperor was taken aback. What? Betting on life in the Grand Hall? The military generals looked on in astonishment. They had always thought only generals risked life and death. Why were the scholars starting to imitate them today? Renaissance? The scholar who had spoken earlier said aloud, I understand 3,000 principles of the world. What does a mere life matter? Just tell me your method of calculation. If it is correct, I will gladly give you my life. But if you are talking nonsense, I will bring 3,000 disciples and wipe out your entire clan. Lu Dong slightly raised his eyebrows. 3,000 disciples? It seems that the Confucius of my world also had 3,000 disciples. These grandiose literati are indeed tough characters. No wonder they wrote the timeless saying, if you come, then settle down. Since they have come, let's bury them. Lu Dong smiled lightly and stepped forward, then the bet is on. You better be prepared. There is a circle, start with the regular hexagon inscribed within it, and keep subdividing until reaching a regular 192-sided polygon inscribed within the circle. The finer the cuts, the less is lost. Cut again and again until it is infinitely small, and then it becomes just as the circumference without loss. After cutting to a 1,536-sided polygon, calculate the area of a 3,072-sided polygon, which gives a ratio close to 3.1416. Continuing this way, the regular hexagon can be infinitely divided, and the values increase infinitely. Ignoring the shocked expression on the scholar's face, Lu Dong said slowly, Give me a sufficiently large circle, and I could even calculate to 100 decimal places. The last 40 digits of the ratio of circumference to radius are 3.1415926535 89793 23846 26433 83279 50288 41971. The scholar's eyes sparkled, seeming to ponder Lu Dong's answer. That's right. The method is correct, simply brilliant. Using the method of inscribing polygons will indeed achieve an infinite approximation of the ratio. This irrational number is indeed correct. The scholar slowly turned and bowed to the Yellow Emperor, saying, Alas, I truly forgot that principle. How can one ignore the heroes of the world? Today's bet shall certainly be honored. I have lost, utterly lost. With such a minister, I shall die with no regrets, and the dynasty shall be fortunate. The Yellow Emperor remained silent. The decree of the Yellow dynasty was issued, and the bet took effect, so he must do his best. If the old minister lost, then he should die. Chao Shangfei was confused. He understood some things, but not how to calculate. Can this number be so powerful? Isn't it just a dispatch? Haven't we all memorized it in elementary school? But how did it seem so advanced when it came to Lu Dong? The civil official suddenly bowed his head to the ground and, before anyone could react, he bumped his head to death. Spots of light scattered away. Lu Dong's body shook. Did he just die just like that? The ancients truly do not deceive me. 2 peaches killing 3 warriors, it really is possible. If the Treasure Association successfully answers the Yellow Emperor's question, please continue to explore the Hall of Anger. Your knowledge conquers the ancestral spirits. You gain 5 points of mental power. Goodness, indeed these NPCs must be killed. Killing them can give oneself good things. Lu Dong's eyes held a hint of desire, looking at the Yellow Emperor. I wonder what rewards there would be for killing the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor sat on the dragon throne, suddenly pounding his chest and stamping his feet, his face filled with uncontrollable sorrow. Since I ascended the throne, I've sent away dozens of scientific ministers, and today, witnessing the death of the old minister, my heart is filled with guilt. What talent do I have to earn the trust of all my beloved ministers? My beloved ministers dedicate themselves to our great dynasty, to serve with all their strength. My heart is not at peace. The Yellow Emperor directly sat on the ground, causing all the ministers in the hall to kneel. Long live the Emperor, eternal blessings. The Yellow Emperor said loudly, eternal blessings, who can actually have eternal blessings? Lu Dong knelt on the ground, quickly sending a message in the guild channel. Lu Dong, wait, be careful and dodge, this Yellow Emperor is likely to start a massacre. Chao Shangfei, why? Aren't all the officials in the hall loyal ministers? By Li Xian, high merit overshadows the ruler. Wang Bo, it should be to prepare for the prince's succession. Cui Min, when the son of heaven is angry, a million corpses float, accursed fate. Facing the kneeling ministers, the Yellow Emperor slightly raised his hand, holding up a thorny stick filled with sharp branches and said, my beloved ministers, look, this thorny stick is the imperial power I hold in my hand right now. I bear the pain of my skin, the pain of my heart at all times. I do not have much time left. You all should talk about to whom this imperial power thorny stick should be given. The ministers fell silent, no one spoke up. The Yellow Emperor slowly stood up, swaying his body, leaning against the dragon throne and said, child, come here and see the empire I have laid down for you. A child, looking similar to the happy baby, about 10 years old, wearing a royal robe, came forward from the back of the hall. Lu Dong squinted his eyes. The Yellow Emperor's son. Strength, 100. Agility, 1000. The Yellow Emperor's son has appeared, perhaps he knows the source of the anger. The members of the Treasure Association were all stunned simultaneously, the NPC triggering a task ring had appeared. But no one knew what to do. In the Hall of Anger, the ministers did not even dare to look up, who could approach the prince? The Yellow Emperor held the prince and said softly, look at this general, he followed his father and cut his way through the world, only then did he achieve his current position, he has countless scars on him. Son, can you see his face clearly? The general named by the Yellow Emperor straightened up and clasped his fists and said, I will serve the great dynasty as a beast of burden and eliminate all enemies. The Yellow Emperor narrowed his eyes. All the civil officials remained silent. Does the Yellow Emperor need you to pledge loyalty now? Certainly not. It would be superfluous to hastily pledge loyalty to the prince. Doesn't that imply the Yellow Emperor is bound to die? The Yellow Emperor waved his hand to the eunuch behind him and whispered, such an important minister, what do you think, should the father reward him with a bowl of excellent wine from the Yellow dynasty? The prince gently nodded. The general took the large bowl of wine, his eyes filled with excitement. Having fought for the royal family all his life, emerging from the grasslands, he finally sat in the position of a lord. In a daze, he began to see a vision of happiness with many wives and numerous children. Many civil officials bowed their heads together, keeping such a general would surely bring disaster. To conquer the world, this general must be a heavy minister. To protect the world, this general is the thorn in the dynasty. This bowl of excellent wine must be poison without a doubt. Poor general, still believing it to be fine wine. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. With one gulp, he emptied the bowl of wine. Licking up every last bit, the general's face was full of excitement. The Yellow Emperor nodded slightly and pointed to another minister, saying, this is the current prime minister of the Yellow dynasty, skilled in strategy, separating the nations. If it weren't for him, our great Yellow dynasty would surely have been attacked by the allied nations. The prince blinked his big eyes and said, Father, isn't he also an important minister of the state? Why not give him a cup of fine wine? The Yellow Emperor's eyes lit up with joy, worthy of being his son. This time of killing and warfare was truly decisive. The Yellow Emperor softly asked, what does the prime minister think? The prime minister bowed in thanks and then gently said, I was originally a commoner, farming in Nanyang. Now the dynasty flourishes, there is no rival in the world. I wish to retire and return to my hometown, to plant 2 acres of land, one for sesame and one for peanuts. That would be enough for the rest of my life. The officials fell silent, those who understood were filled with admiration, while the confused still criticized the prime minister for being foolish. Public meeting channel. Chao Shangfei, this prime minister is indeed a person of character, able to rise and let go. By Li Xian, he still has ambition, otherwise, he wouldn't come to the court. Cui Min, if he were not greedy, wouldn't it be better to go straight back home? Gui Jun, so, what should we do next? Lu Dong, wait for my signal, kill the prince. Wang Bo. Huang Xinyan. By Li Xian. Chao Shangfei, didn't the mission hint say the source is with the prince? Shouldn't we explore a bit more? Lu Dong, if the son of heaven gets angry, blood will flow for 1,000 miles. If I get angry, even the chickens and dogs won't have peace.
Kill the source, and he won't get angry at all. Gui Jun makes so much sense. Chui Min, just to my liking. Wang Bo, the words may be coarse, but the reasoning is not. Bai Lixian was left in a whirlwind of confusion.
Liangyan and Xiong Tian had no idea what everyone was discussing. At this moment, they were both trapped in silence, as their deaths loomed closer if the plot continued as it was.
The Yellow Emperor chuckled as he looked at the prince and asked, "My son, what do you think?" Although the prince studied power tactics, recalling the prime minister's teachings made him sigh and say, "Why not let the old prime minister return to his hometown?" The Yellow Emperor shook his head and gently said, "If the prime minister leaves during the prosperous times of our great dynasty, others will say the Yellow dynasty is heartless. My dear minister, can you drink this cup of fine wine?"
The prime minister smiled bitterly and said, "I too do not have much time left."
"Your Majesty, can you allow me to die in my homeland?" The Yellow Emperor slightly pursed his lips and gently said, "If our positions were switched, would you let me die in my homeland?"
The prime minister sighed and then raised the fine wine, drinking it all in one go.
The Yellow Emperor rubbed his forehead and then asked, "Chao Aiching, in this situation today, can you compose a poem for me?" Chao Shunfei's face darkened. Compose poetry? He didn't know a thing about poetry. Chao Shunfei looked at Lu Dong with a pleading expression while spamming the public meeting channel. "Chao Shunfei, Lu Dong, you son of a gun, you're killing me. I can't even read. How can I write poetry?"
"Chao Shunfei, I'll poke a hole through your family's cutting board, and you'll still act innocent while I get scammed."
"Lu Dong, if you have a better attitude, I might help you come up with a poem." "Chao Shunfei, all the good things have been turned into chaos because of Brother Dong." "Lu Dong, exactly, a reward." Wang Bo. Gui Jun. Huang Xinyan.
Lu Dong stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, Chao Shangfei cannot speak."
"I am a bit familiar with lip reading, can I help translate for him?" The Yellow Emperor chuckled and said, "Good. If you can't write anything, then you will be executed. If you write well, a fine wine will be rewarded."
Lu Dong raised his brows. This was a matter of life or death regardless of whether he moved forward or withdrew. Chao Shangfei lowered his head, face full of bitterness, looking at Lu Dong's random comments in the public meeting channel.
Chao Shangfei mouthed, "Brother Dong, you've got to save me."
Lu Dong replied, "Your Majesty, Chao Shangfei said he wants to borrow your previous comparison of royal power to the thorny vine to compose a poem."
"I wonder if that is possible."
The prince threw out a thorny vine, and the Yellow Emperor smiled without saying a word. In the angry Heart Hall, all the ministers looked at Lu Dong. No one knew what kind of poem he would come up with this time.
Lu Dong nodded to Chao Shangfei and then picked up the thorny vine.
Chao Shangfei had no idea what was going on, so he foolishly made a bucket of nonsense, wildly mimicking possible words.
Lu Dong took a deep breath. Chapter 56, 7 Prisons, a one-for-one with divine beings.
In the angry Heart Hall, Lu Dong fell into a moment of silence. He slowly removed the heavy hammer and sickle he had been carrying on his back, indicating he had no other weapons. Lu Dong clasped his fists and said, "I report to the Yellow Emperor, a poem from Chao Shangfei. It is suitable for reciting, and if there is a suitable audience, it can express the wonders of poetry even more. I, a humble minister, have seen the prince for the first time. May I invite the prince to the stage, as I recite this timeless masterpiece for him." The Yellow Emperor recalled the earlier poem by Lu Dong, his majestic face filled with delight, and he said slowly, "All you beloved ministers, please disperse and clear a space on the stage, so Lu Ai Ching can perform to his heart's content. Child, you sit on the steps right in front of your father, and see if this timeless masterpiece satisfies you." Gao de Bao and the others frowned. Clearly, Lu Dong was planning to target the prince.
Was the Yellow Emperor really allowing Lu Dong to do this? Or did he think that the prince would not be harmed?
Lu Dong strode through the hall of anger, holding the thorny jujube stick from earlier, his eyes shining fiercely as he said, "At the river's edge, palaces lock 1,000 doors, who does the new jujube and reeds turn green for? The desolate lands of Ba Mountain and Chu River, the sound of a kick on the 4 walls of Ruisi."
Wang Bo rolled his eyes, thinking, what the hell is this responsibility?
Gao de Bao and the other officials surrounded the area like common ministers, ready to assist Lu Dong in ambushing the prince at any moment, but Lu Dong did not approach the prince. Bai Lixian constantly calculated the prince's abilities and found that no matter what attack, he would instantly dodge it.
This prince seems to have the ability to evade absolutely. Lu Dong's recitation caught a glimpse of the prince. With 1,000 agility, how to bind this guy?
Lu Dong steeled himself to continue crafting his poem while thinking rapidly about how to kill the prince. Lu Dong paced as he recited, his voice focused. "The general dies in 100 battles, the brave return after 10 years. When I left, my lovely wife had just entered the door. Upon returning, there are 10 children in the house.
Old Wang next door is grinding, cheerfully claiming family peace." Wang Bo's face turned dark. Old Wang?
He felt offended.
And what? Is this even called poetry?
Bai Lixian's right eye twitched wildly, and the Yellow Emperor shared a glance with him.
His ability to communicate was being restricted.
Taking a deep breath, Bai Lixian understood that if a fight broke out, his target would definitely be this Yellow Emperor.
A life for a life.
Do nobles and princes have any special rights? Should have, but eunuchs do not. The civil officials stifled their amusement as Lu Dong recited a poem that sounded like a folk doggerel, lacking any majestic poetic presence.
Only sporadic lines of poetry emerged that were worth pondering.
But compared to earlier poems, it was unknown how many times worse. The Yellow Emperor frowned, slightly displeased, and seeing the prince getting more serious, let Lu Dong act foolishly. At this moment, how could he not see that Chao Shangfei was not even speaking? Clearly it was Lu Dong performing all by himself. Just like that, there were two more excuses for killing. In the hall, only a group of military officials appeared solemn. They understood these doggerel-like words, for it was their own lived experience. Abandoning family to go to battle, only to return and find family became someone else's family. A large part of the compensation of sacrificed comrades became dowries for their wives and children to remarry. Warriors had little education, they only knew that when the general's orders were given, they charged forward without hesitation. But those who returned triumphantly to live peacefully were very few. Lu Dong's poem seemed to awaken the dissatisfaction of many military officials. Why should they bleed on the battlefield while civil officials could live in comfort and enjoy the same treatment?
Lu Dong suddenly turned back and said,
"Black clouds press down on the city is about to collapse, the armor gleams in the sun, gold scales open." Everyone froze, it was as if they were instantly brought back to the battlefield years. The prince listened attentively. Poetry that combined the rustic and refined like Lu Dong's was never heard in the palace. Especially the scenes depicting the battlefield made him feel as if he was there. Lu Dong's body shook, and the system's prompt instantly ignited his killing intent. "Your poetry has made the prince ponder deeply. As long as the poetry continues, the prince will not move."
"Then there's a chance."
Lu Dong stepped aside, made a gesture of a warrior, then raised his left hand high, continuing to recite. "The old steed in the stable cannot find peace, the home is empty with no signs of life. In a dying illness, I sit up in shock, soaring upward for 3,000 miles. As long as the Yellow Dynasty's generals are here, don't let the Hu horses crossing mountain." Lu Dong used poetry to tell the story of a general's life of warfare and glory, but in the end, he died a miserable death. A fellow townsman, who should have died from illness far away, suddenly woke up, seeming to leave behind a final message.
The scholars all focused deeply, as this final summary might just be the essence of Lu Dong's entire poem.
Lu Dong suddenly grasped the juju branch that symbolized royal power in his left hand, pulling it down fiercely, ignoring how the sharp branches cut into his palm, and said without changing expression,
"Boiling beans to make soup, straining peas for juice.
The vine burns beneath the pot, while the beans weep inside.
Born of the same root, why must we be so eager to harm each other?"
In the next moment, Lu Dong raised the smooth juju branch in his right hand and handed it to the prince. The Yellow Emperor was shocked. Lu Dong had seen through his plans clearly. The Yellow Emperor knew his time was short. He wanted to pass on the royal power to the prince, but feared the loyal ministers would rise against him due to his achievements. For the longevity of the royal family, he had no choice but to set up today's deadly banquet. He summoned all the meritorious officials to the palace, finding any excuse to execute them. He wanted to leave a safe and prosperous court for the prince. The juju branch that symbolized royal power would only be sharp with the support of these officials. But the Yellow Emperor worried that the prince couldn't control this branch, and thus thought about eliminating those factions for him. Lu Dong's phrase, "Why must we be so eager to harm each other?" pierced through the Yellow Emperor's thoughts. The scholars were shaken, and the military officials were stunned.
Could it be that the Yellow Emperor really intended to strike at these meritorious officials? Bang! Bang!
The previously celebratory military generals and chancellors foamed at the mouth, kneeling on the ground, dying on the spot. The 100 officials were shocked, and the sounds of commotion that had never appeared in the court now erupted one after another. The Yellow Emperor looked coldly at Lu Dong, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Dong kept reciting poetry, since ancient times, who has not died. Taking advantage of the prince's days, Lu Dong decisively embraced him and ran towards the gathered crowd.
"Brothers, we've killed the prince."
Lu Dong continued whispering poetry in the prince's ear, not allowing him to break free. This prince had merely 100 strength and 1,000 health points. As long as Lu Dong ensured an attack landed, the prince would surely die. Wei Jun stepped forward, moving with lightning speed, twisting the prince's neck with a snap.
Minus 10,000.
Hiss. The entire hall was in shock. The prince was just killed like that. Wei Jun clapped his hands, mission accomplished. In the next moment, everyone gathered there stood frozen. "You have killed a key quest NPC, the exploration mission in the Anger Palace is interrupted."
Wang Bo cursed loudly, asking who had suggested killing the prince? Now the mission would surely fail.
Lu Dong had a dark expression, Based on his experience with missions, if they killed the one who issued the task, the mission should end. The Yellow Emperor has lost his son, his anger rises, all attributes of the Yellow Emperor are increased 100-fold. When the Emperor is angry, rivers of blood flow for 1,000 miles. You have triggered the source of anger, face the Yellow Emperor's wrath. Wearing the dragon robe, the Yellow Emperor exploded with rage. The golden aura suddenly broke through the anger palace. The prince's death ignited all the Yellow Emperor's fury. His small universe erupted, wild energy swirling around him. Stepping down from the dragon throne, the Yellow Emperor waved his hand to slay the ministers in front of him. 100-level generals were instantaneously killed. Lu Dong stared wide-eyed, a thin red bar appeared above the Yellow Emperor's head. 10000000000/10000000000. Good heavens, 100 million health points. There was no lifeline, and it was impossible to have one. Bai Lixian stopped moving his fingers, the aura of the Wei emerging around him, his white robe fluttering without wind. After 2 years of prophecy, he found that the more he predicted the future, the more things he had to worry about. Looking ahead and behind, it was too exhausting. Bai Lixian stood in front of Lu Dong, shielding him with his mighty aura. Sometimes, Bai Lixian envied Lu Dong, the small devil who was decisive in killing. Why couldn't he do the same? The Yellow Emperor stomped in fury, and the ministers in the hall suddenly disappeared. Just like the historical truth from many years ago, blood flowed in the anger palace, and there were no more high-ranking officials in the court. Today was merely a reenactment of history. But because of Lu Dong's appearance, the Yellow Dynasty lost its predetermined prince. No one knows what will happen in the future. Bai Lixian whispered, Lu Dong, do you regret your choice? Lu Dong snorted coldly, regret? I do regret it, I should have killed the emperor. Bai Lixian. If Lu Dong had known this result, he certainly wouldn't have done it. Knowing that killing the prince would provoke the emperor's fury, it would have been better to kill the emperor directly. The emperor at this moment seemed like a heavenly being. Anger surged like a tidal wave, blocking out the sun. Bai Lixian laughed loudly, his white robe billowing. Today, I shall trade blows with the heavenly being. The emperor shouted angrily, I am invincible under heaven. Bai Lixian's momentum did not falter, he proclaimed, I am an enemy from the sky. His domain ability activated, a light ring instantly enveloped the emperor. Both of their attacks vanished into thin air. Around them, burly men with swords drew their bows, arrows screaming toward the members of the Goad Bao Guild in the arena. Buzz. Bai Lixian knelt on one knee, his health bar suddenly dropping to 1 point. No matter how Wang Bo treated him, or Liangyan tried to heal him, Bai Lixian's health remained stuck at 1 point, not moving at all. Exchanging a life for a life, forcibly bringing his health down to 1 point. Danger! The members of the Goad Bao Guild almost simultaneously appeared around Bai Lixian, blocking the arrows shot by the level 100 NPCs. Chao Shangfei shouted angrily, scattering coins everywhere, 100 taels of gold just obtained all turned into golden shields. In a quarter of a second, the golden shields shattered. Huang Xingyan's black qipao billowed, her beautiful legs standing firmly in the rage temple. Thousands of seeds spread around her. With a howl, the seeds exploded into giant sunflowers. The sunflowers drooped, tightly wrapping around Bai Lixian. Countless plants only lasted half a second. Bai Lixian sighed, stepping forward, generously walking to his death. Liangyan and Xiong Tian shouted in unison, Lu Dong. Come back. Bai Lixian's domain ability caused the emperor's health to suddenly drop to 0 points. With only 1 drop of health left, the emperor was undeniably weakened. Even so, the members of the Goad Bao Guild chose to protect Bai Lixian first. If Bai Lixian died, the success of this mission would mean nothing. Moreover, how could one leap over 10 meters in the face of a rain of arrows to slay the emperor? Just as everyone defended, Lu Dong moved. Who said you can't dodge a rain of arrows? With his eyes blinking, a spatial coordinate system appeared in Lu Dong's mind. His mental power rapidly decreased. The arrows in the air traced out parabolic paths. Some arrows flew at 40 meters per second, while others at 60 meters per second. In the space of relative motion, there was a brief open area. Lu Dong seemed to blend into a point in the spatial coordinates, moving toward the rain of arrows in an eerie way. The distance to the emperor. 9 meters. Mental power decreased by 40 points. 5 meters. Only 50 points of mental power left. 3 meters. Mental power below 10 points. 2 meters. Illusions began to appear before Lu Dong's eyes, about to collapse. Damn it, just a little bit closer. Chapter 57, The Seven Hells, The Emperor's Plan. The Emperor, with his health reduced to 1 point by Bai Lixian's domain ability, found himself surrounded by a lack of golden light and powerful energy. At this moment, he looked like a frail old man in his twilight years. His royal robe hung loosely, hairpin dropped to the ground. Nearby, eunuchs stood, gazing warily at the captivating Lu Dong, as if facing a formidable adversary. The emperor remained calm and relaxed. It was as if he were not trapped in a desperate situation at all. As long as Lu Dong's attack touches him, even if it doesn't break his defense, he would still die from force damage. In the rain of arrows, Lu Dong and the emperor locked eyes. The emperor's gaze was deep, like distant stars and oceans, containing countless untold histories. A millisecond felt like 1,000 years to Lu Dong. A glance spanning 1,000 years. Facing the emperor, how could an ordinary person not be influenced by his might? Moreover, Lu Dong's mental power had already entered a state of collapse. Vision blurred. Consciousness unclear. In Lu Dong's heart, there was only one obsession: kill the emperor. The eunuchs joined forces to build an impenetrable wall, blocking Lu Dong's line of sight. Protect the emperor. Ensure the safety of the Holy One. Surround the Rage Temple. It seems there is no chance left. Following the eunuchs of the Yellow Emperor, it is clear they understand his thoughts today. Assemble the meritorious ministers and use this as an excuse to execute them. At this moment, the prince has been attacked, the Yellow Emperor cannot afford any more mishaps. Otherwise, the entire great dynasty will face disaster. In the next moment, the Yellow Emperor unexpectedly pushed aside the eunuchs in front of him. Standing firm in the center, he faced Lu Dong with his hands behind his back, looking down on him. A historical emperor would never show signs of retreat. The central door wide open, the Yellow Emperor had no defenses around him. Lu Dong tensed his right shoulder and suddenly threw the sharp pencil in his hand. At the same time, he unleashed his title as the Destroyer of Mysteries, Breaker of Cities, with blinding golden light, glaring but with no other effect. Filled with anger, Lu Dong worried that he couldn't kill the Yellow Emperor and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. If I can't kill him, at least I can disgust him, right? A common man's rage causes blood to flow for 10 steps. The Yellow Emperor did not resist and let the pencil fall. In the golden light, it seemed as if shackles were breaking off the Yellow Emperor's body. The illusory figure of the Yellow Emperor took a step forward and instantly vanished before Lu Dong's eyes. Lu Dong felt an overwhelming number of curves appearing in the sky's coordinate system, disrupting the space, shattering his three-dimensional spatial coordinates. This was the power of 4 dimensions. Lu Dong wanted to warn the Gudabao Guild but was astonished to see the Yellow Emperor standing before Huang Xingyan. In the golden light, a rain of arrows shot backward. Those around Huang Xingyan were pushed away by the Yellow Emperor. Within 5 meters of the two, there was no one else. A feeling of blood connection surged in Huang Xingyan's heart. Huang Xingyan, dressed in a black cheongsam, looked at the Yellow Emperor in disbelief. This person. The Yellow Emperor smiled gently and nodded, saying, "You must be my direct descendant, right? The moment I saw you, I was certain. This means my plan succeeded." Huang Xingyan trembled all over. Since entering this strange world, she had been affected by all kinds of odd voices. Living in noise every day was such a misfortune. Unclear sounds seemed to remind her of something but could not be clearly expressed. After a long time, Huang Xingyan got used to these voices, considering them the language of all things. In the dimness, a voice guided her towards the Gudabao area. Perhaps there was a reason to unlock her illness in the ruined city. Huang Xingyan never expected that the key to her illness would be her own bloodline. The Yellow Emperor gently embraced Huang Xingyan, like a kind father, completely disregarding the sharp plant root in her hand. -1. The Yellow Emperor's health bar hit 0. Huang Xingyan's body sparkled with several beams of upgrade light. The eunuchs around showed expressions of anger, and the strong men raised their long knives, the aura of slaughter enveloping the entire anger hall. In the next moment, a rumble sounded, blinding white light dazzled, and all went silent. The anger hall vanished. The Gudabao Guild has completed the second ring task of the 7 hells, explore the anger hall. Huang Xingyan killed the Yellow Emperor, obtaining a special reward. A black wall appeared, and a second light point lit up. A mighty voice came once more. When the Son of Heaven is angry, blood flows for 1,000 miles, secular nobles remain oblivious, a common man's anger causes blood to flow for 10 steps, cutting down the injustices of the world. Second sin of the 7 hells, the heartless noble. Huang Xingyan gently rubbed her eyes and murmured, "How can nobles be heartless? Did those from that era have any chance to choose their own fate?" Behind the black wall, another strong male voice came forth. "If the Son of Heaven is heartless, then the secular world is heartless, malicious slaughter, the dynasty rises, the people suffer, the dynasty falls, the people suffer. The anger hall affects the progress of all humanity." Huang Xingyan said coldly, "But the Yellow Emperor succeeded, he used his wisdom to break free from your control." Everyone was stunned. The Yellow Emperor had clearly been killed by Huang Xingyan. Why would she say the Yellow Emperor succeeded? In the darkness, after a long silence, the voice spoke again. "Keep moving forward, the answers are on the road." A flash of golden light, and all wounds and negative statuses of everyone vanished at once. Lu Dong woke up from his dizziness and said in slight anger, "Damn it. I was set up by that old guy." Chui Min and Bai Lixian exchanged glances, both filled with shock in their eyes.
This little brat actually saw through the Emperor's plan? Huang Xingyan fell silent after responding to the voice in the darkness. Chao Shangfei curiously asked, "Didn't you kill the Emperor? Why do you all say the Emperor succeeded?"
Lu Dong softly said, "Actually, the source of the anger in the Angry Heart Palace lies with the prince," when I recited the poem.
Mentioning Lu Dong's poem made everyone's teeth hurt from the memory. Chao Shangfei kicked Lu Dong in frustration, and only after releasing his anger did he let Lu Dong continue.
Lu Dong grinned and said, "All the sources of anger in the Angry Heart Palace are because of the prince. Because the emperor wants to pass on the throne, he needs to eliminate all the ministers, which will undoubtedly incite the anger of all the ministers.
That's the first reason. The second reason is that the prince carries the future of the dynasty, symbolizing the absolute power of the feudal era.
Naturally, the contributions of the ministers who outshine the ruler will affect the prince's power, and that's the second reason." Chui Min said softly, "So the most difficult part of the Angry Heart Palace is how to correctly answer the emperor's question, survive, and then wait for the prince to appear to discuss normally and reveal the source of the anger, and that would be enough to pass." In the end, they directly killed the prince.
Bai Lixian whispered, "The emperor has the same ability as I do."
His earlier coughing of blood might be because he saw the different outcomes brought by all the players' choices. He changed history, which caused his injury. His true purpose was to have the prince killed by everyone. Everyone understood that by having the prince cooperate with Lu Dong, the emperor actually gave them an opportunity.
Chao Shangfei finally understood, so that's why. But what is the emperor's motive for doing this? To interrupt the history of the Huang dynasty? Deliberately letting the prince die while his own life is nearing its end? The emperor's choices left everyone puzzled.
Lu Dong said calmly, "The emperor doesn't only have one child. Perhaps he did this to protect his other children?"
Chui Min nodded gently, knowing feudal history well.
They understood that the succession of a dynasty is often steeped in bloodshed. If the emperor doesn't clean up some problems, it would surely lead to numerous factions after his death in the Huang dynasty.
Once internal strife ensues, the national power will inevitably weaken. Which dynasties didn't fall due to internal issues? Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing?
While they talked about feudal history, Lu Dong approached Huang Xingyan and whispered,
"Actually, the emperor did this to preserve his true bloodline, right?"
Huang Xingyan was startled, looking at Lu Dong with tears in her eyes. Throughout history, countless emperors desired to rule, yet countless others wished to escape the palace.
The palace is ultimately a fortress.
Those outside wish to enter, those inside wish to exit. The emperor, bearing the fate of the nation, does not want his children to live in a world of slaughter.
A dynasty fueled by anger and power cannot last forever.
The emperor understood that once he passed away, many forces would rise up against one another. Therefore, the emperor staged this banquet to kill the prince. The world would be chaotic, and the ministers would scatter. But ultimately, the dynasty would unify again.
The newly unified dynasty would continue its rule.
But no one knew that the real descendants of the emperor had already left the palace. Without the powerful and wealthy, they could let their bloodline survive. The emperor gambled with his life and the control over his fate. The goal was to give his descendants absolute freedom. They wouldn't have to strive for some kind of predetermined goal, they could choose their own lives.
Lu Dong locked eyes with the emperor, suddenly understanding countless things. Who said everyone in the world wants to be an emperor?
The greater the power, the greater the danger, and the greater the responsibility. The emperor, too, was a puppet of fate, manipulated by power.
Lu Dong turned his right hand and took out a thorny branch. "This is what your ancestor wanted me to bring to you."
Everyone was shocked in unison. Lu Dong actually brought out something from the Hall of Anger. The thorns that symbolize imperial power, something the Yellow Emperor used as a metaphor, were actually brought out by Lu Dong.
Huang Xingyan took the thorns, and a phantom suddenly appeared.
The Yellow Emperor in plain clothes, looking like a farmer in the fields, at this moment, had no trace of imperial authority left on him.
"Just as I suspected, you little demon can bring back my belongings.
I am the emperor of the commoners, and being able to open my projection must mean you are my descendant." The figure of the Yellow Emperor flickered slightly. Throughout history, all the souls that have died are controlled by a strange force, and some of them use human greed to guide you to help them establish a bizarre army. Remember, never exchange abilities with the bizarre, or you will only become their slaves. As my descendant, you must stand up for the common people, child, you must fight against the bizarre camp to release our souls and enter the cycle of rebirth once more, so the world can regain its vitality. Crack, the figure of the Yellow Emperor suddenly shattered.
It seemed as if a bizarre power had erased the Yellow Emperor's phantom from existence. Everyone was stunned at the same time. No reincarnation after death? Being imprisoned? Xiong Tian and Liangan had extremely grim expressions.
Because they both knew of this matter, but could not speak, this yellow emperor is truly a figure of significance. Wang Bo pondered for a moment and lowered his voice, saying, "Let's focus on the task first, we can discuss this later." All rewards for the second ring task of the 7 prisons went to Huang Xingyan. At this moment, Huang Xingyan finally stepped into the rank of level 50, but she did not awaken her domain skill. Bailey frowned and whispered, "This time the cooldown for the domain skill hasn't refreshed." Wang Bo spoke softly, "Then let's be cautious with our abilities from now on." Saying this, Wang Bo struck Lu Dong on the head. "Next time you do something, communicate with us in the guild channel." Everyone burst into laughter. As the faint light dissipated, everyone reappeared beside a narrow path. Chapter 58, 7 Prisons, City of Sorrow, for the generous patron of the Duigua Bar, an extra chapter. In the bizarre world, the gates of Gotham City fell, triggering the camp war in advance. To gain contributions, almost all players stopped their tasks and began preparing for the camp war. Many people felt a bit unaccustomed after a few days without news from Lu Dong's livestream. Wasn't that guy dead somewhere? Impossible. That killing machine can't possibly die. Soon, some players noticed something unusual. Hey! How did the top of the mental power ranking reach 160? That's already 4 times my mental power. It must be Lu Dong, he's the only one whose mental power exceeded 100. What can we do to improve our mental power? Zhao family's heavenly son. Zhao Yu held a cup of tea and said, "Mental power is the limit of a player's will, the more special the job, the higher the base mental power." Lu Dong is a level 1 player, and his leap in mental power came after defeating the level-up boss Gu Xiaotian. Does that mean if you defeat a boss of a higher level, you get a reward for mental power? Great Song Dynasty. Song Yanyan excitedly reported, "Through our experiments during this time, we found that as long as players are 10 levels lower than the boss, after defeating it, they can gain free attribute points." Quickly, Song Yanyan calmed down again, "But our free attribute points can only add to strength and agility." All-rounder. Louis Ran reviewed the information and said softly, "The direction of Great Song Dynasty's research is not wrong. We overlooked another thing, Lu Dong also has the title of Destructive Butcher. He has never followed the rules, perhaps this is a special reward given to him by the system?" Soon, major top guilds began to foster players who did not follow the game rules, learning from Lu Dong's method of completing tasks in an attempt to cultivate players who could independently enhance their mental power. There were even players imitating Lu Dong by self-harming, cutting their bellies, breaking their hands, and ruining their faces. Aside from pain, there was no increase in mental power. The major guilds wanted to find Lu Dong to get to the bottom of it. With only 1 day left before the camp war was about to start, the disappearance of Lu Dong and the entire Gadibio guild inevitably aroused suspicion. What big moves are these guys up to now? In the 7 hells. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time the path had a fork. 2 nearly identical roads led to 2 different directions. A wooden sign stood at the fork. All roads lead to the Wasted City, explorers, the task in the 3rd ring of the 7 hells, divided by biological sex, men to the left, women to the right. Wrong path means annihilation. Wish you good luck. Friendly reminder, both paths must be clear to successfully pass through the 3rd ring. NPCs are forbidden. With many additional conditions, everyone divided by gender, standing immediately at the sides of the 2 paths. Only Lu Dong stepped forward, trying his luck, and directly took down the sign. Looking at Lu Dong with a big hammer, a sickle, and a sign on his back, everyone was speechless. Lu Dong said leisurely, "Who told me I'm just a level 1 player? Anything placed here must be a treasure, right? If I had known I could bring out the thorny branches just now, I would have dug up more gold in the Angry Heart Temple. It really is a waste with gold all over the ground." Wang Bo's 3 women ignored Lu Dong's mad talk and disappeared down the right path. Wang Bo lowered his voice, "Xingyan, have you planted the seeds of observation? I'm a little worried about those guys." Huang Xingyang nodded gently, "Yes, this time I've gained part of the legacy's power, my seed's control range has increased quite a bit." Huang Xingyang, who inherited the legacy of the Yellow Emperor, carried a royal dignity in her every gesture. Guijun smirked and said, "Princess, during this trial, I can cling to your leg." The 4 of Lu Dong walked along the left path. About a kilometer later, a bright red light flickered ahead. A huge red fluorescent sign, a faint rosy fragrance, drifted out. The Wasted City. The 3rd ring task of the 7 hells is activated, explore the Wasted City. Everyone's sorrow is different, please players explore the source of sorrow. Chao Shangfei swallowed and murmured softly, "This familiar scent, could it be the heaven for men?" Lu Dong rubbed his nose, scoffing with a manly disdain, "Be confident, turn that question into a statement. Just looking at you, I can tell you're a distinguished Cadillac owner, you must come to places like this often." Chao Shangfei retorted, "How could you tell I come here often?" Lu Dong said leisurely, "Bro, bathing or massage?" Chao Shangfei instinctively replied, "Massage. Who goes for bathing if they are serious?"
Realizing he had been tricked by Lu Dong, Chao Shangfei decided to stop pretending.
No more hiding, I am indeed a distinguished Cadillac owner. In all the city's massage shops, there's not one where I'm not a VIP. Chao Shangfei turned around. It's been 2 years since we came to this bizarre world. As the leader of your guild, I haven't treated you to a proper time yet. Today all expenses are on me, Master Chao. Chui Min stepped forward holding a wine pot and shouted, "For gentlemen, money is no object." Bai Li followed closely behind, "Bring all the top therapists." Lu Dong chimed in, "I want someone broad-minded." Chao Shangfei wore a deadpan expression, thinking he assumed these 3 guys didn't often come, but looking at it, they were actually regulars in the hall. Under the neon lights of the wasted city, soft music floated out. After a lifetime of toil, being a slave to studies, a slave to career, a slave to love, a slave to family. Such a sorrowful life, isn't it enough? Tonight, you are the king, release all your sorrows in the wasted city. The 4 moved gracefully into the wasted city. Manly pleasure is so simple and unadorned. The wasted city, though called a city, was actually just a small 3-story building. The first floor hall was magnificent. A young fellow in a suit with shiny hair approached respectfully, saying, "For brothers, do we have familiar therapists?" Chao Shangfei bit his lip. "For private rooms, let my brothers pick properly." The young fellow put his hands together, bowing as he pointed the way. "Bro, let's store your shoes and weapons here. Later, I will help you clean your shoes and weapons. The sharpening stones are all imported from a strange world." The 4 looked expectantly, just like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Guild Channel. Wang Bo, we are surrounded by whales of sorrow. The city of sorrow is filled with people in mourning clothes, and we still don't know what to explore specifically. How about you guys? Chao Shangfei, all is normal. Bai Li Xian, no problems here. Chui Min, nothing unusual so far. Lu Dong, you 3 wait for me. I have a lot of weapons and haven't stored them all yet. Let's choose together first. I'm the youngest, so let me pick first. Hui Jun. Huang Xinyan, pick what? Chao Shangfei and the other 2 angrily walked to the first floor, cursing, "What did you say in the group?" Lu Dong looked around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered, "Did you hear the crying?" Chao Shangfei gently shook his head, and Chui Min and Bai Li Xian also didn't hear it. They knew there was a problem here, but with the enemy's situation unclear, they decided to follow the plot for now. Chao Shangfei whispered, "Stay alert and enjoy boldly. It's not easy to find a massage place in this strange world." The spirited young man returned and continued to lead the way. The 4 climbed to the 2nd floor of the City of Sorrow. The faint sound of crying grew clearer, and Lu Dong frowned slightly. Why was he the only one who could hear it? Keeping a calm expression, Lu Dong followed behind Chao Shangfei, carefully observing his surroundings. Dim lighting, a faint fragrance, various fake flowers and fake trees, occasionally bumping into elite OLs with high heels brushing past. "Good evening, sir." No abnormalities. The 4 had infatuated expressions, but were all extremely cautious inside. The seemingly normal place was really too abnormal. The spirited young man led the 4 to sit on the genuine leather sofa in the 2nd floor hall, quickly bringing over a neatly arranged fruit platter, and said softly, "Bro, do we have any requirements for the therapists? Chui Min, do we have any nuns here?" Everyone had black lines on their faces, and the spirited young man remained unfazed, softly saying, "Whatever you need, we can do it. Customer first, that is our principle." Chui Min rubbed his nose and said, "Then a monk's robe with a white sash." Chao Shangfei took a deep breath and slowly gave Chui Min a thumbs up. Bai Li Xian said, "Get me a teacher, one that's a bit fierce. They're all men, no need to pretend anymore." Chao Shangfei said, "I want a blonde, the one with a curve like an S." The spirited young man took notes and then turned to Lu Dong. "Bro, what about you?" Lu Dong shrugged his shoulders and said, "Call them all over, let me take a good look at what we have." Chao Shangfei and the others simultaneously turned their heads. "Impressive. You really know how to have fun." Chao Shangfei warned the 3 with his eyes to be cautious, each following the spirited young man to different private rooms. The 4 knew that since they wanted to explore the City of Sorrow, following the guidance was the most straightforward way to trigger the plot. Lu Dong entered a simple room. Warm yellow light filled the entire room, and a faint sandalwood scent calmed the mind. In the center of the room was a large bed, with a human-sized hole in it. In the corner, there was a bathroom. After closing the door, Lu Dong smiled lightly. How nice, there wasn't even transparent glass on the door. Looks like this is indeed a shameless place. On the bed lay a large pair of shorts. Lu Dong's eyes glowed red. Binding shorts, wear them and the player will lose the ability to move. Lu Dong was shocked and immediately opened the guild channel, ready to warn them. "Wang Bo, we've finished here." It turns out that sorting out their sources of sorrow is the key to successful exploration. "What about you?" Chao Shangfei, brothers, it's bad, I can't move. Chui Min, +1. Bai Li Xian, me too. Hui Jun. What are you doing? Lu Dong had a black line on his face. Great, he was the only one left now. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and Lu Dong stopped looking at the guild channel. He had to find a way to explore this place. Also, why was the crying sound getting stronger? Come in. The door swung open, and a dazzling sight entered one after another. 30 people stood in Lu Dong's small room. He bent down and said, "Good evening, sir." Lu Dong felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Well, a group of skeletons in tight black skirts stood before Lu Dong. Lu Dong took a deep breath and turned the sharp pencil in his hand, knowing this broken task was not that easy. Technician number 9, situation unknown. Technician number 11, level 4, strength 180, died an unnatural death, filled with hatred. Technician number 69, level 10, strength 550, died of heartbreak, vowed to make all men a leg short, the boss. Chapter 59. Lu Dong squinted his eyes, casually observing technician number 9. He could see the information of the other technicians, but she remained unclear. The spirited young man chuckled, "Greetings to the big brother." The skeleton bent down, her voice soft, "Good evening, sir." The spirited young man said softly, "Big brother, I wish you a pleasant evening. If you need anything, just call me anytime, I won't disturb you." The door closed. You have entered the no-life room of Weeping City. Before the technician's clock rings, you cannot leave the room. Please speak carefully, find a way to get along harmoniously with 30 technicians who died at the hands of men, harboring hatred towards men. The system's prompt left Lu Dong speechless. Get along harmoniously? These 30 skeletons, glaring at him, would love to tear him apart if they massaged him. How could he get along harmoniously? Technician number 69 stepped forward and said, "Good evening, sir, I am technician number 69. May I ask what service you need?" Lu Dong's weapons had been confiscated earlier, and now he only had a broken pencil in his hand. Can't be tough. Lu Dong said softly, "How about changing to another batch?" Technician number 69 replied with slight anger, "All the girls in Weeping City are here, is the big brother still not satisfied?" Guild channel. Chao Shangfei, it's strange, why is no one coming here? Shui Min, I've changed my pants, and now I have to wait? Bai Li Xian, what to do, feeling scared yet a bit excited. Wang Bo, if the mission fails, I'll personally twist your heads off. 2 heads. Wei Jun. Huang Xinyan. Lu Dong, you might not need to act, they're all with me. Chao Shangfei, what's the situation? Lu Dong, 1 level 10 boss with 29 level 4 and 5 little girls, skeletal bodies, are preparing to swallow me whole. In the next moment, the entire Gout Bayo guild was in shock. Lu Dong could actually see the NPC's levels. You must know that in this bizarre world, the power everyone dreams of is the ability to detect each other's information. Wang Bo realized, no wonder this guy could see through the scheme of Yuxiang Ning. So that's how he could see this information. Then Lu Dong splitting the sign at the intersection was not on a whim, right? At this moment, Lu Dong was standing on the bed, pressing against the sign at the intersection with his left hand, glaring coldly at the 30 skeletons. Soul stabilizing sign, a very ordinary signpost, perhaps has the power to deter the bazaar. For 30 minutes, the bazaar cannot approach within 2 meters of the sign. Technician number 69 said darkly, "Does the sir not like our service? Escape? There's no way out. Fight? No way to win." Lu Dong's current base attributes were only 115 strength, 105 agility, and 160 mental power. But this was definitely not the opponent of the level 10 boss in front of him. The time for the soul stabilizing sign still had 29 minutes left. Lu Dong slowly sat at the edge of the bed, having no choice but to open his heart to these beings. Lu Dong sat sideways on the bed, his eyes misting over, gently pinching his fingers, crying softly. Breathing heavily, he said Sadness spread from his heart, a belly full of grievances flowed out in an instant. The technicians of Weeping City were passive, non-aggressive NPCs. Only when players wore the pants from Weeping City or proactively attacked them could they retaliate. At this moment, Lu Dong suddenly being in this state really confused everyone, not knowing what had happened. How could this man's cry be sadder than theirs? At the same time, Wang Bo and the 3 girls found a safe corner. Huang Xingyan released a faint green light around her, and the seeds that had been placed on Lu Dong's group suddenly split open. A morning glory bloomed beside Lu Dong's group at the same time. The slender stems and a flower the size of a tabletop displayed a screen. On the screen, the current situation of Lu Dong's group was displayed. In the guild, people could communicate through the screen. In the next moment, Lu Dong's peculiar voice came through, startling all 6 people at once. Guild channel. Chao Shangfei, goodness. Is this already taking off? Wei Jun, thankfully, we are not in that world, otherwise, hearing this voice would turn my health bar yellow. Huang Xingyan, he isn't lying, my seed feels the opponent's immense strength.
There is at least one 500 plus power boss over there. Everyone was surprised as they saw the scene in front of Ludong. 30 skeletons swayed, standing before Ludong. A chilling aura filled the air. It was like someone who hadn't eaten for over 10 days, seeing a roasted pig. Wang Bo's brows furrowed. This boss's strength was almost equal to a level 50 player. With the cooperation of the 29 supporting sisters and special abilities, it could easily eliminate any single player below level 50. Ludong's chance of survival was approaching zero. Where was Chao Shangfei? Shouldn't the four of them be together? Wang Bo looked at the scenes of Chao Shangfei and the other three.
Well, Chao Shangfei, Chui Min, and Bai Lixian were all in matching outfits at that moment. Bare-chested, wearing a pair of sheer silk shorts.
Guild channel. Wang Bo, are you all pigs? Entering a place like this and still dare to be alone? Chui Min, may Buddha have mercy. Buddhists accidentally took the play too seriously. Bai Lixian, I thought changing pants wouldn't pose any danger. Wang Bo, yes, all the danger is with Ludong. What danger could you face? These guys are so unreliable. Isn't Ludong becoming the strange meat on the chopping board? Bai Lixian looked helpless, trapped on the bed by his shorts. He couldn't break free no matter what he tried.
Chui Min, on the other hand, recited scriptures with a clear conscience. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well enjoy it. The three of them, through the morning glory screen, watched Ludong and brainstormed various ideas. Chui Min, little Donzi, let me teach you a Buddhist mantra. Anyway, they can't break the soul-suppressing token. Bai Lixian, how about trying if you can escape through the window? Ludong, the invincibility of the room doesn't wear off until the time's up. You guys are really a pain. Chao Shangfei, by the way, are you crying so delicately for what purpose? Ludong, to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Wang Bo. Wei Jun. Chao Shangfei, this old six. In the room filled with sandalwood, the 69th technician frowned as she gazed at the morning glory behind Ludong.
Natural power? This little brat is something else. The 9th technician leaned against the wall, eyeing Ludong up and down, then frowned. This guy. Isn't he the one from the strange camp that appeared yesterday? The 9th technician still had Ludong's image hidden away. Thank goodness the boss didn't see it.
A faint green light shot from her eyes as the 9th technician took out her lipstick and began to write elegantly. Ludong cried out intensely, magnifying his sorrow to the extreme, and then slowly spoke. Sisters, I am so pitiful. So pitiful. Why are all men so heartless? Chao Shangfei's body trembled, and Bai Lixian shivered directly. Was this Ludong's voice? The skeleton technicians at the head of the bed scratched their heads in confusion. Why was this man criticizing men as heartless? Ludong cried out, slamming the bed, howling, I am too miserable. My life has been too miserable. Chapter 60, 7 Hells, everything can start from zero. The 69th technician stared blankly at Ludong, as it was usually the technicians who made customers cry. Today, however, the roles had switched. It had been too long since a new guest arrived at Itai City. This would-be boss thought an important figure had come and summoned all the technicians at once. It even stirred the secret cries of Itai City. The 69th technician initially planned to quickly eliminate Ludong and clean up the battlefield. But this brat seemed to know the rules of their actions and didn't even change into special pants. He even pulled out a soul-suppressing token. For half an hour, she couldn't approach the guy, and the time was just about halfway through. A hint of red light flashed in the eyes of the 69th technician. She wanted to destroy the morning glory behind Ludong but was blocked by a regal natural aura. This scent was like that of the Yellow Emperor of the Anger Heart Hall. Could it be that they came from over there? The historical relic copy passed so quickly? Isn't it said that before the resurrection of the jealousy trick, players couldn't enter the exploration task of the ruined capital? This group of little guys is not simple. But why is this little ghost crying so miserably? Rubbing his brow, technician number 69 said softly, You, a proper man, why are you crying? What sad thing happened? Say it so we can feel better. Ludong gritted his molars, fighting for survival. He had to give it his all. He couldn't care less about his old face now. Clutching the bedsheet tightly, twisting it into a plum blossom shape, Ludong cried. In fact, I am not a real man, but have always dreamed of becoming a woman. Unfortunately, heaven did not give me this chance. Sisters, I am a zero, a pure zero. Technician number 69 was stunned. All the technicians were stunned. The members of the Gotabeo Guild were also stunned. What is a zero? Why not 123? Ludong cried delicately, seeing so many sisters, I suddenly thought of my tragic experiences. Let me tell you in detail. The reason I ended up like this is all due to fate's teasing. My father gambled, my mother was sick, and my brother studied. All my siblings depended on me. The business failed and I had to repay the loans. The first house was full of domestic violence and gambling.
Adopting children brought no income.
Helplessly, I walked down an irreversible path. Lu Dong spoke one sentence, crying for 3 to 5 minutes, taking a full 20 minutes to finish telling his tragic life. Technician number 69 was silent for a long time. The other technicians were all touching their bony faces, unable to shed a single tear.
But that did not prevent them from feeling sadness.
The joys and sorrows of people do not connect with one another. But at this moment, the hearts of the beings and the strange spirits collided harmoniously. Lu Dong's almost similar experiences struck the soft spot in the hearts of the strange beings.
Empathy exists only when one has lived through similar experiences. This zero is truly miserable.
Your story has moved the technician sisters, their opinion of you has changed to pity. In a state of pity, all the basic attributes of the strange beings are halved.
Never let them find out you are lying, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Guild Channel. Wei Jun, I didn't expect Lu Dong to have so many secrets.
Chao Shangfei, stop bullshitting, isn't this just a technique from the foot massage girls?
This kid really knows how to act. Wang Bo, how do you know so much?
Chao Shangfei, as a fellow Cadillac owner, he can't be a 0, he can only be a 1.
Huang Xingyan, then how are you lying on the bed, posing like a 0? Chao Shangfei. 30 minutes later.
The time for the soul calling card was up and shattered in an instant.
None of the skeletal technicians stepped forward to touch Lu Dong.
Technician number 9 softly said, "Little pitiful ghost, how did you end up in the city of griefs?" Lu Dong rubbed his swollen eyes, they felt dry and painful. "He had pushed it a bit too far this time," replied softly. "Because I felt the sorrow here." Technician number 9 took out a stack of tissues from her box, stepped forward, and gently wiped Lu Dong's tears.
"You're a pitiful person too, why don't you join us?"
"The income in the city of griefs is quite decent. As long as you work hard, in just over half a year, you can pay off your gambling debts." The members of the Gotabeo Guild were all shocked at the same time.
Here it comes. The classic trick of luring a lost little girl. Appeal to emotions and then to money. You cannot agree.
Once Lu Dong has a contract with the City of Griefs, he might never be able to leave here for a lifetime. Technician number 69 leaned gently against the door, blocking Lu Dong's escape route, waiting with interest for his choice. Lu Dong daintily wiped his eyes, looking incredulous.
"Really? Can I really join you?
But I don't know how to do massages." Saying this, Lu Dong was shocked in his heart. On the tissue that technician number 9 gave him, it was written in lipstick, "I will distract the big sister, you kill." Technician number 9 gently raised her skeletal hand, patted Lu Dong's head, "It's okay, everything can start from 0.
Number 9 said, standing up softly, "Big sister, I'll take this kid, I'll be his guarantor, how about that?"
Technician number 69 supported her head with a skeletal hand.
The cold voice said, "Aren't you afraid he's lying to you?" Number 9 laughed softly, "Lying? What can we sisters lie about?
I've seen countless men, how could such a pure guy possibly deceive?"
Number 9 technician took Lu Dong's hand and whispered, "What about your few companions?" Lu Dong quickly responded, "They're all 0s, even more pitiful 0s than me." In the guild channel. Wei Jun laughed loudly. "Chao Shangfei, damn you. Cui Min, monks don't tell lies. Bai Li Xian, Chao. Chao Shangfei, what do you want from me? Bai Li Xian, I'm the 4th tone Chao. An emotional particle."
Number 69 squinted her eyes, showing she didn't believe Lu Dong's nonsense at all. "Then tell me, which of your 3 friends is the most miserable?"
In the guild channel. Lu Dong, what to do? This boss is probably coming for you, with strength over 500, you guys are bound, who is a match? Chao Shangfei, let her come for me.
Lu Dong decisively said, "That fat guy with golden curly hair, he's the most pitiful, his heart has been shattered by a man." Number 69 coldly laughed as she walked out of the room, elegantly closing the door. Chao Shangfei was now struggling and roaring inside the room, "What the hell, shattered by a man?
I'm shattered by you. Lu Dong. I will come out and stab you."
Regaining calm, Chao Shangfei pressed down on her back teeth, a marble held in her mouth.
Bang! The number 69 technician entered Chao Shangfei's room, carrying a box.
Number 69 technician smiled lightly, "We don't have golden-haired little sisters."
"Do you like my S-shaped curve, big brother?"
Chao Shangfei's face remained calm, saying slowly, "Let's see your skills first." "I'm quite expensive," number 69 technician said, dropping the operating box. A white skull laughed with a cackling sound.
"How expensive?" Chao Shangfei showed no change in expression.
After 2 years, he had grown accustomed to all kinds of strange things, nothing scared him.
Number 69 responded slowly, "Life. Can you afford it?"
Chao Shangfei quickly sent a message in the guild channel, "Lu Dong, hurry.
I can only hold her for 15 minutes. Chao Shangfei abruptly bit down on the marble in her mouth. Time stopped, 10,000 level treasure. Time within the coverage area is stopped for 15 minutes. The entire room instantly fell silent. On Lu Dong's side,
Number 9 technician suddenly crazily attacked the nearby technician, saying in a deep voice, "Hurry." Lu Dong did not hesitate, twirling the broken pencil, images of the technician's movement trajectories appearing in his eyes, he swiftly launched into a slaughter. In the room, a chorus of women's voices sang an anthem. Oh. Hey yo. Hey hey, hey hey, hey yo. Chapter 61 7 Hells, Heart of Death. In just 15 seconds, all the skeletons in the room were slaughtered clean. Lu Dong's face was black as coal. So it turns out he didn't kill a single one of the 28 small monsters? All were taken down by this strange number 9 technician. Lu Dong's only gain was holding the transparent binding shorts from the bed in his hand. Clearly she could have done it all alone, why did it need 2 people? Isn't it a government job? Number 9 technician skillfully dismantled the skeletons, taking out a small round ball from each body. Without the protection of the round balls, the 28 skeletons instantly turned into heaps of grey dust. The unfamiliar skeletons seemed to know all the weaknesses of the technicians. Lu Dong took a step back, tightening his grip on the broken pencil. He didn't know the identity of the strange guy, nor if it was good or bad. Number 9 technician lightly laughed, assessing the cautious Lu Dong, and teasingly said, "Now you know to be careful? How wild and reckless were you when you stormed Gotham alone?" She knew she had broken through the gates of Gotham. Lu Dong did not respond. To be honest, he hated this feeling. It was like being a monkey trapped in transparent glass by scientists, all secrets exposed, yet he remained completely oblivious to the outside world. Number 9 technician lifted her sharp weapon with her left hand, directly stabbing into the joint of her breastbone. With a twist, a golden medal appeared. With a shield as the base, surrounded by rice seedlings. Lu Dong shuddered all over, he had seen this thing before. When Gu Hua, the squad leader of the lifeless military camp, promoted his rank, he used this thing. Number 9 technician softly said, "I'll help you solve the problems in the City of Sorrow. Please send a message to Gu Hua for me." Lu Dong still did not believe this woman, raising his chin slightly to indicate, "What message?" Technician number 9 handed over a medal, saying, "To guard one country, to give flesh and blood for the greater good of the nation, in the next life, if fate allows, we shall be a couple again. You have triggered a hidden mission." Lotus's obsession. Technician number 9 from the Soul Determination Military Academy, Lotus, was originally Gu Hua's fiancée. Help Lotus convey the message from the Ghost City, and you will gain tremendous merit rewards. Lu Dong took a deep breath, his heart shocked beyond measure. On one hand, he was in awe of the Soul Determination Military Academy's far-reaching influence, and on the other hand, he was stunned by the woman's identity. Lu Dong did not take Lotus's medal, blocking the door with his body, and softly said, "Then what are you going to do?" Lotus turned her hand, merging all the spheres within the skeletons into one. The Ghost City has no stable residents, hiding in the time-space chaos during the exploration task leading to the ruined city. If we do not eliminate them, the civilian camp players will not be able to reach the ruined city, and all our efforts will be in vain. The strange camp's god-making plan is nearing its final stages. Although you successfully killed the jealous one and bought time for the civilian camp, the top players of the strange camp have already exceeded level 60. Reaching level 100 allows ascension to godhood. If the strange camp becomes the first to have a god, the civilian camp will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Lotus spoke quickly, and Lu Dong could barely follow. Essentially, he understood that this ghost city must be destroyed. Lu Dong still held the door firmly, his eyes showing a hint of gravity, saying, "Gu Hua helped me promote my military rank, I owe him a favor. As for your hidden mission, if it is just to let me send a death message to Gu Hua, then I won't do it. There are things worth doing, and things not worth doing." Lotus took a step back, her voice cold. "My mission is to destroy the ghost city. The mission is far more important than my love, do you understand? The situation now is that only I, technician number 9, can stop technician number 69. If she escapes, a new ghost city will appear shortly." Lu Dong looked down at the sphere in Lotus's hand. Heart of Death, a specially made bomb by Lotus, gathering the source of death from 28 skeletons. After gathering, it can create a huge explosion under the guidance of a living being's blood. Its power is comparable to a 1,000-level treasure. Lu Dong squinted, he knew the classifications of such treasures, having seen the oxen ring units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. A 1,000-level treasure is definitely a rare existence. Lotus actually already had a method to deal with the ghost city, she just needed the blood of a living person to condense this special bomb. This means that any guild that arrives here, as long as participants are alive, can receive Lotus's help. Completing Lotus's mission might directly lead to the destruction of the ghost city. Lu Dong said in a deep voice, "Then how will you escape? Are you going to perish together with technician number 69? Have you thought about Gu Hua?" Lu Dong is a bit of a lecher, whenever he sees a beautiful woman, he can't help but glance twice. He firmly believes in appreciating young, beautiful girls. Because a beautiful woman's flower season will soon pass. As long as he doesn't fall in love, he can appreciate the beauty of different seasons unrestrainedly. But Lu Dong hates seeing the love and loss of life. Clearly, the two people love each other deeply, they know that dying would be a tremendous punishment for the other. Yet they still choose this path. This kind of brave foolishness. Lu Dong is really upset. Why can't lovers have a happy ending? To hell with the nonsense tasks. Someone has to carry the burden forward. But it can't always be them shouldering the load. Lu Dong extended his right hand and softly said, "Let me do it. You should live to return to your love." Lotus gently shook her head, her hollow eye sockets revealing no discernible emotion. "Only I can complete this mission. Moreover, in this state, even if I return to the civilian camp, no one will accept me." Lu Dong's body trembled. Indeed, the strange skeletal shape of the lotus is indeed hard for the civilian faction to accept. But she became this way for her undercover mission, she was meant to be a hero. Could it be that the civilian faction doesn't allow soldiers to get hurt? Lotus said softly, "The most important thing is that women love beauty, and I don't want my ugly appearance to be seen by Guhua, can you understand me?" Lu Dong let out a cold laugh, "Understand? What a load of nonsense. Only by staying alive can anything be possible. If I die, I can only leave a memory, full of regrets." Lu Dong took a deep breath, and a phantom of spatial coordinates emerged in his eyes. "Lotus, the greatest sorrow in the world is to love and not be able to have. I don't understand any great righteousness, I only know that I can complete this mission without you dying." In the next moment, Lu Dong stepped sideways, pushing down with his shoulder, like a wild bull charging. The angle of his shoulder strike hit right at the area of Lotus's pelvis. With his weight crashing into her, Lotus fell back, her legs involuntarily lifting up as she tried to regain her balance. Lu Dong quickly pulled on both sides, and the transparent shorts of the corpse city were wrapped around Lotus's legs. Binding triggered, Lotus loses the ability to act for a short period. Lu Dong took the heart of death from Lotus's hand, saying softly, "As long as you stay alive, even if the civilian faction doesn't accept you, our guild will." Lu Dong walked out of the room, closed the door, and the sounds of crying in his mind became increasingly clear. Lotus, with a blank expression, never expected Lu Dong to suddenly act violently. Bound to the ground, she shouted, "The heart of death has to be taken to the third floor, it can't be used directly on number 69. Lu Dong didn't hear at all. "Isn't this a bomb? Can't we just blow it up? He's best at this kind of thing." Following the rooms of Chui Min and Bai Lixian, Lu Dong first helped them take off their binding shorts. Lu Dong grinned as he looked them up and down, who would have thought they both came from families that raised eagles. But one was a black eagle, and the other a fat eagle. Chui Min looked serious, quickly changing clothes, as if nothing had happened, saying, "Is number 69 a level 10 boss? It seems I need to use my domain ability." Bai Lixian frowned, looking around the empty corridor, softly saying, "Why do I feel like the secrets of Corpse City shouldn't be this simple? This seems like a passage of death energy." Lu Dong quickly relayed Lotus's situation to them, and upon hearing it, they agreed with Lu Dong's actions. There was no need for another loyal soul to die in this world. Since they had obtained the secret weapon, killing the 69th technician should be easy. Why create another tragic figure in the world? Turning the corner, the three approached the room of Chao Shangfei. Inside the room, strange and chaotic cries echoed back and forth. Lu Dong leaned against the door, saying softly, listening to Chairman Chao, "He sounds quite excited. Should we go in later?" Bai Lixian remained silent, his hands constantly calculating the budget. Without Wang Bo's recovery, he didn't dare to push too boldly. He felt that something was off about Corpse City. Guild Channel. "Chao Shangfei, are you done yet? I'm dying here. Lu Dong, I'm worried that I came too early and you won't enjoy it." Chao Shangfei. Outside the door, Chui Min put down the wine jug in his hand, a trace of clarity appearing in his eyes, as a faint red glow rose from them. With his right hand gripping the hilt of a knife, Chui Min smiled slightly, saying, "This blow may not even need the heart of death." Bang, Lu Dong kicked open the door. The 69th technician was wielding a bone chain made from a human spine, repeatedly striking the golden shield in front of Chao Shangfei. Chao Shangfei's mental energy had already entered a state of weakness. Seeing the door kicked open, Chao Shangfei whispered, She is immune to physical damage. Her weapons can also cause mental damage." Bai Lixian pressed down on Chui Min's shoulder. Immunity to physical damage meant Chui Min's knife wouldn't work. "We can't waste it." The door to the room was broken, and the 69th technician showed no signs of panic, smiling lightly and saying, "Isn't this our little brother Zero? How can you not like the care of 29 sisters? Why must you come looking for me? Or are you also from the Seoul Regulations Military Academy? Do you want to destroy my ID city?" Lu Dong was stunned. This guy knew the hidden identity of technician number 9. Can that Death Chi heart succeed? Lu Dong signaled, and Bai Lixian and Chui Min immediately ran towards Chao Shangfei. Lu Dong bit his finger, blood dripping onto the death chi heart, and suddenly threw it at technician number 69. The death energy mixed with blood quickly transformed into a blood-red orb, enveloping technician number 69. Bai Lixian pulled Lu Dong into Chao Shangfei's defensive circle, shouting angrily, "Chao! Absolute defense!" Chao, whose consciousness was dissipating, muttered, "My gold coins." Golden light burst forth, forming a circle around the 4 members of the Gotabeo Guild. The explosive boom echoed throughout ID City. The trembling lasted a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. The room showed no abnormalities, yet Lu Dong and the others wore grave expressions. Such an explosion should definitely destroy ID City. But ID City not only remained unharmed but the lights grew even brighter. Bai Lixian's health dropped by a third, and suddenly he exclaimed, Yuan, percented Yuan, damn it, Lotus. Lu Dong scrambled to sound it out, cold sweat running down his back. Damn Lotus. Bai Lixian's speculation that technician number 69's identity was actually Lotus' mother. As the blood light dissipated, an enchanting old woman appeared in the room. With alluring purple lips and hawk-like eyes, a short skirt revealing her beauty, her fair skin radiated an irresistible allure. An empress among dominatrices. Technician number 69 chuckled lightly, saying, "Thank you all for helping me regain my physical form." Chapter 62, 7 Prisons, Dare to Challenge Alone? Technician number 69 shook her head, her bones creaking loudly. Her physical body was visibly regaining strength. 2 peaks rose from the center of her body, bones protruding upwards. Rotating her alluring shoulders, she spoke with a bewitching voice, "This old woman has lived a tragic life, losing my father young, my husband in my youth, and my son in middle age. I have experienced all the sorrows of life. After finally raising a daughter, the Seoul Regulations Military Academy brainwashed her, insisting on infiltrating ID City, even wanting to perish with me. Who can understand my sorrow?" A faint illusion of a lotus flower surrounded her, as technician number 69 soared into the air, landing barefoot on the ground, shaking ID City to its core. Death Chi howled upwards, the sound of weeping almost tangible. The wailing surpassed the limits of human hearing, instantly causing Lu Dong and his companions to lose 500 health points. Lu Dong, with a dark expression, said, "Is this boss evolving again?" Again. Bai Lixian's face was equally gloomy. Encountering a boss in past dungeons was as difficult as climbing to the sky. This was like when Lu Dong finished a quest and the Yellow Emperor triggered a 100-fold state. Now, the technician began to go mad again. Bai Lixian suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for the players doing quests with Lu Dong. What a mess this must be. The walls around them were now crawling with all sorts of female ghosts. Since the feudal era, far too many persecuted women, filled with poisonous vengeance, lay in ambush in this bizarre world. They wanted revenge, they wanted blood. They sought to wash their hatred with the blood of men. Technician number 69, at this moment, resembled a queen of the underworld, surrounded by angry female warriors. Having lived as a wife and mother, enduring the injustices of souls wronged, their wails and roars echoed through the air. She laughed heartily, tears mixed in her laughter, the wrinkles on her skin disappearing rapidly. "I've always wondered, what would happen if my daughter Lotus sought the death chi heart to perish with me? To resist her, I have always been on edge. You men are truly the dumbest creatures in the world, actually refusing my daughter's goodwill while trying to kill me? You are simply too greedy. Without my daughter's constraints, this death chi heart combined with the vitality of humanity is like the best medicine for me to regain my strength." Lu Dong's eyes turned red as the completed transformation of technician number 69's information finally appeared. Lian Pingyue, commander of the corrupted army 405th Regiment, calls upon the sorrowful female spirits to slaughter the men of the world. Lu Dong was shocked and stunned. This woman was actually a commander of the same level as Lang Meixiang? Then, his attack's additional effect should still work. There is still a chance. Lian Pingyue stood firmly in front of the destroyed door, her aura overwhelming. Bai Lixian and Chui Min appeared tense, while Chao Shangfei had already collapsed from mental strain and fainted. Bai Lixian whispered, "Chui madman, look for an opportunity, prepare to break the wall and escape." Chui Min replied quietly, "Buddha is merciful, why not fight head-on?" Bai Lixian whispered, "The enemy situation is unclear, Lu Dong and I have almost no combat power, and Xiao Chao is still out cold. We don't know what unknown dangers lurk in this building." Suppressing the knife in his hand, Chui Min sighed. With Chao Shangfei unconscious, they could not form an effective defense. Charging in would not work. The two looked at Lu Dong simultaneously, their eyes glinting with a wicked smile, clearly hinting for Lu Dong to go. After all, Lu Dong had established the identity of Zero, only he could block the technician. "Little Dong, go have another chat." Lian Pingyue stepped forward, her bone chain folding as she slammed it down. The speed was beyond everyone's imagination. Having restored her physical form, Lian Pingyue no longer seemed restricted by the rules of Sorrowful City. She could actively initiate attacks. Even before Lu Dong could react, the bone chain had already smashed down upon him. Mental power -50.
A light blue value floated up from Lu Dong's forehead. An attack that directly harmed mental power.
Bai Lixian and Chui Min both shuddered. If they had taken that hit, they would surely be unable to recover for a time. Lian Pingyue watched Lu Dong with interest, her right hand twisting as the bone chain pulled back out again.
There was no way to dodge. Lu Dong was struck again. A light blue -60 appeared above his head. His mental power had dropped by 110. Wasn't Lu Dong's prior mental power 102?
Chui Min and Bai Lixian frowned slightly. Logically, Lu Dong's mental power should have hit 0, causing him to faint. Even if he didn't die, he should have entered a state of mental depression.
Why was this guy still full of energy? Lian Pingyue remained calm, speaking softly. Sisters, do you see clearly? This is the true face of men.
My bone chain was even broken, yet this kid remains unharmed. Not only thick-skinned but also exceptionally strong in mental power.
Who can tell when such a person lies?
Lu Dong stood calmly, neither sad nor happy, in front of the three.
Chui Min squinted. When had Lu Dong become someone who could take hits without fighting back? Bai Lixian also looked puzzled, quickly communicating in the guild channel. Bai Lixian, this guy's mental power dropped by 110, why is he still standing?
Huang Xingyan, he's probably on the edge of collapsing.
Have you thought this through for how to escape?
Chui Min, this is troublesome, there are too many soul bodies, we may not win.
Bai Daoren has no attack power, and Xiao Chao has fainted.
Bai Lixian, just calculated, it seems there's no life and death crisis.
Wang Bo, I never expected so many powerful beings in the 7 hells leading to the ruined capital. Do not anger this boss.
If it doesn't work, just play 0 for a while to buy some time. Gui Jun, luckily, Lu Dong is stunned, otherwise, this little devil might pull some tricks again.
The next second, everyone in the guild stood dumbfounded. Lu Dong suddenly shouted, Commander of the corrupted army 405th Regiment, Lian Pingyue, do you dare to duel me?
Golden light burst forth, the title of Slayer of Deception and Breaker of Cities hung above Lu Dong's head. The golden radiance was dazzling, shining brightly.
The surrounding female ghosts instinctively knelt in reverence.
Lian Pingyue suddenly shot out a blood-red light. Great! The Slayer of Deception and Breaker of Cities has actually appeared here. The one who had stormed the front gates of Gotham, having captured Lang Meishan, was found first by her. Lian Pingyue exclaimed, the iron shoes have no place to tread, truly heaven is helping me. Not only have I restored my body, but I can also collect the head of the Slayer of Deception and Breaker of Cities. You, this 0, are truly the source of miracles.
A mere duel, what is there to fear?
Wang Bo felt a dark cloud over his head. It was just as they say, the more you fear, the more it comes.
Lu Dong has really started to stir things up again.
Gui Jun and Huang Xianyan look utterly helpless. One-on-one, level 1 boss, how dare you? Thinking about Lu Dong's track record, everyone's heads throb, and they can't help but shake their heads with a bitter smile.
It seems there's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. In the guild channel. Bai Lixian, did that kid just call out the name of the technician? Chui Min, the leader of the Tianqian Army 405th Regiment. Why do I feel like this kid has a way to deal with her? Wang Bo, wait. Lian Pingyue.
This boss was the vanguard who killed the civilian camp during the first faction war.
Huang Xianyan, it was her.
She killed me in my first life.
Everyone is frozen in shock. Lu Dong still dares to challenge this kind of boss? Inside the room.
Lian Pingyue, radiating with ferocity, suddenly swung her bone chain towards Lu Dong's forehead.
She didn't use any skills.
Even though this guy in front of her had killed the jealousy demon and destroyed the gates of Gotham, in Lian Pingyue's eyes, it was merely a cheap trick. Today, using her daughter's vengeful spirit, Lian Pingyue returned to her peak state. At this moment, her aura was even stronger than that of Wang Meixiang. The bone chain howled down.
The next second,
Lian Pingyue's smile froze on her face.
That ordinary little brat actually dodged her attack. Impossible. It shouldn't be. After getting hit by the bone chain and losing 110 points of mental power, how could this little brat still move freely?
Lu Dong, hiding beside, was panting heavily. To dodge the attack of the bone chain, his mental power had dropped by 10 points. Finally seeing the curve of the attack, he successfully evaded. It's time to counterattack. Lu Dong glanced at the timer on the wall, only 3 minutes left. Step forward and stomp. Lu Dong twirled his pencil, the scene of Chui Min's Buddha's fury appearing in his mind. He didn't know any martial arts, but he could use mathematical modeling to simulate. All of Chui Min's movements transformed into a flat graph in the coordinate system. Standing in a bow stance, he swung the knife in the air. Every detail of Chui Min's movements, down to the angle of each joint, vividly appeared in Lu Dong's eyes. Lu Dong licked his lips and murmured, this mathematical quantification ability is like the Sharingan. Recalling the handsome scene in his mind, Lu Dong shouted, Buddha's fury slash. Chui Min's brows twitched, this was his domain ability. Lu Dong could actually imitate it?
So vivid, it's identical. Chui Min nearly bit his own tongue. Lu Dong was giving him too many surprises. Buzz. The next second, the members of the Guild of Forbidden Treasure were left in a state of confusion. Lu Dong stood 1 meter away from Lian Pingyue, striking a very cool pose, but his weapon was a pencil, not Chui Min's knife. Lu Dong had made a glaring mistake, forgetting to calculate the weapon's distance. This left Lu Dong standing awkwardly in front of Lian Pingyue, holding a pencil, looking foolish. Guild Channel. Gui Jun, I thought it was really Buddha's Fury Slash. Wang Bo, it's just a dog's tail added to a weasel. By Li Xian, I almost believed he could defeat this boss. Chui Min, should I lend him my knife? Lian Pingyue prepared to defend. She sensed a hint of mastery behind this attack. Yet Lu Dong's weapon was nothing more than an ordinary pencil. At 1 meter in front of her, it was quite comical. Lian Pingyue felt a rage as if she were being mocked, just like those men who deceived her in the past. The bone chain recoiled, and Lian Pingyue swung down with all her might. Lu Dong was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to completely copy Chui Min's movements. Although there was no burst of power, it was still effective for intimidating the enemy. Leaping and rolling to avoid the bone chain, Lu Dong closed the distance with Lian Pingyue. The actions of Bai Li Xian, who risked his life for a gamble, echoed in his mind, an instant flat graph appearing in the spatial coordinate system. Lu Dong stepped forward and said, I trade one with the heavenly beings. Bai Li Xian paused. His domain ability contained movements of profound meaning. This. Lu Dong. Clearly incapable of understanding the profound, why could he replicate his movements so accurately? Lian Pingyue furrowed her brow. This strange movement. She had to be on guard. These players always had some special abilities. Perhaps this guy was feigning an attack earlier, and now it was a genuine strike. Lian Pingyue's defense fell right into Lu Dong's trap. Lu Dong shouted angrily, a silver bottle shatters, water and juice burst forth, iron cavalry strikes out, swords and guns ring out. Chapter 63, 7 Prisons, the Furious Lian Pingyue. A pencil fell, landing on the bone chain above Lian Pingyue's head. Clang! A crisp symphony rang out. Above Lian Pingyue's head, not even damage was registered. Lian Pingyue was in a dazed state. She could see the strange enemies retreating around her, feeling anger but unable to control her body. It was a unique feeling, a carefree joy of soaring into the heavens. As if everything in this world was meaningless. Sadness faded from her heart, and a joy that belonged solely to women spread throughout her body. A tingling sensation ran through her bones. Words release the law. Lian Pingyue enters a silent state for 5 minutes. Lu Dong stood firm in front of Lian Pingyue, not budging an inch. Lian Pingyue 5500/5500. The 3 women watching the live video through Morning Glory all fell silent. Wang Bo, damn it, I thought there was a real big move, but I actually believed that rotten kid. Gui Jun, run quickly, an angry woman is terrifying, especially an older woman. Huang Xinyan, what was that strange wave just now? A psychic attack? My Morning Glory even sensed the fluctuation of Lu Dong's psychic power. Wang Bo was surprised and immediately opened the psychic power leaderboard. At the top position, Lu Dong firmly held 160 points of psychic power. Wang Bo, this kid. How can his psychic power be 160? When did it grow so much? Chui Min and Bai Li Xian, who were watching the battle scene, both fell into silence. Lu Dong's attack did not result in any substantial damage. But if the civilian camp knew about this wave of energy, it would surely cause a huge uproar. This strike contains psychic energy. Was it triggered by the poem Lu Dong chanted? In the 2 years of exploring the bizarre world, psychic power had always been a special realm that no one could touch. According to popular understanding, psychic power was basically the SAN value, affecting emotional stability. Usually related to the profession of players before entering the bizarre world. Many soldiers, police officers, and doctors had psychic powers far exceeding the normal person's 10 points. The only task involving psychic power was the initial task of the abandoned city accepted by the guild for exploration. It required a player with a psychic value above 80 to accept the task. Otherwise, they couldn't bear the psychic impact and would be unable to unlock subsequent tasks. But at this moment, Lu Dong's attack actually added psychic power. This means that Lu Dong had already understood and even mastered this unknown realm. How many players longed for this ability? No wonder this level 1 player was so abnormal. Chui Min quietly said, "May Buddha be compassionate, such strength of Xiaodongzi must not be known to others." Bai Li Xian frowned, looking at the female ghosts around, and deliberately lowered his voice. What needs to be hidden is not just him, you also carry the aura of bloody catastrophe. Chui Min frowned heavily, lowering his voice. I saw Xiaodongzi humiliated in Gotham. Out of rage he entered the bazaar camp. Perhaps my identity was leaked. The Buddha district might come looking for trouble. Chui Min paused, softly said, me and this Xiaodongzi feel a strong connection. If the Buddha district comes looking for me, you must help me stop Lu Dong. This little madman, who knows what he will do? Bai Lixian shivered, then sighed. I sensed the bloody disaster on you. I thought it could be resolved by navigating through the abandoned city, but did not expect it to come from the Buddha district. Shui Min joined his hands together and said, Buddha's fate exists in the world, it cannot be forced. Bai Lixian softly said, I can still use my fortune power once, find an opportunity to give Xiaodongzi a chance. Once it's done, my body will be handed over to you. Shui Min suddenly froze. Is the secret weapon really needed here? Bai Lixian spread his hands, chuckling, since we know we will be restrained later, why not enjoy our freedom now and kill quickly? Shui Min, that's exactly what I mean. The two of them attacked both sides, rushing towards the female ghost on the wall in a flash. Shui Min was surrounded by golden light, filled with Buddha's energy. Bai Lixian had little health left, but he could still summon the Taoist aura for protection. Taking advantage of Lian Pingyue's moment of confusion. With a flash of Buddha, they swiftly drove back all the strange things on the walls. The two stood behind Lu Dong, at this moment, with no hesitation left. Only Lian Pingyue was immune to physical attacks, and both found themselves stuck. How do we break through this? Lu Dong did not stop attacking, swinging his pencil again. A gentleman loves wealth, but he must acquire it through just means. The spoken words manifest, taking away the source of Lian Pingyue's death energy. Source of death energy, a treasure that can restore skeletons back to flesh, with incalculable value. Lu Dong's eyes brightened, good guy. This is much better than Tong Kuei's underwear from last time. A treasure. Without the source of death energy, Lian Pingyue's body quickly turned back into bones. The powerful aura slowly faded, and at this moment, she was no longer strong as before. Shui Min and Bai Lixian exchanged a glance, another mental attack. Accompanied by poetic lines, was it a mental attack added on? How did Lian Pingyue reveal her original form? Ding. Your service time is about to end, please inform the technician in advance if you need an extension. Lu Dong felt excited, quickly waving his pencil, and a series of misprompts appeared above Lian Pingyue's head. The attacks couldn't break through the defense. Bai Lixian and Shui Min attacked simultaneously, and the effects were the same. Although Lian Pingyue returned to a skeletal state, her immunity to physical damage left the three of them with no way to attack. Withdraw. The four of them circled around the bewildered Lian Pingyue and left the room. Lu Dong suddenly said, wait. Returning to his room, Lu Dong picked up the lotus flower trapped by the shorts. Shui Min looked annoyed. What are you taking the technician back for? Are we going to open a foot massage shop in the guild? Bai Lixian said leisurely, Wang Bo will kill you. Lu Dong didn't explain much, and the four of them quickly made their way to the first floor. Getting back his hammer and sickle, Lu Dong felt slightly more at ease. Bai Lixian stood at the door, pulling on the doorknob, bitterly saying, damn, the door won't open. Bang! Bang! The mentally young man who had guided everyone earlier came down the stairs, smiling lightly. Brothers, are you trying to dine and dash? Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, unable to read the mentally young man's information, and softly replied. No way, just now, young Master Chow was so relaxed during the massage that he fainted, and we came to get him some medicine. The mentally young man rubbed his hands and smiled darkly. Since Mr. Chow fainted, why did you also trap our technician? Brothers, isn't that a bit unreasonable? He. From above, Lian Pingyue's harsh laughter echoed. Damn men, today I must strip your skins. The entire city of AIT trembled. The mentally young man had a smile on his face and said leisurely, which gentleman has angered our madam? The consequences could be very serious. The lotus flower frowned, there's a cave behind you, hurry and run from there. Lu Dong's eyes turned fierce, and he directly stuffed the source of death energy into the lotus flower's empty pelvis. Buzz. The lotus flower murmured, and her entire body suddenly underwent a qualitative change. Red blood threads appeared, and within the hollow skeleton, the outlines of organs emerged. In just a second, fair skin instantly enveloped the lotus flower. Short hair was crisp, with eyes as clear as a lake, a melon seed face handsome with a hint of heroism. Like a female knight from the rivers and lakes. With clear muscle outlines and a perfect aesthetic curve, presented to everyone was a nearly flawless jade-like silhouette. Ahem, the kind without a top. Shui Min's nosebleed flowed, continuously chanting the Heart Sutra and calming mantras, unable to quell the fervor in his heart. Bai Lixian also had a nosebleed. Wiping drool while rubbing his eyes. With a thud, Chao Shangfei fell to the ground, cursing as he woke from his unconsciousness. In the next second, 2 streams of hot blood shot out from his nostrils. Good brothers, really don't let me fall, such a beautiful scene is truly magnificent. The three completely ignored the dangers lurking in the city of wailing bodies. The closest to Lotus Flower was Lu Dong. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Dong could even clearly hear his own heartbeat. Holding the beauty close, the fragrance of lotus wafted around. The last time he felt this tense was back in that world, hiding at home, secretly watching his father's classic videotapes.
His mind was nearly blank, the most beautiful sight made one daydream.
Can't look. Can't look. She is the fiancée of squad leader Gu Hua. Can't use my own eyes to defile her. If I look, I will definitely be blocked.
With a giant hammer in his left hand and a scythe in his right, Lu Dong spread his wings like an eagle, standing in front of Lotus Flower, blocking Chao Shangfei and the others' fiery gazes.
Approaching Lotus Flower, Lu Dong gently said, I come to protect you. Chao Shangfei slapped the ground, cursing, damn it. Why are you blocking us? And can you wipe your drool?
Lotus Flower, now restored to her physical form, looked shocked. There was no time to think, as Lian Pingyue would be arriving soon. Lotus Flower coldly said, quickly take off these binding shorts for me. Lu Dong hurriedly nodded, and as he reached out, his hands touched Lotus Flower's skin. Like cool jade, refreshing to the heart. Trembling all over, Lu Dong felt as if he had fallen under his own influence of words becoming reality. Bai Lixian stepped forward in a hurry and said, I'll help. Cui Min and Chao Shangfei were not idle either and came forward together.
The spirited young man looked at the four with disdain and said coldly, are you all not planning to escape?
A skeleton suddenly stomped and shattered the ceiling, landing straight in the hall.
Lu Dong, you really make me feel like soaring.
Bai Lixian was stunned.
Cui Min was also stunned.
What a fierce word. Lian Pingyue emitted fury all over, her gaze locked onto the restored Lotus Flower, sneering, oh, my cutest daughter, has this inherited your mother's source of death energy? This little brat actually excels at stealing. Does he think that just because you restored your body, you're your mom's opponent? Lu Dong had a dark expression, how dare they insult him? Humph. With the binding restrictions lifted, Lotus Flower kicked Chao Shangfei and the others away, stripped Lu Dong of his clothes, and wore them herself. Picking up Lu Dong's giant hammer, Lotus Flower and Lian Pingyue exchanged cold glances and said, the city of wailing bodies should have perished long ago. Lian Pingyue moved her right-hand skeleton, saying softly, do you know how sad mommy is by doing this? With a shake of her right shoulder, Lian Pingyue's right hand abruptly plunged into the spirited young man's body. The spirited young man widened his eyes, in just 1 second, his body was drained into a dried corpse. Lian Pingyue's body restored to a thin and frail appearance. Their breaths matched, and Lotus Flower and Lian Pingyue confronted each other, refusing to give way. Lian Pingyue smiled disdainfully, this man's body is truly useless, after raising it for so many years, it still can't help me recover, it's still my daughter's death energy that is useful. Lotus Flower took a deep breath and lowered her voice, you all prepare to escape through the small path, I can only barely hold her off. In the next instant, Lian Pingyue flickered into a corner behind everyone, her speed far surpassing the rest.
Small path? None of you can escape from here.
With one stomp, the corner of the city of wailing bodies collapsed explosively. From the ground, a chorus of women's cries echoed.
Lian Pingyue shouted, do you think all your little tricks can fool me? Lotus Flower, mommy watches your every move every day.
Lotus Flower's expression turned cold as she softly said, you all go to the 3rd floor, there are the secrets of the city of wailing bodies. Lu Dong rubbed his nose and softly said, brothers, how about we work together to take this guy down?
Kill her?
Bai Lixian frowned and said, the boss's information is unclear, if we act recklessly against her, there's a risk. Lu Dong stood up, turning his scythe, his eyes glowing red as he said, Lian Pingyue, commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army's 405th Regiment. Summon the sorrowful female spirits, slaughter the men of the world. Power 550, agility 300. Her base attributes are lower than the three of you, the only unknown is when she becomes physically immune. What do you say, should we kill her?
Chao Shangfei said in a flustered tone, if we don't know when she's physically immune, how do we kill her?
Lianhua softly said, my mother's special ability allows her to control all female undead, during which she is physically immune, without a body fully restored, she can be harmed by physical damage. Cui Min and Bai Lixian were stunned, they initially thought Lian Pingyue was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, Lianhua was indeed her daughter. Indeed, no one knows a mother better than her daughter.
Lu Dong rotated his fist and said slowly, then she's doomed.
Lian Pingyue sneered, suddenly turning her hands, and the entire Sorrow City was filled with wailing sounds.
The cries of women, the curses, the whimpers. Endless.
Around them, women appeared eerily in layers, like an army, lined up before Lian Pingyue.
The dense phantoms made one's scalp tingle. Lian Pingyue shouted, 10,000 women's curse, break and kill the men.
Sorrow City hidden boss triggered area ability, undead immortal, physical damage immunity.
Everyone simultaneously received the system alert, just as Lianhua had said.
Now, it was indeed impossible to kill.
Bai Lixian said solemnly, Xiao Donzi, can you really see her attributes?
Lu Dong replied softly, in the hidden map of Wanjing Hospital, I exchanged for the detection ability using the eyes of the eerie camp player Huang Zheng at the Bazaar exchange machine.
It seems I can see the information of targets with lower mental energy than mine.
Cui Min fell silent, Bai Lixian also remained quiet for a long time. Their abilities were all obtained from the Eerie exchange machine.
Who would have thought Lu Dong would directly exchange for the detection ability? This ability is too incredible.
Even if Lu Dong is permanently level 1, being able to see target attributes, once the news spreads, he will surely be fought over by major forces. Chao Shangfei supported his body, shaking his head. I can't kill with physical immunity, I have no coins, my mental energy is weak, and I have almost no combat power. Bai Lixian bit his lip and said, I used the domain ability of the life or death technique, and my strength cannot recover to its peak for a short time.
These undead will give us a hard time.
Among the crowd, only Cui Min could still use a domain ability.
And Lian Pingyue had physical damage immunity. Lu Dong remembered Lianoa's reminder and quickly said, Sister-in-law, what secret is on the 3rd floor of Sorrow City? Sister-in-law.
Chao Shangfei and the three were simultaneously taken aback. Nothing tastes better than dumplings.
When you were just a skeleton, you had no reaction, but once you regained your flesh, you start making connections?
Lianhua was also stunned. Sister-in-law. The unfamiliar title made her heart warm. As a reconnaissance soldier trained by the Spirit Soul Military Academy, her love with Gu Hua had always been hidden in the shadows. Her mother is a boss of the Eerie camp, and her lover cannot be displayed in front of everyone. Lianua's sorrow was also never to be mentioned to others. Clearly, she was prepared to kill her mother with her life and bid farewell to Gu Hua. This ghost, pretending to be nothing at first, then cleverly binding herself, with a hint of color in her eyes, somehow stole the source of Lian Pingyue's death and miraculously saved herself.
It even gave Lianhua and Lian Pingyue a chance to fight.
Lianhua, having restored her flesh, naturally gave rise to hope for life. I'll stop her, the secret is on the 3rd floor.
If we destroy it, the entire Sorrow City will vanish.
Lu Dong and the others turned around to move. Lian Pingyue saw the direction of the crowd and roared. The surrounding undead tried to block them but were immediately stopped by Lianhua. If Lian Pingyue was in her prime, the summoned undead, Lianhua would surely not be their opponent. But now, Lianhua, having regained her flesh, was a match for these undead. The numerous undead could not advance even a step. Watching Lu Dong and the others ascend the stairs, Lian Pingyue took a deep breath and coldly shouted, Are you really going to sever ties with me? Lianhua stood sideways and softly said, Spirit Soul Military Academy, serving the people for generations. Today, I will sever your Sorrow Body City.
Puff.
Lian Pingyue slowly sat up, coldly saying, I originally didn't plan to use this part of my strength. After all, if I use them, the Soul Tuning Military Academy will undoubtedly come looking for us. Since the city-breaking killer is here, killing you all, I will surely gain countless riches and glory.
Lianhua's face darkened. How was Lu Dong's identity exposed?
If Lianhua knew that Lu Dong and Lian Pingyue had fought one-on-one under their golden titles, she would definitely scold Lu Dong harshly. Lian Pingyue decisively shot out red light, her voice booming, Heavenly Punishment Army, 405th Regiment, assemble. The next moment, outside the Sorrow Body City, a chorus of wails rose. Layer upon layer of strong light flickered continuously, and one powerful woman after another flashed in the sky.
At the fastest speed, they were heading towards the Sorrow Body City.
The Heavenly Punishment Army 405th Regiment, a legion that had been silent for many years, was finally about to revive.
At the same time,
on the city gate of Gotham, Lang Meixiang received the intelligence immediately, her brow furrowing suddenly.
The Heavenly Punishment Army 405th Regiment has started to gather? That shouldn't be the case. The Jealousy Deception did not issue an order, how can they gather on their own? That guy Lian Pingyue said she would cultivate an unrivaled women's army, right?
Sorrowful soldiers must win, have they already succeeded? If the 405th Regiment gathers, aren't they afraid of bringing the Soul Tuning Military Academy?
Lang Meixiang shouted, Wan Jianzhong, how long until the civilian camp launches an attack?
Wan Jianzhong, whose body was shattered like cement, respectfully replied, there are still 20 hours. Our city gate can be repaired in as little as 10 hours.
The next moment, voices howled in the sky. 9 missiles suddenly crashed down on the Gotham City wall.
Lang Meixiang furrowed her brow, managing to intercept 3, still, 6 violently exploded the nearly completed city gate. Wan Jianzhong was about to order a counterattack when Lang Meixiang coldly said, no need.
This isn't aimed at us.
The strong enemies from the Soul Tuning Military Academy are definitely heading straight for the 405th Regiment. We don't need to look for trouble. Since the city gate is broken, there's no need to repair it.
Set up the bombs well, and let the civilian players have a grand celebration. In the Sorrow Body City, Lu Dong and his 3 companions quickly went upstairs, heading straight for the 3rd floor.
Bai Lixian's expression was serious as he pinched his fingers, saying, so annoying, the future has changed again.
Cui Min asked, is it because Lian Pingyue gathered the troops?
Bai Lixian, with less than 500 health points, gave up on continuing his predictions and gently shook his head, saying, a fog of confusion, neither good nor bad.
We must first complete the task of the abandoned city. On the third floor, rooms like a beehive were densely arranged everywhere. Suddenly, Lu Dong spoke, "Don't you really hear a weeping sound?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. Since entering the Sorrow Body City, Lu Dong had constantly mentioned this crying sound. Why couldn't they hear it? At this moment, the increasingly clear sound of crying echoed in Lu Dong's ears. Bai Lixian said, "Let's follow Lu Dong and see where the crying sound is coming from." The four followed the corner, quickly arriving at a pink door. A huge crying sound echoed in Lu Dong's ears. Lu Dong kicked the door, shouting, "The source door of the Sorrow Body City lacks a certain key, perhaps the answer is in Lian Pingyue's room." Chao Shangfei and the three simultaneously received the system prompt, and just as they were preparing to find Lian Pingyue's room, Lu Dong had already begun to break down the door with his sickle. Chao Shangfei asked, "Lu Dong, what are you doing?" Lu Dong continued his movement and retorted, "What do you want to do?" Chao Shangfei replied with more confusion, "Find the key." "If we find Lian Pingyue's room and get the key, won't we be able to open the door?" Lu Dong pointed at his sickle, softly saying, "This door has 5,000 health points, a few hacks will open it." Chao Shangfei looked speechless, he forgot that this guy could see item information. Shui Min softly said, "Using a key would be faster, right?" Boom! The door shattered. Lu Dong said lightly, "I've never opened a door with a key." Everyone was left in confusion, this guy. Inside the pink room, there seemed to be some kind of mystical space. On the outside, the little house appeared tiny. The interior is enormous beyond imagination. It resembles a dove hall, with layers of small round eggs enclosing curled-up skeletons. Everyone furrowed their brows simultaneously. Under each round egg, detailed information was written. Number 704, died from domestic violence by her husband, after being killed, her remains flushed into the toilet, husband calmly called the police, harbored immense resentment, can endure 3 times the pressure, has great potential for development. Number 908, killed by a man involved in a love dispute with her best friend, died in a public restroom, harbored resentment, can endure twice the pressure, has great potential for development. Number 113, stabbed by her best friend's boyfriend outside her front door, her best friend locking the door resulted in the loss of escape opportunity, after death, the best friend was blasted online, holding on to her dissatisfaction, can endure 10 times the pressure, has great potential for development. Bai Lixian murmured, "These are all restless and angry spirits." Lu Dong stared blankly at these numbers, and as someone sensitive to numbers, he quickly realized these strangely ordered numbers seemed to refer to dates. Chao Shangfei examined the egg-shaped device and coldly said, "This uses the pulses of mental energy to apply pressure on the spirits, making these bizarre things continuously enhance their strength. A slight mistake, and these skeletons will explode into pieces. In simple terms, this is a cruel nurturing device." Lu Dong stood at the center, the sounds of crying around him merged into one. It turned out this was not the cry of one person, but the wails of all the spirits. The pulses of mental energy pierced through these spirits. Lu Dong suddenly knelt down, his hands clutching his head. The earlier confrontation with Lian Pingyue, combined with the mental energy pulse in the room at this moment, made Lu Dong's mental state once again fall into despair. Chao Shangfei turned pale, his mental energy had also not recovered and was similarly affected. In Lu Dong's ears, the cries echoed. "We no longer hate. Destroy this place. Release us." With one hand propping himself up with the sickle, Lu Dong could barely hold up his own body. Bai Lixian felt the mental waves and shouted, "Lu Dong, what are these spirits saying?" Lu Dong forced out, "Let me destroy this place." The pain was unbearable. The spirits attempted to control Lu Dong's body, as dense mental energy radiated towards him. His health dropped rapidly. In the next second, the title of Slayer of Deceit and Breaker of the City burst forth in Lu Dong's body. The effect of burning bridges triggered, clearing all negative states. Amidst the golden light, Lu Dong's ears fell silent all at once. Every skeleton inside the egg sat up. Chapter 65, 7 Hells, let this old man bring a rain of creation. Standing in the golden light, Lu Dong looked around. The skeletons bore expressions of pleading on their skull-like faces. Mistreated to death in life, their spirits lingered on, continued to be tortured by the city of wailing bodies. They had truly had enough of this humiliating existence. They wanted to escape. The unique aura of the Slayer of Deceit and Breaker of the City gave all the women hope. Looking around, Lu Dong gently asked, "How can I help you?" One skeleton softly replied, "Where is technician number 9? She has gathered the source of death energy. As long as that thing is used, mixed with the blood of the living, it can blow up the core of this mental pulse. Otherwise, ordinary physical attacks cannot break the restraints here at all." Bang! Doubting the skeleton, Lu Dong swung his sickle down onto the ground. Miss. Physical attack ineffective. Lu Dong's face darkened, so that's how it is. He could only use his words to attach mental energy attacks, which had already been exhausted, and it seemed there was no other way left. Waving his hand, Lu Dong quickly said, "She is blocking Lian Pingyue, do you know any other methods?"
One skeleton weakly said, "What binds us is the mental energy pulse here. If one's mental energy is strong enough, perhaps it can confront it." Chui Min squinted his eyes, and Bai Lixian also had a displeased expression.
Confronting mental energy is extremely dangerous.
These guys have ulterior motives. Chao Shangfei coldly said, "Mental energy is an extremely secretive existence within a person. If mental energy is damaged, it could even affect someone's sanity.
This is not something that can be restored just by finishing the task." Chao Shangfei said loudly on purpose, fearing that Lu Dong would agree. The surrounding female skeletons fell into silence.
Clearly, the chance of escape was right in front of them, and they did not want to give up. Who knows if they would have another chance to escape if they missed this one. Seeing the men around reminding each other, Lu Dong was reluctant to face the mental pulse. A skeleton roared up, and instantly a wave of vicious curses from the skeletons emerged.
"Why don't you save us? Damn men. Always so selfish."
If there was no hope of living, then even the slayer of the evil city had no need to live. Chao Shangfei and the others gathered around Lu Dong, facing the angry curses of the skeletons without rebutting.
What man can win an argument against a woman? Moreover, this was against hundreds of female evil spirits.
Suddenly, the voice of the 405 team assembling was heard. The city of despair trembled violently, like an earthquake, with waves of tremors resonating out. The group of evil spirits was stunned. Once the 405 team finished assembling, they would have to re-enter their dormancy phase again. The sounds of evil spirits howled, and the mournful voices of the women returned. A skeleton stepped out, with a faint yellow light appearing in its hand, heading straight for Lu Dong's face.
Chui Min and Bai Lixian simultaneously blocked.
In the next moment, the woman's attack turned into an illusion, passing directly through their bodies.
Ignoring the flesh. Mental attack.
Bai Lixian and Chui Min were shocked, but they had no way to stop it. Lu Dong's negative state was eliminated, but his mental power had not recovered. If this attack landed, he would surely fall into a desperate situation.
Lu Dong instinctively raised the sickle and held it horizontally across his chest. Clang! A crisp sound came, and it was blocked. This weapon from Tong Kuei actually blocked the female ghost's mental attack. Seal of the Sickle of Kuei, 999/1000. After unsealing, will obtain additional mental attack attributes. Great! As long as he had the additional mental attack attributes, he could destroy this place.
Lu Dong's body shook. Ever since he got this sickle, he had tried to explore its seal many times, all in vain.
At first, Lu Dong thought this weapon was like Niu Hang's ring, requiring the death of the previous owner to unseal.
At this moment, it seemed that this special weapon, perhaps Tong Kuei had no way to unseal it either. By chance, Lu Dong saw a glimmer of hope for unsealing.
A collision of mental attacks?
The crisp sound of metal clashing came. Bai Lixian and Chui Min were both stunned at the same time.
Wow, Lu Dong really surprised them, he even blocked a mental attack? While the two were in a daze, Lu Dong passed by them and plunged into the encirclement of the female evil spirits.
Chui Min shouted, "Xiao Dongzi." Bai Lixian frowned and said, "Wait, this kid might have other methods."
Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a spatial coordinate system, a bit unreal. In a state of low mental power, he couldn't hold on for too long. But if he could unseal the sickle, perhaps he could destroy this place. Lu Dong left the protection of Chui Min and the others, spun the sickle, and shouted angrily, "Come kill me." The women ghosts, who fell into despair, suddenly launched a charge. Lu Dong looked at the thousands of attacking trajectories floating up into the sky, powerless to block them all. He could only try his luck. His left elbow wedged the handle of the sickle, while his right hand pressed down on the body, and Lu Dong began to spin in the middle of the field, creating a sickle storm. Like a champion dancing through the crowd of female evil spirits. The rising sounds of evil spirits, if it were in the past, would have made Chui Min and the others feel stirred. But at this moment, their concern for Lu Dong was greater. They could not care about the chaotic shouts or their own reactions, and focused on the situation of the battle above. Within the encirclement, Lu Dong frowned. The sickle of Kuei could repel the enemies, but could not kill them. After being injured by the evil spirits, no one dared to approach him. The sickle of Kuei could not be unsealed. Lu Dong's mental power shattered. A group of female ghosts retreated step by step under Lu Dong's attack, then combined together. A nearly substantial transparent light wave appeared, and a huge pulse of mental power. Guided by their bodies, they aimed directly at Lu Dong. In the next moment, the sounds of shouting and killing came from outside, as if the reinforcements of Lian Pingyue had arrived. Chui Min showed a fierce expression. The troubles inside and outside truly troubled him. Chao Shangfei's eyes were filled with hatred. If he had gold coins, he wouldn't have to be so passive. Could it be that he would just watch Lu Dong die helplessly? Bai Lixian pinched his fingers and then softly said, "Today is suitable for a change of fate." Chui Min and Chao Shangfei both froze. Did he really want to use that move?
Bai Lixian slowly took off his white clothes, his dry skin marked with layers of Taoist inscriptions.
Chui Min was taken aback and lowered his voice, the white Taoist.
Bai Lixian softly said, I have always been calculating the future, but for some reason, today I suddenly feel like the future is also calculating me.
Perhaps we went wrong from the start. This is a game, and in a game, the heart should move freely. Why look back and hesitate?
I still want to see Lu Dong create a few more miracles, just right to use this mental power pulse.
Let me show you in Reign of Fate.
One step out, gentle sounds surrounded him. The inscriptions on Bai Lixian's body dissipated, and the phantom of a white crane appeared. A pale white gas suddenly pushed back the female specters surrounding Lu Dong,
facing the massive mental power pulse wave.
With the power of Tao, Bai Lixian's voice echoed in the room, suddenly spreading throughout Wo City.
The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name.
Lu Dong, on the edge of unconsciousness, froze, leaning on the scythe to prop himself up, as the sound of the Tao echoed in his mind. All laws in the world are not unchanging, they change with the environment. All truths in the world are not absolute, they progress with the changes of the times.
Lu Dong's murmurs also echoed in Bai Lixian's ears. Both smiled at the same time. Understanding is good.
Bai Lixian shouted angrily, the way is natural, where do the words of fate come from?
Crack, crack, crack. The mental power pulses condensed by the female specters burst violently, forming mental power fragments that floated in the air.
In the area covered by Bai Lixian's white light, a red chain ring appeared around the necks of all the female specters.
Zhao Shangfei's face was serious as he said, Monk, what are the consequences of the white Taoist using this move?
Chui Min murmured, last time he used it, he was unconscious for a week. Fate consumes his own life force to tap into the target's potential. Zhao Shangfei fell silent, his ability to control gold coins also relied on Bai Lixian's power of fate. However, the Zhao Shangfei who fell into a coma that time did not know what price Bai Lixian had paid.
Bai Lixian shouted, Lu Dong. Breath of the Tao. Absorb mental power.
In his dazed state, Lu Dong had no idea about the Taoist methods of absorbing and releasing mental power.
With only his remaining consciousness, he began to gulp down the mental power fragments in the air. Absorbing the Tao's mental power plus 5. Absorbing the Tao's mental power plus 5.
Soon, Lu Dong's mental power restored to its peak state of 160. Crack the source of sorrow in Wo City and split the mental power pulse, you gain the ability to overdraw mental power. Within a short time, you can overdraw the same mental power based on your upper limit, be careful not to exceed the limit.
Otherwise, you will face unexpected punishments. But there were still many fragments of mental power lingering in the air.
Lu Dong ignored everything and continued to swallow. Mathematical quantification and manifestation ability enhanced. Consuming 100 points of mental power allows you to calculate the target's movement trajectory, control your own body, and perform a 100% imitation.
Mathematical quantification and manifestation proficiency, 0/10,000. Wow, this thing can actually enhance abilities. He couldn't swallow the solidified mental power fragments anymore.
Lu Dong's eyes widened, with his headache gone, he immediately took out the Scythe of Kuei.
Scythe of Kuei, absorb. Soon. The chains of Kuei unlocked their seal, shimmering dark red.
Scythe of Kuei, unlocked special attack consumes mental power, causing the target to lose an equal amount of mental power.
If I can't swallow myself, then let the weapon absorb. The Scythe of Kuei hooked the mental power fragments.
The dark red light shimmered on the weapon. In the next moment, Kuei's sickle exploded with a loud bang.
Tong Kuei's sealed weapon, just unsealed, was directly burst apart by mental power.
An illusory sickle shadow appeared in the field. Lu Dong felt overwhelmed and decided to ignore everything, pulling out a broken pencil to absorb it.
If there's something cheap to take, why not take it, you turtle bastard? This kind of good stuff cannot be missed.
In the next moment, the broken pencil acted like a giant whale swallowing.
In just one breath, it absorbed all the mental power fragments around, including the shadow of Kuei's sickle.
Exclusive weapon, the broken pencil triggers the soul function, absorbing mental power, completing evolution. Broken pencil, ignores defense, dealing 5 poison attribute damage per second, upgrade death energy experience 17/100. Broken pencil, special form consumes 100 mental power points, can transform into Kuei's sickle shadow, the attack consumes mental power, directly causing equivalent damage to the target in consumed mental power, lasting 5 minutes. Lu Dong looked in surprise at the faint blue light blinking pencil in his hand. Wow, a bird gun replaced by a big cannon. On the other side, Bai Lixian suddenly knelt down with a bang, and Chui Min gently laid him flat. Bai Lixian weakly said, this damn kid, not only absorbed my ability but even strengthened his weapon, almost killed me.
Chapter 66, 7 Prisons, Little Dongzi. Run.
Bai Lixian smiled and fell unconscious. Chui Min shook his head and smiled lightly, this old man, clearly happy in his heart, but unwilling to say it. Now it's good, the ability of creation is used up. Once Bai Lixian dies, he will never be able to resurrect again.
Although Bai Lixian had also used his chance to revive during various tasks before.
But that was the 3 rights to resurrect in the bizarre world. As a genius of Taoism, he once had 7 chances of creation. After death, he could resurrect at peak state on the spot, with all attributes doubled.
This is a talent ability even more insane than Wang Bo's deadly buff.
Everyone in the Gaodabai Guild had received Bai Lixian's ability of creation.
This was Bai Lixian's last chance to use his ability of creation. Today, Bai Lixian bestowed it upon Lu Dong.
Using the ability of creation to decompose mental power pulses, he gave Lu Dong an opportunity. And it was from this moment that Lu Dong, like everyone in the Gaodabai Guild, became a powerful being with the body of creation. Chao Shangfei saw the worry in Lu Dong's eyes and said loudly, Bai Daoren is fine, hurry and remove the chains from these bizarre beings, liberate them.
Lu Dong moved instantly, with his mental power restored, the coordinate system in his eyes was clear to see.
All the red chains around, like bright points in the spatial coordinate system, Lu Dong could shatter them without aiming. In just 1 minute, Lu Dong cleared all the chains from the necks of the skeletons in the field.
Without the bindings, the layers of skeletons exploded with a bang.
One by one, beautiful female shadows appeared in the field. The pulsating mental power disappeared, and the women regained their freedom. Seeing they were about to re-enter the reincarnation, the joy in the hearts of the women was evident.
But recalling how they had just acted against Lu Dong, they felt guilty and said, Slayer of the Bazaar and City Breaker, how can we repay you?
Chui Min raised his head slightly. Cause and effect cycle, Lu Dong saved these women, and bizarre repayment could not be casually accepted. If Lu Dong, in a moment of heat, made an excessive request, it might be counterproductive. The women continued, you have unlocked our seals, and we can give you certain rewards in return. Of course, this reward can only be given to you. A beautiful woman whispered, we can provide you with clues for hidden tasks, we can increase your basic attributes by about 5 points, or even.
Lu Dong asked, what if the reward is not for me?
The woman with a cold expression, somewhat resembling Dili Reba, gently shook her head and said, the rules do not allow us to change. Lu Dong pointed to the bare-chested Bai Lixian and shouted, help me give him a kiss.
Can you? Chui Min was stunned, so was Chao Shangfei.
The shadows of the women were also stunned. Clearly, as long as Lu Dong's request was not excessive, they could fulfill it.
Even that little thing of HMHM Hahe could be done.
No one expected Lu Dong to make such a simple request. A kiss would count as all their gratitude. Lu Dong softly said, you should thank him. If it weren't for his help, the chains binding you wouldn't have shown, and I wouldn't have had the chance to help you.
You might even have killed me.
The women were speechless, what Lu Dong said was true. This young man seemed different from other men.
He didn't take any advantage at all.
Lu Dong turned his back and called out, hurry up. Turning around, Lu Dong's face was full of regret as he whispered, if you take too long, I'll regret it. Lu Dong knew very well that Bai Lixian's current weak state must be due to his division of the mental pulse.
The mental pulse could erase everyone, its destructive power was unimaginable. Bai Lixian must have paid a huge price.
With uplifted abilities, Lu Dong felt a surge of guilt. Since these women couldn't change their reward target, they should give Bai Lixian the simplest and most genuine gift. One by one, the women's shadows approached and kissed Bai Lixian's cheek, then turned and bowed to Lu Dong in thanks. The shadows faded, and the women finally returned to the cycle of reincarnation. Bai Lixian wore a smile mixed with pain on his face, mumbling, don't stop. In the next moment, the system prompt appeared. The Weeping City's weeping source is dissipating. Lian Pingyue is using her Legion's ability to bind space. Players, please escape the encirclement quickly to leave safely.
Oh no!
The plot of the exploration mission changed again. Lu Dong and the others exchanged glances. At this moment, Chao Shangfei's attack power was almost zero, and Bai Lixian was unconscious.
Only Chui Min and Lu Dong were left to fight. Chui Min smiled and said, I'll hold them off.
Lu Dong waved his hand and said, Sister Bo said I'm the commander.
Follow my lead, we leave together, not one less. Boom!
Without the support of the mental pulse, the 3rd floor of Weeping City exploded. Lian Pingyue, who was being held back by the lotus, suddenly stopped. Seeing the shattered 3rd floor of Weeping City, Lian Pingyue was fuming with rage. These guys dared to destroy the weeping source, which could only be destroyed with mental power.
Lian Pingyue's heart was bleeding. Well, you white-eyed wolf.
I raised you from a child, through all hardships.
How much sorrow did I endure? Is this your way of honoring your mother? Damn you! Puff!
The turmoil in Weeping City drove Lian Pingyue into a fierce rage.
Strange armies emerged, quickly surrounding Weeping City.
Lian Pingyue shouted, today. Not a single fly will escape. I will peel your skin off, making you endure all the sorrows of the world. The bone chain swung out, splitting Weeping City in half. Lu Dong carried by Li Xian, and Shui Min supported Chao Shangfei as the four of them fell beside the lotus.
With a wave of Lian Pingyue's hand, the strange army suddenly encircled the five of them. Lu Dong took a deep breath. This was a real encirclement.
The wet, ghostly women surrounded them, forming a water dome that cut off their retreat. In the sky, women dressed in white with long hair laughed ominously. Goodness, even the lowest level NPCs were level 5 with over 300 strength. Several commanders, with power not inferior to the lotus, rode on tall skeleton horses, grinning sinisterly.
Captain, why are you so furious over a few small brats?
Lian Pingyue sneered, my female army's celestial brigade is just 3 months away from formation.
With the weeping soldiers guaranteed victory, who in this entire strange world can stop me?
Now, my years of raised eerie beings have been liberated by them.
How can I not be furious?
Everyone fell silent. It was best not to provoke the furious Lian Pingyue. With a darkened face, Lian Pingyue,
in an angry voice.
This broken village, claiming to hide the treasures of time and space, it's just making us guard the path to the abandoned city for them. I've lost the psychic pulse of the source of sorrow. To hell with guarding, let's kill them.
We're heading to the front lines. Let's see how many fat sheep have come to Gotham.
4 rays of bright light surged up angrily. The shark shadows flew directly at Lu Dong and his group of 5. Lotus frowned slightly, stepping forward suddenly, her metal bursting with purple gold light, instantly enveloping her body. Her light green combat suit wrapped her entirely. On her shoulder insignia, 1 stripe and 2 stars shimmered brightly. Lotus spun 2 military daggers, creating a shield that swiftly blocked the 4 incoming attacks.
Soul-binding military academy.
The 4 attacking women frowned simultaneously. These guys were not to be trifled with.
Lotus Pingyue shouted angrily, what are you afraid of? Anyone who comes today will die here.
Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with a coordinate system, muttering, impressive, using fast enough attacks to form a shield and hit the weak points of the attacks. This is quite a unique defensive technique.
Chao Shangfei slightly raised his eyebrows. Is this brat's ability analytical?
Shui Min set down his wine flask, pressing his right hand against the hilt of his knife, a glint of clarity flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, Lotus, give me 3 minutes. Lotus seemed uninjured, but in truth, her wrist was broken by the 4 combined attacks. The military dagger fell to the ground, and her arms hung weakly. Lotus smiled bitterly, this is a bit tough, these guys have too much leftover strength. In the next moment, Lotus Pingyue's bone chain flickered and crashed into Lotus's chest.
-50.
The psychic attack caused Lotus to fall to the ground and remain unmoving. Lotus Pingyue snorted coldly, you're really pushing it, I'll settle this with you slowly.
Lotus Pingyue's gaze landed on Lu Dong, and she soared into the air, swinging the bone chain in a semicircle, crashing down.
You little brat, let me see your silver bottle burst and splash everywhere.
Psychic attack.
Chao Shangfei's eyes turned cold, arms crossing in front of the group.
But the next second, he was pulled behind by Lu Dong.
Spinning the pencil in his hand, Lu Dong called out, Old Shui. I can't hold on much longer. With a drop of 100 psychic power, the pencil in Lu Dong's hand suddenly transformed into the phantom of the Scythe of Kuei.
At the intersection, the Scythe of Kuei blocked above his head, stopping Lotus Pingyue's fierce strike. Chao Shangfei choked, what a guy, that pencil could actually grow longer. And it could even block psychic attacks?
It seemed Lu Dong had acquired the power of transformation, specifically, control over psychic energy.
Shui Min breathed heavily, standing firm and lowering his voice, Chao.
Wait for me to break a path, you take them and escape. As long as we leave here, this round of missions counts as successful.
Chao Shangfei narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly, plans were already forming in his mind.
He wouldn't let Shui Min stay behind. Meanwhile, on Lotus Pingyue's side, the bone chain folded and smashed down. Lu Dong wielded the long scythe but didn't know any martial arts, so he could only awkwardly use it as a firewood stick to barely defend himself. Lotus Pingyue's attacks were dense as wind, giving Lu Dong no chance to imitate Shui Min and the others' moves. The sounds of strikes echoed, causing the female generals of the Bazaar army to show grave expressions. Lotus Pingyue's attacks directly damaged psychic power.
Looking at the entire Bazaar camp, who could withstand Lotus Pingyue's attacks head-on? Without treasures protecting psychic energy, no one was Lotus Pingyue's match. But now, it seemed Lu Dong was at a disadvantage, yet in reality, the two were evenly matched. Every time their weapons clashed, blue numbers indicating psychic energy loss appeared above their heads. Bang! After the collision, both Lu Dong and Lotus Pingyue retreated simultaneously.
Lu Dong had 20 points of psychic energy left, and Lotus Pingyue had little remaining, her complexion pale. No wonder you are the slayer of oddities and castlebreaker, you actually held on for so long under my psychic attack.
Lu Dong snorted coldly, I'm only persistent, as enduring as time itself, do you want to try a dark room? Lu Dong cursed, if he hadn't just recovered his psychic energy, he would have already fainted. Can't fight back. You can't lose in words.
Lianoa's face turned dark,
this guy called her sister-in-law, and now he wants to mess with her mom? At this moment, Lian Pingyue's expression was serious, no longer daring to underestimate Lu Dong. The continuous battles made Lian Pingyue's understanding of Lu Dong's mental power refresh once again. This guy's mental power is terrifying.
Lian Pingyue took a deep breath and said, "Captains, you all use physical attacks, mental power is your weak spot.
Don't get near this guy, redirect everyone's mental power to me. I'll take him down."
Lian Pingyue sensed the threatening aura coming from Chui Min's body and didn't rashly let the army approach. Instead, she absorbed mental power, preparing to strike with deadly force. She must kill the city destroyer personally for the rewards from the mysterious faction to fall into her hands. A ray of light emerged from Lian Pingyue, suddenly connecting to the bizarre army in the field. Lian Pingyue returned to her peak state once again.
Lu Dong's face turned pale. 3 minutes had passed.
Chui Min stepped forward, each step shaking the ground. His right hand suddenly swung out, a blade of light whistling up.
Buddha's fury cuts through thousands.
Lu Dong calculated the time, took a long breath, here it comes. Lian Pingyue raised her brows and said loudly, "So it's you. The foul monk who wreaks havoc in the heavenly punishment zone. I wondered why you gave off a scent I disliked, turns out you're a dog from the Buddha zone."
Buddha zone? Isn't that the area where Chui Min once was?
Lu Dong turned and carried Lianhua on his back, retrieving his weapon, the giant hammer, and placing Bai Lixian on Chao Shangfei's back, supporting both of them, with a glimmer of spatial coordinates in his eyes.
Not everyone can escape, calculating the angle, maybe just leaving one person to stay behind will do.
A decisive glimmer crossed Lu Dong's eyes.
The mental power waves surrounding Lian Pingyue surged, and she smiled, "Don't you know I can be immune to physical attacks?"
Chui Min faced Lian Pingyue, smiling calmly, "Who said my attack was meant to cut you down?" Suddenly, Chui Min bent down. The blade of light in the air swiftly changed direction, heading straight for the encirclement behind the ghost body city. Where the blade of light passed, bones flew, with no bizarre force able to stop it.
The wide-open back door turned Lian Pingyue's face cold.
Chui Min laughed loudly, "Little Dongzi.
Run." Chapter 67, Hell 7, Reinforcements.
Chao Shangfei was initially going to cover Lu Dong and the others for their retreat, but was pulled back by Lu Dong, losing his balance while carrying Bai Lixian. As he stumbled, he saw two people charging in. It turned out Lu Dong had moved forward to grab Chui Min's collar and pull him back, then lifted Lianhua up.
The four of them huddled together in front of Lu Dong, the weak Chui Min, Chao Shangfei, and unconscious Bai Lixian, instinctively holding Lianhua tightly as they touched her skin.
Yeah, men are all this gentlemanly. Lu Dong aimed for the direction, swinging the giant hammer in his hand, and according to the previously planned escape route, he smashed it down on Chao Shangfei's backside. With sharp force, the four people huddled together were like a home run baseball, flying straight out of the bizarre army's encirclement.
Lian Pingyue coldly locked on Lu Dong, towering above, full of rage. How dare they escape the encirclement right under her nose?
Lian Pingyue waved her hand, ordering 2,000 bizarre troops to turn around and chase after the direction Chao Shangfei and the others fled. Having flown out of the encirclement, Chao Shangfei and the three froze for a moment, and his system notification sounded. Congratulations, player escaping the 405 Regiment encirclement, returning. The three stood dazed as they appeared in a black house. Inside the house, Liangyan was brewing tea, chatting casually with Xiong Tian, while Wang Bo and the other three girls, having lost the live stream of the Morning Glory, all wore worried faces. The sudden appearance of the three broke the tranquility in the room. Wang Bo looked at the three's ragged appearance and instantly raised his hand, emitting white light to restore the trio's health. Chao Shangfei's backside was injured, his tailbone fractured. Liangyan adjusted his tailbone and gave him a simple bandage. Bai Lixian consumed Dao Rime energy and fell into a deep sleep state. Chui Min, having used his domain ability, was also weak, trembling as he held the wine jug.
Drinking endlessly.
The killing intent in Chui Min's eyes dissipated with the help of alcohol. Gui Jun said in surprise, "There's one person missing. Where is Xiao Dongzi?" Chui Min put down the wine jug, his face grave as he said, "2 people are missing.
Lianhua didn't escape with us either. It seems that only Lu Dong can take the NPC away if we abandon the mission."
What? Gui Jun looked shocked. She couldn't believe that Chui Min and the others would leave Lu Dong behind, pounding her fists against the wall of the room. Wang Bo said coldly, "Don't panic. The system hasn't notified us that the third ring mission is complete, which means Lu Dong still has a chance to escape."
Chui Min didn't respond. Thousands of strange soldiers surrounded Lu Dong.
This time, Lu Dong didn't have the invincible ring.
Even if his abilities had improved, how could he possibly escape the encirclement? Huang Xingyan sighed softly.
No one knew where the City of Sorrow was. Even if they broke through this wall, where would they go to search? Moreover, they couldn't break this wall.
Cao Shangfei, enduring pain in his rear, whispered, "We were careless. We shouldn't have followed the plot to complete the mission."
Chui Min raised his head and drank, guilt and shame filling the monk's heart. He should have realized that when Lu Dong picked up the hammer, he should have known what this guy was planning to do. Huang Xinyan said softly, "That's right. Shiyan Village, New Xan Hall, City of Sorrow, the way to pass through these 7 hells seems to require us to think in reverse, to break the existing rules in order to succeed." Knock, knock. As everyone fell silent, a sudden knocking sound echoed. Wang Bo frowned. In this black room, they had searched every corner before and found no way to leave. Where was the knocking coming from now? Wei Jun casually said, "Come in." Boom. A light door appeared on the black wall. The door opened, and a handsome young man in military uniform walked into the room. "Xiong Lian, I sensed your presence. Are you here? How did you end up in the 4-dimensional space layer?" Gu Hua. Xiong Tian stood up in surprise. He didn't expect to reunite so quickly with Gu Hua, who should have returned to the Dinghan Military Academy right after parting from the Wuming military camp. After a brief introduction, everyone realized that Gu Hua was the NPC Lu Dong had met in the Wuming military camp. Gu Hua surveyed the room and said solemnly, "The 4-dimensional space layer cannot be opened without special tools. How did you end up here?" Xiong Tian recounted the task of exploring the Waste City, and Gu Hua's body shook. Exploring the third ring City of Sorrow? What a coincidence! We are heading to the City of Sorrow. Gu Hua quickly said, "In recent years, a large number of women from the civilian camp have gone missing, and all clues point to the City of Sorrow. The Dinghan Military Academy received reliable intel that the City of Sorrow is gathering forces. But we've searched all around and found no signs of anything strange. If we hadn't sensed Xiong Lian's presence, we wouldn't have come here." Chui Min panted heavily and said solemnly, "The one in charge of the City of Sorrow is Lian Pingyue, the captain of the 405th Regiment. Lu Dong and Lianhua are surrounded by them right now." Lu Dong told everyone about Lianhua's role as a scout, but didn't mention her relationship with Gu Hua. Gu Hua almost bit his tongue in disbelief and asked Chui Min to repeat who Lu Dong was surrounded with. Lianhua. Gu Hua's fiancé. Calculating, it had been nearly 2 years since Lianhua took on a mission. They hadn't seen each other since. As part of the Dinghan Military Academy, romantic relationships were not permitted in the military camp. Feelings could cloud their judgment on missions. Lianhua hadn't told Gu Hua what mission she was undertaking, and Gu Hua hadn't asked further. This support was purely because they sensed the presence of the enemy. When they passed by Gotham City, they had even admired Lu Dong's impressive act of destroying the door. To show respect, they contributed 9 bombs. However, in this area, they had lost the presence of the enemy. And now, Chui Min even accurately revealed the 405th Regiment's designation, indicating that those guys were in another mission space. Gu Hua's body trembled. He finally knew the location of his beloved. But that was in the space of the abandoned city exploration mission, and they couldn't possibly track there. In the space solely for player exploration, once an NPC intervenes, it will inevitably affect the rules. The hope that had just surged in Gu Hua's eyes dissipated. Chui Min said dejectedly, "If it weren't for Lu Dong hitting a home run to break the surrounded circle, he wouldn't be left alone there." Wang Bo stood up, his face serious, and said, "Squad leader Gu, can you use special powers to trace Lu Dong's location? After all, he is the one who slays the demonic city." Only then did Gu Hua notice the woman in the corner, with knee-high white socks, a short skirt covering her long legs, pure like Aiko Arroyo. Wang. Gu Hua's eyes widened, abruptly interrupted by Wang Bo's gaze. Wang Bo stated firmly, "Lu Dong cannot die." Gu Hua suddenly straightened his body and said, "I will report to the higher-ups right now." Chui Min frowned slightly. This was the third NPC after Liang'an and Xiong Tian who encountered Wang Bo and actively mentioned his surname. How many secrets does the Gaud Bao Guild still have? Soon, Gu Hua turned back and coldly said, "To track the whereabouts of the enemy 405th Group, Lian Pingyue, and to destroy the city of Wales, our spirit-binding military academy detachment will now merge into the Xiong Lian Wuming military camp, under the command of Xiong Lian." Wang Bo raised the corner of his mouth. These soldiers were somewhat adorable. Something that was generally not allowed could be turned into a special situation with just a reason. The Gaud Bao Guild receives support from the Spirit Binding Detachment, starting the hidden mission of the third ring of the 7 hells. Guide the Spirit Binding Military Academy to capture Lian Pingyue. The Spirit Binding Military Academy detachment actually had a full 1,000 people. The small house vanished, and everyone appeared on the path. At the fork in the road, Gu Hua paused and softly said, "It seems that there is a force of rules here, but it has been forcibly removed." The people of the Gaud Bao Guild frowned in unison. Previously, Lu Dong had deliberately removed the sign here, and they thought he only knew its purpose. But now it seemed that it was not just that. Lu Dong could even break the rules. A level 1 player, with astonishing mental power, the title of the butcher who destroys. The secrets of this little devil became more astonishing the more familiar one became. Due to rule restrictions, the spirit-binding military academy could not initiate aircraft mode, so it switched to military vehicle form. A military vehicle capable of carrying 1,000 people sped towards the city of Wales. The members of the Goud Bayo Guild had no interest in exploring the secrets of the military vehicle at this moment, they were more concerned with how the frontline battle was going.
Lu Dong better not be killed. Chao Shangfei said softly. Lu Dong wouldn't have stubbornly killed Lian Pingyue, would he? No one responded. What seemed impossible to them appeared to be commonplace for Lu Dong.
On the ruins of the city of Wales, thousands returned, pressing back the lotus. Lu Dong had a bitter expression. He actually forgot that players could leave by escaping the encirclement, while this NPC seemed unable to escape. Lian Pingyue looked at Lu Dong with a face full of anger, strode forward, and directly crushed Lu Dong's feet.
I won't let you run again.
Lu Dong showed no sadness or pain, as if it were not his feet that were crushed. In front of Lu Dong, Lian Pingyue struck her own daughter fiercely. The battered lotus fell limp to the ground. No matter how much Lian Pingyue insulted her, Lotus no longer made a sound.
Lu Dong felt a surge of pity. This is the fate of most spies. Too many spy novels write the ending of spies too well.
Death is merely the lightest punishment for these people. The more brutal fate is to live a long life and be worse than dead. Lotus narrowed her eyes, shaking her head at Lu Dong, as if apologizing, and as if telling him to hold on.
Perseverance? Will there be a miracle? Lu Dong was struck in the face by Lian Pingyue's bony chain, and one eyeball suddenly flew out. With only one eye left, Lu Dong saw Lian Pingyue's current state. Lian Pingyue, mental power 1590, on the edge of collapse.
Lu Dong calculated silently. To activate the Scythe of Kuei plus the mathematical quantization simulation ability, he needed 200 points of mental power.
To instant kill Lian Pingyue? Almost impossible.
By the way, it seems I still have one chance to overdraw my mental strength. 160 points plus 20 points, not enough for 200 points of mental strength.
Overdrawing will have a huge cost. That is not dying. Then let's do it.
Lu Dong chuckled heavily and sat up, facing Lian Pingyue's attack.
Lian Pingyue, do you think you have already won? Lian Pingyue sneered coldly. Are you trying to provoke me with words?
Butcher of the city of myths.
I won't let you die easily.
I will imprison you in the castle, letting you reproduce with all species. I will drain every ounce of your energy, making you regret coming to this bizarre world. Prepare to face my fury.
Lu Dong smiled lightly. Sounds like a nice punishment, don't you want to try it yourself?
Lian Pingyue stepped closer to Lu Dong and pronounced each word clearly. I will make you retreat in despair.
Lu Dong licked his lips and asked, do you know what this distance means?
Lian Pingyue snickered. It means I can easily crush you from here. Lu Dong's eyes shone brightly, mental energy surging out. This distance counts as close contact, and the consequence of close contact is death.
Chapter 68, The Seven Hells, Only Men Understand the Healing Method. The mental energy rippled up.
Lu Dong's temples bulged with numerous veins.
Consumed mental strength 100, successful activation of the ruined pencil sickle form. Consumed mental strength 100, successful activation of mathematical quantification ability. Player's current mental strength minus 180.
Please note, you are on the verge of collapse.
Collapse countdown 1 minute. 60, 59.
Lu Dong grabbed Lian Pingyue's head, his right hand waved, and the pencil suddenly transformed into a sickle. The sickle was sharp, carrying the might of spirit. Imitating the move of Chui Minfo slicing through 3,000. With the addition of his mathematical quantification ability, Lu Dong struck with perfect precision, like a monk who had cultivated for 10 years.
A faint image of Buddha appeared behind Lu Dong. Lian Pingyue was shocked, however, she was too close to dodge the attack. Pooh! In a flash, Lian Pingyue was struck by Lu Dong's attack. Lu Dong's mental energy consumption minus 100 appeared above his head. The same consumption appeared above Lian Pingyue's head. Player's mental strength below 280. Collapse time accelerated. Lian Pingyue's mental strength collapses, entering a state of chaos, on the brink of madness. Damage taken doubles, causing damage reduction by 80%.
The sickle form of the pencil reverted to its original state. Lu Dong seemed to hear the sound of the world collapsing, as every nerve in his brain exploded. The pain of a broken leg was nothing. It was the buzzing echoing in his mind that was even harder to bear. Lu Dong gritted his teeth, climbed onto Lian Pingyue's lower back, straddling her waist, and quickly waved the ruined pencil, shouting, "This is called professional expertise." Lian Pingyue roared angrily, trying to struggle with both hands, but could not shake Lu Dong off her back. One after another, -1 damage appeared above Lian Pingyue's head. Though it didn't break her defense, it was densely packed. The surrounding strange soldiers were shocked. In the distance, on the military vehicle near the City of Grief, Huang Xingyan controlled the surrounding plants, relaying the frontline battle situation back. Lu Dong's word close contact truly struck a chord with everyone. 2 years? That sickness should have passed by now, the people must be traveling joyfully all over the place. What the heck is close contact? In the next second, Lu Dong suddenly erupted, surprising everyone. How could Lu Dong, almost at his last breath, suddenly release such energy? The plants controlled by Huang Xinyan directly conveyed a terrible emotion. Powerful mental energy directly broke through Lian Pingyue's defenses. Lian Pingyue went mad. Lu Dong also went mad. Everyone was shocked. Had Lu Dong just soloed another boss? As the Eerie army attacked from all sides, Gu Hua roared and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. He clearly saw that Lian Hua was also in a dangerous situation. Tears glimmered in Lian Hua's eyes, unsure if it was joy from completing the mission or pain from her mother's madness. Success or failure, for Lian Hua. It is all a tragedy. Lu Dong, with his last bit of clarity, vented all his emotions and slammed his head against Lian Pingyue's neck. The pencil, returning to its original state, jabbed straight into Lian Pingyue's spine. -1, -5, -5. The lead poison caused Lian Pingyue to keep losing blood. Mad with agony, Lian Pingyue had no sense of pain, crazily pounding the floor. She seemed to have even forgotten how to turn over. Lu Dong had already lost consciousness. The Eerie army trembled, dense attacks charged toward Lu Dong. Lian Hua touched the ground with her chin, wanting to block the attacks for Lu Dong. The almost unrecognizable Lian Hua stood in front of the blood-soaked Lu Dong, watching the two about to perish. Suddenly, a roaring sound erupted from outside the encirclement. As the attacks scattered away from Lu Dong and Lian Hua, a massive military vehicle suddenly plummeted down. The Seoul Stabilization Team's 1,000-strong army instantly appeared in their respective battle positions. The crackling sounds of attacks fell onto the military vehicle. Wang Bo said coldly, "Counterattack." Xiong Tian nodded. Gu Hua immediately roared, "Fire!" 10 men line up, turning their soul guns and laying down a fire net. Gu Hua clasped his hands together, and his entire being exploded. Countless little Gu Huas dashed toward various parts of the battlefield, commanding the fights. 100 small teams, as if they were one, covered the surroundings with firepower. Flashbang! The buzzing sound came, instantly robbing the Eerie army of their senses. The Seoul Stabilization Team warriors, wearing goggles, applied their superb tactical skills to suppress the surrounding Eerie army. Without Lian Pingyue's command, the recently gathered 405 regiment soldiers, like rookie soldiers, were caught off guard. Faced with overwhelming firepower, some of the Eerie beings even began to flee. Several squad leaders and company commanders of the 405 regiment became the main targets of the Seoul Stabilization Team. RPG. Sniper, shoot that woman in the officer's uniform. Grenades. As a small squad executing special tasks from the Seoul Military Academy, every one of the 1,000 soldiers led by Gu Hua was a small ammunition depot. The frontline defenses of the Eerie army evaporated in an instant. Without the squad leader's command, the Eerie army began to collapse. Xiong Tian clasped his hands together and roared in anger, "No one escapes today." The deathless military camp appeared. Face-to-face combat quickly turned into a defensive battle. The female Eerie beings of the 405 regiment had not even had a chance to flee before being moved to the front of the entire position. The soldiers of the Seoul Stabilization Team, relying on the defensive facilities of Xiong Tian's deathless military camp, began a one-sided massacre of firepower. This was even easier than their ordinary training. Shooting at unprotected moving targets, they didn't even need to aim. 10 minutes later, around the Wailing Body City, no Eerie beings appeared anymore. With 5 minor injuries and 0 deaths, the Seoul Military Academy squad completely wiped out the enemies with armed forces. Xiong Tian looked on with envy. This unit had won a victory yet showed no excitement at all. At this moment, they were summarizing the issues that arose in the recent battle class by class. Victorious but not arrogant, this squad was extraordinary. As numerous little figures gathered, Gu Hua shouted, "Team 1, defensive formation. Team 2, clean up the battlefield. Medics, hurry up and come here." 2 medics quickly approached Gu Hua. Wang Bo spun his hands, continuously casting white light on Lu Dong and Lian Hua. Lian Hua only had ordinary injuries, but inside Lu Dong, it was like a bottomless pit. His blood level remained at 1 drop, and no matter what, it could not be lifted. Wang Bo had no way, and Liangan had no way. 10 minutes later, Lian Hua woke up from her unconsciousness, looking at the familiar yet strange man in front of her, and lightly said, "Why are you dead too?" Gu Hua grabbed Lian Hua's hand, tears in his eyes, and said, "You came to Wailing Body City to execute a mission, why didn't you tell me?" Confirming that she was not dead, Lian Hua hugged Gu Hua tightly, crying without blaming him. So close. So close she was to never coming back. If it weren't for Lu Dong, perhaps Lian Hua would never choose to see Gu Hua again in her lifetime. On the other side, the 2 medics, holding a blood pressure monitor, finished examining Lu Dong and shook their heads simultaneously, stopping the CPR attempts. No heartbeat, no pulse, pupils dilated. All signs indicated that Lu Dong was beyond saving. Wang Bo fiercely pushed away the medic and continued to perform CPR on Lu Dong. He still had a point of blood left, so he wasn't dead yet. Xiong Tian and Liangan exchanged a glance, both feeling bitter. Was this the end? Chao Shanfei looked at the just woken by Li Xian, and regardless of whether this guy was weak or not, hurriedly informed him of Lu Dong's state, asking him to calculate how to save Lu Dong. Bai Lixian closed his eyes in pain, and after some calculations, pointed his finger toward the ruins of Wailing Body City.
In that direction.
Chao Shangfei suddenly recalled that a woman's voice had seemingly come from below during the earlier battle. Soon, the cleanup team returned from the battlefield. From the basement of Wailing Body City, they found 100 women dressed revealingly. They were imprisoned by the bizarre faction in Wailing Body City and had not yet been turned into strange women.
Chao Shangfei's eyes lit up, he immediately understood and shouted, "There's hope! There's hope!"
In the confused gazes of Wang Bo and the other girls, Chao Shangfei commanded 2 soldiers to carry a stretcher, heading straight for the 100 women with Lu Dong. A delicate fragrance, a cheap scent, overpowered the dust of the battlefield. The medic checking Lu Dong's blood pressure suddenly shouted, "Blood pressure is rising." Chao Shangfei directed the soldiers to place the stretcher in the center of the group of women. The terrified women, looking at the cold soldiers around them, dared not move an inch.
Chao Shangfei anxiously said, "You all act normal, welcome the guests. If he survives, you will have your freedom." Wei Jun had an awkward expression. Wang Bo and Huang Xinyan also looked helpless. If this method worked, what did they need doctors for? A group of alluring women surrounded Lu Dong's stretcher. Suddenly, the medic shouted, "Heartbeat has returned. Blood volume is starting to recover." Wang Bo and the other 3 women were all disheveled in the wind. Is this really possible? Lu Dong squinted his eyes and, seeing the stunning beauties around him, actually sat up straight. The black dress was sexy and enchanting, like a swan soaring by Lake Baikal, bringing a natural fragrance. The fitted leather pants were powerful and cool, just like the snow lotus of Tianshan, lofty and untouchable. The tender pink was like the finest delicacies in the world, evoking pity and watering the mouth. Headache. Not important anymore. The pain of broken feet. Not important anymore. Only one eye left, it's a bit regrettable not to see fully. Lu Dong lay beside one woman's leg, blood from his nose splattering, completely unaware. -5, -5, -5. 2 medics were desperately wrapping bandages on Lu Dong to restore blood volume, and Lu Dong's nosebleed worsened. Wang Bo was so angry. Why didn't Lu Dong react when she performed CPR on him? Bai Lixian frowned, desperately tugging at Chui Min's clothes, murmuring, "I want to be treated too." Chui Min coldly snorted, "Wait your turn." Lu Dong lay on the legs of the group of women, finally checking the messages he had just overlooked. "You killed the captain of the 405th Regiment, Lian Pengyue, how can you kill anyone? Level up kill, gained 100,000 experience points. Gained 2 million merit points. Gained 100 free attribute points. Wow, killing a battalion commander gave 50 free attribute points, but killing a regiment commander only gave 100? That's too stingy." Mental exhaustion, players take note, lose 1 point of mental power, which will deduct 1,000 experience points to replenish. Lu Dong was stunned. This is the penalty for mental exhaustion? Since I can't level up anyway, I finally found a way to consume experience points. Looking at his -280 mental power, he didn't hesitate to start recovering. Using 300,000 experience points, he finally restored to 20 points of mental power, alleviating his headache. Am I invincible from now on? As long as I accumulate more experience points, I can kill every boss I see. Then Lu Dong checked the hints, and suddenly realized, it turns out it's not death from mental power hitting 0, but simply an added damage boosting state. Turning his neck and feeling the softness beside him, Lu Dong excitedly said, "Sisters, who wants to eat ice cream?" The women were all frequent nightclubbers, immediately understanding Lu Dong's meaning. The 3 in front of Lu Dong chuckled, 800 for the ice cream, is that okay? In the distance, Wei Jun looked puzzled, I don't get it. I don't know how those women saved him, but thank them, there's no need for ice cream, right? Bai Lixian chuckled heavily, and Chui Min also forced a smile. Wang Bo rolled his eyes and said, Gu Hua, once the mission is completed, take the rescued hostages and leave. Gu Hua was thinking about how to leave, and immediately sat on the military vehicle, holding the lotus flower. Without saying a word of farewell, the soul binding team immediately left with the group of women. Lu Dong slumped down weakly, collapsing on the ground, I'm sick again. The soul binding team guys even took the stretcher with them. Chapter 69, 7 Prisons, The Uncovered Secret. With Gu Hua's departure, the 9 members of the Gotobayo Guild were simultaneously teleported into a small room. Ahead of them, the black wall appeared again, shining with 2 bright pearls. Then, the 3rd pearl lit up.
A powerful voice echoed, "The world is unjust, the heart dies to despair, despair turns into obsession, the seed of a fallen nation.
7 Prison Sins 3, grief destroys the bones and stands."
The voice quickly faded, and the black wall cracked into specks of light, which immediately rushed into their bodies.
Wang Bo whispered, "These specks of light should be our reward. Bai Daoran and Lu Dong are seriously injured, let's give this to them and see if it can wake them up."
The members of the Gotabeo Guild had no objections. Wang Bo shot out 2 white lights, enveloping the specks of light, and they rushed into Bai Lishan and Lu Dong's bodies.
Lu Dong's eyes itched, and a new eyeball appeared.
His severed leg restored, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly fast rate. Everyone watched as Lu Dong became full of vitality again and couldn't help but sigh. This kid, despite his flaws, is really ruthless when it comes to fighting. The next moment, Bai Lishan, who was unconscious, had ancient Taoist characters floating around him. A melodious Taoist chanting sound came, and the remaining specks of light suddenly rushed into Bai Lishan's body. A thin white mist spread from Bai Lishan's body.
Taoist symbols covered his body.
Bai Lishan squinted his eyes and slowly sat up in the white light, his eyes flashing with a searching light.
"Where is the beautiful woman? The one who just kissed me? Are they so irresponsible? Why did you only save Lu Dong?
I also need special prostate care." Wang Bo had a black line on his face, and he suddenly regretted saving this pervert. In the midst of everyone's confused gazes, Chao Shangfei absorbed Lu Dong's creation power, broke through the strange sorrow of the women, and refused the reward, telling them to give Bai Lishan a facial kiss.
Huang Xinyan laughed and cursed softly. He really is a little oddball.
Others would want triple rewards when they get one, but you, brother, change it for a kiss.
What use is a kiss?
Gui Jun slapped Lu Dong on the back of the head, and even though she had a good temper, she still felt like Lu Dong was a bit of a waste.
Bang! Lu Dong was suddenly knocked down hard.
Gui Jun's extraordinary strength was comparable to Tsunade, and this slap caused Lu Dong to lose half a bottle of blood.
Lu Dong had a bitter face, rubbing his dislocated chin, sitting beside Liangyan for treatment, looking towards Bai Lishan with longing. Bai Lishan snorted coldly, "Well done."
Bai Daoran, don't care about that kind of woman's kiss, it's vulgar."
Chao Shangfei whispered, "Bai Daoran, I have the video of them kissing you, do you want it?"
"Yes." Bai Lishan was now full of life, completely different from his previous Taoist self, just like a teddy bear rushing to Chao Shangfei's side.
Chao Shangfei held up 2 fingers, 2 tails of gold, or no deal. Bai Lishan angrily scolded, "You almost died because of gold coins before, I gave you the creation power without charging, and now you're making this deal with me? Was it in HD quality?"
Chao Shangfei laughed, "Don't worry, there are a total of 360 beautiful women, not a single one missing."
Bai Lishan nodded repeatedly, watching the video with Chao Shangfei, dragging his chin, and said, "Not bad, this creation power finally got some return." Boom!
Wang Bo, furious, gave both of them a good beating, and even the weak Shuimin didn't get off easy. She glanced at Lu Dong, thinking he also deserved a good beating. Thinking about these guys entering the city of sorrow and letting themselves go, Wang Bo was filled with anger. Liangyan gave everyone treatment with a black line on his face, and Xiong Tian also turned his head to the side, afraid that Wang Bo would take action against them. Unfortunately, they didn't go to AIT City, and they felt a bit regretful inside. Lu Dong and the 4 were lying on the ground, suddenly bursting into loud laughter. In AIT City, facing life and death, they had several close calls, which seemed to have brought the 4 of them much closer. Lu Dong slowly said, "White-robed man, does your transformative power mean I have absorbed your essence?" Chao Shangfei, with his head beaten to a pulp, curiously asked, "Are you offering nothing in return but your life? Get lost." Lu Dong scolded angrily, thinking about pretending to be dead for survival felt humiliating to him. Shuimin said softly, "Some things, once done for the first time." Bang! Gui Jun irritably gave the 4 of them another beating, growing tired of them. Bai Lishan wore an innocent look, he hadn't even spoken, so why was he being hit? Wang Bo quietly said, "Without light points, we can't level up or refresh our skills. The next task likely relates to fear emotions in the 4th ring, let's not let Lu Dong interact with NPCs. Every stage has a hidden boss, who can bear that?" The group rarely nodded in unison, keeping a consistent view on the matter. Bai Lishan said softly, "This energy has replenished my consumption, but my life and death skill hasn't refreshed." Lu Dong quietly said, "My skills have recovered from cooldown." Everyone looked at Lu Dong in unison, "Skills? How many skills does your brother have?" Before anyone could ask, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, the Go de Bao Guild completed the 3rd ring task in the 7 Hells, AIT City. Progress, 3/7. Player Lu Dong's outstanding performance, slaying a hidden boss beyond his level, advances the world plot quest, rewarded with 40 free attribute points." Damn it, why is AIT City gone? How did you kill Lian Pingyue? I curse you, can you not kill him? This system reminder appeared in the guild channel.
Everyone looked stunned. Did they break the system? Bai Lixian frowned slightly and said softly, "Little Donzi, what did you get for killing Lian Pingyue above your level?" Lu Dong replied while distributing 140 free attribute points to spirit power. "Nothing dropped, just got 100 free attribute points." 100 plus 40. Lu Dong now had 140 free attribute points, which was equivalent to level 14 attribute support. Everyone subconsciously looked at the spirit power leaderboard. Top, Lu Dong, 300 points. Wang Bo. Bai Lixian. All in spirit power? Wow, while others barely reach 100, this brat already has 300 in spirit power? Wang Bo suddenly reacted, shocked. "Your free attribute points can be added to spirit power?" Lu Dong was confused and asked back, "Aren't your free attribute points able to be added?" Hui Jun was in disarray. At first, she struggled to complete a hidden task and only got 5 free attribute points. And she couldn't add them to spirit power. Truly, people can be frustrating. Huang Xinyan softly said, "It seems not, our free attribute points can only be allocated to strength and agility." Speaking of which, what are your base attributes now? Lu Dong didn't hide anything, calmly said, "Strength 115, agility 105, and my spirit power is just a bit over 300. Min couldn't help but curse, giving Lu Dong a slap on the back of his head. "What the hell are you showing off for? What do you mean just over 300? How can those of us with barely 50 in spirit power live?" Lu Dong quietly said, "It's just a gap of 6 times. Min set down his jug, almost drawing his knife. Wang Bo crossed his arms and quietly said, "In the past, we knew each other well, completed various tasks, and it was effortless. The reason we've been struggling with tasks lately is likely because we underestimated Lu Dong's basic capabilities and mischief skills. Normal players' base attributes can only be improved through rare free attribute points or by leveling up. But Lu Dong is different, he's under a curse that prevents him from leveling up. Even killing small monsters is considered a level up, let alone bosses. Now, Lu Dong's basic attributes are comparable to a level 10 player." Chao Shanfei added, "That kid can even analyze his opponent's fighting style." Min nodded. "Earlier, he had hit us all out of the strange army's encirclement with just one hammer. I just found it absurd. How could someone with over 100 strength knock 4 people away? It feels like he had calculated it. He must also possess strong computational abilities." Bai Li narrowed his eyes and said, "This kid can also control his mental power. By reciting different poems, he can attach different attributes to his mental attacks. Reviving the dead energy of the lotus was something he got from Lian Pingyue. Those 2 lines of poetry seem to have different states. At the time, Lian Pingyue looked like she was taking off from the ground, it was too embarrassing." Lu Dong lowered his head in silence. "You damn Bai Daoren." Huang Xi nodded, twirling the seed in her hand. "My plants also sensed the strong mental power fluctuations from Lu Dong's weapon. They seem to carry a bit of fear. Lu Dong's pencil might not be ordinary." Hui Jun narrowed his eyes and said, "The key is this kid is also lecherous, always secretly taking advantage of others. Look, he's peeping at Sister Bo's big buns." Wang Bo, this doesn't need to be said. Lu Dong looked like a mischievous elementary school student, standing in the head teacher's office, quietly listening to all the subject teachers reporting him to his parents. All the secrets were being peeled away one by one. After a moment of silence, Wang Bo said softly, "Every secret on you would cause a huge stir in the bizarre world. I suggest you hide the information about being at the top of the mental power ranking. It would be too terrifying that only you can increase mental power. If some ancient noble families were alarmed, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Lu Dong was taken aback. Ancient noble families? Wang Bo noticed the confusion in Lu Dong's eyes and gently nodded. "We all have a few secrets, but your current strength is insufficient to share the burden. The bizarre world opened 2 years ago. After we, the first batch of players, entered, it took a lot of trial and error to achieve today's accomplishments. But we are certain we are just the first batch of players among the majority. Before us, there must have been players entering. They might have already entered the ruined city long ago, or rather, they might have been in the ruined city as soon as they entered the game." Lu Dong took a deep breath. "Right, it's a game, there must be internal testers. After all, the bizarre world transitioned everyone here, and there would definitely be a process. Does this mean that some ancient noble areas have already formed powerful forces?" Liangyan remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. "Since you've explored here, I can tell you that the players who came before you were all wise, strategic players." Everyone fell silent simultaneously. Liangyan took a deep breath and said quietly, "They are doing one thing, controlling limited resources to form a ceiling on levels, and thereby forming monopoly." Everyone from the Gaud Bao Guild exclaimed in unison. Those who got rich first can limit those who come later as long as they control resource channels. Only through monopoly can true unlimited control over power be achieved. Lu Dong finally understood. No wonder no one has yet completed the exploration task in the ruined city. Perhaps it wasn't the bizarre world that was obstructing. but rather the obstacles within the ruined city. Wang Bo continued, so, we suggest you lay low for now and develop quickly, maybe we can enter the ruined city quietly. This is a bloody lesson.
Lu Dong's face grew serious and then he said softly, I understand, I will be more restrained from now on. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, afraid this guy would refuse. Lu Dong continued, try to leave as few survivors as possible, and kill people out of others' sight, that way, my information won't leak.
Top-level understanding.
Wang Bo suddenly couldn't figure out at which level Lu Dong was.
The next second, the surrounding light faded, and a small path leisurely appeared.
Chapter 70, 7 Hells, Fearful Garden, please give a free ticket.
Unlike earlier's eerie atmosphere.
This time, both sides of the path were filled with birds singing and flowers blooming.
Fluttering butterflies danced joyfully on the branches.
It was a scene full of vitality, leaving the exorcist Liang and utterly stunned.
These are not strange illusions, but real existences.
Following the small path, the 9 people moved about 3 kilometers before finding a vast oasis. Branches intertwined, wildflowers formed colorful wreaths, creating the name of the oasis.
Fear Garden.
Clearly, it bears the name of fear, yet it is so full of life. Zhao Shangfei whispered, I wonder if there is gold inside the oasis. Without gold, my combat ability is almost zero.
Lu Dong looked at Zhao Shangfei with a face full of resentment. Brother, can you not mention zero?
Zhao Shangfei laughed heartily and patted Lu Dong on the shoulder, but Lu Dong dodged away and angrily shouted, Get off me, I feel disgusted, don't touch me. The group walked into the oasis.
You have entered the Fear Garden.
Please explore all corners of the garden within 24 hours and leave as soon as possible.
Is just exploring enough?
This level seems not too difficult.
The group continued down the path, surrounded by vibrant life and flourishing scenery.
Having been accustomed to the dark and gloomy scenery of the strange world, the members of the guild felt somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, a voice full of rhythm and intonation, like a party host, came. Welcome our guests from afar, tonight's show is welcoming new challengers. Following the voice, they saw a large open space filled with all sorts of challenge props. Surrounding it was like an ancient Roman Colosseum, packed with all kinds of spectators.
Zhao Shangfei looked around and frowned, why are all the spectators male? Where are the beautiful women? In a place filled with this male hormone, shouldn't there be bikinis everywhere? Bai Lixian raised his hand and pointed to the distance.
There, they are over there. Colorful, lively, and delightful sight filled his eyes.
Lu Dong squinted his eyes, he knew that these women were definitely not here just now.
Sensitive to beautiful women, Lu Dong was certain there hadn't been these bikinis before. The host on stage excitedly waved his hand, where are our girls?
Let's give our new challengers some passion. Ah!
Screams surged as beautiful women in beach shorts rushed out from 2 corridors in front of the host.
Like a Victoria's Secret show, a paradise for men. The 4 men of the guild and 2 NPCs stared wide-eyed.
Wang Bo remained unmoved, exploring the Fear Garden. It seemed like this vast area had only this huge open space.
The key to cracking this task was within the game level?
Under the host's guidance, a group of beautiful women surrounded Zhao Shangfei and the others on stage.
Zhao Shangfei, feeling a bit lightheaded but trying to remain calm, whispered, what are the rewards for passing the levels?
The host, with a distinctive magnetic voice, shouted, 10 pounds of gold. Our challenges are very tough, but as long as you pass, you will receive rewards that satisfy you.
With no fear in mind, you will naturally succeed. Action speaks louder than words.
Zhao Shangfei, as if pumped up, excitedly waved his hand and said eagerly, let me.
Lu Dong quickly covered Zhao Shangfei's mouth, chuckling, what's the punishment for failing to pass the challenge?
The host laughed, you will fall into a mud pit and get covered in mud that is hard to wash off, consider it a mud bath for your body.
Guild Channel. Wang Bo, Xiaodongzi, did you find any abnormalities? Lu Dong, the mud is indeed mud, I can't see any danger.
Bai Lixian, I cannot understand this place, I can't see if it's good or bad.
Huang Xingyan, wait, the plants here have problems. I can't control them.
Lu Dong squinted, with Huang Di's inheritance, Huang Xingyan was like a monarch among the plants.
If he can't control these plants, could it be that these plants also have royal bloodlines?
Squinting, Lu Dong carefully examined the beautiful women around.
Beautiful women can trigger inspiration. No issues, they all seem ordinary. Not NPCs. A faint mental barrier isolated everyone's detailed information. Among all the cheering spectators on the stands, could it be that they are all players? Had these guys been forcibly restrained? Lu Dong was uncertain. There's no information shared with everyone.
Recalling the details of entering the Fear Garden, Lu Dong remembered a strange thing.
Guild Channel.
Lu Dong, before entering the Fear Garden, President Chao said he wanted gold, and then he said he wanted to see beautiful women.
Does this mean that whatever we say can appear here? Everyone was shocked, is that so? Gui Jun said leisurely.
I want to see a muscular guy like Lu Chenaway. And a handsome mixed-blood guy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a high nose, with his upper body naked, wearing a cooking apron, bringing a plate of jelly, to show us how to use our tongues correctly. And give me 10 zeros, let's connect them live. Lu Dong was shocked, Chui Min was trembling all over, Bai Lixian had bitterness in his mouth. So this is what professional players are like. Lu Dong said leisurely, Sister June, I didn't expect you to be a White Horse VIP too. Gua Jun rubbed her nose and smiled, don't mention it, I've spent half my savings on White Horse. Everyone was in a moment of chaos in the wind. The host looked at Gui Jun with a puzzled face, then laughed and said, this is a program that can be aired during the day, pure green, healthy, and non-toxic. May I ask who would like to be the first to challenge? Wang Bo was about to raise his hand when the host smiled and said, sorry, this challenge is only open to males. Beautiful ladies can wait a moment, we have a special segment for ladies. Everyone looked at each other, it seemed the previous coincidence was just a coincidence. It isn't the case that whatever is said will appear. Lu Dong looked at the host from top to bottom, he couldn't see through this guy's information. The host seemed to have some kind of special energy that was connected to the audience. Lu Dong's gaze crossed the challenge and landed on a large bell placed on the high platform that had successfully reached the top. 10,000 level treasure, Death Knell, the player who rings the Death Knell will suffer double the backlash of mental power. What the hell, a 10,000 level treasure? So this challenge is a trap. Is this the secret of the Fear Garden? To pretend to challenge but actually giving a surprise attack to the successful player at the end. Lu Dong pondered for a moment and stepped forward, let me try, I can control my body perfectly. Wang Bo thought for a moment, extended his hand to give Lu Dong a life-threatening buff, and said softly, be clever. Bai Lixian and the others did not object, their eyes eagerly watching the beautiful waves around them, constantly swallowing saliva. Lu Dong stepped forward, the host stirred up the atmosphere and then loudly stated. New challenger, countdown to the challenge. 3, 2, 1. Start. You triggered the challenge segment of the Fear Garden, please complete 10 challenges within 10 minutes. Failure means death, the guild's exploration of the Fear Garden mission fails. You are under the restriction of silence. Silence? I can still hear the sounds from outside. Lu Dong furrowed his brow, if he failed the challenge, would the mission fail? What a heavy burden. Looking at the challenges ahead that seemed like boys and girls rushing forward, Lu Dong thought, for someone like him with agility 105, this shouldn't be difficult, right? The host announced loudly, first challenge. Spinning wheel. The challenger needs to pass through 5 rotating discs with different speeds and directions. The difficulty of this challenge lies in how to avoid inertia, a slight mistake could fling you out. Chui Min took a deep breath and said softly, the wheel of Buddha's rotation. This is a challenge that tests body coordination significantly, if the speeds are different, even I would find it difficult. Bai Lixian was not worried at all, do you remember how Lu Dong imitated your attacks earlier? I suspect this kid should be able to quantify data and then present it with his body. Controlling his body shouldn't be a problem for him. Quickly passing through the first 2 clockwise rotating discs, Lu Dong stopped on the 3rd disc. It wasn't that he couldn't continue forward, but the centrifugal acceleration when leaving the 3rd disc is far greater than the centripetal acceleration of stepping onto the 4th disc. This means if he entered the 4th disc, his body's inertia would inevitably fling him out. Moreover, the 4th disc was rotating counterclockwise. He couldn't make it through. Wei Jun looked at Lu Dong worriedly and said softly, it shouldn't be that the 4th rotating disc is spinning too fast. Little Donzi had nowhere to step, right? Lu Dong, on the rotating disc, was stunned, the disc in front of him was actually speeding up. Faintly, he heard Gui Jun's voice, and Lu Dong instantly understood. He immediately grabbed the spinning disc and shouted loudly. Don't casually say you're worried about me. All the terrifying things will manifest at this checkpoint. The members of the guild standing on the platform did not notice the speeding disc. They didn't even hear Lu Dong's voice. With his mouth wide open, Lu Dong did not produce any sound. To everyone else, he seemed to be enjoying the feeling of centrifugal force. Chao Shangfei whispered, this little brat loves to show off so much. Even at a time like this, he's interacting with the beautiful women around him? If the disc under his feet speeds up, won't he lose his chance to escape? Lu Dong could hear everyone's voices, but his own was blocked. At that moment, hearing what Chao Shangfei said, the disc under Lu Dong's feet suddenly sped up again. Lu Dong cursed, what a damn tricky thing. The disc, speeding up once more, cut off Lu Dong's chance to pass normally. Lu Dong's eyes glimmered with spatial coordinates. Given that Lu Dong's weight is 70 kilograms and the radius of the disc is 1 meter. The angular velocity of motion is twice pi multiplied by the angle of movement. The period of movement is 2 times pi divided by the angular velocity. Thus, the centripetal acceleration is equal to 4 times pi squared divided by the square of the period, multiplied by the radius. Numbers flashed before Lu Dong's eyes. I figured it out.
It's no use. With Ludong's current agility of 105 points, it was impossible to generate enough centrifugal force to leave the disc. Ludong felt speechless. This was way off the mark. If the mission fails, the exploration of the capital will go down the drain, and he actually still had time to calculate physics problems with mathematical formulas here. The answer was calculated, but it couldn't solve the actual problem. Better to use a simple method. With the massive hammer behind him, Ludong came crashing down. Crack! The disc under his feet shattered. Broken stones flew out in all directions. Ludong leapt high from the center platform. That's right, one force can rule over 10 guilds. Bang bang! Ludong landed on the platform leading to the second level, frowning. The broken pieces fell around the audience seats, yet these spectators had no reaction of fear? Not even dodging. It seems they really are being controlled. The members of the Treasure Guild cheered, while Ludong, with a dark face, looked at them, nearly getting killed by you all. Wanting to communicate with the guild, Ludong then noticed that they seemed unable to hear his voice. It turned out silence was a one-sided removal of his sound. Whoa! The whole venue erupted in intense cheers. Beautiful women danced around, showing soft waves. The host shouted loudly, "Who would have thought our challenger would use such a novel way to pass this stage? Let's see his next challenge." Ludong could not care to look at the enchanting scenery around him. He glanced 3 times and then entered the second level. The host modulated the audience's emotions with ups and downs. The second level, the endless runway. Your speed determines how fast the conveyor belt moves. Your speed slows down, and the conveyor belt slows down too. Let's see how our challenger will get through this runway. Bailey frowned. What a ceaseless Taoist formation. Only if agility is above 500 can it be broken. Little Dongzi's agility is only 105. If the conveyor belt speeds up, won't he have no chance to escape? Just as Ludong stepped onto the runway, the conveyor belt suddenly accelerated. Ludong cursed angrily, "By Taoist, I really want to curse your entire family." Chapter 71, The 7 Hells, What You Fear Becomes Real. The suddenly speeding conveyor belt left Ludong with no time to accelerate himself. With only 105 points in agility, if it continued like this, he would inevitably fall into a pit. Ludong immediately squatted down. He could only gamble. He gripped both ends of the conveyor belt tightly, his feet firmly planted on it. Increasing the pressure also increases the friction. Just as Ludong was about to fall off the conveyor belt, in the next moment, he surprisingly followed the conveyor belt. Upside down, it appeared below the conveyor belt. Ludong's heart leaped with joy. He had won the gamble. The conveyor belt accelerated with the wheel axle, so it had to be a closed-loop device. By increasing friction, Ludong managed to be transferred to below the conveyor belt. When the conveyor belt moved back to the front, Ludong jumped down and successfully passed the second level. Aside from his hands being cut and bloody from the transfer axis, there were no other losses. He turned back and glared at Bai Lixian, and Ludong's heart was already clear. Indeed, the Garden of Fear was not terrifying at all. What it manifested were merely the things feared by the guild players. To pass easily, perhaps all it took was for the guild members to keep their mouths shut. Ludong suddenly froze. Nothing could appear out of thin air. Without a surge of energy, how could the things feared by the guild players present themselves? This huge checkpoint center might have something that could materialize reality at any time. The spectators surrounded by spiritual power in this mysterious host. Could it be that this is a player's ability? Ludong squinted, locking onto the host. This guy has a problem. In just 2 levels, a large number of players were eliminated. If he followed the game rules, it might have been impossible to reach the 10th level. The core of the Garden of Fear should be to explore the source of fear. Ludong suddenly remembered the only famous saying he had memorized for the English exam years ago. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. A world-famous quote from a national leader, "What we fear is fear itself." Thus, the key to passing the level lies within oneself. Without fear, there is nothing to be afraid of. After a brief contemplation, Ludong realized that he hadn't really won the gamble just now. Instead, he already had a way to solve the danger in his heart. The host's voice came again. "This is our first friend to enter the 3rd level today, from the Gaud Bao Guild. Among all the traps, which one are you most afraid of?" Chao Shangfei thought briefly and quickly replied, "Of course, it's the flying spike traps. I nearly lost my life to them during a natural mission." The host had a wicked smile and then raised his voice. "Didn't expect our Gaud Bao Guild player to have experienced the terror of the flying spikes. Originally, if you had failed in the first 2 levels, you might have just gotten covered in mud, and the mission would be considered a failure. But now, you have lost the chance to survive. If the challenger dies, you all will die alongside him. Enjoy the fun of the Garden of Fear." The host turned his microphone, and the dazzling stage lights rippled, enveloping everyone in the moment. The Gaud Bao Guild has entered the Haotao host domain.
All members are in a state of confinement, strength below 1000, unable to break free from the restraints. Player Ludong failed to pass the level, and all members of the Gaud Bao Guild simultaneously suffer 10,000 points of damage.
Domain. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild were stunned. Were they all going to be wiped out?
Taking out his sunglasses, the host stepped to the front, facing the thunderous applause, and said loudly, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the host of the Garden of Fear, Ha Tao." Hao Dao tore off his suit jacket to reveal a muscular upper body while dragging out his words. "We haven't seen the living walk towards death for a long time. Audience friends, get your applause and screams ready, let's welcome the blood of fear together." The audience waved their fists. After all,
plants with human-like obsessions, therefore possess human emotions, which is why they cannot be controlled by me.
Wang Bo surveyed the dense oasis around him and softly said, "So, all those who failed the challenge have become the nutrients for this oasis?" The vibrant scene actually came from the bodies of the dead. Huang Xingyan nodded, her gaze falling on Lu Dong in the challenge, and softly said, "Hope now rests on this little guy." Chao Shangfei sighed and softly said, "I didn't expect there to be flying spikes here. Back when I had agility over 200, it was still hard to dodge those things. I wonder what Xiao Dongzi will do." The moment Chao Shangfei finished speaking, 3 triangular spikes came hurtling towards Lu Dong. The speed was so fast, almost like missiles being launched. The crowd from the loyal faction shouted in unison, "Be careful." Just as Lu Dong was about to enter the third round, 3 rapidly approaching curves suddenly appeared in his field of vision. He instinctively rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack of the spikes, his body close to the edge of the platform.
Cui Min pondered and asked, "Chao, can these things turn?"
Chao Shangfei frowned and quickly replied, "I'm afraid we might encounter 2 types of flying spikes, one that explodes at once, and the other that has tracking capabilities." The next moment, a spike that brushed past Lu Dong exploded with a loud bang. Lu Dong was impacted by the shockwave, his health dropped by half, his footing unsteady, and he suddenly fell. In a flash, Lu Dong grabbed onto the edge of the platform, his body swaying in the air. Whoosh! The whistling sound came again, 2 spikes flying off in the distance suddenly turned around and charged back towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong was suspended in midair, with only his right hand able to support him. How could he dodge? Gui Jun's face was filled with worry, veins popping on his forehead, ready to activate his super strength. Cui Min and Bai Lixian smiled at the same time. It all made sense now. They had already figured out the secret of this challenge. What is feared is what is manifested, right? Gui Jun's lips curved up. Just as he was about to unleash his strength to break free, he was interrupted by Bai Lixian. Jun, no need to unleash your power.
We have a way to help Lu Dong."
Bai Lixian gently stopped Gui Jun, his eyes revealing a feeling of control. Gui Jun looked at Bai Lixian in confusion. This expression hadn't appeared on the White Master for a long time.
Cui Min said softly, "We were not wrong in our understanding, just overlooked the details, the Garden of Fear, the thoughts of fear."
Wang Bo asked hesitantly, "The fear we spoke of is precisely the crisis Lu Dong is about to face?"
"Good."
Cui Min clasped his hands together and said, "This way, this challenge is not difficult at all." Cui Min smiled, saying, "I really worry that Lu Dong will directly smash those 2 flying spikes." Lu Dong, hanging in the air, was covered by a layer of mental power, feeling a rush of vibrant blood within his body. His body curled up in midair, his left hand grasped the platform, while his right hand wielded the hammer. With a powerful strike, he directly smashed the 2 flying spikes in midair. Bai Lixian's lips curved up. It turned out to be true, Lu Dong won't directly smash through to the 10th level, right? The surging mental power rushed in, like the power of rules. Lu Dong felt at this moment that his body was no longer under his control. The overwhelming force guided him, and in an instant, he dashed through the remaining challenges. Light as a swallow, Lu Dong charged into the 10th level in one go. This feeling was like a level 1 player being guided by a fully leveled expert, easily completing the task. At the end of the 10th level, there was a large bell. Players who successfully cleared the challenges only needed to strike the bell to complete the challenge. And Lu Dong, at this moment, was already standing next to the big bell.
Chao Shangfei mimicked, "Lu Dong won't directly ring the bell, helping us clear the challenge in one go, right?"
In the next instant, Lu Dong held the hammer and struck down instantly. Just as he was about to ring the bell, Hai Tao's mouth raised a beautiful arc. Suddenly, the smile froze on Hai Tao's face.
Lu Dong's action halt midair. A special blue wave appeared on Lu Dong's body. -30 spirit power. This kid actually resisted the spirit power of the Fear Garden. Hai Tao raised the microphone, his voice full of encouragement. "Our challenger is just 1 step away from success. Striking the big bell will mean he has passed the level." So far, the challenger has only used 2 minutes and 7 seconds. This speed is unprecedented in the history of passing levels. Will the challenger set a new record? The crowd of women was excited, and the spectators shouted. The sounds in the arena turned into waves, inspiring Lu Dong to strike the big hammer. Lu Dong stood on the high platform, dazed, and slowly said, "Hai Tao, right?" What did you say earlier about the reward for passing 10 levels? Haidao squinted, knowing Lu Dong's little weakness. He quickly signaled the staff beside Lu Dong with his eyes, while loudly saying, "The moment to witness history is about to come. Let us congratulate the hero who is about to set a new record, who will receive 10 pounds of gold." Lu Dong suddenly realized he had been silenced. This guy could still hear his voice. That means this guy silenced him. Two twin staff members quickly stepped forward. The coolly dressed woman held her head high, proudly showing off her curves to Lu Dong. Her fair long legs beneath the sportswear displayed a graceful charm. "Brother, strike the big bell, and tonight you will have the most wonderful three-person world." Lu Dong's eyes glowed red, and the message from the twin sisters came. The strange product of the Fear Garden, simulating the ghostly reflections of players. Health, 200. Special skill, a kiss will paralyze the target. Agility below 1000 points, cannot escape. Lu Dong held the big hammer, mocking, "So, we can play Dodiju with 3 people tonight?" While the two girls were momentarily stunned, Lu Dong had already approached. He wrapped his arms around the twins' fragrant shoulders and softly said, "With such a big sun, you shouldn't wear just bare legs, you should wear black stockings. They not only protect you from the sun but also promote your body's absorption of vitamin C. Such beautiful girls should wear more black stockings in summer." The two girls looked confused. Why was this big brother not striking the bell but talking nonsense? Forget it. Following the outline of Lu Dong's face, both girls pouted and kissed him. In the next second, Lu Dong spun the pencil and swiftly jabbed it into the neck of the girl on the right, then immediately raised the big hammer and smashed it down on the head of the girl on the left. In a flash, he killed the twins. Bai Li gasped and cursed, "What a waste." Chui Min sighed, looking at the fallen long legs, his eyes full of sadness. Chao Shangfei gazed at the exposed spring scenery of the fallen twins, wondering, how could this scoundrel do such a thing? Hiss. Lu Dong's sudden killing made the entire arena fall silent. Under the sunlight, a gentle breeze rose, and the corpse of the twins suddenly vanished into the air. A bizarre, eerie deathly aura slowly floated up in front of Lu Dong. The twin sisters were strange. Haidao held the microphone, arms crossed, his face showing neither happiness nor sadness, saying, "You actually killed our staff in the Fear Garden?" Lu Dong looked down from above and said loudly, "In such a vast oasis, with an arena audience stand, suddenly inviting us to pass levels, and offering us a reward of 10 pounds of gold, it feels like a carefully prepared trap, set up with the rewards we desire the most." Wang Bo and others frowned, looking at Lu Dong, wondering why they couldn't hear his voice. Haidao sneered, interrupting, "Refusing a toast and forcing you to drink a punishment." The atmosphere around surged dangerously, and Haidao coldly smiled, "My staff cannot die in vain, and moreover, do you know how hard it is to find twin sisters?" "What do you say? One-on-one or a group fight?" Chapter 72, 7 Hells, I Have a Punch. The two seemed ready to fight. The members of the Gold Treasure Club were silent, trapped in Haitao's domain. They could only watch the two fight with their eyes wide open. Wang Bo frowned, he still couldn't hear what Lu Dong was saying. Luckily, Lu Dong had been given a buff for dangerous situations. On the high platform, Lu Dong turned the big hammer. Destroying the support beside the big clock, I gently held the bell and said aloud, "Hai Tao, this funeral bell of yours, if it were directly destroyed, would it have any effect on you?" This guy actually knows that his treasure is called a funeral bell? Is it a coincidence? Hai Tao's expression was blank, but when Lu Dong touched the big clock, a trace of killing intent flickered in his eyes. If you think destroying that clock will let you pass through the Fear Garden, you are too naive. Having already taken 30 points of mental damage, if this kid forcibly destroys the clock again, he will only end up with his mental power shattered. Hai Tao said calmly, "By the way, can you really destroy this clock?" Hai Tao raised his hand and swung it down towards Lu Dong, saying, "Those who break the rules must be punished." Beneath the high platform, a hot beauty in a bikini wielded a large knife, charging straight at Lu Dong. A wave surged towards him. Lu Dong spun a pencil and softly said, "Guizhi scythe form." The player consumes 100 mental energy points. The broken pencil transforms successfully. The giant scythe howled in the wind, and the pressure of mental power radiated out. Hai Tao frowned tightly. For some reason, his right eye began to twitch wildly. Lu Dong swung the Guizhi scythe and exclaimed, "Did you think this thing, with a layer of mental shield, immune to physical harm, would leave me helpless?" Hai Tao narrowed his eyes. This plain-looking young man actually saw through the secret he concealed on the big clock. In the last of the 10 stages of the Fear Garden, ringing the big clock symbolizes victory. But outsiders do not know that this big clock is actually Hai Tao's secret treasure. Level 10 treasure, funeral bell. The one who rings the bell will be scattered into a fool by mental power, lost in this Fear Garden, controlled by Hai Tao to become a puppet. If a woman looks good enough, she will become part of the Bikini Girl group. Ordinary players, if they have coordinated bodies, will become excited spectators. Some players who do not meet Hai Tao's approval will be reduced to nourishment for the plants in the Fear Garden, living dead who cannot speak or express emotions, vegetables.
The entire construction of the Fear Garden relies on the funeral bell established by Hai Tao. The exterior of the funeral bell has a special mental power reflex attack, capable of easily eliminating players. Many high-level players in the past have fallen victim here. But today, this is the first time Hai Tao has encountered a player who sees through the secret of the funeral bell. So what if he sees through it? In this bizarre world, there has never been a player who can actively launch a mental power attack. Lu Dong swung the Guizhi side, and a trace of triumphant smile appeared in Hai Tao's eyes. Yes. Go attack it. My funeral bell will give you enough surprises. In the next second, -50 blue mental damage appeared above Lu Dong's head. Cracks actually appeared on the funeral bell, and it suddenly shattered into pieces. A ripple spread from the pieces of the funeral bell in Lu Dong's hand, expanding outward. Like a pulse of scattered mental energy. Wherever it radiated, everyone had -50 mental damage floating above their heads. Many spectators with mental power below 50 collapsed to the ground. Almost half of the players in the arena fell into a state of unconsciousness. In the Guild of Gotabeo, Liang clasped his hands together, supporting a protective shield of exorcists, directly blocking this mental pulse attack. The price was Liang spitting out blood and collapsing. Huang Xingyan and Chui Min gratefully thanked Liang. In the guild, they were the only two with mental power below 50. Bai Lixian slightly raised his head. At this moment, he still did not know what Lu Dong was planning to do. Since Lu Dong began to challenge the stages, he had not spoken in the guild channel. Could it be that he was blocked? Guild channel. Bai Lixian, something feels wrong. Why is this guy not communicating with us, directly launching an attack? Hui Jun, since he started the challenge, we haven't heard this guy's voice. Just now, Hai Tao clearly spoke to him. Wang Bo, Crazy Chui. Isn't there any record in your Buddhist district? There is a family that can block sound. What is it called? Chui Min, the Dangbei family. Are you saying that Hai Tao is not an NPC? Wang Bo, you guys check the system notice. We are trapped in the domain of Hai Tao, and there was no warning that this is a boss's territory. The family mentioned before entering the Fear Garden, have we encountered it so soon? Could it really be that the family is the one preventing players from entering the ruined city? All the members of the Gotabeo Guild stayed silent, looking at the high platform with eyes full of disbelief. Did Lu Dong know from the start that this Hai Tao is not an NPC? Bai Li suddenly realized, murmuring in his heart, no wonder this kid Lu Dong took the initiative. Turns out he saw through Hai Tao's secret from the beginning? But why didn't he say anything? Did he have to take risks himself? To show off? In front of everyone, Hai Tao had a face full of killing intent. The bell he was expecting did not ring. Instead, his 10,000 level treasure's death knell was actually destroyed. That was the treasure of his family. The anger in his heart nearly turned into a tangible force. Hai Tao gripped the microphone tightly, veins popping on his neck, and he shouted hoarsely, "Kill him!" In the entire Fear Garden, the audience, whether unconscious or not, all stood up, surrounding the high platform along with the Bikini Beauty group. Under the damage of mental power, a -50 damage value also appeared above Hai Tao's head. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes and could see this guy's information. Dangbei Hai Tao. Level, 75. Strength, 1000. Agility, 800. Mental power, 4090. Lu Dong swallowed hard. Good heavens, a level 75 player with 1000 strength. Didn't Wang Bo and the others say that top players are barely level 60 now? This guy's level is even higher than Wang Bo's. Looking around at the unconscious players still attacking the high platform, Lu Dong was already certain that this Dangbei Hai Tao must be controlling everyone with something. Lu Dong raised the fragment of the death knell in his hand, a smile rising at the corner of his mouth. I thought this exploration task leading to the ruined city would only involve NPCs, but I didn't expect there to really be legendary players. You are called Dangbei Hai Tao, right? Dangbei Hai Tao's body stiffened, a hint of confusion in his gaze, slowly raising the microphone in his hand. His identity was exposed. That meant he had to go home. Everything here had to be cleaned up. Dangbei Hai Tao suddenly calmed down, his face showing no sadness or joy, forgetting both honor and disgrace. The anger from the earlier destruction of the death knell by Lu Dong completely vanished. The family cannot leave the ruined city. This is a rule established by all major families. If it weren't for Dangbei Hai Tao obtaining the family treasure, the death knell, and finding the Fear Garden, he would never have had the chance to leave the ruined city. The family elder once said, on the day one's identity is exposed, it means that the outside world will change. What he had to do was clean up all traces left outside. And then return to the ruined city, as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, he had blocked the sounds of this challenger communicating with his guild from the beginning. If this guy shouted something on the world channel, then the reputation of the Dangbei family would be ruined by him, Dangbei Hai Tao. Thinking of the family's punishment, Dangbei Hai Tao couldn't help but tremble all over. He absolutely could not let his information leak out. Taking a deep breath, Dang Bei Haitao turned to look at the members of the Gaud Bao Guild, saying slowly, "It's very unfortunate, this game should have proceeded according to the rules, but now, you have lost the qualification to continue participating. I regret to announce, you are going to die." Gui Jun looked at Wang Bo with anticipation, and Wang Bo nodded, "Since we have to fight to the death, then let's not play anymore." "You control." Gui Jun chuckled and nodded, slowly shaking her right shoulder, and said solemnly, "I can't stand guys like you, ordinary looks yet filled with inexplicable confidence. I have a punch that can make the moon light up the mountains." Gui Jun smashed down with a punch, like a meteor falling to the earth. Crack! Dang Bei Haitao's domain shattered. "Your silence effect is lifted." Lu Dong's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this guy was restricting himself, only allowing himself to talk to him. The confinement that bound everyone vanished. The platform where everyone stood cracked. The entire oasis of the Fear Garden split in half. The earth trembled. Wei Jun threw a punch, terrifying as such. Deng Beidou frowned slightly. Under his domain's restraint, a power below 1000 could not break through. This woman, with such a casual punch, could cause such a disturbance? Turning the microphone in his hand, Deng Beidou took 3 steps back, suddenly releasing a powerful aura. The flame of power. Only players with power exceeding 1000 would have an aura forming around them. The last time Lu Dong reached 1000 power with the life-taking buff outside the Gaud Bao Guild, he also experienced this state. On the high platform, Lu Dong swallowed hard. So it turns out Sister June is this fierce. I originally thought it was amazing that she could chop pork chops, who would have guessed she could even split terrain? The sound of the tremor came, as if some kind of restriction in the Fear Garden had exploded. All the spectators attacking Lu Dong instantly stopped moving. Players whose mental energy was completely drained fell unconscious again. About half of the players blankly dropped their weapons. They were free. This group of players had entered the game 2 years ago, and some had entered 1 year ago. Without exception, they were all once members of famous guilds. Exploring the Seven Hells mission, they came to the Fear Garden, only to find it become the place where their nightmare began. Flashes of light flickered, and players cursed Deng Beidou all over the place. "Beihato! You damned thing, you locked me up for 2 years. In this life, I'll never reincarnate, but I will kill you. I was isolated in that world, isolated by you in a weird world, you scoundrel must die." The chaotic voices instantly shattered the previous silence of the Fear Garden. The players who regained their action saw the people on the platform. Many veteran players directly revealed the names of the Gaud Bao Guild players. Nightingale. Wang Bo. "Sister Bo, do you remember me? We were teammates during the novice quest. Is that the Prophet by Daorun? Iron Lady Gui Jun. I missed your cooking, can you cook me red braised pork again? The alcoholic blood monk, the living king of hell Chui Min. Old man, the first life I lived was taken by your AoE. Qipao Xiang Yin, oh my, it's always about the king not attending morning court, I just hope for Xiang Yin and a Qipao to come out. Ha? Black Qipao? First time seeing this." The dense voices echoed out. Lu Dong sat quietly on the high platform, watching the chaotic battlefield. Well, it was like a large offline meeting for online netizens. Gui Jun didn't expect that with just one punch, so many water army would be exploded out? These guys were previously bound? In the distance, Deng Beidou took a deep breath and said, "Domain, expand." Chapter 73, 7 Hells, One-Sided Massacre. A pale white light domain instantly enveloped the entire Fear Garden. Deng Beidou's mouth curled up, saying leisurely, "Did you forget who the master is here? You have entered Deng Beidou's sound domain. Attention, before the domain is lifted, if a player dies, they cannot be resurrected and will become a toy in Deng Beidou's domain." The cold voice rang out again. Everyone felt that just as the weather was clear, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky once more. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild who regained their actions quickly moved towards the high platform to assist Lu Dong's return. Having not heard this kid's voice for so long, everyone felt a bit strange. Lu Dong quickly shared Deng Beidou's information. He thought everyone would be spooked by Deng Beidou's level 75, but unexpectedly, their faces remained normal. Bai Li Xian calculated with his fingers and said, having incurred everyone's wrath, this guy won't live long. Chui Min held up a wine flask and said, Jun, come and kill, since you've already used your power, don't waste it. Gui Jun sighed and said, fighting makes one too hungry, this exploration mission was too sudden, I didn't bring enough bento. Huang Xingyan smoothed the creases on her qipao. How about I give it a try? I haven't fought seriously since obtaining the Yellow Emperor's legacy. Lu Dong frowned, whispering, but he's level 75. The highest level among you is still Bo Jia at 61, right? Why does it feel like he's doomed? Wang Bo replied coldly, if it were a few old monsters from the northern family, we might be scared. But this so-called Haodao, I haven't even heard of it, so it's nothing to fear. After a pause, Wang Bo continued, below level 100, I am invincible.
Lu Dong was stunned. Damn it, she's so awesome. What to do, so cool. Wang Bo narrowed his eyes and said, in the Village of Joy, we were inexplicably petrified by the rules. At the Raid Shrine, even the level 100 NPC, the Yellow Emperor, couldn't handle it, and in the Sorrow City, we never even had a chance to fight. It's not that our women are too strong, but you few men are simply too weak. Chui Min snorted coldly. I, out of compassion, will stand up for little Dong. I was the first to act. Bai Li Xian, unfazed, said, I directly exchanged life with the Yellow Emperor. Xiao Shangfei looked gloomy. He was petrified in the Village of Joy, silenced in the Raid Shrine, and bound in shorts in the Sorrow City. Xiao Shangfei unconsciously glanced at Lu Dong. Lu Dong puffed out his chest and immediately released the title of City Breaker of Deception. Golden light shone brightly, illuminating everywhere. Xiao Shangfei had a gloomy expression. This guy couldn't be compared. A level 1 killer of jealousy, breaking the gates of Gotham. Damn it, can a level 1 player do something worthwhile? Isn't it better to kill chickens at the village entrance? In the fearful garden, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Dong. The players who had just regained their freedom didn't understand the significance of this title. They simply looked at the sparkling gold light and felt very envious. This is simply a godly tool for showing off. Deng Bei Haitao slightly bit his lip, thoughtfully took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, Dad, what should we do about the City Breaker of Deception in the fearful garden? All around was silent. From the speakerphone came a deep voice. Kill him. An existence that disrupts the balance of factions should not appear in the strange world. Hurry back, your mother has made you some braised pork ribs. Deng Bei Haitao replied, put in more potatoes, cut them into big chunks, and let them stew well. Killing intent appeared, and a circular sound wave surrounded Deng Bei Haitao, suddenly enveloping everyone in the field. Gui Jun cursed quietly, took out an apron from his pocket, and elegantly tied it around his neck. Gui Jun put on boxing gloves and said softly, my ability is special, I can deal 10 times the damage. I've endured this naked man for a long time, you all move. Lu Dong was taken aback, 10 times the power. So why the apron? Cooking? Xiao Shunfei leisurely said, do you know about the human feast? It's very bloody. Human feast? The kind from the island nation? Lu Dong instinctively stepped back. Bai Lixian and Chui Min grinned, while Wang Bo punched their heads in annoyance. That's to prevent blood splattering. Lu Dong, watch closely, true combat doesn't come from imitation, but from control of the body. Learn well. Watching you fight these days has really hurt my eyes. Even the name of your moves is a copy. Can you show some creativity? Lu Dong stuck out his tongue, his fighting style was indeed too simplistic. Except for brute strength, it was just slashing wildly, without an ounce of a master's spirit. A coordinate system emerged in his eyes, and Lu Dong locked onto every detail of Gui Jun's movements, instinctively mimicking them. Unbeknownst to him, everyone from the Gaud Bao Guild was watching him. All the surrounding players eagerly looked at Gui Jun. Many had been fans of Gui Jun. Several experienced players were explaining to those around who didn't know Gui Jun. The brutal beauty of his combat style had once become the aim of imitation for players of that era. Gui Jun advanced with a tiger step and threw a punch towards Deng Bei Haitao's sound wave. Push off the ground, twist the waist, rotate the hips, aim the shoulder, punch out. Gui Jun's expression was emotionless as he coldly shouted, shatter the skull. Bang! A sonic boom. Deng Bei Haitao's domain sound wave suddenly turned into nothingness. Gui Jun stepped out quickly, rushing towards Deng Bei Haitao. Deng Bei Haitao originally wanted to unleash his domain and directly slaughter everyone in the arena. But he didn't expect a woman in an apron would dare to challenge him one-on-one. Good courage. Deng Bei Haitao approached Gui Jun, wielding the microphone that spun sound waves, suddenly striking towards Gui Jun. The sound wave solidified, turning into a fierce tiger. Gui Jun didn't change direction, throwing another punch. The tiger formed from sound waves instantly disintegrated. Deng Bei Haitao frowned slightly, swinging the microphone dozens of times. Various animal-shaped sound wave attacks surged towards Gui Jun like a tidal wave. Gui Jun still threw a punch. No matter how many changes, I will just throw one punch. One punch breaks all forms. Wang Bo whispered, Lu Dong, did you see clearly? Gui Jun threw a total of 11 punches. Lu Dong nodded gently and responded, though they seem like 11 identical punches, in reality, each has its uniqueness. The punch that broke the tiger-shaped sound wave used all of Sister Jun's strength, shattering the tiger's head, instantly dispersing it. The punch that broke the snake-shaped sound wave had about half the force, penetrating through the snake's head. The force of the ground push, waist twist range, hip rotation frequency, shoulder angle, combined with different power and agility, formed different punch winds. No wonder this is called the skull-crushing fist. No animal head can withstand this punch. If this punch's target wasn't the head but another head, would the killing power be even greater? Wang Bo? Huang Xinyan?
Lu Dong imitated Gui Jun's movements, punching at the air in different ways, pondering, can't copy others' technique names, then this punch shall be called Shattered Bird.
Chao Shangfei couldn't help but smile, taking a deep breath. He absolutely cannot provoke Lu Dong from now on.
Cui Min hurriedly took 2 sips of alcohol to calm his nerves. Bai Lixian began to calculate whether Lu Dong learning this technique was good or bad. In the distance, Gui Jun was just 1 meter away from Deng Bei Haitao.
With a smile on his lips, Gui Jun lightly said, Deng Bei's child, do you know Deng Bei Hongyue?
Deng Bei Haitao's entire body trembled. He wasn't the first to leave the Waste City from the clan. The last time was a distant cousin sister from the clan. It was said she left the Waste City for a certain boxing glove and entered a hidden mission in a strange world. Deng Bei Haitao wasn't clear about what she specifically encountered, but that time the head of the family personally intervened and couldn't save her life.
For the clan, every life is far more precious than outsiders.
It's said that the cousin sister was beaten into 9 pieces by someone's fist.
Limbs separated. That cousin sister's name seemed to be Deng Bei Hongyue.
Seeing the emotional change in Deng Bei Haitao's eyes, Gui Jun chuckled, looks like you know her. I've left a message for your clan, do not let me catch you leaving the Waste City.
Why don't you listen to your family's words?
Deng Bei Haitao's face showed shock. He was a level 75 player.
Players outside the Waste City didn't even exceed level 60. Why did he feel a sense of fear?
In the Fear Garden, once fear arises, one loses the home field advantage.
Gui Jun coldly said, break the bones. With a side motion, Gui Jun's right leg, like a whip, came crashing down on Deng Bei Haitao's chest. Even though Deng Bei Haitao raised his hands to block, he still couldn't withstand this kick.
Hand bone shattered, breastbone fractured. Deng Bei Haitao looked pained. He felt as if a giant mountain had collided with his chest. His organs seemed to have shifted due to this strike. Players watching all around let out a cheer.
Wang Bo softly said, this kick has at least 20 years of skill, can you see that?
Lu Dong nodded, then shook his head. His mathematical quantification ability could help him analyze the force, angle, and speed of this hit in detail.
But Lu Dong couldn't grasp the essence behind this kick. What Lu Dong lacked was the experience of personally understanding each move.
After all, kicking someone once is not the same as kicking someone 10,000 times.
Lu Dong's mimicry. In the realm of appearances, not essence.
Lu Dong lifted his leg and murmured, a powerful and heavy attack, with a fast-moving leg rhythm, even the hardest bones, even steel, cannot resist the power of this resonance. Chao Shangfei felt a chill behind him, sensing that this guy was up to some trick again. Lu Dong said casually, the foundation cannot be learned, but the lethality of the technique can be learned. I definitely can't break bones with this kick, but I can target a different spot.
A kick whistled up and down. Everyone in the Gaud Bao guild was left in shock.
Lu Dong's kick had the same angle, speed, and strength as Gui Jun's. Although its killing power was definitely not as strong as Gui Jun's monstrous strength, the movement of this attack had begun to take shape. Lu Dong softly said, this leg is called shovel breaks 2 yolk eggs.
The crowd was left in disarray. Why did Lu Dong's serious moves turn into something absurd?
A wailing wind rose in the fearful fought garden. Gui Jun raised his hands and calmly said, breaking your sister's 9 segments. I didn't expect you guys from the Deng Bei family to still not learn your lesson. I'll send you a gift, tell your father, your mother will be coming soon.
In the next moment, Gui Jun's hand sliced through the air.
Deng Bei Haito's body was suddenly divided into 18 segments. Gui Jun threw a punch, smashing it in the middle segment, and chuckled, today, I'll shatter your head first.
Chapter 74, 7 Prisons, Refreshing Perception. A faint yellow glow appeared. A door-shaped phantom emerged on the high platform. Deng Bei Haito, shattered into 18 segments.
No, it was shattered into 17 segments and a puddle, taken away by a large hand.
Gui Jun boomed, Deng Baichangning, didn't this kid want to eat stewed potatoes?
I helped him cut them into large chunks, remember to stew them well. The cold voice echoed in the air.
Gui Jun, covered in blood, calmly removed her apron and walked through the silent crowd. A path immediately split open.
The players on both sides stood like they were welcoming an emperor, lined up silently.
Female players looked on with admiration in their eyes.
Male players covered their lower bodies, wanting to celebrate but too afraid to do so.
Lu Dong said leisurely, why not just kill these guys directly?
Wang Bo softly replied, it's not that we can't kill, it's that we can't. The defense system of the Wasteland City allows players there to be teleported back at the moment they receive a lethal blow.
During this time, they are in an invincible state.
Lu Dong fell silent. The uniquely positioned Wang Bo seemed to know the Wasteland City well.
Huang Xinyan softly stated, it seems this Wasteland family is indeed the Deng Bei family. If I remember correctly, this family can only be considered the weakest, right?
Wang Bo nodded silently, a hint of white light flickering in his eyes. Gui Jun clapped her hands, thanking everyone around her, saying, I don't know how long you have been trapped here, but if you want to thank me, just don't reveal my whereabouts after leaving.
Now disperse. The crowd of players loudly expressed their gratitude, a constant stream of voices filling the air. The Ganges Guild, all players, thank Sister June, we will repay this great favor. The One You Come Guild, we will never forget this kindness. The All-Purpose Guest Guild, always remembering Sister June's grace. A burst of white light appeared, and many guild players vanished in an instant. They were top guilds from long ago, trapped in the fearful Fought Garden due to exploration tasks. This confinement lasted for 2 years. 2 years of stagnation had created a significant gap in strength between them and the players from the outside world. The major guilds returned to the civilian ranks, and upon hearing about the upcoming faction battle, it was a great opportunity to earn merit and enhance strength. The various restrained guilds immediately joined the battle. A storm of public opinion soon erupted in the civilian ranks. Shocking! The long-lost Ganges Guild re-emerges. The first civilian guild, One You Come, returns to the battlefield. All-Purpose Guest declares war on the Zhao family Tianzi. The silent historical guilds surge forth. A large number of unfamiliar players on the mental power leaderboard. Where did they come from? How has Lu Dong's mental power doubled again? Previously, Lu Dong had enhanced his mental power, listening to the advice from the Gaud Bao Guild. Some players began to speculate, could it be the antique players returning, who also knew how to enhance their mental strength? No one knew where these long-lost guilds came from. This group of early wise and strategic guilds reappeared, instantly strengthening the power of the commoner faction. All-rounder. Lu Iran stared blankly at the player who appeared in the guild. Those people were all seniors who helped her level up back in the day. It was said that to explore the ruins of the abandoned city, all players in the first echelon of the guild entered the mission. Since then, there has been no news. Over the years, Lu Iran tried every way to enhance the guild's strength in order to find these seniors. Not long ago, discovering Lu Dong, whose mental strength was over 80, she wanted to pull him into the guild. She needed to know where these old guys had gone. At this moment, they met again after a long time. Lu Iran felt wronged and teared up. She was nothing but a little girl shouldering the guild's banner alone. With a heart full of grievances, Lu Iran recounted all the oppression she had faced over the years. On that day, the all-rounder directly issued a declaration of war. Zhao family emperor. Zhao family emperor. Zhao Yu looked cold. Watching the data reported by his subordinates, he shouted angrily, why does all-rounder dare to face us head-on? Just because of that little girl Lu Iran? She's just a genius with 90 agility in her early years, isn't she just like everyone else now? If they want war, we will accompany them to the end. After giving a series of orders, Zhao Yu's brows furrowed. More and more long-lost antique players appeared. Could it be that those old guys from All-Rounder have returned too? In Gotham City, Lang Meixian's face showed no excitement at all. She was so annoyed. Initially, relying on the bombs buried in the city gate ruins, the strange faction easily broke through the first wave of attacks from the commoner faction. Watching the players from the commoner faction retreat one after another. Suddenly, a group of old players appeared out of nowhere. They were decisive in killing, and their intelligence was astonishing. Not only did they see through the traps set by the strange faction, but they even began to dig trenches outside Gotham City. The siege turned into trench warfare because of this group of guys. The front lines became tense. If they couldn't win a decisive victory in the faction battle, Lang Meixian would be reprimanded by the higher-ups. After all, the city gate of Gotham was destroyed, and she had direct responsibility. At this moment, she couldn't contact Lian Pingyue. Those powerful lamenting troops had not sent any news. Lang Meixian stepped on Wan Jianzhong's face, twisting her ankle and looking at the sand table said, go give the strange faction players a few side tasks, find out what happened. I've been feeling uneasy lately, and can't contact Lian Pingyue makes me even more restless. Can your cement tongue be a bit softer? My foot skin is all ruined. In the Fear Garden, players from various guilds dispersed. Gui Jun smiled softly as she walked in front of everyone, casually said, you didn't grasp the angle well, splashed blood all over me, little Dongzi, come wipe it for your big sister. Lu Dong's face darkened, he didn't dare to step forward. If he got his head smashed, who would he complain to? Gui Jun scrutinized Lu Dong, softly said, I just saw you having fun with the Flower Sisters, why don't you want to help your sister now? Do you think your sister needs to switch to black schemes? Sunscreen and calcium? Lu Dong didn't even dare to breathe. Your big sister is level 46, easily beats level 75, with 10 times the strength, what if she crushed my head? Even if Lu Dong had mental strength, he didn't dare to confront Gui Jun in strength. Gui Jun curled her lips, saying, you little thing with a colorful heart but no courage, did you see the boxing and kicking techniques I just taught in slow motion? Lu Dong lightly nodded, I kind of understood the force application part. Gui Jun took out a piece of fried pork belly from her pocket and chewed it heartily, I like hitting the hardest things, you don't need to learn from me, just choose other body parts as your attack targets. Everyone was left with a face full of black lines, They didn't need you to teach that at all.
Wei Jun finished 3 pieces of streaky pork in a flash and continued.
By the way, Boji, I think I just shattered the core of the Fear Garden. The system leveled me up by 4 levels, and I finally reached level 50. Wang Bo was stunned. Was there such a benefit?
Wei Jun, with her strange strength, hadn't gained any experience points for a long time. Whether it was killing weird beings or bosses, she seemed to be stuck in a certain stage, unable to level up. Now, good things had happened, she stepped right into the threshold of level 50.
Wang Bo nodded lightly and said softly, hurry up and comprehend your domain ability.
I suspect that after this 7 hells ends, the exploration task in the abandoned capital won't succeed easily. The northern family is in the abandoned capital, which means our guess is very likely true.
Bailey squinted his eyes and said coldly, in other words, the ancient families have been obstructing our exploration of the abandoned capital all along? Chui Min's eyes showed a hint of hatred. Sure enough, among the countless weird things in the world, the human heart is the most terrifying. Lu Dong questioned, wait, you guys are so strong, how could you be blocked by the guardian boss of desire equivalent?
Wei Jun pouted and said, a guardian boss with 300,000 health, our attacks don't break its defenses. We would need to hit it 300,000 times to force it to lose health and kill it.
Do you understand our pain?
Lu Dong swallowed hard.
Goodness. 300,000 health boss. You need to forcefully drop 1 point of health, and yet you almost got killed by it? Is the boss shameless?
Suddenly, Lu Dong had a new understanding of the power of the powerful treasure guild.
These people were simply not simple ones at all.
It seemed now that desire equivalent might also be a challenge set by the families, meant to guide everyone in the wrong direction. After all, without controlling mental power, common guilds wouldn't be able to find the weaknesses of desire equivalent,
let alone entering the exploration task of the 7 hells.
But the powerful treasure guild was on the verge of finding the right path and the wrong one. Earlier, Lu Dong felt a little proud. After all, it was his wisdom and brute force that broke through the 7 hells.
Now looking back, Lu Dong suddenly felt very lucky.
Very lucky that the person he offended at first was Niu Hang, not the powerful treasure guild. A flash of bright light flickered, and the members of the powerful treasure guild were teleported back to the small room. Congratulations, the powerful treasure guild has completed the 4th ring task of the 7 hells, the Fear Garden.
Current progress, April 7th? In the narrow room, the familiar black wall reappeared, and the 4th pearl lit up. A booming voice came. The abyss gazes, the unknown fears, what is feared reveals, the human heart self-poisons. 7 hells crime 4, fear emerges. The black wall exploded, speckled light points surged towards everyone. In the next second, the light points suddenly disappeared. The source of fear is completely destroyed. Player rewards cancelled.
Everyone instinctively looked at Wei Jun, who scratched his head and laughed. Sorry, I'll hoard some for the next level.
Wang Bo said softly, it's okay.
Since Jun leveled up, breaking through level 50 is a good thing.
It doesn't matter that we didn't receive rewards. The upcoming levels probably won't have interference from the abandoned capital families. Let's try to pass quickly as much as possible. Prevent the northern family from tripping us up.
Chui Min frowned slightly and said softly, 7 hells, joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, evil, desire.
If I'm not mistaken, the next 3 levels might be even more difficult. Love.
A hint of sadness flashed in everyone's eyes.
Xiong Tian carried Liang'an on his back.
Previously, Liang'an had endured the mental pulse for everyone and was seriously injured. Even with Wang Bo's healing, he was still unconscious. Xiong Tian said softly, I can't help much by going in with Liang'an, so it's better for me to stay here with him.
Huh? Wang Bo frowned slightly. Every time they were directly teleported to the small path, could NPCs choose not to follow? Wang Bo asked softly, you can stay here? Xiong Tian nodded lightly.
Earlier, when Gu Hua brought the soul-fixing team, I then realized that we NPCs can choose whether to follow players. In the earlier 4 levels, Xiong Tian and Liang'an had hardly made any contributions.
Following them again would only be a burden.
Xiong Tian, as a soldier, had a strong sense of competition, knowing he was of no use, he didn't want to trouble everyone anymore. Wang Bo whispered, okay, Xiong Lian's last fierce battle with Lian Pingyue, and old Liang's tough resistance against the spirit pulse of the Death Knell, are all our heroes. You all take care and heal well. 7th Circle 5th Ring mission activated. The members of the Guild of Doom appeared again by a small path.
Chapter 75, The 7th Circle, AC Hall.
Everyone walked along the path, familiar and easy, heading towards a new destination.
A grand auditorium styled like an opera house.
The pure white brick walls radiated a touch of sacredness.
Simple, quiet. Lu Dong whispered, why does the environment in the 7th Circle get better and better as we go further?
Wang Bo chewed on the duck neck made by Wei Jun and whispered, in a strange world, typically gloomy or terrifying places are usually the least dangerous.
Strangeness that can be solved with force isn't that powerful. Like the Shiwa from Shiyan village, who controls the rule of petrification if one doesn't laugh, that's the hardest to deal with. Huang Xinyan noticed Lu Dong's confusion and explained softly, the strangeness in a strange world is not much different from humans. Not all strangeness survives by hating the civilian camp. Some strangeness that develops independent thinking can seize a territory when it touches the rules, just like Shiwa mentioned by Sister Bo. Strength brings desire. Bai Lixian suddenly stopped, his health rapidly declining, staring at the white building, murmuring. At #%#. How many layers? Chao Shangfei teased, camera position? That's Su. Wei. Waving his hands, Chao Shangfei swayed his body. Bang! Gui Jun kicked Chao Shangfei away with annoyance, his expression serious, crisis. The fewer words in the prediction of Bai Daoren, the more dangerous it is. Could it be that this is even harder than the previous 4 trials? Wang Bo cast a sacred white light, restoring Bai Lixian's health, and said softly, perhaps our crisis comes from the abandoned city. Everyone nodded in agreement, even though they didn't know what would happen next, they had to keep moving forward. Approaching the auditorium, 3 golden letters appeared. AC Hall. Unlike the previous place names, AC Hall had a line of small characters underneath. Those without love in their heart shall not enter this hall, if you desire something else, seek elsewhere. Wang Bo sighed, it seems to be a love academy, you few LSP, if you can't handle it, then don't go in. Gui Jun rubbed his nose, chuckling, and was about to step forward. Wang Bo said leisurely, aren't you one? The White Horse Princess. Gui Jun laughed awkwardly, we've come this far, what if there are handsome guys inside? Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? Wang Bo frowned and said, I worry about the rules here, what if those with wandering hearts die upon entering? Gui Jun paused, then I'll put on my boxing gloves. If there's any danger, I'll break through the wall to escape. Agreed. Chao Shangfei and the others decisively stood behind Gui Jun. The 5 had serious faces, no smiles. Wang Bo reluctantly agreed, and the 7 entered AC Hall together. The Guild of Doom activates the 7th Circle 5th Ring Mission, AC Hall. What is learned, understood, and applied, exploring the true essence of love in the 7th Circle. The members of the Guild of Doom exchanged puzzled glances. Dingling. A huge bell rang, causing the bodies of the 7 to tremble. -1. Blue mental damage floated above their heads. The bell actually contained mental damage. Players, please quickly return to the classroom to prepare for love education. The classroom bell has rung, those who have not found their seats will be erased. If you have not found an empty seat, please wait outside for the next lesson. Goodness. If you don't attend class, you die? Chao Shangfei, a longtime truant, found it hard to adapt. But outside, they have to endure mental damage, so they went into the classroom. Sure enough, once they entered the classroom, the mental damage from the bell disappeared. Inside AC Hall. It was like a large tiered classroom resembling the People's Great Hall, spacious and vast. The 7 had no time for a detailed look and hurried to find empty seats. After a thorough search, in that huge classroom, there was not a single empty seat. Headless corpses were flipping through study no. His whole body was dark, like strange charcoal, rubbing his neck and reciting the lesson, I have never paid the employees, when they leave, I still give them money, each giving 100,000, if I can give 100,000, I can earn 1 million, understand the applause. A bizarre figure, clearly having died from hanging, lay on the book with its tongue out, murmuring, hungry to death, hungry to death. Strange shapes of all kinds occupied the seats. Players, please note, after 15 seconds, the AIC Tang will eliminate targets without seats. Gui Jun anxiously said, Sister Bo, what should we do? Should we just exit first and come back next class? Wang Bo was momentarily stunned and gave Lu Dong a kick in the butt, hurry up and think of something. Lu Dong didn't hesitate and immediately took a large hammer from his back and slammed it down on the nearby bazaar desk. AIC Tang's desk, 9999999/1000000. Lu Dong was taken aback, wow, even an ordinary desk has 1,000,000 health points? Lu Dong suddenly felt a bit regretful, if these NPCs also had 1,000,000 health, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Subconsciously gripping the broken pencil, a faint mental power surrounded his hand. If this bazaar dared to attack, Lu Dong would surely transform into the Scythe of K and give it a set of attacks first. The bazaar that was being hit while memorizing words was also shocked, is this a player? How can they be more overbearing than the bazaar? How ridiculous. Just as the bazaar was about to fight back, feeling the mental pressure emanating from Lu Dong's hand, it couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It actually had the same aura as the rules of AIC Tang. Around them, the bazaars focused their eyes and scanned behind Lu Dong. Wang Bo's eyes revealed a glimmer of white light, the faces of the bazaars changed drastically, and they immediately ran outside. Lu Dong coldly said, leave the textbooks behind. A group of bazaar monsters threw down their books and bags and fled directly.
People from the Gudabeo Guild took advantage of the situation and settled down in the center of the auditorium.
Guild channel. Gui Jun, Little Donzi is great, how come I didn't think the seat could be snatched?
Chao Shangfei, as expected, the rogue has an easy time, as long as they are shameless, they are invincible.
Lu Dong, a man who isn't ruthless can't walk steadily. Chui Min remained silent. Was it Lu Dong's title of Scythebreaker that made the bizarre retreat? Or was it his mental power? Or the white light in Wang Bo's eyes? It doesn't matter anymore.
Bailey appeared worried. Originally, his calculations indicated that they should be waiting outside AIC Tang, and then they would encounter some troubles. Who would have thought, they were now sitting in the classroom.
Everything had to be recalculated.
As the class bell rang, outside AIC Tang, the bazaars that had just left the classroom cursed loudly.
When a person gets bullied, it's bad enough, even the bazaar are getting bullied. This world is too unfair.
A strong voice interrupted the bazaar's curses.
Did a player just go in?
The bazaars looked towards the source of the voice. About 20 people dressed in uniform long robes stood by the AIC Tang building. The bazaars that had suffered at Lu Dong's hands now looked at the players with no good expressions. Just as they were about to leave, a woman with a red scar tattoo on her face blocked their way and said,
"Field of silence."
The bazaars were stunned, looking at each other, but no sound came out.
The scar-faced woman coldly said, "I ask, nod yes, shake head and no. Is there a woman wearing boxing gloves inside?"
A crowd of bazaars desperately shook their heads. They only remembered a fool carrying a hammer and an indescribable strong person. As for the others, they had no memory of them at all. Deng Bei Hongyue angrily clenched her fists and turned to her father. "Father, that Guojun must be here. Our family can no longer remain silent. Look at how Hai Tao has been beaten." The middle-aged man, with a cold expression, gently whistled, and a crowd of bazaars exploded into dust.
Hongyue. Didn't your father warn you? Don't think that just because you were born in a waste city, you are superior.
Strong ones from outside, like hidden tigers and crouching dragons, be cautious.
Caution.
That is the way our family survives. The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Deng Bei family. Deng Bei Xiang Ning proudly clasped his hands together.
The dead air in the sky vanished completely.
Deng Bei Hongyu pointed at the tightly closed Isatang classroom door, angrily saying, "The enemy is right in front of us.
Shouldn't we take the chance to eliminate them when they are weak?" Deng Baixiangning snapped his fingers, and Deng Bei Hongyu's voice suddenly disappeared. Silence. Everything retreats.
Deng Baixiangning waved the light green sphere in his hand in front of the Isatang door and then turned around, saying,
"Just lock onto the enemy. We'll wait for them in the wasteland. If they can't even pass these 3 tests, they aren't worthy to be our enemies." Deng Beihado, wrapped in bandages, stared intently at Isatang. The enemy who had beaten him up was right here.
Deng Baixiangning said slowly, "A true strong person will use hatred to enhance their strength. Hai Tao, as the successor of Hongyue and a standout of the younger generation, you must remember this disgrace. If they can make it to the last task in the wasteland, I will set the stage for you to regain your dignity in front of all the noble families." Deng Beihado tightened his grip on the microphone, slightly lowering his head, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Deng Baixiangning shot a glare at Deng Beihonyu and said coldly, "This is Isatang, where there are rules. Don't forget the cost of reckless actions because of hatred. Did you forget that there is a level 100 NPC here?" Deng Beihonyu lowered her head and said nothing. The crowd left, and outside Isatang, it was quiet and tranquil. At Isatang,
a middle-aged man strode onto the podium. He was confident and imposing, dressed in black trousers and a red shirt, an outfit that clashed but gave him a friendly aura. It was as if he were the next-door brother, having lived a life of irreverence.
"Stand up."
A loud, rugged voice echoed through the large classroom. All the oddities stood up at once, speaking in unison, "Hello, teacher." The members of the Gayo Debo Guild blended into the classroom environment, carefully scrutinizing Teacher He on the podium. Teacher He had short eyebrows and leopard-like eyes, crossing his arms over his chest as he smiled gently, saying, "Our goal is." All the oddities responded in unison, "World peace." "Students, please sit." Gui Jun tightly grasped Lu Dong's arm, her nails digging deep in, drawing 10 spots of blood. Even though Lu Dong was used to pain, he frowned slightly at this moment.
Gui Jun's eyes sparkled as she said, "So handsome. What should I do if I get pregnant?" Lu Dong looked at her blankly, thinking, is it really that serious? Haven't you seen a man before?
While Lu Dong spoke, he rubbed his nose, wondering why there was a sour smell.
Teacher He's gaze fell on the Gayo Debo Guild's direction, softly murmuring, "So these are the players who stirred the wasteland? It's getting more and more interesting."
Clearing his throat, Teacher He said gently, "All right, students, last class we talked about, today we will prepare for an exam." The members of the Gayo Debo Guild were simultaneously in a state of chaos.
"An exam? Big brother, we came here for a class." "No, we came to explore Isatang." Why is there an exam right from the start? A surprise exam. Chao Shangfei's back teeth hurt, he didn't know how to read at all, but killing was his forte, this exam was literally going to kill him. If he had known this, he should have waited outside. Gui Jun was also stunned, she was a cook and didn't do well with books either. At this moment, she wished she could break through the walls to escape, but it seemed too late. Wang Bo said softly, "Don't panic, let's see how it goes, if it doesn't work, I'll use my abilities." A glimmer of light shone in Wang Bo's eyes, teacher he wouldn't kill them, after all, they were old acquaintances. Lu Dong squinted, thinking, Big Sister had boasted, saying she was invincible below level 100, but what about facing a level 100 NPC? Lu Dong felt a chill running down his back. The gentle-looking man in front of him displayed information in Lu Dong's eyes that far exceeded his understanding. Hehe, unknown faction NPC. Level, 100. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Mental power, 1,000. With such base attributes of 100,000, Lu Dong swallowed. Guild Channel. Lu Dong, big brothers and sisters, what's the level cap for NPCs in our world? Huang Xinyan, the Yellow Emperor at level 100 should be the highest, right? Wang Bo, unknown. Everything in this strange world cannot be guessed by common sense. By Li Xian, did you see this in the teacher's attributes? Lu Dong, O-N-O. This is not an NPC, it's simply a BUG. Everyone was curious, and Lu Dong quickly posted the basic attributes of Hehe in the guild channel. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chao Shangfei, I was even planning to cheat. If that doesn't work, I'll just hand in a blank paper, I'm really worried this guy outshines me. Gui Jun, no wonder he's the man I have my eyes on, his basic attributes are 100,000, worthy of me. Wang Bo, everyone, get ready, this might be our guild's greatest crisis ever. Lu Dong, what do you think we would get if we took him down? Shui Min. Bai Li Xian. Huang Xinyan. Wang Bo, keep an eye on this Lu Dong guy, if he makes any reckless moves, just take him down first. Hehe scanned the crowd and said with a light smile, everyone, please begin the exam. A red line lifted up and formed large characters in the air. Please write an essay combining love, the theme is up to you, and the style is optional, no less than 800 words. Well, it's still a language essay for the exam. Ding. You triggered the Isatang exam task. Please complete the exam content as required within the specified time. Note, if one person fails the exam, the guild mission fails. Chao Shangfei and Gui Jun exchanged glances, both had tears of sorrow in their eyes. What to do if you're illiterate? Chao Shangfei asked Lu Dong for help in the guild channel, but Lu Dong did not respond, he was thinking about what the core of Isatang's exploration truly was. Suddenly, Hehe pointed to a strange figure at the back of the classroom and said, in life, you did not take your job seriously, just lived through it, and now, becoming strange, do you still want to continue living this way? The beer-belly strange figure, copying the strange exam paper before him, looked up blankly, innocence filling his eyes. I'm not just getting by, I'm writing my own love story. Hehe chuckled softly, the plot and language style are exactly the same as everyone else's, swapping names and places, you think it's your own thing? Do you think you're Qi Dian? Shameless thing, cut. With a soft shout, he killed from a distance. No spiritual power fluctuations, no physical contact, that beer-belly strange figure vanished without a trace. Hehe said lightly, after telling everyone love stories for so many days, you should give me some feedback, cheaters and plagiarizers do not enter reincarnation. No strange figure dared to look up, the sound of pens scratching on paper filled the air incessantly. The members of the Guild of Treasure began to bow their heads and create. Chao Shangfei bit the cap of the pen on the table, his eyes filled with confusion. Gui Jun completely gave up and directly took out a piece of bread from his backpack. Maybe you need to fill up your stomach to have inspiration. Lu Dong looked around, there seemed to be nothing unusual. The next second, a charred strange figure raised his hand and said, hey, I can't read, how can I show you my essay? Hehe smiled gently and said softly, you can just tell it in public, as long as you stick to the topic, I will consider you pass. You? Lu Dong curled his lip, this guy is quite polite. The charred strange figure scratched his head, stammering for a long time before shyly speaking, my house caught fire, and the flames were blazing up, filling the room with black smoke, I couldn't see anything. I called out to my wife, but she was sleeping so soundly, I couldn't wake her no matter what. I couldn't push the door open, the water pipe was too hot to get any water, the smoke was scorching. I held my wife and made her stand outside on the balcony, while I held her from the inside. We live on the top floor, can't jump. Fortunately, the firefighters came quickly, before I died, I remembered my wife was taken to the hospital. I don't really understand what love is, but I love my wife. The charred strange figure scratched his head, it was his first time speaking in front of so many strange beings. His stuttering story made everyone's heart sink and calm down. Lu Dong was taken aback, isn't this the good husband he mentioned? He said softly, what if you were given another chance? In the weird eyes of the charcoal, hope sparkled. Give me one more chance. I will definitely wet the towel at the first moment, block the door with it, stomp on the water pipe to soak the door, and wrap myself and my wife in the wet quilt. I will definitely not let my wife get hurt this time. The charcoal's speech suddenly became faster, flowing fluently. Ever since he left this world, he had been pondering how to deal with the fire. He took off the red thread from his neck, reached out and inhaled. A red thread appeared on the charcoal's body. He exclaimed, your wife is actually in this world. In his hand, a flash of red light appeared, and a portal opened, revealing a woman resembling charcoal, cautiously peeking out. The charcoal man froze all over, suddenly jumped up, disregarding the order of the classroom, and strode towards the woman. Wife! Wife, how did you come here? Tears of hope welled up in the woman's eyes as she hugged the charcoal man tightly, muttering, we can't be apart. We must not be apart. In the large classroom, uneven applause echoed. He gently smiled and said, all right, you don't need to come to the love hall anymore. Find a corner, and live your life. Oh wow. Thank you so much. The charcoal exclaimed repeatedly, then grabbed the woman and disappeared into the red door. The members of the Gua de Bao Association were astonished. It turned out that matters related to love were possible. Also, even if one is illiterate, merely telling stories is enough. Gua Jun was the first to raise her hand. He looked at Gua Jun with a smile, gently asking, this student, what do you want? Gua Jun stood up cheerfully and said, I can't read, I've never been in love, but I know what love is. Lu Dong was stunned. This girl was even bolder than he was? Never been in love, yet knows what love is. Aren't these just some university writers and teachers who have no impressive works but are skilled at teaching students how to write? He gently said, all right, I would love to hear what your idea of love is. Gua Jun pressed her hands together, batting her eyelashes at He and said, the most romantic thing I can think of is to fall asleep deeply with you. He almost choked, please, say something about love. The members of the Gua de Bao Association were all speechless. This sister could certainly create sentences with a target. Lu Dong gently stepped on Gua Jun's foot, whispering, this big guy has a basic attribute of 100, don't provoke him. Gua Jun ignored the strange gazes in the room and continued, in the deep night of sound sleep, you hold me tightly, murmuring, wife, I'm hungry. He could hardly control his expression. This was still the first girl in his class to make him feel embarrassed. Gua Jun showed no shyness at all, nibbling her lip, and shot a flirtatious glance at He. I would get up without hesitation to cook for you. First blanch the pork chop, then stir-fry it with sugar color. After stir-frying, add water and braise it for half an hour, then add potatoes and simmer for another 15 minutes, finally placing the pre-made flour rolls. Then I would use the air fryer to make you some crispy meat, and cook a bowl of noodles, cracking 2 eggs in. You'd eat the noodles I made. The food is in the pot and on the table, delightful and appetizing. Gua Jun raised an eyebrow at He. Lu Dong quietly murmured, this one just sounds like the landlady. He forcibly maintained his composure, then chuckled softly. Life comes from passion, yet it also needs to return to calm. To get up in a dream to cook for a loved one is indeed a form of love. He nodded and said, you passed. Player Gua Jun completed the love hall test. The members of the Gua de Bao Association began to answer questions. Everyone was taken aback. Does it mean that after Gua Jun finished her answer, everyone must respond in turn? But they hadn't even finished writing yet. Gua Jun was stunned, realizing she had stirred up trouble, and looked at He with a delicate expression. A hint of killing intent flashed in He's eyes. Gua Jun was sure that if she spoke now, she would surely die. It seems this level 100 NPC has quite the temper. He softly said, please, the next person, start answering. Shuimin gracefully stood up and said, having recited 3,000 scriptures and practiced Buddhism to transcend all 4 dimensions and purify the 6 senses, the day I met her, the fragrance filled the air. She is the incomprehensible sun scripture, moon scripture, and year scripture of my life. Lu Dong's expression darkened. What the hell is this menstrual talk? He was stunned and asked, then how can the Buddhist path accept you? Shuimin drank deeply and grinned, saying, with her here, I willingly bear the blame of the Buddhist path. Without her, what is there to Buddhism in the world? Golden light surged, and a phantom of Buddha appeared behind Shuimin. He chuckled lightly, interesting, you pass. And the Taoist beside you, is he the same? Chapter 77, The 7 Prisons, Lu Dong's Love. Bai Lixian put down the pen and paper in his hand. The white paper had not a single word on it. Folding the white paper, Bai Lixian's body resonated with the surrounding rhythm, and he recited loudly, a marriage certificate, submitted to the 9 heavens, delivered to the 9 underworlds, acknowledged by all saints, communicated through the 3 realms, witnessed by all true beings. With heaven and earth as witnesses, the sun and moon united, if I betray my beloved, that would be deceiving heaven, resulting in my death, my path extinguished, my form and spirit annihilated. I have been immune to all poisons, but I am addicted to her alone. He turned the red threads, seeing Bai Lixian's fate in love, and couldn't help but sigh, why bother?
Is it worth it? A Buddha or a Tao follows love, abandoning a lifetime of cultivation. By Li Xian and Chui Min spoke in unison, love is enough. He solemnly nodded, very well, what is true love in this world but an irresistible happiness? You pass, and there are still 4 others. Huang Xingyan's chipa moved slightly, dropping seeds at her side. Colorful flowers suddenly bloomed. Raised an eyebrow, a natural fragrance? Giant sunflowers, vibrant rapeseed flowers, stunning blue jacarandas, blossomed around Huang Xingyan. With tenderness in her eyes, Huang Xingyan said, the most sincere love in the world is born of all things. A lifetime as a sunflower, all my life, no one but him in my eyes. A lifetime as rapeseed flowers, when he walks towards me shining with light, I will surely offer him stars and the vast sky. A lifetime as blue jacarandas, waiting for my love in despair, though defeated, still glorious. Huang Xingyan embraced herself, surrounded by flowers swirling around her. This world is strange and bitter, yet the flowers remain romantic. I have gained the flourishing of all flowers, using imperial bloodlines to protect the continuity of nature. He slightly bowed towards Huang Xingyan, softly saying, the Yellow Emperor is our pride, seeing his descendants also feels breathtaking. Who would have thought the chains of fate are so marvelous, that they could truly let him escape the tragic fate of his bloodline? Your love passes. Elegant. Pure. In Ludong's heart, there was only admiration. Transcending to immortality is nothing but this. This is the true halo of the protagonist, coming to this world, bearing the abilities of plants, gaining the bloodline of royalty. Chao Shangfei poked Ludong with his elbow, an expression of plea in his eyes. Chao Shangfei, in 2 lifetimes, sought wealth and countless beautiful women. Wandering through a sea of flowers, every leaf touched him. But only in this love, he truly had never experienced. Chao Shangfei looked helpless, in his last life, aside from being a bit interesting as an entertainment industry supervisor, confronting the sky, the earth, and even the air, where had he experienced love? He laughed lightly, an extraordinary guild indeed, you all are much more entertaining than those past guilds that passed. There are Buddha, Tao, and nature, and even a master of breaking illusions and destroying cities. Here's the deal, in the name of love, I will grant you a chance. Consider it a good fate between us. As long as the remaining 3 of you share different kinds of love, I will bestow this opportunity upon you. Ding! The Guild of Good Fortune triggers the hidden task of the Hall of Love. Share 3 different types of love stories to receive hidden rewards. If you cannot, the task fails, and the guild disbands. Everyone felt a heavy sigh. Having already spoken of the emotional ties in Buddhism and Taoism, what other types of love are there? He raised his hand, pointing at Wang Bo, softly saying, you have a familiar aura, let's start with you. Wang Bo rolled his eyes, the strongest should be saved for last, right? What kind of situation is this? Moreover, how would I understand what love is? A glimmer of white light appeared in his eyes, and a spark of shock erupted from He's gaze. It was actually her. He hadn't felt such a shock in a long time, excitedly biting his own tongue. Wang Bo softly said, my dad's last name is Wang. Past. He shouted, cutting off Wang Bo's speech. This guy's identity cannot be revealed here. Wang Bo? Lu Dong? Chao Shangfei? What is going on? Just because his dad's last name is Wang, he can pass? How can a last name count as a kind of love? He seemed to be finding a way to explain himself, and began to talk nonsense seriously. When old Wang shows up, all sorts of stories take on different paths, each of the 3,000 ways is unique, old Wang creates chaos everywhere. Bai Lixian pulled at his lips, indeed, Wang Bo's identity was not ordinary. But did your brother really have to use my Taoist philosophy like this? He waved his hand, pointing at Chao Shangfei, saying, this little chubby guy, it's your turn. Chao Shangfei's face was bitter, he might know how to talk about an act of love. When it came to commenting on a woman's figure, he was an expert. But when it came to love, such a noble thing, Chao Shangfei really didn't understand. He could buy women, but not love. Facing He's gaze, Chao Shangfei gritted his teeth, whatever. I have a friend. The members of Go to Bao Guild all fixed their eyes on Chao Shangfei. Is he going to talk about his own embarrassing story now? Chao Shangfei took a deep breath and continued. He has been pursuing a girl for a long time, but in the end, the girl fell in love with someone else. He refused to give up and asked the girl if they could still be friends. The girl agreed, so he bought 2 breakfasts for her every day. When the girl had her birthday, he gave her a lipstick, begging her to use this lipstick every time she kissed her boyfriend. Because he wanted to feel more involved in the girl's love. Chao Shangfei narrated his personal experience. Naturally, this lovesick fool was not him, but rather the pursuer of the girl he met in the nightclub. He had dated the girl for a month and gave her a car, but he didn't expect that the lovesick fool really delivered breakfast to them for a month. Chao Shangfei could see that the boy's eyes were filled with this girl. So he graciously let go of the girl. After all, a supermodel-type beauty could become boring after playing too much.
Chao Shangfei hurried on to the next woman, unaware of how their stories would unfold.
Years passed, having seen countless women, Chao Shangfei never expected that the one who left a deep impression on him was not some capable supermodel, but this lovesick fool.
He nodded emphatically. In this vast world, there is nothing strange. A lovesick fool's life is full of everything.
This kind of love deserves admiration.
He cast a look of admiration at Chao Shangfei.
The members of Go to Bao also looked at Chao Shangfei with a touch of sympathy.
Who would have thought that this LSP actually had such a lovesick history? No wonder Wang Bo let him be the guild leader. As the crowd thought along these lines, could it be that Chao Shangfei was pursuing Wang Bo?
Chao Shangfei, facing the group's compassionate gaze, hurriedly waved his hands and said, "It's not me, it's really a friend of mine."
He explained. He covered it up. He stated the facts.
The crowd nodded in response. "The role you must play, I must perform well."
Chao Shangfei's mouth felt bitter. It's over, he's really done for.
Jumping into the river of Hades, he still wouldn't be cleared.
He's gaze fell on Lu Dong, softly saying, "The man who disturbed the entire odd world, can you tell me about your different kind of love?"
The members of Go to Bao Guild felt a sinking in their hearts.
What else could be offered to Lu Dong in terms of love? Chao Shangfei had to dig deep to think of a lovesick fool. It's over.
Wang Bo sighed, "Teacher our answer sheet isn't perfect, but it is somewhat complete.
If it's just to make things difficult for someone, is it too unfair for us to lose the chance to explore the ruins?"
Whispered, "It is fortune, not misfortune."
That's all I can say.
Bai Li Xian frowned and said, "Are you saying that if we can't receive the gift of this level, we won't be able to pass through the ruins?"
Slightly nodded, remaining silent.
This group of small ghosts carrying miracles, if they fail here, at least there is still a chance of survival.
At least with their current strength, they are not opponents of those noble families in the ruins. Even if this path leads them to the weakest of the Deng Bei family.
Hier's gaze fell on Wang Bo, murmuring in his heart, "Moreover, our young lady has only a few days left to live." Lu Dong turned the pencil, speaking softly, "This story is not mine, it probably belongs to an old predecessor in our mathematics field, who lived a lonely and sorrowful life, ultimately suffering from scurvy.
Falling in love with someone from a different class, but could only express it through letters?
Separated by class, it is more painful than being separated by life and death.
This is the code he left behind, I think, therefore I am." On the white paper, Lu Dong wrote down a formula. R equals A, 1 sin.
Everyone looked confused, staring at the formula on the paper with puzzled faces. Hier gently shook his head, about to dismiss Lu Dong's idea, but then saw a coordinate system appear on the white paper.
In the next second, a flash of light burst in Lu Dong's eyes, shining with spatial coordinates.
A massive spatial coordinate system materialized in AC Hall.
Hier gasped, "Impossible."
Even for him, his current mental strength was just over 1,000. He couldn't even manifest physical objects with mental strength.
This itself was a legend.
But Lu Dong not only manifested a gigantic coordinate axis. He was even manipulating functions to draw curves.
Was this something a player with less than 100 mental strength could do? Minus 300.
Lu Dong's mental strength dropped to 0 in an instant. He did not hesitate to use experience points to replace the mental strength cost. Just condensing the spatial coordinate system consumed 300 mental strength. Lu Dong endured his discomfort, his pencil moving non-stop.
Y equals x superscript 2 plus 0.9, 3.3 x superscript 2, times sin, k pi x.
As k's value increased from minus 3 to 20.
A heart-shaped curve appeared in the spatial coordinate axis. A secret unique to mathematicians, bridging classes, expressing this love.
Lu Dong collapsed to the ground, his mental strength reduced to 0 again as he overdrew another 300 mental strength. He consumed 200,000 experience points to gain 200 mental strength.
In total, he spent 800 points of mental strength to create an almost tangible mathematical secret. Yet Lu Dong once again faced mental collapse, spiraling into chaos.
He sighed deeply, saying, "Players weren't supposed to enter the ruins for another 3 years.
You surprised me greatly, or perhaps, fate is just so dramatic.
What a love that breaks through social classes."
Lu Dong, do you want to tell me that you are ready to declare war on the noble families?
He chuckled lightly, then struck the air with both hands, sending red light into the bodies of the Guo de Bao guild members.
Then go and create your own miracle. Chapter 78 7 Hells, I don't listen to the great doctrine.
Guo de Bao guild completed the 5th ring task of 7 Hells, AC Hall.
Current progress, May 7th.
Guo de Bao guild received hidden task rewards.
Gifts from the god of love, enhancing the levels of guild members. All guild members enter the ability manifestation state.
The 7 people instantly returned to the cramped room. Simultaneously sitting cross-legged, their bodies instinctively emitted a faint red glow.
Xiong Tian was taking care of Liang'an. Seeing the members of Guo de Bao Guild suddenly return, he was taken aback. Had this level really been passed so quickly? The weak Liang'an squinted his eyes, looking at the red glow around everyone, trembling as he spoke. A miracle, it really is a miracle. Xiong Tian frowned, murmuring, is there really a god in this strange world? Or is it just our imagination? Liang'an shook his head slightly, a hint of expectation in his eyes, whispering, in my group of exorcists, there was once a powerful being who created miraculous formations. I am very familiar with this aura. Only the gifts of miracles can create such brilliance. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, could it be that they have encountered the god of love? Xiong Tian was puzzled, so he simply began doing push-ups and squats on the spot. 3 sets of 1,000, this was the amount of exercise he had to stick to every day. No one knew when the war would break out, but Xiong Tian was always ready. A faint light shimmered in Xiong Tian's eyes. God, if God exists, why does this vast and strange world lack divine favor? Or rather, are they a group of abandoned people by God? Liang Anping lay on the ground, his gaze locked onto the closed eyes of Lu Dong, then softly said, I really don't know how many miracles you will bring to this world. A black wall appeared, and the 5th pearl lit up. The deeper the love, the stronger the hatred. What is loved and hated cannot escape feelings. 7 sins and 5 hells, love and hatred lost. In an instant, the black wall shattered, and specks of light surged into everyone's bodies. Liang'an was healed. At this moment, Xiong Tian also felt a surge of power, even his basic attributes improved. So it was indeed a powerful exaggeration for a task in a ruined city, such rewards were truly remarkable. Brilliant beams of splendid light erupted, and everyone in the Godabeo Guild, except for Lu Dong, leveled up simultaneously. Wang Bo was the first to open her eyes, a white light protecting her body as she got up and moved her limbs, her short skirt swirling. The white glow in her eyes grew even more intense, nearly taking on substance. Taking advantage of everyone still in meditation, Liang'an and Xiong Tian placed their right hands on their chests and bowed respectfully. Wang Bo returned the gesture and then softly said, if my identity is exposed, it would be a huge threat to you and to them, so there are some things I won't say. Liang'an let out a long sigh, as if gathering courage, and asked. They all died in battle, right? A rare sadness appeared in Wang Bo's eyes, and she waved her hand, saying, life has its own rules to follow, there is no eternal dynasty, nor is there an everlasting nobility, I am just an ordinary player now. Liang'an hesitated slightly and then spoke in a deep voice, then why come back to the ruined city? Wang Bo replied nonchalantly, to take a look at home, after all, I want to see my homeland once more. As the red light around Chui Min and Bai Li faded, the conversation between Wang Bo and Liang'an was interrupted. The shadows of Buddha appeared as Chui Min and Bai Li revealed themselves, the two exchanged smiles, rising up to stretch their bodies. Behind Huang Xingyan, a scene of vibrant flowers suddenly emerged, and in the next moment, the red light turned green, and pure golden light erupted forth. Wei Juntong then opened his eyes, a thick aura of slaughter surrounding him, surging forth. Zhao Shangfei was the second to last to open his eyes, grinning as he looked at Wang Bo and said, Sister Bo, I am level 50 now too. I'll probably grasp my domain ability soon. The 6 members of the Godabeo Guild had all significantly enhanced their strength. Everyone turned to look at the still-closed eyes of Lu Dong. Gui Jun softly said, the gift from the god of love, I never expected we would encounter the god of love. This purifying power is truly opening up all the points in our bodies. I wonder if the curse on little Dong will be broken. Chui Min, sipping from a wine jug, lowered his voice and said, I'm starting to find this little guy a bit incomprehensible, even the god of love is admiring his powerful spirit, appearing in a level 1 player, I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Huang Xingyan turned his right hand, revealing a fruit in his palm, and said softly, I have acquired a fruit that shows the thread of history, perhaps you wouldn't believe, but this thing can actually show the resurrection process of the jealousy corruption but. The jealousy corruption led Niu Hong, continuously taking on tasks for the strange faction. On the day he encountered Lu Dong, Niu Hong was supposed to kill Qin Yi to obtain the hidden task reward on her from the Fate Apartment, and then bring it back to the jealousy corruption. Who would have thought he was interrupted by Lu Dong, and the jealousy corruption no longer trusted Niu Hong, forced itself to break the rules, entered Wanping Hospital with a weak body, only to be burned to death by the Buddhist flame given to Lu Dong by Chui Min. Now the jealousy corruption is being hunted down by the 7 strange kings, condensing the strange faction's strength accumulated over many years. Not only did they not revive one of the kings, but they instead lost their chance. As a result, Lu Dong blew up the gates of the jealous deception Gotham City, now the civilian faction is about to breach the front line. Jealous deception, truly unfortunate. Wang Bo took a deep breath, the eerie 8 kings not reviving was, for her, perhaps a good thing. After all, the next link, the Fortress of Evil Thoughts, was the transfer point for the eerie 8 kings. Perhaps the next link would be easier. After Huang Xingyan spoke, Bai Lishan pinched his fingers and shook his head slightly, saying, let's not count on it, in the past, we have seen many treasures, and 10,000 levels was already remarkable. But this kid is under a curse of millions. I really don't know if it's lucky or unlucky.
In the darkness, Lu Dong saw two gigantic figures. Just a glance, they seemed like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. As Lu Dong's perspective expanded, he finally saw the full picture of the battle between the two figures. With a god's eye view, looking at himself again felt like a speck of dust in the grand universe. These two individuals were too massive. A punch, mixed with the power of time, seemed to pass for a year. The intense pain made Lu Dong suddenly open his eyes. Exiting that spiritual illusion, Lu Dong knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He couldn't believe what he had seen. It seemed like one person had punched through the enemy in front of him. That fist appeared to have struck Lu Dong's body from afar. What a powerful punch! His spatial coordinate system couldn't even interpret this action. Veins bulged and blood filled his eyes. Lu Dong's rapid breathing and decreasing health, while his mental strength simultaneously collapsed. The members of the Gu Treasure Guild were stunned. What on earth had Lu Dong encountered? They were all leveling up, yet this kid seemed to be under a negative state? Was it the curse? Buzz. A phantom flickered into existence, rendering everyone in the arena momentarily immobile. He, in a red shirt, frowned and said, "Who triggered the power of the rules?" "Ha, a million-level curse? This world actually has million-level existences? Could it be that the eerie faction already has gods appearing?" He untied the red thread around his neck. Dazzling red light followed the thread, merging into Lu Dong's body. Lu Dong's health and mental strength began to recover. In the next second, He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Everyone was shocked, looking at Lu Dong. This kid's backlash actually hurt the love god He. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Creating miracles in this world really isn't easy. I meant to give you an opportunity, but it seems I've brought you greater troubles." He muttered to himself, turning to fix his gaze on Wang Bo. A voice echoed in Wang Bo's mind, "You alone cannot survive. Although I don't know how you gained the player identity, I must say, the poison in your body has already spread. Moreover, your memories do not seem complete." Wang Bo squinted. She was very aware of her condition. A healer cannot heal themselves. This illness, no one could save her. As for the sealed memories, she had tried many ways but could not unlock them. This greatly limited her abilities. Wang Bo lowered her head and responded in the same way through thoughts, "So I would rather die in my own home, to see my old residence once more." He sighed and transmitted again, "Those players from the noble families are too strong. In 2 years, they have grown to unimaginable heights. Even the Dengbei family in the ruined capital is the weakest noble family. In your current severely injured state, you would stand no chance against them. Moreover, after the ruined capital, the 108 roads leading to the ancient capital, you also can't pass. Why seek death?" Wang Bo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of white light, replying through thoughts, "There is no great wish for restoration. As soon as I enter the ruined capital, I will burn my lifeblood. Even if I can't hurt them, at the very least, I can go home. I still want to die in the ancient capital. At least the voice in my heart is calling me back home to take a look." In a coma, Lu Dong's mind was filled with countless voices. In the darkness, as he groped forward, he suddenly saw the illusions of Wang Bo and He, and heard their conversation. It seemed that Wang Bo was not a pure player. It seemed that Wang Bo was very sick. This guy was originally from the abandoned city? What is the ancient capital? She wants to die in her homeland? Going home? He transmitted a message to Wang Bo again, "Is it worth it to die alone?" Lu Dong frowned, sorting everything out, suddenly spoke, "She is not alone." He was stunned, and Wang Bo was also dazed. The way of spiritual power transmission was once the method of the ancient capital. Why could Lu Dong hear their conversation? In the illusory light, Lu Dong stood between He and Wang Bo, and calmly said, "Bo Jia is part of our guild. No matter what trouble she encounters, right or wrong, I firmly stand by her." Yes, it was unreasonable dominance. Lu Dong always believed that there is no absolute good or evil in the world, just different positions. So at this moment, he stood firmly with Wang Bo. In the illusion, He raised 2 red threads, one long and one short, and softly said, "Even if you stand by her, what use is it? Like this short thread, it represents Wang Bo's fate. She can live for at most 3 more days. This one is like the fate of normal players. As long as you don't ask for death, you won't die." Wang Bo was originally from the abandoned city, and her incomplete identity change has made her seriously ill. In a certain sense, you can attain immortality, but she cannot. Why bother with someone who was about to die, making a fuss? He sighed and tossed the 2 red threads on the ground. He knew Wang Bo, and on some level, he had once been a strong figure in her family. But time had passed, and things had changed drastically. That person's daughter now fell to a point where she could not return home. Lu Dong picked up the 2 illusory red threads from the ground and tied them into a butterfly knot. To hell with great principles, I won't listen. If this weird world still requires caution, then I might as well give up my life. If we balance these 2 threads, both people can live.
Lu Dong rolled his eyes in frustration and said loudly, Bo Jia, ignore her. If we have 3 days to live, we'll go crazy together for 3 days. He Air was stunned. Wang Bo was also stunned. He Air couldn't help but curse, I poke your Ultraman leg, this is the red thread. The red thread of fate. Chapter 79, 7 Hells, Daughter of the Ancient Capital. You and Wang Bo share a fateful connection, both sharing life. Not asking to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but can die on the same day of the same month of the same year. If you die, Wang Bo dies. If Wang Bo dies, you also die. Lu Dong was slightly taken aback, it was just sharing life, it didn't seem so bad. He thought he had unwittingly gained a wife. Talking about the fateful connection, isn't that just a binding of life and death? Lu Dong rubbed his nose and looked at He Air proudly, what's up, wasn't Wang Bo's illness treated by me? Everyone in the guild fell silent. The crowd didn't know what happened after He Air appeared. They only saw Lu Dong unconscious and He Air spitting blood. Then, after a moment of silence, Lu Dong sat up straight, full of energy. He Air looked angry, and Wang Bo's face was flushed. He Air angrily said, who let you act recklessly? Do you know the cost of casually binding the red thread of fate? He Air hadn't been angry for many years since becoming the god of love. In the Hall of Love, he had grown used to the loves and separations. For the strange beings and people without love, mostly there was disappointment. Like today, his angry outburst was something he hadn't felt in many years. Lu Dong stared with wide eyes, talking about the fateful connection, I am a solid supporter of the materialistic world and its philosophy. If there's trouble, just solve it. Where did those 7 or 8 come from? Lu Dong faced the anger of He Air without backing down, saying, didn't you say her life is short? With my long life, what harm is there in sharing a little with her? Anyway, I've saved him now, you can say whatever you want. At this moment, He Air felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, he had only made a metaphor about the bond of fate. A vivid and lively metaphor, isn't it? This level 1 little brat actually tied the bond of fate with the only surviving princess of the ancient capital he once served. He Air's blood pressure skyrocketed at this moment. Wang Bo was an NPC of the ancient capital, although He Air didn't know where she got her player identity, her fate belonged to the NPC of the ancient capital. Lu Dong, on the other hand, was an outsider, a player whose life could vanish, die, or leave at any moment. These two identities forming a bond of fate was pure nonsense. In a sense, they were not even of the same kind, how could it be mixed up like this? How could Lu Dong possibly be worthy of the noble identity of a princess? He Air felt a headache coming on, as the god of love, he had to take responsibility for this matter. The bond of fate that should have been tied with Wang Bo did not connect to her, and it would inevitably seek out others. The bond of fate of others would be thrown into chaos because of one mistake. In this way, the entire strange world's bonds of fate would become all jumbled. It's like connecting an electric wire to the wrong socket, which would surely mess up the entire circuit. In severe cases, this world might even collapse. He Air was furious, instantly vanishing, he couldn't afford to punish Lu Dong at this moment. The bond of fate, once formed, could not be forcibly broken, what he could do now was to find the bond of fate that should connect to Wang Bo, preventing it from tangling with others. He Air left, and everyone appeared on a small path. The surroundings were silent, everyone remained mute. The news that the princess of the ancient capital, Wang Bo, was an NPC was too shocking. After a long time, Zhao Shangfei whispered, did that level 100 NPC with a base attribute of 100,000 run away because of Lu Dong? Wei Jun pondered, without fighting, just with words, he made a formidable being flee? Lu Dong curled his lip and said nonchalantly, that guy is petty, he blew things out of proportion over nothing, just ignore him. Huang Xinian looked at Wang Bo, does this mean that her bond of fate is tied to Lu Dong? Is this still a small matter? Your brother really has a big heart. A hint of bitterness appeared on Wang Bo's face, and she then spoke softly, why do you have to do this? Everyone was puzzled, remaining silent as they quietly watched the drama unfold. Lu Dong shrugged his hands, looking like a scoundrel who created trouble, claiming he knew nothing and took no responsibility. Wang Bo lowered her head and softly said, I'm sorry, everyone, I have actually been using you. The so-called clearing of the ruined city was merely my own wishful thinking. I was originally a daughter of the ancient capital, on the day it was destroyed, I luckily escaped with my soul. By chance, I encountered this player body without consciousness, in other words, I took over the body of the NPC. But now, I can only survive as a player, having lost the rights of an NPC, and I was supposed to perish in 3 days. I returned to the ruined city merely to utilize the 108 pathways to return to the ancient capital, to reunite my soul with my homeland. I'm sorry, I lied to you all. With all pretenses stripped away, Wang Bo knelt down, crying like a lost soul. After a long while, Wang Bo noticed the surrounding silence and looked up. Oh well, nobody from the Gaobao Guild plus 2 NPCs was listening to her, instead, they were gathered around Lu Dong 100 meters away.
Lu Dong was animatedly narrating how he battled with Hehe in the spiritual world. With great seriousness, Lu Dong described the epic confrontation, vividly portraying the battle process as if it were happening right in front of everyone.
Chao Shangfei and Gui Jun looked at him with envy, regardless of whether it was true or not, it was exciting.
Chui Min and Bai Li exchanged glances and smiled knowingly in silence. They had long suspected Wang Bo's true identity. After all, too many tasks have refreshed their perception of Wang Bo.
What player is an expert on everything?
Bai Lixian whispered, I didn't expect this little reckless guy to have quite a high emotional intelligence.
Chui Min smiled as he sipped from the jug, good. This way, it won't create a rift between Wang Bo and us.
Bai Lixian was just about to make a prediction with his fingers when Chui Min stopped him. It's just a fate, not two people have to get married and have children.
Calculating that is unnecessary. Bai Lixian gently nodded. Huang Xinyan conjured a little grass beside Wang Bo, pushing up a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at her eyes.
As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Huang Xinyan was equally tangled in the identities of two worlds.
She understood her better.
Lu Dong watched Wang Bo stand up, waving and calling out loudly.
Sister Bo. Come, let me tell you, this group has rapidly leveled up this time.
Cui Monk and Bai Daoist are both level 60, Sister Jun and Sister Nian are level 55, even the lowest level Huang Mao, the president, is level 50.
Chao Shangfei shot a dark look at Lu Dong. Your older brother is only level 1, isn't that the lowest level?
Wang Bo's eyes were red as she walked into the crowd as usual. Lu Dong helped her preserve her dignity, but she still needed to ask others for their opinions.
Everyone, after completing the task of exploring the Waste City. Sister Bo. Chao Shangfei happily interrupted Wang Bo, when our guild gathers together, the primary goal is the Waste City. As for everyone's secrets, didn't you say it was unnecessary to know?
We are one guild, we solve difficulties together, and as for secrets, there's no need to tell us.
I am still the president of the Gaud Treasure Guild, right? Wang Bo nodded gently. Gaining other secrets can easily lead to losing one's own happiness.
Chao Shangfei waved and said, let's bring along our level 1 little trash and march into the Waste City. Lu Dong wore a black expression, this guy held grudges.
President Chao, how about a one-on-one challenge?
Lu Dong said with a forced smile, spinning his pencil.
Chao Shangfei narrowed his eyes, whoever uses mental power is a dog. Let's have a plain physical duel. Lu Dong nodded slightly, okay. With a punch thrown. Chao Shangfei didn't expect Lu Dong to agree and launch such a sudden attack.
Just as he was about to block, blue mental power minus 1 point damage appeared above both their heads. Chao Shangfei shouted angrily, Little Dongzi, you're not trustworthy, using mental power is for dogs.
Lu Dong grinned, woof woof woof. Everyone burst into laughter, scattering the sadness around Wang Bo. Bai Lixian asked curiously, you can now skillfully use mental power?
Lu Dong nodded slightly, yes, after receiving the gift from the goddess of love, I can use a pencil to summon mental power to attack at any time without needing to switch to the form of the scythe of the god of the path.
Chao Shangfei scolded, they give you rewards, and you still chase them away, you wicked dog. Lu Dong didn't refute, biting Chao Shangfei's arm and directly giving him a Rolex.
Looking at the two wrestling together, everyone was speechless. Entering this strange world inexplicably, dealing with the weird every day, if one only knows killing, then the joy of life is lost.
It's better for Lu Dong to live freely.
Everyone followed the little path forward, chatting happily, with no sense of separation. Wang Bo recounted tales of the ancient capital, but many key details seemed sealed in her memory, unable to recall.
Everyone didn't push for more, treating it as a magical experience. At the same time, on the city wall of the Gaud Waste City, Deng Baixiang frowned tightly.
Holding the latest news in his hands, Deng Baixiang softly said, I don't know what happened to the love tower, Hehe is missing.
Deng Beihongyu hastily asked, what's going on? What could make the goddess of love leave? Deng Beitao adjusted his microphone beside him and said leisurely, what big event can there be in this weird world? It's just a bunch of trash players doing low-experience tasks.
I heard that after the jealousy phantom was killed, the city gates of Gotham were also breached. The goddess of love might have gone to the battlefield to reap a wave of dying people's fates.
Deng Baixiang knew very well that the god of the strange world would never easily leave its territory. This Hehe, seemingly neutral, actually leans toward the commoner camp. Something big must have happened.
Deng Baixiang paused and continued, Haidao, you still need to prepare for a decisive blow, all the powerful families will send people to watch, remember not to drop the ball. Deng Beihado, with a face full of scars, said angrily, don't worry, none of them will escape. I not only want to kill Gui Jun but also want to slaughter the entire Gaud Bayo guild.
Deng Baixiang murmured, as the family with the weakest strength, we must use a thrilling victory to reset everyone's prejudices.
At the end of the small path,
a dark gray castle suddenly appeared. The entire structure was black, giving a sense of oppression.
In the purple golden frame, 3 big words boldly stood out.
Evil Fought Castle. The crowd did not linger and all walked into Evil Thought Castle. Task of the 6th ring of the 7 hells started. You have entered Evil Thought Castle. Please explore the secrets of Evil Thought Castle. Silence surrounded them, and in the dim light, nothing strange could be seen. Lu Dong was startled. Suddenly, his system emitted a sound. You have discovered the Castle of Jealousy. Perhaps releasing the title of Slashing Deceit and Breaking the City will yield unexpected rewards. Lu Dong didn't think much and immediately released the title of Slashing Deceit and Breaking the City. The title of Slashing Deceit and Breaking City provides protection, ignoring the mental impact of jealousy. Players can remain conscious and enter the inner world of Evil Thought Castle. In the next moment, dazzling golden light filled his vision, and in the chaos, Lu Dong seemed to arrive in another world. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. There were no task prompts, no strange information around, and his hammer had also vanished. The inner world seemed to be a school? Lu Dong lazily climbed up from the desk. The surrounding environment was both unfamiliar and familiar. A group of eerily dressed students sat at their desks, gazing eagerly at the teacher. The teacher was also strange, her long dress dragging the floor, her figure curvy, but her face seemed to have been soaked in concentrated sulfuric acid, a sight too horrible to look at. The teacher held a pile of papers and said, Son Haojie, 93 points, too many mistakes on the multiple choice questions. The boy whose name was called excitedly stepped up to receive his test paper, mumbling, I finally passed math, looks like praying really works. The teacher snorted coldly and continued flipping through the papers. Chaosun, 135 points, you used the wrong method on the last inequality problem, otherwise, you would have scored full marks too. A boy with his pockets stuffed full of money walked forward with a grin, dropping stacks of cash with every step he took, and took the test paper from the teacher's hand. The teacher kept handing out papers while Lu Dong, feeling bored, observed this inner world. Protected by the title of Slashing Deceit and Breaking the City, what was he going to discover here? Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether he should slaughter all these strange beings. Soon, the teacher was left with only one test paper. Lu Dong. 150 points, full marks. The teacher paused, then continued, all the students have shown improvement this time, except you, Lu Dong. Lu Dong stood up respectfully, as a sign of respect for the teacher's profession. What do you mean, except me? No improvement? How can one improve upon full marks? Before crossing over, Lu Dong had never ranked second in math on any exam. Some people are simply born to prepare for certain careers. The teacher's eyes held a trace of mockery as she said coldly, your answers on the test paper are exactly the same as the reference answers. Where did you get your answers this time? Lu Dong was taken aback, so he had gotten full marks but was still wrong? The entire class of eerily dressed students turned to look at Lu Dong. Lu Dong smiled and softly said, if the reference answers are the same as mine, then it proves the reference answers are correct. Even the teacher was momentarily speechless. Around them, the students chattered and debated amongst themselves. He actually got a perfect score again? It must be cheating, right? The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and he still isn't taking responsibility for his future. To get attention from everyone, is it really necessary to use such despicable methods? Listening to the endless voices around him, facing the teacher's angry gaze, Lu Dong's heart, which held reverence for math, was stirred for the first time. So everyone thinks I cheated? Teacher, please give me a new test paper. I will complete it in 45 minutes. If I don't get a perfect score, it will prove I cheated. If I do get a perfect score, I only need you to apologize for your doubts against me. Mathematics was Lu Dong's life. How could he tolerate others saying he cheated? It was like some new authors, who finally gain a bit of attention, immediately have people pointing at them with a dictionary saying they copied this word and that word. Anger aside, Lu Dong wanted to reclaim the dignity he had lost. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed by Lu Dong's ear, but he didn't care, his gaze fixed intensely on the teacher. Like a young warrior, he chose to face his opponent head-on. Players' mental strength is affecting the storyline in the Fortress of Evil Thoughts. Why is it you again? The eerie teacher grinned eerily, shaking out a test paper from his hands. This is last year's special recruitment exam paper from the Spirit Fixation Military Academy. The difficulty of math is 3 times that of our regular college entrance examination. If you can score 90 points, I will acknowledge your math skills. Spirit Fixation Military Academy. The strange students around him gleamed with excitement in their eyes. Regular students can't access the test papers from the Spirit Fixation Military Academy. Even this eerie teacher had just gotten this paper by chance that morning. Lu Dong smiled as he accepted the test paper, turning it over in his right hand. The worn-down pencil was still there. In this bizarre world, he had used this pencil countless times to kill, and this was the first time he used it for something serious. He scanned the test paper, the relationships of sets, operations of complex numbers and imaginary parts, even and odd functions, asymptotes of hyperbolas, classical probability models, definitions and graphs of trigonometric functions.
Arithmetic sequences, three-dimensional views, binomial parameter evaluation, elliptical equations, finding the parameter ranges of piecewise functions, researching the monotonicity of recursive sequences, optimizing trigonometric function values, symmetry of quartic functions and their optimal values, normal distribution, and expectations. The questions were curved and indeed held a certain level of difficulty. But for Lu Dong's level of mathematics, these basics were far too easy. It was like a dimensionality reduction attack. Solving math problems was actually like getting close to a girl. If you rush in right away, it will definitely disrupt her emotions. You have to start from her hair, her shoulders, the less sensitive areas, and progress gradually, slowly untying her clothing with one hand. No, wait, I'm talking about solving problems. You have to start from the problem statement, find the best angle to tackle the problem, and identify the key points of the question. Then build the conditions based on what is sought, fulfill the requirements, and delve deeper into the analysis. With 12 multiple-choice questions and 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, Lu Dong completed it in just 15 minutes, averaging less than a minute per question. It was as fast as doing civil service exams. The eerie teacher narrowed his eyes. Lu Dong didn't even perform calculations on the test paper, just wrote down the answers directly. He sneered softly, for multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, you can fabricate answers, but let's see how you handle the big problems. Another 15 minutes passed, and Lu Dong directly shoved the test paper into the teacher's hands, saying leisurely, time to grade the paper. The eerie teacher frowned slightly. The answers on Lu Dong's paper were much shorter than the standard answers. Why was he still so confident? Multiple-choice questions all correct. Fill-in-the-blank questions all correct. Lu Dong's score had already reached 80 points. The first question in the solved problems was derivative calculation. The reference answer provided 10 lines of detailed derivative formulas. The difficulty of the Spirit Fixation Military Academy's exam lies in the diversity of derivatives and the choice between positive and negative values. Thus, this question could easily lead to mistakes at the end. Yet on Lu Dong's test paper, there was only one line of formula. The strange teacher was stunned. This is Leibniz's higher-order derivative formula? This is not a formula that a high school student can master. The strange teacher looked at the identical answers, feeling a bit chaotic for a moment. How did this guy do it? As for the second question, the calculation of the mean. Lu Dong even used the Lagrange mean value theorem for the calculation, but looking at the incomplete formula, the strange teacher's mouth curled up. He finally found Lu Dong's mistake. You didn't state the necessary conditions here. Directly quoting the formula will lose points. Before the teacher could finish, Lu Dong casually said, when f(x) equals x, the special form of the Lagrange mean value theorem, the Cauchy mean value theorem can be used. It's already clearly stated, no need to elaborate. The teacher was momentarily confused, looking down at Lu Dong's test paper. It is indeed so. This kid is not wrong. His test paper was all done with advanced mathematics formulas. Using the double-leaf hyperboloid formula, he answered the saddle-shaped special hyperbola. Using differentials to solve the calculations of geometric bodies. Using Green's formula to solve solid geometry. The big questions where he had to choose one, he solved them all. The strange teacher stared at Lu Dong in a daze, the several unfamiliar formulas on his test paper that even the teacher had never seen before. Lu Dong looked up and down at the teacher and softly said, the formula for that probability question is the Bernoulli formula, and Taylor's mean value theorem was used for the integral here. The teacher put down Lu Dong's test paper and softly said, you scored full marks. Plus the other two questions where he had to choose one, Lu Dong even exceeded 150 points. Lu Dong smiled lightly, hands outstretched, and said lazily, so shouldn't you apologize to me? The strange teacher showed no emotion in his eyes and coldly said, this is a high school classroom. Do you think using this college mindset to solve problems is useful? Your foundation is not solid now. What university can you go to later? The cadet military school eliminates the most students like you who can't take anything seriously. Don't think that you're impressive just because you scored full marks. Life won't always be about math exams. Lu Dong stared blankly at the angry teacher, then interrupted, you questioned my full marks first. I am just proving that my score is valid using a reasonable method, right? The teacher sneered, dare to talk back? Do you think you are impressive just because you got full marks? Do you think that what you think is all correct? Lu Dong was stunned. How did this feel like arguing with a girlfriend? It's hard to explain even when being reasonable. The strange teacher's face was red and angry, and he said, daring to oppose the teacher in class now will surely lead to a future of despising the law. After graduation, you might just be the kind of person who goes to the front lines and kills recklessly. It's okay if you don't study well. In the future, you'll at most be a substandard product of society. Students like you who study well but have poor morals are the dangerous goods of society. Lu Dong's body stiffened. He was familiar with these words. His previous teacher had said the same thing before.
In the entire classroom, whispers of discussion rose from the classmates. Look at his pretentiousness, talking about Lapidoles rule, what a joke. Exactly, without a mirror, do you think he doesn't even have a clue about himself?
I said the college entrance exam should add an item on moral character, otherwise, anyone can get into university. Amid the murmurs, Lu Dong smiled.
The evil of human nature, jealousy is great. Yes, standing out from the crowd is the crane's fault, how is it the chicken's business?
How foolish I was to argue with these strange people. With a twist of his right hand holding the pencil, consuming 100 mental energy, the scythe form of the deity appeared suddenly. Lu Dong raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Let me show you what dangerous goods are."
Break! The strange teacher was split in two. The surrounding students were suddenly cut off.
The huge classroom was torn apart. Player's mental energy tears the world of the evil-fought fortress.
Can you be gentler? In the evil-fought fortress, Lu Dong angrily opened his eyes.
Oh gosh, it turns out to be an illusion caused by mental power.
Looking at everyone, they are all frowning, their eyes tightly closed. Chapter 81, 7 Prisons, The Method of Mental Power. Beneath everyone's feet, a faint blue halo surrounds them.
A hint of red flickers in Lu Dong's eyes.
The defensive formation of the Evil Thought's Fortress. Players entering the Evil Thought's Fortress will be connected to the mental realm, experiencing the evil of humanity. Mental power can be consumed to break it.
Without hesitation, Lu Dong seized the moment while the scythe form of the pencil in his hand had not yet disappeared, and immediately swung the scythe towards Wang Bo, who was closest to him. After all, they are connected by the thread of fate. The mental power formation beneath Wang Bo's feet flickers slightly. Mental power formation, 999/1000.
Can't save him, no need to force it. With 999 mental power, Lu Dong couldn't even muster the last point.
Lu Dong smacked his lips, glancing at Wang Bo's fair complexion a few more times.
Don't say that this guy looks pretty when he's not angry.
The little skirt and long fair legs are truly refreshing.
Lu Dong turns the scythe and lands it on the formation beneath Huang Xinyan's feet. Mental power formation, 506/1000.
Lu Dong swings the scythe 6 more times, creating shockwaves that raise the fabric of Huang Xinyan's black qipao. The angle of the flutter is just right, her long legs are captivating, any higher, and it would be too revealing. Lu Dong simply wants to make Huang Xinyan's mental power formation more complete, he really doesn't mean to appreciate the subtle beauty of the qipao's allure.
The formations under everyone's feet all have a mental power limit of 1000.
Without external force, they can only rely on themselves to break it. Lu Dong still does not know that among everyone, only he remains awake in the mental realm. The others, like entering a dream, are still exploring the dream world from a first-person perspective. Before they realize they are dreaming, they will not be able to break the mental power formation. Lu Dong is about to use the scythe to check how much Guojun needs to break the seal when he is suddenly shaken back by a loud boom. Bai Lixian appears with his white robe flowing, embodying a furious Taoist image. Bai Lixian glares furiously, and Taoist mantras materialize around him, breaking the formation beneath his feet with a loud crash.
What a jealous heart!
You nearly ruined my years of hard work. Then, Chui Min presses one hand on his knife's hilt and raises a wine jug with the other, pouring it down while still in slumber. The scent of wine wafts, and behind him, a phantom of Buddha appears. Chui Min clasps his hands together, his eyes shining bright.
Amitba, how could a monk be plagued by worldly jealousy?
The light formation beneath Chui Min also shatters at the same time.
Bai Lixian smirks, Chui madman, what did you see?
Chui Min's lips curl up as he lowers his voice, I was the host in the West, and a host of Buddhas were jealous of my looks. Bai Lixian laughs, that's not as good as me, a bunch of beautiful bikini girls insist on cultivating with me.
I can't refuse any of them, so I just let them line up. Chui Min squints and smirks, so you were exhausted and pulled out?
You guys really blew it out of proportion, your mouths are quite useful. Lu Dong sits cross-legged, chin on hand, quietly admiring Wang Bo's complexion.
Chui Min and Bai Daoran are taken aback, Lu Dong is out too? But why is he sitting? That slightly elevated angle while sitting is quite peculiar. Understood.
One Buddha and one Dao simultaneously sit, looking towards Huang Xinyan. Under the black qipao, her straight legs are long and full of vitality. Like mist in the mountains, they are hazy and beautiful, truly breathtaking.
Lu Dong glances and complains, 2 perverts. Chui Min joins his hands together, 50 steps ridicule 100 steps, aren't you also looking at Wang Bo?
Lu Dong shakes his head, I'm looking at my own beauty, connected by the thread of fate, it's different from your realm. In the next moment, a rumbling sound shakes the area.
Wei Jun performs a belly slam, blasting the 3 who just awakened back dozens of meters. The entire Evil Thought's fortress trembles violently. Awakened Gui Jun, tugging at his hair, curses, so it was a dream. I was hoping to have a good time with my beloved, let me return to the dream. Lu Dong and the 3 wear dark expressions.
Your older sister's tough look, an ordinary waist can't handle it. Green light rises, and huge pitcher plants appear around Huang Xingyan. The flower bud of the pitcher plant pauses slightly, and in the next second, Huang Xingyan and the pitcher plant switch places. Huang Xingyan, appearing on the scene, smiles slightly and says, "That was close, I almost got harmed by jealousy, I didn't expect everyone to escape so quickly." Bai Lixian softly says, "It's just an illusion born from jealousy. If we harbor the evil of human nature, we would sink into the illusion and cannot extricate ourselves." Chuimin gently nods in agreement, saying, "It's not difficult for us, but for some players who harbor jealousy deep in their hearts, this challenge is undoubtedly a huge test. After all, it's hard for people not to be jealous of others' goodness." Gui Jun, with a frustrated expression, gnaws on a chicken leg and says, "No wonder the heir in the dream complained about me not being good enough, I thought this was the detour every marriage must go through. What a pity, I finally tricked him into bed, and the dream woke up." Huang Xingyan softly says, "Evil Thought Fortress, although troublesome, seems to be guiding us on how to use mental power to fight." Cui Min and Bai Lixian simultaneously nod, both experiencing a bit of insight from it. Though they couldn't grasp the additional attack of mental power, at least they touched the threshold of mental power. After a round of discussion, the three reached a conclusion: the way to escape the mental illusion is to trigger mental power skills by chance. Gui Jun, with a dark expression, wonders if in the future she needs to use the pouncing tiger on prey style when using mental power? That would be too embarrassing. Gui Jun angrily bites through the chicken leg and looks at Lu Dong, saying, "Little Dongzi, didn't you originally know how to attack with mental power? How did you get out?" Lu Dong chuckles and says, "I killed all the strange creatures, destroyed that place, and came straight out." Gui Jun rolls her eyes, thinking she shouldn't have asked, how could this killer awaken any skills? Bai Lixian frowns and asks, why not use the techniques learned from Gui Jun? Lu Dong is surprised as he realizes that breaking the illusion skill could trigger mental power damage by chance. Did he just miss a huge reward? Immediately, the regret on Lu Dong's face vanished. Anyway, with the scythe of Kuei, it's still the same. Lu Dong rubs his nose and says, "It's fine, I can cause 800 mental power damage when I unleash my full force." The crowd falls silent. Comparing people can drive one to death. Most players don't even have 100 mental power, and your brother can cause 800 damage, isn't he invincible? Suddenly, white light trembles, and Wang Bo has a face full of anger, with a slight red mark oozing from her brow. She sees her younger self in the ancient capital being praised by thousands, yet also slandered by thousands behind her back in the illusion. Once regarded as the favored daughter, it's her first time hearing the true evaluation of people towards her. What a merchant girl who does not know the hatred of a fallen kingdom, still wearing white silk socks across the river. The aura around Wang Bo makes everyone dare not to speak. This momentum is countless times stronger than the ascendance on Beihai that day. After a long time, only then does Wang Bo calm her anger from her daze, realizing it was just a dream moment ago, and she is stunned. So, was the destruction of the ancient capital already rooted long ago? Wang Bo softly murmurs, Xiyin Village, Rage Heart Palace, Grief Body City, Fear Thought Garden, Love Sorrow Hall, Evil Thought Fortress. The so-called 7 hells, was it really 7 symbols of a dynasty's death? The ignorant joy of children, the bloody fury of the emperor, the grief of the people, the birth of fearful thoughts, the extreme emotional conflict of love and hate, the spread of human nature's evil. Wang Bo stares blankly, raising her head, 2 lines of clear tears unknowingly slide down. No wonder on the day of the ancient capital's downfall, her father would say that starting over means there would be no chance of survival. The extinction of a dynasty, like a tree corroded by termites, under the accumulated wounds over time, will collapse with a loud bang. Crack! Wang Bo's heart slightly trembles, something in her mind shatters, and the bursting light spots. A surge flowed into the body. Memories, long sealed, floated before the eyes. The pain that had been buried, marked by the passage of time, emerged in the mind. The king of the ancient capital, who loved her the most, her father, before his death, used his strongest power to seal the sad memories in Wang Bo's mind. By appearing as a soul to the players, she could begin her new life. The king of the ancient capital thought that by cutting off Wang Bo's memories, she would forget her hatred and live easily. He underestimated Wang Bo's longing for her homeland. During the exploration mission in the 7 hells of the ruined city, Wang Bo, taking advantage of the desolation of the dynasty, comprehended the rise and fall of nations, breaking the king's seal. Wang Bo regained all her memories. At this moment, she was truly the queen of the ancient capital. A wisp of white light gathered before her. Wang Bo shouted softly, "Break!" A mighty white light burst forth, condensing in the air into the shape of a giant spear, roaring upwards, directly piercing the top of the evil idea fortress. -10,000. A blue value of mental damage appeared. Bai Li now and the others were dumbfounded. Elder sister, this is mental damage. How did a damage value of 10,000 come about? Lu Dong grinned, feeling the ease emanating from Wang Bo, as if an invisible shackle had been broken. No wonder she could connect to the fate line with him. This powerful look made others not want to try hard anymore.
The source of evil from the Evil Idea Fortress has been destroyed.
Congratulations to the members of the Gaud Bao Guild for completing the 6th ring mission, Evil Idea Fortress. While everyone was in shock, Chao Shangfei woke up with a bitter face.
Which big brother destroyed the source of evil?
My gold ability has just managed to attach mental damage. I was just a little short, what the hell?
Chao Shangfei felt very aggrieved.
He had finally found a place with infinite gold where he could freely practice his skills. Those jealous of him would kill one as they saw one. Now, good, he hadn't comprehended the skill yet, and the illusion had collapsed directly. The white light lit up around everyone, granting all a boost of 10 points in mental strength.
Of course, this did not include Chao Shangfei. At the same time, the players in the camp war were equally shocked. The top of the mental power list has increased again. This time, it wasn't one person, but 6.
The mental power list had not changed for 2 years, but since Lu Dong entered the eerie world, it changed every day. 6 people, this number seemed too coincidental. The Gaud Bao Guild only had 7 members.
This proved that Lu Dong really had a way to enhance mental power.
The major top guilds all decided that after the camp war ended, they must find Lu Dong to get clear answers.
Chapter 82 7 Hells, Desire City seeking votes. In the narrow room, the system's voice sounded.
Congratulations to the members of the Gaud Bao Guild for completing the 6th ring mission, Evil Idea Fortress.
Progress, 6 of 7.
Except for Chao Shangfei, everyone else wore joyful expressions. Only one more step in the 7 Hells mission, and the ruined city they dreamed of would soon open.
Chao Shangfei sighed and quietly said, "Why was this level of the Evil Idea Fortress so easy?" Bai Lixian squinted and said, "We have to thank Little Dong. Think about it, if we were trapped in the mental illusion in that inner world, and if there was even one eerie thing in the Evil Idea Fortress, wouldn't we all be slaughtered clean? If my guess is correct, that place should be the home of the Eerie of Jealousy, just like the Hee Harmonious Love Hall. One boosts the strength of civilian camp players, and the other boosts the strength of Eerie camp players." Chao Shangfei was taken aback. The home of the Eerie of Jealousy?
Lu Dong gently nodded, recounting how he entered the Evil Idea Fortress and woke up in the inner world after using the title. Chao Shangfei couldn't help but shiver. If they were still groping in the dream while their physical bodies were harmed, they would definitely not have a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Chao Shangfei turned back to Wang Bo and clasped his fists in thanks. "Thank you, Sister Bo.
By the way, Sister Bo,
after breaking through the ruined city,
are you going back to the ancient capital?" Once this question was asked, everyone turned their gaze to Wang Bo.
Wang Bo smiled charmingly and gently said, "Before, it was because my lifespan was limited. Originally, my life would end in 3 days, so I thought about dying at home and in mutual destruction. Now that I have a strong supply of vitality, I think I will slowly develop, and in the future, I will have the chance to reclaim what belongs to me." Lu Dong nodded, appearing wise beyond his years, and said, "You're almost developed enough. If you keep developing, it might affect your agility." Seeing Lu Dong glance at his chest disinterestedly, Wang Bo angrily threw a punch, hitting Lu Dong's forehead with a thud.
With a big bump, Lu Dong huffed, "Honey, why are you hitting so hard?" In utter silence, a solid killing aura surrounded Wang Bo as he declared, "Before the glory of my ancient capital rises, I will never get married." Lu Dong chuckled and then smirked, "I don't care about your deep-seated grudges, although we are bound by marriage and have a husband and wife relationship. But I must remind you, whether you have different dreams in bed or seek another woman, my marriage with you is merely to save your life. I will not interfere with how you choose to live or die. And I will not change my attitude because of you. You are just one of my ordinary wives and cannot stop me from finding beautiful women, understand?" Chao Shangfei and Gui Jun stared wide-eyed. How shameless. How admirable. The peak of a scumbag. How can you say such things about taking a concubine so confidently? Bai Lixian sighed softly and turned his gaze to Lu Dong, his expression softening. How could he not understand what Lu Dong was thinking? On the surface, he seemed like a scumbag, but in truth, he was deeply affectionate. Lu Dong worried that Wang Bo, tied to fate, would hesitate and thus lose the dream of pursuing the glory of the ancient capital. If the price of love was to break a person's dream, then this love would be entirely meaningless. Moreover, Wang Bo and Lu Dong were not in love, their bond was just to prolong life, connecting them by the thread of fate. Huang Xingyan sighed in her heart. She understood Lu Dong's meaning. But the more she understood, the more helpless she felt. Lu Dong was a player. It seemed like he had latched onto the ancient capital princess's leg. In reality, he also had to bear the fate that if Wang Bo died, so would he. Compared to the uncertainty of a player's life, Wang Bo's identity was even more dangerous. Not to mention whether the families in the ruins could tolerate Wang Bo's existence, the powerful forces that had wiped out the royal family in the ancient capital would definitely not accept Wang Bo. The risk of Wang Bo's death could be even higher. What Lu Dong meant by saying this was to ease Wang Bo's feelings of guilt.
Huang Xingyan wrapped her arms around herself. Indeed, the bond between life and death is more important than love.
She originally thought there couldn't be a pure friendship between men and women.
Shui Min sipped from his jug, saying nothing.
Wang Bo and Lu Dong's fates were ultimately intertwined. Who could fully predict the future?
Wang Bo took a deep breath, his chest swelling, ready to explode in anger, but then he was taken aback.
She understood. What this guy meant was to not harbor too much guilt. Lu Dong did not use this life-saving grace to proclaim his greatness.
Instead, he expressed their desire to live separately. Wang Bo softly said, "Don't casually expose the thread of fate between us. I won't easily seek death in the ancient capital without absolute certainty." Lu Dong nodded, satisfied, and said, "You too, don't affect my pursuit of girls. After all, there are too many younger sisters I want to love." The touch of emotion that had just risen in Wang Bo's heart vanished entirely. Without mercy, he slapped Lu Dong on the neck, coldly saying, "Scumbag." Lu Dong was not at a loss, holding his neck and running forward, saying, "My golden hoop will poke anyone but you, let you die of thirst." The crowd was disheveled in the wind. This guy looks emotionally smart, but why is his mouth so foul? The crowd reappeared on the path, silent, just like the previous 6 trials. Xiong Tian and Liangyan followed behind the crowd, learning that Wang Bo's identity had been exposed, and the group continued to explore the abandoned city, feeling puzzled.
Xiong Tian whispered, "Wang's identity has been exposed. Is this group of players really going to accompany her to death?"
Liangyan's eyes were dreamy, shaking his head slowly. "In this world, there are indeed people who care nothing for profit and only for friendship. To be honest, this group of players is a rare existence I've ever seen."
Xiong Tian slightly nodded.
Indeed, if something happened to his brother, he would also rush to help, regardless of the consequences. Good or bad, it was just to support. Why care about any stances?
Brotherhood is far more important than the stance of good and evil. Xiong Tian pondered for a moment and asked, "Did the Slayer of the Strange break the city really have an affinity with Wang?"
Liangyan's face was bitter, but he nodded. Both the he and the were shocked.
"Do you think there could be a falsehood? I just don't know how many of the ancient city's gods survived." Xiong Tian chuckled lightly, saying, "I actually think following the Slayer of the Strange is quite interesting.
Before, I heard they were called the Gaud Bao Guild, and I thought they would really survive.
A life full of ups and downs is the real life."
Liangyan sighed. "By the way, I have already contacted your wife.
Her health is recovering well. Once the Gaud Bao Guild finishes exploring here, we can bring her over."
Xiong Tian laughed. "Maybe we can become the first residents of the abandoned city." As they spoke, the path reached its end. There was no trace of any buildings, just a staircase leading up into the sky appeared before them. You have discovered the City of Desire. If you reach the top of the City of Desire within the time limit, you will complete the 7 Hells, 7 Rings task. Note, the final task leading to the abandoned city is about how to control one's desires. It is the essence of humanity. A faint white light erupted around Liangyan, the powerful aura of an exorcist, bursting forth. Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Liangyan spoke softly, "Everyone, as a member of the Gaud Bao Guild, I would like to go through the City of Desire first on your behalf." Wang Bo frowned. This guy stepping forward wasn't like his usual self.
Xiong Tian followed Liangyan, nodding slightly. "It's not good to always let us drink soup.
Since we are exploring the abandoned city, whether NPC or player, everyone needs to give something."
Zhao Shangfei glanced at Wang Bo and then gently nodded. Liangyan smiled calmly and strode up the steps.
In less than 10 steps, an illusion of his son appeared before Liangyan. Liang Shang, possessed by the jealousy of a strange, opened his arms and hugged Liangyan.
Liangyan did not refuse and could not refuse.
He owed his son a debt of emotion that he could never repay in his life.
Boom! Liangyan was blasted off the stairs, thundering to the ground, unconscious.
As soon as the crowd helped Liangyan, his health was reduced to the last drop, spirit listless.
Xiong Tian stepped onto the stairs.
Before him, the illusions of warriors appeared one by one. The voice of a squad leader echoed in his ears.
Xiong Tian turned a deaf ear, holding back tears, and continued to stride forward.
At the 20th step, the shadow of a little girl appeared.
"Daddy!"
The crisp voice made Xiong Tian, a rough man, unable to move forward any longer. The guilt for his daughter made it difficult for Xiong Tian to take a step.
Back then, if it weren't for his brother, he wouldn't have kicked his own child towards Gu Xiaotian's gun.
He used his daughter's life to protect the brothers in the unprotected camp. But he had always borne the condemnation of conscience.
Xiong Tian opened his arms, tightly embracing the illusion of his daughter. Boom! Xiong Tian was also blasted away. Health down to the last drop, spirit weary, he fainted.
Shui Min twirled the wine bottle in his hand, softly saying, "These 2 NPCs know that the stairs of the City of Desire are hard to ascend, but they cannot say it. So I can only demonstrate this myself." Bai Lishan pinched his fingers and then shook his head, saying, "It seems we all can't get past these stairs."
The ladder of desire. The desires in our hearts appear in tangible forms.
Making up for the regrets in our hearts is something everyone cannot refuse, especially with the encouragement of desire. In the pursuit of Buddhist and Taoist practices, one can never escape desire. Those who can pass through the AIC Tang already have love in their hearts, avoiding the evil thought fortress, naturally understand the evil of human nature. The conflict between love and evil will inevitably stir different desires within a person. This level truly has no solution. The two NPCs demonstrated the disastrous outcome of failing the challenge. The members of the Bauta Treasure Guild fell silent, lost in thought. Then, Guijun stood up and said, "I'll give it a try. As long as my speed is faster than the emergence of desire, if I sprint with all my might, perhaps I still have a chance." Lu Dong looked up at the stairs thoughtfully. Bai Lixian pinched his fingers and frowned slightly, saying, "It's not clear. I could see our failure just now, but now I can't see anything at all." Guijun shook his legs and said, "Then I'll give it a try." Chapter 83, The Desire of Lu Dong. Guijun knelt on one knee before the long ladder of desire, hands on the ground, ready to spring into action like a sprinter at the starting line. Though the stairs were high, they were only 100 steps. As long as the speed was fast enough, perhaps the desire would not have time to arise, and he could break through on his own. Bang! Guijun suddenly accelerated, his feet creating two deep dents in the ground. He dashed toward the high platform like a cheetah. Bai Lixian frowned slightly and quietly said, "Can a person's maximum speed be faster than the thoughts in their heart?" Watching Guijun's figure, Min responded, "As long as there is no desire or need in the heart, there is a good chance of success." Guijun's speed was nearly 15 steps in a second, quickly reaching halfway up the staircase. This distance was something Liangyan and Xiong Tian had not reached. In the next second, a pleasant aroma wafted through the air. The scent of delicious food lingered around the ladder of desire. Plates of sumptuous dishes, as if just cooked, lay across both sides of the staircase. As Guijun was sprinting at full speed, he suddenly halted. His whole body was instantly taken down by inertia. Having previously used his abilities, Guijun, who had fattened up before climbing the North Sea, had been suppressing his appetite. The desire for food, for Guijun, was a deadly threat. He could not break free. Grimacing against the acid in his stomach, Guijun closed his eyes, using both hands to climb up the staircase. Saliva flowed, the sound of dripping echoed on the steps. Huang Xingyan sighed softly, how can such an all-pervasive desire be resisted by ordinary people? Knowing Guijun's character well, Huang Xingyan understood how great Guijun's suffering was at this moment. To make a foodie endure hunger was absolutely a cruel thing. But Guijun still persisted. Deep down, she also harbored a trace of longing. Longing to enter the wasteland. Help Bojia enter the wasteland, fulfill a promise of friendship, and then she could go find He-He-Er. Thinking of He-He-Er's fair face and red shirt, Guijun felt a renewed energy in her weak limbs. In the next moment, figures of men suddenly appeared on the long ladder. Those He-He-Ers in red shirts revealed strong muscles, their lower bodies wrapped in exquisite clothing, displaying male charm. One by one, the He-He-Ers held up the dishes on the steps, speaking softly. "Jun Jun, come eat pig trotters. Jun Jun, the braised large intestine is ready. Little baby, why are you running? Don't you want to eat the noodles I made?" Guijun stopped moving. The voices of these He-He-Ers all tapped into her expectations of men. Food could be resisted, but beauty could not. Guijun shouted, "Bojia! Sorry, I can't hold it in any longer." With her eyes closed, Guijun threw herself into the embrace of the He-He-Er in front of her. She knew this was fake, she knew this was a trap of desire. But she couldn't refuse to enjoy the joy of the mind. Guijun swam in the embrace of harmony, looking at the sharp-featured face, Guijun couldn't help but sigh. No wonder a certain bean's face-swapping software became so popular. Bang! Guijun fell heavily from the high platform, her life value dropped to 1 point, her mental power in despair, and she fell into a coma. Everyone surrounded her with worried faces, but saw Guijun in a dream, still constantly pursing her lips. Her shy and charming appearance really made it hard for men to refuse this expression. Lu Dong whispered, "I didn't expect my sister Jun to look like this." Chao Shangfei chuckled and took a big step onto the stairs. Well, standing on the first layer of the stairs, the road in front of Chao Shangfei was no longer stairs, but a long corridor of gold coins. Chao Shanfei loved gold coins. If the liking of women could barely be rated as level 5, then Chao Shanfei's love for gold coins was at least level 100. After all, the more gold coins he had, the stronger his power to control. In his delusion, Chao Shangfei had already lost himself. In the illusion of desire, he saw himself rich and invincible. Bang! Chao Shangfei didn't even reach the second level of the stairs, still not as good as Liangyan and Xiong Tian. Falling into a coma, Chao Shangfei's health also only had the last point left. After losing 2 NPCs and 2 players, Wang Bo whispered, The ladder of desire is too difficult to advance, I will try to break through here. Bai Lixian frowned and said, I have calculated, breaking through here forcefully will suffer a backlash on mental power. Bai Lixian paused slightly and continued, Sister Bo, we have passed the 7th ring's mission, perhaps we will not return to that narrow room. We may face the crisis of the Dengbei family directly. Everyone was stunned. They had become accustomed to returning to the little black room for treatment after passing each small checkpoint. But they forgot that this was the last ring mission of the 7 hells. It was very possible that after passing through the City of Desire, they would face the boss battle of the abandoned city. That was the final battlefield. Moreover, they already knew that the abandoned city in the rogue area was precisely ruled by the Dengbei family. Gui Jun severed the grudge against Deng Beihai, Deng Beishan must not let it go lightly. Wang Bo looked at the stairs of the City of Desire with a complicated expression, lightly sighing, if it were just the Dengbei family, unleashing the bloodline power seemed possible to kill them. But tied to Lu Dong's life. Even if Lu Dong said they would go their own ways, facing the threat of life and death, Wang Bo still had to consider. At this moment, she could truly understand her father, who, knowing that battle would surely fail, still had to resist to the end. Because once the king of the ancient city left, all his subjects would inevitably be slaughtered. Even if the king of the ancient city lived, a part of his body had already died. Wang Bo's beautiful eyes moved slightly, pleading for the people. This was the reason. She could not casually give up her life because there was another player who shared life with her. In other words, 3 days later, Wang Bo's life would be entirely borrowed from Lu Dong. Lu Dong stepped forward slowly, saying, Sister Nian's plants are suitable for group battles, Bai Doran's ability is fit for dealing with powerful boss, and the monk's ability is suitable for harvesting. Sister Bo will need to take on the heavy responsibility of attacking the abandoned city. I'm not sure what my desire is, just taking this opportunity to explore. If I cannot successfully reach the top, then I will cut this ladder of desire. The rest of the battle will be left to you. Lu Dong didn't give everyone time to react. As soon as she finished speaking, her foot had already landed on the stairs. With one step, the surrounding light and shadow swayed. Illusory objects appeared next to Lu Dong. Luxury cars, cigarettes, beauties, beauties, beauties. Bai Lixian sneered and said, This little SP, the whole ladder is filled with various seductive beauties. Does he have some kind of preference? Chui Min frowned. He always felt that Lu Dong should not be an ordinary person. It is normal for a man to be lustful, but if a man's desires are only for women, then there is no space for growth in that man. Clearly, Lu Dong should not be just an ordinary lustful man. Lu Dong stood quietly on the 10th step, a rich mental power washing over his body. At this moment, Lu Dong's mouth curled into a smile. He had already understood the manifestation mode of the desire ladder. Just like the Garden of Fears and the Fortress of Evil Thoughts, this place has mental power scanning the deepest thoughts of targets and then manifesting those things. Faced with a powerful mental power that peered into all his secrets, players with mental power below 100 naturally cannot resist the temptation. But Lu Dong was different. His mental power was currently as high as 300. Even if every step consumes 1 point of mental power, it still wouldn't make him lose himself in desire. Lu Dong realized that perhaps mental power itself is a way to control desire. Lu Dong's pace was not fast, but the speed showed no change, maintaining a constant motion. Chui Min raised an eyebrow. Wow, this kid is really pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The desire ladder has no effect on him at all. Wang Bo's eyes also flashed with surprise. Does this guy have no desires, or is he so deep that his desires are buried deep? Bai Li said leisurely, those who understand all worldly matters but are not worldly are the truly awakened people in the world. This smelly boy looks like a pervert, but in his heart, he knows very well. Everyone smiled but said nothing. There is always something special about Lu Dong. Soon, Lu Dong arrived at the place where Gui Jun had fallen before. The staircase full of beautiful female shadows had completely disappeared. An unmatched supreme crown appeared before Lu Dong. Layers of black-clothed men emerged around him, their uniform attire startling everyone from the guild of Gotabeo. Desire for power, perhaps? Swish. All the black-clothed men knelt down in unison, loudly declaring, Welcome the Dragon King out of seclusion. Lu Dong grinned and said, Today I, the god of war, will trample down your northern great clan. Everyone. Holy cow, a crooked-mouthed god of war. So this kid is thinking about these things every day? Lu Dong continued forward, and the black-clothed men representing the desire for power instantly vanished. At the 70th step, the royal robe symbolizing imperial power appeared. A huge voice resounded, The Emperor of the People is opening, Zhao Gao unifies the eunuchs, Abai leads the ministers, Zhang Zhuzhing controls the grand counselors, and Su Xiao, the pillar of the nation, and the heir Su Fingnian just entered the Jianghu, your brotherly Shimin, your brother Zhao Kuangyin. How will you open the heavenly decree dynasty? Lu Dong laughed heartily, waving his arms and said, Kill. 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 Fattening them up to kill. Bai Li was now in disarray. Sometimes he really couldn't figure out what Lu Dong was thinking. In this life or death trap, who could break it? Wait, why is this little kid's thought process so abnormal? Lu Dong smiled softly, the illusion dissipated, and he continued forward. At the 80th step, the air suddenly changed, and Wang Bo's phantom emerged on the stage, dressed in school uniform. Wang Bo shyly looked at Lu Dong and softly said, "Marry me, just the two of us sharing a roof, with meals through the seasons. I'll give you a whole bunch of kids, how about it?" Lu Dong blushed and said, "Oh, come on. I still need to go out and take 100 or 80 concubines, you little woman, don't disturb my focus." Wang Bo had a black line on her face. If Huang Xingyan hadn't stopped her, she would have smashed this desire ladder by now. Wang Bo said coldly, "Don't stop me, I need to rip this kid's mouth apart, otherwise, I'm not satisfied." Chui Min suddenly spoke up, "Why do I feel that Lu Dong seems to be able to control the desire ladder and present whatever he wants?" Everyone was taken aback, it seemed to be the case. Who can face their own desires with such calm? Could it be that this desire ladder did not reveal Lu Dong's true desires at all? Lu Dong stepped forward confidently, his mental strength had already dropped to 200. If it were anyone else, with a mental strength below 100, it would be impossible to reach this point. Lu Dong understood in his heart that it wasn't so much people resisting their desires. Rather, it was about using mental strength to bear the consumption. Once the mental strength was exhausted, or faith wavered, this ladder of desire would be hard to climb completely. For Liang'an, Xiong Tian, and the previously failed Chao Shengfei and Guijun, Lu Dong did not look down on them at all. After all, as human beings, it is because one has goals, or rather desires, that one can continue to grow. Standing firmly on the 90th level of the ladder, Lu Dong listened to the echoing voices of mental strength around him, and asked himself, "Then what is my desire?" A house appeared out of thin air. A square wooden table, marked by the passage of time. It looked like something from the 1990s. A man in a sweater was reading a newspaper at the table, while a woman in an apron brought out dish after dish. The dim light illuminated 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, with steaming hot buns just off the stove. What a warm and cozy scene. Everyone in the Gout Bao Guild looked up in unison. The changing scene caught their attention. Is this Lu Dong's desire deep down? Family? But why do these two people have no faces? The man put down the newspaper and called Lu Dong to eat, while the woman wiped her hands with her apron and placed a big chicken leg in Lu Dong's bowl. Lu Dong stood dumbfounded on the steps, his mental strength dropped rapidly, stopping at 150. The images of his parents in his memory became increasingly blurry. When Lu Dong was still young, they took that spring flight and left their lives forever in that valley. Lu Dong didn't even have their photographs. Using the ladder of desire, Lu Dong wanted to restore the expectations deep in his heart. It seemed, this was not going to work. Lu Dong rubbed away the tears at the corner of his eyes and did not enter the wooden house in the air. Instead, he continued to walk slowly along the ladder. He wondered if they would also come to this world. Family affection. Lu Dong put his hands behind his back and stepped forward with determination. At the 99th level of the ladder, Lu Dong paused again. If desire cannot manifest the strange past, could it manifest the imagined future? In the air, a virtual shadow appeared. The wooden house reappeared. This time, the scene transformed into a family of 6 with a seal on the door. The seal read, "If you stay at home, life is good." Still, the 2 faceless elders sat quietly at the table, helping a boy and girl with their homework. Wang Bo, wearing an apron, was holding steaming hot dishes. The boy's notebook had written, "Lu Dongxi." The girl's notebook had written, "Wang Nanbei." Wang Bo rolled his eyes, saying, "Your brother can think, he just married, and now he is thinking of having 2 kids?" The members of the Gout Bao Guild also laughed helplessly. Lu Dong's thought process really left them puzzled. In the virtual shadow, Wang Nanbei was writing a diary. Today mom played mahjong, dad and the aunt were chatting online. Lu Dongxi looked at it and smiled lightly, saying, "Little sister, the teacher said that a diary comes from life, but must be higher than life." Wang Nanbei revised her diary. Today mom gambled, dad was in an online romance. The elder smiled and said, "A diary must have positive energy." Wang Nanbei revised again. Today mom studied the economy, dad studied internet life. Wang Bo, holding the dishes, chuckled, "This way of writing is still a bit shallow, not profound enough, sweetheart, can you think more?" Wang Nanbei bit the pencil tip and then wrote, "Mom is studying dynamic games under the condition of information asymmetry, dad is studying the super new combination of artificial intelligence and emotional supply side." Wang Bo wiped his hands with his apron and said, "Feels like it's still lacking a bit, how about asking dad?" Wang Nanbei and Lu Dongxi both looked up and said in sweet voices, "Dad, how should we revise it?" Lu Dong smiled. It turned out that his true desire was, "I'm longing for a home." You have triggered the final question and answer hidden task of the City of Desire. Complete the Q&A in the illusion to break through the illusion of the City of Desire. Lu Dong loudly said, "If you want to check this diary for plagiarism, just write it like this. Mom is studying the new type of prisoner's dilemma game under the multi-factor interference and information asymmetry in complex groups, and Dad is studying the innovative path of the 6 degrees of separation theory and emotional supply matching under the perspective of big data. Lu Dong rubbed his nose. Luckily, I was good at revising my graduation thesis back in the day to pass the plagiarism check, and my ability to speak nonsense was quite exceptional. Bai Li narrowed his eyes, and at this moment, he admitted that he had underestimated Lu Dong's academic ability. I really don't know which field this kid studied before, to have developed such a killer mentality. Wang Bo stared blankly at Lu Dong reaching the top. The warm scene in the illusion really touched her tear ducts a bit. Years ago, she also had such a warm home. Is Lu Dong telling her not to look back at the past but to look forward to the future? Immediately, Wang Bo smiled, gathering the white light in her hands, slowly dissipating. It seemed she could pass this task safely without using her bloodline ability. Wang Bo originally thought she could never get through this level and was already prepared to break through forcefully. Huang Xianyan smiled, not showing that beneath Lu Dong's killer and SP exterior, there was such a family-oriented heart. Suddenly, Huang Xianyan thought, Lu Dong, could it be that he is hiding some plans? It's very possible. This kid has never been serious. Shui Min squinted his eyes, his gaze locking onto the two kids. Lu Dongxi, Wang Nanbei. Lu Dong is showing what he wants for the future, but why did he give these two kids such names? No questions of north or south, doesn't know east or west? In the eyes of everyone, Lu Dong has taken on a different character. Bang! As Lu Dong finished answering, stepping onto the top of the City of Desire stairs, everyone suddenly appeared on the high platform. As everyone was about to praise Lu Dong, they found that this guy was frowning. Lu Dong completed the hidden task, but the reward left him somewhat perplexed. You have completed the hidden task and will receive a chance to choose from 3 rewards. 1. Give up exploration and safely return to have a complete treasure guild. 2. Double your own attributes, excluding mental power, all member states halved, continue exploration. 3. Restore all members to peak state, you lose all mental power, continue exploration. 3 options. Lu Dong gently nodded. It must be that he has killed too many people, causing the system to have a bias against him. Even the task rewards are starting to twist things up? The first option gives up exploration. Does that mean he foolishly completed 7 ring tasks and it would be a joke? The second option, doubling his own attributes but having the guild state, what's the point? Doubling his base attributes is equivalent to a level 20 player. Facing the aristocratic families of the desolate city? Not worth anything. Lu Dong knew very well his strength limits. Killing fools is fine, but facing off against skilled players head-on, he's worthless. As for the third option, Lu Dong was even less likely to choose it. Such a spirit of sacrifice, Lu Dong respected, but would never choose it. Losing all mental power would mean he could slip into a state of despair at any moment, and right now, Lu Dong had barely 3,100 experience points left. Most of the experience had already been consumed before. Earlier rewards from Evil Fought Fortress and Love Hall seemed to have also improved his base attributes. Lu Dong glanced at his stats. Level, LV1, 3100/100. Strength, 150, Health 1100. Agility, 150. Mental power, 300. Prestige, 40,000. Hatred value, 14,000. Merit value, 2300000/10, 4-time Deputy Commander of Sharpshooters. Equivalent to a level 15 player. Lu Dong sighed, damn the hidden rewards, I don't want them. This kind of reward that harms others and does not benefit oneself is of no use to me even if I take it. You, don't want? I gave you such good 3 rewards? Lu Dong sneered and directly closed the system window. In this world, a person's words cannot be casually believed, let alone the system's. At the moment Lu Dong closed the rewards, a huge phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. With round eyes and pupils as cold as a beast. A face that looked down on everything. A woman that sparks a man's desire to conquer. Desire Xiangning. Desire Xiangning's face was filled with confusion. The sky actually rejected her reward? As the boss of Desire City, even those prodigies from wealthy families who passed through here never rejected a reward. Is this player out of his mind? Seeing Lu Dong's face, Desire Xiangning realized it was that level 1 heavily wounded player. Damn it! It's this unpredictable little brat who almost caused her to make a huge mistake. If these guys got past here, the monsters from the wealthy families would never let her off. New hatred and old grievances surged within Desire Xiangning. When enemies meet, their eyes are particularly red. A torrent of mental energy surrounded Desire Xiangning as she shouted loudly. Good little boy, it's your turn, this time I must crush you to pieces. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Had they encountered another hidden boss? No one expected to meet this NPC from the 7 hells in Desire City. Did she not get killed by Lu Dong? The Gaudi but guild angers Desire City's hidden boss.
Please defeat Desire Xiangning within 30 minutes. Desire Xiangning, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000. The hidden boss activated by hatred has doubled in strength, good luck. Bai Lixian stepped to stand in front of Lu Dong, his white robe billowing and Taoist runes appearing. Xiaodongzi, you must have a problem, to trigger a hidden boss like this so casually. Chui Min also stepped forward, a Buddha shadow appeared behind him, one hand pressed on a sword, the other holding a wine jug, and he agreed. What did you just do to make this boss so angry? Lu Dong quickly explained the 3 reward options he had just rejected. Everyone was impressed, rejecting rewards was very much in line with Lu Dong's style. Lu Dong said softly, did I cause trouble for everyone? Everyone laughed lightly, when has this guy ever not caused trouble? Desire Xiangning's power was 10,000, that meant 100,000 health points. Huang Xinian chuckled, 100,000 health seems much easier to kill than that 300,000 health guardian boss. Chui Min and Bai Lixian both smiled, stepping forward, although we lost Gui Jun and Chao Shangfei for long-range damage, with 200,000 health gone, it should be much easier to kill. Wang Bo squeezed Lu Dong's waist, his fingers twisting, a smirk on his lips, you just worked hard, we'll handle the rest. Lu Dong frowned in pain, are you planning to forcefully kill a boss with 100,000 health again? Wang Bo replied leisurely, after all, we're not the ones who lose out, we've been toyed with for so long, it's time to collect some interest. Chapter 85, 7 Hells, we're here, abandoned city. 4 updates. Lu Dong retreated behind the crowd in pain. It hurt badly. Wang Bo's technique felt like it hit a special pressure point, causing nerve pain that made Lu Dong unable to stand upright. Is this woman this ruthless even when pinching people? Lu Dong squatted behind, pulling the 2 unconscious NPCs and Chao Shangfei, Gui Jun beside him. Lu Dong casually took a chicken paw from Gui Jun's pocket and quietly watched this boss slaughtering battle. To be honest, he felt a bit sorry for Desire Xiangning. How did she get involved with this group of strange folk in Gaodiba Guild? In the past, Wang Bo said she was invincible below level 100, Lu Dong thought he was exaggerating. But after seeing Gui Jun smashed a level 75 player after level 45, Lu Dong believed it, these guys' strength was far beyond normal. Wang Bo called out, Lu Dong, hand me the hammer, let me teach you how to use it. Lu Yan's destiny hammer fell into Wang Bo's hands. In her fluttering short skirt, with white legs covered, she carried the big hammer on her shoulder, her ponytail flowing in the wind. Lu Dong watched Wang Bo's figure, his nostrils felt warm, and he swallowed hard. Is this the kind of action movie a child can watch? Desire Xiangning snickered coldly. Seeing a group of players blocking his way, Yu said. A bunch of fools who have been played 100 times, how dare you speak to obstruct me? Seeking death. Swinging sideways, he unleashed nearly 10,000 agility, creating a sound that pierced the air. Like a plane flying just above, it swept past his ears. Boom! A huge crashing sound erupted. Light shield. White light flashed around Wang Bo, a subtle sound appeared by Lu Dong's ear, as if boasting. 100% invincible, blocks the first hit. Lu Dong curled his lips, this is how you use the hammer. Wang Bo held the hammer with both hands, blocking Yu Xiangning's attack without budging. Yu Xiangning raised her brows, her blow was actually stopped? This light, why does it feel so familiar? Wang Bo's mouth curled up, he stepped forward in a bow stance, swinging the hammer with one hand. The strike rose from below, carving a crescent moon arc, hitting Yu Xiangning's jaw. Violent vibrations left Yu Xiangning dazed. The vibrations from the hammer affected her balance. -1. The attack couldn't break the defense, only forced a health deduction. Unsteady, Yu Xiangning coldly said, is this all you've got? In the next moment, Wang Bo swung the big hammer, suddenly accelerating. Lu Dong, watch closely, this is how you use a big hammer. Wang Bo struck sideways with the hammer, like a piledriver, hitting Yu Xiangning's head at a rate of 5 strikes per second. Yu Xiangning crossed her arms to shield herself, but was nailed to the ground, unable to move. Yu Xiangning's face twisted in bitterness, this hammer had a problem, the built-in vibrations were impossible to block. Wait. This guy had a problem too. How could this white-haired girl use the hammer so fast? Lu Dong swallowed, so this is how the hammer is used? In the moment of swinging down, using inertia, guiding the rebound power to swing the hammer again and again. In a certain sense, this was a perpetual motion machine. With white hair swirling, Lu Dong's heart stirred. Lu Dong cursed himself, with such beauty in front, why the hell was he distracted by the battle? What a waste of beauty. In the next second, Dao patterns appeared at Yu Xiangning's feet. Bai Lixian casually unleashed a punch of Dao patterns. The Dao that can be told is not the eternal Dao. Bai Lixian's attack struck Yu Xiangning's ankle, sweeping upward, sending her flying into the air. -1. Yu Xiangning entered a floating state. Chui Min flashed underneath Yu Xiangning, proclaiming loudly, Buddhist secret art, iron head bumping bell. Chui Min maintained his balance, using his iron head to push against Yu Xiangning's lower back, who was now floating. Chui Min directly treated Yu Xiangning like a soccer ball, using his head to control. -1. -1. -1. Lu Dong chewed on chicken feet, exclaiming, "Monk. Your head is so useful. Besides soccer stars, I have only seen heads in the island country that can be so effective." Chui Min had a black line on his face. He considered whether he should make Lu Dong bump him too. Wang Bo and Bai Lixian stood facing each other. The two placed Yu Xiangning between them. Every time Chui Min sent her into the air, they attacked simultaneously. One after another, maintaining the same strength, causing Yu Xiangning to continually lose health. In the air, unable to borrow strength, Yu Xiangning found herself in a vulnerable position, at the mercy of her attackers. About a minute later, the three's attacks reached a balanced state. Wang Bo softly said, "Xineng, are you ready?" Huang Xineng clasped her hands together. A faint light stirred the air, causing her qipao to flutter. Lu Dong hurriedly sat down, soaking in the splendid view. In the next second, Huang Xineng's hair suddenly stretched, transforming into willow branches, snapping and striking Yu Xiangning's body. Wang Bo's white hair flicked. Each swing of the hammer blended strength and beauty. Huang Xineng entered a frenzied state, her horse stance firmly planted, the qipao covering crucial areas, her fair long legs glistening like a violent aesthetic. Lu Dong wiped his nosebleed with Chao Shangfei's clothes, immersed in the stunning storm of attacks. -1. -1. Every time Yu Xiangning was attacked, she would emit gasps of pleasure. Lu Dong couldn't sit still. He went on a short trip to the nearby woods. Before long, Lu Dong went to the woods again. 20 minutes later, Lu Dong went to the woods once more. Lu Dong returned, tearing a corner of Chao Shangfei's shirt, stuffing it in his ears, and closing his eyes. "Cannot hear, cannot see. This damn thing is too exhausting." Yu Xiangning's eyes were filled with tears. She never thought there would be a day like this for her. She was the hidden boss of the illustrious Desire City. The last key existence of the Seven Hells. Even those noble families who came here once faced her on equal terms. Unless they used some special tricks to get through here. Facing a group of players under level 100, unable to fight back, Yu Xiangning felt really frustrated. She could sense that these guys definitely had extraordinary abilities as players. Even if the opponent used a trace of extraordinary power to kill her, Yu Xiangning could accept that. But these guys were just using these non-breaking normal attacks to forcefully drain her health and wear her down. Continuously floating in the air, Yu Xiangning suddenly recalled the time she had a one-on-one with Lu Dong. It turned out Lu Dong was the good guy. He could kill her swiftly. These guys were all bad people, torturing her too much. The more Yu Xiangning thought about it, the angrier she got, and the more she broke down. She was, after all, a boss. In the bizarre world, she was someone who walked sideways. How did she fall to such a pitiful fate? Gritting her teeth, she missed the bite and ended up biting her own tongue as she was knocked back. Stamping her foot, she couldn't control her own legs. Yu Xiangning, her face filled with frustration, simply bit her tongue off and swallowed it. It was better to die by her own hands. The Goat Guild forced the hidden boss Yu Xiangning to commit suicide. Can you learn something good from Lu Dong? The Goat Guild completed the task of the 7th ring of the 7 Hells, Desire City. Detected the guild's lowest player level as level 1. How did you clear this with a level 1 player? The Goat Guild received special effect bonuses. The Goat Guild received the gift of desire. Everyone returns to peak condition. Yu Xiangning's body shattered into white light, suddenly surging into everyone's bodies. Liangyan and Xiong Tian slightly opened their eyes, looking at the familiar faces around, and stood up to thank everyone. Chao Shangfei opened his eyes, confused, and said, "Where are my gold coins? Where are my gold coins?" Gui Jun was drooling, staring blankly at the empty ground. So it was just another dream. I wondered why there were so many hee air. In the next second, Gui Jun stepped forward, locking Lu Dong's wrist, and executed a throw. Lu Dong cried out in pain, "Sister Jun! Sister Jun! I was wrong." Gui Jun said coldly, "What was wrong?" Lu Dong, with frustration in his eyes, said, "I shouldn't have eaten your chicken feet." Chao Shangfei looked down at his chest in confusion, wondering where all this blood came from. Everyone gathered around, having completed the task of the 7th ring of the 7 Hells, their joy overflowing. Chui Min laughed and said, "Little Donzi, did you see our battle just now?" Lu Dong, locked by Gui Jun, slapped the ground and said, "I saw it. I saw it." Gui Jun snorted coldly, "What did you see?" Lu Dong couldn't help but say, "I saw Sister Bo and Sister Nian, one mountain after another, one landscape after another." The two women were stunned, then their faces flushed. Well, the Chon Sam and the short skirt were truly not suitable for battle. Wang Bo snorted and said, "Keep him locked a bit longer." Huang Xinyan also cursed, "I'll help you lock his other foot." Chao Shangfei asked curiously, "Little Donzi, you didn't participate in the battle just now, why are your lips pale? Could it be that the scenery was too delightful, causing you to lose too much blood?"
Lu Dong weakly slapped the ground, realizing he truly couldn't stand against it, it would vanish into thin air.
In the next moment, a mighty voice resonated.
The 7 deadly sins of the 7 hells, unable to restrain desire. White light surged around, and the next moment, 7 stars lit up the sky. The 7 deadly sins: ignorance of children, heartlessness of the powerful, grief crumbles the bones, fear breeds in the heart, love and hatred become lost, jealousy begins in evil, unable to restrain desire. The ancient capital could last for generations, thus ignoring the 7 deadly sins of humanity led to the nation's downfall, strangeness permeated, and the homeland hard to preserve.
The cities are in ruins, and the people are suffering. This is the reason for the ruined capital.
If there is no regard for the people's hearts, do not seek the noble position of kingship again. 7 Hell's crime, strange 8 kings, God does not see, where does the path exist? Chui Min and Bai Li Xian both looked up at the sky, frowning as they saw the 7 stars align.
Is exploring the ruined city a path to becoming a god? One way to grow stronger is indeed within the ruined city.
Huang Xianyan and Wang Bo remained silent for a long time. Liangyan and Xiong Tian bowed their heads in thought.
Gui Jun released Lu Dong and quietly admired the beauty of the stars. The Klein blue sky, dotted with stars, was indeed beautiful.
Chao Shangfei lowered his voice and inquired about the beautiful scenery Lu Dong had just seen.
Everyone had their own thoughts. Ding! The ruined city is at the end of the path ahead.
If the Go de Bao Guild completes the 7 Hells trial, proceed to the ruined city in the Go district for the final mission. The members of the Go de Bao Guild stood side by side.
Ruined city, we are coming.
In the Go district's ruined city, on the city wall, Deng Bei Xiangning looked angrily at the 7-star phenomenon rising in the sky.
He did not sense any players at the mark left in the AIC hall. At this moment, ordinary players had actually completed the 7 Hells exploration task. Is this the strength of the players? It couldn't be. Someone must be secretly instigating it.
Deng Bei Xiangning speculated that a powerful family must be secretly helping the Go de Bao Guild.
Otherwise, how could he not sense the presence of the opponents?
Deng Bei Xiangning said loudly, "Connect to Family 107's video." In the center of the city wall, 108 mini windows popped up with video chat screens at the same time. The 7-star phenomenon indicated that a guild had completed the 7 Hells.
And it was a perfect clearance. Family 107 simultaneously answered the video call. Deng Bei Xiangning clasped his fists and said to everyone,
"The 7-star phenomenon, I won't go into detail, everyone has their own plans, and I won't make random guesses. But I, the Deng Bei family, want to inform you that although our strength is not strong, if anyone wants to smear the Deng Bei family, such behavior will never succeed. My son, Deng Bei Haitao, will demonstrate the strength of the Deng Bei family even with a low-level status of 75.
His powerful voice echoed, relentless and fierce.
In front of the ruined city of the Go district, a huge arena suddenly appeared. Deng Bei Haitao, covered in scars, stood proudly with a microphone in hand.
The heads of various families commented leisurely. Boring. I'd rather watch the siege battle between the civilian and strange camps. What's the point of this fight?
Ordinary guilds are only at level 50 at most, you're really shameless.
Oh, isn't this a genius from the Deng Bei family? I heard, like your sister, someone broke you into a centipede and smashed your bird? Can you hold on today? The Deng Bei family truly deserves to be the weakest. With 30 people holding the resources of a city, you still haven't nurtured a god? Why don't you sell the ruined city to me? I'll come to support you. Deng Bei Xiangning's face turned pale with anger as he faced the ridicule from everyone. His gaze fell on Deng Bei Haitao. Haitao. Our family needs a decisive victory. Chapter 86, The Battle of the Ruined City, One-on-One Life and Death Arena. After the path, there were no more landscapes on either side. The surroundings seemed to shimmer with a faint light, like an illusion. The members of the Go de Bao Guild slowly walked forward along the path. Liangyan whispered, "This is the time-space ripple, like the small black room we stayed in before, at the intersection of 4-dimensional space."
Lu Dong suddenly understood. In other words, the road to the ruined city is actually in parallel space with the strange world.
If they did not pass the 7 Hells trial, they would not obtain the time-space coordinates of the ruined city. Then, Lu Dong softly said, "This is the ruined city of the Go district. Don't tell me every major district has a corresponding ruined city?"
Liangyan opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Obviously, this was not something the rules allowed him to continue explaining. Wang Bo moved his arms and whispered, "Long ago, the ancient city occupied the center of the entire strange world, controlling all the strange things. What I know is that outside the ancient city, there are 108 royal capitals to pay homage." Chapter 87, The Battle of the Ruined City, It's on Fire. The rolling waves of knife energy surged up. Deng Bei Xiangning wanted to stop it, but his reaction couldn't keep up with the speed of the opponent's attack. Accepting the gift from the goddess of love, the now 60-level Chui Min had a strength of 660. Agility 690.
Chui Min's domain struck, causing immense damage of power X agility. Minus 455,400. Bright red numbers burst from the video window on the ruins of the city.
Many families, who suddenly lost the video feed, thought it was just a bad signal from the Dengbei family, cursed a bit, and got busy. After all, such a one-sided battle had no significance for reference. Yet they were unaware that the video was cut off by someone's blade. Through the screen, the blade's light was too fast to sense any aura of the blade. Standing by the screen, Dengbei Xiangning and others felt cold sweat all over their bodies. Even with the protection of the city walls, they could still feel this icy murderous intent. In the 88th chapter of the Ruins War, what a fierce Xiaofeng. 3 updates. Brothers, come on with the votes. Lu Dongping raised the microphone, occasionally responding. Immersed in his own singing, echoes filled his mind. Without ear monitoring, Lu Dong couldn't hear what he was singing. But it felt very passionate indeed. The mad Dengbei Hailao, without the guidance of the flute, became aimless in his attacks once again. As Lu Dong hummed an out-of-tune melody, Dengbei Hailao's attacks began to change in speed with the rhythm of the music.
Lu Dong was stunned and realized.
Holding the microphone, he could break through Dengbei Hongyue's flute sound.
The rhythm of the music could control Dengbei Hailao's attack intensity. As long as he didn't use passionate music, Dengbei Hailao's attacks would lose their lethality? Then let's change the song.
Lu Dong strolled on the stage, holding the microphone, and softly sang, "Cherry blossoms, oh, cherry blossoms, in the sky of late spring."
In the 89th chapter of the Ruins War, the critics. Mental power below zero.
Dengbei Hailao knew he was in a dream and struggled to wake up from this illusion. Ignoring the wetness below, Dengbei Hailao shivered all over.
His health was shockingly down to only 4,500? In such a short time, he almost got ambushed by a level 1 player? Listening to the drums echoing in the sky, sounding like an angry tiger, roaring continuously.
Dengbei Hailao squinted his eyes, slowly lifting his body, forcing himself to endure the splitting headache, and quietly said, "This farce should end." Turning his right hand, Dengbei Hailao just wanted to open his domain but found the microphone missing.
Damn it! At this moment, Dengbei Hailao couldn't even distinguish between dream and reality. Lu Dong held a pencil shaped like a sickle in his right hand, the microphone in his left, and smiled leisurely. "Hailao, welcome to my hosting domain." Thunder! This is the Celestial. In the 90th chapter of the Ruins War, the Guild of Treasure vs. Dengbei family. The howling wind suddenly surged. The moment the yellow light of the single battle stage faded, a tiger's head phantom, 3 men high, appeared out of nowhere. Dengbei Xiangning stomped on the big drum, suddenly creating layers of sound waves. Like ocean waves, they were about to drown Lu Dong. Wang Bo sidestepped, her skirt fluttering, her white body blocking Lu Dong. With crossed fists, she suddenly shouted, "Back off." A perfect 100% invincible block of the first strike. Endless sound waves crashed against Wang Bo, then fell silent. Wang Bo stood there like a reef in the sea, unwavering. Dengbei Xiangning couldn't believe it. A level 95 player's powerful strike was so easily intercepted? Who on earth is this woman?
Dengbei Xiangning gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Strong enemy.
Summon!"
9 members of the Dengbei family tore off their robes together, sliced open their chests, and blood poured.
In the 91st chapter of the Ruins War, the Undead Ruins. Liangyan quickly wrapped Lu Dong in bandages.
Earlier in the single battle ring, Lu Dong had a piece of flesh knocked off his waist by Dengbei Hailao, and now blood had dried, exposing some organs. As the earth shook, Lu Dong's wound started to seep blood again. Liangyan swiftly wrapped the bandages, lowering his voice, "You're just a level 1 player, don't involve yourself in this level of battle." Liangyan felt helpless, clearly that Bull Phantom had only a drop of blood left, he could have let Zhao Shangfei handle it. Yet Lu Dong, for the sake of points, disregarded his injury and used a heavy hammer. Now this is good.
Are you losing too much blood? If it weren't for Liangyan bringing enough bandages, Lu Dong would have bled to death no matter what. It's laughable to say that the city breaker didn't die at the hands of the enemy, but instead, he tore his own wound and bled to death. Lu Dong gritted his teeth, the pain in his waist pulling at his muscles. Chapter 92, Battle of the Ruined City. Hey, is there a chance that this is his disguise? For updates asking for tickets. Gui Jun was exhausted and cursing. "Didn't you say 6 o'clock? Zhao Shangfei's eyes gleamed with golden light, and he helplessly said, "I was talking about 6 o'clock on the dial. That should be a 90-degree angle, but your attack hit a 180-degree angle." Everyone was in a mess and speechless. Gui Jun angrily said, "But the dial has 12 points all around, right?" Zhao Shangfei retorted, "Our traditional culture is all about 24. I'm talking about a 24-mark dial." Everyone really wanted to curse. What the hell is a 24-mark dial? Bai Lixian frowned and said, "Does that mean Gui Jun's punch was useless?"
Chao Shangfei's surroundings exploded with a golden light, as if trying to drag the gold from the ruined city of the dead. The veins on his temples popped out.
No, it's too far. I can't control that gold. Shui Min leaned on his sword and got up.
Chapter 93, Battle of the Ruined City. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. Lu Dong was dragging 3 boxes of gold behind him, all his pockets stuffed with various coins. Glistening gold coins piled up in the pit of the ruined city of the dead.
Seeing everyone stunned, Lu Dong shouted, "Chow! What the hell are you dazed about? Have you never seen so much gold?" The members of the Gao de Bao Association were taken aback.
Just as Guojun said, Lu Dong really brought back a large pile of gold. Not to mention the dangers inside the ruined city of the dead. How did Lu Dong, with only a strength of 150, manage to bring back 3 big boxes of gold? It looked to have over 10,000 pounds of gold.
Everyone was convinced Guojun's guess was probably true.
This Lu Dong was definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's highly possible he was sent by the king of the ancient capital to save Sister Bo.
Chao Shangfei lowered his voice and said, "Sis Jun, what should I do? Should I use my abilities? Or should I give the chance to someone else?" Chapter 94, Battle of the Ruined City, Kiss Him? The roar crashed down.
The entire ruined city of the dead turned to ruins. Chao Shangfei gasped heavily, controlling tens of thousands of gold coins to fight. This was his first time. Chao Shangfei fell in front of everyone, and Lu Dong quickly caught him.
The unconscious Chao Shangfei murmured, "Xiao Dongzi. Am I handsome? Handsome. So handsome."
Lu Dong cursed, "You good for nothing, spending tens of thousands of gold to fight.
Do you know how heavy these gold coins are? I used a movable pulley with a lever to get them, and you used them all up? 570,000 damage is quite handsome."
Lu Dong helped Chao Shangfei sit down, frowning and asking, "Why did you use gold to attack the city instead of going after Deng Baixiang Ning?" The unconscious Chao Shangfei, at that moment in a dream, murmured, "I'll leave the strong enemy to you, let's see how capable you really are."
Everyone. Chapter 95, Battle of the Ruined City, I kill only the elite. 3 updates asking for tickets.
The Justice Clan stood in a neat line of 20 people, dressed in platinum robes, with justice carved on their backs. The rare opening clan had only 10 people, all wearing black and red masks, standing in a conical formation. The Pingling clan had 20 people, their light green robes engraved with a giant ping. The White Man clan had 15 people, dressed in light cream suits, showcasing a subtle elegance. The 4 major clans stood in 4 corners, cutting off any escape route for the Gao de Bao Association.
With 4 level 100 treasures used together, they completely isolated everyone's movements.
Lu Dong's eyes flashed red. He was biting down hard on Deng Baixiang Ning's throat, unable to move, but his consciousness could still act. Information came from the front of the 4 clans.
Justice in All Seas level, 90. Rare Opening Yi level, 90. Pingling Shin level, 90.
White Man Hui Ron level, 90.
All 4 were level 90.
The Battle of Waste Capital, Supreme of the Dog Realm Emperor Era.
Era's eyes burst with brilliance. What a little rascal. A frontal attack on the surface, but actually targeting the ground, affecting everyone's balance.
With one powerful strike, he broke through the activation of a 10,000 level treasure.
This kind of battle experience is truly impressive. Princess, where did you find this little devil?
It can't be that he has such battle experience without killing 1,000 or 800 people. Wang Bo ignored the emperor and fixed his gaze on Lu Dong. The daring, life-risking buff attack is strong, but Lu Dong has no defenses. How could he go on a killing spree surrounded by so many level 90 players?
Era saw Wang Bo's expression and sighed. Indeed, daughters can't be kept.
Taking advantage of the players' unpreparedness, he could kill them without revealing his full strength. He stepped forward, controlling his breath, and then secretly raised his paw.
The 4 great families were also battle-hardened, and 10. Chapter 97, it's Lu Dong again. Thanks to X Wanqing Carrot for the extra update.
Lu Dong's mouth curled up. Wow, he received quite a lot of rewards.
You have killed Deng Baixiang Ning.
You have gained the City Building Order of the Abandoned Capital.
City Building Order can activate the function of automatic city building, an artifact that saves manpower.
Level crossing kill, you gain 1 million experience points.
In Gotham City,
the Strange Camp and the Civilian Camp were in fierce battle. Under the leadership of Wang Meixiang, the Strange Camp surrounded the city wall for a full 7 days of attack and defense. Although Wang Meixiang was powerful, it seemed she couldn't directly attack the players of the Civilian Camp due to some rule.
Moreover, other major regions of the Strange Camp chose to watch quietly.
With the 407th Regiment of Wang Meixiang not getting support, they gradually began to retreat. Players from the Strange Camp replaced the NPCs, accepting battlefield merit tasks, and implemented defenses.
Chapter 98, Wen Xuanza. Thanks to all the big bosses for the monthly votes. In the ancient capital courtyard, a man with an oxygen mask kicked over the mahjong table. Those useless families were actually breached by ordinary players. The strange world was originally developing slowly. According to this development pace, at least 3 more years would be needed for a guild to breach this waste capital. Now, time has been advanced by 3 years. One person wondered, could it be that the king of the ancient capital has been reincarnated? Another person mocked, nonsense, even if he left a legacy, that requires players to reach level 100, didn't we previously restrict most players to below level 50? The serious-looking man whispered, the strange world has already begun to promote the plan for players to reach level 50. Once these players comprehend their domain abilities, they will soon approach the level 90 threshold. The 4 quarreled as Emperor Era swayed into the courtyard. Chapter 99, Give Me Some Face. Lu Dong's hollow eye sockets emitted black blood as he knelt on the ground, desperately banging his head against the earth. Everyone showed worry. Could it be that his mental power was damaged? Lu Dong murmured, I am not Zero. I am not Zero. I cannot let my memories be connected with Zero. I like the Cheongsam sister, I like the white sister, I am that pure me. Everyone laughed simultaneously. Everyone, dragging their weary bodies, entered the waste capital. The Go de Bao Guild enters the abandoned capital for the first time. Gained the effect of removing negative states. Refresh all skills. In an instant, all injuries were healed. The wounds on Lu Dong disappeared completely, and his eyes recovered. The unconscious Xiong Tian and Chao Shangfei slowly opened their eyes. The two only remembered that they lost consciousness at a critical moment in the battle. When they awoke, they found they had already entered the waste capital. Chapter 100, Suppression. Day. The Noming barracks flashed with a fire tongue, forming a huge firepower net, splitting Gotham City in half. Players from the strange camp halted. The sky was filled with a firepower net. If their flesh and blood rushed forward, they would only suffer great harm. Wang Meixiang frowned slightly. This familiar aura, is it that Go de Bao Guild which breached the waste capital? Her beautiful face knitted. Lang Meixiang coldly said, call Wan Jianzhong here. If he can't take down this group of guys, let him die. With his whole body mixed with cement fragments, Wan Jianzhong stepped forward to the front line with a staggered pace. Glancing at Lang Meixiang on the high platform, the anger deep in Wan Jianzhong's heart was unmistakable. Meeting a foe, the eyes burn with animosity. Feeling Lu Dong's presence, Wan Jianzhong cursed angrily, directly leading hundreds of NPCs toward the firepower net of the Wuming army camp. Every moment, Lang Meixiang mocked his abilities, and Wan Jianzhong. Chapter 101, Gaodbao City established. Thanks to Red Wusu for the donation. The faction war has ended. The civilian faction unsurprisingly achieved a great victory. This battle, which was nearly lost, turned around dramatically after the Gaodbao Guild appeared. Holding the Wuming army camp, the Gaodbao Guild suppressed the attacks of the Bazaar army with a firepower net. As the formidable Bazaar NPC Wan Jianzhong entered, players who thought they would have to fight hard were stunned by an astonishing sight. The Iron Lady, Wei Jun, stepped in and shattered Wan Jianzhong's prideful cement with a single punch. All commentary players were analyzing Wei Jun's powerful punch at this moment. Since it was cement condensed from Wan Jianzhong's abilities, Wei Jun's fist did not hit Wan Jianzhong's body, so no damage was displayed. But players always have ways to estimate that damage value. Wan Jianzhong's cement binding caused a restraint that 450 strength or less could not break free from. A direct punch shattered the cement. Chapter 102, Is your brother flirting with Buddha? Thanks for a serving of udon stir-fried noodles. 3 meters high, about the height of a 2-story building. Yellow light shone brightly, golden and blinding. The members of the Gaodbao Guild looked on in confusion. Is this a city wall? A 2-story city wall? Is this really called a city wall? Gui Jun frowned, half a steak in his mouth, saying, Are you playing house here? With such a short city wall, who can't easily jump over it? Lu Dong smiled without speaking. Chao Shangfei's body stiffened for a moment, then he looked at Lu Dong and said, The gold color of the city wall, isn't it real gold? Impossible. Even if the city wall isn't high, where would Lu Dong get so much gold? Lu Dong rubbed his nose and chuckled, I saw a box of gold in the guild warehouse, and since no one was using it, I directly decomposed it and melted it into the city wall. Chao Shangfei was stunned, that was what he begged Wang Bo to get. Was it just decomposed by Lu Dong? Chapter 103, Defense Task, Protect the Resource Station. In the ancient courtyard, Feng Juanzi, who was playing mahjong, smiled as someone fell into his trap outside the wasteland of Gocheng. It seemed like it was 3 people. No matter who it is, causing chaos in the bizarre world is right. The emperor, who was licking his fur, squinted slightly and slowly stood up. After marking the pine tree and rockery, the emperor leisurely walked out of the courtyard. Standing outside the ancient courtyard, the emperor looked toward the direction of Gocheng with concern. Who could it be that got tricked?
Having had the experience before, the emperor didn't dare to leave the ancient city. After all, Feng Juanzi could chase him out at any time.
Feng Juanzi rubbed his nose and whispered, "Whiteboard."
While he was playing cards, all of Feng Juanzi's mental energy focused on the emperor.
This dog hadn't left. It seemed he had been overly worried. In Gocheng, Bailey suddenly appeared on the city wall, just. Chapter 104, Resource Station, taking apprentices to complete tasks. Lu Dong was stunned. Apprentice? Can I still be someone else's master? Moist is okay, but master is too far off. Did these two monks get kicked by a donkey?
The monk of the Buddha region has severed his self-belief and is taking you as his master.
Player has activated the master-apprentice system. Master, one who imparts the Tao, teaches the profession, and solves doubts.
You have triggered a hidden master-apprentice task. Lead your apprentice to clear the resource station task, with a score of at least S, to obtain a shared resource chain with the apprentice. Lu Dong squinted his eyes. He was not the kind of person who easily took on tasks. Looking at the detailed information of Min Rin and Min Hang, filled with human curiosity, Lu Dong dragged down the data panel. Let's see what resources these two guys have. On the illusory data panel, the relationship chain between Min Rin and Min Hang appeared.
Min Rin has an older sister. In the photo, a sexy European and American hottie. Chapter 105, Resource Station, Who defines trash? Lu Dong and the three directly put on the janitor's clothes. The next second, a prompt sound appeared in the warehouse.
Please janitor, proceed to Area 3 to clean up resource waste.
A light portal appeared in the corner of the warehouse.
Lu Dong and the three followed the light forward. Upon leaving the warehouse, transparent light enveloped the surroundings.
A huge workshop production line appeared before the three. The roar of machines echoed in every corner.
Lu Dong opened his mouth to speak, but found that his voice was completely swallowed.
No sound communication is allowed here. Lu Dong found the sign at the entrance with a map.
You have discovered the area division map of the first floor of the resource station.
Lu Dong was slightly stunned. A first floor? Does that mean there is more than one floor?
A warehouse of nearly 1,000 square meters was divided into 9 blocks, arranged like a magic square.
Lu Dong's gaze locked on. Chapter 106, Resource Station, as expected of the master. Thanks to the great hero Bumuyu for the reward. More updates. Like specimens, 9 women stared intently at the work badge on Lu Dong's chest. Sanitation supervisor. This is the greatest hatred of the 9 women. He was killed?
Facing their cannibalistic gazes, Lu Dong strode into the office. In the roughly 8 square meter office, aside from a desk, all that remained were human specimens.
Upper bodies, lower bodies.
The dark red walls were densely covered with all kinds of noses, eyes, mouths.
The woman in the center, suppressing the anger in her eyes, softly said, "This humble servant welcomes the boss to work."
A group of eerily responded in agreement.
Lu Dong was dumbfounded. This humble servant? This sanitation supervisor is quite playful. Ignoring the strange looks, Lu Dong quickly flipped through various materials on the sanitation supervisor's desk. Human body structure production line. Suitable for consumption. Chapter 107, Resource Station, Welcome to Insult, 5 updates. Seeking votes.
A large hole appeared in the wall of the office area in Zone 3, with burning bricks showing some black in color.
Rough laughter came from outside the office.
Brothers, blow up this production line, and we'll gain contribution points. Who cares about being sneaky with destruction tasks, just blow it up. Players rushed towards the production line, or they would miss even the soup. Lu Dong and the three, along with a group of confused NPCs, stared blankly at the office outside. Dense players appeared like flies in every corner of the first floor production line.
Bombs, C4, RPGs, grenades.
Various types of explosive weapon sounds thundered throughout Zone 3. Those workers on the production line seemed not to hear at all, continuing to work as usual. Some strange figures with broken bodies, still supporting their own dismembered limbs.
Chapter 108, Resource Station.
Lu Dong rubbed his nose and said slowly, "It's just like the meaning in the music, they may feel guilty." Min Heng murmured, "The blade sweeps." Not quite understanding, but nobody scolded the master, which is good enough.
In Lu Dong's live stream room. As expected of you. Dong Yi is domineering, just one word, kill indiscriminately. Who dares to complain against your master? Knowing they can't be petrified, what can be done, how to destroy the resource station is the key. In the headquarters of the Heavenly Punishment Army.
Wang Meixiang quietly looked at the sand table map, listening to the reports of her subordinates, and said softly, "It's normal to have a few soldiers die, after all, there are level 50 players in this mission, have the soldiers below step up. 9 soldiers in Zone 3 died collectively, which is quite outrageous.
Send someone to check it out. Also, this. Chapter 109, Resource Station, as expected of the master. Lu Dong said coldly, "Do not let desire control your hearts." Min Rin and Min Hang were simultaneously shocked. The two bit their lips, instantly waking up. No wonder women are like demons, captivating souls. They had just forgotten she was the enemy. Lu Dong grabbed his left forearm with his right hand. The sky flew up and down, then quietly said, "Go find a corner without anyone, release your true self." Min Ren and Min Hang glanced at Li Xiang, wanting to say something yet stopping short. Without the belief in Buddhism, many inner rules began to loosen. Lu Dong rolled his eyes and said slowly, "She is sick." The two monks shivered and headed straight back the way they came through the vent. In Lu Dong's live streaming room. "Here they come, here they come. A lonely man and a lonely woman. Is this something I can watch for free? Do you think Dong Yi is a speed attacker or a critical strike attacker?" Chapter 110, Resource Station, Min Ren's Enlightenment. In the resource station, the players who just attacked the statue slowly adjusted their breathing. In 10 minutes, the next wave of attacks would come. Some observant players noticed that the few players who had just stood on the statue to attack seemed to have vanished. Disappearing for no reason, did they perhaps go to another space with the statue? Ding-ling! Two clear sounds rang out from the assembly line. Curious people looked in the direction of the sound source. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises came. It was actually grenades. This statue is immune to firearms. Who used grenades at this time? With a hate value of 1,000 each, who is so extravagant? Players near the grenades revealed anger. "You were attacked by Lu Dong with a grenade." The system's prompt made the nearby players feel a chill. Lu Dong. Chapter 111, Resource Station, Ammunition Depot. Thank you Hong Wusu for the watermelon tip. Lu Dong stared at the blood-strewn ground, stunned for a moment, then quickly used the Bizarre Factions task scroll to absorb the blood of the players in the area. He was simply taking revenge. How did Min Rin gain enlightenment? Gained the insight of the killing Buddha? Min Rin excitedly looked at Lu Dong and said joyfully, "Master, I really understand this time. If there is no wrong in this world, then I am also not wrong, and all beings are not wrong, then let's compassionately kill those who believe I am wrong. There is no wrong, I am right." Lu Dong nodded heavily. As long as he is not overly sanctimonious, it's ultimately not wrong. In Lu Dong's live streaming room. Ah, another big killing star has been nurtured. This is so Lu Dong. Didn't expect Dong Yi is also a philosopher. Shuimin felt a headache. What kind of reasoning is this? The duality of cause and effect is the truth of the world. Without wrong, there can be no right. Chapter 112, Resource Station, The Secret of the Assembly Line Requesting Ticket for the 5th Update. The master's words are like a sacred decree. Min Hang directly dismantled the ammunition he held, quickly stacking explosives into a circle. Buddhist secret skills were tossed around, and the entire rack was dismantled, weapons and ammunition scattered everywhere. The loud noise alerted the soldiers outside the ammunition depot. 6 entered one after another. As soon as they entered, they were disarmed by Min Rin. Lu Dong didn't spare any mercy and directly slaughtered the 6 soldiers along the restraints. "You killed the guard squad of the ammunition depot. The 407th Regiment has triggered a level 3 alarm, please escape quickly." Min Ren's golden light dispersed around him. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Master, the ability of the prohibition instruments has expired. I cannot use the ability for 24 hours. No wonder these prohibited instruments were so useful. It turns out to be Min Ren's domain ability. Using domain abilities against small monsters is too extravagant, isn't it?" Lu Dong couldn't be bothered to complain, calling Min Hang back, moving toward. Chapter 113, The 4 Directions of Divide. Wu Xia had a dark expression. What kind of grievance is this? The way to greet is with grenades? 2 at once, as if afraid he wouldn't die? Throwing grenades is one thing, there is even a loot hand. Bang! Bang! -1,000. -1,000. Wu Xia fell from a height, his clothes torn into shreds, and he gasped. What a good Western sword beauty. At this moment, how embarrassing she must be. Turning the sword, Wu Xia dashed along the wall, heading straight for the ventilation duct. She wanted to see how capable this brat really was. "Master! That woman seems to be my sister." Min Ren whispered. Lu Dong was surprised. That career OL elite sister? In the next second, a disheveled woman appeared at the vent, her sword swishing through the air. Min Ren was momentarily stunned. How does this makeup not look like his sister? Because he is my brother. Wu Shixian lightly turned her shoulder, slightly lowering her figure. Her clothes, shredded by grenades, vaguely revealed a hint of spring light. She looked at Lu Dong in surprise. Good heavens, he still wants to kill her? Lu Dong, you should know your position now. Wu Cc said coldly.
As the one who severed the strange and broke the city, all players from the strange factions will not let you go. Players from the civilian faction cannot tolerate your kind of powerful existence. If you appear in a certain mission, the audience in the livestream will quickly spread the news, and all major forces will come to hunt you down. With 350 mental power, you are the only one in the vast strange world who can grow mental power. Don't you realize the external crisis? Wu Cici's voice was cold, while Minrin was puzzled. Why did this tone feel like when he wet the bed as a child and was scolded by his sister? Minhang leisurely said, then you just. Chapter 115, Who blew up my ammunition depot? In the Heavenly Punishment Army's operation room, Lang Meixiang raised her eyebrows, looking at the message on the table, and softly said, Has Hong Sanyi really gone to the resource station? Subordinates confirmed, Vice Regiment Leader Hong Sanyi personally led the troops into action. As Lang Meixiang's operator, also a confidant, she said softly, Vice Regiment doesn't guard Gotham, Zhao District doesn't attack, and doesn't participate in attacking the Waste City. How could he care about the resource station? Lang Meixiang sneered, only when it involves his own interests will that man be mobilized. This is good, Hong Sanyi helps me clear out the trash, and I can attack the Waste City with peace of mind. How long until the transport array can be repaired? The operator softly replied, estimated another 45 minutes. The first camp leader, second camp leader, and third camp leader have already rushed to the Waste City and are fierce battling the final Guardian boss. Messages from the front say their battle seems to be monitored by someone. Chapter 116, The Secret of Niu Hang. The grenade thrown by Lu Dong exploded in the center of the crowd. It didn't cause direct harm. Like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples broke the peace in the area. Hong Sanyi shouted sharply, and a dense array of gun barrels simultaneously opened fire. The rain of bullets enveloped the position of Tong Kuei like a curtain of light. Boom! Several players close to Tong Kuei were suddenly struck by blood mist. Minus 1,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 10,000. One high damage after another emerged, causing the surrounding players to scatter. The place where Tong Kuei had been standing was blasted out into a huge black hole. Hong Sanyi sneered, ordering a ceasefire, and shouted, I want to see who dares to move? Players who hadn't run far were forced back by the strange gunpoints pointing at them. Run? Where else could they run? Chapter 117, How about my sword? Thanks to the big shot for the reward. Hong Sanyi turned to look in that direction, and the walkie-talkie crackled with news. Report, Deputy Regiment, Niu Hang is fighting with several scattered players. Should we provide fire support? Please advise. Hong Sanyi leisurely said, no need, just keep monitoring. Halfway through his sentence, a shadow rushed straight towards him. Barrett, instant fire. 18 gun barrels, like machine guns, unleashed ammunition at the charging shadow. The gunfire lasted 10 seconds. Hong Sanyi frowned slightly, staring at the debris left by the Barrett before him, not knowing who had thrown the ambush item. Hong Sanyi was astonished to find he couldn't move. His body was bound. A cold laugh came from the distant black hole. Aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you shoot again? Tong Kuei, who had half of his body shattered, grinned ominously from the black hole. Chapter 118, All of this is my experience. Wearing a platinum long robe, with the word justice engraved on the back, a man leapt down from a hole in the ceiling. Lu Dong furrowed his eyebrows, a hint of red light flickering in his eyes. Justice San Xiang. Level, LV 95. Strength, 1080. Agility, 1000. A member of the Justice family? No, wait. Members of the Justice family had already been slaughtered outside the Gord district, hadn't they? Lu Dong slightly raised his head. Could it be that this was the main force of the Justice family? Maybe without fighting, he could scare this guy away. Lu Dong's heart had already conceived a plan. Lang Meixiang fell not far in front of Lu Dong, her clothes barely covering her body, as she awkwardly sat up. With both hands supporting the ground, she smirked and said, He, Justice family. Why won't you let players like you enter the ruined capital, just like you did many years ago? Chapter 119, Resource Site, Romantic Fortune? A faint green mist radiated around Justice San Xiang. Players close to him fell to the ground with a thud. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Huge amounts of damage floated up from above everyone's heads. The surrounding players immediately scattered. The NPCs of the Heavenly Punishment Army looked at the fleeing players and immediately chose to open fire. Guns fired in a flurry, covering the entire area. On the outside, gunfire, on the inside, poison. A group of players looked serious. Well, now they had no escape route. From a distance, a player cursed Lu Dong as a fraud, his mouth curling up, saying, This time when we go back, we will definitely get a lot of rewards. Another person frowned and said, What's going on? Why can't I contact the boss? One person whispered, It doesn't matter, we can still respawn anyway, one life for a lifetime of glory, that's enough.
Louis Ran blankly stared at this group of players. Chapter 120 Resource Site, The Might of Justice Sanxiang. Double update, please vote. With a soft sigh, Justice Sanxiang's platinum robe slightly puffed out. A green cloud suddenly condensed in front of him. Turquoise green, jade green, peacock green, moss green, and verdant green mixed together. Justice Sanxiang murmured, with this million damage strike, I want to see what other tricks this little fraud has. Lu Dong moved. He directly left the encirclement of the three girls and headed straight for the side conveyor belt. Previously, Min Rin had expended more than half of his firepower, only managing to take down 2 million health from this tortoise shell. Little did he know that when the shell's health dropped to 3 million, it would trigger its healing function. Like Chang Yaojin using his ultimate ability, the healing amount was astonishing. No matter what attack, the shell's health would quickly recover to 3 million. 3 million was a threshold. With firepower attacks alone, it was impossible to break through the shell's defenses. Rather than saying Lu Dong was. Chapter 121, Little Cow Riding a Rocket. Just as Sanxiang's poisonous mist power flowed through the heavens and the earth. It spread out from the hollow above the resource site. Several strong individuals at the ruined city walls near Zhao District furrowed their brows and gazed into the distance. How dare the Justice family to mobilize overwhelming power outside the ruined city area? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the rules? At the ruined city walls of Zhao District, several silver-haired old men, with shocked expressions, wondered how Justice Sanxiang dared to use this power. At the city walls of Go City, Wang Bo stood in front of Wu Yi with a kettle of boiling water, coldly saying, Last chance, who ordered you to tarnish Lu Dong's name? Wu Yi clenched his teeth, swollen eyes preventing him from seeing the woman in front of him clearly. He thought that Iron Lady Guijun was the strongest of the Go de Bo guild, but unexpectedly, there was also someone like Wang Bo with such terrifying strength. Wang Bo lifted the kettle and coldly said. Chapter 122, Slay. 5 updates, please vote. With 15 seconds remaining until the formation activated, Lu Dong smiled, awakening an incredible secret method. With good luck, he could unleash over 10,000 damage. Just as Sanxiang's attack came down, a massive green hand slammed down. The entire resource site trembled. Min Ren and Min Hang gritted their teeth, a glint of determination in their eyes. They could not die, they still needed to spread the power of faith for Lu Dong. And as for that bizarre world in a daze, I will kill him with a clear conscience. Min Ren softly said, Junior brother, are you afraid of dying? Min Hang laughed boisterously. The master said, we are all legged men born from the same mother, are we afraid? Lu Dong, with a dark expression, thought, did I say that? Did the master never say that? Then it must have been said by Lu X. Min Ren suddenly bellowed, golden Buddhist light showing a hint of red. Chapter 123, I am their master. For the late Ingu, more updates. Congratulations to player Lu Dong for successfully preventing the teleportation portal of Lang Meixiang. Completely destroyed the teleportation array, resolved the crisis of the civilian faction. Lu Dong received an SSS level mission score. The civilian faction expresses high respect to the Slayer of the Cunning City. Player Lu Dong received random basic attribute points. 5 system prompts echoed throughout the civilian faction. Players observing Lu Dong's livestream fell into silence. Each time, Lu Dong seems to achieve a comeback in desperate situations. Instantly killing 100,000 with Poison Rain, dealing 8 million damage with Toxic Palm. Any of these attacks would be impossible to survive for an average player. Only Lu Dong survived. Players who watched Lu Dong's livestream were even clearer. Lu Dong even killed that noble player from the waste capital. 5 bolts of lightning, this is the current stage of play. Chapter 124, this is very much a survival guild. Thank you Ababa for the rewards, still owe 2 more. Lu Dong's eyes were dazed, severe headaches overwhelmed him. Gulian Spring, ha! Huang Xingyan gently said, I heard of the Gulian Spring mission when I was level 20. It is said the treasures related to water are everywhere inside, any player who cannot swim would die upon entering. Huang Xingyan twisted her wrist, and a tiny seed fell to the ground. Taking root, sprouting, and instantly yielding a big fruit. The big fruit exploded, suddenly gathering a pool of spring water in the area. Wei Jun's nose twitched, he exclaimed, such pure spring water, if this is used to cook chicken soup, it must be incredibly delicious. Huang Xinyan smiled and said, it's prepared for you, just in time, I wanted chicken soup for lunch. Wu Xia looked surprised, is this pure natural ability? A power that can help plants grow. This cheapo woman is powerful. And why are they? Chapter 125, Wang Bo's Outdated Treasures. Thank you, RQ/the boss for the reward. Lu Dong gulped hard. If Wu Xia, dressed like a workplace elite, is a dazzling star in the sky, then Wang Bo in black is simply the sun at noon. Various stars cannot compete with the brilliance of the bright sun? Lu Dong sighed, indeed, women need to rely on the power of black.
I choose to call Sister Bo the goddess of black. At this moment, everyone from the survival guild felt a sense of loss. Sister Bo's outfit made all past women seem cheap in everyone's hearts.
Shui Min couldn't lift the wine jug, Bai Lishan couldn't move his fingers, and Xiao Shangfei's beloved gold coins fell everywhere. Is Sister Bo going to attack the city?
If any male from a righteous noble family saw her, they would surely open the gates wide to welcome her. Lu Dong lightly coughed, and 2 streams of hot blood flowed from his nose. His health quickly dropped, he was losing too much blood. President Chao Lu Dong weakly called out to Xiao Shangfei, but Xiao Shangfei.
Chapter 126, Being yourself is the bravest thing you can do.
Wang Bo urged casually, your ability paired with beast blood is great, hurry up and gather a bit more before it gets dried up. Lu Dong fixed his gaze on Wu Xia in the pool of blood, suddenly realizing this was Gui Jun's warning to him.
Wasn't he just looking at Wu Xia? 1 eye, 2 eyes, too many eyes? Do you really need to treat a guest like this?
Wang Bo said with a smile that seemed to hide a laugh, why aren't you going yet? If you don't move, I have no reason to break your bones. Lu Dong rubbed his nose and grinned, this beast blood isn't suitable for me, I'd rather prepare myself eventually. Huang Xingyan seemed to ponder, little Dongzi, I suddenly remembered something, if you get the chance at Gulian Spring, collect some plant seeds for me.
If there are enough seeds, maybe I can improve the ecological environment of our survival city.
Indeed, the survival city now has walls.
Chapter 127, I, Wang Bo, asked the world 3 times. Oh, 20 more. A cold voice, ethereal and indifferent.
At this moment, Wang Bo looked icy, as if a snow mountain frozen for 10,000 years.
Lu Yiran shivered, holding back tears, slowly raised her head, and their eyes met.
Twisting the flat blade, Lu Yiran coldly said, Wu Yi contacted the noble families, he is indeed at fault.
Why must you hold on to him, insulting but not killing?
Becoming strong is the hard truth of this world, he is my guild leader, insulting him is equivalent to insulting, almighty guest, if we want to fight, then let's fight.
Wang Bo looked down from above, his voice deep.
Lang Meixiang has already informed you that 2 years ago, ancient families had already entered the weird world, they started exploring early and became familiar with the rules of this world. Before everyone was transferred to this world, they had already adapted to life here. They were supposed to grow stronger with all players, but instead chose to occupy the ruined capital and block the players.
Chapter 128, Gulian Spring, Female Officer Xinjia, an extra update for De Lao Wan Yin's reward.
Lu Dong squeezed out from the crowd with a step that ignored his kin.
Feels good.
He felt very pleased inside. After Wang Bo's compliment, Lu Dong felt like a god at this moment. He really didn't know that he had become so amazing.
Wearing an avalanche necklace, Lu Dong clasped his hands behind his back and whispered, is this what it feels like to be kept by someone? I really don't want to work hard anymore. Thinking of his 2 disciples, a hint of killing intent emerged in Lu Dong's eyes. Everyone mustn't wipe out the Just family, I still want to take revenge myself. Against the crowd's direction, Lu Dong pulled down his patched tactical hood. The people on the street, though curious, chose to ignore him. After all, in this age, all kinds of people exist. Wearing a hood is not really a rare phenomenon. Pedestrians hurried toward the ruined capital, joining the commotion had become a trend. Chapter 129, Gulian Spring, my name is just De Lang.
An extra update for the missing tribute from Du Ai Chi Chi. You triggered a side quest.
Follow the Dark Elf and explore the crisis deep within Gulian Spring. Half of his body floated on the river surface.
Lu Dong raised the corner of his mouth, he was not the kind of person to do tasks. He came here to find the antidote for the poison in Min Rin and Min Hang's bodies. Moreover, this guy carried a breath Lu Dong would never forget, the poison of just San Xiang.
Narrowing his eyes. Dark Elf, Phantom. Level, 10. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Mental power, 30. Phantom? Is it fake?
The Dark Elf circled around Lu Dong, his voice containing a hint of temptation, save our Dark Elf clan, and you will gain great power, becoming the supreme being of the weird world. Lu Dong nodded, his answer method was a whistling hammer. Your Dark Elves should have big plans. Chapter 130, Gulian Spring, the tolerance of Tsong Yi, extra update thanks to Sister Shizi's generous gift.
The Dark Elf smiled obsequiously, though his head ached, but this was punishment for the Just family's disrespect.
He secretly rejoiced that he was still alive.
These powerful families have always been unpredictable. Then, the Dark Elf forced through the headache, slowly floating on the water's surface. This treasure given to just De Lang must be more useful than just San Xiang. Lu Dong gently asked, is there any other news to share? The Dark Elf trembled, this was an examination of him. Recalling that he had just been testing just De Lang, the Dark Elf silently cursed his short-sightedness. My lord, you can obtain the secret treasure by following the map, but be careful, the overseer of the Elf clan has already come, and we have yet to see him. During this time, I may have to stay silent.
Lu Dong nodded lightly. Gulian Spring has elf clans, and the elf clan has overseers.
Chapter 131, Gulian Spring, Alia's cleanliness, extra update thanks to Aba's generous gift.
Having dug up a tactical backpack full of seeds, there really wasn't any extra space. Lu Dong even hung all his grenades on his clothes, leaving the position in the bag entirely for various seeds. Feeling satisfied as he placed the last seed into his backpack, Lu Dong then followed the map coordinates and sped away.
Lu Dong had positional guidance, but the other players did not.
The murky water confused the players' sense of direction underwater. A group of players felt as if they had entered a sandstorm under the water. Soon became lost in direction. Policewoman Xinjie held the direction device, watching the needle jump incessantly, and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Lu Dong had dug out the essence of the plants, scattering the plants in the water, mixed with all kinds of acidic and alkaline liquids. Under the mixture, various plant powers polluted the water source. The magnetic field in the water source was destroyed, and all directional tools lost their effectiveness.
Xinjie also lost. Chapter 132, Valley Curtain Spring, what a broken bloodline, additional thanks to Wanin Qian Shuang. The Dark Elf Patriarch suddenly burst into loud laughter.
He thought of his clan's thousand-year plan, expending bloodline power, ultimately dedicating his life's work to pass on to his child. But he never expected that before growing up, his child would die directly at Valley Curtain Spring. He was not angry that the Dark Elves had killed themselves, but rather that his painstaking effort was wasted. His plan would have to be indefinitely shelved. The Dark Elf Patriarch held the bull horn in one hand, and the jealousy of deceit in the other, gazing at Alia, softly saying,
"Did you resurrect the soul of my child?" Alia nodded slightly, sensing the power of the Dark Elf Patriarch and dared not move at all. The Dark Elf Patriarch leaned slightly forward and asked, "How long can you keep him alive?" Alia pondered and said, "As long as the offerings are provided, he can exist indefinitely, but he will have no residual consciousness." The Dark Elf Patriarch's mouth corner lifted, then he said. Chapter 133, Valley Curtain Spring, the logistics director has arrived, additional thanks to AI Chi-Chi's countless rewards, missing 14 updates. Xinjie suddenly burst into tears. Clearly seeing Lu Dong right in front, she merely dazed for a moment, activating her ability. How could he just disappear? Xinjie did not fear deep-sea terror, but she did have a fear of darkness. Watching endless darkness enveloping her, Xinjie's mental state even began to crumble, imagining countless large fish biting at her. Facing a desperate situation is not scary, what's scary is the wait until the desperate situation arrives. Without a mask, Xinjie couldn't speak, and thus couldn't use her power to escape. In the dark, she didn't even know if she was going up or down. It felt like the symptoms of Cotard's syndrome. Teeth were chattering, the heartbeat echoed in her ears. Eyes open, darkness, eyes closed, still darkness. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. Xinjie's shoulders began to tremble unceasingly. Chapter 134, Valley Curtain Spring, Alia's hidden mission, thanks to Han Chang Shangyan's 100 rewards. Song Yi returned quickly, bringing the elf supervisor team, and within about 10 minutes, they rushed back to the clanland of Valley Curtain Spring. The sharp ears perked up. Song Yi looked at the undisturbed array and said softly, "It shouldn't be like this, the Dark Elf Patriarch has been back for so long, why hasn't he gone to the water source?" The adjutant immediately summoned back the station's supervisor. After a round of inquiry, upon learning that no one had approached the water source, Song Yi grew even more puzzled. Even if the Dark Elf Patriarch killed those players, why wouldn't he take the treasure from Valley Curtain Spring? How could he compete with me then? As the Dark Elf Patriarch said, Song Yi had long wanted to oust the Dark Elves. The Elf clan has an innate elemental affinity, only those who made extraordinary contributions to the Elf royal family can handle the guarding and purifying of certain elemental sources. Valley Curtain Spring belongs to the Dark Elves, using Tan Luning Xiang to purify the water source. 80% of a biological body is water, the Elves. Chapter 135, Valley Curtain Spring, blow it up. Thanks to a serving of udon fried noodles for the reward. Blow it up? At this moment, Lu Dong was like the moon, revolving around the earth. Watching the distance close in, a cold light shot from his eyes, blow it up. The blue droplets, carrying a sacred glow. At first, Lu Dong was excited to find he could pass through the Elf clan's buildings. This meant he saved time in picking locks and could easily enter various treasures. Those male protagonists in books back then, didn't they all enter treasures, obtain treasures, and defeat monsters? The way of heaven has its cycles. It was finally his turn to take charge. When Lu Dong first entered this treasure vault, he only felt that he must have done good deeds in his last life to receive such fortune for himself. Then, his eyes turned red, and upon realizing the nature of this water drop, Lu Dong became unsettled. Source of water, not fully purified, purification level 10%. Current status, highly toxic. Enhance water source. Chapter 136, Gulian Spring, Swallow. Source of water, thanks to the readers who appreciated it. Chidian. In the secret chamber of the Dark Elf.
Just as Lu Dong was about to trigger an avalanche, he was stunned.
The ground was golden. Is this scary? Did the water source sense its threat and start producing its own fragrant dew?
Looking at the golden colloid, Lu Dong slid forward with all his might, not caring anymore about any dangers ahead.
This was the antidote to save his apprentice. In the next moment, Lu Dong was dumbfounded. All the fragrant dew rolled back. The water source was absorbing it. A huge array of light appeared beneath the water source. Golden fragrant dew continued to bubble up and was devoured by the water source like a whale swallowing. Lu Dong was shocked and hurriedly wanted to compete with the water source for the fragrant dew. Damn it, leave me some.
Lu Dong got closer, but he was still circling around.
Chapter 137, Gulian Spring, Kill the Clan Leader. Additional thanks to Chidian 15174 Big Shot for the 1,000 rewards. Your bloodline has been purified. Bloodline? Purified? Aren't I born from my parents? With the blessing of pure elf bloodline, you successfully absorbed the source of water. Your body has become an elf body.
Skin like jade, looking like a cream boy who could debut at any moment. Lu Dong felt a bit disgusted, as this didn't fit his persona. He preferred a muscular look.
A body full of muscle is so handsome.
Elf body, has infinite blood, you can ignore bleeding status. Your power gains double the base attribute strength, for level 1's base attribute. Lu Dong was taken aback. For example, a level 10 player, his strength would be 100 level strength plus level 1 base strength. Absorbing the source of water can double the level 1 base strength, but it's not the total strength.
Lu Dong smiled, it seemed he had become some kind of bug. Chapter 138, Gulian Spring, Lu Dong Bows. Additional thanks to Haiping Miao Big Shot for the reward.
Blood of the Sealed Blood Elf. From the noble blood of the elf royal family, drinking it grants you 10 minutes of the powerful body of the blood elf. The only warrior blood of the elf race, they are the wild butchers of the blood elf.
All attack special skills enter a no cooldown state.
Many blood elves die in the wild desire for battle. Activating it will enter bleeding status, draining 100 drops per second.
Lu Dong was stunned. This thing is great. A divine artifact.
Now he is an elf body with infinite health. This blood elf treasure is tailor-made for me, right?
Seeking great fortune. A gentleman loves wealth, but seeks it rightly. 10 minutes, wouldn't that allow him to touch all his treasures?
Opening the secret map of Gulian Spring he had just obtained, Lu Dong was slightly stunned.
A huge Gulian Spring actually. Chapter 139, Chapter 39 Gulian Spring, Curse My Father-in-Law?
Additional thanks to Unique Love for the Big Shot's reward.
Leaping into action. Lu Dong was covered in splattered red blood and stepped forward. In Lu Dong's live broadcast room. Is it real? Level 1 challenging level 100? Master Dong is becoming more and more powerful. Last time he challenged level 95, and now he is going to challenge level 100? Why do I feel like we might have misunderstood?
The only reason the Baogong Guild sent Master Dong to Gulian Spring is purely because he is so fierce.
Agreed. If Master Dong can win this battle today, he will definitely become a legend.
Kengi frowned slightly, then coldly said, Blood Elf. You, the Justice family, are truly not afraid of death, actually daring to absorb forbidden power. Also, why is the source of water inside you?
Kengi couldn't understand how an ordinary player could absorb the source of water. This is power belonging only to the elements.
Chapter 140, Gulian Spring, one-on-one with the level 100 Kengi. Additional thanks to Sister Shizi for the reward.
Cursing my father-in-law is seeking death. Lu Dong lunged.
The silver bottle breaks, and water splashes. The iron strikes, the sound of knives and guns ringing. A gentleman loves wealth, but takes it through righteous means. Though it is ground down and struck thousands of times, it still remains strong, no matter the wind from any direction. Status effect successfully triggered, makes the target player feel utterly relaxed, silencing, immobilizing, and forbidding all use of items for 10 seconds. Status effect successfully triggered, when attacking, randomly takes an item from the target. Status effect successfully triggered, when attacking, enters a frenzy state, no animation or recoil, 100 strikes in 1 second, current body limit, 3 seconds. 3 attack effects triggered simultaneously. Song Yi suddenly froze, his entire body collapsing. It was a strange feeling. Like having practiced Lu Gonghong's Dragon Fist 100 times, feeling utterly exhausted. It was also like repeating the compendium of Materia Medica 1000 times, with his legs going limp.
Chapter 141, Gulian Quan, kneel down before me.
A familiar voice. The jealousy of the treacherous.
Clad in a black cloak, surrounded by an imposing aura, like black flames engulfing the entire body.
One person appeared, and the surrounding sea outside the palace seemed to be splitting.
Like a king between heaven and earth. Today's treacherous jealousy showed no sign of weakening, the surrounding light shining fiercely.
Lu Dong squinted, this time the data of the treacherous jealousy still could not be seen.
Like Feng Juanza, only a name was visible. Following the direction of the treacherous jealousy, Lu Dong's eyes narrowed. From far away, it seemed something golden was overflowing. Golden yellow colloid, was that Tan Lu Ningxiang? His apprentice was saved. About 1 meter off the ground, the treacherous jealousy laughed loudly, Lu Dong, you are really impressive. Aliyah, lost in thought, knew this was no time to run, it was now or never. She softly called out. Chapter 142, Duel the Jealousy of the Treacherous. Lu Dong stared in horror at Xinjie. A huge blue damage number appeared above Xinjie's head. Minus 100,000. 100,000 spiritual power. To make a god kneel, only 100,000 spiritual power. Xinjie smiled at the corner of her mouth, I saved your man, Wang Bo, at all costs. Making a god kneel, this really feels damn good. Then, Xinjie opened her backpack, casually chewing pills as if money meant nothing. The treacherous jealousy tried to rise, but due to the power of rules, he couldn't stand up. He couldn't move. He could only kneel. Only if that woman dies could it end. 100,000 spiritual power, if used on the treacherous jealousy, would kill him once. The treacherous jealousy sneered, waiting to see how long you could live. Kneel? So what? He was not a man, he didn't even have knees. The Bao Guild Channel. Chao Shangfei, Lu Dong, save her. Give her your blood, she. Chapter 143, Protect Zhao District, the Emperor's Advice. Boom. The earth trembled, and the palace in the heart of Gulian Quan exploded. The spring water from 500 meters deep shot out in all directions. The rumble filled every corner of the palace in an instant. The palace, now without the source of water, became erratic and violent. Level 10 treasure, avalanche triggered. After being placed in the same spot for 30 minutes, the surrounding water molecules condense, and the avalanche damage explodes based on the weight of the water, with a radiation area of 300 meters. The treacherous jealousy's first reaction was impossible, and his second reaction was damn it. Last time, it was the flame of the Buddhist sect, which thoroughly burned the treacherous jealousy. After failing to resurrect, the treacherous jealousy had been mocked by the other 7 kings. This time, the treacherous jealousy's first action was to find resistance to fire elements. In the same place, he would never fall twice. Knowing that he had to come to Gulian Quan to absorb the water source, Niu hung still. Chapter 144, Protect Zhao District, we will take you home. About 3 minutes ago, in the Zhao District ruins, all the surrounding players were stunned. The poison mist of the Justice family was far beyond what ordinary players could withstand. Many players who were just watching the scene died instantly after being touched by even a tiny bit of the poison mist. There was even a person-to-person transmission of the poison mist. If it weren't for several level 50 players using their great powers to quickly isolate the poison players, the entire Zhao District would have been doomed. Once again, everyone realized the overwhelming power of the Justice family. The ability to release this deadly poison fog for battle is truly terrifying. What shocks everyone even more is the strong power of the Gao Bao Guild. In the past, many players perceived the Go District as just a group of players who enjoyed nurturing flowers and plants. Only the players released in the Fear Garden knew clearly that during their initial entry into this strange world, these few guys were all brilliant pearls. Chapter 145, Guarding the Zhao District, Lu Dong's Backup. OS 17 updates, will start making up this afternoon. The members of the Gao Bao Guild looked a bit shamefaced. Well, just in the guild channel, someone was saying that the Era Emperor should establish himself as king. And this kid just gave himself the title of the Eastern God? Xinjie looked completely puzzled. The members of the Gao Bao Guild felt a bit embarrassed and didn't explain, hoping Xinjie would gradually get used to it. In the high sky, the Era Emperor sneezed suddenly. That little brat Lu Dong. I told him to establish his own power, and he actually dares to start by declaring himself a god? Look at the civilian camp, the strange camp, the elf race, the beast race. Those who dare to call themselves kings are all proud and sharp, and you, my brother, have declared yourself a god? Era tugged at the rules above the ancient city, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Damn it, the Eastern God has been recognized by the rules. In the Justice family. Inside the poisonous shield defense. The 3 elders looked around in shock. Chapter 146, Guarding the Zhao District, the Taoist Buddha Killing God. Extra update thanks for the erroneous reward request. The Great Ning and Great Mountain of Justice both froze at the same time, the player who had broken their defensive shield had vanished. The Great Zay of Justice, who should have poisoned the water source, was also nowhere to be found. At the head of the water source, only a flickering glimmering mushroom remained. With no one suppressing the poison elf, it was very likely to revive. If that happens, it wouldn't be the elf race who suffers but their Justice family. Damn it! Great Ning's face was pale, exuding a strong smell of blood.
The green virtual cow shadow showed signs of vanishing. Great Mountain, I'll block that purifying woman, you prepare to reap the battlefield. As the elder, Great Ning understood very well the consequences of revealing the matter about the poison elf. He decisively ran faster, using his massive shadow behind him to block the exposure of the poison elf. Great Mountain wielded his long knife, which carried a slight stench. The blade circled in front of his chest, prepared for. Chapter 147, Guarding the Zhao District, Crisis. Extra update thanks to the loyal supporter. In the Zhao District wasteland. On the walls of the Justice family. To be precise, this place had already turned into ruins. The happiness just brought by Bai Li had not yet dissipated. Cui Min had already completed the massacre. No one saw how he drew his sword. By the time everyone reacted, Great Mountain of Justice's body was already severed. Cui Min slightly raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers to pinch Great Mountain's sword. With a slight exertion of force. Boom, it broke apart. A damage notification appeared over Great Mountain's head. Minus 100,000. Instant kill. Cui Min joined his hands together, slightly lowering his head, softly chanting the Buddhist Sutra for absolution. In the Gaud Bao Guild channel. Lu Dong, tell Cui Min not to feel too bad, Min Hang's sister got the Lan Luning Xiang and has already saved my 2 apprentices. Lu Dong, Cui Min, you remember to toast with her later. Chao Shangfei, where are you going? Chapter 148, Guarding the Zhao District, Outsmarting Justice Dezay, extra update thanks to the loyal supporter. Justice Dezay had been chasing Lu Dong in this area for over 10 minutes. No matter what skills he used, no matter how fast he was, this kid seemed to be able to predict his moves in advance. He directly flickered away. Prediction. Justice Dezay's eyes lit up, he roughly understood what this level 1 player was capable of. It was the ability of prediction. So as long as his attacks could not be predicted or evaded, he would have a chance to slay Lu Dong. Lu Dong squinted slightly, even though he was joking around with everyone in the guild channel. Deep down, he was already feeling a bit regretful. He tried to attack Justice Dezay, but this guy was a true level 100 powerhouse. Different from the clueless Song Yi, and not like the jealous Yui who was fooled by a god. Justice Dezay was a real level 100 powerhouse. The kind that understands the rules. In the past, Lu Dong's attack. Chapter 149, Guard Zhao District, everyone transforms to the east. Extra update thanks to Do AI Chi Chi. Boom. Minus 120,000. The huge damage instantly exploded the body of the Just Zays. You have slain Just Zays. Level scaling kill, gain 1 million experience points. 2 prompt sounds rang in Lu Dong's ears. He let out a breath. This battle seemed the most mundane, yet it was the most dangerous. Just Zays appeared to be a mature middle-aged man, but his mind was just that of an 11 or 12-year-old child, easy to deceive. But if anything went wrong in a single step, Lu Dong would be killed in an instant. Lu Dong reappeared in the arena. Both he and the spirit were startled at the same time. The poison spirit suddenly found there was no poison gas to absorb. The next second, someone teleported to his side. A teleporting player, this is not just anyone. The poison spirit widened its eyes in shock as it recognized Lu Dong. Spirit, body. Chapter 150, Guard Zhao District, Team Battle. Extra update thanks to Sister Shizi. The seeds of Gu Lian Spring suddenly took root and sprouted. The power of vegetation growth instantly separated Lu Dong. Plants entwining Lu Dong's body, vine intertwined with vine, as if passing him hand to hand. Huang Xiai chanted, fully unleashing the power of her bloodline for the first time. The Qipao rolled, her fair long legs standing atop the green vegetation. She looked like a queen among plants, radiating a strong glow around her. Just Dabin snorted coldly, the descendant of the Yellow Emperor, just a woman, what use is that? If the Yellow Emperor were here, I would still fear him 3 points. Huang Xiai still wore a warm smile, twirling her floral hand, and chuckled. Who says I am alone? My partners are all here. The light of life enveloped the members of the Gaud Bao Guild, a clock appearing over everyone's heads. Time reversal. Using the power of time, going back to a person's past. Chapter 151, Guard Zhao District, 1.2 billion instant kill god. Thanks to all Chi Dian readers for the 100 rewards. A green light erupted around Just Tai Bin, his eyes cold, having absorbed the poison source, he had understood the rules of poison. The Gaud Bao Guild went through great lengths just to bring Lu Dong before him? A level 1 player? Ha ha ha. Just Tai Bin felt insulted, he decisively swung a punch. A punch that pierced the heart. Minus 1 million. Having absorbed the poison source, Just Tai Bin's strength improved further. At this moment, every move he made could deal 100,000 damage, how could Lu Dong compete with him? Lu Dong glanced at the protection task, with 59 seconds remaining. There was enough time. Poison spirit, help me protect your sister-in-law, I will be your big brother. Lu Dong turned back and whispered, wife, you look really good in black. Wang Bo's face flushed, it's so unserious, only now is he praising. It's been a whole day. Chapter 152, The Eastern God Camp, thanks to Han Shen Shangyan, for the 100 rewards. In the high sky over Zhao District's former capital. He Hier looked at the emperor up and down, then softly said. In a dog-like manner, I thought you really wouldn't help your princess. The emperor did not speak, looking down from above to assess Lu Dong. He could not directly use his strength to kill just Tai Bin. Every master in the former capital who touched the rules would be protected by the rules. But that does not mean the emperor had no way to suppress them. Slowly raising his leg, the 4 rules of poison under the emperor began to unravel. 1 for just Dening, 1 for just Deshan, and 2 for just Dizay. Without the emperor's assistance, even if the Gaud Bao Guild defied heaven, they still could not harm players of level 100 touching the rules. The rules can enhance a player's attack power, and they can also enhance a player's defense power. What the emperor did was simply remove the defensive power from the rules. He Hier narrowed his eyes. Chapter 153, Camp Rewards. Wait a moment to start paying back, the debts just keep growing. Lu Dong, who was beaten up by everyone, laughed heartily. Seeing that this brat was still in the mood to laugh, everyone continued to pummel him. Lu Dong softly murmured, it's really great to be alive, my friends. A trickle of fresh blood spread out from under Lu Dong, and his voice grew quieter. In the previous battle with Sun Yi, he cut his own belly fat, and just fought with Justice De Bin, and wounded both hands. Although Lu Dong washed his body with clean water, the wounds would not stop bleeding, and he was still bleeding continuously. Wang Bo furrowed his brow and knocked away streaks of white light. She could increase health, but she could not heal physical injuries. Unfortunately, Liang'an was not here. Everyone froze, this is not good. As Lu Dong's eyes squinted, Wang Bo desperately lifted Lu Dong's neck and shouted, you can't sleep. Lu Dong whispered, I am really very sleepy, my wife. Everyone hurriedly focused on Lu Dong. Chapter 154, Lying will bring down heavenly punishment, bonus thanks to Sister Shizi. Zhao District. Silent and windless. The vast area submerged by the waters of Gulian Spring was a boundless sea. Players stood on high tree trunks all around. More players were still soaking in the water. In front of the abandoned capital of Zhao District, where a city once stood, it was at a high point. Numerous players were crowded around. Players who completed the Gulian Spring task, the Desong Jiangshan Guild, the Universal Guest Guild, and Zhao Wujiang who left the Yizhao family emperor, all watched Jiayu with blank faces. This fellow was truly excessive. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes, it was nothing like this. Jiayu wore a cold expression, leisurely holding his hands behind his back, surrounded by guild players, and countless malicious players accompanying him. They only needed a breakthrough point to unleash the darkness deep within human nature. Who said players from the civilian camp would be more merciful than those from the strange camp? This is war. Chapter 155, The Ambush of the Enlightened, bonus thanks to Sister Shizi, 9 updates due. Little cow rides a rocket. Lightning flashed and crossed. The Zhaoyu who was bound by Lu Dong was abruptly struck through by lightning. Minus 240,000. A huge damage value appeared above Zhaoyu's head. Lu Dong leisurely said, people are doing things, heaven is watching, you've reaped what you sowed, right? Lu Dong dropped Zhaoyu's corpse and loudly declared, you are all surrounded by me, raise your hands. Shuimin narrowed his eyes, loosened his grip on the knife handle, picked up a wine jug, and drank deeply. Indeed, this is very Lu Dong, being in the crowd yet claiming he has surrounded the players. Gui Jun chewed on pork belly, handling this group of players was not difficult, the tricky part was how to make the public players quiet down. If the Go to Bao Guild got isolated. Gui Jun shook her head, they were all players from the Dongshan camp, how could they not get isolated? Forget it was not her place to think. Chapter 156, Strange Elf, you are not at a loss, bonus thanks to Sister Shizi. Guild players have entered the Strange Elf task. Go to Bao Guild enters the collective task for the first time. In enlightened mode, the shop system is temporarily closed. Introduction, ancient and mysterious elves, their bodies gather into strands of elemental chains, carrying the breath of ancient elements, the elves hide their understanding of elements in their graves. Note, players above level 100 can understand the rules here, limited to one opportunity. Players below level 100, please evacuate from this grave as soon as possible. Difficulty, the Grim Reaper refuses to enter. Under the Klein blue moonlight, the earth was shrouded. The darkness, with no end in sight, made it hard to distinguish the surroundings. A cold wind blew, the creaking of closed doors echoed eerily. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak, the wind brushed against everyone's faces. Wang Bo and the women, dressed lightly, now had their bodies starting to tremble. Chapter 157, Strange Elf, Cup Bao and Dong Shadow, bonus thanks to Sister Shizi. In Ghost City. Liang furrowed his brows. Lu Dong's phone was unreachable again.
Just a moment ago.
Wu Xia had dug through the tunnel, and Min Rin and the others had directly left Go City.
Xiong Tian looked troubled. What to do? The captives had successfully escaped. Lu Dong was sure to blame him.
Liang softly said, the frontal defense of Go City is solid, but the underground is a weakness. Let's think of a way to fill this shortcoming. Xiong Tian, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked despondent. Xiong Tian had never been this unsuccessful before. A circle of cigarette butts scattered under his feet. Xiong Tian was still puzzled, wondering how he did not hear the sound of them digging a tunnel. After Liang hung up the phone, he frowned and whispered, there has been a change with your wife. The hospital says she is missing.
What? Xiong Tian, whose body shook.
It was impossible, his wife had been waiting for him in the mental hospital.
How could she leave? Chapter 158, Mysterious Spirit, 1 Shangshan extra thanks to Sister Shizi.
I made a typo earlier. Justice Great Wave. The person in the dark whispered softly.
Is it someone from the Justice family?
Lu Dong's tone was high. That's right, I am the current head of the Justice family.
So how is the Justice family doing now? Everyone looked at Lu Dong, their faces expressionless, fearing they might reveal something.
The situation of the Justice family is not optimistic, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Justice Days, Justice Daning, and Justice Dashin into this instance to seek opportunities.
The voice in the dark was silent for a long time. How did they become like this?
Lu Dong loudly said, Donglingwei's curse power changed their appearances and lowered their levels. I also fell victim to Donglingwei's trick and was knocked back to level 1.
If you don't believe my identity, you can check the token in my hand.
Lu Dong raised the disc high, the token of the Justice family, which had been used too many times. Thankfully, it was worth after every battle.
Chapter 159, Mysterious Spirit, 3-7 jumping over extra thanks to Sister Shizi.
The members of the Treasure Guild watched Lu Dong enter safely and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Little Dong, what did that old man say? Chui Min whispered.
Lu Dong shook his head and said, he claimed he was a god deceiver, and made it sound really scary.
God deceiver? Everyone gasped softly, then shook their heads. What if the god deceiver himself was a lie?
Wan Shangshan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the illusory place ahead, and softly said, Hehe, if you are not busy guarding the abandoned city, how do you have the time to come here? Hehe held up a thread of fate and softly said, I went in to find a few old folks and check this thread of fate. Wan Shangshan smiled lightly and shook his head, the quota for the Mysterious Spirit mission is already full, you can come back another day. Hehe's expression remained unchanged, a thread of fate that should be connected to the ancient capital is missing, I need to find her and ask clearly.
Wan Shangshan coldly. Chapter 160, Mysterious Spirit, Daughters Red thanks to Zunxiang for the 4 monthly tickets. Oh? 3-7 jumping over?
The alcohol spirit became interested and curiously asked, tell me the rules. Lu Dong softly said, the basic rule is similar to the 7 jumping over, but an additional set of numbers is included. Now it includes multiples of 3, multiples of 7, numbers containing 3, and numbers containing 7, which cannot be shouted.
The alcohol spirit nodded, with added numbers, this game could be interesting.
Lu Dong continued, for the 7 jumping over, when it comes to numbers containing 7 and multiples of 7, you cannot say the number and must say jump instead. 3-7 jumping over means that when these numbers that cannot be shouted appear, there are 3 ways to shout. Jump means to follow the starting direction of the game and pass to the next person.
Turn means to change the game direction and pass to the next person.
Shouting wrong, not shouting, or shouting too early counts as a loss. Jump means to skip one person while keeping the game direction unchanged.
Chapter 161, Mysterious Spirit, Explore the 4 Seas. Thanks to Zunxiang for the monthly ticket. The Spirit King looked on with an incredulous face, staring blankly, God deceiver.
Pian Yanshen?
Lu Dong was stunned, did he really just say that upon meeting? Wasn't that Wan Shangshan who just said it? How could the Spirit King also say that?
Lu Dong felt a chill in his heart, truly disgusted. Slightly raising his head, Lu Dong softly said, Alcohol spirit, if you lose and want to blame me, I really can't help it. After all, your Spirit King is here.
If you want to blame me in front of him, I have nothing to say.
The alcohol spirit fell silent, with the Spirit King here, it was not his turn to speak. Chui Min and Bai Li frowned slightly at the same time, the two had previously leveled up and reached level 70. Although their strength was not as good as the alcohol spirit, with their power, they could still stand a chance. As long as they broke through this divine realm, their domain abilities could also defeat the god.
But this Spirit King was too terrifying. The Spirit. Chapter 162, Mysterious Spirit, Reunion with Old Friends.
The Spirit King nodded gently.
After returning the marriage line of Hehe, he whispered.
The marriage line is connected to a jar of Daughter Red.
You came here, disregarding AIC Tang, just to confirm that news, right? Hehe was taken aback, Daughter Red? A drink connected to Wang Bo's blood? That is not the marriage line he was looking for. What he was looking for was the marriage line that should be connected to Wang Bo. Wan Xiang Tian saw He Air fall into silence and sneered. I said it's not here. You insisted on coming in, and now you've got your answer. Why aren't you speaking? You're a civil servant, yet you've begun to practice martial arts? The Elf King paused, then looked at Wan Xiang Tian and said, Do you know about deceiving the god of resurrection? Why do you still want to stop us from intervening? Wan Xiang Tian sighed and said, You are all enslaved, and here, restricted by the rules of the elves, I can safely discuss certain matters. If the news of the god of resurrection were to leak, his plan would be. Chapter 163, Strange Elf, The Power of Huang Zhang. Additional update thanks to Sister Shizi. Chao Shangfei's teeth shattered everywhere. With a swollen head, Chao Shangfei slightly raised his head and said, Go, go. Chao Shangfei, weak and listless, his eyes blurred. He should have been in the alcoholic elf's domain, but he was suddenly teleported here, only to be greeted by a beating. He couldn't even control his own body and couldn't make a sound in the guild channel. He relied too much on gold coins. Without gold coins, he was just an ordinary defenseless lamb. At the mercy of others. Ludong's face was cold. He had never seen Chao Shangfei beaten to such a state. Although this fat guy was a bit lustful and foul-mouthed, he was still his guild leader. As long as there were enough gold coins, he could deal unlimited damage. Ludong settled in the field and said coldly, Huang Zhang. How dare you take action against him? Huang Zhang gracefully raised the needle, coldly. Chapter 164, Strange Elf, Ludong is the biggest oddity. Additional update thanks to Sister Shizi. A yellow halo appeared beneath Huang Zhang. Ludong stood in front of Chao Shangfei, allowing him to make peep-pop sounds from behind. Huang Zhang was about to flicker. Ludong's eyes shifted in space coordinates. In the empty divine realm, there was not a trace of trajectory approaching. The next moment, a rumble came from behind. Ludong frowned. There was clearly no attack trajectory, so how could there be sound? Fake? Puff. A thin sword pierced Ludong's back. It pierced his body through the seam of the scapula. Huang Zhang twirled the syringe and smiled lightly. Ludong, you were so careless. No health points were lost, but Ludong received a prompt. You are affected by the sword array of the Taiye family, 199th. Upon completion of the sword array, the player will lose control over their body. This means turning himself into. Chapter 165, Strange Elf, Fierce Battle, additional update thanks to Sister Shizi. A cold voice came. In 2 minutes. The blood holes on Huang Zhang's body were already 5 times that of Ludong, and the number of blood holes was still increasing. Ludong had entered a frenzied state. Every time Huang Zhang appeared, Ludong would attack dozens of times. Niu Hong felt a chill. It seemed he was going to get Dong Linghui harmed. Last time at Gulian Spring, when he was killed, Dong Linghui gave Niu Hong a special treasure. A method of conversion that ignores space and distance. No matter where Niu Hong was undertaking a task, even in low-level players' tasks, opening the conversion array, Dong Linghui could swap positions with Niu Hang. The Guild of Goudet is too strong. Defeating the Justice family and surrounding the fairness of Taibin, this strength is enough to threaten various families in the East District. Except for the Taiye family, the strength of the other families is comparable to that of the Justice family. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. If the Justice family is destroyed, the other families will feel. Chapter 166, Strange Elf, Chao Shangfei's new ability. Huang Zhang stretched out his limbs, feeling the power of the Enlightened One once more, and couldn't help but let out a soft moan of comfort. He hadn't fought such an abundant battle in a long time. It seemed like a long time ago. The feeling inside was prolonged, but in reality, it was just a moment. Huang Zhang had already sped to Ludong's side, and with a thought, 4 long swords appeared before him. Directly rushing towards Ludong's last 4 pressure points. The stronger Ludong became, the more Huang Zhang wanted to control him. Only the powerful have the value of being enslaved. With a thought, Huang Zhang's sword array surged, suddenly sealing off the space around Ludong. Reapplying the rules of the sword array, Huang Zhang seemed to return to the earliest times. The Taiye family was famous for their swords. Although this was a rule of external force, the Taiye family indeed produced many strong individuals. In the family tree of the Taiye family, there was a faint record of that old ancestor's story. Chapter 167, Mysterious Elf, Proud Elf. Thanks to all the generous sponsors, 32 updates owed. Ludong slowly stood up. All experience points were consumed. After slaying a divine seed, he felt no happiness at all. With a serious expression, Ludong turned around and saw Chao Shangfei squatting on the ground, panting. Ludong approached and gently stroked Chao Shangfei's head, softly saying, From now on, just call me Dad. Dad will protect you for life. Ludong had already decided that no matter what happened in the future, Chao Shangfei must not be harmed. He wanted to give Chao Shangfei a unique, strange world. Full of childish fun.
If he couldn't wake up, then let him be the happiest vegetable. Please let 10 dark sisters massage him every day.
I'm your dad. Chao Shangfei slapped away Lu Dong's hand, confused by his nonsense.
Lu Dong had a kind expression, like a smiling ant.
Chao Shangfei, trapped in the game world, could not even understand what Wang Bo was saying. Chapter 168, Mysterious Elf, the show. In the bustling crowd
were the Pingling family, the Hankin family, the Bainan family, and the Dongling family. Those who arrived early, including Wang Bo, had vaguely understood the rules of the Proud Elf's divine realm through the social ties of the Dark Elf. The Proud Elf, known for her impressive figure, loved friendships and gatherings.
Wherever she went, the entire elf tribe was filled with laughter and joy. However, due to an accident, the Proud Elf lost a part of her happiness. Or rather, she was betrayed and tragically lost a part of her character. The elves in her divine realm were all friends from her past, and they held a never-ending party here to help her regain that joy. The Proud Elf would show up on time every day, to watch the most exciting show, and then say goodbye to each elf, resolving some of their doubts before vanishing again. Chao Shangfei looked distressed, and this. Chapter 169, Mysterious Elf, Chao Shangfei's art wait for the repayment.
Lu Dong and his 3 companions all gasped in shock.
As expected of the elves,
such prohibited shows should be decisively stopped.
It was too much.
When the 4 turned around, they saw Wang Bo and Guijun's huge fists.
Xinjie slightly opened her mouth and said softly, "Bai Lixian, I didn't expect you to be like this."
Bai Lixian broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, wanting to explain, but then heard Xinjie sternly say,
"Shut your mouth."
The power of the rules directly sealed Bai Lixian's mouth. The housekeeper elf on stage was momentarily stunned, his gaze landing on the position of the Godabeo Guild. That earlier set of rules did not belong to the mysterious elf grave.
It was a brand new rule. A rule never felt before. The housekeeper elf completely ignored the players preparing to perform, and said aloud, "Players from the Eastern God Camp, what performance will you bring us?" Chapter 170, Mysterious Elf, the plot isn't right. Update 1 thanks to Sister Shizi for the sponsorship.
Amidst the eerie screams,
no one noticed the Proud Elf stepping forward.
The Proud Elf walked into the crowd like a devout believer, quietly blending in with the elves, ignoring the noise around her, and moving forward slowly. At the moment this art reached its conclusion, was also when it marked the end of Chao Shangfei's life.
Giving this art a perfect conclusion was the proudest achievement of her life as a Proud Elf. His pride is not arrogance, not haughtiness, and certainly not to show off. It is the pride of being proud. His pride cannot tolerate anyone. The proud spirit knows that Chao Shangfei's singing has already touched the essence of the divine realm. Just like his divine realm, once unfolded, it can form its own space. Chao Shangfei is currently at a low level, his influence only uses his voice and dance to affect the audiences around him. Once he reaches 100 levels and comprehends the rules, his divine realm will always be filled. Chapter 171, Strange Spirit, the Past of the Proud Spirit bonus 2 thanks to Haiping Meow for the reward. The butler spirit flashes sideways, and the sound of rumbling blades echoes beneath his feet. A ray of blade light pierces the stage, landing directly before the butler spirit. The butler spirit takes a deep breath and says loudly, "Wu Bi, as the first strong person to enter your divine realm, were you not once very admiring of him? Look at this blade and tell me, does your current behavior live up to him?" The proud spirit takes a deep breath and then slightly nods, saying, "That should not be a reason for you to bring out this blade today. I have already forgotten him, why do you have to mention him?" The proud spirit looks around and says loudly, "The reincarnated god deceives, the ancient city princess, it's no wonder you come here. The elven grave can obscure the perception of the Wind Lord Zay, you can only dare to do as you wish here, right?" The proud spirit controls the power of the rules and bursts out with a roar. Lu Dong takes a big step back, standing firmly before the members of the Godabeo Guild. Wang Bo is. Chapter 172, Strange Spirit, Golden Glory bonus 3 thanks to the reader Chidian 151 for the reward. The Lu Dong of the Wanyuan elf body can ignore the divine intimidation of the divine realm. He walks straight forward. No matter which world, he is lustful, but that does not mean that when something goes wrong, he can hide behind a woman. What Lu Dong values most is the emotion. For Chao Shangfei, he can recklessly mobilize his spiritual power. For Wang Bo, he can even give up this life. Not because he has tied a bond with her, but because Lu Dong felt the warmth of home in the Godabeo Guild. Xinjie is a later player. During this time, in everyone's chats, Lu Dong roughly understands the relationship between Xinjie and the player Wang Bo. Since the ancient city princess has occupied Wang Bo's body, they naturally need to help Xinjie find out the whereabouts of her best friend's spiritual power. Lu Dong wants to protect everyone in this family. Just like when he first encountered the Godabeo Guild, he secretly vowed he would. Chapter 173, Strange Spirit, Slay the Proud Spirit. Bonus 4 thanks to the Big Boss Chidian 151 for the reward. The proud spirit sees the change in Lu Dong's aura and frowns slightly. Why is there such a familiar feeling? A strong bloody smell. Blood, elf? Impossible. The proud spirit's eyes widen. Blood elves had long since perished. Even if the elven royal family still has blood of the blood elves, allowing people to briefly enter the blood elf state, endless bleeding would still kill them. Blood begins to drip around Lu Dong, plop, plop, plop. The proud spirit takes a deep breath, looking serious. It really is a blood elf. Known as having no cooldown, capable of infinite attacks, the blood elf. The only warrior blood of the elf race, they are the wildest butchers of the blood elves. This taboo clan. The proud spirit starts to face Lu Dong seriously, with no more chill in his eyes. Lu Dong slowly says, "Come like thunder, calm like." Chapter 174, Strange Spirit, Grave of Elements. Bonus 5 thanks to the big boss Jidian 151 for the reward. The members of the Taya family exchange glances. What child? How can there be a child in the Strange Spirit copy? One member of the Taya family turns the mirror in his hand, directly reflecting towards the untidy woman in front of him. Jiang Xiaolin, after her daughter died, her spiritual power scattered. Level, LV 10. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Mental power, 100. Ability, Elegy, Call Upon the Dead. Not a player. Not an elf. But an NPC? The Taya family members scoff, how dare a level 10 NPC come here? Kill her. As the Taya family prepares to attack, they see a roaring army materializing behind the woman. Various spirits, the strong from major families, and Taiye Huangzhang. In the next moment, the undead enveloped the Taiye family. After a while, the strong of the Taiye family stood up. Chapter 175, Strange Spirits, Get Up. Add more 6 thanks to Jidian Big Boss 151. The gigantic arena instantly split into 4. Each area was about the size of half a basketball court. 8 people stood silently in the field, surrounded by silence. A deep voice echoed again, the rule-reward battle, the winner inherits the rules, the loser dies. Elven tribe, witness, all forces retreat. Lu Dong slightly squinted his eyes, 8 forces? Is it saying that there are 8 forces within the waste capital, or are there 8 factions? The poisonous spirit said that if they won this battle, they would become slaves under the rules. Inheriting the rules controlled by the elven tribe, unable to raise their heads for a lifetime. This battle cannot be lost. Nor can it be won. Guild Channel. By Li Xian, seems a bit troublesome, how should we break it? Gui Jun, first, beat the enemy half to death, don't let him surrender, we can just hold on. Lu Dong, I'm good at killing, acting. Chapter 176, Strange Spirits, Gui Jun vs Ping Ling Hong, add more 7 thanks to Jidian Big Boss 151. Dong Ling Hui quietly looked at the surrounding players. Resting his chin on his hand, surveying the area. No wonder it's the holy land of the elven tribe, so many chains of rules. If obtained, wouldn't it become a holy capital? Dong Ling Hui scanned the arena, but they were just a bunch of useless people who hadn't reached enlightenment, taking advantage of the elven tribe's turmoil, perhaps he could earn a fortune. After thinking it over, the only one in the family who could establish a channel with him was Niu Hong. Dong Ling Hui shouted, immediately calling Niu Hang. Bored Niu Hong, without the support of family treasures, naturally stayed in the family. After all, enemies were everywhere outside. He paused, feeling Dong Ling Hui's call, and quickly opened his phone. Bite the pill I gave you, prepare to receive it in reverse. Niu Hong was taken aback, killed Lu Dong so soon? Biting the pill, Niu Hang's body shook, outside the day, he. Chapter 177, Strange Spirits, The Battle of Poison Spirits, add more 8 thanks to Jidian Big Boss 151. Boom! Ping Ling Hong exploded. Like a meatball, drinking water to the extreme, it burst with a loud noise. Blood splattered everywhere, not a single piece intact. Chao Shunfei was dumbfounded. Chui Min was stunned. Xin Jie was also stunned. This girl is too fierce, right? They just reminded her once, this enemy was unbeatable in counterattacks. She wanted to turn Ping Ling Hong into blood drops to prove her first strike invincible? Impressive. Gui Jun patted the blood on his body, cursing, what's wrong with her, liking such bloody scenes, making me go back to wash clothes again. Bai Nan Gaofeng swallowed hard, he was right beside. Ping Ling Hong was just 10 meters away from him. In 1 minute, turned into a meatball. Directly blown up. Bai Nan Gaofeng took a deep breath, no wonder the families say, never let this. Chapter 178, Strange Spirits, by Li Xian's Battle, add more 9 thanks to Jidian Big Boss 151. Wei Jun was shocked. Wow, it's getting intense? In the distance, Xin Jie gasped for breath, scared to death. I said, inheriting Lu Dong's blood, how could he not be bad to the bone? Compared to Gui Jun and the poison spirit's ease.
Bai Lixian's side was much more troublesome. Han Kai, holding a staff at eyebrow level, forced Bai Lixian to a state of embarrassment. Bai Lixian originally thought he would come up and unleash a big move, directly taking this guy out, ending the battle as quickly as possible, and then bragging for the longest time. But as it turns out, the battle hasn't ended, and he lost face. Han Kai entered the battlefield and directly used a silent domain item. Han Kai also couldn't use abilities, but the comparison of their strengths became apparent. Bai Lixian's role mainly relied on calculations. He was originally a civilian, not suitable for fierce battles. Chapter 179, Strange Spirits, Am I Ludong a Reasonable Person? Thanks to myself for daily updates. An elbow like a stick. Boom. It crashed into Han Kai's chest. Tearing pain surged from the chest. Bai Lixian murmured, in my youth, I learned Tai Chi, and later understood the 8 extremes. My master never allowed us to practice Bagua Pom, saying when fate comes, we will naturally comprehend. I didn't understand then, but now I do. Bai Lixian turned to look at Shen Jie and whispered, I've truly embarrassed myself today. Bagua, 16 palms. Each palm strikes the acupoint, sealing the blood flow. Han Kai trembled all over. From the moment Bai Lixian took a step to attack, he understood. The battle of his life should come to an end. Bang! All 16 palms landed in front of Han Kai's empty space. Han Kai widened his eyes, wondering why he didn't kill him. Bai Lixian's body floated with strands of rhythm, and then nodded, come and go as it pleases, you and I have no connection. Chapter 180, Strange Spirit, Crisis. Crisis. Boom. As Lu Dong killed Dongling Liya, the giant eye in the sky cast a thick red light. The arena battle ended, allowing the selection of the most talented players to accept the rule chain of the elemental tomb. This is the most beloved honor of the player humans. It is precisely through the rule chain that the elf tribe can help the powerful of the ancient capital gain control over the strange world. Players accepted this rule chain, seemingly able to enhance their abilities, but in reality, they were completely trapped in the control of a hidden hand. But today, that woman in white not only pierced through the shackles of the elemental tomb but also broke the defenses of the strange spirit tomb's periphery. Seeing the free rule chain, the crowd went crazy and wanted to escape. The comprehender under attack by the strange seemed to possess a unique passage. No matter how the giant eye manipulated the rule chain refused to submit. Chapter 181, Strange Spirit, Body Cultivation. Fist tremors. Waves of air rippled along Wei Jun's body. He yanked off his loose basketball jersey. Wei Jun revealed the jade armor vest hanging on him. He turned back and tossed the jade armor vest onto the ground. Boom! The seemingly light jade armor vest smashed a deep pit into the arena. Wei Jun rotated his neck, softly saying, removing the restraints makes it much easier. Bai Lixian looked shocked. Moments ago, Han Kai's powerful stick did not leave any traces on the arena. How heavy is Sister Jun's vest? Han Kai swung the long staff, blocking the attacks from the rule chain, softly murmuring, impossible. Body cultivation. This is a memory that only exists in history. At that time, there were many genius treasures for health in the world, giving humanity the possibility to enhance physical strength without limits. However, later, the development of science became increasingly refined. Chapter 182, Strange Spirit, Han Kai. In front of Dongling Hui, large numbers of strange beings fell in layers. The curse power spread toward everyone like a tide. Wei Jun, with a piece of red braised meat in his mouth, blocked Lu Dong and the others, lowering his voice and saying, pretend to be unable to fight, trick him over, I'm invincible at close range. Shen Jie was slightly taken aback and lowered her voice, saying, Jun, being invincible up close shouldn't mean turning Pingling Hong into liquid, you need to control your fighting style. Wei Jun was taken aback. Wasn't it your sister who wanted to turn him into liquid? Shen Jie wore a dark face, realizing the huge misunderstanding. She meant Pingling Hong's defense was invincible, not to turn him into droplets. Wei Jun lowered his voice and said, Bai Daorun, your attack just now was a bit strange, is it the legendary endless cycle? Bai Lixian looked proud, saying leisurely, once I stick to you, I can chain indefinitely, I am invincible in the first move. The poison spirit stuck out its tongue, this human. Chapter 183, Strange Spirit, Zhang Xiaolin's Identity. One swing of the staff. Mixed with the power of heaven and earth. Unstoppable. Han Kai's mouth split, and his tiger's mouth burst. Faced with the curse power's rule, his whole body burst apart. The nobles had taught him that everything should be taken seriously. With the intention of acting for justice in this strange spirit instance, all Han Kai saw was the ruthlessness of the noble families. Once upon a time, players from noble families would work together in dungeons. But ever since entering the ruined city, the noble families seemed to be isolated from one another. Each had their own thoughts. Han Kai did not like scheming and backstabbing. He believed that only the weapon in his hand was his true companion. This was the path he pursued. In today's battle, he initially lost to Bai Lixian and should have died according to the rules. But Bai Lixian disregarded the rules and forcefully blocked the lethal attack. Bai Lixian's words, "The old way does not let people die," echoed in his mind. Liang Yan's phone seemed to be forced to hang up due to restricted mental energy. Xiong Tian did not provide any useful information. Lu Dong's face was serious as he said, "Currently, the known information is that Jiang Xiaolin is Xiong Tian's wife, and if we don't leave in 5 minutes, it will be equivalent to dying in this world." Xinjie furrowed her brow tightly and whispered, "There is too little known information. Let me sort through it again. Is there anything more detailed?" Cui Min and Chao Shangfei saw they could not help and spread out around the residential building, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Dong thought of Xiong Tian and suddenly remembered something, whispering. Years ago, Jiang Xiaolin went to the military camp to find Xiong Tian while holding a child. Under a surprise attack from the strange camp's Guxiuzhong, Xiong Tian bravely stepped in front of the gun to save his comrade, forgetting that he was holding his daughter in his arms. The trolley problem? Xinjie froze. As a woman, she could not understand. An old-fashioned refrigerator with a single door, the upper layer for fresh food and the lower layer for freezing. Xinjie quietly said, "Years ago, I handled a case in that world. A poor family's child could not afford the medical bills and was forcibly discharged from the hospital, and that bed was then used by a rich family's child. The poor child soon passed away, and the child's mother placed her hatred on the rich family's child. She went to work as a nanny for the rich family, accompanying the child for a while in peace. When the owners let their guard down, she put the child in the refrigerator's cold storage and left. The rich family searched for 3 days and nights, scouring the entire city but could not find their child. Finally, they discovered the child in their own refrigerator." Xinjie placed one hand on the refrigerator's cold storage and gently pulled it open. A chill emerged, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In the 3 layers of freezing space, there were neatly arranged baby items. A single knife strike. The building cracked. Space shattered. Jiang Xiaolin's realm of mental power collapsed with a roar. Jiang Xiaolin stared blankly at the 6 people in front of him, with a glimmer of clarity on his face. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "You. Have you seen my child?" His voice was nearly hoarse as he raised his hands, ready to choke Lu Dong by the neck. Lu Dong replied coldly, "Yes, I've seen him. I've seen the child's father, a helpless man, a father burdened with his brother's lives and guilt towards his child." Jiang Xiaolin smiled darkly, tugging at his own hair with one hand, staring fiercely at Lu Dong and saying, "Have you seen Xiong Tian? My daughter is dead. Why isn't he dead? Deserving death. You all deserve to die." Lu Dong felt that Xiong Tian was wronged and wanted to defend him. A man, holding the front line, knowing that killing the enemy is hopeless, knowing that the army has already retreated, he still had to. Wang Bo's hand glimmered with a trace of white light, ready to imprison Jiang Xiaolin. Jiang Xiaolin sneered, a mass of black mist directly separating from his body. "I said, how could the deception of jealousy fall into the same pit twice? It turns out to be the reincarnation of the deceiving god. I'm not playing with you." The black mist of the deception of hatred flickered and rushed towards the sky above. Wang Bo wanted to chase, but his body's strength had been excessively drained. She simply couldn't move her legs. In the sky above, the giant Eye Guardian watched as the dark room enveloped him. With hands flipping, he was about to press down. The black mist lazily rolled away, a barely noticeable power surged into the giant Eye Guardian's forehead. The hatred demon laughed ominously. "As long as there is hatred in the world, I can attach myself at any time. Giant Eye Guardian, with your hatred, use the power of the controller to destroy the deceiving god." The black light spread out, disappearing without a trace. Ancient Capital. Chapter 188, Mysterious Sprite, Dongling Huey's Conspiracy Bonus 7. Thanks to ABA for the reward. Lu Dong stepped joyfully into the cursed divine realm. He had grasped the method to control the form of spiritual power from Jiang Xiaolin's mental domain. As long as it was attached to a weapon, Lu Dong could conjure any spiritual power weapon he needed. Now this spiritual power could even cut through the divine realm, simply a divine artifact. In the future, when faced with gods, he would have no fear of being controlled. Whatever he thought, he could manifest. Wherever he wanted to enter, he could go. Lu Dong landed on the arena, and what welcomed him was a fierce attack. Minus 500 million. 500 million damage. Lu Dong's face turned dark. He thought he was tricked by the poison sprite. With 600 million health, he could hold on for 30 minutes. Who would have thought it would instantly drop by more than half? Puff. Lu Dong was fine, but the poison sprite spewed out blood everywhere. The vanishing poison was his essence. The poison sprite fell weakly to the ground, softly. Chapter 189, Mysterious Sprite, Can I Hug You? Bonus 8. Thanks to Qi Dian by Dream for the reward. Dongling Hui laughed wildly, looking at Lu Dong, as if looking at a dead man.
The arrogant Go de Bao guild had finally been trampled underfoot by him. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. He already knew that Jiang Xiaolin was possessed by the demon of hatred. Wang Bo had the power of purification. She should be able to directly free Jiang Xiaolin from possession. In this way, the people outside would definitely be safe. Lu Dong only needed to focus on dealing with Dong Linghui in front of him. Curses surrounded Dong Linghui, and he coldly said, I curse level 1 players cannot act. I curse level 1 players cannot mobilize spiritual power. I curse level 1 players to block all treasures. I curse level 1 players cannot use any communication tools. For curses struck down heavily upon Lu Dong. Lu Dong stared blankly at Dong Linghui, powerless to. Chapter 190, Mysterious Sprite, Bear Ancestor bonus 9 thanks to Qi Dian by Dream for the reward. Dong Linghui wore a sycophantic smile, like a bad uncle coaxing a child, chuckling. Mommy, where did you go? Hugging the cursed sprite, Jiang Xiaolin paused slightly. She thought she had hugged the wrong child again. Previously, due to her hatred for Bear Tian, hate deep to the bone, she was possessed by the demon of hatred. The demon of hatred could control souls in Jiang Xiaolin's body, simply taking things to another level. But Jiang Xiaolin's strength was really too weak. So weak that she couldn't stand against Wang Bo's power of purification, hence the demon of hatred chose to give up. He wouldn't be like the demon of jealousy and end up in a ditch. Without the control of the demon of hatred, Jiang Xiaolin regained her normal maternal reason. She hurriedly released the cursed sprite, softly saying, I'm sorry. The cursed sprite blinked its big eyes, in a baby voice, can you be my mommy? For a lifetime. Chapter 191, Mysterious Sprite, a hammer for 80. Bonus 10 thanks to application error for the reward. Lu Dong stood up, glancing around the crowd, his aura rolling. Next request. Let me also enter your spiritual domain. The cursed sprite wiped its mouth, contentedly burped, then nestled in Jiang Xiaolin's arms, falling silent. This was her warmest harbor. If she could, she would never want to leave for a lifetime. Jiang Xiaolin did not hesitate, directly bringing Lu Dong into her spiritual domain. Elemental Tomb. The giant Eye Guardian looked down at everything in the arena. The vanishing Dong Linghui made him want to go berserk. But the ceiling was not yet complete. Cannot let it all fall short. Hands flashed with earth-yellow light. The entire grave of elements was enveloped in a roar. The giant-eyed guardian pressed down his anger and growled quietly. No one can leave. The bizarre hatred drifted in the strange world. Chapter 192, Strange Spirit, Reverse Curse, bonus 11 thanks for the incorrect reward. Lu Dong stepped forward boldly. Dong Linghui did not retreat at all. A hard collision, relying on health, not on ability. Can 5 billion still lose? Lu Dong grinned and said, Dong Linghui, did you just enjoy using curse abilities? Now it's my turn. Curse. Dong Linghui cannot move. Curse. Dong Linghui die. Curse. Dong Linghui turn into a donkey. Xiangzu said softly, Big brother, curse abilities aren't used like this, rules cannot specifically name individuals, only can refer to a player with a certain characteristic in front of you, cannot pinpoint to a person. Lu Dong's face turned slightly red, and he coldly said, I know. I'm just trying to scare him. Xiangzu tilted his head in confusion. Shen Jia exclaimed, does he really know? Chao Shangfei and Cui Min spoke in unison, he knows nothing. Huang Xingyan slightly raised her head, looking at the top. Chapter 193, Strange Spirit, 12 billion to /Dong Linghui. Thanks user 151 for the reward. Dong Linghui laughed loudly. His attack destroyed many people. Previously, Bai Lixian attacked him with the rules of the Dao, using this method to return the attack to Gui Jun. Dong Linghui wanted to see Lu Dong's despair, but found that this guy showed no sadness at all. He is still laughing? Lu Dong was laughing. Curse. Nearby players removed the cooldown of achievement titles. Lu Dong said softly. Outlaw activated. Select a player to duel with you, the other party cannot refuse, bystanders cannot intervene, until one side dies. Lu Dong pointed straight at Dong Linghui. In the next moment, Dong Linghui's return the same way attack was also sucked into the white light circle. Dong Linghui fell silent, he remembered this ability. Justice Big Bin died right here. Then why didn't Lu Dong use it from the start? Chapter 194, Strange Spirit, come on. Fight. Sure enough. This giant eye above had an improper origin. Cui Min and Bai Lixian stood in front of everyone, one on each side. Blocking the giant eye guardian's line of sight, the two had serious expressions. This was definitely the strongest opponent the Quangbo guild had encountered since Fengjuanzi. Rubble surrounded the giant eye guardian. On the stone face, there was only one huge eye. Bai Lixian pinched his fingers, shaking his head slightly. They actually had no signs of life. Escape? Where can they escape to? Fight? Who is this guy's opponent? Chui Min looked at Bai Lixian's rapidly declining health, lowering his voice. White Taoist, if it doesn't work then forget it.
Bai Lixian was momentarily dazed, he seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Among 1,000 possible deaths, there was a chance of survival.
But Bai Lixian's deductions were too fast, he did not notice. Chapter 195, Strange Spirit, Team Battle. 100 updates owed.
The poison spirit no longer acted up, quietly sitting beside Lu Dong, softly said, "The awakened soul memory just told me, those below the enlightened level are not this guy's opponents at all."
Xiangzu leaned against Jiang Xiaolin and said softly, "This guy's strength is even above the Spirit King, even the king can't handle him, we are even worse." Lu Dong sighed, "Then why don't you consider changing to a new Spirit King?" Poison Spirit. Xiangzu. Wang Bo. How dare you say that? Achoo. The Spirit King sitting in the pool of blood sneezed hard, then weakly raised his hand, opened the map and said,
"If the scammer can enter the grave of elements, perhaps one or two rules of the chain ceiling can be unraveled. I just need to appear at the right time, save the scammer in front of the Giant Eye Guardian, and then we can promote the alliance of the two major factions." Chapter 196, Strange Spirit, Lockdown. Bonus 1 thanks RQ/reward.
Not dead. This Giant Eye Guardian did not die. In fact, his aura was even stronger than before.
The Giant Eye Guardian propped himself up with one hand and appeared in front of Huang Xingyan at an almost instant speed. A stone shot out, like a small mountain, crashing down directly on Huang Xingyan. Huang Xingyan exclaimed, crossing her hands, her body like a startled swan, as she flew back. Suddenly 1,000 green grasses burst forth.
Grass is the most resilient existence among all plants.
Huang Xingyan disregarded the flag that was torn by the sharp stones and softly said, borrowing the strength of 3 blue-silver grass.
The weak little grass shone with a vibrant Klein blue vitality amidst its transparency. It fiercely resisted the giant rock. The giant-eyed guardian coldly said, "The first trouble, the power of nature, I will deal with you first." The giant rock exploded, crashing into countless fragments surrounding Huang Xingyan. With a single hand, the giant-eyed guardian restrained her, and the stones instantly trapped Huang Xingyan. Chapter 197, Mysterious Spirit, I am the President, Extra 2 thanks for the reward RQ/donation. The holy light dispersed around Wang Bo.
The transforming cloak had not taken shape and simply disappeared. At that moment, Wang Bo still had a trace of divine power, but now, it was completely gone.
He fell to the ground in despair, his face full of unwillingness. The hope of the ancient city condensed in her body, how could it be so shattered? Could it be that all the happy endings and stories are fake?
Wang Bo suddenly felt so wronged.
Is the ancient city weak? How could the ancient city with tens of thousands of gods be weak?
It is because the king granted them eternal life, turning them into gods, that they forgot the pure essence of humanity. Without birth, aging, sickness, and death, there is no love, hatred, or feud. In the face of eternal life, all conflicts become a game.
Dynasty regulations are merely a game for one person, the king of the ancient city.
Gratitude faded in the flow of time.
Long stretches of time. Chapter 198, Mysterious Spirit, Drunken Shenanigans, Extra 3 thanks for the reward RQ/donation. Wang Bo's body shook. What is Lu Dong holding in his hand? Why does that jar have my aura? There's also my father's aura, my mother's aura.
Lu Dong strode forward, using his internal sight ability, leveraging mathematical constraints to move his heart, causing the alcohol spirit sealed deep in his heart to fall into his hands. The alcohol spirit said it could only be activated at level 100. Can I reach level 100? That is a million-level curse power. Lu Dong shook his head, thinking it was impossible to level up. Getting to level 2 is just as hard as reaching level 100, it is simply impossible.
Then I need to find a way to get it. You have activated the ancient city princess's daughter red.
Daughter red, the wine used when the ancient city princess gets married, contains the power of heaven and earth, holds the might of the sun and moon, and carries millions of rules. Those who comprehend at level 100 can delve into the mysteries of their own rules.
Note, not yet. Chapter 199, Mysterious Spirit, Cursing.
Extra 4 thanks for the reward for the millions of foreign people.
The giant-eyed guardian thought of the countless ways Lu Dong could attack.
But he never expected Lu Dong would use such disgusting true damage.
The real attack of vomit.
The giant-eyed guardian just wanted to find a shower, turn on the faucet, and wash himself from head to toe. I feel so dirty. A fire ignited in his heart, suddenly transforming into power. 800 chains of rules surged at once. Driven by the giant-eyed guardian, the chains of rules burst forth with colorful light. Without exception, they were all abilities at the level of comprehension. It's no exaggeration to say that the giant-eyed guardian, with these chains of rules, could break through any ruined city in the eastern zone. This strike was equivalent to a cooperative attack of over 800 comprehenders. Elements counter each other while elements give birth to one another.
The stone rule of the giant-eyed guardian perfectly balanced all opposing rule powers, completely intertwining all chains of rules. Chapter 200, Mysterious Spirit. I am not deceiving the gods again. Extra 5 thanks for the reward of billion trillions. Wan Xiang Tian, the Spirit King. Wan Xiang Tian softly said, now all the gods are lurking in the dark, quietly preparing for the future war of the gods. If you kill the giant-eyed guardian, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the ancient city. The giant-eyed guardian is one of Feng Juan's people. Wan Xiang Tian paused for a moment and said gently, I assure you, we will definitely punish the giant-eyed guardian, we will make you satisfied, and I can privately give you a few more fragments of verbal spells. Wan Xiang Tian's gaze was fixated on Lu Dong. He believed deceiving the gods should be rational, as making an enemy of the ancient city at such a time is of no use to everyone's grand plan. The gods do not resist, but in a battle where death is certain, there is no need to increase casualties. It is better to plan for the long term. Just like the god of love, who spreads causality everywhere, saving all beings, and seeking opportunities for resistance, right? Chapter 201, Mysterious Elf, Eternal Thunder. Wang Bo was slightly stunned. In the past, she always thought that the reason Lu Dong was so fierce was that he was hiding some kind of cowardice. The fiercer a person is, the more sensitive and fragile their heart tends to be. Fierceness is just a guise of protection. She thought that the drunken Lu Dong would show various colors. But Wang Bo didn't expect that the drunken Lu Dong was just as ferocious as when he was sober. He loved to take advantage but knew when to retreat. His thoughts were meticulous. Is this Lu Dong really just an ordinary player? Wang Bo inhaled sharply, then tried to summon a trace of just recovered strength. Pop. She couldn't gather any strength at all and sat down on the ground in despair. If only there was light, she could protect the members of the Gaud Bao Guild. Looking at the stone sculptures of people scattered around, Wang Bo murmured softly, buddies, let's take a chance. In the darkness. Chapter 202, Mysterious Elf, Xinjie is in a mess. In the pitch-black edge of the land, Lu Dong and the others gently landed on the ground. Everyone was surprised. How come there was no reward after completing the mission? Cui Min was carrying Chao Shangfei on his back, Huang Xingyan was holding Wei Jun, and all the members of the Gaud Bao Guild were injured. Bai Lixian wanted to help Lu Dong, but Lu Dong staggered and dodged away. Just as Lu Dong was about to collapse, he suddenly turned and headed straight for Wang Bo. Wang Bo said coldly, you have 1 minute to wake up. The emotionless voice genuinely startled Lu Dong. Lu Dong immediately stood up straight. Bald, shirtless, with just a pair of shorts from Cui Min wrapped around him. At this moment, Lu Dong was as ridiculous as he could be. Wang Bo said coldly, was it satisfying to explode? Lu Dong nodded lightly, then shook his head, it would be even more satisfying to slay the Elf King. Wang Bo wanted to be angry, but seeing. Chapter 203, Without a fierce persona, no stability. Lu Dong spun the disc in his hand and chuckled, the identification of the Elf Prince can teleport into the Elf Royal family at any time, no matter where. Xinjie gaped, are you crazy? We are going to the Elf Royal family? And not even through the front door? Chao Shangfei's eyes lit up and said, a royal family, if it's full of gold, I could truly be invincible. Wang Bo said coldly, prepare to set off to the Elf Royal family and see just what kind of enemies we are dealing with. The Elf Royal family. The cleaning elf had already cleaned up the bloodstains in the room. The Elf King had a shocking wound on his chest, he could hardly lift the tea beside him. That ancient lightning was too powerful. All the domain rules surrounding the Elf King had been shattered. In the resplendent inner court, there was now only. Chapter 204, Destroy what you cannot have. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild were all taken aback at the same time. Is someone attacking the city? Didn't they say no players could reach level 90, and that those high families couldn't attack Go City? Or is it, players from the civilian camp attacking? Lu Dong hung up the phone and said, the weird camp's divine punishment army seems to know Go City is undefended, disregarding the negative effects of the camp's buff, and has gathered 2 legions to attack. There are no players, all NPCs. The Elf King's expression relaxed, since they were in a hurry, he had more bargaining chips for negotiations. The Elf King cleared his throat and said, we have only 1 drop of ancient elf blood left. Wang Bo was stunned, what on earth, this is raising the price. Just now he wanted 10 drops, and he showed barely a hint of hesitation. The Elf Clan must have well over 10 drops of ancient elf blood in stock at this moment. But Go City cannot. Chapter 205, I am here. Thank you, Hong Wusu, for the daily updates. Big Hammer 80. Striking without satisfaction. After thousands of strikes, still strong, no matter the winds from east, west, south, or north. 80. Lu Dong's mental power attack, against the array-type treasures, is undoubtedly true damage. In less than a minute, the array that was just full of vibrant life suddenly turned into fragments everywhere.
The Elf King stared wide-eyed. In this vast and strange world, only the lifeline transmission array of the Elf clan could achieve bidirectional transmission. A treasure once praised by the king of the ancient capital was just destroyed by Lu Dong? This enmity has grown deep. Today I want to see how you all plan to leave. Lu Dong said coldly, Elf King, I'm a person who likes math, but I don't like settling accounts. The fall of the ancient capital, the gods didn't help, that's a family affair for my wife, I'll settle accounts with them slowly. You. Chapter 206, The Great Shuffling of the Universe, Elf Curse Technique, +1 thanks for support. The prince of the Elf clan received the news from the Elf King and initially thought it was a useless meeting, then suddenly paused, the clan meeting. A clan meeting only held during major events of the Elf clan. Latecomers shall be punished. Recalling the furious expression of the Elf King, princes from all places hurried back to the Elf clan. Bringing their powerful armies, the princes rushed back at once. Before they could exit the transmission array, various princes were bound by rules and directly locked in place. More than a dozen princes, all of whom were at the level of comprehenders, showed displeasure as they were bound in the array. Could it be that this is a feast of slaughter? When the Elf King rose to power, he invited the ministers of the previous dynasty to a feast, and that day, not a single minister left alive. Later generations of elves called the event of the Elf King rising to power, the Feast of Slaughter for the throne. But today, why does the Elf King want to stage such a scene again? In the next moment, densely packed. Chapter 207, The Conspiracy of the Dongling Family. +2 thanks for support. Big Boss's Reward. The Elf Clan cancels the declaration of war against the Dongshan camp. The Elf Clan announces a closed period. In the Dongling family, a curse has fallen, all players drop to level 90. If the first two pieces of news left players puzzled about the Elf King's thoughts, the Dongling family left them even more confused. Why would a level 100 player voluntarily drop their level? The Taiye family, which had been ambushing dozens of miles outside the Dongling family, was also taken aback. Goodness, the Dongling family is ruthless towards themselves. They directly led their entire clan to drop levels? Taiye Quan frowned and said, the Hank family, the Pingling family, and the Bainan family are all difficult to deal with, and now the Dongling family comes with this move, it seems we need to find a way to deal with the Dongshan camp. Let's hurry up and train those few players, just in time to use the opportunity of the Dongling family striking the Dongshan camp hard, and make good use of the camp war in a month. Chapter 208, Too Fake. +3 thanks to Sister Shizi for the reward. Wang Bo was anxiously stirring the beef tripe, not yet in his mouth when a deep voice of questioning came. It was a female voice, but far heavier than an ordinary female voice. This Lu Dong, good heavens, last time he brought back a Wuxia, then entangled with an Aliyah, just ran away, and now he has provoked a Hank Fong again? Chao Shangfei had just sat down and was busy all day, ready to dive into the hot pot, when he immediately lifted his bowl and said, Little Dongzi's luck with roses is indeed impressive, Bo Jia, I'll go take a look for you. Chao Shangfei climbed up the city wall, looking at Hank Fong in her morning dress, dressed in a faintly visible black shroud, and frowned. I am the president of the Gout Bayo Guild, if you have something, you can find me. Hank Fong raised her head, her delicate face marked with traces of tears, biting her lip softly and said, May I ask, did you go to that strange elf's dungeon? Chao Shangfei gently nodded, and he roughly understood why the woman came. Chapter 209, Are They Human? +4 thanks to Sister Shizi for the reward. As long as they encounter Lu Dong. As long as they encounter Lu Dong, they can trigger their own curse abilities. Dongling Tao, the second elder of the Dongling family, after receiving the task assigned by Dongling Rong, was thinking about how to get close to Lu Dong. His curse ability can indeed set up a divine realm where players bleed the moment they enter. However, the Go district is different from other areas. Other major districts have long completed their explorations, filled with players from their own regions. Dongling Tao can casually grab a player from a major district and set up his bleeding formation based on that player's familiarity with the area. In the Go district, after searching a wide area, Dongling Tao found not a single player from his own major district. Occasionally, there were one or two scattered players, but they were not bound to the Go district. After all, when the Heavenly Punishment Army attacked Go City, the smart players had already left. Without players from his major district, Dongling Tao's divine realm couldn't take effect. Chapter 210, The Offensive of the Dongling Family, Additional Update 5 thanks to Sister Shizi for the reward. Dongling 2 was slightly startled, then lowered his head in silence. Outside the conference room, 4 urgent knocks came at the door. Head of the family. The Hanjin family sent a letter of severance. Head of the family. The Bainan family sent a letter of severance. The Pingling family sent a letter of severance. Head of the family. The Taiya family sent a message, expel our Dongling family from the family alliance. Dongling Rong chuckled lightly, saying leisurely, they will come to plead with us. The Dongling family is preparing to depart. At the same time, Tai Quan received reports from his subordinates and quietly read through all the information before softly saying, "Continue inciting the Pingling, Hanjin, and Bainan families to resist the Dongling family."
This Dongling Rong, she has big ambitions, intending to drag Lu Dong into the Curse God's legacy dungeon. Is she certain that Lu Dong is a devious god and trying to use him to help them complete their tasks?
Chapter 211, Blood of the Ancient Elves, additional update 6 thanks to Sister Shizi for the reward.
Dongling Tao's curse rules instantly enveloped everyone in the Go to Bao guild.
Wei Jun, playing the role of Feng Juanzi, frowned slightly. This troublesome thing carried effects of confinement and silence. Dongling B's curse made it impossible for everyone to mobilize their domain abilities.
Dongling Tao's self-explosion curse caused everyone to lose their ability to move.
At this moment, the members of the Go to Bao guild finally realized how insignificant they were in this world without abilities. In Wang Bo's eyes, white light flickered. He wanted to purify this curse but could not mobilize his own power. The emperor of the ancient capital was frantically running around the courtyard.
It couldn't let Wang Bo trigger this rule, otherwise, Feng Juanzi would definitely notice.
When everyone was unable to move, Lu Dong slowly put down his chopsticks and chuckled, saying,
"Don't worry, I'm here."
10,000 Source Elf Body, ignores curse confinement.
Lu Dong. Wang. Chapter 212, Inherited Curse, Initial Trial of Extremes, additional update 7 thanks to Big Boss Ming Sung for the reward.
You have entered the task dungeon of the Legacy of the Curse God.
Legacy dungeons prohibit the use of items.
Note, external items here will affect your true power. Seeking the legacy of the god, whether to reject or accept, is determined by the heart. Synopsis: I am Luya, merely traveling to this strange world, suddenly feeling the wonder, looking again at the wonders, deciding to leave behind those fated to be worthy, 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies, can accept my legacy.
Main task: accept the legacy, or find a path to leave. Sub-task: to be discovered.
In the silent surroundings, in the pitch-black courtyard, only Lu Dong was present. The courtyard walls were not high. Under the Klein blue moonlight, faint black shadows were visible.
It resembled an ancient structure, with a door covered by slanted tiles.
In a daze, Lu Dong felt as if he had returned to ancient times.
The dungeon of the legacy of the Curse God, huh?
Surrounding him were the members of the Go to Bao guild.
Chapter 213, Inherited Curse, Orphan, additional update 8 thanks to the donor. Following the stone-paved path, Lu Dong walked out the door.
In the changing scenery, Lu Dong stepped into a bone-chilling cold room.
Is it an illusion? He transformed into a simple farmer.
A gray cotton coat, hands covered with layers of black grime, cracked skin adorned with dark patterns. In a mere 5 square meters, a Kong was set up, upon which lay a woman wrapped in a thick towel. Lu Dong's body involuntarily moved forward.
Why, it's not dark yet, why are you sleeping? Lu Dong was slightly taken aback. Was this the first trial?
The first of the 5 defects, a man without a wife or a widower. The task description said that only those with 5 defects and 3 shortcomings can accept the inheritance.
In other words, would I have to watch my wife die on the Kong? Why should I?
As I was about to leave the room in this body.
Chapter 214, Inheritance Curse, Widow, Addendum 9, thanks to the big shots for the donations.
The only darkness is the background of the times. Even those in darkness can choose their way of living.
Staying home in isolation, madly typing away, isn't that also a way to cope with changes?
Lu Dong lay on the man's back, feeling the passage of time slip away. Whenever the man gasped for breath, he just coughed softly, and the man immediately regained strength. There were mountain paths, there were flat roads. When the sky turned slightly bright, the man finally reached the county town. The lazy doorman hadn't changed shifts yet. He waved his hand and let the man in. A ray of sunlight spilled onto the dusty street, and a few roosters leisurely strutted about. The heavy footsteps of the man broke the silence of the street.
Dong! Dong! Dr. Wu, save my wife.
After a long time, an old man in a white undergarment gently opened the door, rubbing his sleep-filled eyes.
Chapter 215, Inheritance Curse, Loan. Buzz. A light chance suddenly emerged.
With a thunderous force, it struck Dongling B in the chest. Dongling B collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Dongling Rong said coldly, "Since you are from Dongling Gui, then you have no reason to exist." With a twist of his right hand, a phantom force was directly drawn from Dongling B's body. Dongling Rong thought for a moment and then said slowly, "Not simple, you even want to comprehend the growth journey of the Curse God.
Then I'll make it a little harder for you." The white light in Dongling Rong's hand suddenly pressed into Lu Dong's body.
Dongling Rong then looked up and said, "This group of players should die in the task of 5 defects and 3 shortcomings after passing the first level. Only killing cannot help them pass this level." Dongling too nodded slightly. After Dongling Rong left for a while, he dared to lift his head slightly.
One-shot killing mid-level comprehenders. What kind of strength is Dongling Rong? Chapter 216, Inheritance Curse, you probably haven't died.
Lu Dong leaned against the door of the ward when it was suddenly pulled open. Donglingby looked at the blood on the ground, slightly stunned.
So Lu Dong was not immersed in an illusion, this guy was killing in the illusion? Your brother is interesting too. To not complete the test of 5 defects and 3 shortcomings, is it useless to kill some inconsequential characters here? The dark muzzle of the gun was directly aimed at the back of Lu Dong's head.
Donglingby sneered, "Deceiver, how are you?" Closing the hospital door behind him, Donglingby did not care about the footsteps running in the corridor. In his eyes, it was just killing 2 ordinary men and women. This is just a game world, how can NPCs in the game be defined as life? Moreover, isn't the deceiver more ruthless than he is? Lu Dong sat quietly on the ground, whispering, "So, did you kill them?" Donglingby firmly occupied the position. Chapter 217, Inheritance Curse, Alone. In the Inheritance Curse dungeon. In the hospital, Donglingby watched as Lu Dong smashed each piece of his body. This guy even brought a juicer from the hospital. Not knowing which organs of his body were turned into colorful liquids. Then Lu Dong used a lighter to roast these liquids. When only dry powder remained, Lu Dong beat it again with a stick. Donglingby admitted that after many years in this strange world, he had never been frightened by the bizarre. But this time, he was indeed frightened by Lu Dong. This guy simply wasn't human. He was stranger than the strange. Even in the mental illusion, Donglingby could continue to exist even with just his head left. Relying on the treasures of the Dongling family, his mental strength could even slowly recover in the illusion. But Donglingby just wants to die now. Not a single day has passed. Chapter 218, Curse of the Legacy, We Won't Lose. Additional Update 1, thanks to the generous donation from the Big Boss. The TV. He could control the TV channels. Lu Dong immediately grabbed the remote, his mental energy rapidly dropping, as though some force was not allowing him to move this remote. The more this happened, the more there was something wrong. You triggered a hidden task, call the airline and verify if the children are telling the truth. You triggered a hidden task, open your phone and check the traffic conditions on the map. Task prompts echoed in his ears, but Lu Dong ignored them completely. He was about to watch the news. News had real-time updates. Mental energy, minus 10,000. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. Rapidly dropping, as if some rule-based force was restricting him. His phone and landline were flashing faint lights, as if urging Lu Dong to pick them up. Lu Dong let out a low growl. Chapter 219, Curse of the Legacy, The Remnants, Additional Update 2, thanks to the generous donation from the Big Boss. The scattered light spots faded. When they reformed, Lu Dong found himself in the center of a familiar gladiatorial arena. The 5 miseries were over, widowed, lonely, and isolated. Only a remnant remained. But was this remnant a broken one? Or a brutal one? Lu Dong stood in the arena, quietly listening to the surrounding outcries, gazing at the dense crowd. If it was brutal, then damn, it was basically his character. Lu Dong twirled his bloodthirsty pencil, strolling among the crowd. In the arena, so many people, are they expecting him to kill them all? You triggered a side quest. Remnant, losing a part of your body here counts as completing the task. So does this mean he had to let these guys tear him apart? Lu Dong grinned slightly, the side quests. I've never been the type to do tasks. A magnetic voice rang out. Chapter 220, Curse of the Legacy, Luya. Additional Update 3, thanks to the generous donation from Rimura the Demon King. But the straw doll shattered. Deep in the place of inheritance, Luya, who had been sleeping all this time, suddenly sat up. What the hell, was that just a dream, or was it real? It seemed like he had been pierced out of the illusion by an attack from the elven race. No, wait. It wasn't just any elf, it was the ancient brutal elves. How could such a vanished existence reappear? The elven race had all become Wenjuan's dogs, helping the time traveler watch over the world's rules, so how could they appear in his illusion? Also, the attack that pierced his divine domain had even hurt him. It seemed to be the power of a curse? Luya licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, then sat up, staring at the old guy in front of him, slightly stunned, and said, "When did you arrive?" Wanshan Tianfan was reading a book, and casually said, "I've been here since you were having that nightmare." Chapter 221, Curse of the Legacy, Money, Additional Update 4, thanks to the generous donation from Rimura the Demon King. Lu Dong's live stream room. I'm just curious, when did the live stream room start having commentary? Could it be that old Dong hired them himself? Not gonna lie, let's see what this commentator's skill is like. If it's no good, I'll start roasting. Curse of the Legacy, the name of this dungeon is quite mysterious. Luya quickly finished introducing the first 2 tests of the Curse God's trial. One was the Mobius Ring, and the other was the 5 Misery trial. The tests were created by Luya himself, so when he explained, combining his own understanding and comparing Lu Dong's progress, he quickly analyzed and pinpointed key points for the audience. Soon, the viewers were captivated by Luya's commentary charm. Putting everything else aside, just his literary foundation alone, Luya truly had something to show. Of course, these words weren't exactly Luya's own. Wenshin had been sitting nearby, contributing quite a lot.
Luya rubbed his nose and said. Chapter 222, Curse of the Legacy, Kill Them All. Additional Update 5, thanks to the generous donation from Rimura the Demon King. Lu Dong's live stream room. Luya, now we are at the third test, the one about money. This test is about how much players value external things. Actually, Lu Dong only needs to hand over the prize money to pass smoothly. Luya, government money, a puff of smoke. Business money lasts 60 years, farming money lasts for millions of years. Luya, Lu Dong can now give money to different big shots, and in return, he will get different storylines. As expected from a commentator, their words flow like poetry. I am just curious, when has my Lord Dong ever played by the rules? What if Lord Dong kills all these guys? What then? Luya had a black line on his face as he looked at the barrage of comments. He wondered, that kid, does he dare to kill? At the mention of this, Wan Xiang Tian was furious. If he hadn't run fast, that ancient lightning would have struck him on the head. There is nothing this kid wouldn't dare to do. Luya. Chapter 223, Inheritance Curse, Power. Extra Update 6 thanks to the generous donation from King Rimuru. The ministers bow in reverence. 100 holy celebrations rise. Lu Dong did not recognize these people's faces, but he did see a few familiar ones at a glance. The god of love, He, the god of literature, Wan Xiang Tian, the elf king, the alcohol spirit. Holding a vast scroll, Wan Xiang Tian recited loudly. Gentlemen, understand your own rules. The king of the ancient city has granted positions to each of you gods. We have no hierarchy, each managing their own realm's rules, comprehending the original rules to achieve the supreme status. Divide the world into various racial factions, do not harm the innocent. If the ancient city is in danger, may all of you be able to repel the enemies. Lu Dong suddenly realized that these gods and the king of the ancient city had no hierarchical relationship at all. Lu Dong's livestream. Luya, the king of the ancient city is called king because he comprehends the rules through his position of kingship. He has understood the rules of kings, which is why he calls upon the gods to face the challenges of the world. Luya, that's all. Chapter 224, Inheritance Curse, Two-Headed Dog, Extra Update 7 thanks to the generous donation from my wife. A thread of silent power flowed into the surroundings. The white light faded, and Lu Dong landed heavily on a city wall. There was no one at the horizon, and the air was still. It was as if in this world, there was only him and the city. This body felt much lighter. The trio lacked only money and power. Why would life come to its end last? Lu Dong was suddenly startled, as if he had touched something and changed the storyline. The sound of hooligans rang in Lu Dong's ears. I look down upon all gods in my life. We are merely favored children of heaven and earth. We have walked to the ends of our respective rule paths, so we have become the ancient ones. After endless lifetimes, we begin to ponder how to broaden our lives. Through the long years, with no family ties, no friendships, and certainly no love, thus we look forward to a strong fighter. Today, my enemy is. Chapter 225, Inheritance Curse, after all, who is the dog? Extra Update 8 thanks to the generous donation from my wife. The two-headed dog glared fiercely. The body of a pastoral dog, paired with the eyes of a husky, was definitely top-notch. The bloody teeth slightly bared, finally finding the true target. How many years of loneliness did this endure to find a way out? Kill. The limbs slightly pressed against the ground, and a thunderous roar arose. The earth began to tremor with intensity. Two waves of earth rushed directly toward Lu Dong. Controlling the body of the cursed god, Lu Dong jumped slightly. He jumped 10 feet high. Is this what it feels like to fly? This is simply flipping over Newton's coffin. Is this the power of a god? Suddenly mastering divine power, Lu Dong felt a bit unaccustomed. Luya looked at his own body, spinning, meditating, and contemplating in the air, unable to help but grind his teeth in frustration. That was his hidden divine power, even in this bizarre world, possessing divine power. Chapter 226, Inheritance Curse, The Grudge of Soul Killing, Extra Update 9 thanks to the generous donation from my wife. Lu Dong was stunned. The two-headed dog's health was actually 10 billion x2. Red light flickered in his eyes as Lu Dong looked up and down at the two-headed dog. Two-headed dog. Level, Peak Comprehender. Strength? Agility? All basic attributes were over 1,000, perhaps due to his low level, he could not see the full information of the two-headed dog. The effect time of the gourmet skill still had 5 minutes left. Lu Dong frowned. If he still couldn't deal with it, things would really get serious. The two-headed dog moved.
Spinning in the air, there was no trace of an attack.
It seemed like urinating. Two foul-smelling liquids, one on the left and the other on the right, surrounded Lu Dong's area of activity.
Lu Dong took a big step back, wanting to escape this stinky zone, but unexpectedly, the two-headed dog splashed more liquid at him.
A huge square formed.
Chapter 227, The Curse of Inheritance, Slaying the Two-Headed Dog. Additional update 10. Thanks to my great wife for the donation. Luya frowned slightly, and the voice of explanation became softer and softer. The inheritance task that was originally under control was now somewhat out of control. Wei took his key and entered the core area of the inheritance inner court, while Dongling used some method to also open the gate of inheritance. Seeing that the battle on this battlefield had yet to end, if he lost his inheritance, it would be a huge problem. For many years, Luya had not felt this life and death feeling.
Compared to his own inheritance, it seemed the two-headed dog was more troublesome. The peak of enlightenment. Luya felt a headache coming on.
The two-headed dog accelerated, its body swirling around like a phantom, beginning to spin rapidly in the direction of the liquid. Waves of air appeared, and Lu Dong wanted to jump from above but simply couldn't do it. A wall of air had already formed. The two-headed dog continued to accelerate, intertwining its body with the air.
Chapter 228, The Curse of Inheritance, Grandpa is here to deal with you. Players in Lu Dong's livestream were stunned. What was that just now? Trillion damage? Is that something a human can deal? 666666666.
Brother, my six-cornered trap.
Damn it, Lord Dong is mighty. I'm just curious, are we really playing the same game as Lord Dong?
While I'm on edge every day in a strange instance, Lord Dong has already begun to slay gods.
Clearly it was Lu Dong who killed, why is it credited to the Dongling family? So shameless. Wan Xiang Tian was astonished and immediately opened his notebook, writing down.
In the chaos of the world, level 1 player Lu Dong, with a single strike, wielded unparalleled natural secret laws to deal trillion damage, killing the first beast of the time and space traveler.
The time-space traveler finally paid the price in this bizarre world. Wan Xiang Tian suppressed. Chapter 229, The Curse of Inheritance, Seconds East Lingyu. Thanks to Bui Scholar for the 100 reward. Power aura?
Rock Tiger was stunned for a moment, looking at the aura surrounding Lu Dong. He couldn't help but be astonished.
Gu Hua, is this level 1 kid really the new commander that Bear Tian is following? Is this seriously called level 1? Gu Hua picked up the special telescope from the soul-determining military academy and fell silent at that moment.
The aura of power flowed around. This was clearly a symbol of breaking 1,000.
Gu Hua whispered, in the Curse of Inheritance dungeon, reliable news from the soul-determining military academy says there's a drop of divine power here. Could this kid have absorbed it? Rock Tiger narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. This Lu Dong was worth recruiting.
The commander of the 1st Division of the Heavenly Wrath Army, Du Xiao, was similarly astonished.
If this kid is a rival of Wang Meixiang and Lian Pingyu, then their defeat could be understandable. Has his power exceeded 1,000? No wonder he can. Chapter 230, The Curse of Inheritance, which one? Thanks to 5 years for the 100 reward. The members of the Goda-Bao Guild were slightly stunned. Did Lu Dong still have moves left? Xinjie lowered her voice and said, Bo, did Lu Dong gain some other ability here?
Zhao Shangfei chuckled and said leisurely, he probably has no moves left and is about to start playing tricks, otherwise, knowing Little Dong's character, he wouldn't leave these two guys unscathed.
Bai Li Xian snapped his fingers, then slightly shook his head, unsure why a deathly aura appeared above the Dongling family's members.
Wang Bo lowered his voice and said, stick to the tactic, deal with the enemy as fast as possible. The members of the Goda-Bao Guild charged out together.
Du Xiao was slightly stunned. Is this a full military offensive? The people of the soul-determining military academy were also surprised. Was Goda-Bao instantly attacking? Did they not care about the potential enemies around? Gu Hua coughed lightly. Rock Tiger appeared to be deep in thought and whispered. Chapter 231, The Curse of Inheritance. Give me the head's additional update 1. Thanks to my great wife for the donation.
Lu Dong nodded heavily, understanding.
Wang Bo looked at the serious expression on Lu Dong's face and asked softly, what do you understand?
Lu Dong said slowly, after the task over here is done, I will have to kill Lang Meixiang.
Wang Bo? Then Wang Bo was stunned. Yes, why did Lang Meixiang tell them this information?
Clearly, she intended to use Lu Dong's knife to eliminate these guys. Lang Meixiang was just a captain of the Heavenly Punishment Army. How could she possibly know about Du Zhao's mission plan? And how could she know the whereabouts of the hatred of deceit? The only explanation is that this person has her own information channel and wants to use someone else's hand to kill. Wang Bo bit his lip. No wonder that person got hurt and was still caught by him. It turns out it was all an act. The sounds of fighting roared around them, and the battle on the field had turned into a tug-of-war. Bai Lixian's body paused slightly as he saw Lu Dong's appearance, filled with shock. He suddenly realized that since these players from the cursed noble families could manipulate the rules of curses, then they must also be able to curse and kill their own people. Lu Dong looked just like someone who had been cursed. Hurrying over to Lu Dong's side, Bai Lixian wanted to summon his own Dao rhythm power to help Lu Dong break the curse on him. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult for Bai Lixian just to get close. Lu Dong smiled wickedly, usually a mischievous grin, now looked somewhat cruel on his chubby face.
Old Bai, it's fine, it'll be okay in 2 hours.
Lu Dong had the Wan Yuan spirit body, which could offset most of the curse's internal damage to a player's body, but this external curse could not be resisted. Lu Dong was also worried that these curses would disrupt the rules governing the bodies of members from the Jiadibo Guild. Wan Xiang Tian was slightly stunned, and through Lu Ye's perspective, he saw what was in front of Wu Yi and exclaimed.
You actually put the artifact here? Lu Ye spread his hands and said, did you not ask me if I ever provoked the deceit god? This is why I scolded him that time. Wan Xiang Tian was taken aback. Lu Ye had met the deceit god? Lu Ye said coldly, originally, what was left here was the pure inheritance of the cursed rule's power, but that deceit god guy broke my mission. Wan Xiang Tian was stunned. Indeed, this was something the deceit god would do. What business does a god have in receiving another god's inheritance?
Lu Ye continued, the deceit god and I had a bet, I lost, and sealed my artifact here. Lu Ye paused and softly said, if it weren't for relying on these two things to continuously provide divine power after sealing my illusion.
Curse inheritance artifact front. Dong Lingrong stood silently.
A man and a woman appeared behind her. They were not Lu Dong, whom Dong Lingrong was waiting for, but Du Xiao and Lang Mei Xiang. Dong Lingrong frowned slightly, looking at these two NPCs, and said softly, when did the commander of the 1st Division of the Heavenly Punishment Army also enter the tasks of my Dongling family? Du Xiao tucked his hands into his pants pockets and said leisurely, you and I do not interfere with each other, I am here to find someone, and I won't delay you from obtaining the inheritance. Dong Lingrong smiled slightly, the Heavenly Punishment Army should be the subordinates of the hatred of deceit.
When did you start caring about the hatred of deceit?
Du Xiao said calmly, the 8 kings of deceit are originally one family, noble families have their own chances, and we, the deceit faction, also have our development direction.
I wonder if the Dongling family master could make it convenient for us.
Dong Lingrong smiled slightly and said, no problem, I will clear the way for you right now.
A beam of rule light instantly. Wu Yi had only one thought in his mind. Kill Lu Dong. In a sense, he was already dead.
All his thoughts were focused on killing Lu Dong. This obsession melted into the purest curse power. Dong Lingrong's guidance turned him into a puppet, integrating the curse rules into every corner of his body. Now, Wu Yi was completely controlled by the curse rules.
He had no thoughts. Only a heart full of hatred for Lu Dong.
Kill. His hands tore through Lu Dong's defenses, and he snarled as he continued to pounce and bite.
The most primal way of human combat turned all organs into means of attack.
Wu Yi didn't care about pain. With 10 billion health points and the protection of rules, he was relatively invincible. What he needed to do was race against time. After all, his body was merely that of a level 50 player, utterly inconsequential.
Chapter 236, Inherited Curse, Gu Hua's Choice, Extra 6 thanks to my wife's reward.
Wu Ye's health was rapidly decreasing.
The 10 billion health points were decreasing at a visible rate.
Wang Bating focused on the battle before him, as strange creatures surged from all directions, gradually surrounding the area.
The enemy's firepower far exceeded everyone's expectations.
A shell landed beside Wang Bo, taking away half of her health.
If not for Huang Xi's timely intervention, Wang Bo would have been killed instantly.
Gui Jun hammered the strange creatures closing in, shouting, Bo Jia, we've got a bit of trouble, it's too hard to deal with these strange soldiers without using our domain abilities.
Wang Bo frowned, they shouldn't be the main characters in this battlefield.
After all, the purpose of the Heavenly Punishment Army should be to target the Seoul Establishment Military Academy, so why weren't they approaching everyone? Gu Hua saw the Gudabao Guild surrounded in the distance and wanted to rescue them, but Yen Hu ordered them to hold this area firmly.
Chapter 237, Inherited Curse, Cut Wu Yi, Extra 7 thanks to my wife's reward.
As the strange army surrounded the members of the Gudabao Guild,
Huang Xi's control could only barely create a green plant thicket to hide everyone.
Wang Bo and Gui Jun didn't carry ranged weapons. At first, they could kill a few isolated strange creatures. But once the enemy's firepower net formed, they could only rely on Huang Xi's green plants for evasion.
Gui Jun, feeling suppressed and angry, shouted, President Chao, how can you pull that gold so slowly? Can you speed it up a bit? Chao Shangfei was taken aback, cursing, Guadalian, can you differentiate the front and back nasal sounds? That's gold. Besides, don't you women all like things to be a bit slower?
Gui Jun angrily retorted, Chao Shangfei, once the battle is over, I will definitely tear your mouth apart. Huang Xi's lips were stained with blood, large droplets falling onto the chest of her qipao, and she suddenly knelt.
I'm sorry, the enemy's firepower is too fierce. Huang Xi. Chapter 238, Inherited Curse, the running target, Team Leader Yen, extra 8 thanks to my wife's reward. You launched an attack on the curse rule power. Victory! Destroyer title upgraded, Destruction Source. Destruction Source, gained hatred points double, freely add attribute points, shields all rules for 10 seconds, cooldown 7 days. Title upgrade reward, the player will fully restore health after 30 seconds. Lu Dong's eyes flickered with excitement. Is this the benefit brought by the curse body? Lu Dong's eyes burst with brilliance. A faint halo spread from Lu Dong's body. The players in Lu Dong's livestream simply enjoyed the show. But Wan Xiang Tian and Luya fell into silence. He defeated the rules. Lu Dong hadn't comprehended the curse rules, yet he had directly launched an attack on the curse rules with the curse body, and he even won. Luya, being the god of curses, knew better than anyone. Chapter 239, Inherited Curse, Who Am I? Extra 9 thanks to Hong Wusa's typo. Wei Jun stepped forward, her upper clothing exploded, revealing a sports vest. Her muscular arms were raised high, she was ready to take the bomb. How could she let everyone get hurt? The next second, a black shadow moved faster. The fat Chao Shangfei turned his hands and took the bomb, burying it firmly under himself. Wang Bo and Wei Jun both shouted in surprise, "Don't!" Boom! Chao Shangfei stood up, covered in darkness, and spat out a thick phlegm. Du Xiao said in surprise, "Not simple, it actually didn't kill him." Chao Shangfei walked slowly in front of Wang Bo and Wei Jun, ruffling his messy yellow hair, and coldly said, "No one can bully the women of my guild." Du Xiao smiled and said, "Not bad, although a bit cringy, this line indeed gets people fired up." Wang Bo looked back and realized that Chao Shangfei had used the gold pulled from the ground to cover the bomb. Chapter 240, Curse of Inheritance, Are you accepting us? Join the group to urge for updates. Wan Xiang Tian frowned slightly, how did Lu Dong just avoid the silence rule? Luya shook his head and said, "It's not Lu Dong, it must be the trickster." Watching Lu Dong walk towards his secret art inheritance, Luya sighed. Thank goodness my secret art didn't fall into this guy's hands, otherwise my Luya's reputation would be ruined. In the passage, everything was a mess. Gu Hua and the others dragged their tired bodies, shouldering their weapons, and looked up smiling. "Lu Dong, how strong have you become in just this short time?" Lu Dong was not modest at all, laughing heartily. "It's not that strong, just killed the jealousy phantom twice, took out a few comprehenders, and broke a few wasted cities." Gu Hua's voice froze in the air. He couldn't respond to this. Just from the Gotham guarded by the Thunder Punishment Army's 407th Regiment, they had fought for many years without making any progress. Lu Dong. Chapter 241, Curse of Inheritance, Trash Inheritance, thanks to Wan Yu for the 100 rewards. Lang Meixian was slightly stunned. The voice filled with hostility made her unhesitatingly grab her pistol. With the Thunder Punishment Army's specially made weapons, the instant damage can reach up to 10,000. Bang! Before Lang Meixian could aim her gun, Wei Jun kicked hard, landing directly on Lang Meixian's wrist, causing the gun barrel to point straight up. A gunshot echoed throughout the entire passage. Lang Meixian cried out in pain, and layers of thread suddenly appeared around her. Luya was taken aback. This woman had actually inherited his curse thread puppetry technique. It was originally developed to control targets, but later, because the threads made the puppets too stiff, Luya had casually left it here. Lang Meixian's ability was already to control threads, and acquiring this curse thread puppetry technique was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Wang Bo said softly, "I thought the name sounded nice, but it turns out Lu Dong likes this kind of loose woman?" Ha! Lu Dong, how? Chapter 242, Curse of Inheritance, Extermination of Secret Art Inheritance. Boom! The core of the secret art inheritance was suddenly smashed by Lu Dong's bloodthirsty pencil transformed into a mental hammer. Pieces shattered and exploded. As for the curse rules, Lu Dong had no good feelings at all. He didn't understand how that crazy Wu Yi obtained such immense power. Lu Dong shouted, "Let's go, there's nothing of value left in this broken place." At this moment, Luya's blood pressure was already off the charts. How dare they say there's nothing of value? You lot, don't want my inheritance is fine, but why destroy my secret art inheritance site? Wan Xiang Tian's brow furrowed. Could this be the message the trickster wanted to convey to them? No destruction, no establishment. In this rotten and bizarre world, it should be shattered and rebuilt. If a building has a crooked foundation, no matter how great the ability, the high-rise constructed will only be a dangerous building. Even. Chapter 243, Curse of Inheritance, Siege of Donglingrong, additional update 1 thanks to Zhengxiang. Cui Min took a deep breath. What he needed to do now was to destroy this cursed inheritance. If this cursed perception continued to exist, even if this world changed, the power of this resentment would still exist. Endless hate can only make this world worse, and cannot change the bizarre world from its root. Curses are also a way for the people to resist. Cui Min slowly drew out his knife and swung it down onto Luya's perception.
At the moment Dong Lingrong came in, she happened to see Chui Min strike down with a blade.
Damn it!
Dong Lingrong immediately summoned a surging force and suddenly destroyed Chui Min's long blade.
Chui Min's blade was originally the most ordinary blade of the Buddhist sect.
This was also Chui Min's last bit of remembrance for the Buddhist region. 2 lifetimes as a monk, Chui Min felt the same suffering of all beings. He was willing to endure hardships to free all beings. The weapon that had followed him for so long at this moment.
Chapter 244, Inherited Curse, God-Slaying Canon. Extra Chapter 2, Thanks to Seeker of Immortality.
Lu Dong spun the bloodthirsty pencil, turning it into a 40-meter-long blade, spinning once around Chui Min. The members of the Dongling family, bound by Huang Xingyan, were struck by Lu Dong at the same time.
-1,000. -1,000. Blue mental power surged upon everyone's body.
Lu Dong softly said, "Sister Bo." Wang Bo shouted harshly and angrily said, "The world is treacherous, forever dark, full of strange things, and chaos everywhere. I say, there should be light in this world.
Light is born from my heart." Howling light instantly shrouded the surrounding souls of the dead. The power of purification rippled out.
The souls of the Dongling family revived by Dong Lingrong didn't even get a chance to show strength, and were instantly melted into pools of corpse water.
Dong Lingrong froze in shock, looked at Wang Bo and murmured, "Power of purification?" The power of rules bloomed outward following Dong Lingrong. Chapter 245, Inherited Curse, Kill Dong Lingrong, Extra Chapter 3, Thanks to Seeker of Immortality.
The weak Luya slightly raised his finger. He no longer cared about explaining in the live stream. He softly said, "Curse rule, return." This was his own inherited curse, a complete rule he could not fully control. But the rule inside crushed by Chui Min, he could absorb part of it. Compared to the rule being broken, clearly stopping Dong Lingrong from becoming a god was more important.
Luya did not want to be replaced.
Dong Lingrong slightly froze. This rule actually did not obey her.
The next second, cannon fire wrapped around Dong Lingrong. No matter how much Dong Lingrong calculated, she never thought the one to kill her would be an NPC.
Her death curse had no effect on NPCs.
Boom! Dong Lingrong was eliminated.
Gu Hua and others were simultaneously lit up with the glow of leveling up. Killing a high-level enlightened one, they gained massive experience.
Go to Bayo and his team's bodies. Chapter 246, Inherited Curse, I, Zhang Yazi. Extra Chapter 4, Thanks to Seeker of Immortality's Reward.
As Lu Dong chanted, one person rose straight from the ground. Faster than even the people of the Go to Bayo guild. Chao Shangfei consumed the blood of the ancient elf, deliberately bursting out with the rule of great strength. He looked like a golden miner who drank power potion. He directly lifted 100 million tons of gold.
"Let me go first." Chao Shangfei grinned cruelly and launched the massive gold, shouting loudly. "Gold is more glorious."
The spinning giant gold was like a flying backward mountain, roaring toward the storm. Chao Shangfei panted heavily, then pulled the gold again. More than 10 blocks of tens of millions of tons of gold were pulled out from the ground, flying toward the high-altitude storm. The total amount of gold control reached the upper limit. Chao Shangfei twisted both hands, twisting all the gold together, roaring.
"A mere storm, what can it do to me?" The giant gold turned into a liquid giant fist to meet. Chapter 247, Inherited Curse, Do I Have Guts or Not? Thanks to Wanyu for the 100 tips. Luya stared blankly upward. "Old buddy, what are you doing?" The god of literature once said, if one day he reclaimed his true name, the world would be shocked.
Emperor Wenchang, Zhang Yazi, had reappeared in the strange world. Zhang Yazi's voice resounded throughout the entire eastern district. God of love, god of lies, all gods raised their heads. Everyone saw, under the storm filling the sky, a scroll appeared across the air. Zhang Yazi with snow-white hair, no longer showed any weakness of a scholar. Swallowing the blood of the ancient elf, Zhang Yazi barely had divine power. The feeling of returning to the peak was truly powerful. Zhang Yazi casually threw a punch, smashing through the storm's fist in the sky. The storm rolled back, and a heavenly path appeared above the clouds. Zhang Yazi slowly walked forward, his voice like a great bell, spreading in all directions. In the beginning of the world, all things were in harmony. In the ancient times, phoenixes, dragons, and gods who could survive everything. Chapter 248, Inherited Curse, It's not like I haven't killed before. After absorbing the legacy of the hatred entity, he was trapped within the inheritance. He summoned Du Xiao but did not manage to save him. Even faced with an attack leaked by Feng Juanzi, that kid actually fled on his own first. Fortunately, Feng Juanzi's attack helped the hatred entity escape. After all, he was not his own subordinate. The hatred entity raised his hand slowly, gently lifting the attack launched by Feng Juanzi, then suddenly shook, scattering this attack. Hearing a knock at the door from Wenchang Dijuan in the wind, he could not help but snort coldly.
What meaning do these useless gods have in existence? Cowardly, selfish. Did they really think that suddenly erupting and knocking on the ancient city's door would be useful?
A trace of mockery flashed in the hatred entity's eyes. It was just an act of self-motivation. With a cold expression, the hatred entity's gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Dong.
These guys are too strong, no wonder they are jealous. Chapter 249, Legacy Curse, the Eastern God opens the gate for you. Does helping a friend require a stance? It seems not necessary.
Gu Hua took a deep breath. This feeling was something he had never experienced at the Commanding Spirit Military Academy, where orders were paramount. The bond of friendship between life and death carried many restrictions. They had never felt anything like the carefree nature of Lu Dong.
Shurchun said in a daze, that is one of the strange 8 kings, can Xiao Dongzi handle it? Li Feng whispered, hurry up and set up the cannon, if he can't, we will back him up. In the next second, the 4 of them were suddenly knocked to the ground by a shock. Lianhua spun the mental power detector in her hand. At this moment, the reading stayed at 9,999 before bursting apart. Lianhua lowered her voice, isn't Lu Dong's mental power too terrifying? A billion-level treasure chaotic sword array. The amount of mental power input determined the level of damage. Chapter 250, Legacy Curse, are you reasoning with me?
Yen Hu frowned slightly. He did not like Lu Dong.
At least he did not like this domineering personality.
Because they were too similar. Yen Hu said coldly, Lu Dong, you must know that I now represent the civilian camp of the Commanding Spirit Military Academy.
Lu Dong chuckled lightly, well, I am currently the king of the Eastern God camp, are you reasoning with me?
Yen Hu was taken aback for a moment and then said coldly, I am here as the head of the first teaching group of the Commanding Spirit Military Academy to take back what belongs to it.
Lu Dong smiled.
The head of the teaching group, is that impressive? It seems to be in the civilian camp, but he is not one of them. Lu Dong said coldly, then I am here as the emperor of the Eastern God camp and I refuse your rude request.
Lu Dong paused, then said coldly, let me tell you, I am a tyrant, do not make me angry, or I will cut you down too. Chapter 251, Lu Dong's rules are the rules. After much hesitation, Yen Hu said softly, alright, I respect your choice, Lu Dong, you are really ruthless.
Lu Dong smiled and said softly, I thought you would leave with some harsh words prepared, but you didn't even get to use the attacks you prepared.
Yen Hu's gaze fell on Wang Bo, and he said softly, you should persuade him, making enemies like this is really not good. Wang Bo smiled slightly and gently replied, Director Yen, you are sowing discord in our Eastern God camp, giving you a hard time shouldn't be a problem, right? A white light punched down forcefully onto Yen Hu's chest.
Yen Hu was taken aback. As a comprehender, he didn't even feel the fluctuation of this attack. Wang Bo said leisurely, here, Lu Dong's rules are the rules. The members of the Go to Treasure Public Association looked on coldly, the atmosphere charged as if they would start a war at any moment. Although Yen Hu knew very well, they definitely did not have the capacity after multiple battles.
Chapter 252, Mine Dungeon. Lianhua introduced softly.
At the junction of the Heavenly Punishment Zone and the Go Zone, a rare metal mine was discovered in the past, which contains important materials that increase a weapon's true damage. The Curse Army and the Soul Fixing Army have often clashed here, each side claiming victories.
Whoever can take this resource will grasp the initiative in the war.
Later, a powerful being, perhaps a deity like the God of Curses, used great powers to establish a mission dungeon there. The information we have gathered is that players can enter it each time, complete a certain number of side quests, and gain quite a lot of materials. Both factions send NPCs there to buy them back at high prices. The mine task is a solo dungeon. It is said to be unusually strong and strange inside, with a large number of ready-made weapons, and different anomalies appear based on the player's level.
Perhaps, we can derive from Chapter 253, The Mine, Brick Moving. Extra 4 thanks to the reward from the Great Lord Sun Xianka. At the end of the month, the faction war will begin.
Therefore, the mine dungeon is now greatly increasing mission rewards, encouraging players to bring out more and more important resources. The Anomaly faction and the Civilians faction now share a common enemy. Naturally, the battles outside the mine have decreased a lot. The mine is located at the intersection of the Curse Zone, the Survival Zone, and the Zhao Zone. The terrain is treacherous, with only one entrance to the mine. No matter which factions players want to enter, they must pass through this supply point. The NPCs of both the Anomaly faction and the Civilians faction did not expect that players would dare to rob them at this time. Of course, they tried to resist, but Lu Dong had reached an attribute score of 1000, with a mental power as high as 810, comparable to a level 100 strongman. After forcefully eliminating most of the NPCs, the quest givers from both factions announced their surrender at the same time. The Cursed Elf laid a curse here, making it impossible for NPCs to. Chapter 254, The Mine, Interview, Extra 5 thanks to the reward from Sun Xianka. Lu Dong entered the mine dungeon. Player enters solo mission for the first time. Opening the mission shop, detected player's hatred value is 0, shop closed.
Entering the merit value shop. Lu Dong was surprised. There is a merit value shop? Goodness. Faced with the dazzling array of products, Lu Dong was momentarily dazzled. Magnetic cannons, personal radars, drone bombs.
The variety of items in this merit value shop was truly rich, though the prices were absurdly high.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Dong decided to buy a multifunctional backpack.
The backpack worth 1 million merit points can hold up to 1 ton of weight, making the player feel no heaviness at all.
Lu Dong spent another 1 million merit points to buy 1,000 grenades.
He wasn't good with firearms, but grenades felt more handy. After searching around the products, Lu Dong found a hair growth liquid in a corner.
Chapter 255, The Mine. Now it's my turn to interview you.
The man in Lu Dong's arms smiled gloomily. With a swift push, he withdrew, slowly sitting down at the table.
Flicker.
Level 1 player, powerful presence, you are quite impressive.
May I ask which family you are a genius from?
The fat man twisted the milk teapot, helping himself to a cup, waving the pistol in his hand at Lu Dong.
You can call me the acting mine chief. The steam rose from the cup. Seeing Lu Dong not responding, the mine chief leisurely said, Won't you try?
Silk Stockings milk tea, it's really delicious, I only added a little milk sugar. Lu Dong smiled, loosening the ring pull in his hand and tossing it straight out. 2 strings of grenades, 20 pieces, exploded with a roar, shaking the entire military camp office. The emergency team was rushing back, hearing the explosion and immediately called for support.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of helicopters roaring out came racing from behind the mountain.
The entire military camp office was blown to bits. Chapter 256, The Mine, Simulated Challenge. A cold voice came from behind Lu Dong. I have arrived, let him go.
Lu Dong was slightly taken aback, he did not sense the other's presence.
Damn, the system tricked me. Didn't it say that the highest level NPC for this mission was only level 10? Even if the level 50 mercenary was an accident, now this guy.
Being able to shield his perception, at the very least, he must be a master-level strongman.
Lu Dong gently lowered his hand, the cold voice of the man behind him came again.
With the nearly 1,000 grenades in your bag, perhaps you can do me no harm at all.
Let them go, I want to have a private chat with you.
Lu Dong did not refuse, allowing Hu Run to step forward and carry Luo Wen away. The man behind softly said, Level 1 player, thousands of powers aura, your aura is a bit complicated, Wan Yuan sprite body, carries a bit of that old man's curse, and Zhang Yazi's words.
Chapter 257, Mine, the Power of the Gods.
Lu Dong came back to his senses, at this moment he was on a high platform. Simulation challenge, the ancient Ninely tribe faces a life and death crisis, please help them successfully defend against the siege of the coalition. Lu Dong tried for a while, but all natural spells and spoken spells could not be used, only the mathematical manifestation ability could still be used, and the bloodthirsty pencil was also there. In front of him, a man covered in colorful lines was dancing wildly. It was like a Maori war dance. There was no melody in the dance, purely using movement to stimulate the male hormones deep within. Lu Dong pondered slightly, lowered his head to look at his body, and a number appeared.
Combat Power 1000.
The warriors below stood in 20 columns, with 10 people in each column, totaling 200 people. At this moment, the combat power above each person's head was rising along with the dancing steps of the man on the stage. Finally, it stopped at 200 combat power.
Chapter 258, Mine Zhang Jolie's Shock Update 1 thanks to Sun Xianke for the reward. On the other side, Luya who returned with Zhang Jolie felt a bit uneasy and said, Old Zhang, should we check on Lu Dong again?
Zhang Yazi also opened his mouth to persuade, after all, if Lu Dong really got into trouble, their plans would have to be shelved.
Zhang Jolie was brewing a pot of yellow wine, chuckling leisurely, and said, He's doomed. He actually killed the priest in my matriarchal tribe.
In my time, priests were the soul of a tribe. I admit he is decisive in killing, but mindless slaughter will only bring us disaster. You two came to find me with great difficulty, don't think about those trivial matters anymore, just relax and drink, there's plenty to eat and drink here.
Luya hesitated to speak. Zhang Jolie glanced at the two who were silent, laughed heartily, and said, What's wrong with you two? What is it that you can't say? Actually, I know everything. Chapter 259, Mine Simulation Mission 2 Update 2 thanks to Sun Xianke for the reward.
To complete the encirclement of these 5,000 people, Lu Dong led the warriors forward continuously along the mountain road.
Fortunately, ancient humans mainly focused on physicality, their stamina and strength were top-notch.
Running steadily for 10 miles at a pace of 4 minutes, without blushing or panting. When everyone arrived, they began preparing stones. Lu Dong's face darkened, calling everyone back, You big brothers, think about it, how to fight with stones on flat ground? Lu Dong referred to the markings on the map and came to the enemy's path, quickly arranging the primitive warriors to find a large number of live animals. The crowd did not know what Lu Dong was planning, but still strictly followed his divine instructions to bring back a lot of beast carcasses. Learning from Lu Dong's example, the crowd cut the beasts' throats and evenly poured the blood on this small road. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Dong truly deserved to be called a god, spending an hour of his own blood, surprisingly. Chapter 260, Mind Feed Me Well. Update 3. Thanks to Sun Xianke for the reward. The cavalry led by Lu Dong galloped on the official road. The news shocked both the general and the enemy. Of course, the general was following someone else's orders to make Lu Dong and this group of soldiers who fought to the death disappear from the battlefield. But how could these guys disobey orders on the battlefield? The supply station originally set up for Lu Dong's cavalry was not plundered by bandits, but rather the Royal Supervision Group was having a banquet there. The general scolded angrily and split troops, one force trying to block Lu Dong, while another went to protect the Royal Supervision Group. If Lu Dong caused a mess and killed these officials, even the general would be implicated. This is a battlefield where death is certain, a battlefield where loyal soldiers cannot find a good end. At the same time, the enemy was also stunned. When Lu Dong retreated, the sky opened up before him. Not only did he escape their encirclement, but he might also encircle the 10,000 elite troops that had penetrated deep. Chapter 261, Mine, Changxi, additional 4 thanks to Zhengxiang for the tip. Zhang Jiuli sat up slightly, looking at the woman's severed arm, frowning slightly and asking, injured? Luya nodded and said, Luya has met the moon goddess. Zhang Yazi also bowed his head and said, Zhang Yazi has met the moon goddess. The woman showed a face of anger, waving her one arm and said, let me in, I want to take revenge. Zhang Jiuli gently shook his head and said, Lord Changxi is not making things difficult for me. Originally allowing you to use dreams to sneak into my simulation challenge task was already against the rules, and now with the plot change, I can no longer control this spacetime. Changxi's moon-shaped brows arched, her eyes bright and beautiful, her skin as white as snow and pure as jade, her pupils swirling like vast starry rivers. With a cold sniff, Changxi grabbed a pig's ear from the table and swallowed it in big bites, lifting the empty wine jug, cursing. I thought using the identity of a beloved concubine would allow me to enjoy myself, but I didn't expect that brat to spoil my plans. Chapter 262, Mine, The Secret of the Formation, additional 5 thanks to Zhengxiang for the tip. A servant who solely attended to the general's daily life knelt on the ground with both shame and tears, crying out. Milord, there is a prince of our dynasty overseeing the battle 10 miles behind. Lu Dong tightened his reins and quietly asked, how many guards does the prince have beside him? The servant answered without holding back, about 3,000. Lu Dong nodded gently and swung his sword, cutting down the servant's body. Lu Dong thought to himself, I really thought he was scared to death, I didn't expect him to be an assassin. Zhang Jiuli was stunned, he once led troops here, struggled greatly, and after killing the general, did not expect this guy to launch a sneak attack. No wonder he is the god of deception, can anyone lie in front of him? Changxi was also shocked, she had been wondering why Lu Dong was so ruthless. At this moment, hearing Zhang Jiuli mention the identity of the assassin and seeing the short knife that slipped from the fallen man's hand, Changxi. Chapter 263, Mine, Simulation Task 3, additional 6 thanks to Zhengxiang for the tip. Lu Dong wrapped around the prince, moving smoothly without obstruction, anyone who tried to block him got a swift strike. Zhang Jiuli's simulation task was also to shape the enemies based on the player's level. Lu Dong at level 1 had 1000 strength, there was no NPC that could stop him. Moreover, Lu Dong had his own royal seal and the enemy prince, which was like having 2 get-out-of-jail-free cards. Cities they passed by saw the prince in the hands of the enemy, who dared to stop them? They let Lu Dong leave at once. If anything happened to the prince, it would truly be a laughingstock. Thus, Lu Dong's 1,000 cavalry not only successfully broke through the encirclement but also pierced straight into the enemy's palace like a sharp sword. Lu Dong did not expect that breaking through the encirclement would be so easy. They passed through 18 cities without suffering a single casualty. Until they met the palace's imperial guards outside, that was when they barely had a fight. Chapter 264, Mine, Everyone is an Enemy. Additional 7 thanks to Zhengxiang for the tip. In the simulation task, Lu Dong felt a strange power surge in. Then a cannon sound erupted, and the enemy's firepower seemed to increase exponentially. During the time in the unfated army camp, squad leader Shi Chun had said that no matter how strong an individual combat ability is, facing the enemy's bombardment, escape is impossible. Especially in this strange world, the premise for counterattack is that you can survive the dense saturation artillery fire. Lu Dong knew that if he stayed in this building, he would become a live target. Now, the priority was to escape the enemy's attack range. Cannot walk in the sky. I also cannot fly. If I go out on the ground, the open area is death as well. The sewer. Taking advantage of the short pause in the external artillery fire, Lu Dong rolled down the stairs and ran straight to a nearby bathroom. On the way, he saw many soldiers' bodies, and Lu Dong quickly collected ammunition. Chapter 265, Mine, Smash It All Down. Extra Update 8 thanks to the donation from Zhengxiang. Even though Lu Dong had seen countless women, he felt a bit shy at this moment. If possible, it would naturally be better if it were a little longer. Just a bit longer than the usual 16 would be fine, too long would be bad, that would be a problem. The scattered mental energy in Lu Dong's hands suddenly solidified. A familiar aura appeared beside him, the power of the rules of the literary god. Long. Lu Dong thought for a moment, it was best to place it in the proper place. The word long fell onto the 10-meter hammer that his mental energy had transformed. In the next moment, the hammer soared up, directly extending to 300 meters. Lu Dong looked up and could only see the top of his weapon, looking like a black dot. Good lord, if I were that long. How terrifying. Holding the hammer's handle with both hands, Lu Dong moved. With the help of his mathematical limitations ability, Lu Dong dodged the enemy's attack, and the hammer crashed down with a thunderous roar. With the addition of the literary god's rules, this mental power weapon. Chapter 266, Resolve. Extra Update 9 thanks to the donation from Zungxiank. Once again pushed back, Lu Dong smiled widely. I really can't fight back. Without using skills, Lu Dong's combat power was just trash. The enemy's strength and agility were above his. Immediately, Lu Dong laughed. If he can't win, he might as well keep his tongue sharp. Propping himself up, Lu Dong slightly raised his head and said, You dressed up like this, are you unhappy with this world? Look at your forearms, don't you look like a standing frog? It's just as ugly as a wrongful accusation. You are just a toilet spetting, not far from shit. The four-armed man showed no anger on his face and softly said, Not simple, your Eastern god camp, is it really just relying on the mouth? With a face bruised, Lu Dong slightly raised his head and said, That dog barfed on my leg, I know it was hungry, but when you called, I really didn't know what to do. Chapter 267, Who is the winner? Extra Update 10 thanks to the donation from Zungxiank. Lu Dong was panting heavily when a prompt finally sounded in his ears. Simulated challenge task completed. You broke the conspiracy limits of Vishnu. You gained 200 free attribute points. You gained the favor of Jiang Zholi, he will unconditionally agree to one of your requests. As the light around him faded, Lu Dong appeared before the four gods of Jiang Zholi. Lu Dong immediately invested all attribute points into mental power. At that moment, his base attributes reached. Level, LV1, 0/100, 1000 experience points equals 1 mental power. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Mental power, 1010. Prestige, 41,000. Hatred value, 0. Merit value, 410000/10. Congratulations player, all basic attributes exceed 1000, you have unlocked the path to comprehend rules, thousands of rules will surely. Chapter 268, Mind Task disappears. Extra Update 11 thanks to the donation from Zungxiank. The first to leave the mind task was Wang Bo, who had gathered everyone early, waiting eagerly for those who didn't come out, only Lu Dong was missing. Wang Bo's heart was twisted in worry. She knew Jiang Zholi, this guy was the god of weapons Qiyu. During the battle of the ancient capital, he was the first to leave, which is why the king of the ancient capital lost so quickly. The king of the ancient capital didn't blame anyone, but Wang Bo couldn't stand it. The gods could choose not to participate in the battle, but they shouldn't betray. You, Jiang Zholi, claim to be the god of weapons. How dare you cut off the resources during the Great War? Wang Bo had doubts in her heart when Lianhua spoke about this mine task. She had been to the mine task before, but aside from mining, there was no other novelty. She never expected to see Jiang Zholi this time. Wang Bo was worried about Lu Dong, especially after knowing that Lu Dong had entered the simulated challenge task. Wang Bo. Chapter 269, Bet and Lose gracefully owing 135 updates. Everyone returned to Go City. Only to feel an eerie silence around them. The usually noisy atmosphere was completely absent. Even the poisonous sprites and cursed sprites who returned early were silent. Wang Bo thought there might be enemies here and immediately released purifying power. Everyone got ready for battle. Then they saw a scene in the center of Go City, and everyone was shocked. Two small hills appeared before everyone's eyes. Guhua looked at everyone coming back and whispered, on the left is the resources of the abnormal camp, and on the right is the resources collected by the civilian camp. Everyone gasped for breath. If Lu Dong had dug up so many, they would feel really unbalanced inside. Huang Xianyan ordered all the plants to unload the ore, forming a third small hill in front of them. Zhao Shanfei asked in confusion, where are Old Bear and the others? Guhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, whispering, it's still you guys who. Chapter 270, Divide and Conquer. As news spread through various channels, the NPCs of the civilian camp and the abnormal camp fell into a crisis together. Especially when Jiang Zholi directly issued a declaration of war to the two camps, demanding they return his losses within a time limit.
This world announcement from Jiang Jiuli once again reminded players. Outside the abnormal camp, civilian camp, and eastern god camp, there are also the elf tribe and the pantheon. Once unattainable, the realm of gods is now revealed to players, giving many a glimmer of hope to become gods. Reaching level 100 and then comprehending the rules could lead to becoming an enlightener, potentially taking the place of a god. Suddenly, players in the entire abnormal world plunged into a frenzy of leveling up. Of course, the most affected were the majority of level 50 players in the Eastern District. These players, filled with greed, had their tasks. Chapter 271, Go City's Defense System. There were 3 weeks left until the camp war started. All factions were stirring, making the final preparations for the camp war. This time, the camp war led by NPCs would surpass all previous camp wars in scale. The civilian camp and the abnormal camp seemed to have reached some kind of reconciliation, providing players with a lot of compensation. They also promised that players who performed well in the camp war would receive huge rewards. This time, it wasn't just purely merit points, there would be direct military rank rewards. Killing NPCs from the Eastern God Camp would reward treasures worth millions. Killing players from the Go to Bao Guild would reward treasures worth tens of millions. Killing Lu Dong would reward treasures worth hundreds of millions. Players who had been harboring grievances suddenly forgot about being deceived upon seeing the camp task rewards. After all, game items are just external possessions. The camp forces also said that players were deceived, so. Chapter 272, Add one more enemy, extra 1 thanks to Senior Sun Xianke for the reward. Wang Bo sat quietly by Lu Dong's bed, holding a bowl of red date, longan, chicken leg, goji berry, dangshin, baiji, and ginseng soup. Seeing Lu Dong waking up, Wang Bo said softly, "You're awake?" The voice was gentle, like music from heaven. Lu Dong propped himself up, he hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. At this moment, Lu Dong had only one feeling, hungry. Even if it were an entire cow, he could probably eat it all at once. Looking at Wang Bo carrying the soup, Lu Dong softly asked, "What is this stew?" Wang Bo rolled his eyes, and Lu Dong didn't care, he just started to eat voraciously. Hearing the slurping sounds, everyone laughed and walked into Lu Dong's room. Gui Jun brought a plate of steak and said softly, "Sister Bo, you said to make something light, so I didn't prepare dumpa pork or anything. This captured steak should count as light, right?" Lu Dong didn't care and took it to start munching. Even though the abnormal world didn't set up players. Chapter 273, Why are you so bad? Extra 2 thanks to Senior Sun Xianke for the reward. Chui Min opened his mouth but didn't make a sound. This little madman really means what he says. Chui Min smiled bitterly, looking at Lu Dong like a mischievous younger brother, shaking his head and saying, "I really can't do anything about you." Lu Dong spread his arms and said loudly, "You can go. After all, when the Buddha district comes to kill me, remember to burn a few more black-clad beauty paper figures for me." Chui Min had a dark expression. Where could he go? He originally thought to help Lu Dong lighten his burden. This kid is bold, declaring war on the Buddha district directly. In the next moment, Lu Dong felt a chilling killing intent. Before he could say a word, Wang Bo slapped the back of Lu Dong's neck. "Are you going to keep looking for dark paper? How about white paper? Should I burn a few bikinis for you?" Chui Min smiled lightly, seemingly finding this quite amusing. Wang Bo glanced at Chui Min with a grin, raising his hand and delivering a slap in kind. Chapter 274, The Madman's Diary Extra 3 thanks to the reward from Sun Xianke. Chao Shangfei and Lu Dong knew very well the value of this batch of treasures. The two did not release them to the market all at once, but instead in batches, increasing the sale price by 10% each time. Some treasures worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, were auctioned for sky-high prices in the millions. A week later, all the treasures were sold out. The members of the Treasure Guild scored 12 million in hate value in total. In this bizarre world, this was definitely a terrifying figure. At market value, Lu Dong and the others could even buy a nuclear bomb with this hate value. A real nuclear bomb. If the others had not stopped him in time, Lu Dong would have really bought one. According to Lu Dong, anyone who dared to provoke him would be blown up. "Aren't you from the Buddha district so hotshot, always sending out 2 comprehenders? Here's a nuclear bomb for you, let's see how tough you are then." Chui Min swallowed nervously, reciting Ba silently. Chapter 275, Camp War Advances. Lu Dong followed Lu Chang's memories, quickly traversing through his short life. This guy was also reckless. At 3 he was close to little girls, at 5 he was dating, and at 6 he was the tyrant of kindergarten, starting to chase his math teacher at 7. Watching Lu Chang's life, Lu Dong felt his blood boiling. It was as if some energy deep in his soul was awakened. It is not an exaggeration to say that if this guy hadn't messed with the Elf King, he wouldn't have made it to 18. He really knew how to court death. Lu Dong continued to delve into Lu Chang's memories, peeking at the Elf King. Little did he know, the powerful rules of might were exploding around him. In Go City, Wang Bo woke up from his enlightenment, feeling the strange rules of power. It actually interrupted his enlightenment. The rule of light was the most sacred existence.
Wang Bo appeared outside his room, scanning the area with one glance.
Chapter 276, Camp War, creating rules thanks to Sister Shizi for her 100 rewards. In the civilian camp, Huang Rui led the army, pressing forward. Since the rules of the camp war had been set in motion, it indicated that the heavens wanted Lu Dong dead.
In this battle, Huang Rui personally led the army, with 3 objectives. First, to eliminate the Eastern God camp. Second, to find the missing rock tiger. Third, to show the players of this bizarre world the consequences of angering the soul-assigning military academy of the civilian camp.
Taking this opportunity, Huang Rui was even prepared to strike directly at the 1st Division of the Divine Reprimanding Army after the war ended. It was time to clean up Du Shao. Huang Rui looked at his surrounding officers and coldly ordered, "In this war, as my first personally supervised battle in the bizarre world, tell the soldiers that those who perform outstandingly will be promoted 3 ranks." The 3 heads of the education group all looked cold. Since when did the soul-assigning military academy need to use this method to motivate their morale? Deep down, they felt conflicted about Huang Rui. Chapter 277, Camp War, he crossed the line. Thanks to Liang Liang and Nyonyo for their 100 rewards.
Congratulations to player Lu Dong for creating the Rule East God Proud classic non-mainstream. 99% of those who have seen it cried.
Young players were confused about it.
But many players from the 80s and 90s were moved to tears.
Returning to the dreams of 2006. This Lu Dong is definitely an old soul. Before the camp war, he created the rules. Many players flashed with clarity. This bizarre world is just a game, why should we seriously carry on life? Shouldn't we be releasing our true selves here? Why should daily life be just about fighting monsters, leveling up, improving abilities, and escaping from bizarre dungeons? Many suddenly realized that they had fallen into some strange circle, gradually being consumed by the bizarre world, losing their ability to think. Following the main quest to explore, completing the side quests, and following the world storyline, always drifting with the flow. Chapter 278, Camp Battle, Master-Disciple Grudge, add-on 1 thanks to Xu Inxian for the reward.
Min and Shan Yi both unleashed the aura of mischief at the same time.
Behind the two, a large Buddha phantom appeared, layers of light shimmering around them.
The aura of both continued to rise. Shan Yi slightly raised his head and said, "Not bad, in such a short time after leaving the Buddha area, I have already reached level 80. Min smiled lightly and said, "I used to think my master was unfathomable, but today I see that he is only at the initial peak of understanding, not as strong as I imagined." The two fell silent, and layers of rule power began to surround them. On the other side, the thin white-robed monk who was about to move deeper into the city of Go was blocked by Wang Bo and his 5 companions. The white-robed monk had no expression and coldly said, "Shan Yi, get on with it, we don't have time to waste." Immediately, the white-robed monk shouted loudly and raised his hand, golden light bursting forth wildly.
Unlike Shan Yi's coldness, the white-robed monk's attack was a killing move. Chapter 279, Camp Battle, Tafag at a break. Add-on 2 thanks to Xu Inxian for the reward. Min smiled lightly and then said, "Coincidentally, our Eastern God camp specializes in killing the invincible."
Shan Yi thought for a moment and said softly, "Continuing to test is meaningless. The purpose of me and Shan Ning coming here early was to avoid the 2 major camps and quickly finish you off. Perhaps we need to speed up our battle." Min rubbed his nose and chuckled, "I simply used the diamond dissolution to stop my master's gathering of divine powers. Perhaps my master does not believe that I directly realized the 6 forms of Buddhist combat in the life and death battle in Gotham."
Shan Yi took a deep breath and stepped out, saying, "Is that so?
Then let master see your achievements, as I have only comprehended up to the 3rd stage."
Bang bang. Shan Yi firmly stood in position, his shoulders slightly sinking and said, "Arhat release."
Min took off his top clothes, took a deep breath and said, "Gathering of divine powers."
The aura around him instantly. Chapter 280, Camp Battle, the brutal Shan Ning, add-on 3 thanks to Xu Inxian for the reward.
In his 4th state, Shan Ning gave a grim smile and pushed with both hands.
The Buddha moves the mountains and rivers.
With one strike, he aimed to destroy the entire armory.
Bai Lixian suddenly appeared in front of Shan Ning's attack, chuckling. "To destroy the assets of Argo City, aren't you going too far?" Taiji. Bai Lixian's hands flowed with strands of Dao rhythm power. "Teleport?" Shan Ning frowned slightly, his attack easily blocked by the teleporting Bai Lixian, and replied, "Harmonizing with the dust? You in the Dao area, still dare to leave your own big area?" Bai Lixian casually swung his right fist and said lightly, "Shouldn't you worry about whether you can survive?" Taiji flowed, returning the enemy's attack along the same path. The shockwave of power instantly shot towards Shan Ning.
Shan Ning was not flustered, his left hand rising, effortlessly catching his own attack.
Chapter 281, Camp Battle, you've caused trouble. Add-on 4 thanks to Xu Inxian for the reward. Shan Ning suddenly fell into Wang Bo's black hole.
Grabbing the edge of space, layers of golden light erupted around Shan Ning. The more his power erupted, the more he was swallowed by the black hole. Lu Dong stepped slowly towards the front of the black hole, facing the massive suction force, with an expressionless face said, "Listen, one day, I will blow up your Buddha area."
With a long knife thrust in, Shan Ning vanished into the endless darkness. Wang Bo's expression moved slightly. Lu Dong, this guy, could actually ignore the collapsing rules of light in the black hole? Wang Bo said softly, "What exactly have you realized? No, what rules have you created?" Lu Dong's face turned red. How could he say that? At that time, he really was kicked in the head by a donkey, coming up with such a name for the rules he created. Everyone was too busy helping Lu Dong cover the power of rules, without paying attention to the system notification. Chapter 282, Camp Battle. I just want freedom, add-on 5 thanks to Xuanxian for the reward. Wei Jun waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. Your big brother holds the madman's diary, what rules can he comprehend? Wang Bo paused, coldly saying, or are you just fooling the gods, thinking that only this way can you find a path? That group of powerful time and space travelers cannot be defeated by the strange world's rules anymore? Wang Bo squinted, staring straight into Lu Dong's eyes. She really couldn't understand why Lu Dong would spend 12 million hate points to swap for a useless madman's diary at such a key moment of understanding the rules. Was it just because he was crazy? Lu Dong said softly, I really am not fooling the gods. I often fool others, but I have never fooled you. Wang Bo was stunned, this feeling, only her father had ever spoken to her like this. Lu Dong chuckled and said, so, what is it that you brothers want to find in the future? Chapter 283, Camp Battle, The Secret of the Buddha Region, Extra Update 6 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. Soul Lock Formation. A vicious formation. It consumes all living power, condensing it at the center of the formation to counter the Strong's formation. Years ago, this formation appeared to gather individual power to deal with super strong beings. However, later, this formation was used to exterminate a certain power. It gathers everyone's life force to confront the strong one at the center of the formation. If the strong one breaks out of the formation, everyone inside will die. If the strong one is killed due to exhaustion, the caster achieves their goal. Xiong Tian frowned and said, years ago, there was a race in the strange world that specialized in formations. They could arrange all sorts of strange formations. The transmission formations that are passed down now are the legacy of that race. If it weren't for our Baiyang strategic missile attack, we wouldn't even notice the Buddha region. Chapter 284, Camp Battle, The Charge of Rock Tiger, Extra Update 7 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. Rock Tiger smiled bitterly as he looked at the brothers who fought life and death with him. Who could have imagined they would end up like this? Holding a weapon with only half of its live ammo, Rock Tiger led 300 people into the charge. One by one, his loyal comrades approached him and said, Captain, let's rebel against them. Old Yen. Shouldn't we go find Gu Hua? We also have lives. This is clearly sending us to die, not to scout for information. Rock Tiger understood Huang Rui all too well. If Huang Rui dared to send them into the charge, there must be a way to ensure these soldiers couldn't turn the tide. For example, bombs, or threatening their loved ones' lives. As the original inhabitants of the strange world, they also depended on their faces to live. If they rebelled here, their families would have to bear great shame. A group of soldiers only considered their immediate feelings, yet no one saw the future. Chapter 285, Camp Battle, Fake Treasures? Extra Update 8 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. Soon, players discovered that this time's camp battle was not cruel at all. Instead, it felt like a game, with two camps cooperating in a performance to help the East God camp establish a foothold. After an hour of battle, there were no casualties on either side. The only minor injury was to Chao Shangfei. This guy wasn't paying attention while live streaming, bragging about Guoqing's strong firepower when he fell from the city wall, losing 50 health. Players were surprised when they noticed Chao Shangfei's health bar, realizing this guy was at least a high-level player above level 60. Then, a giant loudspeaker appeared on Guoqing's city wall. Huang Rui heard about the unknown weapon appearing on Guoqing's wall and immediately instructed the nearby soldiers to prepare defenses. He did not want to capsize in the gutter. Hey, hey! Lu Dong cleared his throat and said loudly, 3 pairs of socks for $5, $5 for 3 pairs. Chapter 286, Camp Battle, The East God Camp's Counterattack, Extra Update 9 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. The night was clad in Klein blue, enveloping the earth. As night deepened, more and more players gathered 5 kilometers outside Guochang. Everyone assessed Guoqing's firepower coverage during the day. 5 kilometers is almost a limit. Besides, the 2nd Division of the Soul Settling Army is stationed here, so it's definitely safer than other places. Many players who took on camp tasks can even safely rest here and replenish their ammunition.
Unlike previous camp battles, this time the civilian camp surprisingly provided players with weapons. Players who had more thoughts, grabbed guns and wanted to leave, but were directly shot dead by sentinels upon discovery. Players who received weapons lost their desire to escape. In the mobile team incorporated into the 2nd Division, many players quietly awaited the command to attack. Midnight. A mass of dark clouds just covered the round moon. The earth-shattering sound of cannon fire echoed over the city walls of Go City. Chapter 287 Camp Battle, Ludong, 1-on-1? Additional 10 thanks to the rewards from Sun Xian-ku. Yan-hu took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with determination and said, "There are some words I can only say to Ludong." Xiao Shangfei squinted his eyes and sent Yan-hu's request in the guild channel. Ludong stopped the bloodletting and slowly walked up to the city wall. "Group leader Yan, what's the matter?" A flicker of resolve shone in Yan-hu's eyes as he nodded toward the soldiers around him. Ludong's eyes gleamed red, not showing any signs of attack. "Wait a minute. Is this a bomb?" Ludong frowned slightly, and Yan-hu nodded. "You all retreat 500 meters, I have some words to say to East God alone." The soldiers behind Yan-hu quickly stepped back. Xiao Shangfei's lens focused on Ludong as he flipped and jumped off the city wall. Yan-hu was surprised. "I didn't expect you would accept my request." Ludong's eyes shimmered with memories as he whispered, "They." Chapter 288 Camp Battle, I'll cover you. Thanks to book friend 854 for the reward. 300 soldiers were blown to pieces 1 kilometer outside Go City. At the moment of death, their faces wore smiles, with not a trace of sadness. Having resolved their greatest worry about family, death became nothing to fear. Tears welled in Yan-hu's eyes as he pushed Ludong's chest and turned to run towards the Soul-settling army's base. "I'm Yan-hu, I was born to cover for others. In this final charge, I don't need any cover." Above Go City, the members of the Go Dabao Guild, though not understanding what happened, saw Ludong pursue and rushed down the city wall without hesitation. The 8 members of Go Dabao Guild counterattacked. Guhua stood dazed on the city wall, watching Ludong and others follow Yan-hu. Xiong Tian softly said, "Wife, can you summon the spirits of these soldiers? Let them say goodbye to their families." Zhang Xiaolin gently nodded, a faint glow dispersed from her hand, instant. Chapter 289 Camp Battle, The Fall of Huang Ziyun, thanks to TAN.17.6-18 for the 100 rewards. In the operation room of the Soul-settling Military Academy, all the soldiers stood straight, silently bowing their heads, no one spoke. In many years of camp battles, this was the first time a school-level officer had fallen. What was even more unbelievable is that the director did not die on the front line, but was killed by his own men. In the holographic projection, Moxan and Nyarong were covered in blood, both holding down Yan-hu, facing the command center's operation room. Each officer, with faces ashen, shook their heads in disbelief. They had clearly collected all the criminal records of Huang Rui, and this time they let him lead troops to the front line, partly to give him a chance to redeem himself for his father's sake, and partly to find a way to divert him from the Soul-settling Military Academy. Of course, if he dared to abuse power on the front line, no one could save him. For the Soul-settling Military Academy, dealing with a soldier closely connected to the vice principal was as difficult as fighting a war. In the end. Chapter 290 Camp Battle, it turned into a mess. Vice Principal of the Soul-settling Military Academy, the peak-enlightened one Huang Ziyun, left the military academy without permission. Yan Rui's first reaction upon receiving this news was disbelief, but thinking back to his conversation with Huang Ziyun, he slowly came to realize. The hard red box of cigarettes, wasn't it something to suppress a certain kind of mental attack? Yan Rui originally thought Huang Ziyun was overwhelmed with grief, but now it seems that the old guy is calling for help, he has been possessed. Huang Ziyun used smoke to suppress the power of his mental strength, informing Yan Rui that he was targeted because of the events in the Buddha district. First, there are problems within the soul-determining military academy, and second, Huang Ziyun's body has also been controlled by someone. Yan Rui understands very well that Huang Ziyun's departure at this moment undoubtedly solidifies all accusations against him. Regardless of whether Huang Ziyun lives or dies on the front lines, all the evidence left behind will become false evidence. Yan Rui immediately returned to Huang. Chapter 291, Camp Battle, I am truly a genius, additional update 1 thanks to Sun Xian's tips. The power of space surged. In the next moment, Ludong and Chui Min instantly appeared in the Buddha district. The sky was filled with black chains that constantly writhed. One by one, the black-clothed monks had no color in their faces. The white-clothed monks were even drenched in blood. The black chains pierced through their bodies. Chui Min's face was cold, and he was about to draw his sword to cut the chains in the air. Ludong's eyes turned red, realizing the nature of the chains, and he said coldly, Chui bro. No, if we cut the chains, they won't be able to be saved. The two were currently at the center of the Buddha district, surrounded only by meditating monks, with no other players in sight. The Buddha district has always been a mysterious existence for players. One must either be pure in 6 roots, or free of distractions, or truly be a monk in another world, to pass the Buddha district's review. Special zones like the Buddha district also include Tao district and others. Of course, in the previous life. Chapter 292, Camp Battle, Array Shattered. Additional update 2 thanks to Sun Xian's tips. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and the arrow in Rama's hand fell into the empty space. Shanya's figure vanished into thin air and suddenly appeared as another white-clothed monk. Shan Ning. Shan Ning looked confused and turned to look at the place in the air, where a phantom of light enveloped Shan Yi sitting within. The eye of the soul-breaking lock array. Rama's expression changed drastically. What was this old man trying to do? Shan Yi punched his own chest, quickly brought his hands together, and said, Shan Yi seeks the Tathagata. Golden light burst forth, and suddenly, a huge image of Buddha appeared behind Shan Yi. The golden light flowed along the chains, falling on the disciples of the Buddha district. Impossible. How could the soul-breaking lock array change positions? And this Shan Ning, wasn't he supposed to be an imitation of his own clone, and thus shouldn't possess self-awareness? Shan Ning slightly raised his head, whispering, Brother, why must you do this? Why not wait? Chapter 293, Camp Battle, God Slaying. Additional update 3 thanks to Sun Xian's tips. Congratulations to player Lu Dong for successfully slaying a god. The East God Camp gains a 200% experience boost. The various gods camp automatically declares war on the East God Camp. World Achievement, Cutting the Eerie 3 Generals upgrade to God Slayer Igu. God Slayer Igu, only players who slay a god for the first time can obtain this title. NPCs in the strange world will fear you, killing will grant 10 times hatred value, 10 times experience value, slaying players with this title will inherit half the reward. This time, it was no longer just the Eerie camp and the civilian camp that could hear it. All the clans received this notice simultaneously. Lu Dong's name once again resonated in all major districts. The families of the South District, West District, and North District were unconcerned. God slaying? They could have done it long ago, and some families even imprisoned gods. Knowing the dangers of attracting attention, they naturally did not take action. In their eyes, the East District had not produced any geniuses, just an unruly tiger. Chapter 294, All Become Eastern. Lu Dong has slain a god. Players from both the Eerie camp and the civilian camp quickly withdrew. No wonder their attack had gone so smoothly. It turns out the big killer was not present. Once Lu Dong, who successfully killed a god, freed his hands, it would be a disaster for the players. A large number of players immediately activated their return scrolls, and some frightened players did not care about the consequences, using random scrolls. The priority was to leave this place. In front of the Goth city, for a moment, there were no players left. Huang Ziyan slightly frowned, looking at Wang Bo, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt. He slowly nodded and said, Thank you. Wang Bo was stunned, and with a big slap, he yelled, Thank your mother. You've had your fun, and now you want to leave? Lu Dong's announcement of his godslaying was the rallying cry for the people of Go City. When has the East God faction ever suffered such a loss? Chao Shangfei in the livestream. Chapter 295, Faction War, Guidance from Pasheng. The blue-clad monk slightly lifted his gaze, and the swirling wind around him instantly vanished. Pasheng joined his hands together and asked, Is Shanai late to Master Guai's arrival? Shanai shook his head slightly and said, Disciple has no such intention, it's just that the beings of the Buddhist realm are the only ones the poor monk can currently save compared to the vast crowd of sentient beings. Disciple would also like to thank Master Pasheng for granting me a chance at rebirth. But if my life must be exchanged for the future of the disciples from the Shan and Min lines of our Buddhist realm, then I'd rather not have this life. Shanya's surroundings exploded with brilliant light, and with a roar, layers of light returned to the bodies of the monks. Having gained enlightenment, Shanai returned to level 1. Lu Dong was astonished and thought, what a fierce move against himself. He would give up all his cultivation just to compensate others? Chui Min's master is also a tough person, huh? Pasheng frowned slightly and then softly said, Why go through the suffering? Chapter 296, Faction War, Shanya's Decision. Pasheng frowned and said coldly, 2 months later, the new talents battle of the 4 districts will take place. Players summoned to the bizarre world within 2 years can participate. You can let your disciple ask that guy who got his name back if he's willing to fight for the southern district. Pasheng approved. Shanai smiled lightly, and this time, they won the clash. Pasheng looked at the chart appearance in his palm, took a deep breath, and said, East God, heed my advice, do not participate in the talents battle representing the eastern district. Right now, all the talents from the major districts are preparing to hunt you down. Just keep your Go City safe, and live your life honestly. A rich spiritual force surrounded Lu Dong. This old guy was struck with 2 million, and still had so much health left. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. Perhaps killing this guy could earn him quite a bit of experience points. Pasheng's breath.
Chapter 297, Faction War, The Opportunity of the Buddhist Zone. Extra Update 1, thanks to Zhengxiang for the donation.
In the civilian faction, with Bai Li Xian, Shen Jia, and Chao Shangfei disappearing, players from various major districts finally dared to leave their respective guild territories.
The Killing Star disappeared? Was the slaughter restricted too much?
Right now, the Defining Soul Military Academy also suffered heavy losses. Huang Ziyun was injured all over, and the condition of the rock tiger in his hands was not good. Even though Huang Ziyun quickly removed the bomb inside the rock tiger's body, the bomb that had entered from his possession by Roma had already clogged all of rock tiger's blood vessels. Huang Ziyun knew very well, once the rock tiger died, this sin for avenging his son would be realized. Yan Rui and others waited early at the gate of the Defining Soul Military Academy, watching as rock tiger still showed a glimmer of breath. He looked at Huang Ziyun and said, "Vice Principal Huang, we understand that you have been possessed, but please cooperate with our work until the investigation is complete."
Huang Ziyun gently nodded, reaching out towards Yan Rui. Chapter 298, The End of the Faction War. Extra Update 2, thanks to Zhengxiang for the donation.
The sudden disappearance of players from the Go Delicate Treasure Guild naturally triggered a lot of speculation.
Could it be that excessive slaughter made the system unable to bear it, and thus dealt with them?
After all, in the bizarre world, the number of players who died in the past month was not even as many as in one faction war. In the chaotic battle last night, both the bizarre faction and the civilian faction paid a painful price.
There are still 24 hours left until the end of the faction war.
Some players found their way to the edge of the Go district, ready to see if there were any loopholes to exploit. Then they discovered a copper statue that was entirely made of copper.
The 18 copper men of the Buddhist Gate.
Initially, players thought it was an NPC, and some bold players wanted to approach and ask if there were any tasks to trigger.
But they were quickly warned by the copper man. Do not enter the area of the Eastern God Camp.
Not an NPC, but also a player.
The camp war has not yet ended. Chapter 299, Luohan Formation, Iron Kidney Master. Addendum 3, thanks to Xu and Xian Ke for the reward. In the golden light,
Lu Dong and others strolled on the steps, walking boldly along the path ahead. Chao Shangfei, curious, asked the question in everyone's hearts.
Master Shanai, you said this Luohan Pass would bring us fortune, will we just keep walking out like this? Shanai smiled faintly and said, did you not feel anything different?
Huang Xingyan whispered, cleaning, the aura of slaughter on us is being washed away. Shanai chuckled and said, I also did not expect you to have so much slaughter that made this purification path so long. Little Chui, come explain Luohan Pass to your friends.
After the explanation, they should understand how much fortune I have given them.
Wang Bo softly said, Luohan Pass, through the challenges left by each Luohan, can enhance a portion of physical strength.
Chapter 300, Luohan Formation, Tiger Subduing Luohan, Addendum 4, thanks to Xu and Xian Ke for the reward.
In the next moment, the golden light dissipated. A secluded deep mountain appeared before the crowd. The air was humid, with cold winds howling. Huge trees blocked the light, and from the dense jungle came faint sounds. Sang Yangxiang softly said, the first challenge is Tiger Subduing Luohan, Mithreya Buddha. It is said that he once used his physical strength to intimidate the tigers in the mountains, and was the only one able to feed the fierce tigers, being a master of hand-to-hand combat. Whoosh! Before the crowd could react, 9 shadowy figures rushed out. The cold wind howled, instantly separating the 9 individuals. Before each person stood a tiger. 6 meters long, a massive creature. With strong limbs, its tail dragging on the ground, stirring up the wind. The tiger's head was enormous, 3 meters wide, with lazy eyes glaring fiercely. At the corner of its mouth, there was a hint of dark red blood. The hungry tiger roared, and the 9 tigers growled in unison.
Chapter 301, Luohan Formation, Dragon Subduing Luohan, Addendum 5, thanks to Xu and Xian Ke for the reward. The roar of the tiger from Tiger Subduing Luohan echoed in the main hall of the Buddha district. Shan Ning was startled, indeed, Shanai, so quickly through the first challenge. This was definitely a historical record. Only, it was unknown who had received the reward of the Tiger Subduing Luohan. After quite a while, Shan Ning became uneasy. Why had it taken so long to reach the second challenge? Even if nothing else, they should have been able to pass the first 3 challenges, right? Were they about to fail? At the same time, Dragon Subduing Luohan, Kasayapa Buddha, was also waiting. Logically, if they had passed through the Tiger Subduing Luohan challenge, they should have continued forward. Why had they not come yet? Were they in enlightenment? Enlightenment, why was there a fragrance wafting here? Although Kasayapa Buddha was a wisp of his power, he still had the 6 senses. Smelling this aroma, he could not break through the barrier of the challenge, which frustrated him. Chapter 302, Luohan Formation, Gatekeeper Luohan, Addendum 6, thanks to Xu and Xian Ke for the reward. At the end of the mountain appeared a huge golden archway. Chao Shangfei sighed, I really want to eat KFC.
Hua Jun softly said, I once saw a strange person make fried chicken legs. They didn't use tongs, but directly put their hand with the chicken leg into the hot oil, and what came out was meat and bone together. Chao Shangfei shivered and shook his head, no more eating, no more eating. Looking at the crutch-wielding monk at the end of the mountain, Sang Yangxiang softly said, the gatekeeper Luohan, named Zhucha Benchuo Kasayapa. It is said that he once went out to beg for alms and knocked on doors too violently, breaking someone's door, and was punished by the Buddha. The Buddha gave him a staff to find someone with a predestined relationship to beg for alms. Opening the door when the staff touches it means they have a connection, and closing it means no connection. Lu Dong rolled his eyes and coldly said, are you going to walk us through historical figures now?
Sang Yangxiang softly answered, knowing ourselves and our enemy, we cannot use violence against all Luohans. Chapter 303, Luohan Formation, Long-Browed Luohan, Addendum 7, thanks to Xuanxian Ke for the reward.
Chao Shangfei chuckled, everything can be turned to gold.
As long as one consumes mental energy, one can possess the ability to turn stone into gold.
Although it cannot form gold of sufficient weight, at least it can prevent him from falling into the awkward situation of having no gold to use.
This can be counted as a kind of strengthening. Huang Xingyan clasped his hands together, the earth surged, and everyone rode the electric elevator of grass, moving forward quickly. A giant rock fell in the middle of the field, completely blocking everyone's way. The old man with long white eyebrows stepped forward gracefully and said, where are you esteemed donors heading? As soon as he spoke, his voice lingered in the air. Sang Yangxiang took a deep breath and said, Ashur Duo, the esteemed one long eyebrow Arhat. After 2 lives of practicing Buddhism, he has finally achieved Arhat fruit. Some say he has infinite lifespan, and I suspect he must have mastery over the power of time. Ashur Duo raised his head slowly, a hint of a smile in his eyes as he said, 8 people, 2 Buddhist followers, and 1 little Taoist boy. Chapter 304, Arhat Formation, Banana Leaf Arhat, Additional Update 8 thanks to the reward from seeking Immortal Guest. Bai Lixian only felt his muscles relax all over, and the thrill of leveling up surged. Level 85. You have gained the enlightenment of longevity. Bai Lixian was shocked, he had obtained an incredible skill. Everyone slowly withdrew from the river of time, all feeling astonished in their hearts. Sang Yangxiang seemed to have known this scene already and said softly, what you see is not an illusion, but each critical moment in the past, your other path of choice. As he spoke, Sang Yangxiang gently wiped his eyes, hiding his tears. He saw another life of himself in the river of time. He had already made up his mind, he would take the path he had not yet finished walking. In fact, the long eyebrow Arhat was just intentionally stimulating them. Now thinking back, the Ashur Duo trapped in the river of time, saying 8 people was deliberately giving Lu Dong a chance to approach. Wang Bo's eyes sparkled with tears, as she was also in the river of time. Chapter 305, Arhat Formation, Cloth Bag Arhat, Additional Update 9 thanks to the reward from seeking Immortal Guest. After another hearty meal, Sang Yangxian was also unreserved, eating heartily. Once entering the world, one should have the appearance of being in the world. After everyone feasted, they rose again. Hua Jun said leisurely, I wonder if there are any existences like the long eyebrow Arhat ahead. The power of time is accelerating digestion, it's simply a must-have for foodies. Sang Yangxiang shuddered, is your sister too fierce? Others would give anything to never see the long eyebrow Arhat of the time rules again. But you, good for you, are still thinking of using their rules to aid digestion? Everyone continued forward, with no one asking Lu Dong how the battle just was. Only Wang Bo quietly treated Lu Dong's bleeding spots. In the rules of time, Wang Bo, who comprehended the rules of light, no longer had any other light. She only had this one ray of light, Lu Dong. Sometimes, Wang Bo was also very conflicted, this guy who always gets into trouble has already. Chapter 306, Arhat Formation, Ear Digging Arhat. Though everyone had doubts, they did not think too much. Simply speeding up the journey along the mountain road ahead. Sang Yangxiang whispered, this Arhat pass consists of 6 gates per level, the first 6 gates are for beginner comprehenders, the middle is for intermediate, and the last is for advanced. Next, we will meet the strongest Arhat of the first 6 gates, the ear-digging Arhat, named Naga Zizuns. He has pure ears and a clean body, possessing powerful purification abilities. Everyone was taken aback, wow, isn't this specifically prepared for Wang Bo? Lu Dong squinted slightly, was Sang Yangxiang preparing to say goodbye? Silence spread around, and everyone continued on their way. Suddenly, an invisible barrier blocked everyone's path. A monk radiating pure white light stood 10 meters in front of everyone, hands clasped together. Those whose 6 roots are not pure shall not enter the mountain. 6 roots. Lu Dong lowered his head and said, it's the root of the red and the proper sprout. Chapter 307, Arhat Pass, Contemplative Arhat. Chuimin pondered for a long time before the anger surrounding him dissipated. Everyone was puzzled as to why Lu Dong said that the escaping Sang Yangxiang was still helping everyone in disguise. Huang Xingyan whispered, the path Sang Yangxiang took to escape.
It has been sealed off, it seems to be bound to the invisible barrier of the ear-picking Arhat. This is a small path that can lead directly outside the Arhat formation. At this moment, with the ear-picking Arhat dead, it seems the crowd can only continue forward. Ludong whispered, your master might be aware, by staying here, at level 1, without the Arhat body, he can't provide us any help. It's just right for his anger at leaving to inspire you to grasp new power. Also, when he left, it seemed he took some kind of thing from this invisible barrier, which allowed your attack to break through this invisible shield. Bai Li Xian pinched his fingers and softly said, Sangyang Xiang has no ill intentions, Chui madman, there's no need to hold a grudge against that old guy. Chapter 308, Arhat Pass, reaching out to the Arhat. Venerable Raluolio is stunned? What is this thing, a hidden weapon? Wealth, whiteboard, red middle. Venerable Raluolio slightly shook his head, it's considered a divine artifact, so might as well treat it as a fortuitous encounter. Venerable Raluolio's gaze fell on Wang Bo, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of pity. A delicate girl, once treasured in the palm by the king of the ancient capital, yet unexpectedly facing all the hardships of this strange world alone. As the shadow disappeared, the members of the Baogong Association all became aware again. A brief period of reflection allowed his spirit to relax immensely. Of course, especially Lu Dong. His final conclusion was, first use the app to clock in, then add his little sister's contact, going out to clock in together is the most cost-effective. Naturally, the biggest gain still belongs to Wang Bo. A 100,000 level divine artifact, like Mahjong. Each tile can instantly deal 100,000 damage, this is absolutely. Chapter 309, Arhat Pass, Happy Arhat, Extra 1 Thank you to the seeking immortal guest for the reward. Half-Toka Venerable stared blankly at his shattered rules. Along with it, his dreams shattered as well. All beings suffer, yet all can find joy in suffering. Those standing on the shore will never understand the happiness of the fish in the water, just as the fish naturally do not understand the pain of those on the shore. Half-Toka Venerable was taken aback, realizing he was confused by desire, disrupting his spirit. The fate of all beings in this world, does it not have its own return path? This world is merely a grand dream of emptiness. Half-Toka Venerable murmured, Ba. His form dissolved, with the dream rules broken, the hidden power of this avatar also lost its source of support. Half-Toka Venerable looked at Lu Dong and Wang Bo, shook his head lightly and said, let me grant you a chance. The awakened crowd found it puzzling, the truth of the dream left them momentarily unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Wang Bo and Lu Dong were both taken aback. Chapter 310, Arhat Pass, Laughing Lion Arhat, Extra 2 Thank you to the seeking immortal guest for the reward. The happy Arhat disappeared without a trace. Lu Dong anxiously rushed forward and said, my hair. Tell him to give my hair back. Wang Bo looked at Lu Dong's bald head and couldn't help but chuckle. This big light bulb really can provide a lot of light for himself. Wang Bo felt secretly delighted, with her uncle's protection, she could confidently manipulate the rules of light in the future. In the past, she was invincible below level 100, now perhaps she could even slay gods. Everyone looked at Lu Dong's bald head, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Shangfei languidly said, Xiao Dongzi, you can now, your wit is off the charts. Lu Dong glared fiercely at Xiao Shangfei, he would shave this guy's head too eventually. As for Wang Bo's uncle, the crowd didn't ask much, they knew they would find out when the time came. But everyone understood one thing, which is that the true form of the 18 Arhats is currently suppressing something. Chapter 311, Arhat Pass, Riding Elephant Arhat, Extra 3 Thank you to the seeking immortal guest for the reward. Arhat Pass. The crowd continued to move forward. Xinjie questioned, why didn't we see any damage when we killed the Laughing Lion Arhat just now? How could he be taken down directly? Wajun quietly replied, I think I might have shattered that guy's divine body, and then there was nothing more. Xiao Shangfei asked curiously, does this mean we can use this set directly to deal with the next 8 Arhats? Chuimin shook his head and said softly, the 8 old bastards behind will only be more troublesome than the last. With a loud rumble, the mountain path shook. The group of Godebeo staggered and fell to the ground at the same time. A huge black shadow appeared on the mountainside. Chuimin said coldly, the elephant-riding Arhat, Master Kalika, can command elephants. In terms of individual strength and teamwork, he is among the top among Arhats. As the shadow approached, it turned out to be an elephant. A mammoth. Chapter 312, Arhat Pass, Crossing the River Arhat, Extra 4 Thank you to Xuanxian Ku for the reward. In a certain area of the southern district gathered by the 18 Arhats. The elephant-riding Arhat roared and pounded his body, divine power bursting forth. At this moment, he showed no trace of his usual elegance. Humiliation. A hint of red glimmered in his eyes as he said, quickly suppress this guy, I have matters to attend to. One person in the center quietly said, anger is also a disaster, don't let yourself cause trouble. Our current goal is only the common people of the world. The elephant-riding Arhat looked at the missing piece of his little elephant's back leg and felt a flicker of anger, saying, I will seek justice for you.
The mammoth turned into a little elephant, with only weakness in its eyes.
At this moment, the only one who could understand his feelings was the laughing lion Arhat's broken bird lion. Amidst the crowd, who cried the most, the laughing lion's fur was wet in front of him. At the Arhat Pass, after everyone had eaten and drank their fill, they stood up and continued to move forward. As they walked, the crowd sensed something was wrong.
Chapter 313, Arhat Pass, Sitting Still Arhat.
Lu Dong did not ask again, the true Buddhist sound of the master was present. Perhaps his physique had indeed been greatly improved. The group continued forward. The mountain was silent, no sun or moon, only the gentle sound of the wind brushing against their bodies. In the center of the mountain path, a monk sat calmly with legs crossed. Chuimin said quietly, "Sitting still Arhat, Master Noku Luo, known as a great warrior, it is said he once moved the true Buddha's lotus seat." Lu Dong said slowly, "This guy doesn't speak, is he asking us to directly take him down?" Master Noku Luo slightly opened his eyes, his surrounding energy swirling and dispersing.
A high-level comprehender.
Master Noku Luo looked up at the crowd, smiled lightly and said, "Not simple challengers, being able to come before me means you have both distance and poetry in your hearts. This test of mine is very simple, just let me move from my seated position."
Chapter 314, Arhat Pass, Tower Holding Arhat. Wang Bo was slightly taken aback. "You have gained light form."
Light form, in the presence of light, your mental strength can recover at 10 times the speed. It was just a normal recovery state.
Wang Bo rose to level 89.
Everyone smiled, quickly finishing the grilled meat, and continued on. This tranquil state seemed more suitable for the Go de Bao guild members.
No one was in a hurry, nor were they greedy for the final reward.
They were just passing through this Arhat Pass, experiencing another type of challenge. In the center of the mountain path, a huge tower appeared. The tower had 7 levels, and a monk quietly awaited the members of the Go de Bao guild. Energy surged, a high-level comprehender. Chuimin lowered his voice and said, "Tower holding Arhat, Master Sapinta, if my memory serves me right, he is the #1 fighter under the Buddha, and the 7-story tower showcases the Buddha's authority."
Chapter 315, Arhat Pass, Bow Lifting Arhat. Wang Bo showed a hint of worry and asked, "Are you sure Lu Dong is alright?"
At this moment, Lu Dong, one hand held in a palm, the other making an orchid gesture, his bald head shining bright, exuding a strange aura. Chuimin frowned and said, "The elven blood within Lu Dong seems to be clashing with the true Buddha's power." Bai Lixian's expression grew serious and said, "If this continues, whichever side prevails, it will disrupt Lu Dong's mental awareness." Wang Bo unleashed a purifying force towards Lu Dong, but it had no effect. In the next second, Lu Dong began to charge forward in big strides. His eyes were clouded, and Lu Dong seemed to go mad. The members of the Go de Bao guild hurriedly followed Lu Dong.
Bai Lixian whispered, "How did Lu Dong get such a dense true Buddha's power?"
Chuimin said softly, "I suspect this fellow touched the relic of Suping Tua's avatar and absorbed it."
Chapter 316, Luohan Pass, Happy Luohan, Extra 1 thanks to Zunxiang for the reward.
You have received Wang Bo's curse of love, affection plus 10. Lu Dong was stunned, this method of gaining affection points was really strange.
How could being hit or cursed increase affection points? With a chuckle, Lu Dong turned around and said, "Sister Bo, scold me a bit more." Everyone was taken aback, is Big Brother still not awake? How could anyone be willing to be scolded?
Wang Bo's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quietly told everyone about how she and Lu Dong activated a linked affection point system. Bai Li looked enviously, turning toward Xinjie, his gaze filled with tenderness. But neither Wang Bo nor Lu Dong knew how to trigger this trick. Chao Shangfei wrapped up the golden bowl and chuckled, "Not bad, I've gained a 1,000,000-level artifact."
Everyone was stunned, 1,000,000 level?
Chao Shangfei rotated the golden bowl in his hand, which seemed to have emotions.
Chapter 317, Luohan Pass, Sitting Dear Luohan, Extra 2 thanks to Zunxiang for the reward.
Kanagatsuri the respected was taken aback, a bitter smile appearing on his face, "So that's how it is." This was an unfair debate, Kanagatsuri did not lose but had fallen into Lu Dong's logical trap from the start. Kanagatsuri did not expect that the so-called Eastern god was actually Lu Dong himself.
Kanagatsuri gently nodded and asked, "What help do you need?" Faint light removed the physical restraints on everyone, and Lu Dong turned back, "Does anyone lack artifacts? This guy can help us forge a few."
Kanagatsuri hurriedly said, "You can only fulfill one wish."
Lu Dong casually replied, "Can one wish definitely be fulfilled?" Kanagatsuri nodded. Lu Dong softly said, "My wish is that the next 8 wishes can all be fulfilled." Kanagatsuri's mouth twitched, his face darkened, "Don't." Chapter 318, Luohan Pass, One-on-One. Extra 3 thanks to Zunxiang for the reward. Luohan Pass.
Bindo Rubolyo's back revealed the phantom of a giant deer, merging body and spirit, exploding with rich Buddhist light all around. Chuimin's expression slightly startled, he exclaimed, "Xiaodongzi, be careful, the law form attack is real damage."
Lu Dong's health rapidly dropped, large amounts of blood flowing out from his throat artery. Lu Dong roared, I also have real damage. True Buddha bloodline. The blood that Lu Dong emitted turned into gold, like flowing metal. Bindo Ruboluo's expression darkened. Within this blood, he felt a powerful energy. The call of the deer echoed, like a giant bell, breaking the space in front of Bindo Ruboluo apart. Bindo Ruboluo roared, Welcome Buddha to the West. Thousands of arms sprouted from his back, forming the thousand-hand guanyin. Chapter 319, Luohan Pass, Buddha Head, Extra 4 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. Bindo Ruboluo coldly said, Now it's my turn to counterattack. Lu Dong coldly replied, Have you never been beaten since you were little? When the silver bottle shatters, water splashes, iron pills emerge, ringing like swords. Additional status activated. Making the target player feel completely relaxed, silencing, restricting movement, and prohibiting all item usage for 10 seconds. Bindo Ruboluo's eyes showed confusion. This feeling, so freaking comfortable. A kind of pleasure of being a man made him shiver uncontrollably. Warmth spread beneath him. Bindo Ruboluo felt a bit dazed. So comfortable. Lu Dong raised his giant hammer, coldly stating, after countless blows, still strong, let the winds from east, west, south, and north blow. The hammer fell like rain, forming lines incessantly. Lost in the pleasure, Bindo Ruboluo, or was he still able to? Chapter 320, Luohan Pass, Clear the Level. Extra 5 thanks to Zhengxiang for the reward. Lu Dong was about to strike down with his natural electric magic. A faint ripple of space suddenly appeared around him, and unexpectedly, another Benjalo Rat's falling virtue master emerged. His aura surged. This guy was even stronger than the Benjalo Rat's falling virtue master in front of him. Lu Dong thought, 1 kill is the same as 2 kills. Without any hesitation, he launched an attack. The 2 avatars of the sitting deer Arhat were simultaneously destroyed. Lu Dong did not receive a reward prompt and couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that these 2 guys were just avatars. 2 beams of white light soared into Lu Dong's bloodthirsty pencil. Bloodthirsty pencil upgrade death energy experience, 10,000/10,000. Your weapon has absorbed the 2 sources of Buddha, evolving into the rule pencil, and your attacks possess the power to cut through rules. Rule pencil, attack ignores defense, able to deal damage equal to strength. Upgrade experience destroying rules. Chapter 321, Where did Lu Dong go? Bonus 6 thanks to Sun Xianka's reward. Xiong Tian and Gu Hua immediately sealed off the area. The headless great Buddha, enemy or friend? The lifeless army surrounded the surroundings, while poison and cursed spirits simultaneously moved the rules. No attack status was seen. It seemed like just an ordinary Buddha statue. Buzz. A wave of space appeared, and everyone was taken aback at once. The 7 Gauda Treasure Guild members all returned. Liang'an raised an eyebrow, surprised at how strong they had become. Shinjia puffed her cheeks in anger, while Bai Li comforted her beside her. Chao Shangfei now held a golden bowl, and Shuimin had a long knife at his waist. Huang Xinyan and Gui Jun's auras were even more unique, while Wang Bo was surrounded by a halo. Liang'an smiled and said, It seems like this time we have gained a lot. Chao Shangfei raised the golden bowl in his hand, and it rumbled with energy. It's just average, I just casually did it. Chapter 322, Negotiation. Bonus 7 thanks to Sun Xianka's reward. After a long silence, everyone. Sitting deer Arhat said with a gloomy face, Deceiver, I sincerely tell you, today's strange world is far from what it used to be. Now that you have stirred trouble, nobody is here to bail you out. The surrounding formations restricted Lu Dong's ability to gather information, and he couldn't see the strength of the Arhats around him. Lu Dong twirled the rule pencil, grinning foolishly and slightly bowing. What trouble did I stir? Sitting deer Arhat coldly said, Once the body and head of the guardian Buddha merge, while it can protect a place for a month, likewise, the protected area cannot leave. Lu Dong was slightly stunned. This meant that Wang Bo and the others would be trapped in Go City for a month. Then wouldn't that be far from the sky and the emperor? He could enjoy the joy of being single again. Sitting deer roared, Now tell me, where did you take the headless Buddha body? Lu Dong chuckled. Chapter 323, Underestimating. Bonus 8 thanks to Sun Xianka's reward. Sitting deer Arhat's mouth curled up, slightly lifting his body, and 2,000 chains of rules fell entirely into Lu Dong's hands. Lu Dong looked at the colorful chains of rules, his expression suddenly changing. These are broken. Fragmented chains of rules. Lu Dong angrily looked up, Are you playing me? Sitting deer Arhat calmly said, Only you are allowed to deceive, are we not allowed to deceive you? Deceiver, do you think you're the only one who can deceive in the world? Sitting deer Arhat smiled darkly, and the surrounding Arhats looked at Lu Dong with smiles on their faces. It seemed that it pleased them to see Lu Dong being tricked. Little fellow. Lu Dong was startled, someone communicating telepathically? Who was it? You've been fooled by them, right? I'm asking if you dare to help me?
Lu Dong's eyes flashed with killing intent, showing a face of anger, but in his heart, he had a playful mindset. After all, he hadn't said anything for real.
Chapter 324, Strong Enemies. Strong Enemies. In a pitch-black world,
Lu Dong heavily fell to the ground. The recently achieved realm of the sitting deer Arha truly shocked him. The realm above that of the controller meant the basic strength had already surpassed 10,000. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lu Dong's eyes. If he could eliminate that guy, many good things would surely drop.
Did you just tear apart the formation and sense the fresh air outside? Damn it.
There's a fool upstairs, who, after breaking the chains of rules, stood there in a daze, unable to instantaneously take down the enemy. I can't hear clearly what the guy outside is saying, but it sounds like he mentioned a deceiving god.
Deceiving god?
That son of a turtle is very bad, full of tricks, we must be careful. Rough voices came from afar, echoing through the endless darkness, accompanied by the loud laughter of men. It seemed there was a woman's voice too, but in any case, it was a group of rogues laughing. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes.
Chapter 325, The Manhwa Family. Manhwa Jun.
This name was not the first time Lu Dong had heard it.
Slowly getting used to the surrounding light, Lu Dong whispered, "So you are."
No need to ask, on the warrior's outfit, the words Manhwa were boldly written on the chest. Lu Dong knew very little about the Manhwa family. The information he gathered was that once, Guijun awakened their bloodline, and once, the master from Shanai mentioned that Guijun was a sinner.
As for Guijun, she had never brought up her background with anyone.
The last time Lu Dong created rules, he vaguely heard some related information. But regarding Guijun's past, Lu Dong had always been unclear.
Round face, loves to cook, sporty vibe.
Except for being a little flat-chested, Guijun had no other flaws, of course, unless we counted domestic abuse. Lu Dong took a small step back, a hint of caution in his eyes. He couldn't be reckless anymore.
Earlier, pretending. Chapter 326, Manhwa Luo. Manhwa Qingli stepped forward, saying, "Is this Manhwa Jun?"
Watch your words.
She doesn't look like a proper girl at all, so crude, she's really disgraced our family.
Manhwa Yi pretended not to hear, although he looked a little displeased. After all, she was his own child. In a trance, he seemed to see the Manhwa Jun from long ago. Dad, this is not the life I want, I don't want to follow the rules.
Manhwa Yi's eyes darkened. Perhaps, this was truly his daughter's real self.
Manhwa Qingli coldly said, as a physical cultivator, look at how she dresses, these pieces of cloth, how much can they cover?
Her chest barely has any meat, who is she showing this to? Look at the men surrounding Manhwa Jun, each of them has lust in their eyes. Can such people still be considered part of our family? Manhwa Yi looked disgusted, but ignored it. Chapter 327, A Special Request Extra Update 1, thanks to Sun Xianke for the reward. Manhwa Luo watched Lu Dong's confused expression, then softly said.
Actually, our Manhwa family had discovered this hidden task long ago, but due to a lack of suitable players, we never entered it. It's laughable, who would have thought that this task would eventually become our savior?
Lu Dong didn't reply, a task that could make even the controllers or those above them feel difficulties, how could he possibly accomplish it?
Lu Dong never believed in luck. If destiny couldn't be in his hands, then even the strongest power was in vain.
Manhwa Luo turned the swivel chair, and everyone made way. Manhwa Yi pondered silently, whispering, "Master, are you really going to let Lu Dong enter the task?"
Manhwa Luo slightly nodded, looking up at the black space above, and quietly said, "God Dong, I don't want to deceive you, help us if we can't succeed."
Chapter 328, Which Monster? Extra Update 2, thanks to Kaka Balala for the reward. Dream on.
With blood-red light all over her body, Manhwa Qingli crawled out from the wall's crevice, with a hint of anger in her eyes.
You both should die. Stop playing around with a task, I want to take you down with me. Manhwa Qingli shouted angrily, raising her head to fight Lu Dong.
Manhwa Luo frowned slightly. Although he needed Lu Dong's help, it didn't mean he had no bottom line.
This was just the right moment to test Lu Dong with Manhwa Qingli's actions. The moment Manhwa Qingli stood up, Manhwa Yi once again positioned himself in front of Lu Dong. In the next second, Manhwa Luo was shocked.
The Dong God Camp declares war Agai. Only players from the two factions could hear it. Lu Dong chose not to sync to the world channel. Manhwa Luo did not expect Lu Dong to be so tough. Indeed, just as the rumors said, he was a guy who would stop at nothing. That's ruthless.
Chapter 329, Octagonal Cage, Understanding the Second Move.
Additional Update 3, thanks to wishes that I won't be rewarded.
Lu Dong sat cross-legged.
His goal was not to recover, but to flip through the madman's diary. After all, the madman's diary was right in his system. He just needed to pretend to adjust and recover, keeping one part of his mind alert to his surroundings, while he could dedicate 9 parts of his mind to this diary. With a power of 2000, he could flip to the next page long ago. This was a good thing for creating his own rules.
With a calm appearance, Lu Dong used his mental power to open the second page of the madman's diary. Player power reached 2,000 points, opening the second page. Lu Sanyang, male, died at 23 years and 4 months. In his early years, he was a disciple from the Buddhist district. Unable to drink alcohol and eat meat, he wanted to descend the mountain, but he failed 99 times at the Arhat Pass. Later, he awakened the power of space, ambushing the 18 Arhats 99 times, cutting off the head of the guardian Buddha, and hiding it in the 108 Heroes Pass. He was once the initiator of the 108 heroes in the southern region. Chapter 330, Octagonal Cage, the Mirror Image Killer. Nan Guai was stunned. What the hell, your grandpa? I told you to pick a loud name, and you indeed made it loud. Lu Dong strode into the octagonal cage. A beautiful woman by the cage approached the small door and smiled charmingly at Lu Dong. Little brother, if you win against him, I'll be yours tonight. Her voice was soft like a gentle bird, lingering in the air. Lu Dong glanced coldly at her, scoffing. She was at most worth 500 points, acting all high and mighty. Nan Guai knew well that these female NPCs said things to players the moment they opened the door. Seeing Lu Dong's determined gaze now warmed his heart. He couldn't help but be pleased. No wonder his daughter liked this man. The next second, as Lu Dong stepped into the octagonal cage, the woman bizarrely slapped the cage door and said, "Stupid man, who the hell let you touch my black silk?" Nan Guai family, chaos in the wind. When did Lu Dong touch her? Nan Guai Changli slightly frowned and stood beside Nan Guai Luo, saying, Chapter 331, Octagonal Cage, the Ripper. Thanks to He Shui, the dark faction leader, for the 100 rewards. You killed the mirror image killer. You achieved an overlevel kill, gaining 10 million experience points. You gained 100 points of free attribute points. Silence. Complete quiet. The battle with the mirror image killer had ended too abruptly. After all, the mirror image killer was a real force, having defeated many strong opponents. But now, he was taken down with a single punch. It made the audience around doubt if this guy was holding back. The referee also stood in a daze for a long time before recalling his duty and shouted, "Congratulations, your grandpa Lu Dong, for winning the 100th round." This was a one-sided battle. Or rather, Lu Dong didn't take this battle seriously at all. How could an opponent with only 100 points of power possibly win against him? Lu Dong's gaze. Chapter 332, Octagonal Cage. If I win, I'll marry you, thanks to wishes that I won't be sad for the rewards. The referee in white loudly declared. First round, start. The chainsaw in his hand whirled, tearing through the wind, whistling as it accelerated toward Lu Dong. A gentle breeze restrained Lu Dong, limiting his movements. This move, the Ripper, never failed. As long as he took the first strike, no player could safely leave the ring. Lu Dong frowned slightly. Although he killed the mirror image killer, the restrictions of this arena still existed. Is this the power of a billion treasures? The trajectory of the Ripper's attack appeared in Lu Dong's eyes, restricting his movements on both sides, forcing him to face it head-on. Can't dodge this attack? Lu Dong stepped forward. Nan Guai Luo was stunned. Was this seeking death? Even if he couldn't dodge to the sides, he could retreat. Why insist on attacking head-on? Nan Guai clenched his fists tightly, prepared to strike at any moment. Chapter 333, Octagonal Cage. I'm afraid the child won't have enough to eat. Additional update 1, thanks to the reward from the greedy wolf. Lu Dong shook his head without looking up. I already have a wife. A little woman like this definitely cannot get married. Occasionally, a little excitement is fine. Lu Dong thought about Wang Bo's legs, then immediately shook his head. Not even worthy of a little excitement, better to stick with the original partner. If Sister Bo ever made a bold move, Lu Dong would roll his eyes, shivering all over. Can the postmarital life not be too happy, please? From a distance, the expression of the South Gua crocodile eased a lot. This is much better. Men must withstand temptation. Jeannie leaned on the octagonal cage. The more Lu Dong refused her, the more interested she became in him. Having a wife is no problem. I can be your little third, or even your little fourth. Lu Dong shook his head again. Curious, Jeannie asked, why? Lu Dong wiped the blood from his face and said, You are too young. Jeannie shouted loudly. Chapter 334, Octagonal Cage, World Broadcast. Extra Update 2. Thanks for the 5-year-old's reward. In the VIP room, the stunned Mr. Zhong suddenly saw Jeannie fall onto the sofa, gasping in shock. A puppet doll. Jeannie was hit with a life-saving item, a puppet doll? Who the hell is so bold to hit Jeannie? Mr. Zhong stood up in anger, immediately wanting to approach Jeannie. Jeannie, with a hint of anger on her face, said, Get lost. Jeannie climbed up from the sofa, her eyes filled with boundless rage, and yanked open the window of the VIP room, shouting, Tear him apart.
The bizarre ones around were stunned at the same time, realizing the direction of the sound, and all the bizarre beings didn't look up, staring intently at the arena. They understood very well what that VIP room represented. At this moment, the bizarre beings had only 2 words in their minds about Lu Dong. Deserved it. You dare to hit the daughter of the Arctic Fox? Genie clenched her fist into the air, and the entire octagonal cage instantly closed. Chapter 335, Octagonal Cage, Victory Inc. Platform Realization, Extra Update 3. Thanks for Sister Shizi's reward. Lu Dong still did not know that he was being broadcast live to the whole world. He coldly looked towards the VIP room and said, I've never seen such a big pencil case, it can really hold a lot. Genie thundered as she slammed the windowsill, shouting, Victory Inc., crush him for me. Mr. Zhong slightly nodded and said, Princess, you are now controlled by anger, don't fall into others' traps. Genie sneered and turned around, saying, Ink Zhong, my life-saving puppet has been beaten out, you are still here babbling, you better get in there too. Ink Zhong held a cane with both hands, softly replied, Princess, don't get it wrong, I'm just here to protect you, not to be ordered around. Genie, still furious, wanted to shout out, but before she could, she was bound hand and foot by Ink Zhong. Ink Zhong squinted slightly and said, I have already contacted the Arctic Fox, he said. Chapter 336, Octagonal Cage, Massacre. Extra Update 4. Thanks for Sister Shizi's reward. Victory Inc. was sent flying. He heavily smashed onto the ground. Without the support of a rules chain, Victory Inc. had only 4,000 in power value, and his health was barely 40,000. This strike directly crushed all his previous confidence. Defensive and offensive, completely crushed. The 7 around immediately stepped forward. They knew that Lu Dong at this moment was not someone any one of them could handle alone. A man holding a machete said softly, if we can't use our abilities, this arena will be the domain of physical practitioners. What do you guys think? Do we send ourselves to death one by one, or go together and take our chances? The machete man was also puzzled as to why he was the only one holding a weapon. The 7 of them had come out from a heap of corpses and naturally understood the crisis of the battle at this moment. If they did not join forces, they would only meet one fate, being defeated one by one. Chapter 337, Octagonal Cage, 100 against 1, Extra Update 5. Thanks for Manta's reward. Nanbua Crocodile's expression paused. Didn't they say this arena can't use rules power? Why did the machete man directly activate his power? This is a bit too unfair. Nanbua Luo indifferently glanced at the VIP room. This is the most real appearance of this world. Using strength to bully the weak. When bullied, find a backer. Ever since the space-time travelers arrived in this world, all gods have been enslaved, and shackles have been passed on to every native. The powerful beings of the authority level gradually monopolized the new order of this world. And the Arctic Fox, which can stand toe-to-toe with the Southern Region Guardians, has seemingly become the strongest existence at this level. With the overshadowing of the BW organization, who would dare to provoke them? This group of termites is rapidly eroding everything in this bizarre world. What rules and no rules? It's just the outcome of a game they want to see or not. Nanbua Luo whispered. Chapter 338, Octagonal Cage, Clear the Battlefield. Bonus Update 6. Thanks to Manta's reward. Lu Dong is strong in one-on-one combat. But fists alone cannot defeat 20 hands. At this moment, Lu Dong was like a bridal sedan chair, directly lifted up by 7 or 8 bizarre beings. The 8 bizarre beings coordinated perfectly to lift Lu Dong high, avoiding contact with other bizarre beings. After all, Lu Dong is now their trophy. Lu Dong was stunned, watching the aggressive trajectories around, yet none came straight for him, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. So it turns out the bizarre beings are still so competitive among themselves. Lu Dong merely wanted to take this chance to get close to the knife-wielding man and snatch the knife from his hand. After all, killing bizarre beings with fists is far slower than using a weapon. As Lu Dong approached, the knife-wielding man charged forward fiercely, leaping high, and swung the knife down onto Lu Dong's shoulder. Crack! -1,000. Wang Bo, still immersed in the comprehension of the power of light, sensed Lu Dong getting hurt and immediately healed him. Chapter 339, Octagonal Cage, The Plan to Shatter Birds. Bonus Update 7. Thanks to Zheng Jing Wei Yi Liao by Liao's reward. Left eye black, right eye white. Imo Tai Wu's eyes spun with strange light, staring blankly at Lu Dong. Lu Dong's body sank. He had just finished a massacre, and the feeling of being immersed in the ocean returned once more. This was the single eye he saw after slaying the mirror image. Lu Dong's body trembled. At this moment, he felt as if he was in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by endless darkness. What people fear most is the most primitive color. In the unknown darkness lies all the fears hidden deep within humanity. Without light, there is no hope. Lu Dong's eyes revealed a coordinate system, a chaotic space layered around him. This is not a rule, nor a power, it's a talent skill. Like bloodline power, only some high-level players can activate this talent skill after reaching certain trigger conditions.
You are trapped in Mo Tai Wu's endless dark formation. Chapter 340, Octagonal Cage, the Eye of White Obliteration Bonus Update 8 Thanks to Zhang Jing Wei Yi Liao Bai Liao's reward. If in the outside world, Mo Tai Wu could sense the power of rules, he could use hundreds of methods to counter Lu Dong's attacks. But in the primitive arena of the Octagonal Cage, under the restrictions of billions of treasures rules, he could not use any abilities. He could only rely on his physical body or his talent skill. Mo Tai Zhong's expression changed. This attack has already exceeded Mo Tai Wu's limits, it is a force he cannot contend with. Mo Tai Zhong's staff flickered with grey light, suddenly shooting out. Nanguo Luo softly chimed, no matter whether Lu Dong is the Eastern god or any god today, I will take care of this matter. Nanguo Luo threw a punch, and the punch's wind howled, engulfing Mo Tai Zhong's grey light. 1/10 of the bizarre beings in the arena were killed by this punch, and silence fell all around. The bizarre beings on both sides of the Nanguo family quickly scattered. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the figure in the wheelchair. Chapter 341, Octagonal Cage, A Fight to the Death. Bonus Update 9 Thanks to Zhang Jing Wei Yi Liao Bai Liao's reward. Layer upon layer of attacks came pouring down. Mo Tai Wu shouted, Lu Dong, can't you predict all attacks? Let's see how you dodge now. Bang, bang, bang. The reflective power of Mo Tai Wu's white obliteration eye enveloped every space around Lu Dong. Dense attacks came without the slightest mercy. It turns out this guy could counterattack all along. He deliberately suppressed all attacks, not giving himself any room to dodge. Lu Dong squinted his eyes, he was used to sweeping through battles in the Eastern District. Suddenly encountering an opponent who could think, he felt a bit unaccustomed. Mo Tai Wu shouted loudly, did you think that when the knife-wielding guy attacked you earlier, I was just dodging? No, I was observing every detail of you. Although I admit you are strong, I must say, there is not a single part of you that is without shortcomings. Chapter 342, Octagon Cage, You Cannot Die. Extra Update 10 Thanks to the reward from Once I Was Also All In. Wang Bo's eyes flickered with a cold light as she whispered, if I break through to level 90, we will go to Lu Dong right now. Bai Lixian slightly shook his head, his expression was heavy as he said, Sister Bo. I saw a very bad future, our only chance to survive is in 3 days, using your method, to go to Lu Dong's side. Going there at any other time, we will die. Wang Bo asked in confusion, why? In the next moment, Wang Bo felt a chill down her back, a feeling as if a venomous snake was watching her. Bai Lixian lowered his voice and said, I was the first to come out, I felt his presence immediately. Wang Bo did not raise her head because she saw the huge eye of the storm above Gocheng through the water surface beneath her feet. Feng Juanzi. Feng Juanzi not only came but was also right outside Gocheng. If it weren't for the protection of the guardian Buddha. Chapter 343, Octagon Cage, Kill Mo Tai Wu. Thanks to the reward from Hopefully I Will Not Be Sad. In the Octagon Cage, Lu Dong slowly raised his head, and he smiled. Ha ha ha. The laughter broke through the darkness, landing on everyone. The strange atmosphere around quieted down, they did not understand why this skeleton-like man could still laugh. All the viewers in the live broadcast rooms also fell silent, it was Lu Dong, who at this moment, could actually laugh. The members of the Nanguo family looked up in unison, Lu Dong was not dead. Mo Tai Zhong's face was full of seriousness as he immediately shouted, Xiao Wu, take him down. Jeannie leaned by the window of the VIP room, curiously watching Lu Dong. She did not understand why Lu Dong could still laugh at this moment. Was he really not afraid of death? If it weren't for Mo Tai Zhong shutting off the contact between the room and the outside, she would have used the billion-level arena treasures, otherwise, Jeannie would insist on breaking Lu Dong's seal. If there was. Chapter 344, Octagon Cage, 4 Forces. Thanks to Pine Needle's 100 reward. In the world broadcast, all the viewers erupted at this moment. If a miracle had a color, it would definitely be the exclusive color of Dongshan. Yellow. In the glaring golden light, Lu Dong presented a stunning reversal for everyone. From being restricted by the powers of the white obscured eye to the final counterkill. Lu Dong never conceded defeat from the beginning to the end. The screen was filled with 666 comments flying up. But the selection task of the Octagon Cage was not over. Mo Tai Zhong used trillion-level treasure ability to bind the release of the Octagon Cage. Logically, with only one person left in the Octagon Cage, the battle should have ended. Having completed the 108 Heroes Challenge, Lu Dong should have gained membership in BW. But in the last moment, Mo Tai Zhong suppressed his anger and did not save Mo Tai Wu. Instead, he instantaneously closed the Octagon Cage along with the trillion-level VIP room. Chapter 345, Octagon Cage, Blood Battle. Thanks to Jatong/Cook's 100 reward. As soon as Mo Tai Zhong said this, strange phenomena immediately rushed towards both forces. In the strangeness, it was divided into 3 types. One type was those seizing the opportunity, wanting to get rich overnight. They immediately attacked towards the 18 Arhats.
A group of foolish youths were directly annihilated by the 18 Arhats, about several hundred weird beings silently perished in the arena. Another batch of strange beings were fence-sitters, wanting to watch the fun, so they changed their attack target towards the Nangwa family. The ones rushing towards the Nangwa family were even worse off. The Nangwa family was originally body cultivators. Restricted in ability, here I am hardly affected. In less than 10 minutes, a large space was cleared in the octagonal cage. Only less than 400 strange beings remained, not attacking either side. They knew very well that with their strength, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Mo Taijung chuckled lightly, turning to Genie and saying, "Shall we, these exchanges?" Chapter 346, Octagonal Cage, Sea of Memories, Extra Update 1. Thanks for breaking 4,000 collections. 6 Divine Powers of Buddhism. Heavenly Eye allows one to see the birth, death, suffering, and joy of all beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths, as well as all forms in the world without obstruction. The Banana Buddha fell weakly to the ground, gasping heavily. Without reliance on the power of rules, directly activating divine powers was undoubtedly a huge drain on his body. A beam of light pierced through the darkness, striking Mo Taijung with divine power. He was sent flying out, crashing directly down to the edge of the arena. Boom! A huge sound echoed. The Banana Buddha was also somewhat puzzled. Did his non-rule power really have such strength? Genie was taken aback. Mo Taijung, who could mobilize his abilities, was actually knocked away? Lu Dong had already dashed in front of Genie, recalling the expert from the Nangwa family who had just died. Lu Dong coldly said, "Were you enjoying yourself just now?" With a slap, Lu Dong showed not the slightest mercy. Chapter 347, Octagonal Cage, Sheep Spirit Life. A treasure worth tens of billions, Sheep Spirit Life. A light circle instantly enveloped all players in the octagonal cage. 17 Arhats were simultaneously stunned, their bodies glowing with golden light. Was this an invincible state? The sitting deer Arhat squinted his eyes, looking at Genie, and whispered, "A treasure worth tens of billions, blood volume will not drop below 10,000. I thought such treasures were only legends, but I didn't expect them to actually exist." The attacking Nangwa family members activated their bloodline state, bursting with golden light all over. After being enveloped by the area, everyone was simultaneously stunned, looking curiously at the man in the wheelchair. Nangwa Luo quietly said, "I didn't expect our Nangwa family's treasure to actually fall into the hands of the BW organization. Sheep Spirit Life. This was the foundation upon which the Nangwa family once stood. They were body cultivators, and many powerful moves often ended in both sides suffering losses." Chapter 348, Octagonal Cage, 10,000 Miles Controlling Souls. Nangwa Yi nodded slightly. He didn't understand why Nangwa Luo wanted to inject a breath of Nangwa Jun into the bead in his hand. Nangwa Luo softly said, "In 600 generations of the family, we shouldn't end here." Looking at Lu Dong, "No, it should be the god of deception. I suddenly feel hope in this world again." Nangwa Luo pushed the wheelchair and slowly approached the front of the Nangwa family members, gently saying, "This time, as long as the family master does not fall, I will not allow anyone else to die. After I die, Nangwa Yi will act as the family master, and if Nangwa Yi falls, then Nangwa Qingli will act. From now on, our Nangwa family will face disasters, and the family master must take the lead." Everyone was stunned. The family master has changed? The next moment, a huge light surrounded the sitting deer Arhat's back. The happy Arhat frowned slightly, shouting loudly, "My heavens, this is actually the great." Chapter 349, Octagonal Cage, Going Berserk. Lu Dong was stunned. This tone of speech was so similar to his mobile warehouse. Could it be Nyo Hong? It's time to restock. Lu Dong's eyes lit up, speeding up to attack Genie. Genie smiled wickedly, lifting her head and saying, "This is my home ground now. How dare you charge in?" Bang! Lu Dong's body jolted and was instantly blown away. He crashed heavily against the edge of the octagonal cage, the tremendous impact causing Lu Dong's blood to surge. Anti-tank mine. If it weren't for everyone still being within the range of Sheep Spirit Life, that instant, Lu Dong would have surely been killed. His eyes slightly reddened, Lu Dong scanned the surroundings. Goodness, the entire octagonal cage was densely packed with various mines. Lu Dong was also getting angry. Anyway, he wasn't losing any health right now. As long as he calculated the direction of the explosion correctly, he could quickly get closer to Genie. Chapter 350, Octagonal Cage, a billion mental damage, extra update 1 thanks to Dark Knight White Rain's reward. The sky cracked. A single slash, and a sky full of disasters rolled back. Everything in the field instantly vanished. The sky cleared, the wind light, and the clouds gentle. Lu Dong sat proudly on the mountain peak. Sitting like the deer Arhat, Lu Dong realized that he had fallen into the dangerous path of Genie's mental chaos. In this almost sudden enlightenment-like state, he believed himself to be invincible in the world. The more this was the case, the deeper Lu Dong fell into it. The dear Arhat seemed to be the only spectator in the world, quietly watching Lu Dong, showing off. Jin Yi's move was absolutely lethal to players. No one didn't want to become famous in one move, no one didn't want to be invincible in the world. As long as there was desire in the heart, it would be influenced by the path of mental chaos. Clearly, Lu Dong was also immortal, imagining his invincible form. In the next moment, countless beautiful women rushed towards Lu Dong from the horizon. Dark-haired mature women in white shirts and tight skirts, holding. Chapter 351, Octagonal Cage, Who Else Wants to Fight? Extra Update 2 Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain's reward. Jin Yi was stunned. Lu Dong was supposed to be mentally lost, how did he suddenly wake up? Feeling the massive mental shock, Niu Hong immediately cut off Jin Yi's control. Boom! Massive damage emerged from Jin Yi's body. Blue mental damage. Minus 100 million. Another billion mental damage. You have evolved the domain ability, no form. With the help of mathematical manifestation ability, you can imitate anyone's momentum and freely switch between physical damage and mental damage. No form, you can hide your lethal attack in a seemingly ordinary attack, and upon hitting, it triggers 100 times mental damage. Consumption, 10,000 mental power. CD, 1 hour. Lu Dong slowly stretched his body. At this moment, he finally had his own unique way of fighting. He could switch between physical and mental damage at will. Chapter 352, Octagonal Cage, Slaying the Arhat. Extra Update 3 Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain's reward. The happy Arhat slightly shook his head and said, Lu Dong, let them go. The Arhat is very important to the Buddhist region. Lu Dong gently nodded, speaking softly, You are Bobo's eldest uncle, I will listen to you and let them go. Lu Dong controlled the octagonal cage, along with the body of the banana Arhat, and transferred the 15 Arhats out of the cage. The happy Arhat fell into silence, frowning, and asked, Lu Dong, why leave the sitting deer Arhat, laughing lion Arhat, and elephant riding Arhat? Lu Dong's lips curved into a smile, and he replied, Because they want to kill me. The happy Arhat softly said, If you spare their lives, perhaps there can be a good connection with the Buddhist region. Lu Dong froze for a moment, moving the Manhwa family to the opposite side of the cage and softly said, Good connection? It's they who do not wish to form a good connection with me. Uncle, before I change my mind, leave now. The happy Arhat muttered a curse and immediately took the remaining Arhats. Chapter 353, Octagonal Cage, Appearance. Extra Update 4 Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain's reward. Lu Dong was stunned. He instantly released his mental power from the madman's diary. What the hell, this guy is trying to claim he's a sword master who sweeps the world. This is just a lie. He deceived himself into thinking he was the world's greatest sword master, but then couldn't even deceive himself, and was immediately slain. Lu Dong paused for a moment, perhaps he should add such momentum into his own rules. His evolved domain ability, no form, could mimic all professions. Momentum is a powerful aura. And his momentum was imitation. Imitating and fooling the world. Soon, a line of small words appeared on the madman's diary Lu Dong was holding. Bu, X, SX and HF. Lu Dong squinted his eyes, his heart instantly enlightened. This was a state where he could deceive the world. Third move, Bu, X, SX and HF. Additional effect, simulation. Chapter 354, Replacing the Deceiver, Opening the Path to Heaven. Extra Update 5 Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain's reward. The blue moon hung high in the sky. The Klein blue moonlight slowly faded. A black glow enveloped the blue moon. All players looked up at the same time. On the night of the last lunar eclipse, half of the family's experts died, but very few knew about this secret. Above the ancient city, Feng Juanzi stood at the east gate. Zhang Yazi's fingerprints were his disgrace. A mocking voice floated over, Feng Juanzi, you really have no shame. You activated your source avatar and still want to leave the ancient city? Feng Juanzi chuckled softly, better than someone being shattered by ordinary players, right? Duan Tianming, I remind you, the BW in the southern district is now an ironclad unity. Duan Tianming coldly commanded, Southern Army, advance to the southern district and annihilate all forces related to BW. Feng Juanzi shouted, Eastern Army, follow me to wipe out the Eastern Divine Camp. Outside Gocheng. Feng Juanzi was suddenly startled. Damn it, why was his Eastern Gate being attacked again? Who exactly is attacking the Eastern Gate? Ignoring Gocheng, Feng Juanzi immediately summoned the Eastern Army to return. But he didn't know where thousands of gods suddenly appeared, blocking the Eastern Army. This group of controlling warriors was unable to withdraw, and only a few warriors arrived at the assembly point. Feng Juanzi felt a chill in his heart. If the outer city of the ancient city was breached, he would surely be reprimanded by the higher-ups of the time and space customer. Earlier, Tai Quan knocked on the door, and Zhang Yazi left fingerprints on it. The time and space customer was already extremely dissatisfied with Feng Juanzi.
Who dared to be so bold? Feng Juanze looked at the Erha Emperor beside him and coldly said, "Beast, did you know their plan all along?" He grabbed the Emperor and hurried towards the ancient city. The ancient city must not have any incidents.
Erha Emperor ran to the gods and dropped a pile of shit before leaving.
You want me to give you my divine power?
You only deserve to eat the shit of the dog Emperor. The love god and Hihier stared at the dog poop in silence. Shiyu and Jiang Jiuli looked at the dog poop with dark expressions. The god of curses, Luya, was in a state of disbelief. The moon god, Shangxi, looked disgusted. The literary god, Zhang Yazi, elegantly picked up paper and pen, waving his hand to write. Taiyequan knocked on the eastern gate of the ancient city, and literary god Zhang Yazi left his palm print to awaken the languid gods, deceiving the gods and breaking through the southern gate of the ancient city, while the supreme Erha Emperor broke the eastern gate, helping the gods of the eastern district regain their divine power. Today, the gods of the eastern district fight the eastern army. At the same moment, the gods of the eastern district erupted in divine power. They had endured these humiliating years for too long. If they could start over, they would never choose to surrender in humiliation. They would also fight against the time and space customer like the deceiving gods. In the vast southern district, there was not a soul in sight. The southern army was rushing back to the ancient city from all directions. No one cared about the battle in the field. Under Duan Tianming's angry shout, everyone abandoned everything and rushed back to the ancient city immediately. If they delayed any longer, they might really die. Duan Tianming coldly shouted, "Niu Hong, is it? I remember you." Lu Dong squinted, twisting the rule pencil, signaling coldly, "Nanguo Luo, can you kill him?" Nanguo Luo had a dark expression. Kill Duan Tianming? Even if he was heavily injured, it would be incredible for him to just hold him off. Kill him? Lu Dong was also pondering. Nanguo Luo, you idiot, if you can't deal with Duan Tianming, just let him go, and let's work together to kill Feng Juanze's avatar first. Can't you just play along? Nanguo Luo erupted with mighty energy around him, his bloodline power burning recklessly, his gaze locked firmly. Nanguo Luo's body was weak. He had already lost his legs and had previously broken an arm in the battle against Duan Tianming, using all his strength to forcibly break through, exhausting his source. At this moment, he had no strength left. He fell to the ground helplessly, and Nanguo Luo didn't even have the strength to support his body. Using his head to prop himself up, Nanguo Luo rolled over, facing the sky, watching the storm above, and cursed, "I was careless. This guy's hurricane actually continuously damages." Feng Juanze spat out blood. Nanguo Luo's punch had injured him severely. Fortunately, he activated the hurricane earlier, so he could still turn it around. As long as he killed these two guys and returned to the ancient city. Nanguo Luo, find your own way to Go City. Go City will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. At the same moment, Nanguo Yi and Go City felt the bead left by Nanguo Luo in the array become warm, and with a slight movement, Nanguo Luo was instantly transported back. But at this moment. Chapter 359, Fierce Battle. Thanks to Ruwei for the 100 rewards. The previous octagonal cage battle live-streamed by Lu Dong had mostly attracted viewers from the eastern region. After all, for the strong ones from the western and northern regions, the influence of the BW organization in their areas was far less than that of their local powers. They naturally had a kind of resistance towards the talents from other regions. Yes, that kind of outsider mentality. When the sky fell, it had nothing to do with them. However, this time was different. Lu Dong appeared in the ancient capital. Especially with the name of the livestream, 24 Hours of Hunting Lu Dong. But the content in the livestream was a loud boast by someone who called himself Niu Hong, a god of deception. Ancient capital, god of deception. These two elements undoubtedly stirred everyone's hearts. For a moment, the popularity of the world livestream surged to its peak. A sea of players flooded into the livestream, and when they realized it was truly the ancient capital, they swallowed their prepared remarks back down. Chapter 360, Trillion Damage. Happy 520, brothers. Lu Dong, like a god of lightning, held up the ancient azure lightning. Naturally, the secret method activated caused power times agility damage. Just the damage of a flash of lightning reached 5 billion. 5 billion. 7,100 beams combined together, totaling 35.5 trillion. 35.5 trillion damage. The lightning almost turned into transparent light, piercing the heavens. The entire night sky above the ancient capital was illuminated by this beam of light. Divine might. Lu Dong swung this strike down with pleasure. Feng Juanze trembled, his feet shaken by the electric force, unable to move. This attack could really hurt him. The moment the source clone was recalled, it was torn apart by the lightning. Minus 35.5 trillion. The audience in the world livestream was stunned. 12 zeros. Above billions, there are really numbers? Chapter 361, Who exactly are you? New book breaks 5,000 favorites, add one more update. A week later. Ludong barely managed to get out of bed and walk, his whole body wrapped in bleeding bandages. At this moment, Ludong appeared like a patient with Parkinson's. Being invincible is indeed useful, but the consequences are truly unbearable. The painful break of bones for a full 7 days caused every bone in Ludong's body to shatter and then reassemble. This powerless pain is comparable to flying on a D-plane 100 times. Liang'an used his great ability as an exorcist, but it was of no use. After all, this was a rule created by Ludong himself, and he simply could not heal himself. Wang Bo's light rule could only restore health but could not heal Ludong's bodily pain. For 7 days, aside from the necessary time to bring Ludong meals, no one could approach the room where Ludong lived. The members of the Go to Bao Guild were worried. Ludong had not groaned a single time, but he was using his fists to vent his suffering. Chapter 362, Celebration Banquet. Thanks to Mo ran for the reward. The time for the rule punishment has passed. Ludong has recovered, brimming with energy and vigor, like a storm surging. To welcome Ludong's triumphant return, Wei-jun personally prepared a delicious feast. Chao Shangfei, for the people of Go City to enjoy, directly raised a huge circular golden table on the spot. Huang Xingyan created a lively ambience at the table, definitely a 5-star location for drinking, chatting, and gathering. In Go City, the Xiongtian couple, accompanied by the Curse Spirit and Poison Spirit, quickly took their seats, with Gu Hua, Li Feng, Shichun, and others beside them. More than 10 people sat on the north side. The military families sent by Yan who all sat on the south side. Although they were strange, during these days of eating Guijun's food, they realized that the world could indeed have such delicious food. After a period, everyone quickly blended in here. Chapter 363, Nan Guijun vs Nangua Chengli. Guijun let out a belch and looked to the side, saying, "Who the hell is Nan Guijun? The Nangua family doesn't want me, do they?" Nan Guiyi felt heartbroken, watching his daughter drink. It hurt him to see his daughter say that the family didn't want her. It hurt him even more. The battle back then was indeed like this. Nangua Luo wore a blank expression. In the past, he could have used one hand to slam against Nangua Chengli, stopping the chaotic fight. From the family's perspective, Nangua Luo initially wanted to use Ludong's ship to survive in this strange world. Therefore, he was willing to destroy his future and cut off his own path of cultivation to fight for a chance of survival for the Nangua family. As he watched the Nangua family gradually being accepted by Go City, he wondered why his elder sister had to stir up such a mess. But from a mother's perspective, Nangua Luo could understand Nangua Chengli. Her child and husband sacrificed themselves to cover for Nan Guijun's escape. Chapter 364, Acceptance. Extra 1 Thank you, Dark Knight White Rain, for the reward. Nangua Chengli stood silently. From the moment Guijun activated his boxing domain, she knew she had lost. This punch, which could have taken her life, quietly stopped just 10 centimeters from her. The phrase "only those who are alive can bear sadness" touched the deepest sorrow in Nangua Chengli's heart. Nangua family, a homophone for sadness. With 1,000 years of heritage, who is not lonely and sorrowful? In just a moment, Nangua Chengli understood why everyone in the family would continue to leave hope behind. Isn't this the power of survival for a family or a nation? Nangua Chengli slightly lowered her head and said, "I lost." Nangua Chengli turned around and bowed to Nangua Yi, saying, "Head of the family, I have been rude." Nangua Luo narrowed his eyes, simply admitting defeat wouldn't resolve the conflict with the Dongshan camp. Should he reveal that secret? After hesitating for a moment. Chapter 365, The Path of Physical Cultivation, targeting Ludong. Extra 2 Thank you, Dark Knight White Rain, for the reward. World Livestream Room. What the hell? Did the Nangua family directly join the Dongshan camp? Now we have a good show to watch. The BW organization in the Southern District won't let the Dongshan camp off the hook. I never expected Ludong to actually be a deceiver. This aura is truly strong. Meeting friends in the same city, really click on my avatar. Exclusive hidden mission. I guess Ludong will be sniped. At the same time, Niu Hong gritted his teeth. The curse of the timespace merchant was truly making him suffer. Without the support of treasures and rule chains, his body was on the verge of collapse. As a deceiver, he possessed divine power but couldn't withstand this attack. He must strengthen this body. Niu Hong turned the exclusive hidden task in his hands and softly murmured, "Ludong, you are using my name to scare people, make me help you bear." Chapter 366, The Path of Physical Cultivation, Quality Inspector Extra 3 Thank you, Dark Knight White Rain, for the reward. A flash of white light. Everyone entered the task simultaneously. You have entered the hate value store. Ludong grinned, looking at the dazzling array of products. He chuckled. He finally had enough hate value to buy things now. In the next moment, Ludong was stunned as a voice rang in his ears. "Ludong, isn't it fun being a deceiver?
With mind communication, it was a familiar voice, Nyo Hong? To be precise, it should be the deceiver. What do you want?
Lu Dong had no good feelings towards Nyo Hong. Perhaps he was strategizing, but what did it have to do with him? Nyo Hong's voice carried a hint of joy. I was really afraid you wouldn't agree with me.
Buzz. A blue light enveloped Lu Dong.
You have triggered the curse rule, stealing. You lost all hate values.
Lu Dong was stunned.
Chapter 367, The Path of Physical Cultivation, The Road to Wealth Extra 4 Thank you, Dark Knight White Rain, for the reward.
The opponent's attack could not be avoided by ghosting his body.
Lu Dong rolled sideways. Fortunately, his agility was as high as 5,000, and his speed was fast enough to easily dodge this attack. The Tiger boxing master clearly had rich combat experience. After missing a hit, he pounded the ground with both hands and jumped toward Lu Dong without even looking. Although Lu Dong was in his blind spot, it did not affect his offense at all.
Tiger's kick hits empty air.
The howling back foot rushed toward Lu Dong's heart. Lu Dong wanted to exit the room, but the hole made by his hammer was too small. He hadn't thought much when he came in and never expected an ambush here. He rolled forward, entering deeper into the room.
Buzz.
Player Lu Dong activates the Tiger Fist Master's Trial. Field restriction, only by comprehending the Tiger Fist can one leave this place. Not a slaughter, but comprehension.
Lu Dong. Chapter 368, The Path of Body Cultivation, what a joke.
Bonus 5 thanks to the reward from Dark Knight White Rain.
Stinky. Lu Dong couldn't bear the stench himself.
All because he had eaten too much steak earlier, his digestive system was struggling to keep up with his body. The smell of rotten eggs left out for over 10 days, mixed with a week-old pair of white socks soaked in rainwater, was probably several times worse than this.
Lu Dong covered his mouth and gagged, instantly moving his body.
The attacking trajectory in his eyes moved simultaneously. As the attack neared Lu Dong, the trajectory suddenly turned into irregular dashed lines. Lu Dong didn't care how vast this dark space was, and began to run.
At the same time, Nyo Hong lay quietly on the ground, having tricked Lu Dong into gaining a lot of hatred points.
With the points he had accumulated earlier, he had just enough money to buy a lethal treasure.
Nyo Hong excitedly licked his lips. This path of body cultivation was basically selling dog meat under the guise of mutton. Chapter 369, The Path of Body Cultivation, Counter Kill. Thanks to Kishana's 100 rewards.
Wang Bo snorted softly, turning his hand to cast a glimmer, saying softly,
Can these cockroaches only be dealt with through self-detonation?
My mental power has decreased too much, I can only draw your blood 10 more times at most. Lu Dong thought for a moment, allocating 3,000 of his free basic attribute points to strength, leaving the remainder in mental power, and keeping 10,000 points to open the 4th page of the Madman's Diary. At this moment, Lu Dong's basic attributes were: Level, LV1, 9990000/100. Strength, 5,000, strength like mountains and rivers is nothing. Agility, 5,000, with a wave of the hand, breaking the sound barrier easily.
Mental power, 1,700, 710,000 unaffected by limits. Prestige, 80,000. Hatred value, 0.
Merit value, 4.041 billion/10, for consecutive sharpshooter deputy commander.
Rule establishment, 2%. Chapter 370, A Lifetime of Fame. Player's mental power reaches the requirement, opening the 4th page of the Madman's Diary. Consuming 1,000 mental power points, entering the 4th page.
Lu Shuajin died at 21 years old, killed in a brawl.
Lu Dong's spirit shook, suddenly entering Lu Shuajin's first-person perspective.
Born into a domestic violence family was already the greatest misfortune. Who would have thought that his father, who mingled in the entertainment circle, did not even recognize his existence? With a broad star path ahead, Lu Shuajin, who had been sensible since childhood, only called his father brother. Because Lu Shuajin was born through surrogacy, in this bizarre world, it seemed to be something not acknowledged, but who cared if his father was rich? Lu Shuajin had parents, but felt more like an orphan. His father married several young and beautiful stepmothers, but none of the women endured his violence and left directly. Ironically, Lu Shuajin's father, even as a domestic violence man, had the image of a kind man and was short-sighted.
Chapter 371, Combined Skills.
All players on the path of body cultivation were momentarily stunned.
Was the first stage of the trial over? No, this wasn't right.
They had just completed the test. Logically, the normal sequence should be to measure the player's strength, match them with corresponding powerful combat skills, and then let them comprehend through battle, right?
How did the task process suddenly change? Players from major families knew that as one of the few exclusive hidden dungeons, the process of the path of body cultivation wouldn't change easily.
Something indescribable must have happened to alter the task process.
In a house. Nyo Hong lay quietly on the ground. The change in the task process? Most likely, it was related to that guy Lu Dong. Niu Hong frowned, quietly calculating his plan. If before he was just curious about Lu Dong, now.
At this moment, deep in his heart, he felt a little awe toward Lu Dong.
Chapter 372 The Road of Body Cultivation, Dark Grey Warriors, Extra 1 Thanks to Anubeu for the reward.
The faces of all the people from Go de Bao Guild were full of black lines, while Nangua Qingli and Nangua Chuan still did not know that the 1,000 battle skill experts had already been slaughtered one by Lu Dong. The next instant, a green light appeared in the field. A hoarse voice echoed in the closed room. The second stage, the road of body cultivation, changes. Without any extra introduction, a lump of liquid suddenly dripped into the space. In the next instant, the liquid seemed to burn, and from it strode out 10 figures, tall or short, fat or thin. To be exact, they were only creatures that looked like humans. Their whole bodies were dark gray, even their hair was granny gray. Their gender could not be told, but without exception, they were all strong ones wrapped in a flame of power around their bodies. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. Good guy, dark gray warriors, all of them high-level perceivers. The people of Go de Bao Guild looked toward Lu Dong, and Lu Dong lightly shook his head. He could not see exact data, only 4 question marks.
Non. Chapter 373 The Road of Body Cultivation, Brutal Slaughter. Extra 2 Thanks to Anubeu for the reward. Nangua Chuan was startled, and said softly, Why did you come back?
Nangua Qingli also frowned and said, Even if he is a deceiving god, you are a team, you should not rely too much on the power of one person. The people of Go de Bao Guild did not speak. They were also curious at this moment what Lu Dong's tactic was.
Lu Dong just said, Keep distance.
Facing Lu Dong's 80-meter long blade, an enemy lightly raised a hand.
Lu Dong's mouth curved up, Scatter.
The long blade built by spiritual power disappeared, and Lu Dong leaped down and landed in front of the enemy.
One man fell into the enemy formation. Lu Dong grinned and said, You are surrounded by me. Nangua Qingli.
Nangua Chuan's eyes shone with a bit of light, and he shouted loudly, It appears, the classic scene of God Dong, one man surrounding 3 armies. The dark gray warriors showed doubt, then all 10 moved at the same time.
Chapter 374 The Road of Body Cultivation. Do you want to see 8 gates? Extra 3 Thanks to Anubeu for the reward. Nangua Qingli was speechless for a while. The dark gray warriors, were they just killed like that? What skill did Lu Dong use in that instant just now? Was it the shielding rule carried by the title of God-slaying number 1? Nangua Qingli looked at Lu Dong and the others cheering in celebration, and the worry in his heart grew.
You have to know, Lu Dong was being live broadcast to the world by BW Company. Every move he made could be seen by people outside the game. Even if players in the road of body cultivation could not see, other people who paid attention to the God Dong camp would all focus on you. At that time, Lu Dong's battle habits and battle style, once grasped by those big families, would surely bring huge hidden dangers.
With Lu Dong's current character of declaring war on everyone, he would probably offend more than a few. Nangua Qingli lowered his voice, God Dong, now maybe you should think. Lu Dong waved his hand, Auntie, keep a calm heart, this is just a game. Chapter 375 The Road of Body Cultivation, Salute to Mike Guy. Extra 4 Thanks to Anubeu for the reward.
In the coordinate system in Lu Dong's eyes, the figure of Mike Guy appeared. In this instant, Lu Dong suddenly had a trace of understanding. He seemed to have developed an incredible ability.
As long as he had seen and remembered the other's figure, then could he imitate them all?
When my brother Guy comes out, even the strongest men in the world will admit his powerful physical skills. Lu Dong in the coordinate system sketched the figure of Mike Guy.
In the next instant, he directly activated his own rule. The classic arrogant non-mainstream of God Dong, the third move of the rule that 99% of viewers cried at. View X, Su XINHF. Extra effect, simulate aura, even gods cannot find your flaw.
Negative effect, no matter who is imitated, lasts 1 hour, disappears automatically when time is up, CD, 1 hour.
Imitation target, Mike Guy Night Guy. Around Lu Dong suddenly. Chapter 376 The Road of Body Cultivation, Battle Brahma Heaven. Boom.
Endless vegetation suddenly burst out. Huang Xianyan sidestepped and stood in front of Nangua Chuan and said coldly,
Do not waste effort on me. I have a heart that desires. Green sea without boundaries ecological realm.
Huang Xinian's long hair floated, full of green light, as the soaring green waves surged toward all directions. All the butchers that make the plants wither shall be punished. Towering trees suddenly appeared in the scene, their trunks as thick as barrels, instantly binding Fontian. Fontian was stunned, surprised and said, Impressive, it turns out to be a plant awakened with royal blood, I admit it now, you are strong. Before the words fell, a woman's surprised cry came.
You damn it, kneel down for me.
Her voice was like thunder, shattering the sky. Words bring law with them.
Fontian was startled, looked up and was hit directly by Xinjie's bullet. Tickle bullet. Fontian looked at Niu Hong with a puzzled face.
Why does this guy have such primal divine power?
And This is the path of physical cultivation that studies team combat. Why did Nyo Hong kill these 9 players? Aren't they supposed to be a team? Nyo Hong squinted his eyes and said softly, Fontian, long time no see. 4 faces simultaneously showed a solemn expression. Previously in battle with Lu Dong and others, Fontian was shocked by Lu Dong's strength. As for fear, Fontian felt none at all. But at this moment, facing Nyo Hong, Fontian sensed a hint of death's threat. Who are you? Nyo Hong laughed coldly. I'm your old daddy. Have you forgotten your old friends so soon? Weren't you 5 faces back then? Have you forgotten how you lost one? Fontian's whole body shook, showing a look of horror. God deceiver. You are not. Space shifted, as if 2 rooms collided together. The 3rd level of the path of physical cultivation opens. Escape? Survival? Here, there are treasures everywhere to enhance the body. Dig recklessly. Nangwa Qingli whispered, why not give him some benefits, so we won't have to will battle with the enemy? Lu Dong whispered, Auntie, do you know that many troubles in the world stem from the kindness of the first person? Like an uncivilized resident, they live by the roadside, and the strong go far to hunt, while the weak at home cautiously observe the passers-by every day. They never interfere with each other. One day, a kind person came, and to show gratitude to the civilized residents encountered here, he gave them food and water. Thus, the uncivilized residents. Nyo Hong had a blank expression and said coldly, leaving means death. About 3 minutes later, Fontian had his 6 arms broken and was forced to continue forging his body for Nyo Hong. Fontian was sure that the god deceiver was determined to wear him down here. Compared to the treasures of the path of physical cultivation, Fontian felt that his own life was more important. After all, he didn't have any divine power at all, right? Gods facing life and death often find it harder to decide than ordinary people. After all, no one wants to give up eternal life. Nyo Hong said leisurely, what exactly is in the path of physical cultivation that you care so much about? Fontian remained silent. If you didn't know what was here, would you still harshly drag me here? Someone is getting closer to the real path of physical cultivation. Path of physical cultivation. Lu Dong and the others followed the faint glimmer, groping forward in the dark. Faintly. At the same time, Sun Tianzi looked solemnly at the surveillance screen before him. He was originally a native NPC of the path of physical cultivation, but due to Fontian's strong interference, he built a level with hidden dark rules on the path of physical cultivation. He could not stop it, nor could he change a god's intention. So he chose to surrender. A soft voice appeared, Tianzi, why do I smell alcohol? Are you hurt? Sun Tianzi gently bandaged his arm and said softly, no, it's fine. Just some blood from 2 players fighting got on my white gloves, and I'm cleaning the blood with alcohol. His gentle voice continued, that's good. I was counting the days, isn't tonight the night of the lunar eclipse? Has Van Tian left? Sun Tianzi rubbed his injured hand, looking at his paralyzed blind wife on the bed with a face full of tenderness, quietly telling her what had happened during this time. Chapter 381, The Path of Physique, The Disappearing Nangwachuan thanks to Qi Shinhe for the 100 rewards. Above a plant, Wu Juanhao's momentary bag hung there. It contained quite a few treasures, but opening it seemed to require some kind of incantation. Huang Xingyan studied it for a moment and said softly, Little Dongzi, this momentary bag won't open. Nangwa Qingli was slightly taken aback. Had Lu Dong already arranged an escape route during the moment of battle? First controlling the opponent's body, then starting to self-destruct, Nangwa Qingli understood a bit of this body and mind transformation technique. Exchanging bodies to amplify the sensation of pain. At that moment, Lu Dong, smiling, removed his sternum. This was something no ordinary person could do. Could it be that he did not understand pain? No, looking at the excitement in Lu Dong's eyes, Nangwa Qingli understood that this guy was likely enjoying the pain. Human perception in this world is strange, some like sweetness, some like sourness, and similarly, some enjoy bitterness and others like pain. Chapter 382, The Path of Physique, each with their own schemes. A huge wave of water appeared in front of Lu Dong. The corner of Lu Dong's mouth rose. Ninjas need to form seals to use special methods to manipulate the water elements in the air. But he doesn't need to, he can even rearrange the water elements directly using a coordinate system, forming any shape he desires. With the help of the Buddha, the spirit body of all origins, Lu Dong's affinity for elements far surpassed that of ordinary players. In other words, Lu Dong could even perform ninja-like techniques without forming seals. The only problem was that he didn't understand how to arrange water elements to form the most powerful attack method. Clearly, the move he had just imitated wasn't very useful. But mathematicians are best at deduction. The massive wave of water suddenly transformed into a spray, falling uncontrollably. In the next moment, under Lu Dong's mental guidance, the water began to rotate like a whirlpool, spinning rapidly. Excitement gleamed in Lu Dong's eyes. Chapter 383, The Path of Physique, Great Gains. In front of the Physique Waterfall.
Lu Dong said softly, this should be a place where the longer you endure, the better the rewards you get.
Who among you wants to give it a try first?
Zhao Shangfei gracefully held up a golden bowl and declared, as the president, naturally, I will go first. Golden fragments appeared around him, and Zhao Shangfei jumped into the physique waterfall.
About 30 seconds later, Zhao Shangfei burst out of the waterfall.
With a trace of black blood at the corner of his mouth, Zhao Shangfei said softly, you can only withstand the waterfall with your body, you can't use your abilities.
Gui Jun leisurely remarked, quick as lightning, you came out in half a minute.
Zhao Shangfei smiled, sharing the secret method he obtained in the guild channel, chuckling, you should give it a try when you get the chance. Gui Jun was just about to hit Zhao Shangfei when he saw the secret method in the guild, and he was suddenly stunned. The Chaos God refining visualization technique.
Goodness, isn't this an ancient body refining secret technique?
Chapter 384, The Path of Physique, The Guardian Additional Chapter 1. Thanks to Anya Bayu for the reward.
Lu Dong knew little about the original myths.
As for the Sphinx, Lu Dong was even less clear about its identity. Feeling the pressure of the water flowing around him, Lu Dong quietly looked at the broken scroll. By the way, this was the first time he was doing something serious with a pencil since coming to this strange world.
Who would have thought that a pencil used for solving problems could also become a deadly weapon? 230 minus 220 times 0.5 is equal to 5.
Please change one symbol to make the equation valid.
Lu Dong rolled his eyes, is this called a math puzzle?
He thought it was the Hodge conjecture.
The Riemann hypothesis, the Young-Mills existence and mass gap, the Navier-Stokes equations, and the Baron-Swintendale conjectures and so on.
In the end, a tricky riddle came up? If it weren't for the strong confinement all around, Lu Dong would have turned and left.
Twisting the rule pencil, Lu Dong.
Chapter 385, Path of Body Refinement, Crisis Re-Emerges, Additional Content 2. Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain for the reward. The audience in the World Live Room did not know what happened, only saw a screen full of white light. Everyone thought about searching for Lu Dong's live room, but found out that the other side was already part of the East God camp, and the live room was not open to other camps. Helpless, everyone could only spam the bullet screen in the World Live Room. Players from the Southern Region family kept updating the latest news from the front lines. As the faint soft light faded away, the players in the live room saw a gradually clearer scene. Lu Dong stood like a water lily in front of the East God camp. The other 8 forces, following Sun Tianxi, gathered not far away. Everyone in the East God camp, except for Lu Dong and Nangua Qingli, had seated themselves in the arena, seemingly comprehending some secret method. Lu Dong whispered, Big sister, you go to the waterfall first. Nangua Qingli was startled, then stepped out. Sun Tianxi leisurely stood still at. Chapter 386, Path of Body Refinement, Encirclement. Additional Content 3. Thanks to Dark Knight White Rain for the reward. The divided ninja completed his final seal before death.
Sealed a knife weapon.
This ninja thought Lu Dong was skilled with a knife and planned to seal his long knife. But little did he know, the knife in Lu Dong's hand was just an illusion built by spiritual power.
With a loud bang, the rule pencil in Lu Dong's hand transformed again and turned into a giant hammer swung down. Boom!
With one hammer strike, the ninja ceased to breathe.
You have killed Miyamoto Ichiro.
You have achieved an over-level kill, gaining 10,000 experience points.
You have gained 1,000 hatred points.
You have gained 1,000 merit points.
Lu Dong curled his lip, wondering why the experience was getting less and less. In the next second, 9 ninjas rose in unison.
3 of them struck the ground simultaneously, making the soil under Lu Dong's feet instantly loosen.
A cage appeared, forming in front of Lu Dong.
Chapter 387, Path of Body Refinement, Tough Battle.
Nangua Qingli turned her body and jumped straight into the water surface. Mo Taiwu and others sneered, in times of great danger, everyone flies? The rest of the group was separated.
The entire battlefield was instantly divided into 6 parts. Wang Bo, trapped in the octagonal cage, could only quietly watch the battle unfold. Under the siege of strong players from the southern family, the rest could only barely resist.
Huang Xingyan could instinctively control plants, but under the pressure of 10 members from the Changlu family, she couldn't maximize her abilities.
Retreating step by step, even her Qipao gained more tears.
Wei Jun was doing even worse, facing Chu Zongxiong's immense strength, he was indeed overpowered.
Soon, bruises appeared on Gui Jun's muscles. On Shin Jie's side, facing the siege of the BW organization, she could not gain the upper hand either. But Jin Yi alone could suppress the firepower, not to mention the others. Chapter 388, Path of Body Refinement, Zhu Yan Beast Transforms. Mo Taifu laughed loudly, what a bunch of idiots, is there shit stuffed in your heads?
Do you really think that just by gathering together, you can use a combined attack skill?
Well, this saves us from wasting strength. Unless you all form a circle, you can't leave this octagonal cage. The other families showed dissatisfaction, clearly unhappy with how the recent battle was conducted. Geniuses also have their pride, and naturally, some were unhappy with such a victory. But each force's main task this time was to hunt Lu Dong, and no one said anything about Mo Taifu's treachery.
Jeannie's eyes sparkled, she always felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it.
Just looking at her treasures being wasted by others, she felt quite gloomy inside. Jeannie looked towards Zhu Yan's direction and said, "The battle to kill Lu Dong.
We cannot intervene, right?" Yuan Yan held an abacus. Chapter 389, The Path of Body Cultivation, Breaking the Octagonal Cage to Slay the Sphinx. Inside the octagonal cage, Xiang Yu and others ignored Mo Taifu, directly surrounding the 7 members of the God of Wealth Guild. Unable to use the power of rules, the members of the God of Wealth Guild were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chao Shangfei's eyes flashed with a trace of fierce light, standing in front of the girls alongside by Li Xian and Shui Min. Yuan Yan's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as to why the members of the God of Wealth Guild showed no fear. According to his calculations, Wei Jun could unleash her bloodline power here, why was she not using it? In the distance, Lu Dong would soon be absorbed to death by Zhu Yan. What were these guys waiting for?
Bai Lixian gently put down his fingers and whispered, "Sister Bo, found it, right here." Wang Bo nodded slightly, stood at the spot pointed by Bai Lixian, and shouted, "I want to see, who among you can kill me?"
In the World Live broadcast room. It's over, the God of Wealth. Chapter 390, The Path of Body Cultivation, the real one-on-one extra update 1 thanks to Dark Knight White Rain for the reward. The Arctic Fox dialed the phone of Mo Taijung and said coldly, "Elder Mo Taijung, go explain to the board yourself." The Arctic Fox, expressionless, was furious to the extreme. The Sphinx was dead, meaning the treasure of the Sphinx had vanished without a trace. That was the thing that claimed it could directly revive an Eerie Eight Kings, the secret treasure of the Sphinx that the entire BW organization had been searching for years had turned to nothing. If the BW organization could obtain this thing and summon the Eerie Eight Kings, then imprison him. They could obtain the entire storyline mission of the Eerie world. The plan of the BW organization was not to complete missions but to maximize their own benefits during the development of storyline tasks. After all, for mercenaries, only endless wealth was the goal they pursued. Mo Taijung, pale as a ghost, understood clearly that this time the whereabouts of the Sphinx's treasure, he really. Chapter 391, The Path of Body Cultivation, to incite rebellion extra update 2 thanks to Dark Knight White Rain for the reward. Mo Taidi let out a light laugh and walked slowly from the back.
Looking at the rolling aura around Lu Dong, Mo Taidi softly said, "No wonder you're the deceiver god, even imitating the aura of Brahma is so similar." The 7 people in the field instantly began to battle, and no one noticed that behind Lu Dong was a silent little ghost. Mo Taidi quietly said, "This world is like this, some people exhaust themselves yet can't stir up great waves, while others can destroy heaven and earth with a mere thought." Deceiver god, do you consider yourself the former or the latter? Lu Dong could not move at all, not even able to hold the rule pencil. Hearing Mo Taidi's question, Lu Dong said softly, "I am both Brahma and you should know I have 4 bodies, Deceiver god or Lu Dong, they are just my avatars."
Then tell me, am I the former or the latter? Mo Taidi clutched a sharp little knife, his aura. Chapter 392, The Path of Body Cultivation, Wang Bo vs Chang Lu Hui Extra Update 3 thanks to Dark Knight White Rain for the reward. Lu Dong couldn't move on the spot and could only quietly watch the battle in the arena.
With only 20 minutes left, he would be able to regain his ability to act. Before that, he was just fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, Mo Taidi was rather reclusive and believed his ghost story, otherwise, he would truly be in danger.
In the distance, faint lights flashed, and howls echoed. Lu Dong focused his gaze. Good heavens, did his wife fight so beautifully? Wang Bo, like a celestial being, quickly gained the upper hand in the battle. In contrast, Chang Lu Hui was completely suppressed by Wang Bo's light, retreating step by step. Lu Dong recalled being bound when he first entered the beast change. He clearly understood this woman was definitely a master at bondage. Perhaps skilled at control, her defensive posture, was she setting up a formation? 3 in front, 2 behind. Chang Lu Hui maintained this rhythm, regardless of Wang. The Path of Body Cultivation, Huang Xingyan vs Chang Luing Extra 4 thanks to Silent. The death of Chang Lu Hui made Chang Luing shout in pain. Chang Lu Hui was one of the few geniuses of the confinement system in the aristocratic family. Players from the aristocratic family are all treasures among treasures. Once dead, they can never come back to life. Chang Luing stared blankly at Wang Bo, who was seated in the arena. She wanted revenge, to take revenge for her best friend. Huang Xingyan coldly shouted, layers of plants rolled back. She would not be like that dog Lu Dong, willingly letting Wang Bo take the damage. Huang Xingyan said in a cold voice, "Your opponent is me." Chang Luying's face lost all color, her extreme anger nearly made her lose control. Dense willows appeared behind her. Chang Luing angrily said, "Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate a genius in an aristocratic family?" Willow branches whipped through the air. Unlike Chang Lu Hui's, Chang Lu Ying's attack was impenetrable.
she sacrificed the confinement of. Chapter 394, The Path of Body Cultivation, Guijun vs Chu Zongxiong extra 5 thanks to Zhao's reward. Fist open, bright moon breaks the waterfall. Guijun and Chu Zongxiong had already fought into the waterfall. Both of them fought in the water, unleashing their true fire. Chu Zongxiong had a trace of blood on his face, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaping to block Guijun's bone-snapping strike. Flying backward, Chu Zongxiong no longer spoke of marrying Guijun, his expression darkened as he drew a kitchen knife from his waist. Guijun sneered, your kitchen knife family hasn't progressed at all over the years, if you can't win, you resort to knives, truly dirtying the tool for preparing food. Chu Zongxiong stepped into a half-bow, lightly saying, the honor of the aristocratic family, I cannot lose this battle. Guijun grinned as he looked up, then how about this, if I hit you again, you call me husband, how about that? Chu Zongxiong blushed, usually the one teasing others, he found he had no words facing Guijun's teasing. In a moment. Chapter 395, The Path of Body Cultivation, Why Should I Go? Extra 6 thanks for Mo Rance reward. Chao Shangfei was fighting happily, but Chu Zongxin was suddenly called away, making him very unhappy. Looking at Genie suppressing Xinjie with all her might, Chao Shangfei immediately urged on his golden bowl and came forward. Daughter-in-law. Dad is here to help you. Bai Lixian was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath, instantly being taken advantage of by Yuan Yan. In the battle in the 3 areas, only Bai Lixian and Yuan Yan hadn't made any moves yet. Yuan Yan squinted his eyes as he stared at Xinjie, is she your fatal weakness? Bai Lixian chuckled, I advise you not to set your sights on her, otherwise, I will be very strong. Yuan Yan smirked, strange door escape, 9 words mantra, Taoist techniques, you don't know any, why are you studying these useless things? Bai Lixian sidestepped and the aura of the Tao appeared around him, what should be known must be known, don't force it. Yuan Yan pointed at Xinjie. Chapter 396, The Path of Body Cultivation, Yuan Yan is stunned. Extra 7 thanks for Huanxin's reward. Yuan Yan was stunned. This answer, he had never thought of before. In some ways, Yuan Yan was similar to Bai Lixian, they both liked to predict the future to control everything in their hands. Indeed, that was the past Bai Lixian. Bai Lixian showed no surprise, this answer was very Ludong. He was willing to do it, so he did, that was the real him. Why should he follow the plot? Bai Lixian grinned, Yuan Yan, can you predict this? Yuan Yan angrily replied, the genius battle of District 4. Winning can bring a new wasteland to your big district, only with a certain wasteland can you enhance your strength. Lu Dong interrupted, so you can marry a wealthy beauty and reach the peak of life? I am already at the peak now. Yuan Yan coldly said, Lu Dong, you don't have to pretend, I know you are neither a celestial nor a trickster, you are just an ordinary. Chapter 397, The Path of Body Cultivation, Wang Yin thanks to Bing Wu's reward. In the World Live broadcast room. The Beast King of the Beast Clan quietly watched Yuan Yan return. In a soft voice, he asked, was that little guy turned down? The monkey gently moved the abacus and said, logically, it shouldn't be. I really didn't expect that guy didn't refuse me, but refused to go to the 4 genius battles. The Beast King sat beside the fireplace and lightly lit a pillar of sandalwood, saying, with Xiang Yu dead, the chance of our strong ones winning in the 4 district genius battles has decreased again. Yen, you should go to the secret realm and tell the elders that it's time to activate that batch of geniuses. Yen was slightly stunned, the Beast King was not angry at all. Xiang Yu was his most valued disciple. The Beast King seemed to know the confusion in Yan's heart and softly said, our Beast Clan fights in an eerie world, we should understand the rule that the winner takes all. If Xiang Yu fails in skills and dies, it's only deserved. With a wave of his hand, Yen left. The Beast King picked up the phone and dialed the Elf King, saying, indeed. Chapter 398, The Path of Body Cultivation, how dare he? Thanks for the 10,000 rewards from the reader. Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom as he accelerated the absorption of Wu Juanhao's body power. Only the last hint remained before his complete escape. As long as he broke free from the shackles of his body, he could regain freedom. The feeling of freedom tears even shone in Zhu Yan's eyes. Nan Guochuan said coldly, Lu Dong. We can't let this guy escape. Once the time-space guest realizes they have a way to leave the ancient city, the entire airy world will be in trouble. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, Lu Dong coldly replied, Nan Guochuan, we still have an account to settle. You have no place to intervene. I brought you to do a task, and you think you can just be a bystander here? Nan Guochuan smiled bitterly, dealing with an unreasonable guy was truly difficult. In the Treasure Exchange public channel. Lu Dong, I'm going to settle some accounts with Niu Hong. Niu Hong wore a serious expression. Chapter 399, The Path of Body Cultivation, The Guardian, thanks to the reader for the support. Boom! Was the live stream broken? The BW organization immediately organized the team, preparing to advance into the East District. The Arctic fox looked at Genie returning safely, and as the stone in his heart was set down, he immediately decided to attack the East God camp.
If it weren't for the intervention of several board members from the South District, he couldn't help but control the Arctic fox's murderous intent. What was Lu Dong even? Did he really think he was someone significant?
Genie nestled closely against her dad, leaning on the Arctic fox's chest and softly said, "Dad, I want to marry Lu Dong." Puff! The Arctic fox almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Your dad was preparing to send troops to the East District for your revenge, and you are here thinking of betraying?
The Arctic fox softly said, "It's not that Dad is advising you, but Lu Dong is not suitable for you."
Why choose someone like that?
Genie pouted, "I just like someone unique."
Chapter 400, The Path of Body Cultivation, Kill the God of Brahma, Extra Update 1 thanks to the donation.
You consume 1/10 of Brother's blood and gain his talent for 10 minutes.
Spirit's Call, real damage depends on mental strength.
Brahma sneered at the golden bell, "East God, after you leave the body cultivation path, I will come to settle the score with you. You killed our South District Rama and Sphinx, I'll let you know the wrath of the gods." Shinjia raised her fierce sniper rifle, a level 100,000 artifact, and continuously fired different bullets. Wild Drifters bullets.
Women-exclusive anti-invasion bullets. Dumb bullets. Explosive bullets. A series of various bullets struck the golden bell, all showing the miss sign.
Shinjia angrily shouted, "Damn it, break this barrier for me." Shinjia's voice became quieter as she realized the energy required to break this shield using the power of rules.
Chapter 401, The Path of Body Cultivation, you finish it, Extra Update 2 thanks to the donation. Niu Hong stared blankly at Wang Yan.
Logically, how could the paralyzed her recover at this time? Now was not the time for them to find the princess to return.
Niu Hong stepped forward, blocking Wang Yan's path.
The divine thought transmitted, "Now is not the time to recognize each other."
Wang Yan's body froze, divine thought communication, who could this be from the ancient capital?
With her still blind eyes, she couldn't discern the person's identity, and quickly shifted her steps toward Wang Bo's direction. Niu Hong suddenly released the divine power around him, the shadow of the god of the South District appearing behind him. At this moment, for the time traveler, perhaps the news of the princess's survival was not a secret at all. Once Wang Yan and the princess recognized each other, the ancient ministers hiding in the strange world might return.
Those old antiques only recognized death rules.
If it weren't for the king of the ancient capital using various means back then, that group of people.
Chapter 402, The Path of Body Cultivation, Dividing the Battlefield. Additional Update 3 thanks to Chihan's reward. Wang Bo's sudden change left everyone in the arena in silence.
A red light enveloped Zhu Yan, completely engulfing Wu Juanhao's body, causing Zhu Yan's form to suddenly burst apart.
Rolling waves of air pushed everyone around away. In her complete form, Zhu Yan regained her intelligence and looked at Wang Bo, bewildered, saying, "Princess? Princess!"
A hint of ferocity flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. The princess of the light rules had swallowed her, and she might just step into the level of a Deathseeker. With a snap of her jaws, Zhu Yan immediately charged towards Wang Bo.
Boom! Wei Jun's forceful punch suddenly slammed into Zhu Yan's cheek.
Zhu Yan rolled out in pain, covering her face, and coldly said, "Body cultivator." In the next moment, the 7 members of the Treasure Hunt Association simultaneously appeared around Zhu Yan. Wang Yan furrowed her brows and said loudly, "Heaven's gift, strike to the ultimate path of body cultivation."
Chapter 403, The Path of Body Cultivation, Slashing Nanguochuan. The classic of the Eastern God, proud and non-mainstream, 99% of those who have seen it have cried. A faint halo spread from Lu Dong's body.
Nanguochuan's expression changed in shock. Lu Dong was not lying, he truly created a new rule. This strange rule power must not allow him to touch his own body.
Nanguochuan acted first, once again condensing blue flames instantly wrapping around Lu Dong.
This time, he couldn't use the topological state. Lu Dong, who was in an illusory state, would inevitably be unable to resist. A trace of ruthlessness grew in Nanguochuan's eyes. This Lu Dong exceeded his expectations too much.
Regardless of what genius Lu Dong was, he must die here today. Although Nanguochuan hadn't truly stepped into the realm of Deathseekers, his real strength was already above the peak of the controllers. With his hands moving, the blue flames grew stronger. With this one blow, he would decide victory and defeat. Chapter 404, The Path of Body Cultivation, I am Wenchuanza.
The system seemed to collapse in exasperation, providing no benefits other than experience points. Lu Dong clutched his abdomen, suffering from stomach cramps after consuming seaweed, and the pain magnified tenfold, making it almost unbearable. Suddenly, the waterfall in front roared up, creating a huge splash.
A massive holographic projection appeared before Lu Dong's eyes.
A dense crowd appeared in various corners of the projection. Their faces were unclear, but across the screen, he could feel their anger. A chill surged in Lu Dong's eyes. There were actually so many guardians.
A sharp voice came through, "Arrogant brat, who exactly are you?" Killing the Guardian Kunbu, do you know my Guardian's bottom line? A huge light shot out through the projection, an attack of spiritual power. Lu Dong's body jolted, and he immediately transformed all the experience points he just gained into spiritual. Chapter 405, The Path of Body Cultivation, 4 Directions Tremble. In the air, Niu Hong, who was intercepting the princess's summoning aura, jolted all over. What is this feeling of being locked in the dark? He shouldn't have provoked a Deathseeker, right? A tear in space appeared, the smell of blood condensing in the arena. A glint of brilliance shone in Niu Hang's eyes. Did the old guardian get hurt? Is this because he couldn't take advantage of the time traveler? Before the person in space could speak, Niu Hong coldly said, I've been looking for you for a long time. With one step forward, Niu Hong charged straight into that space, and the aura around him instantly exploded outward. At this moment, Niu Hong had surprisingly reached the half-step Fate-Seeker realm. The owner of the giant hand obviously did not expect that Niu Hang would possess such strength. Deceiver, you actually regained your divine power? Niu Hong said coldly, since Kunbu is dead, let me see who you guardians really are. Space. Chapter 406, The Path of Body Cultivation, The Crazy Zhu Yan Extra 1. Thanks to Ji Nianzi for the tip. For some reason, the moment everyone heard Lu Dong's voice, they felt very at ease. It seemed that at this moment, even if the sky fell, Lu Dong would have a way to solve it. Although the aura on Lu Dong was that of Feng Juanzi. Sun Tianxi stood still in front of Wan Yan and said softly, it's not Feng Juanzi who came, but a Feng Juanzi who can mimic the aura of others. Wan Yan was stunned. What an impressive mimicking ability. What about that guy, has he been dealt with? Sun Tianxi replied softly, for some unknown reason, the ultimate testing ground cannot seem to start the final trial, that boss seems to still be asleep. Wan Yan frowned, it shouldn't be, didn't that thing appear once it sensed the player's aura? Lu Dong endured the pain of broken bones and abdominal cramps in his body, magnifying the pain tenfold, making it nearly impossible for him to walk normally. He took slow steps forward, looking at Zhu Yan surrounded by everyone, and said softly. Chapter 407, The Path of Body Cultivation, Team Battle with Zhu Yan Extra 2. Thanks to Nian Xing for the tip. The ultimate boss of the Path of Body Cultivation's trial was actually devoured whole by the divine beast Zhu Yan in plain sight. Everyone didn't even see what the boss looked like. It turned out Zhu Yan had just been lying on the ground, simultaneously feeling pain while searching for the boss's trace. To be precise, this boss had been controlled by Zhu Yan from the very start. During Zhu Yan's earlier battle with the members of the Gaod Bao Guild, he suppressed them while completing the mental control of the 8 little monks and this final boss. A gentle, warm light flickered around Zhu Yan. Bai Li narrowed his eyes and said softly, we can only attack him while he's digesting. Xiao Dongzi, you take charge. Zhu Yan was stunned, his secret had actually been seen through. No, to be precise, it should be calculated through. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow, red light flashing in his eyes. Zhu Yan. Level. Chapter 408, The Path of Body Cultivation, Group Battle with Zhu Yan. Chao Shangfei controlled the shattered gold, which instantly surged into Zhu Yan's throat. 1,000,000. 1 million damage. As expected, just as Lu Dong predicted, Zhu Yan's defense was strong because of his entire body of fur. Xinjie did not hold back either, firing several bullets at Zhu Yan's throat. The Huanxing sniper truly deserved to be a divine item. It not only had no recoil but also eliminated the time needed for reloading. A sniper rifle was used like a machine gun. The firepower streamed into Zhu Yan's throat. 1,000,000. 1,000,000. A dense stream of damage indicators shot up from Zhu Yan's head. Zhu Yan felt pain, but couldn't withdraw Sun Tianxi from his mouth. At this moment, Sun Tianxi consumed his lifespan, like a stirring stick. Zhu Yan's gaping mouth was too far from his own arms, leaving him helpless for a moment. Chapter 409, The Path of Body Cultivation, The Bloodline of Shenong. The true Buddha blood within Lu Dong instantly transformed into a celestial sound and disappeared. Zhu Yan braced himself against the blow, dark red blood spewing from his mouth. This strike was heavier than all of the previous attacks combined. But he withstood it. Zhu Yan sensed that, although this true Buddha power was pure, it was ultimately unsupported. As long as he drained the opponent's blood, he would no longer be able to exert this power. Using Chao Shangfei's golden bowl as a conductor, Zhu Yan tightly controlled his power, drawing Lu Dong in. Chao Shangfei was stunned. The golden bowl, under the urging of true Buddha power, actually was no longer under his control. He watched as Lu Dong's hands shrank down, and hurriedly quickened his actions. This large piece of gold must be able to take out Zhu Yan in one blow. Lu Dong, hold on. In contrast, Lu Dong was already pale, although he was the Buddha's myriad essence spirit body with infinite blood. But what Zhu Yan absorbed was Lu Dong's. Chapter 410, The Rise of Chao Shangfei. Zhu Yan, you beast, who gave you the courage? A sacred light appeared around Wang Bo, and then he swung forward with one hand. 100% invincible to take the first blow.
Chao Shangfei's attack did not harm Wang Bo at all, instead, it boosted a bit of Wang Bo's light power. The mighty light spread in all directions. Wang Bo stood with a frown, his eyes locked onto Zhu Yan.
Zhu Yan sneered darkly, coldly saying, "You ancient capital's king, didn't you abandon that strange world? How are you still alive? To kill and to break the heart."
Zhu Yan wanted to disrupt Wang Bo's state of mind, making it easier to swallow her whole. But unexpectedly, Wang Bo remained unmoved, a hint of killing intent in his eyes, coldly saying, "Bring me the antidote."
Zhu Yan shrugged her hands, putting on a rogue's facade, softly saying, "Antidote? You spend a night with me, and I'll give you a little antidote, how about that?" Gua.
Chapter 411, The Road of Body Cultivation, Slaying Zhu Yan, Extra 1. Thanks to the support of those reading the book. Hua Debao and the others looked at Lu Dong in confusion, wondering if his brother was giving him blood or strength. Lu Dong shrugged, "My goodness." Gui Jun seemed to think deeply, saying, "Chao Shangfei came for a cleansing this time, removing impurities from the body, perhaps he will be very powerful."
What the hell is cleansing?
Everyone chuckled lightly, after all, a teammate was saved.
Wang Bo was stunned. Was Chao Shangfei better? Then there was no need to attack the ancient capital, but what about the war order that had already been issued? Forget it. Let's kill Zhu Yan first. Chao Shangfei stepped forward, coldly saying, "It's you, ugly monkey, who wants to insult my Bo Jia?"
With a wave of Chao Shangfei's hand, fragments of gold suddenly appeared around him. The fragments condensed, little figures kneeling down to become gold miners.
In just a moment, hundreds of massive gold ingots, weighing tons, appeared in the air.
Chapter 412, Target. You have successfully cleared the road of body cultivation.
Kill Task Guide NPC, deducted points.
Kill Battle Skill Guide, deducted points.
Destroy the sub-level door, deducted points. Eliminate challengers, deducted points.
Failed to obtain the inheritance of the waterfall of body cultivation, deducted points. Kill the additional body cultivation road level of the Brahma, gained points. Lu Dong listened to the dense system prompt sounds, slightly stunned. Good heavens, he only had one item for gaining points from top to bottom.
Wang Bo chuckled, saying, "This is the first time I've received an SSS level task rating." Huang Xinyan and other girls slightly nodded, their scores were also 3S level.
Bailey started counting on his fingers, softly saying, "I didn't expect to not only gain an 8 Bagua here but also the guidance of the road of body cultivation." Chui Min pressed down on the mammoth blood fury knife with one hand, bringing it.
Chapter 413, The Genius Battle of the Four Districts.
Niu Hong softly said after a good recount, "Dog, you need to help me find something. I always feel that I'm still not complete, as if many memories are missing. I feel like I was sealed by the king back in the day, just like the princess." The great emperor rolled his eyes, lying back down, softly saying,
"Then tell me, what are all your plans?"
Niu Hong shrugged his hands, leisurely saying, "My memory only goes up to the attack on the ancient capital, nothing more after that." The great emperor squinted his eyes, saying, "Then I'm powerless. If you come to me just to complain, I can't help you."
Niu Hong rubbed his hands together, grinning, "I sense that Feng Juanza left the ancient capital. Do you want to go with me to deal with him?"
The great emperor squinted his eyes, realizing that the god of deception was definitely concealing something from him. Now trying to bring him in, there was most likely no good end.
Chapter 414, The Genius Battle, Daytime Butcher Choyu. Lu Qing and Li Yuyang subtly nodded, both returning to their teams.
In past genius battles, the Eastern District was always the first to arrive. Although the voice abilities of the Northern families, the curse abilities of the East Ling families, and the poison abilities of the Justice families. Indeed, it's quite a special ability, and the combat power is impressive. However, the aristocratic families of the East District have never gained any advantage during the battles in the 4th District. Always regarded as the bottom feeders, how dare they make such a bold entrance this time? To appear and immediately disrupt the BW organization's arena. Who gave them such courage? Could it be true what they say? Word has it that a fierce warrior has emerged from the East District, a man who can turn the heavens and the earth, a reckless man who dares to kill anything. Could such recklessness be contagious? Li Yuyang said softly, "Taya Quan has always been a sly one, how come he dares to appear so ostentatiously here this time?"
Lu. Chapter 415, Battle of the Geniuses, Cats Catching Mice Bonus 1. Thanks for the donation from the reader.
Xiao Yu's appearance was initially to intimidate those present, showcasing BW organization's seriousness about the genius battle in the 4th District. But now it has the opposite effect, and other districts are subtly leaning towards an alliance. Of course, Xiao Yu is also on a mission. She and Feng Juanza, one bright and one hidden, are seeking out the talented individuals of the 4th District together. They either join her as underlings developed by the time traveler, or they face complete extinction. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. She had just established her authority, only to discover that 2 major forces had been wiped out.
Xiao Yu sensed a slight unease.
Her true power is merely a half step into the Fate Seeker stage, just a bit stronger than a peak controller. Even she, without relying on external aids, could hardly hope to kill two aristocratic families in an instant. The Arctic fox slowly cupped his fists and stepped forward. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then clearly saw.
Chapter 416, Battle of the Geniuses, A Fortune Awaits Bonus 2. Thanks for the donation from the reader. Amat Ba. A melodious Buddhist chant resounded.
15 arhats appeared behind Shan Ning. The happy arhat clasped his hands together and said, "Since you are here to watch the battle of geniuses, making a fuss as guests seems a bit inappropriate.
How about giving us arhats some face for the old man's sake?"
The 15 burst into shouts, and golden light erupted. 15 Buddha statues appeared before them.
The happy arhat smiled lightly and said, "Taya Quan, although it seems unfair for so many to deal with just these few, honestly speaking, if these geniuses don't join forces, would they stand a chance against the Treasure Public Association?"
Taya Quan chuckled softly, sheathed his sword, and said, "Since the master has come forward, I have to give this face, but it's a pity, today I can't slay a fate seeker." Xiaoyu's face showed anger, but with 15 true Buddhas present, if they teamed up, she really might not be able to escape unscathed.
Forget it. Chapter 417, Battle of the Geniuses, A Human-Like Beast Bonus 3. Thanks for the donation from the reader. You have killed Lu Rinjia. Level up for killing, gain 100,000 experience points.
Lu Dong griped the giant hammerhead transformed from the rule pencil and looked around.
Did he die just like that? That's too fragile, right?
At this moment, only the player who previously explained was still live streaming the replay of his death.
1 hammer, 1 billion health, how did he do that? This level 1 bald-headed killer is unbelievably fierce. Lu Dong was quite speechless at this moment.
In battles against the Emotai and the Ninja Association, he hadn't even made a move. With many treasures gained from the path of physical cultivation, everyone became the strongest forms thanks to Huang Xinyan's time rewind. Even without a single level 100 player in the Treasure Public Association, their current strength lets them eliminate peak intuitors with ease.
Even Emotai's few ancient controllers are not unprepared. Chapter 418, Battle of the Geniuses, Chu Zongyi Bonus 4. Thanks for the donation from the reader. In front of the huge projection, Lu Qing from the West District was stunned, his high-level intuitors were completely wiped out. Were these geniuses careless? Not at all.
They didn't even use their own abilities and were slaughtered by Lu Dong.
Li Yuyang from the North District was also silent, his expression too grim.
At this moment, he felt that Xiaoyu was questionable, if she hadn't urged all the geniuses to encircle Lu Dong.
Perhaps they wouldn't suffer such great trauma. What is the most important thing for a genius? It is character.
It is the unyielding spirit of many who walk an invincible path, cutting through thorns, moving forward relentlessly. Originally, the Battle of Geniuses was to let the talents from 4 districts clash. Even if there were differences in strength among geniuses, no monsters would appear in the same growing period. Everyone is a genius, and in the end, it comes down to blood, intelligence, and combat experience.
But today, what about now? Chapter 419, Battle of Geniuses, BW's Intentions Bonus 5. Thanks to those donating while reading. Lu Dong was stunned? Damn you, brother-in-law. Gui Jun hit Chu Zongyi on the head with a stick and coldly said, "Sister, can I like a bald man? Don't you know those hairless monsters are one-hit wonders? I only like handsome ones."
Lu Dong was in disarray in the wind, unsure whether to feel happy or sad for a moment.
The 3 brothers of the Chu Zong family followed Gui Jun into the ninja guild.
Suddenly, Lu Dong was bound by a slender willow branch. A graceful woman with short hair, dressed in a confident OL outfit, approached angrily from afar, willow catkins dancing around her.
"Lu Dong, my sisters Nagila Hui and Nagila Wing died at your hands?" Stepping on high-heeled shoes, Nagila Wan walked over on the thick roots of the willow tree, moving like a cat.
Peach blossom eyes, handsome nose, her beauty rated at 7 points, she was also a capable secretary among workplace elites.
Lu Dong glanced at the woman, seeing she wasn't wearing black, lost interest, and turned to leave. Chapter 420, Battle of Geniuses, Lu Iran's speech. Thanks to the one who hopes they won't be sad with 100 rewards. The entire venue fell silent. Xiaoyu looked coldly at Taiye Quan and said, "Are you looking for death?" Taiye Quan pulled out his long sword, ready for a fight at any moment. The many strong members of BW squinted their eyes.
The cheerful monk still had a smile, indifferent to Lu Iran's words. He softly said, "It's just the slander of a child. The Battle of Geniuses has just begun, why take it so seriously?" Xiaoyu coldly said, "Taiye Quan is too high profile, he first destroyed my arena, then conspired with his student to insult our BW organization.
He must be killed."
A Buddha image appeared behind the cheerful monk, hands together, he lightly said.
"If Xiaoyu Master gets angry now, wouldn't it confirm what Lu Iran said?
Everything should come according to the rules, this round of the Battle of Geniuses is not finished.
Why let the overseer interfere in the fight? Haven't you already taken south?" Chapter 421, Battle of Geniuses, here they come. Lu Yiran couldn't understand, with such a great disaster looming, how could these people still have the mood to eat?
Zhao Shangfei chuckled and said, Sister Bo, that side has finished sorting the treasures, the rest is basically things we don't need.
Wang Bo nodded gently, thought for a moment, and said, divide those treasures evenly, give them to the Chuzong family and the families from the eastern district.
Everyone sat at the long table and immediately began to feast.
It must be said, sushi, warmed between their hands, was indeed more delicious.
Lu Dong and the others simply treated sushi as the main dish, devouring it along with braised intestines.
Many stared blankly at Cui Min, this monk with no manners, was he still the once genius of the Buddhist region?
Gui Jun laughed and looked around at the eastern district's strong ones, softly saying, Old Chow, bring more tables, since you're our guests, we should show some hospitality.
Watching the live broadcast, everyone. Chapter 422, Battle of Geniuses, Surrounding Battle. The appearance of the Eastern Divine Camp exceeded everyone's expectations in the room. No one thought the prey would actively appear in the encirclement.
Xiao Yu looked confused, she didn't understand how Lu Dong dared to come here. Originally, everyone planned to wait for Lu Dong to be escorted back by the geniuses, while Genie would take advantage of the opportunity to rescue Lu Dong and marry him at the same time.
But at this moment, the Eastern Divine Camp of 10 appeared so swaggeringly in the arena. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Wow!
A delicate shout broke the silence, as Genie spoke first.
Hubby, you came to save me? The Eastern God Camp was puzzled, why did the arena look like a grass wedding scene? Hearing Genie's voice, the crowd raised their eyebrows slightly. Oh boy, is it another debt of love from Lu Dong?
Dressed in a white wedding dress, Genie leaped down from the floating moon, summoning hot weapons that appeared in the air, forming a staircase.
Chapter 423, Path of Talent, the Power of Mo Taijung. The experts of the Beast Tribe remained silent.
Yuan Yen quietly reported the situation in the arena to the Beast King, who, after little thought, issued a direct order.
No one is allowed to interfere in the battle between the BW organization and the Eastern God Camp.
In the case of unclear enemy conditions, maintaining neutrality is the wisest choice. The group from the Buddha district all looked towards the 15 Arhats. At this moment, the opinions among the Arhats also differed. 7 believed they should take action, while 7 thought they should remain neutral. The happy Arhat and the still-sit Arhat spoke nervously, trying to convince that remaining neutral would only accelerate the South District's destruction. After all, the BW organization's wolfish ambition had been exposed, and seeing Choyua quickly break through to the Seeker level, one should know this is the conspiracy of the ancient capital time traveler. If we do not clean up this tumor today, the road of future wars will only become more difficult. The reason the happy Arhat and others wanted to maintain neutrality was also very simple: this battle in the south.
Chapter 424, The Battle of Talents, Wang Bo vs. Genie. Lu Dong and Mo Taijung had disappeared.
Wang Bo raised his eyebrows and immediately felt a thick killing intent.
Stepping back to dodge, Wang Bo looked into the distance. Dozens of missiles were directly aimed at her, swinging towards her direction.
With golden light surrounding his hands, Wang Bo shouted coldly and stepped forward.
100% invincible to receive the first strike. Dozens of missiles, like toys, did not explode and quietly landed in Wang Bo's hands.
In her flowing white dress, Wang Bo looked like a pure maiden holding a slaughter knife, radiating light from her surroundings. Huang Xingyan waved the vines along the attack's defense line, instantly tearing through the smoke and pulling out a woman covered in blood. Dressed in a white wedding dress, but now it was covered in fresh blood.
Genie glared angrily at Wang Bo and coldly said, Are you Lu Dong's wife? Wang Bo squinted her eyes and replied leisurely, Want to steal a man? Chapter 425, The Battle of Talents, Powerful Beasts Emerge.
Xiao Yu's attack arrived first, a round of bright moonlight shining down,
instantly falling in front of Wang Bo.
Wang Bo chuckled lightly and raised her hand. Moonlight is also light.
The light of the bright moon nearly comes from the reflection of the sun, how dare it compete with the sun's brilliance? The beam reflected out and instantly pierced through Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu was half a step to becoming a seeker, yet this attack mixed with the power of rules failed to gain any advantage before Wang Bo. When the first strike missed, Xiao Yu felt a chill behind her. The rain of swords from Taiye was coming again. She dodged to the side, appearing next to Xiao Yu. Following Xiao Yu, the Arctic Fox's attack was about to close in on Wang Bo. Yet the Arctic Fox's hind leg was grabbed by Gui Jun. Damn it, who runs away in the middle of a fight? Arctic Fox, do you really look down on me? The sound of fists booming rang out, the sound of breaking air echoed in the skies. The Arctic Fox revealed a flaw. Chapter 426, The Battle of Talents, Come at Me. Extra Update 1. Thank you for the tips from the readers. The arena fell into an eerie silence.
Wang Bo remained silent. Although unaware of the BW organization's purpose, it was evident they in the Eastern God Camp had once again been used as tools. The 9 people of the Eastern God Camp gathered together. Chao Shangfei whispered, Little Donzi, wait to kill. Lu Dong was furious. That bastard hid over 100 of his family's awakened eyes in that cane. Damn it, does he think he's Tuanzo, using Izanagi with his damn ninjutsu? I want to see how many eyes you have left to use. Lu Dong, truly in a fit of rage, didn't care who was around, he had to kill Mo Taijung right now. Li Yuyang stared at Lu Dong in a daze and softly said, "No wonder you Lu family members are so fierce." Lu Qing took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Even though I really want to say this kid has brought glory to the Lu family, the bloodline treasure in my hand hasn't given me any choices." Chapter 427, Battle of Geniuses, a group of monsters thanks to 5-year-old Bai Shang. In the eyes of everyone, Lu Dong is simply a madman who asks others to attack, and then directly devours the things they attacked? Feng Juan's attack, the attacks from the 4 Arctic foxes, Vishnu's attack, the attacks from the Buddhist region's powerhouses. In just an instant, Lu Dong has already absorbed the attacks from all 4 factions. His speed is fast enough. Mo Taijung felt a moment of confusion, and then saw Lu Dong charge towards him again. Earlier, in his endless dark formation, Lu Dong was like this, surrounded by endless powerful beast forces. Fortunately, earlier he had enough eyeballs to activate the bloodline talents of the Emotai family. But now, he has nothing. Faced with Lu Dong's beast-like attack, how could he defend? With one step, Lu Dong roared, "Die for me!" His blood-red mouth opened wide, a rich reverse light instantly. Chapter 428, Battle of Geniuses, each fight thanks to 5-year-old Bai Shang. Nian Jia, don't bind them yet, I will scatter them. Lu Dong shot into the arena like a cannonball. Come like thunder to collect wrath, vanish like the calm waters of the sea. With words came action. Lu Dong's agility increased 5-fold. Lu Dong's form was so fast that no one could capture it. The thunder god Indra, the wind god Vayu, the rain god Prajanya, the water god Apis, the fire god Agni, and the sun god Surya were all startled at once. The 6 gods were simultaneously scattered by Lu Dong. Wan Yen and Sentiency, experienced fighters, joined forces to intercept, instantly blocking Indra and Vayu. Sentiency shimmered with white light around him, ready to activate his ability to convert lifespan into power. Lu Dong coldly said, "Judge, I don't like owing favors. If you can block them, do it. If you can't, pull back. These gods don't need you to waste your lifespan." Chapter 429, Battle of Geniuses, Slaying the 9 Demons. Boom! Lu Dong's hammer fell, and a sound like bursting bubbles echoed. Ding! Rule Pencil upgrade successful. True Rule Pencil, attack ignores defense, can deal 10-fold damage. Upgrade experience damage rule type, 0/10,000. Additional attribute 1, causes 1000 poison damage per second, till death. Additional attribute 2, damage dealt can restore 25% of health. Additional attribute 3, 10% chance to destroy the rule and absorb it. Additional attribute 4, 0.01% chance for a billionfold critical hit. Lu Dong was stunned. This is. What an amazing state. A billionfold critical hit. His current strength is 10,000 points, with a billionfold critical hit, that's 1 trillion damage. Ignoring defense, 10-fold strength damage means 10 trillion. Chapter 430, Battle of Geniuses, Chui Min vs. Xia Extra Chapter 1. Thanks to the support of those reading. Suddenly the ground trembled, and the soil under Lu Dong's feet shattered, as if a giant hand was pulling Lu Dong into the ground. Lu Dong didn't even have time to react before disappearing from the arena. Huang Xinyan's expression turned serious, and then she followed suit, calling out, "I'm coming." Except for Feng Juanze and Wang Bo, no one saw what took Lu Dong away. Feng Juanze's eyes held a hint of doubt, coldly saying, "When did you connect with the mysterious 8 kings?" Wang Bo did not speak, his hands shimmering with different lights, heading straight for Feng Juanze. First deal with the formidable enemy in front, then rescue Lu Dong. Wang Bo shouted, "Hurry up and clear the enemies." As soon as this was said, the members of the Gotobayo Guild felt their surroundings change dramatically. Chui Min rotated his mammoth blood fury knife, sidestepping to fend off Xia's attack, coldly saying, "There's no need for back-and-forth probing attacks anymore, if you're true." Chapter 431, Battle of Geniuses, Annihilating the Gossick and the Upper Martial Alliance. Thanks to those reading. The sound of a collapse echoed throughout the arena. Du Xiao twirled a secret treasure in his hand, silently blocking Chui Min's striking knife of magnitude. Chui Min turned the knife handle, ready to step forward. Wang Bo shouted, "Clear the scene first." Chui Min blocked the front of the scene, cutting off Du Xiao's intention to move forward. The Cossack smiled darkly, swirling a faint blue light in his hand, as pieces of black metal floated around him. Chao Shangfei revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes, leaping into the air, golden light spinning, rolling out. The battle between the two was more like a clash of black gold. Chao Shangfei controlled the gold, while the Cossack controlled the metal. The Cossack stepped forward, taking advantage of the moment when the metal tore through the gold, coming within 5 meters of Chao Shangfei. The Cossack sneered, "Have you been so scared that you're shitting your pants since the war started?" Chao Shangfei pulled with his right hand, and the sky was filled with scattered gold.
Chapter 432, Battle of Geniuses, Illusion, Extra 3, thanks for the rewards for reading. With a deafening roar, Lu Dong suddenly swung the ruled pencil in his hand during the rapid descent. He didn't know what pulled him, it was like an octopus's tentacle, smooth and with a bit of suction. Earlier, due to his attack, combined with the explosion of the cannon, a huge void appeared underground. About 50 meters from the ground, a huge platform emerged. It seemed like some sharp force had neatly cut out this underground space. Taking advantage of the light coming from the hole above, Lu Dong looked around but found nothing strange. Whoosh! A shadow followed Lu Dong and almost landed at the same time. Lu Dong looked at the lotus leaf beneath him and said softly, "Thanks, Sister Nian." Huang Xinyan frowned slightly and lowered her voice. "It's a bit troublesome, this place's aura makes me feel very uncomfortable." Whoosh! 2 more figures appeared. Chapter 433, Battle of Geniuses, Extinguishing the Arctic Fox, Extra 4, thanks for the rewards for reading. Xiao Huan said coldly, "Shut your mouth, how could I still move that many illusion rules? Be careful, I can hold on for 5 more minutes at most, the descendants of the Yellow Emperor have also unraveled the illusion rules." The killer of deception chuckled lightly, "Don't worry, following me will surely give you a path. The 18 arhats outside aren't all gathered, as long as I absorb Vishnu's divine power or Fengjuan's death energy, I will be the king of the southern district. By then, the strange 8 kings can all be revived based on this." Above the ground, Bai Lixian appeared, surrounded by a massive 8 trigrams illusion, layers of Taoist rhythm wrapping around him. Vishnu's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, his forearms raised high as he inserted the item in his hands into the ground. The earth trembled, yet the hexagram formation of Bai Lixian did not disappear. In his flowing white robe, Bai Lixian shouted harshly, "Xian, establish mountain army." Chapter 434, Battle of Geniuses, Mysterious Gold, Extra 5, thanks for the rewards for reading. The battle, dominated by one-sided strength, ended quickly. Bai Lixian pinched his fingers, frowning, the unease in his heart had not subsided. Guild Channel. Bai Lixian, Bojia, my Taoist suppression upgrade effect time is about to end, I just killed the Arctic Fox, and the experience is about to break me past level 89, if I break through, everyone can break through. Wang Bo, hang in there, a man must learn to endure. Lu Dong has not replied, there might still be strong enemies underground. Shui Min, Bo Jia, you've gone a bit too far with Easternization. How do I feel like this broken thing below is a bit like a teleportation array? Xin Jia, first focus on recovering, no matter what comes out, kill one when there's one. Wei Jun, Xiao Shun, your Easternization is quite exaggerated. Xin Jia, still, Jun Jia has endurance, the battle time is long. With a dark expression, Wei Jun accelerated the attack in his hand. Chapter 435, Battle of Geniuses, Little Genius, Extra 6, thanks for the rewards for reading. Shou Yu frowned, it was actually a false body. It even tricked her. Originally, Taiye's power was evenly matched with her, which was already very frustrating for her. Lowering herself to ambush a small ghost under level 100, she was actually tricked by his clone. Xiao Yu grew angrier the more she thought about it. Zhao Shanfei emerged from beside Bai Lixian, dusting off the dirt on his clothes, and chuckled lightly. No wonder you are a fate seer, this method of ambush is truly creative. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless, but she felt helpless. With her brows furrowed, Xiao Yu's heart shook, was Bishinu actually broken from its true form? Looking at the Beast Clan warrior with the leopard head, Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder you are the god of the South District, you really know how to bring shame to the South District, being ambushed by a player under level 100. Bishinu replied indifferently, it's still better than your BW company. Chapter 436, Battle of Talents, I am the god of deception. Extra Update 7 thanks for the tips. Boom! A massive piece of gold fell down, slamming into Xiao Yu's face. Minus 100 million. The huge damage burst from the top of Xiao Yu's head. 14 zeros flashed a dense red line. The earth trembled, and golden light exploded everywhere. The enormous gold shattered into pieces. It exploded into wind, and Fengjuanza smiled slyly, thank you, I was just worried about not having any wind to restore my Dharma body. The raging wind was instantly absorbed by Fengjuanza. Fengjuanza waved his arms with satisfaction, letting out a delighted groan. This trip to the secular world had brought many gains. The wounded body from the lunar eclipse battle had now recovered considerably. No riots were communicated, those lying on the ground looked up in confusion. The powerful Fengjuanza laughed loudly in the arena. Well, he killed a small boss, and a big boss arrived. Chapter 437, Battle of Talents, by Li Shuang. A figure gently descended into the arena, dressed in shiny black clothes, with eyes like rainbows, seeming to radiate brilliance. Standing in the void, a true fate seer. His aura was comparable to 10 Fengjuanza's. Fengjuanza clenched his teeth and said coldly, by Li Shuang. The middle-aged man slightly raised his head and said softly, what a lively place, a bunch of ancient city dogs and a dog king.
The middle-aged man's gaze stopped on Wang Bo, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. I thought the bloodline of the ancient city had vanished. I didn't expect there to be a remnant in this bizarre world. With a smirk, Bai Li Shuang said gently, "Little princess, would you like me to be your guardian? To protect rare species is the duty of a guardian." But the middle-aged man before her was clearly not a good person. That naked gaze was like a wolf eyeing a row of little sisters in a KTV. Buzz. Chapter 438, Battle of Talents, Capital Level Damage. Goodness. Lu Dong pretended to be Niu Hong, while Niu Hong pretended to be Lu Dong. What kind of tricks are you two playing? Bai Li Shuang put her hands in her pockets, tilted her head, and raised an eyebrow. You absorbed the inheritance from my guardian's ancestral grave and broke into my guardian's retreat. Although I'm not clear about your intentions, I can guess them. You want us guardians to help your ancient city deal with the time and space guests, right? Bai Li Shuang continued on her own. Weak people are like this, always hoping to rely on others. You advanced our return by 50 years, the cost of changing the historical wheel is quite high. Boom! Before Bai Li Shuang could finish, an 80-meter-long giant blade came crashing down. It chopped straight down, as Lu Dong leaped high, the great blade shimmering with eerie light. Bai Li Shuang raised her brow, intrigued. Chapter 439, Battle of Talents, Lu Dong vs Bai Li Shuang. Boom! A flash of white light, and everyone disappeared from the arena. Along with the monks from the Buddha district, Niu Hong also vanished without a trace. Bai Li Shuang revealed a hint of surprise in her eyes, and slowly said, "This is indeed unexpected. There are actually strong ones capable of speaking the law into existence?" The ferocious energy surrounding Lu Dong had already been suppressed to its limit. At this moment, he was in an invincible state, clearly capable of controlling spatial power, yet he didn't sense Bai Li Shuang's ambush. It was just his moment of carelessness that allowed her to launch a sneak attack. Self-blame and anger filled his heart. Bishi Nu watched the ongoing battle with bated breath. Capital level damage. It has exceeded his expectations. Unfortunately, this body, having just taken over, has none of its treasures with it. Vishnu wants to move, but Bai Li Shuang's divine power prevents him from acting. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Chapter 440, Battle of the Genius, the Stoner. Thank you for the support while reading. In the ancient city, Feng Juan's gasps as he lands on the city gate of the Eastern District. Duan Tianming laughs lightly. Back so soon? Perfect, we're just one short, hurry up. Sang Yi sets up a table, rubbing his hands together, and says, "You almost killed us with suspense. It looks like this trip to the mortal world has brought great gains. You've actually returned to the half-step seeker realm." Einstein chuckles, "As long as some treasures are provided, can we return to our peak? I'm counting, the next lunar eclipse is coming soon, this time we must take our revenge." Feng Juan's face becomes serious, and he stands up to head towards the inner city. The news about the Guardian breaking free from the seal must be reported to the time-space traveler immediately. Duan Tianming and the others are stunned at the same time. What happened? Why does Feng Juanzi look so serious? In the next moment, a beam of white light appears in the center of the scene. Bai Li Shuang looks around with a face full of confusion. Chapter 441, Life for a Life. Thank you for the support while reading. Wang Bo suddenly looks up at the stoner, tears in his eyes. The stoner smiles, "Rest well, my princess, that person's life is tougher than all of yours combined. You all stay here at ease, he will come back." Wang Bo's body weakens, and he falls unconscious. The stoner instantly seals Wang Bo's heart-woven chain, whispering, "Xiaobai, your friends are not simple at all, hurry to rest, raise your strength quickly, there isn't much time left for you." Bai Li Xian hesitates, feeling weak, he needs to sleep well. Happy Luohan's expression changed when he heard the sound of the bell tolling. Now, seeing the stoner's determination, he couldn't help but stiffen. The surrounding Luohans all look serious. The stoner turns to the group of Luohans and says, "I need the power of Luohan, you all must give it yourself." Chapter 442, Dungeon. Chui Min's master, once a mountain demon. He takes the members of the Gaud Bao Association toward the 18th Luohan level, escaping before the years digging Luohan level. The man who had disappeared for so long was actually waiting for him here? Lu Dong's whole body is in pain, the agony of broken bones fills him. At this moment, on Sang Yangxiang's back, the jolting makes him feel as if he is cracking all over. Not to mention thinking, even breathing hurts now. After running for a long time, Sang Yangxiang finally brings Lu Dong out of the encircled area. Sang Yangxiang smiles slightly, "Aren't you curious why I knew you would come here? By the way, you're quite bold, you really dared to kill people from the beast tribe? The random teleportation after the leopard head warrior is killed will only send people to places of certain death. I have a big shot here who calculated that there is a calamity here. I never expected that calamity would be you." Chapter 443, You have provoked the wrong person. At the same time, in the center of the bunker, a stunning beauty sits gracefully atop a high platform, her face rosy. Thinking of Sang Yangxiang's powerful impact last night, the beauty's face heats up, and she curses softly. That bald donkey has been studying Buddhism for so many years, really has some skills. She slightly raises her hand, reclining on the long bench, revealing her enchanting figure, and softly says, "What wind blew Lord Lu Qing to my place?" Lu Qing, with a serious expression, walks slowly into the scene. Returning from the southern district, he comes here first. Lu Qing says nothing useless, and in a low voice says, "Lately, I've been feeling something strange, as if a stone is pressing down on my heart. Ve, help me calculate if I'm facing some calamity?" Ve laughs but says nothing, gently moving her jade leg. She leisurely says, "Before the battle of geniuses. Didn't you come to find me? I told you not to go, but you insisted, causing trouble." Chapter 444, Can Morality Really Bind Me? One by one, the insane people had a glimmer of clarity in their eyes. What on earth did they encounter that scared them into sanity? Lu Qing frowned, looking at one guard with half a pencil sticking out of his chest, incredulously asking, "Where did you get that pencil?" The player snorted coldly, not responding, thinking it was absurd. Couldn't he just casually take a treasure without anyone noticing? As long as he didn't admit it, nothing would happen to him. A hearty laugh drifted in from afar. "I originally thought to interact with you as a common person, but you insist on not acting human. Do you really think I'm a soft touch? Enough pretending, let's lay the cards on the table. I am an invincible super strong master." Sang Yangxiang carried Lu Dong on her back, twisting her right hand to unleash rays of light wherever it was in front of her. Chapter 445, The Seventh Bunker is Destroyed. Bonus 1 Thanks for the reader's tip. Sang Yangxiang was stunned. Your brother was killed just like that? Vu was also stunned, thinking they were facing some super strong master. Lu Qing frowned slightly. It shouldn't be, it wasn't this guy's style to die so easily. With a sneer, Lu Dong, with his health bar empty, suddenly raised his head and shouted, "I am Lu Qing, the master of the West District. Today, I shall tread all over your scumbag territory." Lu Qing's face darkened, thinking how he just wanted to keep his distance. Although having the same last name, there was no need for him to help carry this blame. Player's health below 1%, activating desperate measures. Eliminating all negative status effects, the pain finally disappeared. Risk-taking death buff activated. Player can resurrect after death, marking their killer. For 10 minutes, all player attributes increase tenfold, health reduced by 50%, defense drops to 0, and defeating the killer will allow the player to resurrect at full health. Chapter 446, Zombie Source, Bonus 2 Thanks for the reader's tip. For a moment, the entire West District channel was shocked. Isn't the seventh bunker the goddess V's bunker? It shouldn't be, even if zombies collectively attacked, it shouldn't be permanently destroyed. It was my hidden mission. XD, to be fair, I'm just guessing, but this has something to do with that man. Why the hell did he come here to destroy us when he could just go mess with the East District? Are all the geniuses in the West District dead? Can't we hurry up and deal with this? One by one, the geniuses of the West District were speechless. They rushed over as soon as they got the BW organization's wanted notice to kill Lu Dong. Who would have thought that this guy was saved by a bald monk? In this bizarre world now, did strength become inversely proportional to hair volume? Could getting rid of hair lead to strength? Many geniuses rushed to the ruins of the seventh bunker, looking at the dense crowd of players, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 447, Zombie Source, The Page of Rules. After Lu Dong and the others disappeared, several figures suddenly fell. Without exception, they were all seekers of destiny-level strongers. Is this part of the mission? They really have guts. The Zombie Source mission cannot be completed smoothly unless there's a peak seeker existence to defeat the final boss. Then we'll split into two groups. One part will go to the revival point, and the other will stay here to wait for prey. The Guardians scattered. Fang Hai quietly watched the empty ground ahead and softly said, "Originally, my plan was for you to initiate the revival plan in the South District, but now the entire strange world is unstable. The Guardians have been unleashed, and the troubles with the Divine Camp and time travelers are inevitable. As one of the 8 strange kings in the strange world, you 8 guys have not restored your peak strength, you were simply not their match. So, I think." Chapter 448, Zombie Source, Destruction Rate 100%. Without any extra thoughts, the moment Lu Tu sought his beloved cat's corpse, all that filled his mind was a desire for revenge. At level 1, he caused enormous damage during the riot. Consuming his future life force, blocking his own path of reincarnation, he exchanged for this unparalleled strike that overshadowed the heavens and the earth. Beast Tribe of 1000 Beijing destroyed. Lu Dong looked at the scenes recorded in the Diary of a Madman, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The beast soared in the air, and at least 100 beast tribes of the Seekers didn't dare to take Lu Tu's attack head-on. Level 1 player Lu Tu used his own life to inflict 1000 billion damage. At the end of the scene, only a mournful phrase remained.
AIANASQOBU Jiansong Gali Lang QOK Lao. Lu Dong immediately felt a wave of desolation. He didn't know Lu Tu's past, perhaps he was just an ordinary homebody. He poured all his emotions, all. Chapter 449, Zombie Source, Rule Killer. The three of them looked at Lu Dong, who neither drove nor responded, and couldn't help but show signs of tension. Sang Yangxiang urged anxiously, Lu Dong. What are you still thinking about? Lu Dong murmured softly, left foot clutch all the way down, start in first gear, lightly tapped the accelerator while releasing the left foot. Lu Qing with a dark expression said, aren't you supposed to drive? What are you playing at? The three of them were very angry. Didn't you think this was a game? The next second, a black police car suddenly stopped in front of the fire truck. Everyone turned pale, the three in protective suits felt a hint of fear. VE was already prepared to give up the mission. In the next moment, Lu Dong actually rolled down the window. Comrade, please help us. From the black police car, a handsome young man got out. He received a notice from his superiors about 4 strange guys aboard a fire truck. The pharmacy was. Chapter 450, Zombie Source, damage is only a bitty bit, extra 1, thanks to the reader. A flicker of light appeared, instantly striking in the hallway. Sang Yangxiang and the other two simultaneously took a step back, only Lu Dong moved forward. Lu Dong's eyes glinted with red light. Laser pulses, combined with thermal imaging weapons, would predict the target's movement trajectory. This kind of weapon being triggered, this lab would likely be in big trouble. The rule pencil transformed into an 80-meter-long knife, directly destroying this equipment. Lu Dong put away the rule pencil and said softly, perhaps things are much more complicated than we imagined. The three followed Lu Dong forward, the 4 stopped at the large door ahead. The door at the top of the laboratory requires a key to open. Congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Finding the key to open this door will give you a chance to uncover the truth. Details are in this passage, please search carefully, players. VE and Lu Qing turned around simultaneously, opening. Chapter 451, Zombie Source, Level 1 Limited Edition Bald Beast. Extra 2, thanks to the reader. Lu Qing and VE stepped back simultaneously. During this mission, they had become accustomed to waiting for Lu Dong's opinions. Their presence here, including seeing through the professor's scheme, relied entirely on Lu Dong's vision. Lu Dong softly said, when I studied mathematics before, I also studied human genes for a period, because the human body is a true mathematical treasure. The so-called zombie virus is actually a death gene that appeared long ago in scrappy and mad cow disease. This bizarre illness in cattle and sheep is incurable, highly contagious, and very destructive, but it also has a fatal flaw. That is, it cannot cross species barriers. Lu Dong slowly turned the rule pencil and continued softly, I was just thinking, how could the zombie virus of this world be transmitted to players? Now I roughly understand, this is just the strategy deliberately crafted by the guardians of the species. Chapter 452, Zombie Source, Save this city, thanks to the reader. The young police officer, on alert for containment, slowly raised his head. Looking at the incredible mushroom cloud of the laboratory overhead, the next moment, even the shockwave from the explosion was taken away, and he couldn't help but show red light in his eyes. Fortunately, he had already isolated the surrounding streets all by himself. The sky changed into a scene of disaster, making the whole city fall into panic. The young police officer heard the call from headquarters in his earpiece. Police number 9527. Headquarters calling. Police number 9527. Headquarters calling. The young man softly said, Police number 9527, Intern Officer Yang Yong reporting. Report the complete situation. Yang Yong's eyes showed a hint of redness as he quickly said, at 10:08 a.m. on June 5, a pharmacy outside the city was set on fire by suspicious players, and our department is cooperating with firefighters for on-site control. While I was checking suspicious vehicles, I was approached by 4 fire experts. Chapter 453, Zombie Source, Hidden Plot. Thanks to Chingpi Hunzi for the 100 rewards. The mayor's face was red with heat. We don't want to be in Truman's world anymore. This world should have its own vitality. You shouldn't use a shield to isolate our world from the strange world outside. Bai Li Shuang said coldly, your existence means you provide endless material for my research, and since you have thoughts of resistance, be prepared for destruction. Bai Li Shuang instantly erased the mayor's mental power, making him become a vegetative state in an instant. In the next moment, Bai Li Shuang's body stiffened as he saw through the window countless office personnel spreading out. Good heavens! The mayor actually set him up? Those secretaries had evidently received some kind of order. They left with a mission. The mayor fell to the ground in despair, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He had been planning this rebellion for many years, to get rid of Bai Li Shuang's control. Chapter 454, Zombie Source, Wasting Heaven's Gift. In tribute. In the underground passage of the zombie source, at this moment, it was filled with countless zombies. Bai Li Shuang released viruses from various laboratories, and in an instant, the virus spread throughout the city. All the city's drinking water was completely contaminated by the virus. Restaurants, malls, watering trucks, transportation facilities were destroyed in an instant. The zombie virus spread at a geometric rate. In less than 10 minutes, half of the city's residents were infected by the zombie virus.
Of course, another half had received the mayor's prior preparations, locking down early and preparing various supplies.
These NPCs quietly guarded in secret bunkers, waiting for rescue. And those NPCs with a scent of traditional Chinese medicine were quickly transformed into zero zombies, rapidly spreading various zombie viruses.
In the underground passage. Chapter 455, Zombie Source, the trick of slaughter is successful. Bonus 1 thanks to the readers.
Yang Yong looked at the experts in front of him, unable to contain his joy and said, "Heroes? It's you."
Lu Dong gently waved his hand. "No, you are the hero." His eyes reddened as Lu Dong was shocked. Yang Yong had directly broken through to the pinnacle of comprehension. Having absorbed the purified blood, Yang Yong felt relaxed, overflowing with boundless power.
"Experts. Do you still need me to pave the way for you this time?"
Lu Dong nodded gently, curious about what ability Yang Yong would awaken after absorbing all the negative energy and purifying blood. Yang Yong stretched out his right hand, and the underground passage shook, as a giant train car roared out. A sacred breath, crystal clear, the white light shone like polished wax, radiating warm light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Yang Yong gently touched the train's head, whispering, "Old buddy, long time no see."
Lu Dong looked at the side of the train. Chapter 456, Zombie Source, Expert Lu Dong Bonus 2 thanks for the reader's donation.
The whole city of the zombie source erupted with roars. Battles broke out everywhere, and the entire city fell into chaos. Especially after the trick of slaughter successfully summoned the tricks of jealousy and hatred, the three tricks and Bai Li Shuang instantly engaged in fierce battle. The trick of slaughter did not expect to only summon two brothers. Bai Li Shuang also did not expect that the trick of slaughter would actually. Two strange kings can also be summoned. 3 against 1, there is a momentum like the three heroes battling Lubu. The sound of a thunderous roar echoed through the world. In the distance, the BW organization's members saw this battle and immediately accelerated their recovery speed. Killing a strong opponent of the same rank can speed up recovery, but the zombies in this city are a bit troublesome.
At the same time, in the Dao Zone,
Wang Bo's injuries became more and more severe, and the situation worsened for Wang Bo, who was just hanging on by a thread.
Chapter 457, Zombie Source, Destroy It. In the huge circular laboratory,
Lu Dong stared blankly at the light column above, feeling a terrifying spatial energy within it. Earlier, when Lu Dong stimulated the rules he created, he had also controlled the spatial power for a short time. It was because of this contact with space that he sensed the unique energy contained in the light column. It was like a power connecting two worlds. Lu Dong frowned slightly. If this isolated world were to connect with the main world of the strange realm, it might not be a good thing. After all, the zombie virus had not yet been cracked. Once the virus here spread to the strange realm, the entire world might be destroyed. The two worlds were slowly drawing closer under the pull of the light column. Roar! The sound of beast roars came from all around. The roars, infused with beast genes, were deafening. Sang Yangxiang and the others were all.
Chapter 458, Zombie Source, Kill Genie Again. The pure white wedding dress, spotless.
Shining square crystals, like diamonds, adorned Genie's outfit. Genie stared blankly at Lu Dong, seemingly wanting an explanation. Lu Dong was also stunned. There must be at least 100 square crystals, all on Genie's body.
Without hesitation, Lu Dong ran straight towards Genie. Genie's lips curled up, coldly saying, "Only now do you know to back out? It's too late. You will never be able to have me." Dense gun barrels suddenly appeared behind Genie.
Having absorbed the zombie virus, she, with the help of the zombie source, was even better at controlling firearms.
In an instant, a rain of bullets filled the air before Lu Dong. Not to mention a person, even a fly couldn't escape here unscathed. Genie, as if venting, shot all her bullets out. Chapter 459, Zombie Source, the 9-word truth. Buzz.
A light sound came, and Lu Dong felt his body sink. In the next moment, he was struck away by a tremendous force. It was like being hit by a speeding train. Lu Dong's body slammed against the wall of the laboratory like a cannonball.
Minus 50,000.
A red number floated above his head indicating his health. Lu Dong clutched his chest. The master was still able to fight, but the seeker was truly powerful. He was simply no match. The Arctic Fox's speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to adapt his body or to mobilize the rules, and in an instant, he was forced back. A hint of coldness emerged in Lu Dong's eyes. He immediately rolled to the side. The priority was to destroy the zombie source. The zombie source continuously provided energy to these creatures. But the Arctic Fox did not give Lu Dong a chance to escape, rushing towards Lu Dong in an instant. In the next moment, above the hidden laboratory, Bai Li Xian stood there, her face full of anger.
Chapter 460, Zombie Source, How About a Deal? Ad 1, Thanks for reading. Lu Dong was battling the zombie Arctic fox. To be precise, while escaping, Lu Dong suddenly stiffened all over. Bai Li Xian. Bai Li Xian could actually communicate with him through thought now. Lu Dong hurriedly replied, "What's wrong with Bo Jia?" Bai Li Xian's voice came through. Now Bo Jia is hanging by a thread, the combined power of the 17 arhats is destroying her vitality. Lu Dong did not hesitate, kill all 17 of them. Bai Li Xian's thought communication was transmitted to Lu Dong through the Dao rhythm, ignoring the spatial distance. Everyone around him could see the content of this thought communication. Of course, this was also the first time Bai Li Xian had just mastered the 9-word truth. Only the essence can be used as a message, it has not yet turned into a direct conversation. The people of the Baogong meeting had black lines on their faces. Your brother really dares to speak. Including Shanning, the Arhats all had puzzled expressions. Chapter 461, Zombie Source, the Cross-Boundary Transmission Device, Ad 2. Thanks for reading. Sang Yangshi and others were simultaneously stunned. Lu Dong's lover was going to die? The mischief of hatred stirred the virtual fire in Han and chuckled. Look at the anger inside you, don't worry about how I know, in a certain way, the Guardians are our common enemy. Bailey Shuang's face changed rapidly, then her eyes flashed with a hint of anger and said, Why must you seek death? Bailey Shuang's seal, Forbidden Earth and Sky. A magical halo instantly appeared above the mischief of hatred's head. At the moment the mischief of hatred retreated, Bailey Shuang suddenly changed direction and appeared above Lu Dong. With one hand, Bailey Shuang pressed firmly on Lu Dong's shoulder. The gap in strength was simply too large. Lu Dong didn't even have time to react, once again being controlled by Bailey Shuang. Looking at the man before him, Lu Dong couldn't help but recall the day when Wang Bo was hit by the high-level attack. Chapter 462, Zombie Source, Level 3 Heartlink Chain. Ad 3. Thanks for reading. The roaring sound shook the air. Bailey Shuang once again battled with the 3 strange kings. Although Bailey Shuang, without absorbing the source power, could not kill the 3 strange kings, she still firmly held the upper hand. The attacks from the murderous mischief, jealousy mischief, and mischief of hatred fell on Bailey Shuang, feeling neither painful nor itchy. Bailey Shuang was still immune to most of the attacks. Mischief of hatred chuckled softly. Lu Dong has broken your zombie source, can you still be immune to natural damage? Bailey Shuang sneered, how can all the eggs be placed in one basket? Lu Dong received the square crystal thrown by the mischief of hatred's trio, smashed it with his power of rules, and stared in shock at the system prompt. 9 are missing. Having already destroyed 990, only the last 9 are left. Murderous mischief coldly said, all the zombie sources from the hidden laboratories have been transmitted to. Chapter 463, Zombie Source, Seriously Wounding Bailey Shuang. Ad 4. Thanks for reading. Lu Dong suddenly soared into the air, rushing faster than before. Bailey Shuang could be immune to natural attacks, but she could not be immune to her own physical attacks. The Shinnong bloodline erupted. The pain from the broken bones in his chest no longer mattered to Lu Dong as he sprinted towards Bailey Shuang. Bailey Shuang's lips curled up, leisurely saying, Are you unable to stand it? Want to fight me with all your might? Lu Dong, since I don't have any guardian species right now, how about you become my toy? Just like Fong Hai treats those 8 strange kings, viewing them as toys, deceiving them into performing various tricks. Murderous mischief, jealousy mischief, and mischief of hatred all paused, toys? Indeed, for the Guardians, the existence of these species did not matter, they seemed to truly be like toys. Even if the species really went extinct, the Guardians would not care at all. Chapter 464, Zombie Source, The Artificial Moon, Ad 5. Thanks for reading. Song Shao looked at the dark space below, suddenly recalling something. The Cossacks had already revived, why continue to do tasks here? Song Shao suddenly gathered calm power, surveying every corner of his body, finding nothing unusual. However, he still felt a hint of unease. A sense of confusion shrouded by a huge shadow. The jealousy mischief chasing Bailey Shuang smiled slightly and said softly, It's time to verify our guess, although 5 guys are missing, we 3 should be enough. Murderous mischief whispered, Has the seed already sprouted? Jealousy mischief nodded gently, and murderous mischief coldly said, Then let's start implementing the plan. Jealousy brings hatred, and hatred brings slaughter. 3 illusory emotions suddenly radiated across the entire city. The strange jealousy spat out a mouthful of spit, and coldly said. Chapter 465, Zombie Source, Wang Bo's Crisis, Bonus Chapter 6. Thanks for reading the book. 13.99 million points of spiritual energy exploded at the same time, and Lu Dong immediately activated the natural secret method. Boom! A streak of lightning fell from the sky, splitting the white moon above the sky with a loud crash. In an instant, the white moon actually shattered. Far in the distance, Bai Li Shuang never imagined that the moon he created, a seed with a strong life aura, would be attacked by lightning. In his secret realm, how could there be any natural force?
Bai Li Xuang suddenly thought of Lu Dong, only that brat could summon natural attacks. His body trembled as he looked at the shattered white moon above his head, and he couldn't help but show a cruel look, immediately charging towards the three of the Killing Strange. This time, it was a one-sided attack. The Killing Strange, the Hatred Strange, and the Jealousy Strange were bound by moonlight. Although they broke free from the confinement, they lost the initiative to fight. This time, Bai Li Xuan had the advantage, and the three of them could only retreat step by step. Chapter 466, Zombie Source, each with their own thoughts. The tremor of the Zombie Source mission shocked everyone. The sensation that shook the earth and mountains clearly felt like two worlds were colliding and connecting. Lu Dong looked up at the disappearing beam of light in the sky, and a familiar aura emerged. The Strange World. The city in this mission had connected with the Strange World. Although there was still the final layer of protective shield, they could already vaguely feel the Strange World. Yang Yang thought for a moment, then said softly, "Expert, we found a diary in a lab, and it records in detail the reason for the birth of the entire city." "I haven't read it yet." Lu Dong asked in confusion, "Why haven't you read it?" Yang Yang whispered, "In my heart, I must hold on to some hope. If I knew the absurdity of the whole world, life would lose its meaning." Lu Dong nodded and opened the diary, then froze for a moment. Indeed, it was by Li Xuang and Chapter 467, Zombie Source, Space Rift. In fact, the second Emperor Dog clearly knew that if Wang Bo stayed in the Dao district, it would only lead to one result, death. Within 24 hours, if the soul didn't return, Wang Bo's body would begin to decay. The princess had used Wang Bo's body to leave. The longer she stayed away, the stronger the rejection from this body would become. The emperor lightly leaned in front of Wang Bo, affectionately rubbing his arm, reminiscing about the past. The more he remembered the happiness, the more bitter it felt now. A trace of resentment seeped into his heart as the second Emperor Dog stared at the western district wall, deep in thought. Even if the space rift was opened, without coordinates, where would they find Wang Bo's soul? The space rift was a place where even rules didn't exist. The only rule that existed was the rule of destruction. Once a space storm hit, they would all die. They had no idea what the space rift. Chapter 468, Zombie Source, Training Zombies. Lu Dong stared blankly at the surrounding zombie horde. Hatred and the desire for slaughter swirled in his heart. Clearly, Sang Yangxiang had already returned, and the power of the 18 Arhats couldn't save Wang Bo? Then, what was the point of the strange world's existence? Lu Dong turned the rule pencil in his hand and suddenly began to slaughter. The disgusting zombies surrounded him, but this time, Lu Dong felt no fear, he just wanted to kill with abandon. This way, he could suppress his concern for Wang Bo. Lu Dong didn't even know what he would have to do in the next mission, so he simply focused on slaughtering. The rule pencil transformed into a long blade, roaring and flowing around. Ignoring the rules, ignoring the moves. Facing the zombie tide, Lu Dong was like a warrior holding back a storm. Like the war god Xiang Yu by the Wu River years ago, fighting to the death without retreating. The damage ranged from millions to. Chapter 469, Zombie Source, Mutated Blood, Extra Update 1. Thanks for the tip from the reader. Boom. The entire city shook violently. Bai Li Xuan raised her brows, surprised that someone was controlling their secret realm to crash into the strange world. Her gaze fixed on the ground, Bai Li Xuan shouted, her force suddenly surging into the earth. Puff. A figure appeared, linked to a train in the field. Bai Li Xuan said coldly, NPC? Do you rebellious guys really think I won't kill you? With a flash of cold light, Bai Li Xuan's attack struck the train. A group of NPCs fell to the ground, scattered and rolling everywhere. Yan Yang had blood at the corner of his mouth, shouting loudly, Expert, you cannot give up. You said this world can be saved. Bai Li Xuan raised the corner of her mouth, Expert? They were just a bunch of people telling lies that ordinary folks can't understand. At the same time, underground in a certain area of the East District. Chapter 470, Zombie Source, isn't this harming people? Extra Update 2. Thanks for the tip from the reader. The Strange of Hatred and the Strange of Slaughter were still in shock. Lu Dong's knife had already cut down, splitting the two in half. With their basic attributes reduced to level 1, how could they resist? No miracle happened, the three strange kings were killed simultaneously. You killed the Strange of Slaughter, the Strange of Hatred, the Strange of Jealousy. I'm really freaking out. Can't we not kill them? Without these three guys, how can we stop Bai Li Xuan's conspiracy? The strange world is going to be destroyed, your brother is full of zombie poison, and you're just here to cause trouble, right? I beg you to die quickly. Same level kill, you gain 3,000 experience points. Destruction Source title upgraded, you gain occupation recognition, Destroyer. Destroyer, you were born to destroy, the whole world is a huge. Chapter 471, Zombie Source, I will also draw a circle, extra update 3. Thanks for the tip from Abba Abba. Thud. A faint sound came from the distant barrier. Niu Hong was stunned. There was still a barrier in the space. Was that from outside the realm? Wang Bo, crying, listened to the sound, constantly grasping the passing souls.
Do you know Lu Dong?
Know him. I was killed by him.
Where is Lu Dong?
In your grandfather's bed.
Have you seen Lu Dong?
I was killed by him in the 3rd chapter. Do you have a problem? Each time Wang Bo talked to a soul, the light on her body dimmed a little. Then, Niu Hong said softly, Princess, we can't ask anymore, your mental strength will be consumed. Wang Bo cried desperately. She shouldn't be crying, but she just wanted to cry. At this moment, Wang Bo suddenly understood how hard it was to not even understand the essay topics in the college entrance examination. Hey! The barrier. Chapter 472, Zombie Source, 1000 Force Damage. Extra Update 4. Thanks for the tip from Abba Abba. Theoretically, Lu Dong actually could not activate the 5th move's prerequisite. But Lu Dong already believed deep down that Wang Bo was dead. Sadness surged like a river, combined with Xiaoxi's anger, he unleashed the shocking attack. Boom! A harsh rumble sounded. Bai Li Shuang didn't even have time to react as the life force in front of him shattered. Bai Li Shuang opened his mouth, spewing a large amount of green aura. He wanted to leave his body, but the chaotic rules around him instantly obliterated him. Minus 1,000. High damage burst forth from the top of Bai Li Shuang's head. Bai Li Shuang couldn't understand until his death how Lu Dong could unleash such level of damage. 1000 force. The guardian Bai Li Shuang, who lived as long as the heavens and the earth, had planned the entire epic's zombie source, but met his end before succeeding. The rule pencil in Lu Dong's hand continued to move and suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 473, Zombie Source, Sacred Body of 10,000 Sources, thanks to the tip from 5-year-old. The entrance was soft, a line in the throat. Sweet like spring water, Wang Bo's blood poured into Lu Dong's mouth. Cool blood instantly entered Lu Dong's body. Behind Wang Bo was the guardian Buddha, radiating a faint golden light, enveloping the two. You gained the blood of the ancient capital princess. The energy, swirling with light elements, dissolves the zombie toxin. The Buddha 1 Yuan spirit body is awakened. The Shinnon bloodline and true Buddha bloodline, guided by the blood of light elements, are fused. You have obtained the 1 Yuan holy body. All negative states have been eliminated. 1 Yuan holy body, you possess infinite blood, immune to divine powers, immune to control skills, immune to elemental damage. You can absorb the power of other bloodlines. Clear brightness flickered in Lu Dong's eyes, a refreshing feeling radiating from every part of his body. He felt the sensation at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 474, Zombie Source, someone is dealing with him, thanks to the 5-year-old Bai Shang. Yang Yang nodded vigorously, speaking aloud, Expert, as long as my city survives, our existence will have meaning. You are our benefactor, we must listen to you. Lu Dong took a deep breath and said softly, Wife, use your light to cover the entire city. Wang Bo immediately mobilized the light of the rising sun, combined with the power of faith, and suddenly locked onto the entire city's range. Lu Dong raised both hands, touching Wang Bo's light path. The great rock rises with the wind and soars 90,000 miles. Teleporting an object, ignoring distance. The city covered by Wang Bo's light instantly appeared in Go City. In Go City, Nanguo Luo trembled. Now it was truly a crisis both inside and outside. Earlier, the protective light of the Buddha that had been guarding had ended, and Sang Yangxiang appeared with Yi and Lu Qing, all three at the peak of control. After a battle, Nanguo. Chapter 475, Goodbye, Beijing level damage. View, X, SX and HF. Lu Dong's simulated aura this time was just like the one he had when he thought Wang Bo was dead. At this moment, he seemed like an aging middle-aged man, his face full of sorrow, his voice whimpering. Wife, you died so tragically. As soon as this was said, the members of Go De Bao Guild twitched their lips. Wang Bo's face darkened even more. Big brother, what are you doing? Everyone in the room, except for one dog, was confused. The second husky emperor squinted his eyes, stunned for a moment. Lu Dong would never do anything unnecessary. Is this preparing a preemptive skill? Tricking himself into thinking his wife died to invoke sadness. What kind of skill is this? The emperor looked at the power emerging around Lu Dong and suddenly showed a hint of shock in his eyes. This damn kid, he actually created his own rules. Even these rules have reached. Chapter 476, Ninja Mission. Extra Chapter 1, thanks to ABA's donation. About 50 minutes later, Lu Dong finally returned to normal. Tears of blood continued, but the sadness had disappeared. Lu Dong looked coldly at the people in front of him and said coldly, What's going on? Jiang Zholi was the first to speak. Lu Dong, how about we form an alliance? Our Eastern District God's Camp wants to join you. Lu Dong raised his hand slightly, interrupting Jiang Zholi, and said coldly, The gods of my world, I respect them greatly, but as for you from the strange world, I still don't have a good impression.
My Go City was attacked, and you stood far away and watched. After seeing I returned, you acted to stop me from letting the Guardian escape. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I hesitated just now, but I didn't use that attack to kill you all. After all, in some ways, I've still relied on your power. Luya raised an eyebrow when Lu Dong said this. Chapter 477, Erecting Monuments and Building Momentum. Extra Chapter 2, thanks to ABA's donation. The 8 members of Go de Bao Guild all shook at the same time, all their injuries fully healed, and all skills refreshed. The sparkling treasure in front of Tai Quan suddenly shattered. Tai Quan felt a sharp pain in his heart. This was a secret treasure hidden by the Tai family, originally thought to restore the strength of less than 100 level players. It should have only consumed 1/10 of the treasure. Who would have thought that this treasure actually shattered directly? Tai Quan was not a petty person. As long as the family's legacy remained, treasures could be discarded as mere items. Tai Quan slowly lifted his head, and 4 weapons suddenly fell in front of Go City's gate. Sword, knife, staff, spear. Tai Quan cupped his fists and said, I'll send you the target coordinates now. The 4 great families of the Eastern District will undoubtedly protect Go City intact. The great Emperor Erha slightly raised his head, looking at the spiritual transmission of the standing stone Taoist in front of him, his brows furrowed. This old Taoist actually took the initiative to speak? The Emperor was very clear. Chapter 478, Go City Mission, Extra 3 thanks to ABA for the reward. Above Go City, huge Taoist rhythms suddenly condensed into a stele. On the wordless stele, there was, surprisingly, a dazzling Buddhist light. Go City has connected to the source power of the Dao Zone, entering an invincible state. If you want to enter Go City, you must pass through the Dao Zone. Wantong looked up at Tai Quan, remained silent, and said slowly. I want to see how long you Dao Zone can survive? Wantong disappeared from the scene. This revenge battle, however, left him badly hurt. Tai Quan twirled the sword in his hand. The spirit of the standing stone Taoist had already vanished, but she fought with her own body, and soon he would break through to the realm of the Destiny Seeker. Tai Quan cupped his hands in gratitude towards the empty wordless stele and then stepped away. At this moment, Go City was much safer than any city in the Eastern District. Zhang Jioli stared blankly at the wordless stele and said softly, when we once swept through the world, where was there any Dao Zone business? Chapter 479, Ninja Village, Ninja Assessment, Extra 4 thanks to ABA for the reward. In the Ninja Guild. The members of the Go de Bao Guild followed the coordinates provided by Tai Quan and indeed found the entrance to the instance mission. Along the way, everyone was subtly inquiring about the strawberry mark on Wang Bo's neck. To be precise, it should be the watermelon mark. Others suck, but why did your older brother leave a bite mark? Wang Bo said it was from a dog bite, and Lu Dong barked beside him. In the play, everyone entered the mission. You have entered Ninja Village. Ninja Village, this place inherits the ancient ninja culture. The stone you see may be the embodiment of a ninja, and the seemingly harmless little grass could be a deadly hidden weapon. Main task, escape from Ninja Village. Side task, Ninja Village has collected the most complete treasures in the world. If you want to choose a divine weapon, you can become a ninja. Note, don't easily accept NP. Chapter 480, Ninja Village, the big villain? The Go de Bao Guild members were all taken aback. The knocking sound at this moment was not easy to handle. Moreover, there was such a big hole here. Lu Dong twirled a rule pencil and said softly, I'll open it. Huang Xiainian raised his hand, and the green plants covered the pit, but the protruding colors were very eye-catching. Creak. Lu Dong opened the door in front of him. A geisha in kimono pressed her hands on her thighs and said softly, Kong and I Chiwa. You triggered the side task, pass the ninja assessment. Only by becoming a ninja can you successfully enter Ninja Village. Lu Dong nodded and smiled at the geisha. He was very good at your language, he whispered. Hi, your mom's name. The geisha was taken aback and was directly controlled by Lu Dong. She wanted to struggle, but with only 2,000 strength against Lu Dong's 20,000 strength, she was completely unable to fight back. Chapter 481, Ninja Village, I am Lu Dong's eldest son. The little boy's body trembled, his little trick was completely seen through. Suppressing his surprise, the little boy turned the long knife and slowly moved towards the corner of the wall. Wei Jun stood at the corner, looking at the little boy approaching, feigning an angry look, coldly saying, If you dare to come closer, I will kill you. The little boy frowned, scanning the crowd around him, and said coldly, We are merely the indigenous people here, responsible for receiving missions. If you are unwilling to venture to become ninjas, you can communicate with the daimyo yourselves. There is no need to drag us into your war. Daimyo? Lu Dong's mouth curved up. This little rascal was just too much like him. On the surface, he was stalling for time while secretly preparing for a sneak attack with hidden weapons. Lu Dong suddenly dove forward, accelerating towards the little boy. With an incredible agility, the little boy didn't even react before. Chapter 482, Ninja Village, Cursed. Everyone was taken aback simultaneously. This little brat. At this moment, why does he sound so old-fashioned?
Louis Xiong sighed and gently stomped his foot, causing the illusion within the house to vanish in an instant.
Buzz. Huang Xinyan and the others felt a strange mental force retreating from the house.
Lu Dong said slowly, let's talk it through carefully.
Louis Xiong turned his saber and softly said, there's something I still want to clarify. As he stepped forward, a gigantic python's phantom unexpectedly appeared behind Louis Xiong. Sword Snake Chant.
Louis Xiong's saber erupted with a deafening blast, the sound of the blade cracking like a snake's hiss, and all the fragments instantly swarmed towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong did not dodge, entering a topological state, his body turned into a shadow, evading all the sharp attacks. In Louis Xiong's hand was a small dagger, like the striking tongue of a rattlesnake, it pierced straight toward Lu Dong's heart.
Lu Dong softly said. Chapter 483, Ninja Village, Absolute. Extra update 1 thanks to ABA for the reward. Lu Dong and the others followed the direction of the kunai, quickly traversing the dark forest, arriving at a small camp.
Huang Xinyan frowned slightly and softly said, there's no one here, it seems like a fake gathering place.
Wang Bo twirled a glimmer of light with his fingers and softly said, it's probably underground, the surface is just a bait trap.
Lu Dong shouted, son, Dad has come to find you.
The group twitched their lips, your brother recognizes his son pretty quickly.
Buzz. A black hole appeared in the ground, and Louis Xiong quickly stepped out, looking at the members of the Gotabeo Guild, softly saying.
Impressive, that group of souls immune to physical attacks didn't cause you any harm.
Louis Xiong led the group into the cave. After a dim light, they arrived in a spacious cavern. Looking around, there were quite a few familiar faces.
Min Shui, Min Yi. Chapter 484, Ninja Village, Inside of Power Extra Update 2 thanks to ABA for the reward.
Louis Xiong softly said. The task of entering Ninja Village typically has 2 types, one is like you, entering actively, then you will appear in the assessment room, waiting for the ninja's guidance. The other passive method is through the reverse summoning technique within Ninja Village, directly bringing people in here.
Louis Ran and the others were obviously the latter. After they entered the task, they instantly fell into an encirclement.
If not for Louis Ran unleashing powerful sword energy, probably most of these talents would have been done for.
Louis Ran softly said, this is roughly the situation, we also thought about leaving Ninja Village, but it seems that the exit is at the other end of the village. According to the accounts of these little guys, the Ninja Village is now occupied by 3 forces, and we can't pass through here in a short time. 3 forces?
The members of the Gotabeo Guild were especially curious.
Chapter 485, Ninja Village, Artifact Vault Extra Update 3 Happy Birthday to Tan609.
The black lines crossing in front of Lu Dong had a tendency to merge.
Sometimes thin like silk, sometimes thick like a net. If it weren't for sensing Lu Dong's aura, gradually getting stronger.
Everyone had to interrupt this guy, who knows what he would draw next. The roar of explosions echoed continuously, and the talents of many comprehenders actually leveled up simultaneously.
The geniuses of the 4 major families were all different.
Not counting Louis Ran, there appeared 20 mid-tier comprehenders, 10 high-tier comprehenders, and 5 peak comprehenders in the field. And Louis Ran directly broke through the comprehender realm, becoming a beginner controller. The change in breath caused the 5 members of the Absolute Organization to shudder simultaneously.
Goodness, a collective breakthrough.
Louis Ran gently opened her eyes, her gaze flickering with sword shadows as she stood up to meet Wang Bo's gaze. A burst of battle intent erupted.
Boom boom. Chapter 486, Ninja Village, Masterful Skills Extra Update 4 Happy Birthday to Tan609. Hey. The 5 members of the Absolute Organization were all stunned. Why was this big brother's eyes full of excitement? Did he misunderstand what everyone was trying to express?
Louis Xiong softly said, now, 3 forces are competing for it 3 days later.
The first place to see the divine weapon. Dong Ge, please calm down. Lu Dong rubbed his nose and said, isn't the divine weapon coming out in 3 days? Boring, why not just rob the divine weapon treasury? Then all the divine weapons would belong to us.
Anyway, we're going to rob it in 3 days, what's the difference with doing it now? Louis Xiong was taken aback, feeling something was off, but Lu Dong made a good point.
Louis Ran suddenly said coldly, the 3 forces are far stronger than you think.
Not to mention how many comprehenders are inside, but the controllers number no less than 100.
Even if every one of you could kill a controller.
Louis Xiong nodded vigorously, damn, that makes so much sense. Lu Dong raised his head and said coldly, I also need to remind you, I am someone who protects my own. I never judge right or wrong, only good or bad relationships. If you dare to make my wife angry again, I don't mind breaking that sword-wielding hand of yours.
Lu Dong then stood up and said, then it's settled. I have been through the ninja assessment.
Wait for my signal to enter and unlock the 3 areas, we will share the divine weapons. Everyone from the Gotabeo Guild stood up at the same time, striding towards the cave entrance.
Wu Ju was stunned and quickly followed.
Min Shui and Min Yiping pondered Lu Dong's words, and Min Shui then looked up and said, I understand now why Min Rin and Min Hang are willing to follow Lu Dong. He is simply a living Buddha in this world, seeing through problems so clearly.
A group of geniuses in the East District fell into deep thought.
According to the normal plot progression of the strange world, players would gradually unlock the class change tasks after reaching level 50. But because of Lu Dong, the world's plot kept accelerating. Level 50, 100, comprehenders, controllers, and even seekers all appeared.
Many players didn't even change their class, they directly entered level 100.
The secret class change task of the Ninja Guild was actually a secret unknown to outsiders by the BW organization.
Even within the Ninja Guild, there were two factions.
One faction firmly supported the BW organization's Southern District overlords, believing that following BW would lead to plenty to eat and drink.
The result was that they were completely wiped out by the Gaud Bao Guild.
The other faction delved deep into the ninja village. In this small world, unaffected by the main plot of the strange world, they could rapidly boost their strength. These players knew very well that in the game world, only their own strength mattered above all.
A cold aura instantly wrapped around everyone.
Bai Lixian said coldly, let him come out, I can deal with him once he enters my innate bagua.
Boom! The ground cracked.
A monster with a snake body, 6 arms, and 2 wings suddenly erupted from the ground. Chao Shangfei frowned and said, damn, this guy is faster than my gold's moving speed. My gold only started moving at 1/10, and he is already at the surface. Bai Lixian whispered, Shen character, mountain army. The power of Taoist rhythm suddenly condensed in front of him, directly controlling the massive beast. The appearance of the beast made the ninjas of the Ninja Guild break free from Bai Lixian's innate bagua, and everyone saw the beast's face and shouted loudly.
Fei! Fei! Bai Lixian raised an eyebrow, this is somewhat troublesome.
Xin Jie hurriedly said, Louis Xiong, where is the switch to control the divine weapon treasury in the Ninja Guild?
Soft?
Wang Bo chuckled lightly and said, you soft-hearted guy, do you know what hard really means?
Light spikes.
The scattered light instantly materialized.
The light spike suddenly froze Vishnu in place.
Wang Bo said softly, you all keep moving forward, leave the rest to me. Lu Dong's eyes glinted with a cold light as he said softly, how about I accompany you to take him down? Wang Bo shook his head, urging, the divine weapon treasury is more important.
Jun Jun and Bai Daorun do not have the divine artifact yet.
Your major level curse is urgent. These divine tricks are very delaying, do not waste time here.
The key point is still the ninja natives.
Compassion, wait for the signal before opening the seal.
Don't open it directly like Chao Shangfei and the others.
Lu Dong and the other 3 nodded gently and then sped deeper into the ninja village.
In fact, Lu Dong knew well that
Wang Bo whispered, go find Shiva and tell her that the war that belongs to me, I will end myself. I cannot afford the friendship of the Southern District gods.
Vishnu's body startled, then said coldly, Princess, won't this be a bit heartless?
Wang Bo shook his head gently, do you know how painful it is for a little girl to watch her family die one by one in front of her, and then to endure being stripped of her memories?
Vishnu fell silent.
Wang Bo put his hands behind his back, the short skirt turned slightly, and the white silk fluttered, her back figure graceful and stunning.
Surrounded by swirling spirits, no one dared to approach Wang Bo.
Wang Bo spread her hands and said, you know, Lu Dong can actually create rules in this world, it's not comprehension, it's creation.
My man, why not believe in him?
At the core of the ninja village, a group of armored ninjas surrounded the divine artifact treasury.
Huang Xianyan continued, Lang Mei Xiang should not have lied.
This great formation is rooted in the plants on the ground, once water flows from the outside, it will definitely make the whole formation ineffective. The 3 nodded simultaneously, instantly understanding a set of attack plans.
Huang Xianyan leaped high, her bandaged ninja outfit instantly attracting Daton's attention.
Daton looked at Huang Xianyan, who radiated a natural aura, and his eyes couldn't help but fall into a slight daze.
Wonderful, ineffably wonderful. Following the undiscussed covered parts, it always made people imagine wildly.
Men's favorites are not the emperor's new clothes, but the allure that is about to be revealed yet remains hidden.
Daton swallowed his saliva and said softly, who are you?
Huang Xianyan's mouth curled up into a curve, a smile like the goddess of nature, instantly breaking down Daton's mental defenses. Staying in this closed village for too long, too long.
Gui Jun weakly said, I'm really so hungry.
A long howl echoed from his stomach.
Gui Jun said softly, where is Xiaodong? Hurry up and bring some food for my elder sister. In the illusion,
Lu Dong noticed the flaw in the formation right from the start. This illusion was not ordinary, it had a formation base and looked like a trap, but it was actually a huge domain. To use an illusion as a domain, this guy is a real genius. If this guy had certain genius treasures, perhaps he could create a small world like Bai Li Shuang. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with a coordinate system, calculating the shapes in every corner, gradually sketching a directional map in the coordinate system according to the structure of constellations.
Looking at the dense Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and the Tian-Nyo constellation, Lu Dong suddenly froze. These constellations seem to represent different personalities. Electricity strikes with explosive power. Thunder represents endurance. The initial thunder is very small, then suddenly becomes larger, and suddenly, it directly shakes Lu Dong's mental strength back.
Lu Dong's mouth and nose bleed. Just learning this natural secret method has already cost him this much.
Congratulations on comprehending the natural secret method. Please name your technique.
Lu Dong nodded vigorously. Before, naming was too casual and sounded unimpressive. This time, no matter what, he must use a catchy name that is also ear-piercing when shouted. After a moment's thought, Lu Dong immediately decided, my father.
Congratulations, player has successfully named, my father.
After launching an attack, the first strike consumes 1 point of spiritual energy, causing 1 point of damage. The second strike consumes 10 points of spiritual energy, causing 10 points of true damage. Lu Dong suddenly trembled. Good heavens, there's no limit.
In other words, from Chapter 495, Ninja Village, what happens if the artifact is gone? Kaito-cho was trembling all over, fear and anger mixed together.
To obtain the ancient capital's artifact treasure, he bore huge pressure, went against the opinion of many, and led several shadow-level powerhouses to directly annihilate the 5 great families, wagering all future honor, just to obtain the artifact. At this moment, opening the artifact treasure house, to be accurate, the artifact treasure house was opened, and surprisingly, it was empty? Kaito-cho was momentarily stunned. The feeling of suffocation in his chest nearly made him choke.
Kaito-cho coldly said, Ping. Take my orders, seal the entire ninja village, not a single one of those ninja guilds or Vishnu should be left alive.
A man dressed in a green combat outfit, with a bandage on his right shoulder, said softly, Mister, the formation of the ninja village has been broken.
Kaito-cho was taken aback. When did this happen?
Ping replied softly, just half an hour ago. The news from outside said there were invaders.
Chapter 496, Ninja Village, the choice of double missions. Thanks to the 5-year-old Bai Shang. The artifact is gone? Wang Bo was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the artifacts were stolen?
It's likely, after the artifact warehouse had left the ancient capital for so long. Among these ninjas, there are indeed many powerful seekers. If it was like Lu Dong, using brute force to break in, perhaps he could violently force the door open in a short time. Wang Bo said softly, it's okay, artifacts are just external things, besides, we can track who took the artifacts. Wang Bo smiled slightly, captivating and gentle, and said softly, artifacts have a 100% drop attribute upon death. Even if someone takes them away, we can still take them back.
Lu Dong opened his mouth to explain, but immediately heard Chao Shangfei's angry shout.
Huang Xingyan manipulated the lotus leaf, quickly bringing everyone to the entrance of Ninja Village. About 3 minutes ago, Bai Lixian had consumed a 1-for-1 field ability and was slumped down.
Chapter 497, Ninja Village, the Dilemma of the Sea of Consciousness.
When Huang Xingyan and the others arrived, they heard Chao Shangfei's furious roar, followed closely by an earth-shattering sound.
Chao Shangfei's strike dealt a whopping 5,000 trillion damage. Half the power of Jing.
The cost was that Chao Shangfei directly fainted.
Huang Xingyan quickly used the lotus leaf to catch Chao Shangfei's body.
Wang Bo suddenly shot beams of purifying light. The light fell like rain, instantly raising the health of everyone present.
The life and death situation shook everyone's hearts.
Having not walked on the edge of death for a long time, everyone, facing death, gained some deep insights.
Reflecting on the battle just fought, they benefited immensely.
Wei Jun sighed softly, I didn't expect our president to be so incredibly strong now. As soon as Bai Lixian's health was raised, in the next moment, his innate 8 trigrams actually bounced back.
Bai Lixian's brow furrowed in shock. There's Chapter 498, Ninja Village, Natural Secret Technique, Thunder. Extra Update 1 thanks to the reward from Wanin. Luiran's eyes were full of killing intent. She coldly said, you must know, we can now choose to undertake the main quest or the side quest. Louis Xiong squinted his eyes. The hidden quest was released by him, because he had nothing now, so he couldn't directly distribute rewards. But Kaito-cho was different, he could offer everything in Ninja Village as rewards. Luiran's words were clearly a threat to Lu Dong. Yet Lu Dong was unworried, softly said, so, what do you want to say? Kill us to claim your reward?
Luiran coldly said, your lives are insignificant to me, but our purpose here is to become stronger. We carry the glory of our family, we must contribute to guard this entire strange world.
This is my way of guarding.
Lu Dong slightly raised his head, he suddenly realized, Luiran is this kind of woman.
Chapter 499, Ninja Village, Takeo Haping, Supplement 2 thanks to Wanin for the tip. You killed the fierce beast Fei. You gained 1 billion experience points for defeating someone above your level. Due to the special mission map restrictions, no other rewards can be obtained. You killed a dog, you killed Fei, how do you break the core seal of the Ninja Village? I really can't stand you. Can you tell what's right to kill and what's not?
I'm exhausted. You even destroyed the artifact treasury. Do you want to help the princess regain her power or not? Lu Dong directly ignored the system's angry scolding. Looking at the astonished eyes around him, Lu Dong leisurely said,
Did I get dirt on my face?
Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Dong's battle took only 8 seconds.
Faster than Bolt running 100 meters. Faster than Bai Lixian killing enemies.
The key is that Lu Dong was too relaxed. He just said, "You're dead," and then thunder roared.
Chapter 500, Ninja Village, Beauty Under the Moon, thanks to old Joe next door for the tip.
Kato Dio said coldly, as expected, following you won't be wrong, in the past I was so naive, I really thought that a special Jonin's betrayal was because he knew how to be sensible.
Kato Dio lightly flickered and steadily caught Takeo Haping's attack.
Takeo Haping said calmly, "Sorry, I didn't know it was you, I thought it was a strong person from another force." Takeo Haping spoke, formed hand seals with one hand, and instantly 4 clones appeared behind him.
Their appearances and aura were identical to his.
Kato Dio said coldly, "Do you think I'm a child? This kind of trickery doesn't even deserve a place on the stage." Kato Dio sidestepped and threw a punch, the punch carrying an illusory shadow, booming directly towards Takeo Haping.
Takeo Haping coldly said, "You've controlled the ninja village for so many years, the reason you kept me is to guard the monument sealed by Yamada no Orochi, right?" Bang! Chapter 501, Ninja Village, Lumbar Disc Herniation. Lu Dong looked at the corner of Takeo Haping's mouth seeping blood, his brow gently furrowed. Should he remind this guy?
Suddenly, Lu Dong noticed that Takeo Haping's hands were still bleeding. The blood flowing didn't form droplets, but continued to trace symbols on his arm. Lu Dong didn't speak, his eyes fixated on the front. This kind of illusion definitely had problems.
In the next second, a cold voice came. "Kato Dato, was it you who killed him?" Swish! Kato Diao suddenly appeared in front of Lu Dong. A hint of seriousness flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. He coldly responded, "Do you think you've got me figured out?"
Kato Diao suddenly smiled, leisurely saying, "My pain, I must make you taste it too. Since you are protecting these people, they must be very important to you."
Lu Dong's body froze, suddenly flickering towards Wang. Chapter 502, Ninja Village, Abuser, Die. Bony spikes pierced the air.
Suddenly, they penetrated the bodies of the 4 Juegu. Shizuka, Ming, Hiro, and Xianyan were instantly pierced by the sharp bones. In the illusion, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a bit of sand, brushing against Lu Yixion's face. In an instant, countless images of everyone suffering flashed through Lu Yixion's mind. Shizuka transformed into a geisha, receiving invaders. Hiro and Ming were responsible for designing escape routes. Xianyan was responsible for killing. Lu Yixion was responsible for luring enemies. This was their only way to survive after losing their family. In the dark cave, it bore their youth. All past arguments surged in memory. Lu Yixion felt deep regret.
Regret for not speaking well with everyone, regret for not utilizing the limited time, cherishing their friendship. Regret for not quickly improving his own strength. Weaklings, facing death. Chapter 503, Ninja Village, Guardians in the Shadows, Supplement 1. Thanks to Wanin for the tip.
A plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone.
Kato Diao's head emitted a blue mental damage.
The uncle and nephew both stopped their attacks simultaneously.
Lu Yixiong gasped heavily, coldly saying, "Fake. This is an illusion?" Zhu Tianheping curled the corner of his mouth, loudly stating, "Is it too late to understand now?"
Lu Yixiong suddenly looked up, unclear about what his uncle was about to do.
Bang!
Zhu Tianheping suddenly appeared right in front of Lu Yixiong, lightly punching his chest, saying softly,
"This is the ninjutsu given to me by the former king of the ancient capital. I have not yet fully explored it, the rest of the path is up to you to walk." As the punch landed, all the bones in Zhu Tianheping's body actually pierced through his flesh.
The bones seemed to possess a spirit of their own, all drilling into Lu Yixion's body. In the whole illusion, the only real beings were Kato Diao, Zhu Tianheping, and Lu Yixiong.
Chapter 504, Ninja Village, Diaodun. Extra 2 thanks to Wanin for the reward. Kato Diao sidestepped and dodged, dispersing 3 attacks. One struck Louis Ran and the other geniuses. One struck the 4 in the Jew.
And one affected Lu Dong. With a slight delay, Kato Dio had already closed in on Lu Yixiong. A fierce light flickered in Lu Yixion's eyes. He was going to help Heping complete this final ninjutsu.
No matter what Heping wanted to create, he would let the other succeed.
Lu Yixiong did not like Heping at all, but he had to admit that for the Zhu Tian clan, Heping was a savior. Even though Kato Dio was right in front of him, he was unwilling to give up the last chance. If interrupted, he would never be able to complete Zhu Tianheping's masterpiece again.
Lu Yixiong shouted, "Help me!"
The 4 in Ju were all stunned. This kid Lu Yixiong had always been tough-talking. Even when facing a deadly crisis, he had never asked for help before.
Chapter 505, Ninja Village, Beast Clan arrives. Extra 3 thanks to Wanin for the reward. Diao done. Guardian of the Eagle, Great Eagle Technique. A massive silhouette of an eagle appeared. Its wings closed together, like a guardian angel, tightly enveloping Kato Diao. Lu Dong's Thousand King power attack actually bounced back with a huge miss. A tremendous force emerged, and Lu Dong was instantly sent flying by the shockwave. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hero, holding a giant staff, leaped high. With one thrust, he poked the sky. Once, the great sage broke the heavenly palace with a single strike. Today, Sarutobi Hero exploded with bloodline power. The source of this strike came from the innate power contained in the secret treasure, the golden cudgel, of the Sarutobi clan. In hundreds of crises, Sarutobi Hero had never actively used this kind of power. Today, in the battle against Kato Diao, they had no way out. If he died, keeping the treasure would lose its meaning. A loud rumble sounded, as the staff struck with an explosive force. Chapter 506, Ninja Village, 100 Beasts Formation. Extra 4 thanks to Wanin for the reward. The overwhelming waves instantly drenched Mei Yan. Lu Dong pinched his nose and said, "Yan, how can I live without you?" Mei Yan was drenched like a drowned rat, wiping the water off her face, taking a deep breath and feeling thoroughly chilled, coldly saying, "Lu Dong, we've settled our score." Lu Dong's lips curled up, letting the rule pencil slip, coldly stating, "I'm not the type to hold grudges. If I have a grudge, I return it on the spot." Lu Yiran showed a hint of displeasure. While Mei Yan's sneak attack was wrong, Lu Dong didn't have to say he would kill her outright, right? Wasn't this intensifying everyone's conflict? The geniuses of the East District all gathered together, none daring to speak. The previous battle had drained them completely. As for Kato Diao's fight, they could no longer participate. Min Shui and Minnie stood quietly behind Lu Dong, the two of them. Chapter 507, Ninja Village, Yi Zhangshu, Extra 5 thanks to Wanin for the reward. Yi Zhangshu said coldly, "We are all geniuses from prominent families. Previously following you, Lu Yiran, was merely fate. We have more important things to do. We will never waste our lives here. Moreover, isn't this kind of enemy brought about by Lu Dong himself?" Yi Zhangshu spoke with great righteousness. It felt like he was a high-ranking leader at this moment, completely dismissing Lu Yiran. Who is Lu Yiran? She is just a genius picked up from the players of the Taie family who entered the strange world 2 years ago. He, Yi Zhangshu, is the genuine heir of the Baimen family. He simply chose to use his father's surname. Think about the Yi family, Yi Chen, Yi Fan, Yi Qiu, who isn't a prominent figure. Why should he be restricted by a little woman? At this moment, he truly didn't want to think, but the more he thought, the angrier he became, his fury rising uncontrollably. Lu Yiran snorted coldly and cursed. Chapter 508, Ninja Village, Exploding the Rules Update 6 thanks for the tip from Wanin. The aura of leveling up reappeared around everyone in the Treasure Guild. Lu Yiran narrowed her eyes. The damage from Xianjing far exceeded her expectations. What puzzled her even more was why Lu Dong was in such a state of sadness. Lu Yiran wanted to comfort Lu Dong, but found the words stuck in her throat, unable to say them. After a long silence, Yi Zhangshu led the remaining talented families and slowly approached Lu Dong. Lu Dong held the rule pencil upside down, his eyes reddened, exuding a sense of killing intent. Yi Zhangshu cleared his throat and said softly, "Lu Dong, after 2 battles, you must have consumed a lot. We talented families are willing to help you, but after the mission in Ninja Village is completed, all the rewards must be divided half for us." Yi Zhangshu had been secretly investigating Lu Dong, and he had already discovered that Lu Dong relied heavily on skill damage. After all, as a level 1, how much could his basic attributes be improved? Chapter 509, Acknowledge Me as Your Father? Update 7 thanks for the tip from Wanin. Lu Yixiong was slightly taken aback. Was he trying to lure himself out? Lu Dong pressed a hand on the ground and softly said, "I think I understand who is using you." Lu Yiran frowned, stepped closer to Lu Dong, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Lu Yiran knew very well that she must have been played by Yi Zhangshu. He also stepped forward, standing 5 meters in front of Lu Dong, sharing his suspicions about Yi Zhangshu. After Min Shui heard this, his anger surged even more, and he cursed, "Damn Yi Zhangshu, I won't spare him next time." Min Yishan signaled his junior brother to calm down and looked at Lu Dong, saying, "But there are still many things that don't make sense. If Yi Zhangshu's initial goal was here, why would he put himself in danger?" Lu Dong softly said, "What if your entry into the ninja village was all part of his plan?" Louis. Chapter 510, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. In Lu Dong's eyes, the attack trajectory within the coordinate system had only just appeared. He was pierced through by Gengan's attack. A faint medicinal smell spread over the wound. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, the numbness enveloped his whole body, making it impossible for him to move. His limbs hung in the air, unable to gain leverage. 2 winding vines tightly controlled Lu Dong's arms. Under the immense force binding him, he couldn't break free at all. One must know that Lu Dong's current strength attribute had reached 20,000 points. Even if he were a seeker, he shouldn't be so overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Dong's eyes were filled with blood tears. Yi Zhangshu was not that strong, and Kato Q was not excessively strong either. Why did Jin Jian appear to be so much stronger, as if on an entirely different level? He had seen seekers before, Zhao Yue, Bailey Xuan, though powerful, none had such a vast gap. Lu Dong only felt. Chapter 511, The Peak Controller. Kato Q took a step back. He had already sustained significant injuries from the earlier battle. Under the pursuit of the 5 absolutes, had it not been for Gingan's timely arrival, he surely would have flipped. Feeling the shockwave from Shinjie's attack, he knew very well that once the battlefield was split, he would be at a disadvantage. Without sufficient source power, his actual combat power barely counted as the peak of the controller, and Kato Q had already considered retreating. First, he needed to wrap himself in an illusion. Looking for an opportunity, quietly collecting heads. As Kato quietly stepped back, Shinjie's voice appeared again. Who the hell told you to use illusions? Kneel down. A rich power of rules instantly wrapped around Kato. Kato felt his body go soft, crashing down to the ground. A live target. At this moment, Kato only had this feeling. Sculpture escape, displaying protection in the void. Chapter 512, Ninja Village, Suppression. Lu Dong's whole body jolted, not expecting the members of the Gaodiba Guild to have all broken through to peak controllers. Even looking at their momentum, they were at least as strong as half-step explorers. Especially Chui Min, behind him, there actually grew a huge Buddha shadow. In the past, Chui Min's Buddha shadow was of other divine appearances, today it was his own huge Buddha shadow. Golden light shook violently, the mammoth blood fury knife hadn't even been drawn yet, but it had already pinned Gujian to the ground. In all 3 battlefields, they completely occupied the upper hand. In the next moment, the 8-headed serpent roared, and its entire armor erupted with energy. A strong bloody aura instantly spread across the field. Gui Jun punched back Yi Zhangshu, shouting, Old Chow, you guys hurry up, that thing needs to be killed instantly, otherwise it won't taste good when the meat is scattered. Chao Shangfei had a face full of black lines. It's easy for your sister to say that, why don't you fight the Peak Explorer? Chapter 513, Ninja Village, Beheading Yi Zhangshu Kato. The sound of collapse rang out. Gui Jun's punch actually caused the earth to tremble. Gui Jun smiled lightly. I know you have hidden strength, doesn't everyone have some trump cards? A punch fell. The punch broke the southern mountain. Yi Zhangshu was knocked back 3 steps, with a trickle of black blood seeping from his mouth. This Gui Jun was truly physically strong. Yi Zhangshu declared loudly, Lord Kato, this woman is too restraining my abilities, how about we switch opponents? Kato gently nodded. Shinjie, whom he faced, equally restrained his abilities. If he switched with Yi Zhangshu, maybe he could break free from the predicament. The two exchanged glances, attacking the enemy at the same time, using the opponent's rebound power to instantly create distance. Landing, bouncing. The two swapped opponents. Yi Zhangshu shouted, Lord Kato, let's see my true ability. Kato grinned, looking at Gui. Chapter 514, Ninja Village, it's getting chaotic. Whoosh. The blade light was like a rainbow, instantly slicing across Gujian's neck. Minus 7,000 Jing. With one stroke, the power was terrifyingly strong. Chui Min held his hands like a blade, the Buddha shadow behind him pressed its hands together. With the sound of Amitba, it spread all around. Gujian's head flew off. Chui Min frowned, coldly saying, not dead? Almost in the same instant, the 8-headed serpent charged straight toward Gujian without regard. Even as Bai Lixian and Chao Shangfei simultaneously unleashed their domain powers. The 8-headed serpent even broke off one of its heads, absorbing the two's attacks. The severed neck of the 8-headed serpent directly twisted around Gujian's severed head. With a flash of purple light, Gujian's head was actually grafted onto the body of the 8-headed serpent. Boom! Energy surged forth, exploding outward. Having absorbed Gujian's head, the 8-headed serpent vaguely felt it was breaking past its limits. Chapter 515, Ninja Village, Master of the Yin Wind. In the core secret realm of Ninja Village, Lu Dong, carrying the still closed-eyed Wang Bo, walked straight along the dark light. Whenever there was a burst of Yin wind, Lu Dong unhesitatingly swung a club. No matter how strange it was, as long as it didn't let them come near, he was safe. The deeper Lu Dong went, the more bizarre auras filled his vision in the coordinate system. Following the path he had taken earlier, Lu Dong constructed the entire underground route into a model in his coordinate system. At first, Lu Dong didn't pay attention to the path he had taken, but the winding paths caught Lu Dong's attention. With the enhancement of the coordinate system, these paths he had walked became winding strokes. Lu Dong knew very well that going straight to the end of the path was most likely where the sealing stone tablet was located. But these passages... It seems to draw a special font again. After a little thought. Chapter 516, Ninja Village, Ancient Seal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Gu Zhen's eyes held a trace of surprise as he angrily raised his head. First, the natives of this world are a species that relies on the seed of life, they can absolutely not comprehend this seed of life. Secondly, the gods of the southern region, according to Gu Zhen's perception, the aura of Vishnu and other gods had already left. Moreover, the divine power of the southern region's gods had all been stripped by the time-traveling guest. Without divine power, they are simply unworthy of perceiving the seed of life. Furthermore, for the players, up to now, no one among them has upgraded themselves to a seeker. Without being a high-level seeker, they cannot understand the essence of life. How can they comprehend it? Suddenly, Gu Zhen's eyes widened. He ignored one very important person. The princess of the ancient capital. Gu Zhen suddenly recalled that when Kato Sculptor reported the situation to him earlier, he mentioned that the Takahashi clan, back in the day, once. Chapter 517, Ninja Village, Wasteful and Disrespectful. Wang Bo's mouth twitched as the sky full of ancient seals began to fall. Boom! The ancient aura shattered violently. A slight curve formed at the corner of Gu Zhen's mouth as he quietly said, Soul Seal. Bang! One of the heads of the Yamata no Orochi buried underground exploded directly. The remaining seven-headed Yamata no Orochi instantly regained its ability to act, leaping back half a step. Wang Bo squinted his eyes, an angry glint flashing beneath. The ancient seals were gone. The power of the ancient text that could break the sealing stone had vanished from the scene. Although his light had copied the style of the ancient seals, finding materials that matched the ancient seals in this strange world was too difficult. Lu Dong manipulating the ancient seals, cutting off one head of the Yamata no Orochi was like using a one-time-only artifact to kill a level 1 chicken at the village entrance. Grandpa Shadow Wind was pale. Why didn't your brother just take? Chapter 518, Ninja Village, the time for you has come. Bonus 1, thanks to Wanin for the reward. Feeling the light enveloping him, Lu Dong's mouth lifted. This warm aura, the sensation of being the center of attention, truly felt wonderful. Though he didn't want to be the savior, being a great hero in the heart of his beloved was also not bad. Whoosh! You have felt the power of the source of ancient seals. You can activate it to influence the power of things. Influence things? If it only refreshes his skills, what if he can't kill Gu Zhen? A sudden doubt arose in Lu Dong's heart. If he can't kill him, wouldn't everyone fall into danger? The trip to Ninja Village, everyone's gains were undoubtedly enormous. It's better to have fun together than alone. Like Sister Nian, reversing time, collectively refreshing skills. Or refreshing Sister Nian's skills would be good too. You cannot directly influence others through speech. You cannot refresh. Chapter 519, Ninja Village, Unbeatable Gu Zhen. Bonus 2, thanks to Hai Ping. Meow's reward. Whoosh! 8 heads landed in the gaps of the underground hollow. Gu Zhen slowly walked out while dragging the body of the Yamata no Orochi. At this moment, he was surprisingly holding the heads along with a brown branch. Gu Zhen chuckled lightly. Thanks to you guys, I have eliminated what I didn't want to protect, otherwise, I would never be free. Wang Bo frowned and immediately shot out a ray of light. The light fell. Miss. Ha? His attack could still miss? Wang Bo was taken aback and immediately activated his light probe skill. This was a special skill he comprehended after leveling up. Not knowing was one thing, seeing it shocked him. In Gu Zhen's detailed attributes, there were actually resistances to light, fire, water. He had developed resistance to all the attacks of everyone present. All the attacks from everyone fell on Gu Zhen, and they all turned into miss. Gu. Chapter 520, Ninja Village, Who Can Stop Me? Thanks to 500 rewards from 5-year-old. Without form. The aura around Lu Dong suddenly transformed into that of a scholar. Under the influence of the members of the Bagui Guild, Lu Dong's aura instantly vanished completely. Gu Zhen frowned. He actually couldn't feel Lu Dong's presence anymore. According to reason, that little guy's presence shouldn't easily disappear. Thinking this, Cui Min and Gui Jun had already come close to him. Gu Zhen extended his hands, and suddenly the air around him was filled with medicinal power. Bang! 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 Before he could gather his strength, Wang Bo's brilliance burst forth. This time, the attack was no longer just pure purifying light, but carried a hint of dark attribute power. Mixed natural power? Gu Zhen was shocked in his heart, feeling the darkness swallowing his body, and couldn't help but step back. Such terrifying power, no wonder she is the princess of the ancient city. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 521, Ninja Village, slaying Gu Zhen thanks to Tan for the 0.0005 Silver Alliance donation. Blood fell from Gu Zhen's mouth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he said. I have become familiar with your control. Next, it's time for you to taste what a furious counterattack is. The same trick would no longer work on Gu Zhen. Everyone watched Lu Dong being controlled, but instead of rescuing him, they instantly withdrew. Gu Zhen laughed loudly, shattering the surrounding innate 8 diagrams, disrupting the natural power, and coldly said, "Husband and wife are like birds of a feather, when disaster strikes, they each fly away, I still prefer to watch your earthly farce." With a punch, Gu Zhen's fist directly penetrated Lu Dong's body. Minus 1000 Jing. 1000 Jing damage, instantly killing Lu Dong. Gu Zhen spoke with a gloomy voice, "The one thing you should never do is to provoke me." Lu Dong absorbed his own original body, and Gu Zhen's anger was beyond measure. With one hand, Gu Zhen lifted Lu Dong's body, his expression icy as he said, Chapter 522, Ninja Village, Don't Steal My Man. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild were all silent, ignoring Lu Iran. Wei Jun tore into the beef in his arms, while Cui Min held a wine jug and kept pouring himself drinks. Bai Li Xian used a small cotton swab to carefully apply medicine to Xinjie's right leg, while his other hand rested on Xinjie's thigh. Wang Bo kept shooting out dim light towards Lu Dong. Chao Shangfei sat in front of Huang Sidian, seemingly exchanging some kind of information. Lu Iran's gaze settled on Gu Zhen's corpse, and she couldn't help but feel shocked and stunned. No wonder these guys ignored her. Could it be that their strength was already enough to kill peak life seekers? Lu Iran quietly landed on the ground, walked up to Lu Dong, and softly said, "I was only thinking of breaking the chains of this world, not wanting to obtain the core of this world." The core of origin is equivalent to the strong in the domain gradually evolving their own rules after reaching the master level. Chapter 523, Everywhere are enlightened beings. Extra 1 thanks Hai Ping. Miao's reward. Lu Dong lay quietly against Chao Shangfei's back. The members of the Gaud Bao Guild passed through Ninja Village, completed their task, and returned to Gaud City via the teleportation array. You have successfully completed the hidden mission, helping Take Furia Akimyan and others eliminate the evil forces. You received a reward. Take Furia Akimyan's brother is awesome. Lu Dong's mouth twitched. This NPC had such hidden mission rewards? What a piece of garbage. Dirty my eyes. Take Furia Akimyan recognizes your strength, officially renaming you Lui Xiong. You have completed the mission of Ninja Village. Slay Kato Tsubasa, plus points. Slay Yamada no Orochi, plus points. Slay Gu Zhen. I really want to curse, without Gu Zhen's absorption rules, how will you deal with the time traveler? I can't stop the lunar eclipse's push. Chapter 524, Lu Dong who can be tortured. Extra 2 thanks Hai Ping. Miao's reward. The emperor's voice interrupted the lively discussions of the palace maids. Wang Bo said softly, "Your Majesty, is there something wrong with this thing?" The two-hair emperor had a bitter expression and suddenly transformed, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a roar. A huge dog paw came crashing down. The sealing stone tablet burst open. A cloud of flying ash scattered, and on the sealing stone tablet, a countdown number appeared. Current capacity, 1. Remaining time, 18 hours 59 minutes and 34 seconds. The two-hair emperor coldly said, "There's only one spot left, it's troublesome." Less than 24 hours left. Wang Bo's expression shook. Unexpectedly, it was this thing. The crowd looked at Wang Bo and the emperor playing charades, and couldn't help but become curious. Chao Shangfei whispered, "What will happen when the countdown ends?" The emperor's face became serious. "It will explode. By then, our entire city of Go will." A roar surged. Lu Dong suddenly landed on the ground, losing his balance and stumbling. Illusion? No, it should be inside the sealed stone tablet. So this thing can't be destroyed, it actually lets me enter? You have entered the hidden map of the sealed stone tablet, Bloodthirsty City. Current player's hatred value minus 100 million, cannot open the hatred value shop. Note, every place that seals secrets has mysterious inscriptions. To leave here, you must find the secret's whereabouts. Good luck. You entered the sealed stone tablet with violence, you are sealed. Current player level, how the hell are you level 1? You are sealed by the rules, aren't those the rules of the bizarre world? You are sealed from using weapons, where did you get the weapon to break the rules? You are sealed from using skills. The spirited young man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely stared at Lu Dong. Lu Dong stepped on the young man's knee, coldly saying, "I told you to put out your smoke, and you still smoke. I told you to smoke." Lu Dong kicked again, directly breaking the young man's other leg. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 packs of white transparent plastic bags fell from the man's pocket. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "Are you selling or using?" The young man widened his eyes and said, "My dad is the boss of Zone A. Don't give me opportunities, otherwise, your wife, daughter, and mother won't survive." Lu Dong, expressionless, replied, "You're worse than that driver. He knows that those who can see the situation are heroes, but you don't understand the look." Lu Dong grabbed the young man's face. With 20,000 pounds of force, the man couldn't resist at all. He poured both packs of pellets into the man's mouth. All was silent, the streets completely quiet. Zhang Wei felt extremely thirsty, then realized and quickly extinguished his cigarette. The surrounding weirdness extinguished the smoke together. Lu Dong looked around. At this moment, his evil value was 989, just 11 more, and he could attract the city management.
Kill a few more.
Jiang Wei saw Lu Dong approaching and hurriedly knelt down, saying, "To bind brotherhood, we trust our lives to each other, to rescue each other in good and bad fortune. In times of adversity, anyone who disturbs my brother must be killed. If a brother disturbs another brother, upon seeing the act, he must be killed. Heaven and earth bear witness, mountains and rivers pledge, if one goes against this oath, they will face heaven's wrath. You have gained the recognition of the number one tough guy, Jiang Wei, from Zone A. You have become Jiang Wei's boss. You have unlocked a hidden quest, establish your own power and become the king of Zone 1. Shixiang turned his hands, pulling out a small black round ball, and pressed it.
You have entered the closed domain.
Shixiang glanced at Jiang Wei outside the domain and softly said, "Every player who enters the sealed stone tablet will rely on luck to have something that is not sealed. I was lucky, when I entered here, I wasn't sealed from treasures, and unlike others who cannot use treasures, I can freely use various treasures.
And my talent is treasure hunting."
Shixiang frowned, then squatted down, drawing a tower shape, softly introducing. "From my understanding of Bloodthirsty City over the years, the lower world here is divided into hundreds of zones, separated by streets. Zone A and Zone B are considered lower-level zones, and the powerful NPCs are only level 100. The higher zones, they say, have powerful beings above level 100, I don't know if any players have gone deep into them."
"Dad! Save me!" "Unity?" Jiang Wei swallowed hard. Hadn't the boss of Area A already submitted? What more was there to unify? Shichang's left eye twitched wildly, suppressing his excitement and said, "Boss, are you going to unify the entire lower area?"
Lu Dong kicked away the corpse on the ground and coldly said, "Stop dragging your feet, hurry up."
"Since there are no rules here, then I am the rule."
Shichang whistled sharply, the sound instantly spreading throughout the entire B block.
At the same time, strange murmurs surrounded were talking about Lu Dong.
"Did you know, someone from Area B specializes in killing people who smoke in public?"
Yes.
I heard that even the city administrators smoking cigarettes were killed by that guy. A level 1 bald monster, now teaming up with the boss of Area B, has already started clearing the area. In Area B, Lu Dong marched forward, hands stuffed in his pockets, heading straight as per Shichang's guidance.
Chapter 530, Bloody City, Battle against the City Administrator's Team.
Lu Dong paused slightly. Louis Xiong, whom he knew, was definitely a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Both at level 1, they were both cursed with a catastrophic curse. At first, he claimed to be Lu Dong's father just to use Lu Dong's name to intimidate others. But afterward, in their interactions, this kid's mouth was harder than steel bars.
To make him willingly admit that Lu Dong was his father, how much humiliation must he have endured? Lu Dong shouted, "Who the hell bullies my son?" "Son?"
The hidden players around looked puzzled. Even Shichang was a bit confused, looking at Lu Dong's young age. How did he have such a large son? These post-00s or something else. The previous generation hasn't even been wiped out yet, and they are charging ahead even faster. Suddenly, a sharp scream appeared in the field. Among a group of city administrators, one stood up, covering.
Chapter 531, Bloody City, Lu Dong Enlightened. Extra 1 thank you, hyping. Meow for the reward. Disgusting.
It was absolutely disgusting to the extreme. Shichang chose to close his eyes. It would be better to be gored by a pig than to be kissed by that mouth. Lu Dong controlled the rule pencil, pulling back the 5 masters. Looking at their current state, Lu Dong couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. Sukika's face was cut and ruined, Xinian lost half of his face, and Hong and Ming barely had any breath. The one hit the hardest was still Louis Xiong. This little guy had all his bones crushed.
It's hard to imagine what kind of will they had to survive.
In the sky, the mouth of the diamond hibiscus was puffing up and heading straight for Lu Dong. If this strike fell, it would cause 100 times the damage. Buick's partner couldn't help but show a cold smile. The diamond hibiscus's strike was known as the 1,000-bird slash. Not a single bird could escape the hibiscus's mouth.
Lu Dong gently lifted his head and said softly, "Who beat you into this state?" Chapter 532, Bloody City, 1 person breaks 1 area. Extra 2 thank you, hyping. Meow for the reward.
Shichang nodded lightly, took out a giant loudspeaker from his pocket, and thought for a moment while looking at Lu Dong. Lu Dong nodded vigorously. Citywide announcement: within 10 minutes, area leaders willing to surrender to Lu Dong, come to District D to report in person. Those who refuse to surrender or do not respond, prepare to die. Citywide announcement: within 10 minutes. 99 loudspeakers. Shichang wasn't a stingy person, he immediately pulled out all the loudspeakers he had collected over the years. In an instant, the entire bloody city fell into a strange silence. Ignoring the levels, the loudspeakers were also treasures. Being able to blast out 99 at once wasn't just being financially bold, it was clearly mocking the high-ranking officials of the bloody city.
Shi Chang looked grim, whispering, "Boss, my evil value is actually 990. I only blasted 99 loudspeakers, how did I increase my evil value?"
Chapter 533, Bloody City, Faith. The leaders of 40 regions were all standing obediently in front of Lu Dong. 4 people from each road, a total of 10 in a line.
In the past, making these regional leaders sit together calmly was simply an unrealistic fantasy.
Shi Chang and Jiang Wei both looked puzzled, as Lu Dong's helpers. At this moment, I am also curious about how Lu Dong will manage to unite everyone in just 2 hours. Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with the light of a coordinate system, and the atmosphere around him suddenly shifted, as he immediately activated his own rules. The classic and arrogant rule of the Eastern God, which has made 99% of viewers cry.
The second move, Bu, X, SX and HF.
The aura that Lu Dong was imitating at this moment was not from the players of the Eerie world, but from the successful master of various major platforms in his past life, Nie Xiao. The aura around Lu Dong suddenly transformed, instantly becoming that amiable figure.
Chapter 534, Bloody City, Control. The big shots with confused eyes immediately imitated Shi Chang's rhythmic applause when they heard it.
They clapped hard, and the applause thundered. Entering Lu Dong's logic trap, they felt his experience and heard the sorrow of the Eerie world. Only then did everyone realize that they were not the only tragic figures in this world. There were even people, entire races, who were worse off than them. At least here, they could still enjoy a bit of freedom.
But likewise, deep in their hearts emerged a desire for absolute freedom.
Lu Dong's words ignited the blood in everyone's hearts.
Damn it, it's on fire.
Fight alongside this group of high-ups. When everyone held this thought, no one felt Lu Dong was bragging. One of the big shots slowly raised his hand and said, "Boss Dong, I have a question. All the rules of Bloody City are controlled by."
Chapter 535, Bloody City, Pre-Battle Mobilization.
Lu Dong knew that Junko was best at sealing techniques. At this moment, hearing that Junko seemed to know the secret of sealing, he couldn't help but feel a new curiosity. Junko glanced around to ensure no one was listening and then whispered, "In my clan, there were once mysteries of the seal of the 8-headed serpent, as well as the mysteries of sealing the divine beast Fei. The genealogy recorded these sealed divine beast information in detail.
The greatest way for ninjas to enhance their combat power is to summon spirit beasts.
But as the time traveler captured all the spirit beasts in the Eerie world, the number of spirit beasts ninjas could summon became fewer and fewer. The spirit beasts captured by the time traveler, their fates are unknown, and according to records, very few spirit beasts can return through reverse summoning techniques, so I suspect that the secret hidden in this sealing stone tablet might be the existence of the strongest among the divine beasts."
Lu Yixiong whispered, "My father once said before he died that the bloodlines of the 5 of us could activate a specific seal." Chapter 536, Bloody City, Master Qian Zhong, thanks to Haiping. Thanks for the reward.
Lu Dong returned to the high platform and said loudly,
"Let me calculate for you all. We now have 70,000 people. If each of us can unleash billions of attacks, our combined force would be 7 trillion.
If each of us can deal tens of thousands of attacks in 1 minute, we can inflict 7 quadrillion damage. That means, even if our enemy is a fate seeker, we still have the strength to fight.
Come on, let's get excited. Everyone, think about it, if each of you could inflict billions in damage, wouldn't our team's combat power multiply by hundreds? By then, who could stop us? Even a god, we could break through his divine status."
The surroundings went silent, as everyone's eyes filled with fervor.
Could Lu Dong lie? No way. He single-handedly destroyed District D, he has that kind of strength.
Chapter 537, Bloody City, Beautiful Red Wusu, Additional Update 2 Thanks Haiping.
Thanks for the reward.
A hint of red light appeared in Lu Dong's eyes.
Wow, this guy is actually a controller.
This was the first time Lu Dong saw an eerie creature that had grasped the rules since entering the Bloody City. Hong Wusu gently lifted her head, rolled up her sleeves, and raised her stunning face. In that moment, Lu Dong admitted he felt jealousy. This was an incredibly handsome man. Eyes like a phoenix tail, the clear light in his pupils reflected Lu Dong's visage, and beneath that handsome face, exuded a sense of male jealousy. A woman whose beauty can make anyone pregnant. In this world full of extraordinary people, only this one made Lu Dong amazed just by her appearance.
When Hong Wusu locked eyes with Lu Dong, she quietly exclaimed, "You actually have a marriage thread with a princess?" Lu Dong squinted, could this guy also be a deity? Boom! A wave of energy spread out from the man, scattering the eerie surroundings far away. Chapter 538, Bloody City, Can You Repair Bridges? Update 3 thanks to Haiping. Meow.
Whoosh! A thunderous sound suddenly came from the horizon.
Everyone looked up and instantly saw a cluster of lights.
A fleet of fighter jets. Dozens of fighter jets surrounded a massive Raptor helicopter, heading towards the broken part of the central bridge.
Alarm bells rang out, intimidating everyone around. Warning! Warning! All personnel, evacuate the central bridge immediately.
The incident at the broken bridge happened in the blink of an eye. People hadn't even reacted when the city management dispatched the fighter jet squad. Shi Chang's face turned serious, softly saying, "Boss Dong, the missile damage from this fighter jet squad is above 100 megatons. I suggest we evacuate here first, wait for them to repair the bridge, and then come back."
Lu Dong revealed a hint of a cold smile and softly said, "Run? Why should we run?"
Shi Chang felt overwhelmed. He couldn't comprehend why Lu Dong suddenly targeted the Raptor helicopter. He initially thought Lu Dong wanted to pressure the technicians to speed up the bridge repairs, but unexpectedly, after glancing at the engineering drawings, he instantly eliminated those technicians. In the Bloody City, professions with status hold much more value than the lowly beings he controlled. At this moment, Lu Dong was shining with a bloody light, clearly indicating he was a wanted man.
Chapter 539, Bloody City, Secrets Update 4. Thanks to Hai Ping. Thanks for the donation.
You killed the bridge technician.
You gained 500,000 evil points.
Attention players, the city management army will arrive at the scene in 20 minutes. Lu Dong smiled widely. Indeed, it required killing the technicians. He just didn't know where these guys' lair was, otherwise, he would have stormed it right away. Lu Dong took a deep breath, standing firm on the edge of the broken bridge, and data from the engineering diagrams flickered in his eyes. Shi Chang recovered from his shock. He couldn't understand why Lu Dong suddenly decided to act against the Raptor helicopter. He presumed Lu Dong aimed to threaten the technicians, but who could have guessed that after glancing at the engineering drawings, he swiftly eliminated those technicians. In the Bloody City, the strange beings with professional identities were far more valuable than the lowly ones he controlled. Lu Dong, at this moment, was radiating a bloody light, a clear sign of being wanted. Chapter 540, Bloody City, Quarrel Above the Clouds Update 5. Thanks to Hai Ping.
Thanks for the donation.
Shi Chang never expected that in the city he lived for many years, there would actually be such a secret.
Lu Dong said coldly, "What else are you hiding from me?" Lu Yong lowered his head in silence.
Lu Dong softly said, "You five actually got captured in Area A on purpose, wanting to use the threat of death to awaken your bloodline power. The reason you did this was to let your blood seep underground, to be digested and absorbed by that ferocious beast, right? The reason you saw me and pleaded for help is because you realized you were a bit overconfident, unable to break through the city management's blockade even with your powers sealed, and couldn't reach the designated location, right?" Lu Yong didn't explain. It turned out Lu Dong knew everything, he just didn't speak. Lu Dong didn't turn around, softly saying, "I never liked being used, you're only worth considering because you have a trace of Bojia's blood in you."
Chapter 541, Bloody City, 6th Move Update 6. Thanks to Qing Xiaoran's donation.
Niu Hong nodded at the fate deception and said leisurely, "That fate deception, hurry up and leave, otherwise, when my token's cooldown is lifted, I'll have to kill you." Xing Dai pondered for a moment and softly said, "You go back first, summon the guardians of the 4 major districts, combine powers, and help Wan Tong revive the remaining strange kings." The fate deception suddenly disappeared from the scene.
Xing Dai said leisurely, "What is the intention behind deliberately driving away the fate deception?"
Niu Hong grinned and, serving himself a cup of coffee, said, "Just wait and watch a good show." Niu Heng's hand, holding the coffee, trembled slightly without any signs. Although he masked it well, he was still nervous. Lu Dong should not have appeared here. At first, Niu Hong only sensed the power of the seal in Go City, and upon communicating with the emperor, he was surprised to find that Lu Dong had actually entered the sealing steel. Although he really wanted to with.
Chapter 542, Bloody City, 10 Forms of Beasts, Update 7. Thanks to Qing Ji ran for the reward. Boom. Boom. Boom.
All the strange beings were still immersed in the excitement of eliminating the city management when they heard a rumbling sound from the horizon.
Louis Xiong was the first to look up. He sensed a familiarity in the aura. Is it them?
Boss Dong, under the broken central bridge, a massive army of cockroaches has come.
Boss Dong, we can't locate the enemy's position. A series of dense voices suddenly appeared in Lu Dong's ears.
Filtering out the useless information, Lu Dong reached 2 conclusions. One is that there are strong enemies hidden in the dark, and the other is that this thing moves extremely fast.
Boom! A huge noise came from under everyone's feet.
Lu Dong saw no trace of the attack. His expression turned serious as he jumped away. A giant cockroach, about 5 meters long, slowly burrowed up from the ground.
Black. Chapter 543, Bloody City, Shi Chang vs. Beast.
Back then, Shi Chang was also a rare genius. Just for his ability in tomb raiding, many organizations begged him to lecture. Even some small and medium-sized families invited Shi Chang to give speeches. Back in the day, Shi Chang was even called into the police because of a sensational tomb raiding case, sentenced to 7 years and released after 5 years. After being released, Shi Chang couldn't find a job, so he simply shared his real experiences along with a novel on online platforms. Others had golden 3 chapters, he had golden 1 line. Because of some matters, I went in, sentenced to 7 years, performed well, released after 5 years. Others wrote after deep contemplation, he directly flipped through his diary. The only thing that needed modification was to virtualize and cut unnecessary true details according to criminal law. Later, due to the opening of the strange world, many families sought out Shi Chang, just for.
Chapter 544, Bloody City, Nyo Hang is scamming again. One strike of power.
The might of a prosperous age. All the strange beings around fell into shock, they never expected that this guy following Boss Dong would erupt with such powerful strength. A glimmer of doubt flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. Shi Chang's armor, he felt a familiar aura from Li Yuyang in the North District. Could it be that Shi Chang is also a player from the North District? It seems about right, the southern faction his third uncle, whose story can't be clearly distinguished as true or fabricated, in any case, he has never been caught. But Shi Chang is different, he is a genuine expert who has been inside. With one strike, Shi Chang appeared at the edge of the beast's body and suddenly waved 10 fingers. The tearing aura of space instantaneously turned the beast into powder.
Shi Chang didn't look relaxed, for the aura of this beast had not yet disappeared. Puff! Puff! Puff!
The blood of the beast flowing on the ground began to recoagulate.
Chapter 545, Bloody City, Laser. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Shi Chang was panting heavily, with only 1 drop of blood left, he felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Lu Dong gently placed Shi Chang on the ground and said, "Usually, you should refrain from overexerting. When the critical moment comes, you will fail to perform, and all your treasures will not be of any use." Shi Chang's mouth was full of foam, he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to hand over his secret treasure, but Shi Chang couldn't even lift his hand, collapsing weakly to the ground.
Lu Dong spun the rule pencil and struck down the approaching tentacles again.
The spherical beast seemed extremely fearful of Lu Dong, its body trembled and suddenly emitted golden light. Lu Dong swiftly dodged, while Shi Chang was engulfed in the golden light. Buzz! A strong white light flickered within Shi Chang's body. In an instant, all the divine artifacts around him turned into mere illusions.
The rich power of the divine artifact's origin was absorbed in a moment by the orb.
Chapter 546, Bloody City, Year Beast, added thank you to Qing Xiaoran for the reward.
The giant tree shook its branches, as if responding to Lu Dong. Intermittent voices came through. All are delicious. Lu Dong whispered, "Shizuka, can you unlock the seal on me?" Shizuka nodded gently, placing her hands on Lu Dong's back, softly saying, "By the true name of my clan, summon the kiss of the glutton." The sealing power around Shizuka suddenly condensed into a huge phantom head of the glutton, crashing down onto Lu Dong's back.
Lu Dong felt as if he received a kiss from the glutton, a soft sound echoed internally from his body.
The seal within you has been undone.
The player has received the kiss of the glutton, all skills cooldowns reset, negative statuses removed.
All skills could finally be used again.
Lu Dong chuckled, then stepped out, facing the giant tree's branches, dodging swiftly. Chapter 547, Bloody City, Lu's cry-stopping method, added thank you to Qing Xiaoran for the reward.
A glimmer shot from Lu Dong's eyes as he softly said, "Humans are always meant to use each other, aren't they? Aren't they?" A weak voice responded, and the 10-meter-tall giant tree instantly transformed into a mischievous little child. Lu Dong was stunned, how could it speak so quickly? His rule pencil hadn't finished evolving yet.
It just needed the last 3 rules. With red eyes, Lu Dong looked at the mischievous child. Year Beast, 5th form, high-level seeker. A simple introduction that was not simple, this thing actually had a name now.
Lu Dong looked at this little creature and softly asked, "Can you talk?" The Year Beast shook its head, blinking its big eyes, full of eager curiosity, and asked, "Can you talk?"
The Year Beast wore the Emperor's new clothes, imitating Lu Dong's speech and actions. Chapter 548, Bloody City, Speak Woolly, added thank you to Qing Xiaoran for the reward. Zhang Wei stood up slowly, enduring the pain in his heart, pounding his chest with both hands, and shouted. I entered Bloody City for the first time, and with a single knife, I sat atop the district's #1 fierce general. It's not that I love slaughter, it's that if I stop killing, I will be enveloped by powerless fear. It was the Eastern God who gave me hope, it was the Eastern God who redeemed our world. No one can take away my rules, this is the path I chose. Silence fell all around, and in an instant, all the strange things responded simultaneously. In the void, the power that was extracting the rules from people's bodies trembled fiercely. The Year Beast looked up in confusion, its power to extract rules had surprisingly failed? Feeling its power stalled, the Year Beast softly murmured, does this brainwashing guy really have such strength?
It's not brainwashing, it's giving those trapped in darkness.
Chapter 549, Bloody City, Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, and Trust, added thank you to Qing Xiaoran for the reward.
Bang!
Lu Dong painfully raised his head, his knees buckling inward, coldly stating, "You may not know, but I was often bullied as a child. I'm an expert at dealing with this." With a turn of his hands, Lu Dong clamped the year beast's legs and fell to the side. Under the force of gravity, the year beast's body uncontrollably flipped to the other side. Both fell to the ground. Lu Dong controlled the year beast's right foot, twisting the right leg, coldly saying, "Through hardships and testing still strong, whether the winds come from east, west, south, or north." In 1 second, thousands of kicks slammed down on the year beast's groin. Pain. Agonizing pain. Even numb pain. At the extreme of pain, there was even a hint of pleasure. Lu Dong frowned, his power of belief surprisingly did not unleash massive damage. Just like kudzu root, could he be immune to the same attack? Only. Chapter 550, Bloody City, Saratobi Hiromu's feelings, added thank you to Zungxiang for the reward. A powerful momentum suddenly appeared in the arena. Shi Chang suddenly looked up, he had never felt such a wave of energy before. Like a divine beast, yet also like a strong seeker of fate. Who is it? At such a time, still having such a backup? Could it be the second form of the year beast? Trapped within the space fissure, Lu Dong was also stunned, the power of bloodline. He naturally understood what it meant to activate such power. It meant a genius would soon leave this world forever. Lu Dong's eyes turned red as he accelerated his calculations about the changes in the space fissures. There must be a way to survive. Son, don't go to your deaths. Wait, this aura seems to belong to 8 Fei Hong. Amidst everyone's shock, a massive figure suddenly burst forth from the 5 extremes. With one punch, the year beast was sent flying backward. Standing at an imposing 5 meters tall. Chapter 551, Bloody City, First Form. Addendum 6 thanks to Xu and Xin Ke for the rewards. Shi Chang wanted to curse, what kind of situation is this? Abandoned by Lu Dong in the space fissure and having his treasure taken by some unknown god. In the next moment, Shi Chang distinctly felt that the entire world was moving faster. Could it be that god was injured? Did he also need his treasure to recover? Suppressing a hint of anger in his eyes, Shi Chang thought, don't let me find out which god you are, or I will rob your grave. In the abyss beneath the central bridge. Darkness swallowed all sounds, no one knew what existed beneath the ground. The unknown means fear. Weird beings living in the Bloody City knew well that this cliff was a good place to dispose of bodies. No matter what secrets you have, as long as you throw them in here, even the gods won't find them. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the darkness. Chapter 552, Bloody City, The Secret of the Seal, Addendum 7 thanks to Xu and Xin Ke for the rewards. Everyone talks big, how many can really do it? The year beast ignored Lu Dong's words, he was more concerned about whether the king of ancient capital was still alive. Once, he had made the king of ancient capital team up with many gods to no avail, so he naturally had his own trump card for survival. Or rather, he held onto that most crucial secret. In the past, after unifying the entire area, the king of ancient capital chose the seal of the gods to deal with the battles about to come. But not all strong beings were willing to be sealed. Some great beings, unwilling to be bound, chose to tear apart space and leave the strange world. And what the year beast obtained was a fragment of memory related to the great beings battling time travelers. Because he had witnessed the fierce battle of the strong, the year beast learned the true secret of becoming strong. And back then, when he used this to blackmail the king of ancient capital, he only wanted one thing. Chapter 553, Bloody City, The Terrifying Learning Ability of the Year Beast. Bang! A long tail swept up, the immense pulling force instantly severed the stones at the edge of the cliff. The year beast, in its first form, landed firmly on the edge of the cliff. With a flicker of anger in its eyes, the year beast coldly said, "You shouldn't have opened that memory." Lu Dong, expressionless, replied, "Since entering the strange world, someone has always told me what I can't do. I wonder who made these rules?" As the rule pencil spun, Lu Dong thrust forward. In a fleeting moment, he gained the upper hand. The whistling feeling of breaking through the air brought Lu Dong abruptly close to the year beast. Bang! The two exchanged blows simultaneously. The year beast frowned. Within the seams of Lu Dong's fist, sharp rule pencils were mixed in. That sharp little thing could actually pierce its body. Minus 20,000. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. The Year Beast. Chapter 554, Bloody City, The Cloud of Despair. Emo. In Lu Dong's ears, it seemed like he could hear those familiar songs. I will be in a daze, then smile faintly, and then tightly close my eyes. Who hasn't loved a girl deep down, who hasn't missed their first love? It's not about reminiscing that relationship, it's just that I can't forget the person I was in that state. Long ago, I deeply and wholeheartedly loved someone. But as I grew up, liking someone and loving someone became two different meanings. Lu Dong quietly stood there and softly said, "This attack of mine is called Love Emo. With a simple strike, it can unleash 100 quintillion damage." The year beast swallowed hard. He was doubtful, but Lu Dong had indeed dealt 1,000 quintillion damage with his attack before.
100 quintillion is equivalent to 100 million quintillion damage. That is 100 times 1,000 quintillion. Chapter 555, Bloody City, how about joining forces? Bang! Shi Chang's attack directly landed on the year beast's face. Minus 10 billion.
Shi Chang shouted, Boss Dong, it's unfair for you to bear the heavy duty of the strange world alone. Since I am also a player, I am willing to be your right-hand man and fight alongside you. The huge sound of the attack violently knocked the year beast out of its sad state. The emo year beast, with confusion in its eyes, was suddenly overtaken by rage. Lu Dong cursed in his heart. Clearly, this year beast was about to commit suicide. What the hell were you trying to help with?
How did you take on the heavy burden of the strange world yourself?
The strangeness all around was also awakened from its sad emotions. They didn't know what was happening, but many strange beings inexplicably leveled up in the illusion. Shi Chang looked around and found more controllers, with even greater respect for Lu Dong in his eyes.
Truly impressive. Chapter 556, Bloody City, what are you waiting for? Extra thanks to the sponsor, Xuanxian Ku. In the sealed stone tablet.
The year beast continued to speak to itself. Originally, there should have been noble forces watching the fights below in the Bloody City. This place is like an underground boxing ring. All the bloodshed and violence can be vented here. But this time, someone has disrupted all the forces at the top. It seems now it is the time traveler and the guardian.
Shi Chang turned his body and looked at the sky, softly saying, so the time traveler and the guardian have been secretly watching us?
The year beast gently shook its head. Of course, there were others, but that guy was hiding very deep and had not been discovered by him. The year beast said leisurely, if I do not lift the restrictions around you, you will not be able to leave here within 5 hours, and you will forever exist with this world, never able to return to the strange world. Shi Chang's face turned cold. This guy was not bragging, he really could not break the rules of such confinement.
Chapter 557, Bloody City, not dead yet. Extra thanks to the sponsor, Shu. Shi Chang delivered a heavy kick that perfectly knocked the year beast down.
Normally, the year beast, having reached the peak of the Seeker realm, should not be easily attacked. But Lu Dong's momentary burst of light reminded him of that powerful woman from the ancient city. It was also light, an extremely rare light attribute power in the entire strange world. The fear in his heart, combined with the loss of vision, was what allowed the year beast to be ambushed. With a stumble, the year beast's center of gravity leaned forward.
Lu Dong's voice came through, have you been hit by the power of belief?
All the power of belief within him surged out. 1 point of belief power equals 1 trillion damage. At this moment, Lu Dong still had 34,000 points of belief power.
A sudden strike would be 3.4 quintillion damage.
Health decreased by 99%, damage increased by 99%, which equals 6.766 quintillion damage.
Chapter 558, Bloody City, protect my father. Extra thanks to the sponsor, Shu.
The year beast appeared in the scene once again.
This time, its skin was smoother, and its presence seemed to appear and disappear. Its pupils transformed into a dual shape, resembling a cute little puppy.
Facing attacks from all directions, the year beast remained unchanged.
Miss. The barrage of attacks did not inflict any harm on it at all. The strangeness all around was stunned. This guy's defense was simply too strong, right?
Shi Chang swallowed hard and suddenly turned his body, blocking in front of Lu Dong. The year beast, with a gloomy face, coldly said, indeed, a level 1 player can deal nearly 70 quintillion damage, which is truly shocking. The aura of the year beast suddenly changed.
He, just like Lu Dong, stepped forward confidently.
This time, he will directly pull the fate thread out of Lu Dong's body, erasing this guy. The year beast entered its complete form, stepping out for the final move.
Chapter 559, Bloody City, Body Lotus runs to the moon crown, added 4 thanks to the reward. Shi Chang was startled. What was this aura?
As soon as Lui Xiong appeared, Lu Dong had already plunged deep into his consciousness sea.
To be precise, he was forcefully sucked into this consciousness sea. In the dim light, a plain-looking young man was waiting for him. Yes, it felt very familiar.
Although this guy wasn't very handsome, his aura made people feel very comfortable. Holding a red Wusu wine bottle in his hand, he slightly bowed to Lu Dong.
Lu Dong said softly, "You're so young, yet you call yourself old man?"
The young man chuckled lightly. After all, I have existed for 1,000 years.
Lu Dong was taken aback. What a bizarre statement in broad daylight.
The young man sensed Lu Dong's confusion and said softly, "No need to doubt, I am the secret recorded in this sealing stone tablet."
"Whom? The core of the Bloody City? You have discovered." Chapter 560, Bloody City, he is done. Added 5 thanks to the reward. Hearing Lu Dong's voice, Lui Xiong instantly felt at ease. It's good if nothing is wrong.
The year beast squinted its eyes and then accelerated the frequency of its attacks.
The crashing sounds fell once again on Lu Yixiong's exoskeleton. Lu Dong watched Lu Yixiong in a Susanoo-like state, but the massive shadow seemed to resemble Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Son, he is trying to shatter your bone joints through his attacks. A coordinate system emerged in Lu Dong's eyes. Every attack from the Year Beast was clearly visible to him. In just an instant, Lu Dong understood the Year Beast's intention. It wanted to use the strikes on the joints to shatter all of Lu Yixiong's exoskeletons. Lu Yixiong stepped back and changed his method of attack, no longer fighting head-on with the Year Beast. The Year Beast chuckled, "Aren't you going to intercept me? Don't you want to return to how things were just now?" Shi Chang said softly. Chapter 561, Bloody City, cutting down the Year Beast, added 6 thanks to TD's reward. The Year Beast's idea was simple, to morally bind Lu Dong. As long as Lu Dong dodged, all the Bazaar army would see that Lu Dong's weakness led to the death of their comrades. It aimed to fundamentally undermine Lu Dong's army's combat power. As long as Lu Dong dared to dodge, his commanding power would decline. If he didn't dodge, it would mean death. The Year Beast was excited about its scheme, as if it could already see Lu Dong being spurned by the masses. In the next second, Bazaar soldiers rushed straight towards Lu Dong. They wanted to protect Lu Dong. They knew the terror of this attack, but they couldn't care for themselves. Their leader must not be hurt. Even the Year Beast did not expect that Lu Dong's prestige would be so high. So much so that all the strange beings were willing to willingly die for him. Before others could stop him, Lu Dong's figure moved even faster, heading straight for the Year Beast. Chapter 562, The Great Battle is about to begin, added 7 thanks to TD's reward. Niu Hong sighed softly and said, "Follow me." A faint light wrapped around Wu Jue and instantly disappeared from the scene. Shi Chang was taken aback. The familiar aura just now was really from the one who took his treasure. Looking back, where were the outsiders now? A killing intent flashed in Shi Chang's eyes, and he said loudly, "Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find them." In the skies above the bloody city, the 5 members of Wu Jue sat quietly in the nutrient chamber. Niu Hong said softly, "This is something only nobles can enjoy. You little guys get to benefit." Jingxiang and Hero were deeply asleep. Qin Nian and Ming were also in a drowsy state. The continuous battles had truly exhausted their stamina. Only Lu Yixiong was full of spirit and energy. Niu Hong said softly, "How do you feel, your cheap old father?" Lu Yixiong narrowed his eyes and said softly. Chapter 563, The Lunar Eclipse Battle, Celebrate for Your Father? Dazed. Wang Bo suddenly felt a slight tremor in her heart. Her memories, along with her strength, were constantly recovering. In her memories, the seal stone tablet was a seal established with all her father's strength. Not to mention the dangers inside, just the sealing rules made everyone lose their power. When Lu Dong attacked the seal stone tablet earlier, a hint of the sealing rules leaked out, and even the powerful Era Emperor quietly turned into an ordinary dog. These 10 hours felt like years for Wang Bo. On one hand, she worried about Lu Dong, and on the other hand, she feared for the safety of Goqing. Just as the lunar eclipse was about to happen, this ancient capital princess even thought about her sacrificial appearance. Like her father, like when he faced the powerful enemy of the time traveler back then, indifferent to life and death, standing proudly. By the way, today seems to be Father's Day. Wang Bo's heart was originally full of despair. Chapter 564, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Storm of Imitation. Wen Xuanze was furious. How dare this little brat talk to him like that? Where did he get his confidence? Gripping the anime hurricane with both hands, Wen Xuanze roared. "This is the price for your mouth." With a thunderous sound, a storm that blocked out the sun suddenly swung down. Lu Dong held the rule pencil tightly, a smile rising on his lips. In fact, the rule pencil had a hidden attribute, and it was at this moment of attack that Lu Dong noticed. Additional Attribute 1, deals 10,000 poison damage per second, until death. Additional Attribute 2, damage dealt restores 30% of health. Additional Attribute 4, 0.1% chance for a billionfold critical hit. 124 was already there. The previous probability of destruction absorption attributes disappeared, leaving only a small line of text. Additional Attribute 3, Imitation. It resembled his own learning ability, similar to Chapter 565, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, The Wind Rises. Wen Xuanze was stunned. His attack just vanished like that? This storm was something he had nurtured for so long, sacrificing even his time to play mahjong. How could it just disappear? Was his hard-earned result too weak to withstand a blow? In contrast, Lu Dong's storm actually devoured Wen Xuanze's storm, heading straight for him. Dodge? Not happening. This was an attack that merged 3 natural attributes. It had even sealed off the space around Wen Xuanze. Though the storm seemed to roll back slowly, it was actually right before his eyes in an instant. Wen Xuanze let out a roar and suddenly raised his hands, shouting, "Wind, come forth from all directions." The winds around gathered, forming a wind escape. Against the opposing wind, flowing above the sky, it collided with Lu Dong's storm.
Chapter 566, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Dare You Step Inside? Bonus 1, Thanks for TD's Reward. The attacks in the air dissipated in an instant. Wang Bo's mouth twitched as she softly murmured, "Why do I suddenly dislike my artifact so much?
Others' artifacts unleash such powerful attacks, but Lu Dong's just disgusts me." Wen Juan's expression was unchanged, continuous attacks failed to affect his offensive mood at all.
With a loud shout, Wen Juanza declared. Rules condensed. All the controllers simultaneously switched their weapons to a grenade launcher-like device. With booming sounds, a dense wave of attacks fell again.
This time the attacks did not strike the golden bull, but instead exploded 10 meters high in the air.
A pale blue mist appeared, reflecting the Klein blue moonlight, instantly enveloping the entire Gochung.
Use of mental power is prohibited in this area.
You are currently unable to activate mental power attacks. Chapter 567, A Rain of Violent Strikes Bonus 2, Thanks for TD's Reward.
When Louis Xiong and others were in the ninja village, they mentioned that answering Lord Yin Feng's question could grant different powers. Lu Dong pondered the question, his gaze fixed on the Era Emperor, and immediately responded.
Because dogs cannot look both ways at the same time. The Emperor's face turned black. Could you all please show me some respect?
Old Wind Master laughed lightly and said loudly. The answer is correct, reward status exchange. In an instant, Lu Dong felt refreshed all over. No more sadness, no more bone-breaking pain, no more blood and tears, this is the state of a normal person. In contrast, Feng Juanzi suddenly knelt down in the air, he hadn't experienced this kind of pain in many years. Every inch of bone felt like it was fracturing, even magnified.
Feeling the wailing of his muscles, Feng Juanzi couldn't help but let out a roar. Roar. Vomit. Chapter 568, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, The Guardian Attacks the City. Extra 3 thanks to Song Needle for the reward. Seek death? Lu Dong's eyes flashed with a fierce aura, and he said coldly, Am I seeking death? Come see who's seeking death. Bang. Bang. Duong.
Feng Juanzi was hit in the face by Lu Dong's explosive punch, and for a moment he couldn't bear such pain. Clearly the pain all over his body already made him uncomfortable, and on top of that, being sealed by the rules, Feng Juanzi could only feel a sense of weakness. Adapt. Feng Juanzi narrowed his eyes, stopped speaking, and decisively absorbed the sealing rules around him. Using himself as a vessel, he accelerated his body's absorption of the sealing rules with the help of Lu Dong's blows. Lu Dong smiled slightly and said softly, You want to forcibly absorb and comprehend these sealing rules, don't you? Destruction Source title activated. Shielding rules. Feng Juanzi was stunned, even though he was clearly in the sealing rules, why couldn't he feel it? Chapter 569, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Awaiting the East God's Command, Extra 4 thanks to Song Needle for the reward. The sealing stone tablet suddenly exploded, and a halo appeared in the center of Go City. As if a light gate had emerged, a huge statue appeared in Go City. The members of the Go de Bao Guild were shocked. The members of the Manhwa family were shocked. The NPCs from the zombie source city were also shocked. The Emperor's mouth twitched, looking at the huge statue, muttering, Could this guy have unified the bloody city? That gigantic statue was none other than Lu Dong himself. With a lifelike flattering smile, and a slightly bent back like an old dog. Everyone in Go City fell into a state of stupor. Then, strong figures appeared on the scene. All were strange, all were powerful beings at the master level. Although their auras were suppressed in an instant by the sealing rules, these strange auras remained strong. Shi Chang stepped confidently into the strange world, and at this moment, he could only feel moved. Chapter 570, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, by Li Xian vs. Einstein, Extra 5 thanks to Song Needle for the reward. Golden light scattered, spinning instantly over Go City. A group of strange soldiers shouted loudly. Boss, you are so handsome. Boss, you are awesome. Lu Dong's mouth twitched, silently. Duan Tianming slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on Wang Bo, and said softly. You are indeed a princess, now you don't even hide your aura? And there's a body cultivator. Einstein sneered and said loudly, Not simple, I didn't expect your East God camp has actually cultivated such strong beings? That little guy radiating with Dao rhythms, is he the descendant of the Dao Zone Monument Master? The four guardians all showed a hint of surprise. At least from what is happening now, they had their abilities sealed, facing these peak controllers, the battle situation was still uncertain. Wang Bo said softly, Dongzi. Chapter 571, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Wei Jun vs. Duan Tianming, Extra 6 thanks to May you not suffer for the reward. Thud. Fiery pain spread from his arm to his whole body in an instant. Duan Tianming took 3 painful steps back. Was this really an attack from a human? Clearly, it was an attack from a fierce beast. A hint of caution flickered in Duan Tianming's eyes as he twisted his body and pushed out his right foot. With 200,000 points of strength, he actually suffered losses in a physical battle. This kick carried at least 20 years of power. Duan Tianming's foot power shattered the air, even slicing through space. Bang! A muffled grunt sounded, and Gui Jun said leisurely, "You soft-shelled crab are really useless." Duan Tianming's right eye twitched wildly. Gui Jun took advantage of the situation to grab a leg and slammed it down, holding the technique firmly on Duan Tianming, who was lying on the ground. With a twist of his hands, there was a crack, and he directly broke Duan Tianming's right foot. Minus 10 billion. Gui Jun coldly said, "The pig's trotter is the most vulnerable spot." Chapter 572, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Huang Xinyan vs Sang Yi bonus 7 thanks to the donation from I Hope I Won't. The emperor looked at Niu Hong. Something was wrong with this guy's aura. It was too strange. Why did he have the aura of the king of the ancient city? Niu Hong leisurely said, "It's the power left by the old man, I can't let them waste it, so I absorbed it." The emperor squinted and coldly said, "Do you want to comprehend the sealing rules?" Niu Hong spread his hands and waved behind him, "Come out." Lu Yixiong stepped forward, chuckling, "Ha, long time no see." The emperor froze. The tone of this conversation was. On the north side, Huang Xinyan was locked in a fierce battle with Sang Yi. A fierce battle, disgusting fierce. Sang Yi was like a spitting rogue, swinging an abundance of saliva, wrapping Huang Xinyan. Green plants appeared around Huang Xinyan, booming into existence, blocking Sang Yi's phlegm attack. Hiss. Chapter 573, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Wantong's rescue thanks to Tan for the 100 rewards. Wang Bo glanced at Lu Yixiong's direction and softly said, "That little ghost's aura is a bit off." Lu Dong propped his chin and said, "Let me go take a look, don't kill Feng Juanzi. I want to gain some experience." Wang Bo casually replied, "Leave the final blow to you and give you an adventurer's death buff." "You have gained the adventurer's death buff." Lu Dong grinned, vanishing outside of Gocheng, landing between Wanong and Gocheng. Lu Yixiong breathed a sigh of relief, softly saying, "Dad Dong, it's him, he wants to kill me." Lu Yixiong's tone had a feeling of leveraging power from others. Lu Dong looked directly at Wanong, not engaging in direct combat, but softly said, "Yixiong, tell me how you escaped from the abyss of the bloody city?" Lu Yixiong was taken aback, then surprise flickered in his eyes. He softly said, "I just..." Chapter 574, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, just for Dongshin. The white-robed man suddenly remembered his mother's warning. Einstein is originally a scholar, he has always been extremely harsh on combat. Every time he faces an unknown opponent, he pretends to be weak, in order to collect his enemy's battle information with close armor. Then he analyzes and forms a complete battle plan. A trace of worry flashed in by Li Xian's eyes. Just now, Gaodibo's 8 people gathered together, encountering 4 guardians. In his excitement, he forgot his mother's previous warning. Einstein waved his hand, and a faint medicinal power suddenly appeared in the arena. Although Bai Lixian's innate bagua was still there, Einstein and the formation was no longer under Bai Lixian's control. Bai Lixian retreated several steps and softly said, "Sister Bo, I have a bit of trouble here." Wang Bo and the others also retreated in big steps. Around Feng Juanzi, an aura of immunity rules also appeared. No matter. Chapter 575, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Hundreds of Damage. Niu Han leaped down from the city walls, coldly saying, "Dog, you better think clearly. Not standing in line when it's time, you will always be hated." The emperor tightly shut his eyes, as if meditating, his mental power spreading through Gocheng. Some things still need to be done by oneself. On the front battlefield, the 4 guardians simultaneously launched attacks towards Lu Dong, who was on the treetops. High above, Lu Dong was like a living target. 4 sharp attacks rushed straight toward Lu Dong. Wang Bo coldly said, "My man is going to be attacked, what the hell are you messing around for?" With a loud roar, a piercing light shot up from the ground. The radiance illuminated everywhere. A milky white halo instantly shattered Feng Juan's storm. Gui Jun swung both fists, using the power of the Ton Biquan, striking the air hundreds of times. Today, regardless of Lu Dong's attack. Chapter 576, The Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Wang Fei. Bonus 1 thanks to the donation from I Hope I Won't. Lu Dong suddenly landed on the ground. He never expected that killing these mechanical zombies would unleash such deadly poison. Fortunately, it was purified by Sister Bo. If this poisonous mist spread, the entire survival zone would likely fall into chaos. You have killed the explorer ancient capital warrior, mechanical zombie state. The rewards for forcibly elevating the status of the explorer enemy have been reduced to 1%. But Lu Dong held the title of Godslayer 9 Demons, which balanced things out, so he wasn't too heavily affected. You have achieved an overwhelming kill, you gain 10 billion experience points. You gain 100 points in free base attributes. You gain 100 points of prestige. You gain 10,000 hatred points. You gain 100 million merit points. This was the reward for an ancient capital warrior for himself. This strike cleared the stage completely. Over 10,000 warriors. Chapter 577, Battle of the Eclipse, One-Sided Crushing, Additional Update 2 thanks to the generous reward. A chilling aura spread out. Wang Fei gently brushed aside the loose hair on her cheek, revealing half of her chubby face, and said coldly. Lord Timespace Guest has long discovered the secret you left in my body. Do you really think you can deceive the Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Tao? Lu Dong slowly raised his head. This was the first time he had heard this name. If one can pretend better than oneself, they surely cannot be anything good. Lu Dong gently stood in front of Wang Bo, looked at her surprised expression, and softly asked. Is he really powerful? Wang Bo lowered her voice and said, if he were just a zombie knight, he wouldn't be powerful at all. He is just an explorer with dual attributes of 200,000. But if he is Wang Fei, it's different. He was once the #1 genius of the ancient capital. Wang Bo's eyes held a trace of fear when she spoke of Wang Fei. It was this guy who had completely broken the limits of lifespan. Chapter 578, Battle of the Eclipse, Fierce Beast Lu Dong. Mechanical March. The crashing power surged from the ground. The rising waves of air combined with the whistling sound of steam suddenly fell. Einstein flipped open the armor on his body, bathing in the Klein blue moonlight of the eclipse, and declared loudly. Technology. Grant me the life of a rising tide. A rumble echoed from all directions. In an instant, mechanical suits flashed out from the horizon. Bai Lixian pinched his fingers, whispering, this is a bit troublesome. It was not the power of rules, nor was it powerful mental strength. Standing in front of the crowd, Einstein instantly transformed into a fierce beast wrapped in armor. The iron began to resonate, releasing a chill of cold metal all around. Einstein sat high in the mechanical suit, his voice rolled like thunder. The battle of the Guardian emissaries can never be lost. Lu Dong grinned, kicking away the 3 corpse-like figures, and coldly said. Chapter 579, Battle of the Eclipse, Nanobots. Members of the Survival Treasure Guild stepped forward, immediately ready to interrupt Wang Fei's attack and casting spells. Lu Dong frowned, positioning himself in front of everyone. These densely packed small robots in front would, once they got close, instantly invade the target's body following the elemental power in the air, exploding the heart. These small robots were quite difficult to deal with. Lu Dong furrowed his brows slightly, then attempted to strike out. The pencil in his hand suddenly transformed into an 80-meter-long blade. Before Lu Dong's attack could land, this group of small robots seemed to sense food, instantly surging towards the mental power blade. Lu Dong was secretly startled and immediately dispersed his mental power. If he hadn't acted quickly, he would have likely been surrounded by the small robots in that instant. Hiss HSSS. Lu Dong's strike finally made the members of the Survival Treasure Guild realize that they were facing. Chapter 580, Battle of the Eclipse, Wantong's Pain. Before the members of the Survival Treasure Guild could react, Lu Dong had already flashed out. With his fist at his side, Lu Dong remained motionless, as a torrent of energy surged around him. Einstein's lips curled into a cold smile, just a brute. If Lu Dong dared to take another step forward, the nano-robots would instantly control him. So what if there was water vapor? Did he really think he could harm his precious being? Nano-robots, they are treasures worth billions. Moreover, this thing is even praised as a god-slaying artifact by the time-space travelers. Can a mere Lu Dong harm this thing? Wang Fei's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he whispered, 20 seconds. Wantong lifted his head, sensing a tremor deep within his life, as if he had encountered his soul's nemesis. He suddenly realized what the Guardians were planning. His complexion changed, and Wantong immediately began to unleash his healing domain. But unexpectedly. Chapter 581, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Destruction Expert, Supplement for Missing Yesterday. You have destroyed the space. Catastrophic damage, tearing the spatial membrane, causing irreversible harm. You have gained 4,000 achievement points. The Destroyer achievement has reached 10,000 points. You have completed your career upgrade. The Destroyer is promoted to Destruction Expert. Destruction Expert, focused on destruction, annihilation will empower people. Passive skill, Frenzied Destruction. For 30 seconds, destroy without regard for rules. Damn it, I covered the upgrade conditions for you, and you still managed to level up? Dong Ge, Lord Dong. Dong God. I beg you, don't kill the Guardians, otherwise this strange world will be completely destroyed. The system seemed to want to say something to Lu Dong, but the remaining words were all censored. All Lu Dong saw was UN %. Percent at and amp. Asterisk. Chapter 582, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Killing Einstein, Supplement for Missing Yesterday. Feng Juanzi swallowed hard and said softly. Damn it, what else do you want to do, Sang Yi?
One of Wang Fei's hands had already pierced Wan Tong's head, absorbing Wan Tong's medicinal power, and Wang Fei's aura continued to rise. After reaching a peak, Wang Fei did not stop the absorption. Instead, he began to absorb the powers of Feng Juanzet and Duan Tianming through Wan Tong's body. This sense of life collapsing made Feng Juanzet and Duan Tianming withdraw simultaneously. Seeing Einstein in crisis, how could Sang Yi still be so arrogant? Both of them felt a strong wave of anger. All the power Wan Tong had helped them restore was completely absorbed by Sang Yi. Wang Fei gently touched his mouth and said coldly, "I really don't like the name Sang Yi, it's just a nickname I left years ago when I aimed to destroy the ancient capital. What I want to tell you is, anyone." Chapter 583, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, Lu Dong vs Wang Fei. Supplement for missing yesterday. Lu Dong naturally knew this was a provocation. But he was exactly the type to fall for this. He was originally lustful, and after finally getting a princess-level wife, this was actually his longtime rival? In his past life, Lu Dong hadn't dated much. After all, he had been a homebody, seeing women all look the same. There was no real difference between those on the screen and those off it. But coming to this strange world was different. Lu Dong even directly signed a bond with a princess. This was a very wonderful feeling. Yet Wang Fei was a tumor within this feeling. At this moment, Lu Dong's eyes were full of killing intent. The two stepped forward simultaneously, crashing into each other. Without using rule powers, both sides collided purely with their physical strength. Bang! The two fists met, and Lu Dong recoiled his right fist in pain. It felt like hitting solid granite, and signs of misalignment appeared in his entire joints. Chapter 584, Battle of the Lunar Eclipse, a final showdown, extra 1 thanks to Sister Shizi for her donation. The poison fairy shouted, "That Louis Xiong, I am the godson of Dong God, I came first, you must call me brother." The four extremes couldn't help but twitch their lips. If Louis Xiong's true identity were revealed, Lu Dong would probably be shocked. Wang Yan pondered for a moment, then pressed one hand on his chest and said, "Yanjun, I will go conquer the western region." In an instant, the whole of Go City responded in unison. Louis Xiong and Niu Hong exchanged glances, both standing still on the city wall of Go City, selecting a 1,000-man team. Shi Chang led 20,000 people and shouted, "I control the organization, I will naturally contribute to Dong God's camp." Niu Hong narrowed his eyes, so this is Lu Dong's charisma. A clearly heavy-hearted young man of murderous intent. Why are there so many people willing to help him? With a hint of confusion in his eyes, Niu Hong gently said, "With so many people, how can we leave together?" Yan Yong was manipulating. Chapter 585, The Moon Eclipse War, Lu Dong seeking his own doom? Extra 2 thanks to Sister Shizi for her support. Time and space guest. In the ancient capital, the real strong ones. The current ruler of the strange world. He just stood in the air, and all the rules around him retreated. The man with 7 fingers coldly said, "Song Yi, I sense Niu Hang's aura." Where did he go? Song Yi's body stiffened. He was about to attack Lu Dong but stood dumbly in place. Feeling the divine might around him, Song Ye's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, then he softly said, "They went to the West District." In the face of absolute power, Wang Fei did not dare to show any pretense. The gaze of the man with 7 fingers landed on Lu Dong, and he chuckled softly. "Eastern God? Interesting. I thought you were a pawn left by the king of the ancient capital. I didn't expect your causal line to be so simple, even the fateful line connected to the princess was added later. How about this, I help you cut off the ties." Chapter 586, The Moon Eclipse War, slashing Wenjuanza, cutting off Tianming, extra 3 thanks to Sister Shizi for her support. Wan Tong was stunned. Lord Yin Feng was also stunned. Wang Fei was stunned. Feng Juanzet and Duan Tianming were stunned. The 8 members of Goaded Bao Guild were also stunned. The man with 7 fingers and Qing Dai in the sky were also dumbfounded. Did he just crash himself to death? The world is cruel, should I just go die? No matter how you look at it, it seemed like Lu Dong's speed suddenly surged and then crashed into Wan Tong's arm. Wan Tong grinned and said loudly, "Ha, this fool actually crashed himself to death." The members of Go de Bao Guild looked at each other in disbelief. Wang Bo suddenly realized, this guy isn't trying to. In the next moment, Wan Tong's smile abruptly stopped. The depleted Lu Dong suddenly appeared before him, fully revitalized. Dangerous life-saving buff activated successfully. Players can come back to life after death and can mark their killers. Chapter 587, The Moon Eclipse War, slaying Wang Fei. Extra 4 thanks to Aha for her support. Put. Wang Fei's face was smashed into pieces. Lu Dong suddenly pulled out the Mo Dao pencil and coldly said, "Love rival? Do you deserve it? Wang Fei is dead. You killed Wang Fei. Defeating an opponent of a higher level, you gain 100 billion experience points. You gain 10,000 free attributes. You gain 200,000 prestige points. You gain 100 million hatred points. You gain 10 billion merit points. Rule creation plus 5%. The man with 7 fingers paused, coldly saying, "You are seeking death." In the moment of Wang Fei's death, the outer rules of the ancient capital exploded. The power domain of Go Chang instantly enveloped the two in the arena. Qing Dai furrowed her brows. Without this rule shielding, she didn't need to offend the time and space guest. After all, on the surface, the time and space guest and the Guardian had not yet. Chapter 588, Slaying Time and Space, Cutting Off Guardians. Thanks to Tan for his many supports. Player Wang Bo slays Guardian Chang Dai. Guardians officially declare war on the Eastern God faction. Player Ludong slays Time and Space Guest Jean. Time and Space Guests officially declare war on the Eastern God faction. NPC Louis Xiong from the Bamboo Taking Clan breaks through the West District barrier, and all 4 districts are now connected. Guardians from the 4 districts of the ancient capital are slain by the Eastern God faction. The world plot enters the feudal division state. The 4 major regions remove regional restrictions, and completing the Strange World mission has a chance to obtain the feudal lord's order. The old era has passed, and the era of the new king has arrived. Charge ahead, warriors. The entire strange world fell into a brief silence, and in the darkness, no one could calm their emotions. The global channel was lively and bustling. A double disaster of male and female, damn. Egyo, this Eastern god is simply a plot accelerator. 2 by. Chapter 589, Mother-in-Law. The Emperor's face was dark. If it weren't for the lack of power at this moment, it would have torn Lu Dong apart at any cost. Lord Yinfeng's mouth twitched as well. Are you trying to establish a connection on purpose? The Queen Mother's gaze fell on Lu Dong, first curious, then shocked, and finally her brows furrowed. A complex power, which should appear on Lu Dong. The power that should not have appeared on Lu Dong gathered all together. The Queen Mother softly said, "Boer, your fate line should not be connected to the god of deception, right?" Wang Bo quietly revealed the dangers he had encountered. As the Queen Mother listened, her brows tightened more and more. Originally, according to the plan of the king of the ancient capital, Wang Bo should not have awakened as a peak life explorer at this time, and even her memories were incomplete. The Queen Mother soon realized that her daughter lacked the part that excelled in palace intrigues. One general's success often comes at the cost of countless bones, and one emperor rises while millions of ministers fall. Chapter 590, Divine Calculation. The Body Lotus Moon Crown. This was once a divine artifact of the ancient capital. The Queen Mother pondered for a moment, then lightly raised her hand, activating a key core of the divine artifact. Buzz! A beam of white light appeared on Lu Dong's body. The aura of the Body Lotus Moon Crown flashed and vanished, and in the next moment, Lu Dong directly disappeared from the scene. The 2-haired Great Emperor suddenly raised his head and, in a flash, followed closely. A special space surged. It was absolutely a peak powerhouse of super strength. Lu Dong could not have an accident. Although the Emperor did not like Lu Dong's personality, he understood very well that at this moment, Lu Dong was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar for the Eastern God faction. Boom! 1 man and 1 dog vanished from the scene. Wang Bo's expression suddenly changed. As a peak life explorer, she awakened a part of her memory. The earlier aura belonged to the divine artifact stored in the seal steel, south, the Body Lotus Moon Crown. Chapter 591, Divine Calculation, Simple Folk. About 15 minutes ago. In the West District. Louis Xiong used his great powers to break open the barrier of the West District. Everyone was left in a daze, not knowing what had just occurred. Niu Hong used his spiritual thought to communicate. Did you erase their memories? Louis Xiong chuckled and transmitted his thoughts. It took so much effort to regain memories, I should at least enjoy it. Niu Hong twitched his lips, seeing Louis Xiong absorb the sealing power left by the king of the ancient capital. He thought this guy was the reincarnation of the king. Now it seemed that this guy's identity was even more special. That previous attack could not have been launched by the king of the ancient capital. Louis Xiong sent another thought. You also surprised me. You were able to counter my power. Everyone has their secrets. Niu Hong rolled his eyes and sighed. What now? Are we trapped here? Chapter 592, Divine Calculation, I will be filial. The 2-haired Great Emperor led the way in front of Lu Dong, his eyes flashing with thought. Earlier, the Queen Mother's phantom dissipated, but no super-strong formations appeared, which meant that the Queen Mother might not be dead. To be precise, this spirit of the Queen Mother did not die. The Queen Mother back then was a strategist who stood behind the king. All the common people in the land adored her, and all the gods of the ancient capital revered her. The Emperor, who spent day and night with the Queen Mother, knew her character better. Then, the Emperor's body trembled. Could it be that the Body Lotus Moon Crown within Lu Dong was activated by the Queen Mother? To verify whether Lu Dong was suitable to be the prince consort, did she use the power within the holy artifact to draw Lu Dong here? Such a ruthless heart was indeed something the Queen Mother could do. Glancing back at Lu Dong, the Emperor stopped and said, this place was originally Chapter 593, Divine Calculation, 18th Prince. You have killed a spy of the time-space traveler. You have gained 0.01% rule power. Triggered hidden mission, eliminate peripheral spies. Although it did not give experience, it provided something even better. The rules created by Lu Dong had already surpassed 50%, reaching 50.05%. To kill a spy and receive 0.01 means that he might create completely his own rules in this task. Indeed, the core reason the king of the ancient capital left this memory was not to teach future generations how to deduce but to inform them that they were surrounded by spies. This was the opportunity the king of the ancient capital left behind. Lu Dong slightly squinted his eyes. Searching the old man, no useful items were found. After a moment of thought, he severed the old man's hands. Lu Dong, dressed in loose clothing, tightly held the two severed hands in his grip. Standing in the war room, Emperor Era listened listlessly to the king's battle plan. Although the king's unique aura was both charming and powerful. However, the emperor was indeed uninterested. Different species, love does not communicate. If it were a female dog, or even a male dog, he could still barely muster some interest. In a half-awake, half-asleep moment, the emperor suddenly felt a subtle wave of mental energy. If he had been fully focused on the sand table, he absolutely would not have sensed this information. The wave of mental energy seemed to be emitted from the chief of staff beside the king of the ancient capital. Curiously, the emperor released his mental energy to explore the content of this energy. My lord, the prince has instructed that the situation has changed. The emperor was stunned. The prince? There was no prince in the ancient capital. This chief of staff fellow turned out to be a spy. The emperor immediately gave. Louis Ran furrowed her brows, suddenly opening her eyes. The aura of the entire person abruptly changed. She is Louis Ran, yet she is not Louis Ran. All personality traits were magnified. The maternal instinct in her heart filled her with compassion. But the way of the emperor created a huge conflict with her character. This massive memory was precisely the princess's personality and strength left to Wang Bo by Shu Chui Ping. Originally banished by the ninja space. By chance, Louis Ran obtained the ninja space and became a seeker of fate. Her sword broke through the space, naturally gaining this abandoned memory. Two completely different personalities clashed within Louis Ran. A painful expression spun on her face. Taya Quan was at a loss, watching Louis Ran directly dive into the space before her. Taya Quan was stunned. Just now that wave of Emperor Era took the opportunity while the king was imparting power to Louis Ran, slipping out of the war room. His first target was to rush to the prison and rescue Lu Dong. No matter what happens here, it was definitely not something they could intervene in for a short time. The king of the ancient capital had said so much to him, certainly in order for the emperor to deliver a message to Lu Dong. Emperor Era hurriedly rushed into the prison. As soon as he entered, the emperor frowned. What a strong smell of blood, someone has gone on a killing spree here. Could it be Lu Dong? Looking at the corpses everywhere, the emperor felt increasingly alarmed. Numerous dead bodies were in the open cages. Hearing the sound of a hammer coming from ahead, the emperor moved forward at full speed. Boom! As the hammer fell, Lu Dong stood in the center with bloodstains on his face, proclaiming loudly, "You probably don't know, your prince has long been killed by me. The father-in-law, you dare to touch your daughter's things, I will fight you to the end." Tang Sanzang and others simultaneously looked up. It was indeed the voice of that little ghost. What did that guy want to do? You mutt, help us open this cage. Emperor, hurry up, we want to go see the excitement. The emperor was confused, remembering Lu Dong's casual attack that just passed over him. He was no match. Letting these guys out might still have a chance. The emperor immediately began to madly attack the lock. Everyone frowned simultaneously. You learned to unlock this way from that little guy, right? Shu Beiji shouted, "You mutt, can you use your brain to unlock?" The emperor was stunned, then aimed to hit the lock with his head. Everyone. Kill Wu Jin shouted, "Dog, use the hands of a time-space guest, 7 fingers will do, this is a fingerprint lock." Imagine if this mutt was as thick-headed as Lu Dong. In the face of the furious gazes of the two-headed emperor and others, Lu Dong fell into deep thought. Why does it seem like I have been set up by the king of the ancient capital? I hinted that I killed him, but it led others to seek revenge on me? Tang Sanzang roared in anger, "Kill, take revenge for the king." The Punisher stepped forward, swinging the golden rod, "Take a stick from my old grandson." Shu Beiji glared with a murderous look in his eyes, roaring as he wielded his 9-toothed rake, "Dare to kill my king, you shall bear my wrath." Killing Wu Jin took a step forward, as the raging waters of the Yellow River descended from the sky, about to drown Lu Dong. The two-headed emperor also stood in the sky. Although this was a memory, a past event, Lu Dong's act of regicide violated his bottom line. A deafening roar surged from all directions. Lu Dong raised the corner of his mouth. No matter what conspiracy, he had never flinched before anyone attacking him. The two sides clashed. Chapter 599, Divine Deduction, Mountain Doctor's Fate Telling, Extra Chapter 6, thanks to book friend 330212 for the reward. The king was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a situation he had not considered. Then the king furrowed his brows. Through Lu Dong's body, he saw the power of the world appearing on Lu Iran. Lu Iran was using the power of the world to help the king complete this memory. Merged with Wang Bo's memory, Lu Iran happened to hold the recollection of that tragic victory in the ancient capital. Wang Bo, who had often perused ancient capital documents, had firmly engraved this memory deep in his heart. It was an unforgettable shame. The Queen Mother sighed and said, "What if the illusionary enemy kills Lu Dong? If the divine deduction loses you, its backbone, the world's development and attacks could really result in death." The king gently raised his head and said softly, "If he can't survive this battle of deduction, how could he talk about battling with time-space guests?" The Queen Mother chuckled lightly and said, "I'm afraid this is your true purpose, right?" Chapter 600, Divine Deduction, Life Force, Extra Chapter 7, thanks to book friend 330212 for the reward. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Dong's long knife pierced through the attacking monk. Instant kill. You have gained 0.01% of the power of rules. Lu Dong's eyes sparkled. Not only do timespace guests grant such power, but the strong of Buddhism do as well. This means that as long as I kill, I can gain power of rules. This is simply encouraging me to kill. Lu Dong turned around and shouted, "Brothers, surround this place. This group of guys don't plan to let us go. We can only fight them to the death." The two-headed emperor was stunned, who was not letting whom go. Tang Sanzang and the others were also shocked. Weren't you supposed to be seeking peace before coming? Why did it turn into a killing spree? The Buddhists were also dumbfounded. How did they encounter an unreasonable hothead? Lu Dong twirled the lead pencil in his hand and entered the Buddhist territory, slaughtering everywhere. Chapter 601, Divine Deduction, 17th Prince, Extra Chapter 8, thanks to moments of emotion for the reward. The time-space guest chuckled and said loudly, "Remember my name, I am one of the few strong ones in the time-space guests who has a surname. 17th Prince. Suan Hanshan Temple Wu Muyun Ji Gao Yun." The clouds rolled and resumed, instantly surrounding everyone. Lu Dong frowned. Within this power, he felt a smell of destruction. These guys are not opponents. Dashing out, Lu Dong proclaimed, "I will be your opponent." Buzz. A light sound came, and Lu Dong's chest was grazed by a cloud roll. -1 million. It was not a fatal injury. Lu Dong had also moved his vital organs aside, only slightly grazed, resulting in a loss of 1 million health. The power of the cloud rolled along Lu Dong's skin, seeping inside. Lu Dong decisively tore open his wound, removing all the skin that bore the power of the cloud. Chapter 602, Divine Deduction, I must kill him today, Extra Chapter 9, thanks to moments of emotion for the reward. Lu Iran frowned tightly. This sea of clouds limited her perception. To control this guy, only the power within merges as one. She immediately emptied her mind and suddenly sat up straight. Two voices appeared within Lu Iran. "Lend me your power." "Why should I? If Lu Dong dies, you will be very sad. I don't even like him. If he dies, you will die too." Wang Bo's memory struggled, and then coldly said, "I do not want to be devoured by you, then let's merge. From now on, you have me, and I have you. Deal." The aura within Lu Iran suddenly turned into a cold light. In just a moment, all her injuries were healed. Lu Iran slowly raised her long sword, a hint of light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 603, The God's Calculation, Why Need Firewood If the Mountains Are Gone? A massive spacetime rift appeared before Lu Dong. An overwhelming suction force flowed out from within. The four shadows of Tang San and the Burial Master stood firm behind the rift. Once Lu Dong entered, they could directly guide him back to the strange world. This day, the four had actually waited a long time. Since the king of the ancient capital was bound by the time traveler, they had been searching for a glimmer of hope. According to Tang San's plan, even if the time traveler planted poison in the king's body, it would not be easy for him to fully control the king. The four just needed to wait for an opportunity to safely send the king away from here. But they did not expect that the king's poison had already penetrated to the bone. Even after several subtle exchanges, the king had made it clear, he had no chance of survival, only seeking death. Originally, the four had already lost hope, but with Lu Dong's appearance. Chapter 604, The God's Calculation, A Born Predictor. Amidst golden light, the time traveler Yun's attack rushed toward Luiba outside the rift. Yun sensed the sword power within Luiba. If this guy sealed this world, once banished here, he really might not find his way back. Yun activated his attack with all his strength, moving much faster than Lu Dong, so he was not worried at all about Lu Dong's attack. Lu Dong stepped forward, and suddenly his pencil transformed into an 80-meter-long spear. The spear tip glinted coldly, the red tassels twirling. Lu Dong gripped the silver spear, focusing his spiritual power within, and solemnly said, Return spear. Half kneeling, Lu Dong suddenly twisted his waist and raised the spear, the red tassels cutting through the air, heading straight for the spacetime rift. Earlier, Yun hadn't paid attention. He never expected Lu Dong to suddenly change direction towards his own attack. Boom! The spacetime rift was actually hit by Lu. Chapter 605, The God's Calculation, Lu Dong vs Yun. The time traveler Yun laughed disdainfully and said, "You may not know, this world is called the God's Calculation because it possesses the power of calculation. Your attack was already seen through by me." Yunhai suddenly opened a path, surrounding Lu Dong, enveloping him instantly. In the next moment, the sky full of white clouds violently transformed into various weapons. At the top of Yunhai, 18 types of weapons suddenly surrounded Lu Dong. In the chaos, there was no room for movement. The time traveler Yun shouted, "Aren't you good at predictive arts? I want to see how you will escape at this distance." Lu Dong frowned. Originally he planned to break through this substantial cloud sea, and then use his power of rules to inflict direct harm on Yun. He never expected Yun to see through Lu Dong's method of attack and simply opened a path. Turning the tables, accommodating Lu. Chapter 606, The God's Calculation, Fierce Battle. Extra Update 1 thanks to Boo Muyu's reward. Boom! A fist and palm collided together. Lu Dong frowned slightly. The cloud's fist was wrapped in armor, and upon impact, there was even a shockwave. In the resonance, Lu Dong instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, this armored body has some weight. Cannot make contact with the opponent. Although there were no limits on blood levels here, the system had already indicated. If you suffer a fatal injury, you will die. In other words, this is actually a space for real fighting. Yun struck successfully, grinning as he strode forward, delivering another powerful right straight punch. The cold wind from the punch forced Lu Dong to retreat. Lu Dong, who had just spit out blood, stumbled and chose to roll backward. Yun would not give Lu Dong the chance to create distance, stepping forward quickly. His feet moved like the wind, constantly kicking Lu Dong, forcing him to keep rolling backward. Yun let go. Chapter 607, God's Deduction, Break. Bonus 2 thanks to the reward from Bu Muyu. Lu Dong felt very cool. After all, he was biting the sword hilt, his speech unclear, which meant something different to others. Tang Sanzang asked in confusion, "What pig?" Shuba Jia rolled his eyes and said, "Master, I'm offended, okay? It sounds like 3 mouths to a pig." The Punisher narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Just now, Luiba threw the sword, mixed with swordlight, plus gravitational acceleration. Did this East God directly bite it with his teeth?" Even if he could calculate it, being extremely confident in his calculation ability, but an ordinary bite couldn't bite through something like this, right? Killing Endless suddenly realized, "Big brother, are you saying that East God is very good at biting techniques?" Shubajia chuckled, narrowing his eyes and said, "I once saw a player called Don't Mess With Me, who often said that if East God got dirty, even his own BT would feel ashamed." Tang Sanzang frowned. Chapter 608, God's Deduction, Slay the Time Traveler, Yin bonus 3 thanks to the reward from When Can I See It? Lu Dong slowly raised his head, speaking coldly, "An hour has finally passed." Yun narrowed his eyes again, another wave of deception in the air. Lu Dong took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the feeling of losing Wangbo that day. Tears filled his eyes, sadness overflowing like a river. BBUEX, SX and HF. The substantial sadness instantly spread from Lu Dong. The Great Emperor Era narrowed his eyes. Could this trick from the rules hurt the time traveler? Yun slowly lifted his head. This kind of sadness also reminded him of his own past. Others only saw the glamorous front of the time traveler princes, but did not know the battles they fought to survive back then. To survive, they spared no effort. Eating in the toilet, searching for weapons among the dead. The sadness of childhood instantaneously enveloped him. Yun. Chapter 609, God's Deduction, The Battle of the 5 Races. You killed the time traveler, Quan Hansan Temple Wu Mu Yun Ji Gao Yun. You will be wanted by the time traveler. Overlevel killing, gain 1 billion experience. You gain 1 million basic attribute points. You gain 8 million prestige points. You gain 10 billion hate points. You gain 1 trillion merit points. Lu Dong furrowed his brows. Having killed Yun, he didn't understand why a faint sense of guilt grew in his heart. The strange world, from the very beginning, arose from the opposition of 2 small factions, pulling players into battle. Then came the battle of the abandoned capital, where the aristocratic faction, the divine faction, the elf tribe, and the beast tribe appeared. Originally, these forces were thought to make up the entire world, but with Wang Bo's memory as support, everyone realized the appearance of the time traveler. Soon after, many powerful factions like the Guardians emerged. Only today did Lu Dong truly understand. Chapter 610, God's Deduction, Evolution World. Tang Sanzang and his 3 apprentices were stunned simultaneously. Yes, Lu Dong had already created the rules. Creating a world is not a difficult task. Their virtual souls were more suited to root in the world created by Lu Dong.
Lu Dong followed the teachings of the great emperor, instantly infusing his rule power into the lotus Bodhi crown. In just a moment, Lu Dong felt as if he was a creator. As if, playing my world. In the dim dusk, everything turned chaotic. Lu Dong felt a stir, overwhelming rivers and seas surged out, but this river and sea seemed a bit illusory, lacking any real outline. The king of the ancient city spoke softly, using your own rules, you haven't comprehended the rules, cannot form the main body of the world. Lu Dong was stunned. The king of the ancient capital indeed resides in the Tilian Benyu crown. His own rules? Lu Dong lightly exclaimed, the classic of Dongshan's arrogance. Chapter 611, The Divine Projection, The Focus. Lu Dong was taken aback. The world he originally evolved depended on the Tilian Benyu crown. Now, it was good, Tilian Benyu crown had become a supporting corner of his world. In other words, the Tilian Benyu crown couldn't support his world. In the world of madmen, you are the invincible creator, all rules are under your control. Players be aware, the current world creation is incomplete, you need to obtain other supporting world items in time. Countdown to the collapse of the madman world, 72 hours. Lu Dong raised his head and looked at the king of the ancient capital and the queen mother standing in the void, softly saying, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, are you satisfied with this living environment? The king of the ancient capital immediately noticed the problem with Lu Dong's evolved world, but he did not point it out. Instead, he pulled the queen mother and suddenly descended into the world, his voice drifting over. Go do what you want to do. Chapter 612, The Southeast Battle, The South District Gods Attack. Thanks to Scholar Bai for the 100 rewards. The South District BW organization and the South District Gods camp didn't even take any concealment measures. The gods brought many strong practitioners into the Go district. In less than an hour, they completed the encirclement of Go City. Of course, the area where the South District Army was located was still outside the influence range of the Dongshan camp. After all, there was still a buff effect having the power of the Dongshan camp present here. For this kind of territory-based buff, the South District gods were not afraid at all. But then, Shiva stepped out, and a storm swept up all around. With a crisp sound, the Dongshan camp's territorial buff instantly collapsed. In just an instant, the strong practitioners of Go City showed themselves. Such strong enemies invaded, with the enemy's strength no less than hundreds of thousands. Especially many South District gods had already regained their divine power, various great abilities, no exaggeration. Simply with Shiva's storm-breaking move, it created a great impact. Chapter 613, The Southeast Battle, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, thanks to Shangu for the 100 rewards. The elephant army marched in unison. The resonating sound suddenly affected the coordination of the rock tiger army. Shiva laughed heartily and shouted, Linga Siang. A massive pillar appeared in the arena. The law image danced, as if igniting the passion of the elephant army, and the elephant troops charged out. Ganesha slightly raised his head and whispered, Do we need to leave any survivors? Shiva scoffed, Survivors? Are there living people here? The elephant army accelerated with all their might, instantly dispersing the formation of the rock tiger army. Xiong Tian wanted to open fire to help, but Bai Lixian's refusal left him staring blankly at the sacrifices of the rock tiger soldiers. Familiar faces fell under the giant hooves of the elephant army. Above Go City, everyone held their breath. Especially the families of the rock tiger soldiers who were sent back earlier, they were military families, so they felt even more heartache for the soldiers. Clearly he. Chapter 614, The Southeast Battle, The Strange Eight Kings Emerge. The jealousies Wiley looked awkward, gazing into the closed space ahead, murmuring. Fate. Didn't you say we could definitely get in? Fate's Wiley frowned slightly, looking at Bai Lixian and said, That Taoist has changed the fate of this city. The innate 8 trigrams, terrifying as such. With one person's strength, it changed the fate of the entire city. Following the guidance of Fate's Wiley, under Shiva's disguise, the strong practitioners in Go City would inevitably participate in the battle. This way, the South District gods could use the aura from their participation in the battle to break the rules left by the Dongshan camp. The defenses of the Dongshan camp would thus be ineffective. However, Fates Wiley did not anticipate that the 4 members of the Go Dabao Public Association were willing to take risks. They even directly sealed off the entire Go City. This prevented Fates Wiley's scheme from succeeding. The corpse that Wang Meixiang had previously left in front of Go City was also not dispatched. Chapter 615, The Southeast Battle, The Greedy Colors Wiley, extra 1 thanks to when can it be read for the reward? Lu Dong was filled with rage at this moment. On his own visit to the Divine Deduction, he unexpectedly encountered such changes? In the vast Goshur city, it was surprisingly surrounded tightly by enemies inside and out. The breath of Bo Jia and the others was gone, and only Chao Shangfei and Huang Xinyan remained to defend the city. In Goshur city, there were not a few strong warriors. Let's not even mention the likes of Xiong Tian and Liangan who were following him, as well as the military families, NPCs from the zombie source city, and the control from the bloody city led by Shi Chang who were all leveling up under the second Har Emperor.
With so many powerful defenders, how could they now be in closed-door training, just watching Chao Shunfei and Huang Xinyan guarding the city?
Lu Dong felt a slight anger rising within him. How could it be said that he was the king of the Eastern God faction, and that the Eastern God faction could not function without him? Lu Dong narrowed his eyes. At this moment he increasingly felt that becoming a king of a faction was connected to the life he idealized.
Chapter 616, The Battle of Southeast, Crisis. Extra Update 2. Thanks to Manta's reward. This roar unleashed the years of fury from the Emperor. That day in the ancient capital battle was just the same. The king of the ancient capital was bound, and none of the gods stepped forward. Only the deceptive god fought alone. The second Har Emperor wanted so much to return to that day and fight across the lands. But he could not go back, so it was today. Silver fur shed, golden fur emerged. On the second Har Emperor's brow, unexpectedly there appeared a dog character. Thinking of that strange world, even swearing would use words like "you are truly a strange dog." Today, he wanted the four corners of the world to see how powerful a creature a dog could be. Golden light burst forth from the sky, and the second Har Emperor roared. "You there! Come over!" Shiva coldly said, "Attack!" The jealousy trick observed the battle with interest, whispering, "Indeed, the best battles in this strange world are still dogfights." Chapter 617, The Battle of Southeast, Get in there for me. Thanks to Cha Xiong for the instant reward. In the vast sea of consciousness, there actually existed a complete world. The greed trick was shocked, for the sea of consciousness is where a living being is most vulnerable. Even though players have special attributes, they cannot enhance their mental strength. Only some extremely special treasures can help them passively enhance their mental power. But how could this Eastern god create a world in the sea of consciousness? Immediately, the greed trick leaped into the world within Lu Dong's sea of consciousness. In an instant, he trembled. Was that an ancient sacred artifact? One of the 5 sacred artifacts gathered by the king of the ancient capital, the Tilian Benyu crown? The greed trick squinted, so that was it. He thought Lu Dong, an ordinary player, could not possibly create a complete world. So it was all relying on the Tilian Benyu crown. With a wave of the greed trick's hand, a group of controlled elven people instantly appeared in Lu Dong's sea of consciousness. Chapter 618, This is my world. The elven king shuddered and instantly appeared in front of Lu Dong. Speechless, he stared in silence. At this moment, within the elven king, the female dominance was evident, and although angry, he still carried a hint of a beauty's frown. Lu Dong was taken aback, not because of the elven king's beauty, but because he felt a familiar aura. From the elven king emanated a -10 toxin. This was the poison left by Lu Dong's ruined pencil from back then. In other words, this guy in front of him was not a beauty at all, but rather a man-woman. A wave of nausea hit Lu Dong as he suddenly recalled classic films he had watched back in the day. What was it called? 3D Meatball, where despite a woman's face, a rough man's voice appeared. Disgusting. The more beautiful the elven king, the more regret Lu Dong felt. How could he have seen such an eye-watering thing? Chapter 619, What does it matter to me? But, that's fine. With the king of the ancient capital here, Lu Dong wouldn't erase himself. The greed trick thought this way and respectfully bowed to the king of the ancient capital, saying, "My king, I realize my mistake. I was momentarily blinded by my heart and thus." Boom! A figure and a shockwave suddenly appeared behind the lustful deception. The queen mother squinted and whispered, "Lu Dong, this lustful deception was created by the king of the ancient capital. Don't rush to kill him." Lu Dong curled his lips and chuckled. "Have we found the backstage? Do you think you can live safely now?" The killing intent in his eyes lingered, almost forming a substance. Lu Dong coldly said, "Mother-in-law, you should know one thing, the lustful deception is my enemy, and his life and death should be judged by me." The queen mother showed a trace of displeasure on her face. Chapter 620, Battle in the Southeast, Decapitate the lustful deception, bonus 1 thanks to Dove for the reward. One person spoke, and 100 birds fell silent. The scene instantly fell into a deep silence. The queen mother frowned and said coldly, "Impudent. You killed our people, and you still want to argue? Tang Sanzang, the damned punisher, slaughter the 8 realms, kill without end. Capture Lu Dong for me." The 4 masters and disciples did not move. They needed to understand the true meaning of Lu Dong's words. What does he really mean? The king of the ancient capital also looked coldly, his gaze icy. "What are you saying?" Lu Dong said coldly, "I've been thinking, with the princess being so kind, her parents must also be very wise people. Even if they know the importance of the lustful deception in this world, they would never speak like this. Or rather, the way you speak does not resemble the king of the ancient capital and the queen mother at all. Your words are frivolous and carry a hint of exaggeration. Lu Dong paused. Chapter 621, Battle in the Southeast, breaking the game, bonus 2 thanks to Qing Xiaoran for the reward. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of the world condensing appeared as Lu Dong manipulated the rules of time and space, continuously accelerating time. The way of the innate, nothing can be established without first being broken, this is Taoist philosophy. In Buddhism, there are forms, if the heart does not perish, then all things can collapse unharmed, this is the secret of Buddhism. Lu Dong felt something and transmitted this emotion to the Bodhi crown of the moon. The sacred artifact sensed Lu Dong's emotions and instantly condensed into a new world. No matter how powerful an ancient dynasty was, there were times of decline. The moon has its phases of fullness and emptiness, it is just like that. Since the world can be born, it can naturally collapse. But after the collapse, whether a new world will form will also divide players' strength into various levels. Lu Dong looked at the waves of mental power rolling in his mental sea and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. To the east, standing on the stone tablet to observe the vast sea, it is just like this. The mental power of an ordinary person is just a bowl of water. Chapter 622, Battle in the Southeast, Thunderous Poison Dragon Drill, bonus 3 thanks to Mo Yen for the reward. Huang Xingyan knew very well that no matter how powerful Lu Dong was, he could not possibly fight against two time travelers at the same time. So, Huang Xingyan's idea was to help Lu Dong hold off one of them. The battle in the field erupted with a roar. The time traveler Wan moved her hands, and a handkerchief suddenly appeared. Actually, when the time traveler Wan and the mountain appeared, it was already after the 17th Prince Yun was slain. For the time travelers, it was only a second apart. But for the battle in the field, it was enough to determine life and death. They did not save Yun and instead set their sights on Lu Dong. Sensing the virtual souls within Lu Dong, the two entered Lu Dong's body simultaneously. As for the virtual souls of the king of the ancient capital and the queen mother, they did not even cause any injury to the two time travelers, the two instantly replaced the king of the ancient capital and the queen mother. The queen mother felt unwilling and seemed to want to resist with the Bodhi crown of the moon, but was stopped by the ancient. Chapter 623, Battle in the Southeast, The Death of the 15th Princess, bonus 4 thanks to Jia Dian Ziren Bei for the reward. A tearing pain came from behind Wan. The roar could not express Wan's anger, a shrill voice flowed around. Wan covered her rear end, her eyes full of anger. Before she could turn around, Lu Dong appeared behind her again. As a peak seeker of destiny, her basic attributes were only around 1,000,000, and facing Lu Dong, who had dual million basic attributes, she could barely keep up with the rhythm. Having been broken free from her domain by Lu Dong, Wan couldn't believe it at the moment. If it weren't for the pain like piles that she could hardly bear, she would probably think she was dreaming at this moment. The high-level power of the timespace guests once said that once her chaotic spatial domain is formed, no one could possibly escape alive. But at this moment, clearly this saying did not apply to Lu Dong. This guy is simply an existence that defies logic. The waves of the spiritual sea could be calmed by him, destroying him. Chapter 624, The Southeast War, The Secret of the Mountain Extra 5 thanks to the sponsor for the boring night. The mountain opened its mouth, spreading both hands, surrounded by mountains, instantly enclosing him and Lu Dong within. The timespace guest mountain slightly nodded at Lu Dong and said softly, "East God, how about we make a deal?" Lu Dong squinted, he had no good feelings for this guy who was aiming to kill him. However, the coordinate system in Lu Dong's eyes revealed that he had unknowingly fallen into this guy's domain. Or to be precise, into this guy's world. Like himself, he had also created a world. The mountain said leisurely, "One is the one among our group of timespace guests whose brain doesn't work well. When you killed Yun, my first reaction was impossible, after all, Yun was the most genius powerhouse among us. And precisely because of Yun's excellence, he was able to command the war of the 5 clans in the mountain medicine and fortune-telling. That was when the timespace guests were still weak, and you should understand now." Chapter 625, The Southeast War, Cooperation. Extra 6 thanks to the sponsor who hopes not to be like this. Lu Dong's impression of Hong Wosu remained at the sealed stone tablet, south. That guy, does he owe Master Zhong? Wasn't he a foot massager? He even wrote a book? Who knows how much he owes Zhong now? The mountain slowly raised his head and said softly, "You may not believe me, but..." Lu Dong waved his hand to interrupt the guy and said coldly, "This is not a matter of whether you and I cooperate. You took my head, and you are using my curiosity to absorb Wan's energy. I definitely have my doubts about your identity. For me, the reward for killing a timespace guest far outweighs the risk, do you understand?" The mountain choked. Indeed, when he disguised himself as the king of the ancient capital in the Tilian Benyu crown, he had been frightened by Lu Dong's recklessness. The last time he saw someone so reckless was still the shy one. The mountain looked at his watch and said softly, "If." Chapter 626, The Southeast War, Kill the Gods of the South District. Extra 7 thanks to those who once thought this. The threat of death truly made Kill Endless feel a trace of a long unexperienced sensation. Kill Endless frowned and looked aside. From the void, a handsome young man walked out. Dressed in a white suit, looking sharp. With a buzz cut and big eyes, holding a bow upside down in his hand. Lu Dong noticed this guy's shoes at a glance. The exposed socks were actually fishnet style. Goodness, looks formal on the outside, but wild on the inside? The man coldly said, Mountain, tell me how Wan died? The mountain held Wan's corpse and cried out loud. Such sadness. If Lu Dong didn't know the details, he would probably think it was his wife who died. The mountain angrily repeated what he had just said. Sobbing, kneeling in the air, the mountain's lips trembled. It's my fault for not taking care of sister-in-law. I originally wrapped Lu Dong with the mountain domain, but I didn't expect Lu Dong's physical strength to be far beyond 100,000. Chapter 627, The Southeast War, Illusion Extra 8 thanks to the sponsor Naibu Langren. It's over, it's over. The eerie killer looked at the corpse under Lu Dong's feet and fell silent. Now it's good. What was once a joint encirclement of the eastern god camp by the southern district gods has become a one-sided massacre. It even sent Lu Dong a whole ground of divine ranks. The hatred demon's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance and said softly, Guys, the situation is not right, can you see where this is? The breath of the jealousy demon became rapid. If he was killed by Lu Dong once or twice, he could find an excuse, but now. He has been revived in his strongest state, but he did not expect Lu Dong's power to have grown to this level. The killing deception took a deep breath and coldly said, Do we have to use that move? The greed deception remained silent, watching Lu Dong's aura at this moment, and could not help but softly say, Don't drag it out any longer, call those guys back. Just when the greed for lust deception has died. Chapter 628, Southeast Battle, Lu Dong's Test, Bonus 9 breaking 5,000 collections. Poor arrogance deception, completely unaware of what was happening. At this moment, he had only one thought in his heart, to kill Lu Dong and take his rules. Lu Dong's power made the 8 deceptive kings extremely envious. The many deceptive kings still did not realize that they were still in an illusion. The techniques of the dream theft space made these guys mistakenly believe that they had obtained everything. Lu Dong squinted his eyes, mobilizing the power of his world, instantly healing the serious injuries of Bai Lixian and the others. He transmitted his thoughts, Keep lying still, don't move, let me see what secrets these guys have. Chao Shangfei suddenly froze, then lay still without moving. Clearly, all the golden elements in his body had been extracted. How could he be resurrected? Even severed limbs were restored. Is this the power Lu Dong has now? It's ridiculous that he couldn't even defeat a deceptive king, yet Lu Dong. Chapter 629, Southeast Battle, Time Reversal. Bonus 10 breaking 6,000 collections. Fighting among ourselves. Lu Dong squinted his eyes. This is indeed a common flaw of humanity. On a piece of uncultivated wasteland, before exploring external risks, they monopolize the later players. This ensures the maximum personal gain of resources. Lu Dong nodded, certainly without forgetting to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, pretending he had already reached the point of exhaustion. Arrogance deception truly enjoyed this process. The rich blood of the 10,000 origin sacred body was enough to make him exceptionally noble. Destiny deception continued. We couldn't enter the deceptive world. The restrictions of the aristocratic families made us almost believe that the plan of the ancient capital king would be delayed. Then you appeared, pushing through everything, even slaying gods, time travelers, and guardians. In this vast deceptive world, there's no one you wouldn't dare to kill. As Destiny Deception said this, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Chapter 630, Southeast Battle, Kill 3 Deceptions, Bonus 11 breaking 7,000 collections. Lu Dong raised his right hand, and 4 spaces suddenly split apart. Chao Shangfei and Greed Deception were instantly divided into an area filled with gold. The surroundings were filled with various treasures, resembling a golden arena. Bai Lixian and Destiny Deception appeared simultaneously in a Taoist temple. Cranes cried, and leaves fell around. Xinjie and Arrogance Deception appeared on a narrow arena. Xinjie clenched her fists and coldly said, Did you think it felt good to hit me just now? Now I'm here to really fight with you. There were still 4 deceptive kings remaining in the arena. Huang Xinyan softly said, Dongzi, I'll take on the hate deception. Lu Dong did not refuse and softly said, Sister Nian, after killing him, you can directly absorb his soul body. Huang Xinyan chuckled, saying, I didn't expect our little Lu Dong to have become so strong. Lu Dong had a face full of black lines. Chapter 631, Southeast Battle, Eastern God Principalities, Bonus 12 thanks to the scholar in rags for the reward. Chao Shangfei, Bai Lixian, Xinjie, and Huang Xinyan fell into silence. Your brother killed with ease, but our battle experience has not increased at all. Tang Sanzang smirked lightly and stayed silent for a long time. Chao Shangfei gently touched the soul body in front of him. The soul body of the Greed Deception suddenly released a faint light. Golden energy instantly filled Chao Shangfei's body. In just an instant, Chao Shangfei's aura surged. Gold spread all over his body. At this moment, Chao Shangfei looked like a brilliant masterpiece. A tremor passed through him, and a golden light shot straight into the sky. Chao Shangfei's body froze. Only by absorbing the soul body did he unexpectedly elevate to the pinnacle of the Destiny Seeker realm. Breathing rapidly, Xiao Shangfei felt the thrill of millions of attributes, every gesture overflowing with power.
This is what it means to be strong. Chapter 632, The Southeast Battle, decapitating the 14th Prince Extra 13 thanks to Sister Shizi for the tip. The essence of the arrow was shattered. Impossible. Shock filled the eyes of the 14th Prince.
His source power was actually crushed by someone else.
Who is this person? Could it be a source person from this world?
No wonder Jin, Yun, and Wan all died at this person's hands.
So they are in league with the mountain?
The 14th Prince's eyes burned with anger as he pondered how to relay this information.
In the next moment, the surrounding mountains exploded violently.
Amidst the flying rocks, a figure charged forward. With the essence of the arrow destroyed, he could barely mobilize his rules, and with the shadow of the mountain wrapped around him, he struggled even to breathe.
Ha!
The 14th Prince suddenly looked up, as he sensed the eerie death aura of the Eerie 8 Prince.
Wasn't the Eerie 8 Prince of this world supposed to be long dead? Because this. Chapter 633, The Power of the World. Thanks to Tan for the grand rewards.
You killed the time traveler 14th Prince. By killing above your level, you gain 10 trillion experience points.
You gain 2 million basic attribute points.
You gain 16 million prestige points. You gain 20 billion hatred points. You gain 2 trillion merit points.
Dude, killing the 18th Prince and the 17th Prince was fine, but do you know the cost of killing the 14th Prince?
Your time and space are about to be finished.
Ludong, oh Ludong, I'm so drunk, you really broke the heavens this time.
Ludong paid attention to the system's prompts, and sure enough, as a human-like voice appeared, he felt a strong wave of mental energy. It's not that the system is alive, but there is life relying on the system, monitoring the entire eerie world. As for what the other party meant by breaking the heavens, Ludong didn't care at all. After all, he was here. Chapter 634, Encountering the Wandering Plum Fragrance again thanks to Late Wind for the 100 rewards.
Time and space are sealed.
Which means that powerful beings have already arrived here. They may have appeared when players first entered this world or may appear in the future. Of course, their common goal is to find that man who changed the trajectory of time and space. The mountain felt a headache, this guy was right in front of him. Having the power to seal time and space must mean that the 11th, 12th, and 13th princes all came. These three must be exploring the timeline, one going with time, the other against it, with the 13th prince responsible for blocking the strongman who killed the time traveler prince. The mountain was momentarily speechless, he felt he made a wrong decision. It seemed like he shouldn't have partnered with Ludong to kill the 14th prince. Now, in this time and space, if he didn't report to the other three princes, being discovered would inevitably lead to consequences.
If he reported, he would lose Ludong as an ally.
Chapter 635, The Breath of the 13th Prince. The disappearance of the wandering plum fragrance was like a shadow cast over Ludong's heart. The unpredictable future truly made it hard to grasp. The mountain settled in front of Ludong. Not only was Ludong making a choice, but he too had to make a choice.
Dongshin, I want to know your choice.
Everyone from the treasure-gathering society looked puzzled. Bai Li was moving his fingers, sensing a trace of threat, but could not pinpoint its source. In the dark, it seemed like a sense of oppression was descending.
Ludong whispered, I always think thrice before acting. Ha? Qiao Shunfei looked confused. Xinjie and Huang Xinyan also tilted their heads, their faces full of disbelief. When have you, a reckless man, ever thought thrice? Of course, the four didn't expose Ludong's pretense, letting him ramble on.
The mountain gently nodded, that's right, people of our strength must plan carefully.
Chapter 636, The City of Gambling. The mountain was slightly taken aback, it seemed Ludong had never considered him at all. East God, don't you want to cooperate with me?
Ludong slowly raised his head and said softly, the premise of cooperation is that there is no mutual exploitation.
We are all smart people, and I can't be bothered to argue with you.
You want me to kill the 14th prince, but you want to absorb his rule tree.
This clearly means you want to use me to block the pursuit of the other princes.
Although Shan is also a player, Ludong understands that this person could become a time traveler, and he must have paid a painful price for it.
Among humans, geniuses are numerous. If there were no restrictions to becoming a time traveler, many people would probably become one.
Ludong said leisurely, so, the enemies I can handle in this period of time don't need to rely on others.
Let's go.
Xinjie clasped her hands together and said aloud.
Chapter 637, The City of Gambling, Death Revolver.
In a high place in the city of gambling, four white figures sat facing each other. The old man with white hair suddenly stood up and said, East God is here, and the time travelers have come. Holding a cup of red tea, Baiju smiled lightly and said, what is there to fear?
The time traveler's target is definitely Ludong, not us.
Beside him, a middle-aged man rubbed his fingers and slowly raised his head, saying, "Bai Shu, how is it? Have you found that sealed holy artifact?" Bai Shu gently shook his head, his eyes flashing with a rich medicinal power. Bai Ju, dressed in a white skirt, put down her teacup and said softly, "It has been a month. We left the sealed area a month ago, and unexpectedly, we found nothing in the sealing stone steel left by the king of the ancient capital. Are we really required to accept the sealing rules of this world?" The old man frowned deeply, slowly looking towards the window. A clear and elegant figure appeared. Chapter 638, The City of Gambling, Bet for Freedom. Load the bullet. Spin the revolver. Listen and distinguish the position. Click. The revolver stopped spinning. Lu Dong aimed the gun at his own forehead. "Wait." 609 suddenly spoke, interrupting Lu Dong. "I just forgot, we are not here to shed blood, our bet is the power of rules." 609 was also shocked by Lu Dong's momentum, which is why he forgot that their agreed bet should be the power of rules. And the bullet in this gun is the nemesis of the power of rules. Lu Dong's mouth cracked open, a rule tree fell into his hand. The rule tree of the 14th Prince's arrow. 609's brow twitched. "You actually took a time traveler's rule tree?" Headache. A trace of surprise flickered in 609's eyes, and he quickly stopped Lu Dong, saying, "This gambling temporarily halts." Lu Dong grinned. Chapter 639, The City of Gambling, Bet on General Lando. The 5 members of the Bao Guild stepped through the door. Miss 609 stared blankly at Lu Dong leaving, then gently raised her head and a smile crossed her lips. Buzz. The space trembled. A huge dog paw crashed in. Miss 609 softly said, "I wonder what brings the great emperor here." The Tulus Emperor's body froze. He had been worried watching Lu Dong and others leave, which was why he used great powers to directly tear apart the sealing stone steel, west, space. Unlike the suppressive force of the sealing stone steel, south, the sealing stone steel in the west can accommodate the anomalies of the seekers, so he could forcibly break through. Feeling a familiar aura, a hint of incredulity appeared in the Tulus Emperor's eyes. "I thought you all had died back then." Miss 609. Captain of the Gamblers. "That means General Lando is here?" 609 smiled. Chapter 640, The City of Gambling, All In. With a soft hum, the oddities at the gambling table parted to both sides. The dealer looked young and wore a duckbill cap. He quietly watched Lu Dong and others. "Gentlemen, since you're here, why not play a couple of rounds?" Bai Lixian's blood flowed endlessly, and the blood above his head rapidly decreased. Huang Xingyan's natural power could not be used. It was Lu Dong who slightly activated the power of the madman's world, allowing him to barely suppress the drop in Bai Lixian's blood quantity. The dealer sensed the unusual power on Lu Dong and spoke again. "In our gambling city, it has been a long time since pure rules like this existed. If you bet with me, sir, and win, I can heal your companion's wounds." Lu Dong knew well that Bai Lixian's injury was like a loss of the source of rules. In his world, there were no Taoist fundamental rules. So, to completely cure Bai Lixian. Chapter 641, Gambling City, The Rules of Master Lan. Deep in the gambling city, Wang Bo and Gui Jun had already arrived at the top 100 casino. Gui Jun furrowed his brow, looking at the man before him, softly said, "Sister Bo, this guy doesn't seem to be from this world." Wang Bo squinted her eyes and said slowly, "The 13th prince of the timespace guests." He slightly bowed to Wang Bo, chuckling, "Back before the battle of the ancient capital, I was fortunate to follow the royal family and see the princess's beauty." Wang Bo remained silent, holding the mahjong artifact, deep in thought. The 13th prince chuckled. "Upon seeing the princess's face back then, there was amazing beauty. Though I have had different women with me every night over the years, whenever I grab their hair, I always think of your face." Wang Bo's face showed no expression. She truly had no recollection of this 13th prince. Perhaps that memory was lost in her abandonment of the royal path. Chapter 642, Gambling City. Come, place your bets extra 1 thanks to 5-year-old's reward. Huang Xingyan was stunned. The 6 weirdos at the round table were stunned. The dealer was also stunned. "Are you really placing a bet by directly throwing in your hands? How can we play this game?" The dealer suddenly had a toothache. This player seemed to think differently. "What the heck is going on? Your brother has had his hands broken, how can you play?" Lu Dong casually tossed the broken hands into the betting pool, ignoring the blood on the table, and said calmly, "Come, place your bets." In past gambling, it was always the weirdos scaring the players. This time, however, the weirdos were genuinely frightened by Lu Dong. Lu Dong grinned, saying, "Hurry up, if you don't want to play, scram." The 6 weirdos exchanged glances and directly broke their own hands, following Lu Dong's style, and threw their hands into the betting pool. If Lu Dong naively thought that without hands they couldn't cheat, then he was too innocent. Chapter 643, Gambling City, Clear the Level. Extra 2 thanks to 5-year-old's reward. Lu Dong did not expose these 2 weirdos. It is likely that this treasure has limitations, only able to imitate lifeless objects, like limbs, but cannot mimic other things.
The dealer softly said, the house asks you to speak.
Lu Dong pulled out 10 rule trees from his pocket, softly saying, I raise 10.
This left the two weirdos feeling awkward.
Firstly, they did not have rule trees. Secondly, they were also uncertain whether Lu Dong could really see through their cheating methods. Psychologically, they lost a bit and the pressure suddenly increased. Lu Dong slammed the wall next to the table and loudly declared, I'll see today who dares to cheat in front of me.
Lu Dong's voice instantly penetrated the two weirdos. Feeling the pressure, their hands couldn't stop trembling.
The key was that Lu Dong was also playing blind. If they looked at their cards, they couldn't keep up with Lu Dong's bets.
Chapter 644, Gambling City, the Gambling Trial Extra 3 thanks to 5-year-old's reward. Lu Dong brought 5 members of the Gaud Bao Guild and pushed through everything.
Every time they encountered a gambling table, they jumped in and started messing things up.
The types of gambling were nothing more than poker and mahjong.
With various rules in play, if there was no cheating, it mostly came down to mathematical calculations. Lu Dong's natural calculation ability made dealing with this level of gambling a piece of cake. But what puzzled Lu Dong was that after spending so much time in Gambling City, the levels in front of him were already over 100. Why hadn't he found Wang Bo and Gui Jun yet? According to Chui Min, they were participating in a century-long gamble, and they should not be far from here.
Could it be that their pace of clearing levels was faster than his?
Sister Bo's poor skills at mahjong only ever find a pair. On both sides, there was nothing to care about.
How could everything be smooth sailing? Could it be that this gambling city has other secret passages?
Chui Min was also pondering this question.
Chapter 645, Gambling City, Hatred Value Red Packet, bonus 4 thanks to the 5-year-old's reward.
Junior brother Min Yi, Min Shui, Min Heng, Min Ren.
Chao Shangfei carried by Li Xian on his back and whispered, how to make money.
10,000 hatred values does not seem like much, but earning it is extremely hard. In the next moment, a red packet appeared in the holographic projection, sent by Min Shui. Chui Min, who had been practicing knife skills for years and sometimes practiced gun skills, moved like lightning and pressed down on that red packet.
You have gained 55 hatred values. Chui Min clicked to check the details and after savoring it, softly said,
I think I know how to earn 10,000 hatred values. As long as my hand speed is fast enough to snatch enough red packets, I can earn it. At the moment he spoke, several red packets popped up in the group again.
Chui Min missed 3 of them and only snatched 2.
You have gained 6.75 hatred values. You have gained 38 hatred values. Each red packet's amount is not large, capped at 200.
Chapter 646, Gambling City, It's All Fake, bonus 5 thanks to the 5-year-old's reward. What evening breeze, evening chant, buoy scholar, country bumpkin is here, elegant and easygoing. Lu Dong sent the first red packet.
Gesture red packet. As long as group members draw the same pattern as Lu Dong within 10 seconds, they can receive the red packet. In a small square, Lu Dong drew the rule tree and began to scribble recklessly following the rules of his mad world.
In 10 seconds, he created a highly surreal and magical painting. Sent into group chat.
Evening Chant was so angry that she stomped her feet, the country bumpkin drank in frustration, and Evening Breeze was depressed, putting on black to seek inspiration. It was a complete failure. For a full 10 minutes, not a single person could replicate that pattern. The holographic projection trembled slightly, clearly the system realized it had been fooled, but the rules Lu Dong stated were very clear, and it couldn't stop it.
Ding! Cannot send the same type of red packet repeatedly. The system secretly laughed, afraid that this little Lu Dong did not know.
Chapter 647, Gambling City, Different Time and Space, bonus 6 thanks to the 5-year-old's reward.
In an unknown corner, Niu Hong slowly raised his head and said softly, the balance has been broken.
Mr. Lan should have realized he was deceived by Bai Shu and has broken Bai Shu's puppet. Bai Shu and others have also broken our false forms. Louis Xiong lay quietly on the ground and said softly, let them fight, the battle between both sides is the most exciting.
Niu Hong rolled his eyes and said, are you insane? Knowing its sealed rules, still wanting to confront Mr. Lan directly, aren't you looking for death?
Louis Xiong sighed and said softly, that's why you are not as good as Lu Dong. That guy is fearless, regardless of future development, whoever provokes him, he just kills them. Niu Hong looked into the distance, holding a miniature map with a complex expression. That guy has reached the 4th level of the gambling trial, which is truly a deadly place.
Louis Xiong said softly, you are all dead. Chapter 648, Gambling City, Sisters, bonus 7 thanks to the 5-year-old's reward.
The man outside the door looked at Lu Dong approaching, just about to speak, when Lu Dong stabbed him in the heart with a knife.
No power does not mean losing control of the body. Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a coordinate system, instantly finding many of the man's vital points. He dragged the man into his room and wiped away the blood on the floor again.
Once his clothes were arranged, Lu Dong smiled and opened the bathroom door. His mother, wet all over with disheveled hair, hugged Lu Dong. She was angry at her incompetent husband and even more disappointed in that gambling-addicted man. That guy was even willing to use himself to pay off debts for survival. Thinking of this, the mother's hands trembled. Lu Dong gently helped the woman wipe the droplets off her face. Though there are countless misfortunes in the world, they inevitably fall on everyone, like a great mountain. Even though they only met briefly, in some parallel time and space, it was like this. Chapter 649, Gambling City, Family Matters. Huang Xingyan, Zhao Shangfei, Xinjia, Cui Min. 4 people stood firmly beside Bai Lixian. The 4 surrounded, cutting off Bai He's attack. They tightly protected Bai Lixian behind them. Such a forceful stance truly incited anger. Lu Dong had a blank expression, his eyes showing a glimpse of coldness as he said, "You shouldn't use my friend's life to gamble with me." Lu Dong's eyes were vacant, suddenly entering his mad world. This is just a temporary fix. Bai Lixian's injury can only be resolved from its source. Bai He chuckled lightly, "But I have already done so." A beautiful woman's specialty is to instinctively do things that infuriate men without being blamed. By the way, I must say, your female disguise in the illusion is indeed pretty good. Bai He looked at Lu Dong with a flirtatious smile, her eyes filled with provocation, clearly wanting to have a fierce battle with Lu Dong. Cui Min pressed down on the mammoth blood fury blade with one hand. Chapter 650, The City of Gambling, The Way of Heaven. A strong white light appeared in front of Lu Dong. In a flowing white dress, revealing slender long legs, the soft glow enveloped her, making Bai He even more graceful. Wang Bo said softly, "Indecisiveness doesn't seem to be your style." Noticing Bai He's serious expression, Wang Bo whispered, "Or is it because this woman has some looks?" Lu Dong still stood there, silent and still, not knowing what he was doing. Wang Bo chuckled and turned back, saying, "Bai He, hand over the key, and I'll let you pass as the guardians of the sealed stone tablet." Bai He had a hint of jealousy in her eyes, saying leisurely, "Your Highness, could it be that the dog beside you respects you so much that you've forgotten your fairy clan is no longer the protagonist in this bizarre world? Why should I listen to you?" With a grim smile, Bai He raised the key in her hand and said loudly. Chapter 651, The City of Gambling, The Reckless Way of Heaven. Wang Bo was stunned. Lu Dong had just been in a daze. He was actually tracking the Way of Heaven's aura from Bai Lixian's body? Wang Bo swallowed hard. Amid her shock, all that remained was admiration and sweetness. This is her man. A man who dares to declare war against the Way of Heaven for his brother. An aged voice fell, coldly saying, "A mere little brat." The voice was cut off as a giant hand instantly vanished from the scene. The rules of the mad world spread out. Lu Dong shouted, "Who the hell are you calling a little brat? I want to see today if I can turn the heavens upside down." Suddenly, a pencil-like object drew a line, and Lu Dong held a long knife in his hand. In his own world, he was the master. What's this mere Way of Heaven? The shadowy figure stared at Lu Dong in shock. This guy. Chapter 652, The Use of the Way of Heaven? Bai He was also stunned. That unfamiliar yet powerful aura clearly matched the mark of the Way of Heaven on Bai Lixian. That powerful man has come. Even if it's just a clone, it is certainly not something they can resist. But in the next second, the aura around Lu Dong instantaneously took the avatar of the Way of Heaven away. In just a moment, the avatar of the Way of Heaven disappeared without a trace. No one knew what had happened. A hint of fear appeared in Bai He's eyes as she stared blankly at Lu Dong healing Bai Lixian. The mark of the Way of Heaven was drawn out. Impossible. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Bai He would never believe anyone could safely withstand the attack of the Way of Heaven. Moreover, he could help others draw out the mark of the Way of Heaven. Bai He was momentarily dazed. This was completely different from the Way of Heaven in her memory. At the same time, Lan Dao frowned. Chapter 653, The City of Gambling, The Destructive Fiend. Threads of the Way of Heaven's aura flowed through the scene. Lan Dao swallowed hard. Niu Hong and the others really killed the avatar of the Way of Heaven. He could vaguely sense the changes in the surrounding space. Lan Dao shouted angrily, "Lu Dong, give me that thing, it's very important to the bizarre world." Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a hint of unusual emotion as he replied to Lan Dao, "Sorry, this thing is related to my brother's life. It's also very important." With a sudden stroke of the pencil, the Dao of Heaven in Lu Dong's hand began to change form. Lan Dao was stunned. Incredible, he could not only draw out the Dao of Heaven, but also directly change its form. What is this guy trying to do? Buzz. The Dao of Heaven in Lu Dong's hand transformed into pure vitality. Lan Dao's eyes widened. This little rascal actually wants to use the Dao of Heaven to save that Daoist? Is he crazy? A temporal Dao of Heaven avatar is only. Chapter 654, The Gambling City, The Return of the Gambler. Lu Dong's lips curled slightly as he said leisurely, "World of Madness." The strong power of the world instantly enveloped the entire gambling city. How could such a city compete with the world? Previously, Lu Dong sensed the Tao of Heaven imprint within Bai Li's body, not only to seek the Tao of Heaven's whereabouts but also to spread his own world's power throughout the gambling city. Lan Dao's body was stunned, he clearly felt the rules around him disappear. To be precise, it wasn't disappearing, but he couldn't control it anymore. This feeling of powerlessness instantly threw him into shock. Lu Dong coldly said, "I said it, the people I want to kill, even the King of Heaven can't protect." A myriad of chains of rules converged and pierced straight through Lan Dao's body. Even someone as strong as Lan Dao could only be at Lu Dong's mercy at this moment. Bai He's eyes filled with fear and terror. She never expected. Chapter 655, The Gambling Battle, Kill Bai He. Once Lu Dong spoke, the gathering of players and the Treasure Guild laughed together. Just as Lu Dong said, in this vast strange world, which disaster had they not faced together? If they just watch Wang Bo die, even if they survive, it wouldn't feel good. Rather than living with regret and remorse, it's better to fight with all their might right now. Wang Bo's body trembled as he softly said, "This battle is different, if you die, you can't enter the cycle." Wang Bo paused for a moment and continued, "At that time, my father split the avatar of the Tao of Heaven to create this system, allowing players to enter this world smoothly. Now that the Tao of Heaven avatar belonging to the fusion power of two worlds is destroyed, everyone will focus on this opportunity, they will attack by any means." Lan Dao took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head. That's right, the earliest battle of the 5 clans was surrounded. Chapter 656, The Gambling Battle, Night has arrived. Lan Dao thought simply, he wanted to use his gambling power to influence the rules here. His gambling power is a form of compulsory rule. Once the preconditions are met, he can reverse this vacuum area. By suppressing the gambling power inside the dice, even if he can't feel it, he can still use the dice to influence the battle. But Bai Jizi gave no chance for the dice to land. Lan Dao squinted, his brow twitching. Those 4 guys were actually pretending to be weak. He thought he had them firmly in his grasp. He should have considered this issue when Bai Zhu used the puppet. Whoosh! Bai Jizi approached Lan Dao and casually swung a punch. "The gambler, huh? I heard you are very skilled in gambling with lives?" The fist was sharp as a long sword, suddenly stabbing into Tofu, Lan Dao's chest. Chapter 657, The Gambling Battle, To Go and to Return. With a light crack. Before Lu Dong could continue to reverse the power of time, the entire spacetime suddenly shattered. There was no vacuum area and no spacetime rules. Space fragments instantly surrounded them as the strong rules of time surged both forward and backward. Lu Dong slightly squinted, he was actually schemed against again. The 13th prince chuckled, lifting his head, quietly watching Lu Dong, a slight smile appearing on his lips, he coldly said. The 11th prince and the 12th prince came from both ends of this spacetime. Without spacetime coordinates, it's impossible to find a particular player in the river of time. It's undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, my guess was correct, you imitated my rules of time, and even formed your unique rules of time in your world. In other words, my rules of time marked your world. Yes, smirked and nodded. Chapter 658, The Battle of Gambling, I discovered something amazing. Bai Zhu's face turned ashen, she absorbed the power of the 4 members of the Guo Bao Guild, and just as she took in half of it, she suddenly lost her source of power. This empty feeling left her with a heavy heart. But she did not dare to speak up. After all, upon hearing that Lan Dao was once the 16th prince, her worldview had already shattered. What kind of situation is this, even the time travelers can have traitors? Ya quietly looked at Lan Dao, then softly said, even if you banish this world, we can still find our way back. You should know, we are not 3-dimensional beings, like the heavenly Tao, its form existing here is merely a projection. Lan Dao grinned and languidly said, I banished you just to cut off your rules. A pale blue light erupted from Lan Dao's body. Lan Dao exclaimed, die for me. Chapter 659, The Battle of Gambling, who told you? Boom. The golden light dissipated. The 13th prince suddenly felt a breach in his heart. Ya was ashen-faced, angrily looking at Lu Dong, coldly saying, Dongshin, you, good-for-nothing Dongshin, you actually ruined my entire plan. After the battle of the ancient capital ended, the time travelers couldn't find the heavenly Tao projection controlled by the king of the ancient capital, nor the 5 holy artifacts. Others returned to their twisted worlds to search for the hidden traces in history. Only the 13th prince chose to stay here. He knew very well that with the king of the ancient capital's mindset, he absolutely would not commit suicide without leaving any backup plans. So he patiently led several princes, helping him monitor this space. This investigation was shocking. In the 18th Prince Jin's timeline, there appeared a group of players from another world. Yet the 13th prince never expected the heavenly Tao projection would actually turn into protection. Chapter 660, The Battle of Gambling, Do You Dare to Bet? Niu Heng's eyes showed a trace of complexity as he looked at Lui Xiong, who merely shook his head gently. His identity was too important. If exposed, it would only bring more trouble.
Niu Hong chuckled softly and said, I just didn't like you that much back then, so I put all the Zhaoji curses on you. But I also didn't expect you would become the variable of the entire world. Lu Dong slowly raised his pen and softly said, I don't like leaving risks. If your answer today doesn't satisfy me, you can take my hatred points, and I will make you spit them back out 100-fold. Niu Hang smiled calmly and softly said, Dongshan. This world is not just about fighting and killing, there are also human relationships. I believe you have already felt your bottleneck. Once your power reaches the level of a seeker, like you, once you reach 1,000,000 attributes, is it still easy to enhance your strength? Lu Dong coldly said. Chapter 661, So who are you? Niu Hang's identity has always been a mystery. Lu Dong had countless questions about this matter in his heart. At first, he thought Niu Hong was just a mindless villain. At least during their first meeting, Niu Hong gave him no indication that he could survive to this point. But as Lu Dong's strength grew, Niu Hang's strength always followed him, unhurriedly. First, he acted as his mobile warehouse, then as his crisis handler. He could even draw away his hatred points from afar. Lu Dong used to be puzzled by these issues, but now it has been proven that the system is the projection of the heavenly Tao, and holding hundreds of billions of hatred points would certainly lead to revenge. Niu Hong was helping him transfer hatred points. Side protection for oneself. This deceiver is too overbearing. Lu Dong's body stiffened, recalling how Niu Hong had placed a monumental curse on him back then. This was undoubtedly. Chapter 662, Breaking the Cycle. Louis Xiong was about to speak but was stopped by Niu Hong. Niu Hong said coldly, My identity brings you only harm and no benefit. You just need to collect the other 3 sacred artifacts, and then you will know the answer. Lu Dong quietly stared into Niu Hong's eyes. Niu Hong did not back down, his eyes filled with sorrow. After a long silence, Lu Dong softly said, The power of my world tells me you are not lying, but my understanding tells me you must be lying. Niu Hong chuckled softly, saying slowly, In ancient times, only swordsmen of equal strength could understand the pain in each other's hearts, so the winning side would not boast of their strength but would simply eliminate their opponent. This is the greatest respect for one's opponent. Lu Dong looked at Niu Hong and said, Your logic is not coherent, but I also understand that if the true heavenly path comes, I might really not be his opponent. Chapter 663, A Brief Encounter. The dim light faded away. The ancient city, which had lost its 4 city gates, was unusually quiet at this moment. A crack in space appeared, and 7 people walked out slowly. Led by Lu Dong, the members of the Gudbaohui stood on either side. Lu Dong twirled the Modao pencil and said loudly, Knight. Come out now. His powerful voice, mixed with the overwhelming force of the world, exploded in the air above the ancient city. The horizon several hundred miles away trembled, and in that moment, all the gods from the 4 regions fell into silence. This familiar aura of madness aimed to announce something to the strange world. The East God has returned. Still the absolutely invincible aura returning. Players from all regions, whether NPCs or others, all turned their gazes toward the ancient city. After the Guardian Lords Feng Juanza and others passed away, the ancient city fell into silence. It was not that players were not curious about the truth of the ancient city. Chapter 664, What kind of freedom is this? The prouder people are, the stronger their pride. Knight actually did not lose to Lu Dong. It was just that Lu Dong's mental force had broken through Knight's defenses. From the moment Knight entered everyone's sight, Lu Dong had constantly attacked him with his mental force. Lu Dong's purpose was simply to leave a hidden seed in Knight's psychological defenses. Huang Xingyan frowned and said softly, Although it disrupted his mental force, that guy's strength is still there, so a fierce battle is unavoidable. Boom! Countless chains surged in Knight's eyes. It was as if the soul that had been imprisoned by Knight finally found its chance for freedom. The overwhelming strangeness scattered and fled. The ancient city suddenly turned into a ghost city. Wailing and howling echoed in every ear. Amidst the mournful cries, a group of shadows suddenly appeared. Bailey raised his arms horizontally. Chapter 665, Technological Paradise, Forbidden Land. At the same time, 10 figures flickered outside the strange world. At this moment, all the gods looked up together. They all felt that overpowering aura. In the void, human voices could be faintly heard communicating. I said before, that deceptive little guy should not have escaped. Back then, we should have joined forces to kill that guy. You all insisted on cultivating a rival. This period has even produced another world's creation. Humans, once overly powerful, will hope for a rival, even if it costs them their life. It's fine, after all other timelines have been completely sealed off, this lost time should return to our control. The 10 shadows simultaneously struck with reversed force. Time enveloped the surroundings, but there was no sign of blending. The faces of the 10 changed simultaneously, they were the strongest from each era. Chapter 666, Technological Paradise, Reunion with Old Friends. A light curtain appeared before everyone. A familiar figure, Lu Iran. Wei Jun raised an eyebrow. Donzi, isn't this your old acquaintance? Lu Dong remained silent, quietly unleashing the power of his mad world, a realm beyond his imagination. In Lu Dong's perception, this space seemed to have no end. Yet this metallic existence was clearly alive, being utilized by something. Recalling the system's earlier hints, a technological paradise, could this be a place of artificial intelligence? In the light screen, Lu Iran gently lifted her head, her gaze settling on Lu Dong, suddenly stating, "Stop infusing your world power." Lu Dong nodded slightly, whispering, "Impressive, you can see what is in my heart." The light screen rippled, Lu Iran held her sword with one hand and stepped out slowly. "Your world has your own troubles." Chapter 667, Technological Paradise, Powerful Enemies Arise. At the corner of the street, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. A mechanical being stood 5 meters tall, surrounded by a peculiar aura. A shield in its left hand, a sword in its right, with no head. Bai Lixian raised an eyebrow, empowered by the strength of the Tao, he surprisingly did not account for this creature's emergence. A low mechanical hum echoed, crashing into the crowd. Lu Dong immediately used his world power to defend but found that this machine could ignore his defenses. Furrowing his brow, Lu Dong changed tactics, directly moving everyone to the other side. The large shield fell, crashing into empty space, yet not stirring a speck of dust. It seemed this machine had calculated everything from the start, using the shield as a pivot to swing the long sword. The sword energy floated, giving no sense of threat at all. But Lu Dong knew that even the large shield could ignore his world power, he could not underestimate this attack. A sharp wind rose, this was not just a machine. Chapter 668, Technological Paradise, I never consider the consequences. Buzz. The sound of vibrations came, and Lu Dong and the others instantly vanished from Einstein's encirclement. Einstein looked at Xinjie in surprise, coldly saying, "You are seeking death." Xinjie gently raised her head and said, "Don't you want to know why humans have the profession of teachers? I'm here to answer you. Teachers are those who spread the Tao, impart knowledge, and resolve doubts." With that, Xinjie raised her desolate-style sniper and suddenly shot a bullet towards the direction Einstein's voice had come from. Boom! Einstein sneered, his voice appearing from another direction, "My consciousness can traverse any machine, with your little power, you can't stop me." Xinjie turned her head and chuckled, "I know that, so this bullet is not meant to kill you, but to dissolve these machines." Sizzle! The metallic sound echoed in the arena, and Einstein's voice screeched, "You're insane. Using your own mental power to dissolve mine." Chapter 669, Technological Paradise, Tai Quan's Sword. Tai Quan's eyes revealed a hint of complexity, then he sighed with a gentle smile, softly stating, "Years ago, if I had your spirit, I wouldn't have been stuck outside the ancient city, only daring to knock but not break the door." He spun a sword flower with one hand, his eyes filled with tenderness as he said, "Lu Iran, you and I have no ties, just both being born with a sword heart, I hope you understand. A sword bearer must uphold their heart and move forward without hesitation." Tai Quan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Dongshin, staying outside the ancient city without entering was my lifelong regret, I wonder if you can help me fulfill this regret?" Lu Dong held the 5 crowns, feeling the special wave of positions, softly asking, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Tai Quan chuckled, then the sword flowers multiplied in his hand, "On a whim, it is just a whim." Lu Dong opened his palm, a rich aura swirling. Chapter 670, Guardians of Time and Space. You have entered the land of the 5 sacred artifacts. The sacred ruins. Shielding all external powers, all target characters forced to have 100 points of health. Note, the carnival of the technological paradise, the rest is the twilight of the gods, the true function of the 5 sacred artifacts is to create a world of equality for all beings. The 10th prince grinned maliciously at Lu Dong, saying leisurely, "I admire your courage." Lu Dong turned the unknown pencil. Coldly replied, "I'm not in a good mood right now." At the same time, Wang Bo's body froze as the 10 princes, attacking the strange world, vanished completely. They were only a few seconds away from breaking the bindings here. The next second, what appeared in Wang Bo's sight was the guild members of Gota Bao. Chao Shangfei and others looked at each other in surprise, never expecting that Lu Dong would move them at the last moment. Chapter 671, Tech Paradise, Slaying the 10th Prince. Tech Paradise. In the shattered space of darkness, the 10th prince was seething with hidden anger. "I once traveled through time, starting with destiny, only to be plotted against by a few mountain-old geezers. Back then, I was like an invincible warrior, no one dared to challenge me to a duel for many years." The Fang Tianhua halberd swung, and the 10th prince's tangible killing intent spread out. Lu Dong had probably figured out this guy's identity, like the invincible Lu Ho from the 3 Kingdoms, yet he was a time traveler. But he didn't know why he would be killed. Turning the sudden path pencil, Lu Dong said leisurely, "You, a 3 surname servant, dare to call me old man?" The phrase 3 surname servant seemed to hit the 10th prince's sore spot.
The Fong Tianhua halberd suddenly swirled in a circle and crashed toward Lu Dong. Lu Dong looked past the 10th prince, quietly watching the 9 people behind him. Chapter 672, Tech Paradise, Slaying the 9th Prince. A sword named Revenge. Others seek revenge, I only repay kindness, taking the life of my benefactor and merging it into my sword's energy. The first sword on land, first slay the one I admire. This is the path of ruthlessness. The 9th prince, holding the sword with one hand, looked handsome, surrounded by glimmers of sword energy, expressionless. A -10 mark slowly descended above Lu Dong's head. His health was down to 90 points. With one hand holding the sudden path pencil, he was now bathed in blood, looking somewhat disheveled. The 9th prince stood with his palm held out, saying, "In my eyes, there has only ever been the unmatched lone victor from that time. After the peak of the Forbidden City, there is no one worthy of my sword. You are quite impressive, forcing me to use the first sword from hundreds of eras." With one hand, he spun out a flower of sword energy. The 9th prince seemed ready to attack again, softly saying, "Since you have killed the 10th prince, I only ask you one question." Chapter 673, The End. Lu Dong paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head. His gaze was steady, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. Lu Dong said softly, "Your prince controls a world, my realm is ultimately too far behind." The 8th prince frowned slightly, as he sensed something different in Lu Dong's gaze. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Dong smiled lightly, saying, "Killing 2 princes comes with no rewards. It's not because of the 5 holy artifacts, and definitely not because the heavenly way of this time and space is dead. Your plan is likely for me to clear a path, eliminating every potential person in each time and space for you, isn't it?" The remaining 8 princes all froze in their places. Lu Dong's sudden change exceeded their expectations. How is this possible? How could Lu Dong see through all of this? Lu Dong said leisurely, "Because you cannot comprehend, I have created my own." Chapter 680, Rambling Conclusion. On March 2nd, isolated and with nothing to do, I found a way to relax. I decided to write a piece. The internal submission results were good, so I casually published it. I originally planned to write something strange but later realized I didn't know much about the strange. Of course, there were other reasons as well. I initially planned to write 900,000 words, and when I signed the contract, I had basically set the outline. I didn't intend to write too long. Knowing I'd graduate in June, I wouldn't have time to write. Then I met Wan, who said to create a reader group. The first time I created the group, it was quite lonely, just 2 people. Later it grew to 400, which was unbelievable. Really astonishing. To test my limits, I set up a reward for extra chapters based on monthly votes. During the double and quadruple monthly vote events, at one point, I owed 166 extra chapters. In 1 month, I wrote 550,000 words, which broke my own record. There are still 47 more chapters owed, they must be repaid. Let's put it in the new book. After 4 months of publishing, with 1.57 million words, I didn't expect it to be this much. I've long had the heart to finish, and the editor said if I push for 2 million, I can get a recommendation. Of course, I still have to thank Junbai, his affirmation gave me some confidence. But with a 900,000 word outline, pushing to 2 million words is not very meaningful. In 4 months' time, I finished my thesis, successfully graduated, proposed successfully, and found a job I was quite satisfied with. The changes are great, even making one feel dizzy. From a study beast to a social beast, the speed is a bit fast. I have to say, among so many authors, I still admire the old eagle. He types quickly, with a good rhythm, and doesn't fuss much. After starting work, I basically have no time to write, and my daily 4-hour commute gives me plenty of time to read. I want to use this busy time to recharge myself. Once I move to a place closer to work, I will gain 4 extra writing hours each day, and then I will start a new book. I also want to play with my mind, a simple, naive story. I don't even dare to look back at it myself. In fact, everyone has a point when they criticize some things. When writing them, I already know are bound to be criticized. As for whether I can keep going, of course I can. I can write 10 princes of time travelers, and then pull in some plot for Niu Hong, making the strange factions and commoners fight together. Personal battles turn into chaotic battles. After all, I can still make it to 2 million words. But, it won't be that interesting. If I can't break through this barrier, without a complete framework, it feels a bit like drawing a snake out of a stick. Of course, I still want to thank Wan Yin again. And I must thank Boss Tan, thank those who are reading my book, thank Wu Sui, thank Shi Zi, thank Sen Xianke, thank Hai Ping. Miao, thank everything that can be eaten, thank Xing Shoui, thank my wife, thank Bui Scholar, thank Mantu, thank application errors, thank the bad person, thank the adorable King Rimuru. Thanks to Tao Tai, Yen Zi, CF, Dove. There are many more I need to thank, whether people are in the group or not. May you all be well. So I wish for a peaceful summer. Last time when there were trolls cursing at me, and my brothers stood up for me, I felt really warm. After writing for so long, it was the first time I was touched by my own readers. It's a scatter of words. After all, I owe 47 chapters, a new book will definitely follow. Now I need to recharge. It's been joyful accompanying everyone on this journey. When I release the new book, I will notify everyone immediately. Still the same saying, if I haven't finished the ode chapters, don't reward me. Good night.